Jun Xiaoyao traverses into the body of the long-lost grandson of Bone Douluo, who is currently awakening his martial soul within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the soul power testing crystal shatters, it reveals an innate soul power level of 20 with a divine beast martial soul, the Abyssal Bone Dragon, in his right hand, and a divine weapon martial soul, the Abyssal Throne, in his left. Little brat, how could Xiao Wu possibly be a rabbit? I refuse to believe this is real. A certain master. Why does his first soul ring manifest as a 1,000-year soul ring? Donner, don't ignore me, Erlong. Chapter 1, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Martial Soul Awakening. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though his entire skeleton was being torn apart. The agony submerged his consciousness. He clenched his teeth, suppressing a muffled groan that escaped his throat. Veins on his forehead bulging as beads of cold sweat drenched his hair instantly. His vision was enveloped in a chaotic golden mist, the dark awakening stone beneath him blazing fiercely, the energy erupting almost solidifying into substance. In the center of the luminous mist, he stood alone, like a blade of grass on the verge of being uprooted in the eye of a storm. Hold on, child. Guide it. An elderly yet unmistakably excited voice pierced through the cacophony of energy, trembling slightly, emanating from the front. Yes, it was Grandpa Gurong. Today marked his 6th birthday, the day of his martial soul awakening. The location was the auxiliary hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's assembly hall. Among the witnesses were the sect leader Ning Fengji, Sword Duo, Chan Xian, and that little girl with 2 small buns, peering curiously from beside her father, Ning Rongrong. And he, an otherworldly soul, had unwittingly become the long-lost grandson of Bone Douluo, recently miraculously found. As the pain receded like a tide, an indescribable sense of control began to blossom from within the agony. He could hear the hum of his bones reverberating, a cold and defiant will awakening from the depths of his bloodline. Guide. How to guide? Instinctively, he lifted his heavy right hand, fingers struggling to close, as if to grasp that invisible and intangible power. Buzz! The golden light abruptly collapsed, entirely merging into his right arm. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. A blindingly white bone spike suddenly pierced through the sleeve of his right arm with a crack. An unimaginable desolation, akin to a terrifying aura emanating from the ancient abyss, surged forth as a tangible shockwave, sweeping through the entire auxiliary hall. The air became stagnant, the temperature plummeting to a dragon-like creature, composed entirely of chilling white bones, entwined around his right arm, its menacing head protruding. It bore no flesh. Each segment of bone shimmered with a cold, hard metallic luster, and within the hollow eye sockets, 2 ghostly azure flames ignited, coldly gazing down upon the living beings in the hall. A massive illusory figure unfurled behind Jun Xiaoyao. Though not yet solidified, it exuded an oppressive presence that overshadowed the skies. What? What is this? A dragon? Ning Rongrong's small face turned pale, instinctively clutching her father's robe, her voice laced with a hint of tears. For the first time, cracks appeared on Ning Fengji's usually gentle visage. His refined smile froze, his pupils contracting sharply, fixated on the white bone dragon. Sword Dalu Chan Xian, who had kept his eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them wide, brilliance erupting from his gaze like a drawn sword, a faint sword energy circulating around him, producing a subtle hum as he leaned forward, incredulously uttering 5 words. Beast martial soul. Bone Dragon, Gurong, presiding over the ceremony, trembled with excitement, his gray-white hair standing on end without a breeze. He opened his mouth, a hoarse sound escaping his throat, overwhelmed by immense joy, rendering him momentarily speechless. This martial soul, this resonance of bloodline, far surpassed his expectations. Yet, the awakening was not yet complete. The bone dragon coiling around Jun Xiaoyao's right arm tilted its head back, unleashing a roar that resonated deep within the soul. The crystal ball used for testing soul power, drawn by this force, exploded with an unprecedented brilliance. The light soared wildly, instantaneously shattering the scale line that represented an innate full soul power of level 10, like a bamboo being split. 11, 12, 15, 18, 20 bang. With a crisp sound, the valuable testing crystal, unable to bear the strain, fractured under the pressure, its surface cracking with countless tiny fissures, the brilliance abruptly extinguished, rendering it utterly useless. Silence fell over the hall. Innate full soul power was not extraordinary, but an innate level 20 soul power? Such a thing had never been heard of. This had fundamentally overturned the ancient understanding of the Douluo Continent. 20 levels. Gu Rong's voice cracked, parched as he stared at the ruined crystal, then abruptly turned his gaze to his grandson, whose aura still surged, a mix of overwhelming joy and profound astonishment intertwining, causing even this titled Douluo to lose his composure. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, his voice remaining gentle yet imbued with palpable gravity. Bone Uncle Xiaoyao's martial soul. Its aura level likely surpasses that of a top-tier beast martial soul. Could it be the legendary divine level? His hands within his sleeves clenched slightly. Sordaw Chan Exine's gaze was electric, slowly nodding, his tone resolute. The abyss-like silence and pressure. My 7 killing sword is trembling of its own accord. It is undoubtedly divine. The Abyssal Bone Dragon? A divine martial soul. An innate level 20 soul power. Any single piece of this news would suffice to stir up a tempest across the entire continent. Gu Rong finally regained a semblance of clarity from his overwhelming shock. An immense joy engulfed him, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. My grandson Gu Rong. What a splendid Abyssal Bone Dragon. What an innate level 20. Heaven bless our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was so exhilarated that he nearly rushed forward to embrace his grandson. At the pinnacle of this joy and astonishment, in the heart of the energy storm, the boy encircled by the white bone dragon, whose complexion still bore a hint of pallor, seemed to finally emerge from the violent impact of the martial soul awakening. He blinked his exceptionally innocent and clear eyes, somewhat bewildered as he glanced at his ecstatic grandfather, then at the grave expressions of Ning Fengji and Chen Exen. Then he slightly raised his left hand, which had been hanging naturally, the distinctly different, yet equally disconcerting, even more ethereal wave flickered fleetingly from his left palm. He appeared somewhat confused, yet with a childlike, uncertain shyness. He timidly broke the silence. Grandpa, sect leader, grandfather sword. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, then naturally dropped a more shocking bombshell. Actually, it seems like I have something else in my left hand. Crack. The clear sound of jade shattering resonated through the hall, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Ning Fengji's timelessly gentle and refined smile was utterly shattered. The exquisite warm jade teacup he'd been holding slipped from his suddenly stiff fingers, crashing onto the mirror-like golden brick floor, shattering into countless pieces, tea splashing onto the hem of his luxurious robe. Yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was fixated intently on Jun Xiaoyao's slightly raised, seemingly empty left hand. In the entire auxiliary hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, time seemed to have been gripped by an invisible hand, utterly frozen. Only the scattered fragments of jade and puddles of water on the ground silently narrated the astonishing upheaval that had just transpired. Chapter 2. The Abyssal Bone Dragon in the right hand, the Abyssal Throne in the left. A profound silence enveloped the scene, more profound than the stillness that followed the shattering of the testing crystal. All gazes, filled with astonishment and disbelief, were fixated upon the slightly raised left hand of Jun Xiaoyao. That delicate hand was pale, its fingertips still rounded with the softness of youth, appearing empty and unremarkable, akin to that of any ordinary child. Yet, the fleeting ripple that had just manifested was no mere illusion. It exuded a sensation that was distinctly different from the tyrannical stillness of the Abyssal Bone Dragon, imbued with an elusive and ethereal quality. The fragments of the teacup that Ning Fengji had accidentally dropped glimmered on the floor, yet he found himself nearly forgetting to breathe. The subtle sword energy swirling around Sword Da Chen Exen suddenly solidified, resonating with a deep hum, as if encountering an entity that demanded absolute vigilance. His piercing gaze seemed poised to penetrate Jun Xiaoyao's left hand. The manic laughter on the face of Bone Douluo Gu Rong abruptly froze, his mouth agape, as if something had lodged in his throat, producing a faint choking sound. The joy in his eyes had not yet faded before being eclipsed by an even more terrifying bewilderment. Twin martial souls? His grandson Gu Xiaoyao possesses twin martial souls. But why did the aura of that left hand feel so peculiar? Even he, the wielder of the Bone Dragon martial soul, sensed a trace of unfamiliarity and trepidation emanating from the depths of his soul. In this suffocating silence, Jun Xiaoyao appeared somewhat at a loss regarding the effect he had wrought. He blinked his clear eyes and unconsciously raised his left hand once more, as if to confirm something, or perhaps to clumsily attempt a form of guidance. This subtle gesture ignited the spark that would lead to the ultimate explosion. A humming sound, seemingly emanating from the depths of the 9 hells, rippled from the palm of his left hand. Following this, a grayish-white light quietly materialized, not dazzling, but rather imbued with an aura that seemed to absorb light. The glow swiftly extended, neither weapon nor beastly form, nor elemental in nature. It was, in fact, the nascent form of a miniature throne, entirely sculpted from a pale bone material that seemed to encapsulate eternal solitude. The throne's backrest towered high, with the armrests carved in the shape of grotesque skulls, their eye sockets deep, as if cold gazes were emanating from within. Beneath the throne's base was not solid matter, but rather a swirling, substantial gray mist, within which countless vengeful specters could be faintly discerned, silently wailing and struggling, yet bound by an invisible force. Becoming part of the throne's support, it hovered quietly above Jun Xiaoyao's left palm, rotating slowly, only a foot in height, yet radiating an aura of supreme authority and frigid divinity that surpassed all beings. It was neither as piercingly sharp as a weapon martial soul, nor as imposing as a beast martial soul. It simply existed, as if it had become the very center of death and the terminus of order, compelling the souls that beheld it to instinctively kneel, to submit, to offer everything to that eternal slumber. Clang! This time, it was the pear wood chair beside Sword Douluo Chan Xan that could not withstand a mere hint of his unintentional sword energy shattering into a pile of wood shavings. Yet, he remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the skeletal throne, his usually calm demeanor now etched with unprecedented astonishment. Even greater than when he had encountered the Abyssal Bone Dragon, Ning Rongrong had already buried her small face completely in her father's robe, her tiny frame trembling, too fearful to glance again. The color drained from Ning Fengji's face, and he barely managed to stabilize himself through sheer force of will. His gaze laboriously shifted from the skeletal throne to Gu Rong, who was equally petrified, his voice dry and raspy, tinged with a tremor he did not even recognize. Uncle Gu, this throne, its form, though not resembling a conventional weapon martial soul, carries a weight of law that seems to rival that of the Abyssal Bone Dragon. Could it possibly be a divine-level martial soul? The last few words nearly drained him of all strength to utter. A divine-level martial soul. A single instance could bless a sect, capable of altering the landscape of the continent. But what if it were a twin divine-level martial soul? This was no longer a matter of mere talent. It was a forbidden gift that could incite the envy of even the gods. Gu Rong was startled back to reality by Ning Fengji's voice, gasping for breath as the icy air jolted him awake. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before Jun Xiaoyao, his frail hand trembling slightly, yearning to touch the hovering skeletal throne, yet halting abruptly at such close proximity, as if fearing to desecrate the eerie seat. Twin martial souls, both divine level, he murmured, each word heavy with significance. He suddenly lifted his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao, his expression a tumult of emotions. Ecstasy, shock, concern, and an almost overwhelming surge of protective instinct. Xiaoyao, my dear grandson, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? He feared that this unprecedented dual divine-level martial soul might impose an unbearable burden or even harm upon the young child. Jun Xiaoyao, observing his grandfather's anxious visage, glanced down at the Abyssal Bone Dragon coiling around his right hand and the silent throne resting in his left. The sensation of command emanating from the depths of his bloodline was strikingly clear. Though the two powers were of radically different attributes, they achieved a subtle equilibrium within him. Presenting no discomfort whatsoever. He shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. Despite his pallid complexion, his gaze shone with exceptional brightness. Grandfather, I'm fine. They are very obedient. The words very obedient rendered the continent's foremost powerhouses momentarily speechless. Could a divine-level martial soul truly be described as obedient? Chun Xan finally spoke, his voice deep and solemn, each word seemingly edged with the sharpness of a sword. The Abyssal Bone Dragon embodies the pinnacle of ferocity and death, a beast martial soul of unparalleled might. This skeletal throne, bearing a more enigmatic essence, seems to preside over dominion, wielding the authority over souls' final resting places. If the Bone Dragon is a general, then this throne is an emperor. His gaze fell upon Jun Xiaoyao, laden with unprecedented gravity. Twin divine-level martial souls. Innate level 20 with full soul power. Old fellow. Xiaoyao is an unprecedented anomaly. This statement was not derogatory, but expressed a profound shock when confronted with an existence that defied comprehension. Ning Fengji finally managed to quell the tumultuous emotions raging within him, inhaling deeply, his eyes sharpening with unwavering seriousness. What transpired today? Ning Fengji's voice regained the authority of a sect leader, yet bore an undeniable chill. Shall be classified as the sect's highest secret. He understood that this news must never be disclosed. Twin divine-level martial souls transcended the realm of genius. It was a taboo that could incite relentless pursuit from all factions across the continent. He gazed once more at Jun Xiaoyao, his expression exceedingly complex. This child was an unparalleled treasure for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet also a potential bomb that could plunge the sect into irreparable turmoil at any moment. How should the future path be navigated? Within the grand hall, the skeletal throne slowly rotated, and the Abyssal Bone Dragon's ghostly eyes flickered. At merely 6 years of age, Jun Xiaoyao stood at the center of this tempest of power, wielding the authority of life and death in his left hand, while the abyss lay in ruin at his right. He could not yet fully comprehend the implications of all that he possessed. Yet, he knew that the world was destined to be irrevocably transformed by his existence. Chapter 3. The Choice of the First Soul Ring. Within the serene courtyard belonging to the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, 3 days have quietly elapsed. In a simply adorned yet extraordinary meditation chamber, the air is thick with the aroma of medicinal herbs, coalescing into a tangible white mist that lingers. At the center of the room, a colossal jade-black medicinal vat bubbles with a vibrant green liquid, emanating a powerful and pure surge of energy. Giant Xiaoyao sits cross-legged within the vat, his upper body exposed, revealing only his head above the surface. His eyes are firmly closed, delicate droplets of moisture clinging to his long eyelashes, and his youthful visage flushed with an unusual redness due to the heat and energy pulsating around him. Occasionally, golden patterns flicker within the verdant potion, a testament to the immense resources that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has mobilized at great cost to concoct these premier body-refining elixirs over the past 3 days. Each drop is worth its weight in gold, coveted fiercely by soul masters beneath the soul sect. At this moment, an entire vat of this potent essence is being ravenously absorbed by a mere 6-year-old child who has only recently awakened his martial soul. Were there outsiders present, they would undoubtedly be struck with disbelief. The violent medicinal power, which even seasoned soul masters must cautiously navigate, is being consumed greedily by Giant Xiaoyao's seemingly insatiable body. A faint humming resonates from within his bones, harmonizing oddly with the energies of the liquid, while beneath his skin, flashes of gleaming white akin to jade and faint gray hues swirl, signifying the instinctive protection and enhancement bestowed by his 2 divine martial souls. A wave of excruciating pain surges through him once more. Yet, having endured the agonizing torment of rebirth during his awakening, Giant Xiaoyao finds this discomfort surprisingly tolerable. In fact, amidst the pain, he can distinctly sense his strength, resilience, and perception of surrounding energies escalating at a terrifying pace. Is this the foundation possessed by a wielder of divine martial souls? No, perhaps it is more so due to his transmigration. His soul power far exceeds that of his peers, allowing him to precisely harness this sudden influx of strength. Time drifts by, and the liquid within the vat gradually clarifies, its energy fully extracted. With a long exhale, Giant Xiaoyao releases a plume of warm white mist that softly collides with the opposite wall, producing a gentle puffing sound. As he slowly opens his eyes, a deep aquamarine glimmer intertwined with a cold gray flickers momentarily before fading, restoring clarity to his gaze. He gently clenches his fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly, as a sense of power that surpasses that of his peers, rivaling even that of fully grown men, fills his entire being. Yet, it is still insufficient. He murmurs to himself, his eyes sharp and resolute. A mere century-old soul ring hardly befits my Abyssal Bone Dragon and Throne of the Undead. Throughout these 3 days, he has not solely concentrated on absorbing the medicinal essence. His grandfather, Gurong, the sect leader, Ning Fengji, and even the sword-law, Chenexen, have all taken turns visiting, cautiously discussing the selection of his first soul ring. Their suggestions are surprisingly unanimous, viewed as the safest and most prudent course of action. Considering the unprecedented nature of a twin martial soul, especially one of divine caliber, for safety, it is proposed that the first soul ring be personally acquired by the Bone Douluo, hunting a soul beast with a cultivation between 500 and 800 years, preferably possessing attributes of darkness, death, or dragon lineage, to ensure a perfect synergy between the soul skill and martial soul, thus establishing the most solid foundation. Such a proposal, if revealed, would undoubtedly elicit envy from countless soul masters. To have a titled Douluo personally tailor the hunt for a soul beast of over 500 years is an honor and assurance beyond compare. However, upon first hearing this plan, Jun Xiaoyao instinctively rejected it in his heart. A century-old soul ring? Even 900 years merely grazes the threshold of a purple 1,000-year soul ring, while sufficient for ordinary prodigies. For someone burdened with dual divine martial souls and innate spirit power of level 20, this would be a sheer waste. His aim, from the very beginning, has been steadfastly set on a 1,000-year soul ring, not just any ordinary 1,000-year soul ring. As a transmigrate, he is acutely aware of the significance of the ultimate soul ring theory. If Tang San can absorb beyond his level, why can't Jun Xiaoyao? Endowed with a stronger martial soul and more formidable innate conditions? Yet this notion is too astonishing. He must find an opportune moment to present it in a manner that would persuade his concerned elders. Just as he contemplates, the door to the meditation chamber is gently pushed open. Gu Rong appears in the doorway, his face betraying a mixture of concern and fatigue. Having scarcely rested over the past 3 days while searching for information on the best soul beasts and coordinating resources, upon seeing the now clear medicinal liquid and his revitalized grandson, a glimmer of relief crosses his gaze. Xiaoyao, how do you feel? The properties of the glazed golden body elixir are potent. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Gu Rong strides forward, placing his frail hand gently on Jun Xiaoyao's wrist, a warm surge of soul power penetrating to assess him. Grandfather, I feel great. I have absorbed all the medicinal power, Jun Xiaoyao replies obediently. After a thorough examination, Gu Rong confirms that his grandson's meridians are robust and wide, and his vitality far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to finally relax, a smile spreading across his face. Wonderful, truly wonderful. You are indeed my exceptional grandson. Your constitution surpasses that of your grandfather in his youth. He helps Jun Xiaoyao to his feet, delicately drying him with a soft towel and helping him into clean clothing. His movements gentle and meticulous, a stark contrast to the sinister reputation of the Bone Douluo that circulates outside. Xiaoyao, Gu Rong begins thoughtfully regarding your first soul ring. Your Uncle Ning and Grandpa Jian have deliberated for several days and have a few promising options. One is the shadow demon leopard residing deep within the sunset forest. Approximately 700 years old, incredibly swift, with attacks that carry shadow corrosion. An acceleration or armor-breaking soul skill would be excellent for your Bone Dragon martial soul. The other is Gu Rong, meticulously elaborates on the soul beast they have carefully selected, each one remarkably rare and possessing attributes that align well with Jun Xiaoyao's martial soul. Jun listens quietly until Gu Rong finishes and looks at him expectantly. He raises his small face, his eyes clear yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Grandfather, he softly speaks, his voice not loud, yet causing Gu Rong's smile to falter slightly. Thank you, and Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, for your efforts on my behalf. However, he pauses, meeting Gu Rong's puzzled gaze, clearly articulating, these century-old soul beasts are far too weak. My target for the first soul ring is at least a 1,000-year soul beast. What? Gu Rong's pupils constrict, his hand instinctively tightening on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder as he gasps in astonishment. 1,000 years? This is absurd. Xiaoyao, do you understand what a 1,000-year soul beast signifies? It is equivalent to a human soul master of the highest caliber. The soul fluctuation is no trifling matter. You have only just awakened your martial soul. Although your spirit power is high, your mental fortitude, grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao interjects, his gaze unwavering. I can withstand it. My martial soul can endure it. He slowly raises his right hand, a small, fierce dragon head flickering into existence in his palm, emitting a silent yet commanding roar. Following this, Jun Xiaoyao raises his left hand, and a skeletal throne enveloped in gray mist materializes, exuding an aura of cold authority, as if it could suppress any restless soul. They inform me that a century-old soul ring is an affront to their existence. Gu Rong was utterly stunned, gazing at the two incomprehensible martial soul phantoms that his grandson held in each hand. The words of opposition that had previously lingered on his tongue became lodged in his throat. Indeed, to measure divine-level martial souls by the standards of ordinary soul masters might be an inherent fallacy. Yet a 1,000-year first ring. It was simply too outrageous. No one had ever accomplished such a feat. The associated risks danced across Gu Rong's visage, shifting between shock, concern, hesitation, and a hint of madness and anticipation awakened by his grandson's words and the aura of the martial souls, a madness he had not even realized was stirring within him. Are you sure? Gu Rong's voice was parched and dry. Jun Xiaoyao nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling like stars. I am certain. Grandfather, please believe in me and in your grandson's martial soul. Within the quiet chamber, the scent of medicine had yet to dissipate entirely. Yet a new storm had begun to brew quietly between this pair of grandfather and grandson. Gu Rong, observing his grandson's resolute gaze, seemed to perceive an emerging deity destined to shatter all conventions and perceptions of the continent. He remained silent for a long while, and finally, after taking a deep breath, all his hesitation and anxiety gradually transformed into a fierce resolve and passion. All right, he slapped his thigh with fervor, his voice slightly hoarse from excitement. This time, grandfather will indulge your madness. 1,000-year first ring. My grandson, Gu Rong, shall indeed achieve this. Chapter 4. 1,000-year first soul ring. Setting off to the sunset forest. The fragrance of medicine still lingered in the air of the quiet chamber, mingling with a faint, refreshing essence expelled from the crushed essence of plants. Jun Xiaoyao donned a clean, dark outfit, his petite figure standing tall and straight. Though merely 6 years of age, after 3 days of medicinal refinement, he had shed some of his childishness, gaining an indescribable composure. Gu Rong observed his grandson with increasing satisfaction, yet deep within his eyes, the tumult stirred by the notion of 1,000-year first ring had not fully subsided. He inhaled deeply, striving to render his expression more natural. Let's go, Xiaoyao, to the council hall. Uncle Ning and Grandfather Jian are awaiting our news. He extended his hand, intending to take his grandson's small hand as any ordinary grandfather would, but hesitated slightly before gently patting Jun Xiaoyao as shoulder and turning to lead the way. At this moment, his state of mind had transformed. This child could no longer merely be regarded as his grandson, but rather as a beacon of extraordinary potential and unknown risks. Jun Xiaoyao quietly followed behind Gu Rong, his step steady. He could sense his grandfather's inner turbulence, yet his own heart was as tranquil as a deep well. The 1,000-year first ring was not a reckless adventure for him, but rather an inevitable choice rooted in a clear understanding of his own capabilities. In the side hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's main council chamber, Ning Fengji was seated across from Chun Xiaoyao, both seemingly preoccupied with their thoughts. The fragrant tea had cooled, yet no one replenished their cups. Ning Rongrong was absent, clearly sent away on purpose. Uncle Bone has been gone for some time now. I wonder how that child Xiaoyao is faring with his absorption. Ning Fengji's fingers lightly tapped the Zeatonwood table, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible mix of anticipation and concern. The medicinal properties of the glazed gold body liquid are quite potent. Though Xiaoyao possesses extraordinary talent, he is still rather young. Chun Xiaoyao sat like a statue, his eyes half-lidded. Upon hearing this, he remarked in a calm tone, "That boy is no ordinary child. With a divine-level martial soul, his physical resilience cannot be measured by common standards. Rest assured." Despite his words, the fingers resting on his knee tightened ever so slightly. The impact of dual divine-level martial souls was immense. Even someone as formidable as the sword required time to digest it and reassess this child's future. At that moment, the side hall's door swung open, and Gu Rong entered with Jun Xiaoyao in tow. Ning Fengji and Chun Xiaoyan's gazes immediately fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao. At that sight, both pairs of eyes flashed with surprise. In just 3 days, the child seemed to have transformed once more. It was hard to articulate. It wasn't that his soul power had undergone a substantial increase, but rather that he exuded an inner metamorphosis. His skin glowed with a jade-like sheen, his gaze deepened and became more reserved, and as he moved, he emanated a calmness akin to a towering mountain, imparting an enigmatic aura. Had the effects of the 3-day medicinal bath truly been so remarkable? Uncle Bone, Xiaoyao, please. Take a seat. Ning Fengji was the first to regain his composure, a gentle smile gracing his face. It seems Xiaoyao has gained quite a bit. Gu Rong did not sit down. He remained standing in the hall, his expression more serious than ever, even carrying a hint of resolute determination. This unusual demeanor instantly sent a chill through both Ning Fengji and Chun Xiaoyan. Fengji, Chun Xiaoyan, Gu Rong began, his voice low and grave. Xiaoyao has fully absorbed the medicinal essence. His physical strength far exceeds our expectations. Therefore, the plans regarding his first soul ring must be altered. Altered? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition rising within him. Does Uncle Bone have a new idea? Have you perhaps found information on a more suitable soul beast around 800 years? Gu Rong shook his head, taking a deep breath as if to suppress the turmoil within. He glanced at his grandson, who remained calm beside him, and enunciated each word clearly. No. Xiaoyao is intention. Along with our joint decision, is to set the target of his first soul ring as a 1,000-year soul beast. 1,000 years. Ning Fengji's usually steady hand trembled, spilling a few drops of cold tea onto his luxurious robe as he abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched across his features, almost suspecting he had misheard. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who had been meditating with closed eyes, snapped them open, his gaze sharp as a sword, leaning slightly forward with a piercing stare directed at Jun Xiaoyao. What did you say? 1,000-year soul beast? Do you realize what that entails? The oppressive aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao was palpable, enveloping the entire side hall. If it were an ordinary 6-year-old child under the unintentional pressure released by a tidal Douluo, they would likely have collapsed in fear. However, Jun Xiaoyao merely swayed slightly before standing firm. He lifted his head, meeting Jun Xiaoyao's piercing gaze with unwavering clarity, his voice calm, yet undeniably resolute. Grandfather Jian, I understand. 1,000-year soul beast corresponds to the soul sovereign level, possessing formidable spiritual power. Absorbing its soul ring requires enduring substantial spiritual turbulence, which is exceedingly perilous. Then why still? Ning Fengji's voice brimmed with concern and confusion. Because 100-year soul ring, to me, is far too weak. Jun Xiaoyao interjected, his tone matter-of-fact, yet imbued with an inherent pride. My martial soul would not consent. As his words fell, he simultaneously raised both hands slightly. A resonating hum. The phantoms of the two divine-level martial souls manifested simultaneously. Though not fully unleashed, the terrifying pressure they exuded forcibly pushed back the sword-like aura inadvertently released by Jun Xiaoyao. Ning Fengji and Jun Xiaoyao's pupils constricted sharply. Despite having witnessed this spectacle before, each encounter with these dual divine-level martial souls still delivered an overwhelming mental impact. Especially at this moment, they seemed to convey their own will, an inherent disdain and rejection for inferior soul rings. Gu Rong seized the moment to speak, his voice hoarse yet tinged with fervor. Fengji, Jun Xiaoyao, do you see this? Do you feel it? This is the pride that divine-level martial souls ought to possess. Ordinary 100-year soul rings are utterly insufficient to awaken their true potential. They may even be deemed a stain. The physical prowess of Xiaoyao, enhanced by medicinal baths and the nurturing of his martial soul, undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary great soul master. I have scrutinized his mental fortitude, and it is evident that its refinement is extraordinary. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might indeed create a miracle. The hall fell into a profound silence. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the table, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The risks are immense. The first ring of a millennium has never been successfully attained. Failure would result in the annihilation of one soul. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has only just acquired such a precious treasure. How could we? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze flickered like lightning, sweeping back and forth between Jun Xiaoyao and the ethereal shadow of his martial soul. After a moment, the sharpness in his eyes gradually transformed into a complex awe. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting his sword aura. Old Bone, you rascal. You are a true anomaly. No, even the term anomaly fails to capture your essence. He turned to Ning Fengji. Fengji, perhaps we should indeed transcend conventional wisdom. The mere existence of this child has already shattered the norms. If he truly succeeds, he left the thought unspoken, yet Ning Fengji understood. If successful, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would possess an unparalleled ultimate powerhouse, one whose starting point would instill despair in all other factions. Its future would be limitless. Ning Fengji remained silent for an extended period, ultimately gritting his teeth, a decisive glimmer flashing in his eyes. Very well. Since Xiaoyao has this determination, and Uncle Bone deems it feasible, then our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall wager everything on this. He rose and approached Jun Xiaoyao, solemnly stating, Xiaoyao, remember, your safety must be the utmost priority. If things become untenable, abandon the endeavor immediately. The sect will never hold it against you. We have alternative plans, do you understand? Jun Xiaoyao perceived genuine concern in the eyes of this gentle sect leader, warming his heart as he nodded earnestly. Uncle Ning, I understand. Given that, there is no time to lose. Gu Rong's eyes shone with excitement as he eagerly declared, I shall take Xiaoyao to the Sunset Forest at once. There, the myriad of Millennium Soul beasts will surely yield the most suitable one for him. I shall accompany you. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly interjected, his tone brooking no dissent. Millennium Soul beasts are no trifling matter. While you, Old Bone, are formidable. The protector must be fully attentive when absorbing soul rings, and there may be unavoidable oversights. With my presence to assist, it would be far more secure. Gu Rong was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, with you, old fellow, it is much safer. Ning Fengji also exhaled in relief. With Sword Uncle accompanying, it is indeed foolproof. Moments later, two astonishing auras stealthily surged forth from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, merging with the sky like phantoms, racing towards the sunset forest. Gu Rong carefully enveloped Jun Xiaoyao in a layer of soul power, shielding him from the fierce winds of their high-speed flight and any toxins that might lurk in the forest below. Chun Exin, like a drawn sword, followed closely behind, vigilant of their surroundings. Nestled within his grandfather's sturdy embrace, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the rapidly passing mountains and rivers below, his small fists quietly clenching. The Millennium Soul Ring was merely the beginning. His journey was finally set to take its first substantial step. The Sunset Forest would mark the commencement of his legendary path. Chapter 5. The Sunset Forest, the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Sunset Forest, as the second largest habitat for soul beasts within the Heaven Do Empire, following the Star Do Forest, boasts an expanse and danger levels that far exceed those of ordinary soul-hunting forests. Towering ancient trees obscure the sun, and beneath the thick layer of decaying leaves lie countless hidden traps and venomous creatures. The air is saturated with the damp scent of earth and a faintly sweet odor, a unique blend of decaying plants and soul beast blood. Two indistinct figures darted through the treetops at astonishing speed, their formidable auras radiating imperceptibly wherever they passed. The cacophony of beast roars and insect chirps below fell abruptly silent, as numerous lower-tier soul beasts trembled in their lairs, too fearful to produce a sound. The might of a tidal Douluo is akin to the wrath of the heavens for these sentient soul beasts. Gu Rong cautiously enveloped Jun Xiaoyao in a gentle shield of soul power, isolating him from the fierce winds of their rapid flight and the potential toxins lurking beneath. Chun Exin, acting as the most loyal guardian, trailed closely behind, his consciousness scanning the surroundings with the precision of the most meticulous radar, ready to obliterate any threats before they could materialize. Grandfather, Sword Grandfather, let us venture a bit deeper. I sense something in that direction is calling to my martial soul. Jun Xiaoyao, cradled in Gu Rong's arms, suddenly pointed towards a specific area of the forest, his voice tinged with the curiosity and uncertainty of a child discovering something wondrous. That direction was not part of their original plan to search for Millennium Soul beasts. Rather, it leaned towards an area rarely trodden by humans, marked as a dangerous, forbidden zone on the map. Gu Rong and Chun Xian exchanged glances of surprise, slowing their pace. That direction? Gu Rong furrowed his brow, sensing for a moment. The aura seemed somewhat chaotic, and the map indicated that the terrain was treacherous, rife with toxins, with few high-tier soul beasts present. Xiaoyao, are you certain it is that way? Chun Xian also regarded him with a questioning look. In his sensory perception, the energy field in that direction indeed felt peculiar, but it leaned more towards a frigid silence, not an ideal hunting ground. Jun Xiaoyao felt a stirring in his heart, his face displaying a more intense sense of awareness. His hands warmed slightly, and the ethereal forms of the Abyssal Bone Dragon and the throne of the undead flickered in and out of visibility, emitting faint resonating waves. This was, of course, the result of his deliberate guidance. Yes, the sensation is very clear. He nodded emphatically, his eyes innocent yet resolute. It feels as though something important is there. The simultaneous response of two divine-grade martial souls. Gu Rong and Chun Xian exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment and seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. The mystery and power of divine-grade martial souls were well known to them. Perhaps their unique sentience could indeed sense some extraordinary treasures or special environments that would greatly benefit them. Such occurrences are not unheard of in the realm of soul masters, yet witnessing it manifest in a 6-year-old child is remarkably extraordinary. Let us investigate. Chun Xian succinctly made the decision. With their strength, traversing the Sunset Forest would pose little challenge, and it would be unwise to overlook any potential opportunities. Gu Rong nodded, promptly altering their course towards the direction indicated by Jun Xiaoyao. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment began to reveal increasingly peculiar characteristics. The trees gradually thinned, replaced by oddly shaped ferns, and the air became infused with a faintly colorful mist. The ground grew uneven, revealing glimpses of bleached beast bones partially buried in the soil. Be cautious, the toxins here are becoming more concentrated. Gu Rong warned, the shield's glow flickering as it repelled the colorful mist. This level of toxicity would be lethal to soul masters below the sex level, but posed no threat to him or Chun Xian. Chun Xian's gaze sharpened as he scanned their surroundings, suddenly speaking up. The energy field here is quite strange. The interplay of cold and heat is intertwined, and the toxic elements are unusually active, yet constrained by some force, rather than occurring naturally. After advancing a short distance and crossing through an impenetrable area of dense green toxic mist, the view before them suddenly opened up. The three halted atop a modest hill, gazing down in awe at the breathtaking spectacle that lay before them. It was an inverted conical valley. At the edge of the valley, a vibrant cascade of toxic mist tumbled down like a waterfall, forming a natural barrier that isolated it from the surrounding forest. Within the valley, the scenery was nothing short of a masterpiece. The valley, though modest in size, burgeons with an abundance of extraordinary flora, with numerous plants exhibiting forms and hues previously unheard of. They exude a rich spiritual essence and an array of peculiar auras, unmistakably distinguishing them from ordinary vegetation. Yet, what astounds most is the very heart of the valley. It appears as if cleaved by divine power, presenting an exquisite contrast. On one side, an ice-blue cold spring, its source encircled by eternally frozen dark ice, emanates a chilling essence capable of freezing one's soul. On the other side, a crimson hot spring, its magma-like waters boiling and churning, generates scorching waves of heat that warp the air around it. The ice blue and crimson springs, so starkly different, coexist bizarrely within a single pool. They remain clearly defined, encroaching upon neither, forming an unmistakable barrier at the center of the pool, where red and blue mists rise in ethereal spirals, reminiscent of a grand Taiji diagram. The elemental forces of ice and fire, in this locale, achieve a perfect equilibrium, giving rise to an extraordinarily dense, almost liquid essence of the cosmos. At this moment, even Gu Rong, despite his extensive experience, widened his eyes in astonishment, his voice tinged with dryness from sheer shock. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the legendary 3 treasure troves. It truly exists. And right here in the Sunset Forest, Chun Xian, typically stoic, displayed an intense fluctuation of emotion. Feeling the surging cosmic essence within the valley and the peculiar laws birthed from the intertwining of ice and fire, there can be no mistake. The ancient text described the Eye of Ice and Fire as a rare haven of concentrated energy. Ordinary plants flourish here in a single day, as if they had grown for 10 days in the outside world. No wonder the surrounding toxic barriers are so dense. They serve as a natural shield, deterring outsiders while safeguarding the celestial herbs from easy discovery. Their gazes instantly ignited with fervor. The Eye of Ice and Fire. For any soul master and sect, this is an unparalleled treasure capable of shaking the continent. Any herb found here would be priceless in the outside world. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon the wondrous sights he had read about countless times in his past life, his heart racing with excitement. He had finally found the Eye of Ice and Fire. This was a crucial element in his plans. Only by harnessing the celestial herbs nurtured here could he fully unleash his body's potential, laying the strongest foundation for absorbing soul rings that transcend limits, and even resolving the soul power conflicts posed by his future twin martial souls. Yet, a look of confusion and curiosity surfaced on his face. Grandfather, Sword Grandfather, is this the place that attracts my martial soul? Those flowers and plants seem quite special. Gu Rong suddenly snapped back to reality, embracing Jun Xiaoyao with exuberance and laughter. Special? Beyond special. My dear grandson, you have performed a tremendous service, an extraordinary contribution. Your connection with your martial soul is astonishingly precise. This is one of the greatest assets for the rise of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chun Xian, too, rarely smiled, his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao filled with admiration. This child truly carries immense fortune. However, Gu Rong's smile soon faded, his expression growing serious. No, something is amiss. Such a treasure trove cannot be unclaimed. As far as I know, deep within this sunset forest resides a tidal boa renowned for his toxic prowess, Douluo Dalu. Could this be his garden of herbs? Chun Xian's eyes sharpened, a hint of sword energy emanating from him. Douluo Dalu. If this is indeed his domain, a confrontation may be unavoidable. Such a treasure must be claimed by the worthy. Moreover, this place is fated for Xiaoyao, for the future of our sect, and for Xiaoyao's fortune. I shall not hesitate to confront a tidal Douluo. Just as the two titled Douluos felt a shift in their auras and heightened their vigilance, a chilling, hoarse voice, laced with palpable fury, suddenly emerged from the toxic barrier below. Who dares to intrude upon my herb garden? Do you wish to taste the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King? Chapter 6. The Shock of the Poison Douluo. Before the words could settle, a dark green figure emerged like a phantom, silently manifesting above the toxic miasma at the valley's entrance. The newcomer was tall and slender, clad in a simple dark green robe, with hair of the same hue and eyes that shone like emeralds. Merely standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura of poison that sent shivers down the spine, causing the surrounding miasma to swirl around him with a life of its own. His complexion bore an unnaturally dark hue, unmistakably identifying him as the poison Douluo. His icy gaze swept over the three figures on the hill, and upon recognizing Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao, his pupils constricted, a clear expression of surprise and gravity crossing his face. Bone Douluo Gu Rong? Sword Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao? What brings the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to this place? The anger in his voice was quickly replaced by deep apprehension and confusion. How could the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, so far from Tiando City, suddenly appear outside his secret herb garden? And to have these two notoriously formidable individuals arrive together was indeed perplexing. Gu Rong stepped forward, completely shielding Jun Xiaoyao behind him, and with a low chuckle, his voice, gravelly yet magnetic, resonated clearly amidst the miasma-laden mountains. Douluo, long time no see. I never imagined you would choose such a location. The Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed your territory? Quite the stroke of luck. His tones seemed casual, yet the surrounding space began to subtly distort as an invisible bone domain quietly expanded, isolating the encroaching toxic gas. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, slowly placing his hand upon the hilt of the seven-killing sword. Though it remained sheathed, a sharp, unparalleled sword intent surged forth, as if capable of severing all things, tearing a rift through the descending toxic miasma. The fierce intent forced Douluo's poisonous aura back several feet, creating a domain of absolute sword energy before him. Douluo's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a half-step, as green light intensified around him, revealing the imposing phantom of a massive Emerald Phosphor Serpent King flickering behind him, hissing menacingly as it resisted the penetrating sword pressure. He was struck with astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao's sword seemed even more fearsome than the legend suggested. Douluo struggled to maintain his composure, giving a cold snort as his green eyes scanned the heavily guarded Jun Xiaoyao, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Cut the nonsense. Gu Rong, Jun Xiaoyao, your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is grand. Do you intend to forcibly seize my herb garden? Do not think that I am intimidated by your alliance. If you push me too far, I shall destroy every celestial herb in this garden, and none shall benefit. Moreover, if I unleash my full poison, even if I cannot kill you, that boy behind you, who appears devoid of any soul power fluctuations, will surely be reduced to ashes. His words were half threat, half truth. The Eye of Ice and Fire was his lifeline, the sole hope for alleviating his own toxic backlash and nurturing his granddaughter's future, and he would not allow it to slip away. His Emerald Phosphor Serpent King poison was indeed overwhelmingly dominant, with an extensive range, should he unleash it recklessly, while a titled Douluo might manage to protect themselves. That seemingly powerless child would undoubtedly perish. This was the confidence that allowed him to threaten two formidable foes. Gu Rong's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with cold light. Jun Xiaoyao's fingers gently caressed the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere tightened to an unbearable degree. The terrifying aura of the three titled Douluos silently clashed in this vast expanse of air, causing the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang, eye below, to seemingly cease their tumultuous churn, while the radiance of the celestial herbs dimmed noticeably. A slight sheen of perspiration formed in the palm of Douluo. Though he appeared resolute, his heart was fraught with anxiety. In the presence of a single titled Douluo, he could still maneuver, perhaps even gaining the upper hand with his potent toxins. However, confronted with both the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo, an uncanny combination of the continent's foremost offensive and defensive forces, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. The most likely outcome was that he would sustain grave injuries and retreat, losing control of the medicinal garden in the process. Indeed, should Jun Xiaoyao act recklessly, his overwhelming assault might strike before Douluo could react. He could not allow such a scenario to transpire. At this moment of palpable tension, With the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring, Jun Xiaoyao, securely shielded by Gu Rong, gently tugged at his grandfather's garment. Gu Rong's soul power momentarily faltered as he looked down to see his grandson peering out from behind him, a small portion of his head exposed. Those clear, curious eyes were intently observing the formidable Douluo below, exhibiting no trace of fear, but rather embodying the innocent curiosity of a child. Then, amidst the fierce standoff of the three titled Douluos, Jun Xiaoyao spoke with a soft, slightly puzzled childlike voice, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. "Grandpa, are there two little snakes fighting inside your body? They seem quite uncomfortable and are about to bite you." The clarity of his childish voice, though soft, struck like a thunderclap, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Douluo trembled violently, as if struck by celestial lightning. The ferocity and menace etched on his face instantly froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. He turned sharply towards Jun Xiaoyao, his emerald-like eyes widening in shock, his voice cracking. "Why, you can see. What did you say?" The toxic substances festering within him clashed violently, causing him excruciating pain with each flare-up, akin to being assailed by countless venomous serpents. This was his deepest secret and torment. He had never confided this to anyone, not even his closest granddaughter, Douluo, who merely thought her grandfather suffered from a recurrence of old injuries. How could this seemingly 5- or 6-year-old child possibly see through it all and articulate it so vividly? Gu Rong and Chen Xian were also taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances between Jun Xiaoyao and the visibly shaken Douluo. They could discern that Douluo's aura was somewhat disordered, yet the precise cause eluded them. After all, discerning the condition of a titled Douluo's body was no simple task. Could be that Jun Xiaoyao, this child, startled by Douluo's intense reaction. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively retreated slightly, but soon felt this was impolite and softly added, "They're green and look quite fierce, but they seem to be in pain as well. Grandpa said that if you're uncomfortable, you should see a doctor. Are you all right, Grandpa?" His words sounded entirely like the innocent musings of a child, devoid of any ulterior motive. Yet to Douluo's ears, they were akin to thunderclaps. It was not particularly astonishing that someone might perceive the toxins within him. Certain elite healing soul masters might be able to do so. However, to so precisely describe the toxins as akin to two little snakes in conflict, and to indicate that these toxins were on the verge of rebounding upon him, was to unearth his most profound secret and dread. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary child, unless he possessed some extraordinarily unique ability, or perhaps his martial soul. Douluo's gaze sharpened on Jun Xiaoyao, attempting to discern something, yet the child seemed shrouded in an enigmatic mist that he, with his cultivation, could not penetrate. He could only vaguely sense two distinct, chilling auras lurking within him. Could it be some miraculous auxiliary or psychic martial soul, one that could glimpse hidden dangers within the human body? In an instant, the astonishment in Douluo's heart eclipsed his anger and wariness, replaced by an indescribable urgency, akin to grasping at a lifeline. The poison coursing through him had tormented him for the better part of his life, incessantly eroding his vitality. He had sought countless remedies, yet could only find temporary relief, never a cure. This child. Douluo's gaze remained fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, his emerald eyes swirling with horror and doubt, emotions intertwining almost to the point of overflow. Throughout his life, he had instilled fear across the continent with his poisonous reputation. He had never before lost his composure to this extent. Yet the relentless torment within him had stripped away much of his pride, leaving only an overwhelming yearning for survival. "Why, you truly can see." His voice was hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized plea. "Will those little snakes really bite me?" Jun Xiaoyao seemed somewhat intimidated by Douluo's fervent gaze, shrinking back further behind Gu Rong, revealing only his clear eyes, and nodded slightly. "Yes, they're very agitated. The green light is darting about, and they're about to touch the bright spot in the middle." He extended a small hand, timidly pointing to a spot just above his own brow. "The Sea of Soul, the nexus of consciousness." Douluo felt as if struck by a hammer, his body swaying violently, his face paling to a ghostly white, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could even discern the precise location of the conflict threatening his sea of consciousness. This was no mere perception. It was akin to seeing through the veil of reality. The source of his toxicity was deeply rooted, entwined with his soul power and bloodline, with the most perilous aspect being the toxin's encroachment upon his sea of consciousness. Should the sea of consciousness become utterly tainted, He would either succumb to madness in excruciating agony or become a lifeless, poisoned corpse. This was a core hidden danger, even he could not clearly introspect. In that moment, all doubt evaporated, leaving only an unparalleled shock and a flicker of euphoric hope for survival. Thud! Before the astonished gazes of Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao, the proud and capricious Poison Douluo surprisingly retreated a step, bowing slightly in deference to Jun Xiaoyao, who was shielded by Gu Rong, and performed a gesture of equality. Young friend, Douluo Bo's voice trembled with emotion, as he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous feelings within, striving to maintain a calm tone. Though the flames of fervor in his eyes betrayed him. I beg your pardon for any previous offenses. Please forgive me. I wonder how you were able to see these things. Is there a way to alleviate my plight? He wished to inquire if there existed a remedy, yet the words felt absurdly wishful. How could a child, no matter how gifted, possibly comprehend the cure for a toxicity that even he himself could not resolve? Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao exchanged glances, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. They beheld the Poison Douluo, who had moments ago been brimming with murderous intent, now addressing their grandson with utmost respect, calling him young friend. The scene was truly a jarring disruption of their perceptions. Clearing his throat, Gu Rong drew Jun Xiaoyao a bit closer, both as a protective gesture and an unspoken declaration. He regarded Douluo Bo with a softened yet scrutinizing tone. Douluo Bo, it appears my grandson has struck at the heart of your affliction. Douluo Bo straightened, a bitter smile gracing his features, one that appeared particularly eerie on his face. Long ravaged by toxins, not merely struck at it. It was as if he laid bare the very secrets of the heavens. I shall not conceal from you both, esteemed ones, that I have long been afflicted by a grievous poison deeply entrenched within my very marrow. Each episode of its onset renders me to a state worse than death. I have sought the counsel of renowned physicians and the most esteemed healing spirit masters, yet all have been powerless against it. I had resigned myself to the belief that my time was nigh. However, I could scarcely have anticipated that today your esteemed grandson would discern the root of my malady with a mere glance. Such an ability is truly unprecedented. His gaze turned once more, fervently, towards Jun Xiaoyao, imbued with a final flicker of hope. My young friend, he implored, having perceived the truth, might you unravel the cause of this affliction? Is there even a glimmer of possibility for alleviation? He dared not utter the word cure. The atmosphere shifted once more, becoming delicate. Hostility had dissipated, replaced by a fragile equilibrium born of profound necessity. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his small face, first gazing at his grandfather and then at the intensely focused Douluo Bo. He tilted his head, seemingly engaged in earnest contemplation, and then, with uncertainty, began to speak slowly. Grandfather, within your body, there seems to exist a place that is both exceedingly cold and exceedingly hot, somewhat akin to the pool below. He pointed towards the ice and fire yin-yang beneath them. However, the one within you is too small, and its position is incorrect, obstructed by those green little serpents. They appear to fear that place, yet yearn to draw near. His words, though still reminiscent of a child's innocent ramblings, resonated profoundly within Douluo Bo, akin to a sudden illumination or a thunderclap. The soul bone within him, a fortuitous acquisition from his youth, a piece of the ancient Medusa's skull, endowed with the gaze of Medusa, which harbored a frigid, petrifying power that subtly counteracted the fiery toxicity of his own phosphor serpent king's venom, allowing him to linger on in a state of suffering. Yet, the power of this soul bone was ensnared and suppressed by the layers of toxin, unable to manifest its full potential, exacerbating his agony due to the conflict of attributes. Incorrect position, blocked, afraid yet longing to approach. Each word struck Douluo Bo's heart like a hammer, vividly illustrating the complex and desperate condition within him. With a sudden surge of emotion, Douluo Bo coughed up a small mouthful of dark blood, which sizzled upon contacting the ground. Yet, he paid it no heed, his radiant green eyes fixated intently on Jun Xiaoyao, as though he were beholding a rare treasure. No, a divine savior. A genius. No, a miracle. He trembled with excitement, his speech becoming a jumble. Young friend, you are indeed extraordinary. You have spoken with unerring accuracy. Absolutely correct. He abruptly turned to Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao, his face alight with fervor bordering on madness. Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, I beseech you, I implore you, young friend, save my life. If you can relieve my suffering and prolong my existence, I would willingly share the ice and fire yin-yang with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The celestial herbs within are yours to take. Douluo shall vow to owe the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School an immense favor. Should there be a request, as long as it does not endanger my granddaughter, I shall never refuse. The promise of a title Douluo, especially one renowned for his poisonous prowess, is of immeasurable worth. Moreover, the added offer of shared access to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, a veritable treasure trove. Gu Rong and Chun Xiaoyan's hearts raced. They had not anticipated that Xiaoyao's mere utterances could yield such a monumental turn of events and benefits. This was exponentially more advantageous than any direct confrontation for acquisition. Suppressing his own excitement, Gu Rong maintained a composed demeanor as he responded, Douluo, please calm yourself. Xiaoyao is still quite young. While he possesses the ability to perceive, the specifics of how to act require careful deliberation. This is not a suitable location for detailed discussion. Indeed, you speak with utmost wisdom, Bone Douluo. Douluo, at this moment, cast aside all semblance of his titled Douluo dignity, akin to a desperate family member clinging to the last hope for a loved one's survival. He hastily stepped aside to clear a path, his tone tinged with eagerness. Please do come in and discuss further. My humble abode may be modest, but it can still provide shelter. With a wave of his hand, the dense miasma parted as if endowed with life, revealing a white jade path leading into the mountain hollow. Gu Rong and Chun Xiaoyan exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Chun Xiaoyan remained vigilant, his spiritual sense locked onto Douluo, while Gu Rong cradled Jun Xiaoyao and descended first. Chapter 8. The Poison Law's Plea for Help, Part 2. As they traversed through the miasma, which parted like a living entity, they finally stepped into the heart of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The surging, almost liquid-like essence of heaven and earth, infused with the dual energies of ice and fire, struck them with a potent force, prompting even these formidable beings to draw a deep breath, their soul power invigorated. As they gazed around, they beheld a profusion of extraordinary flora, many of which were said to exist only in ancient texts, radiating various ethereal lights and enchanting fragrances, rendering this desolate expanse akin to a celestial paradise. At its center, the distinctly red and blue spring shimmered, as if it were the very core of creation, silently narrating the wonders of nature. In this moment, Douluo shed any reluctance to guard his precious domain, transforming into a wealthy proprietor eager to unveil his treasures in exchange for a remedy. He led the trio hastily to a stone chamber carved near the spring. The chamber was simple yet exceptionally clean, infused with a faint medicinal aroma, indicating that its master frequently retreated here to mitigate the toxin. I apologize for the modest conditions. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Douluo urged, his demeanor almost flustered as he gestured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jun Xiaoyao. Gu Rong, Caitlin Jun Xiaoyao, took a seat with ease, while Chun Xiaoyan opted to stand at Gu Rong's side, casting a seemingly casual glance around the chamber, yet meticulously accounting for any potential risks. A promise from a title Douluo was indeed alluring, yet one must not forget that Douluo was infamous for his treacherous poison. Caution was always prudent. A brief silence enveloped the stone chamber. Douluo rubbed his hands together, his countenance, shadowed by toxins, contorted into an unnatural smile as he gazed at Jun Xiaoyao seated comfortably on Gu Rong's lap, his voice soft and gentle, as though fearing to startle the child. My young friend, you mentioned earlier that the antidote resides within me and within this garden. Is this truly the case? How exactly might we proceed? His heart raced, caught betwixt dread of a negative response, and the hope that this solitary spark of optimism was not merely the fanciful musings of a child. Jun Xiaoyao, perched upon his grandfather's sturdy lap, swung his short legs, which scarcely reached the ground, as he surveyed the simple yet energetically charged stone chamber. His gaze finally settled on the anxiously expectant Douluo. Instead of answering immediately, he tilted his head, as if organizing his thoughts or sensing something, before slowly beginning to speak. His voice, youthful yet imbued with an unusual clarity, belied his tender age of 6. Grandfather, that little point within you, which is both cold and hot, it is very hungry, but it is blocked from the good food by those green little snakes, and it cannot emerge on its own. He refined and elaborated upon his earlier metaphor, causing Douluo to nod repeatedly in confirmation of his understanding. Then, Jun Xiaoyao extended a delicate finger, pointing towards a peculiar plant outside the stone chamber, its entirety a brilliant red, resembling a coxcomb, with faint flames flickering around it. That red flower. Its scent is quite potent, very similar to what those little snakes within you favor, but it is more pure. Next, He gestured toward another plant at the edge of the cold spring, its leaves glistening like sapphires, exuding a gentle chill. The azure herb possesses a fragrance reminiscent of the chill that lingers within your body, yet it is far more delicate. Although he continues to employ the vocabulary of a child, the two celestial herbs he references cause Douluo's pupils to constrict once more. Fiery apricot blossom. Octagonal ice grass. He gasps in astonishment. These two celestial herbs are supreme treasures born from the eye of ice and fire, embodying extreme attributes and harboring an extraordinarily violent energy. While he recognizes their rarity, he dares not approach them lightly, let alone consume them. To do so would be akin to courting death. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao seems oblivious to his exclamations, continuing with that soft, mellifluous voice to utter words that send shivers down the spines of the three-titled Douluo present. Grandfather, the little thing inside you is far too weak to contend with so many little snakes. However, if we can first satiate those little snakes with their favorite delicacies, they will grow lethargic and disinclined to move. He gestures with his small hands, mimicking a swallowing motion followed by a drowsy demeanor. Then, we can allow that little thing to consume the chilly herb, and it will gradually gain the strength to nudge those lethargic little snakes towards the spot where the great pool of water should be. He points towards the immense eye of ice and fire beyond the window. In that pool, one side is hot while the other is cold. Once they are there, they will cease their fighting, and you, grandfather, will feel at ease. Inside the stone chamber, an eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere. Douluo stands petrified, mouth slightly agape, his gaze vacant, as if his soul has departed. His mind races, feverishly unraveling the astonishingly audacious treatment concealed within Jun Xiaoyao as seemingly childish metaphor. First, to consume the supreme fire attribute herb, fiery apricot blossom, employing poison to counteract poison, temporarily satisfying or even numbing the raging fire toxicity within. Then, to ingest the ultimate ice attribute herb, octagonal ice grass, awakening the ice attribute power of the Medusa skull, thereby augmenting its strength. Finally, to guide the toxins to converge at the Qihai point beneath the Shunkei acupoint, or perhaps to a similar secret acupoint that simulates the balancing effect of the eye of ice and fire, achieving a state of harmonious coexistence for the internal toxins, preventing them from rebounding. This is quite simply the stuff of legends, utterly unfathomable. Each of these celestial herbs is inherently toxic. Introducing two extreme attributes simultaneously into the body is a perilous gamble that could result in explosive demise. Furthermore, to meticulously control the medicinal power and guide the toxins to their rightful places, what level of finesse is required in understanding the human meridians, the properties of the herbs, and mastery over one's soul power? Douluo questions himself, convinced he could never accomplish such a feat. This is not merely a treatment plan. It resembles a reckless wager, a perilous adventure with a high probability of death. Yet Douluo finds himself gasping violently, bloodshot eyes betraying his turmoil. Although this scheme is madcap, it eerily aligns with the current struggle between the toxins and the soul bone power within him, illuminating two potential paths and a final objective. A sense of clarity washes over him, as if he has stumbled upon a long-lost truth. He has consulted numerous esteemed physicians. Those treatment-oriented soul masters solely attempted to gently expel toxins or suppress them, never considering that his own toxicity, which is almost fused with his soul power and bloodline, cannot be dispersed. Perhaps the soul path to survival truly lies in guidance and balance. This child has not only identified the root cause of the ailment, but has also conceived a treatment approach so perilous and bizarre. Is this truly the thought process of a mere 6-year-old? Gu Rong and Chen Xian are equally taken aback, though they are not well-versed in pharmacology. They comprehend the dangers of simultaneously consuming two extreme celestial herbs. Gu Rong instinctively clutches his grandson tighter, his voice solemn. Douluo, what Xiaoyao proposes is far too dangerous. You know. Douluo abruptly interrupts him, his voice hoarse yet infused with an almost obsessive fervor. His crimson eyes lock onto Jun Xiaoyao, akin to a desperate gambler glimpsing a final chance at redemption. Young friend, no. Pray tell, what is the likelihood of success for this method? How should one proceed? These two celestial herbs possess formidable properties. How should they be consumed? What is the order of administration? The intervals? The dosages? How should the toxins be guided? At this moment, he regards Jun Xiaoyao as an equal, if not a superior, his tone urgent and respectful. Chapter 9. Harvesting Celestial Herbs. Jun Xiaoyao appears taken aback by his fervent demeanor, retreating slightly into his grandfather's embrace. His small face betraying a hint of distress and deep contemplation as he counts on his fingers, murmuring to himself. The red flower is too hot to consume directly, and the blue herb is too cold as well. They must first be placed together to, fight. He lifts his gaze to Douluo, his eyes innocent yet tinged with uncertainty. Grandfather, could you possibly gather them first and then place them together? Once they tire from their scuffle, they seem less fierce, and then they can be consumed, placed together, to fight. Douluo is momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure, his voice sharpened by excitement. Are you suggesting that we allow these two extreme attribute celestial herbs to neutralize each other as properties? This notion sends shockwaves through him. The energy of celestial herbs is overwhelmingly vast. Forcibly making them interact could result in an explosion that might obliterate this mountain. However, theoretically, if extreme ice and extreme fire were to meet under precise control, it might indeed be possible to mitigate some of their violent properties, rendering them relatively mild and absorbable. This is an idea he had never conceived. How does this child's mind operate? But what comes after the neutralization? How should they be consumed? What is the appropriate dosage? Douluo presses eagerly, leaning forward, almost resting against the stone table. Jun Xiaoyao blinks his eyes, seemingly striving to sense and articulate his thoughts. He extends 2 fingers, indicating an exceedingly small distance. You can only consume a little bit, just this much. First, eat the red one, and once the little green snakes inside you feel lazy, then eat a tiny bit of the blue one to give the little thing strength. He pauses, his brow furrowing as if grappling with a complex problem. However, the little thing may not be strong enough to push all the little snakes. Perhaps you, grandfather, need to jump into the great pool below. One side is hot, the other is cold. It seems that could assist the little thing. With a splash, Douluo collapses back onto the stone bench, drenched in sweat, as though utterly exhausted, yet his eyes gleam with an alarming intensity. First, using the neutralized fiery apricot blossom to numb the fire toxicity, then employing the neutralized octagonal ice grass to awaken the ice attribute soul bone power, and finally utilizing the external environment of the eye of ice and fire to synergize and compel the toxins towards specific acupoints for balanced coexistence. A complete yet logically coherent treatment plan has indeed emerged from the mouth of a 6-year-old child in such an innocent manner, although the details remain hazy, and the specifics of dosages and guidance require further refinement and experimentation. It undeniably illuminates an unprecedented and hopeful path. This is no mere talent. This is divine inspiration. Douluo suddenly rises, bowing deeply to Jun Xiaoyao once more, his voice imbued with utmost solemnity and a hint of emotion. Your guidance shall be eternally etched in my memory, young sir. Though this method is fraught with peril, it is my only path to survival. I, an old man, am willing to give a try. He straightens, turning to Gu Rong and Chun accent, determination etched on his face. Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo. I must prepare to attempt this immediately. Should I encounter any misfortune during this process, I implore you, in light of today's circumstances, to look after my granddaughter. Yen Yen, in the future, the Eye of Ice and Fire could be deemed as a prepayment for the reward. Having uttered these words, he could scarcely contain himself, turning swiftly to dash out of the stone chamber in pursuit of the celestial herbs. Wait, Gu Rong's voice called out to him, halting Douluo in his tracks. A look of confusion crossing his face as he turned back. Gu Rong glanced at his grandson, who wore an expression of innocence, then turned his gaze back to Douluo, speaking slowly. What Xiaoyao has said is ultimately conjecture. If you are willing to take the risk, I shall not stand in your way. However, to ensure caution, while you undertake this endeavor, I and Shinshin shall stand by to protect you. Should the situation turn awry, we may lend you a hand, at the very least to safeguard your life. His words stemmed partly from a sense of compassion for a fellow practitioner, and partly from concern for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Douluo succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome for all. If he were to fail and perish, would not the Eye of Ice and Fire become a land without a master? It would naturally fall to them to take possession. Yet, if he were to be left half alive or transformed into a source of uncontrollable poison, it would bring about trouble. Better to monitor closely so that they could control the situation in a critical moment. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered in Douluo's eyes, quickly transforming into gratitude. In that case, I thank you both. With 2 titled Douluo providing protection, his chances of success had undoubtedly increased, and the likelihood of preserving his life had grown significantly. He did not linger on words, but nodded solemnly before transforming into a streak of green light, racing out of the stone chamber directly towards the two celestial herbs. Gu Rong, cradling Jun Xiaoyao, exchanged a glance with Chun Xin before following closely behind. Upon reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, they found Douluo Bo standing before the blazing fire apricot blossom, his expression gravely serious. Taking a deep breath, a brilliant green light enveloped him, and 9 soul rings ascended sequentially from beneath his feet. The formidable aura of a tidal Douluo was unleashed without reservation as he gingerly encased the fiercely burning celestial herb with his soul power, abruptly plucking it from its place. In that instant, the fire apricot blossom seemed to be provoked, unleashing a terrifying surge of fiery energy that erupted like a miniature sun, warping the surrounding space. Douluo Bo grunted, his sleeves turning to ash in an instant, his skin reddening as he clearly bore immense pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed to the edge of the cold spring, repeating his actions, laboriously using his soul power to extract the octagonal xianbing grass, which exuded an absolute zero chill. The extreme cold and intense heat energies clashed within his soul power, emitting a piercing, hissing sound. Douluo Bo's body was half red and steaming, the other half encased in thick frost. His face contorted in pain as he endured the agonizing trials of the dual extremes of ice and fire. He dared not show any sign of slackness. Guided by Jun Xiaoyao's childlike words, he forcefully drew the two herbs closer together. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the valley. The intertwining red and blue lights clashed violently, generating a chaotic and terrifying energy storm that sent debris flying from the ground. Douluo Bo was at the forefront, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled violently, barely managing to contain the tumultuous energies. At that critical moment, steady yourself, Gu Rong shouted, stepping forward, his form suddenly appearing behind Douluo Bo, a gnarled hand pressing against his back. A torrent of soul power surged into Douluo Bo, stabilizing the nearly collapsing protective barrier of his soul power, forcefully suppressing the rampaging energy of the celestial herbs. Simultaneously, Chun Xin, fingers poised like a sword, pointed into the air. A series of unmatched sword energies precisely penetrated the core of the red and blue light, masterfully guiding the chaotic flow of energy. The combined might of 2 tidal Douluo was enough to shake the heavens. The explosive energy, which threatened to annihilate everything, was forcibly contained within an energy sphere roughly 1 meter in diameter, thanks to the concerted efforts of the 3 tidal Douluo. Inside the sphere, the red and blue energies twisted like 2 furious dragons, biting and coiling around each other, yet gradually calming down. Ultimately, they coalesced into a relatively tranquil energy mass, transforming into a peculiar purple-golden hue, emanating not a destructive wave, but instead a gentle yet powerful medicinal aura. Chapter Deceit, Douluo Bo successfully detoxifies. It worked. The medicinal properties of the celestial herbs had truly been neutralized. Douluo Bo, drained of strength, half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed at the purple-golden energy above, his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and joy. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, the consequences of that momentary surge of energy were unfathomable. Gu Rong and Chun Xin also gradually withdrew their energies, a sheen of sweat appearing on their foreheads. That brief moment, though seemingly fleeting, had consumed a great deal of mental energy, particularly for Chun Xin, who was renowned for his attacks and bore a heavy burden in performing such intricate energy guidance. The 2 men looked at the gentle yet potent purple-golden sphere, their expressions revealing awe. This spectacle, akin to a manifestation of the very heavens and earth, had been achieved based on the innocent words of a 6-year-old child. Quickly consume it, Douluo Bo urged, struggling to rise, eagerly glancing at Jun Xiaoyao, his voice trembling with weakness and excitement. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's words were as if they were divine edicts to him, cradled in his grandfather's arms. Jun Xiaoyao's small face was tense, but now he seemed to relax, pointing at the purple-golden energy and softly saying, "First take a bit of the red part." Just a little. Douluo Bo complied, cautiously extending his soul power to carefully separate approximately 1/10 of the energy from the balanced purple-golden mass, its hue distinctly leaning towards a reddish shade. The energy flowed like molten lava, exuding an enticing yet perilous aura. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental undertaking, he suddenly swallowed the crimson energy. The medicinal power surged into his body like lava flooding through his veins. Douluo emitted a low, agonized roar, his skin instantly turning as red as a searing iron, blood vessels bulging as if they might burst. Hot white vapor erupted from his 7 orifices, the surrounding air warped by the intense heat. Yet amidst this excruciating pain, he could distinctly perceive within himself the once restless and relentless by Lin Shihuang poison, now ravenously lurching towards the extreme fire attribute medicinal power, greedily consuming it. As the consumption progressed, the originally ferocious and violent toxin visibly became lethargic, resembling a well-fed beast sinking into slumber, no longer assaulting his veins and soul. Effective. It truly is effective. Joy overwhelmed the pain as Douluo grit his teeth through the searing agony, fully channeling his soul power to guide the subdued toxin along the pathway he had practiced daily, while simultaneously accelerating the refinement of the medicinal properties of the celestial herbs. After approximately a stick of incense's time, the crimson hue on his body gradually faded, and his previously inflated aura became more stable and profound. Even the lingering blackened death energy that had long clouded his brow visibly diminished. He suddenly opened his eyes, the brilliant green light shining forth. His once murky gaze now considerably clearer, exclaiming, "Next, the blue one." He again extended his hand, separating 1/10 of the energy from the purple-golden sphere, now leaning towards an icy blue hue, and without hesitation, he swallowed it down. Instantly, a surge of extreme cold erupted from within him, forming a stark contrast to the previous searing heat. Thick frost crystallized on the surface of his skin, his eyebrows and hair turning snow-white, resembling an ice sculpture. Even the air around him began to crystallize into delicate ice shards. However, unlike the previous affliction, this time, the ancient Medusa skull that had long since fused with his being began to thrum with exhilarating energy. The soul bone, previously shrouded and suppressed by an oppressive fire poison, now absorbed the exquisitely pure essence of the ultimate ice attribute potion with fervor, akin to a parched earth welcoming much-needed rain. The soul bone radiated an intense brilliance, its ethereal blue glow emanating from within, as the formidable powers of freezing and petrification were unleashed with unprecedented vigor. It began to autonomously untangle the anesthetized toxins while simultaneously nourishing the meridians and organs that had been damaged by prolonged poisoning. After nearly half an hour, the frost encasing his body gradually melted away. Douluo rose to his full height, exhaling a breath laden with ice shards. He reveled in an unprecedented sense of lightness within, along with the mellowed poison attribute soul power, overwhelmed by emotion. At last, his gaze fell upon the intertwining waters of the ice and fire duality spring below, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes as he leaped into the vivid red and blue convergence of the spring. Splash! The waters erupted, the extreme heat and cold energies instantly engulfing him, even with the enhancement of the immortal herb's potency bolstering his resistance. Enduring the baptism of the primordial energies of the ice and fire duality spring with his physical form was a torment beyond imagination. It felt as if every inch of flesh and bone was being torn apart and reassembled. Douluo could not suppress a harrowing scream as his body convulsed violently in the water. Yet, he clung to the last shred of clarity in his spirit, summoning every ounce of resolve as a tidal Douluo to fully harness the power of the awakened Medusa skull. Simultaneously, guided by Jun Xiaoyao, he directed the sluggish and immense poison attribute soul power toward the sea of qi beneath his dantian, which was meant for storing and transforming soul power. The energies of the ice and fire duality spring surged uncontrollably, like 2 colossal hammers, pummeling and compressing the energies within him, compelling them to meld. This was an exceedingly perilous process. Caught between external and internal pressures, a slight misstep could lead to utter obliteration. On the shore, Gu Rong and Chun Exin wore grave expressions, their soul powers coiling in readiness, prepared to intervene and rescue at a moment's notice. Jun Xiaoyao also widened his eyes, anxiously observing the scene, just as Douluo felt his consciousness was on the brink of being submerged by the overwhelming agony, and he was about to falter. A thunderous boom erupted. It was as if a dam had burst or chaos had unfurled. Buzz! 9 soul rings involuntarily re-emerged, swirling around him. Their previously tainted glow now transformed into a deep and resplendent brilliance. The formidable pressure of a tidal Daw surged like a tangible force, even more potent than before. Moreover, the long-standing bottleneck at level 91, which had hindered him for over a decade, was now effortlessly shattered. Level 92. To his astonishment, he had not only dispelled the poison, but had also elevated his soul power by 1 level. At the realm of tidal Douluo, each increment was akin to scaling a lofty peak, requiring extensive time and immense fortune. Yet, he had turned misfortune into fortune, achieving a breakthrough in a single stroke. Douluo soared from the ice and fire duality spring, landing on the bank, feeling the soul power within him surging like a raging river. Devoid of any lingering pain or obstruction, unable to contain himself, he let out a triumphant roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, imbued with boundless exhilaration and a sense of rebirth, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly and countless immortal herbs to sway and shimmer. After the roar, Douluo abruptly turned. His dark green robe had been tattered beyond recognition from the earlier energy shock, yet he paid it no mind. He hurried to Jun Xiaoyao, who was cradled in Gu Rong's arms, and under the slightly wary gazes of Gu Rong and Chun Exen, knelt without hesitation on one knee, clasping his fists and bowing his head. His voice trembled with emotion, yet it resonated with utmost gravity. Young friend Jun Xiaoyao, no. Benefactor, your life-saving grace is as significant as that of a parent. Douluo shall never forget this. From this day forth, my life is yours. This medicinal garden belongs entirely to you and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall heed any command, without hesitation. A title Douluo, and one who had just elevated his power and dispelled all lingering concerns, now sincerely knelt before a mere 6-year-old child. This scene, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. Gu Rong and Chun Xin watched this spectacle, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotions. They understood that from this moment onward, the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Douluo would be irrevocably transformed, all thanks to the seemingly innocuous child they held. Chapter 11. The Abyssal Dragon, a soul beast of the dragon category. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the emotionally charged Douluo, a bashful smile gracing his youthful visage as he slid down from Gu Rong's embrace, extending a small hand to gently assist him. Grandpa Douluo, please rise. It's a relief that you are well. The term grandpa, Douluo warmed Douluo's heart, filling him with profound gratitude as he recognized that this benefactor not only possessed unparalleled abilities, but also an inherently pure and humble disposition. He rose accordingly, his gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao becoming increasingly affectionate and respectful. At this moment, Gu Rong spoke. Douluo, congratulations on purging your ailment and turning misfortune into fortune. Now that matters here are settled, Chun Xin and I must take Xiaoyao to seek his first soul ring, so we shall not linger. First soul ring? Douluo was momentarily taken aback, recalling his earlier sensing that Jun Xiaoyao seemed devoid of soul power fluctuations. It turned out he had yet to acquire a soul ring. He immediately inquired, does the benefactor require assistance in hunting soul beasts? What is the target? I am most familiar with the Sunset Forest. I know precisely where powerful soul beasts reside and their characteristics. This matter I must assist with. He was eager to express his gratitude to Jun Xiaoyao, and upon hearing this, he naturally would not shy away from the task. Chun Xin responded nonchalantly. Xiaoyao's target is a 1,000-year soul beast. A 1,000-year soul beast? Oh, there are plenty of suitable ones in the outer regions. Douluo instinctively interjected, but abruptly paused mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock, and his voice rising sharply. Wait, Sword Douluo, what did you say? A 1,000-year soul beast? The first soul ring? He gazed incredulously at Jun Xiaoyao, then glanced at Gu Rong and Chun Exen, questioning whether he had misheard or if the toxins had merely clouded his mind. The first soul ring, absorbing a 1,000-year soul beast? How is this possible? How could one withstand the soul's resonance? The benefactor is merely. Gu Rong sighed, a complex expression of resignation and pride etched on his face. Indeed, it is a 1,000-year soul beast. This is also Xiaoyao's own decision. Chun Xin and I can only support him. He briefly recounted Jun Xiaoyao's innate, full, 20-level soul power at the time of his martial soul awakening and the details of his mutated, top-tier beast martial soul, the Abyssal Bone Dragon, omitting any mention of the existence of twin martial souls and divine-level martial souls. Douluo listened dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Innate, full, 20-level soul power, a mutated top-tier beast martial soul, the Abyssal Bone Dragon. This is a talent powerful enough to shake the entire soul master realm. It became clear to him why there was confidence in challenging a 1,000-year first ring. After a moment, he finally managed to close his mouth, inhaling sharply, his gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao brimming with awe. So that is how it is. Innate full 20-level soul power, coupled with a top-tier beast martial soul. If it is the benefactor, one's physical and mental prowess must far exceed that of others. The first ring at 1,000 years may indeed hold a glimmer of possibility, he immediately asserted with unwavering conviction. In that case, I must accompany you. The benefactor's safety is of paramount importance. With the presence of this venerable elder, who possesses profound knowledge of the soul beasts within the Sunset Forest, one can surely procure the most suitable 1,000-year soul beast for our esteemed benefactor. Moreover, he can deftly circumvent unnecessary, troublesome areas. 3 titled Douluos hunting the first soul ring for a mere child? Such a lineup would surely be met with disbelief. Yet, at this moment, whether it be Gu Rong, Jun Xiaoyao, or Douluo Dalu, they all regard it as a matter of course. Jun Xiaoyao, with an expectant expression adorning his youthful visage, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Douluo. Oh, my dear benefactor, you are too kind. It is my honor, Douluo Dalu exclaimed, hastily waving his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The fact that such a prodigy requires his assistance brought him greater joy than even his own breakthroughs. Without further ado, let us set forth, Gu Rong declared decisively. As for the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang well, they would await Jun Xiaoyao's selection after he acquires a soul ring. This statement was directed at Douluo Dalu, reaffirming the territorial rights of this location. Douluo Dalu naturally had no objections, nodding vigorously. Indeed, everything shall be arranged as per our benefactor and Bone Douluo's directives. At that moment, Douluo Dalu swiftly adjusted his tattered robe and led Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Jun Xiaoyao out of the mountainous hollow of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Once again traversing the colorful barrier of toxic miasma, the 4 appeared within the Sunset Forest. With the addition of Douluo Dalu, the local expert, the situation transformed dramatically. His understanding of this forest far exceeded that of outsiders. Benefactor, your Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul is exceedingly formidable, embodying death and power. The selection of the first soul ring is of paramount importance. It is best if it aligns perfectly with it, Douluo Dalu analyzed quietly while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Naturally, soul beasts possessing dragon bloodlines were the prime candidates, as their soul rings could significantly enhance the dragon might and physique of the martial soul. If they could also encompass attributes of darkness, death, or power, it would be the pinnacle of choices. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, stating, what Grandpa Douluo says is true. It would be ideal to find a soul beast that possesses both dragon lineage and dark death attributes. His criteria remained exceedingly stringent. A 1,000-year soul beast that simultaneously met both attributes was indeed a rarity in the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing this, Douluo Dalu's brow furrowed once more as he meticulously searched his memories. Gu Rong and Chen Xian also pondered in silence. Suddenly, Douluo Dalu's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands. Eureka! The Hell Dragon, a sub-dragon soul beast. It carries a faint trace of dark demonic dragon bloodline, innately controlling the power of darkness. It resides in regions of extreme yin, boasting exceptional strength and defense. With its breath possessing soul-corroding properties, it perfectly aligns with our benefactor's requirements. The Hell Dragon? This old beast was indeed rare. Its soul ring containing an exceptionally pure essence of darkness and dragon power, which would greatly enhance Xiaoyao's martial soul if successfully absorbed. However, its combat prowess among its peers was considered top tier. A 1,000-year Hell Dragon would be a formidable opponent. Gu Rong's expression turned grave as well. It was said that the Hell Dragon possessed a certain innate dragon might, exerting pressure on soul beasts of inferior bloodlines, with its scales being remarkably sturdy, rendering ordinary soul skills ineffective against it. It was indeed a tough adversary. Indeed, Douluo Dalu nodded, his tone laced with both excitement and solemnity. Many years ago, I sensed the aura of a newly ascended 1,000-year Hell Dragon near the dragon's grave valley deep within this Sunset Forest. The geomantic energies there are heavily laden within, making it a suitable environment for its growth. Now, after all these years, its strength must be even more terrifying, likely exceeding 2,000 years of cultivation. A 2,000-year Hell Dragon. The implications of such power could rival some weaker 10,000-year soul beasts. This age far exceeded the initial target set for Jun Xiaoyao. Gu Rong and Chen Xian's expressions grew increasingly solemn. 2,000 years, Xiaoyao this. Gu Rong glanced at his grandson cradled in his arms, his brow furrowing deeply. Though he had confidence in his grandson's foundation, the Hell Dragon was no ordinary thousand-year soul beast. The risk was immense. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened. As the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul within him surged with intense excitement and desire, as if it had encountered an extraordinary tonic. He lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with an undeniable determination. Grandpa, Sword Grandpa, Grandpa Douluo, it is this one. It feels my need for its power. His tone resonated with formidable confidence. The three titled Douluos exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity and a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. This child was resolute in his convictions and audacious in his aspirations. Yet, the sensation emanating from his martial soul could not be mistaken. Very well. Gu Rong gritted his teeth, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. Then it shall be. Douluo, lead the way. Douluo nodded emphatically, refraining from further words, his form transforming into a green shadow as he raced towards the depths of the forest. Gu Rong, cradling Jun Xiaoyao, followed closely alongside Jun Xiaoyao, while the three titled Douluos suppressed their auras to the utmost, moving like phantoms through the shadowy woodland. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and lifeless. Towering ancient trees gradually gave way to grotesque, twisted forms, while the ground was littered with immense, pale beast bones half buried within, exuding an air of desolation. The atmosphere was thick with a pungent and unsettling odor, mingling with a chilling, deathly energy that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul, rendering it deeply uncomfortable. This marks the periphery of the dragon's grave valley. Douluo communicated telepathically, slowing his pace and becoming more cautious. It was said that in ancient times, a true dragon had fallen here, its blood staining the earth, with lingering dragon souls and resentments creating this unique environment. In this locale, even one's consciousness would be subjected to a degree of interference and suppression. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He indeed felt his sword-intense perceptive range significantly constricted, as if the surrounding space exhibited subtle distortions. Gu Rong, meanwhile, discreetly reinforced the soul power shield protecting Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao curiously surveyed his surroundings, sensing that deep within this land lay an immense and ancient energy of death, resonating faintly with his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul. This brought him a sense of both oppression and an inexplicable familiarity. After advancing a short distance, a colossal entrance to a valley emerged before them, shrouded in dense, gray-black mist. Even with the keen eyesight of tidal Douluos, the details within remained obscured, yet they could faintly feel a chilling aura emanating from within. It is within here. Douluo halted at the valley's entrance, his expression grave as he pointed inside. That creature's lair should be in a cave at the valley's bottom. The mist here can obscure our presence and vision, which is disadvantageous for us, but it serves as excellent cover for the Hell Dragon, adept in the manipulation of darkness. Not to worry, we should draw it out, Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly, his tone exuding an inherent confidence that seemed to disdain all challenges. In the open areas outside the valley, any one of the three would easily subdue a 2,000-year soul beast, no matter how unique it may be. Very well, I shall draw it out. Douluo volunteered eagerly. He stepped forward to the valley's mouth, his soul power surging as 9 soul rings suddenly illuminated beneath him. 7th soul skill, phosphorescent serpent emperor true form. A resplendent emerald light erupted, and a colossal phantom of the phosphorescent serpent emperor materialized behind him, its serpent eyes icy, exuding a nauseating odor and a terrifying venomous aura. Although not exerting his full power, the oppressive aura of the tidal Douluo's martial soul manifested as a tangible force, pressing relentlessly into the depths of the dragon's gray valley. Simultaneously, Douluo waved his hands, unleashing vast swathes of emerald green poison mist that surged into the valley, mingling with the ominous gray fog. Wherever it passed, the eerie gray mist was corroded, emitting a sizzling sound as it rapidly dissipated. Hiss roar! Almost within 3 breaths after the poison mist surged in, a furious dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the valley, reverberating with sheer rage. Following this, the gray-black mist within the valley churned violently, as if some colossal creature was hurtling forth at great speed. It has come, Douluo whispered, retreating as he aligned himself with Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao in a triangular formation, shielding Jun Xiaoyao at the center. Boom! A massive shadow burst through the dense fog, emerging at the valley's entrance. It was a gargantuan beast, over 7 meters in length, entirely covered in blackish-purple scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its head was grotesque, crowned with a twisted horn that glimmered ominously, and its dragon eyes, devoid of emotion, glowed a dark red, brimming with brutal and destructive desire. Its robust limbs dug deeply into the earth, while its tail lashed like a steel whip, cracking the air with explosive force. Surrounding it was a shroud of black mist, emanating a potent dragon's might and an aura of death. It was the Abyssal Dragon, though its size may not rival that of some 10,000-year soul beasts. The pure dark dragon power and ferocity radiating from it caused the three titled Douluo to raise their brows in slight concern. Indeed, it was no less than 2,000 years old. This aura is approaching that of some weaker 10,000-year soul beasts, Gu Rong remarked solemnly. The Abyssal Dragon was evidently incensed by Douluo Bo's provocation, its dark red eyes fixating on the green light enshrouded Douluo Bo, issuing a low growl. With a sudden surge of power, it charged forward like a heavy black war chariot, rumbling toward Douluo Bo with astonishing speed. Faced with this onslaught, Douluo Bo snorted coldly, refusing to evade as his second soul ring illuminated. Second soul skill, phosphorescent poison fangs. Before him, the dark green light coalesced into several enormous, venomous fangs. Whistling sharply as they accurately targeted the Abyssal Dragon's eyes and throat, its relatively vulnerable spots. Thud, thud, thud. The fangs struck, producing a muffled thud, as the emerald poison immediately began to corrode the scales, hissing and releasing billows of green smoke. Yet, surprisingly, the rate of corrosion was far slower than anticipated. The Abyssal Dragon's scales exhibited considerable resistance to the toxins. Moreover, its charge showed no signs of abating. The beast is indeed resilient. Douluo Bo's eyes narrowed as he realized his second soul skill had not achieved its intended effect. As a titled Douluo, he had merely tested the waters. Now, with a serious intent, he would not allow a mere 1,000-year soul beast to display its might. No longer holding back against the still-charging Abyssal Dragon, Douluo Bo activated his fifth soul ring, unleashing a profound black light. Fifth soul skill, explosive phosphorescent poison fangs. The fangs that had previously embedded in the Abyssal Dragon's neck suddenly radiated a heart-stopping emerald glow. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted at the dragon's relatively weak neck. Each fang detonated like a concentrated toxic bomb, generating immense physical force while simultaneously infusing highly concentrated venomous energy into its body. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon let out a thunderous howl of agony. Its process of gathering dragon breath was forcibly interrupted as dark energy surged chaotically from its throat. Scales flew amidst the explosions, blood and flesh mingling, while emerald toxins surged through the wounds, wreaking havoc on its vitality. The excruciating pain caused its massive body to stiffen abruptly, halting its charge. Its dark red eyes were filled with pain and incredulous terror. The formidable dark dragon power and resistance to toxins, in the face of a furious titled Douluo's targeted assault, proved utterly fragile. Now, in Gu Rong's embrace, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant light. Almost instantaneously, as the Abyssal Dragon suffered a grievous blow, the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul within him awakened like an ancient beast of terror, unleashing an uncontrollable surge of noble, terrifying dragon might mingled with an essence of ultimate death. Though fleeting, this surge caused the heavily injured Abyssal Dragon's scales to bristle in alarm. It was a primal fear emanating from the depths of its bloodline, a response to a superior being. Its dragon eyes widened in terror, momentarily forgetting its pain. Consumed by boundless trepidation. Chapter 13. The Millennium Soul Ring, the Soul Bone. Grandfather, let me down. Jun Xiaoyao cried out urgently, his voice imbued with undeniable determination and a hint of uncontainable excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Rong released the protective shield, gently placing Jun Xiaoyao on the ground. He, along with Chun Xian and Douluo Bo, instantly consolidated their energies, forming an invisible mountain that firmly contained the gravely injured Abyssal Dragon. They prevented any desperate counterattack from it and blocked all avenues of escape, leaving the final stage entirely for Jun Xiaoyao. Douluo Bo stepped forward, his withered hand pressing down toward the howling Abyssal Dragon. Stay still. A colossal wave of soul power descended upon the Abyssal Dragon, forcefully pinning its struggling head to the ground, making it arduous even to emit a roar. In its dark red eyes filled with pain, fear, and unwillingness, Gu Rong produced a pitch-black dagger with a simple, ancient design, devoid of any ornate decorations, yet exuding an astonishing sharpness, evidently far from ordinary iron. Xiaoyao, use this. Gu Rong handed the dagger to Jun Xiaoyao, his voice grave. Aim for the reverse scale located 3 inches beneath its horn at the center of its forehead. That is the most vulnerable point on its entire body. Jun Xiaoyao nodded firmly, grasping the dagger, which felt somewhat heavy in his small hands. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward toward the colossal dragon beast, now firmly restrained by the 3-tidal Douluo. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the immense dark dragon power emanating from the Abyssal Dragon, mixed with the potent aura of death as it neared its end. The oppressive sensation of its massive size and the despairing, vengeful gaze in its dragon eyes struck deep into the heart of a 6-year-old child. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained resolute, unwavering. Within him, the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul was excitedly roaring, urging him to complete this final hunting ritual. He arrived at the massive head of the Abyssal Dragon, needing to tilt his head back to meet its dark red, vengeful eyes. This is it. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze locked onto the crescent-shaped, slightly lighter scales beneath the dragon's twisted horn at its forehead. Gripping the dagger tightly, he poured his innate soul power, now at the pinnacle of level 20, into it without reservation. Buzz! The cold light at the edge of the pitch-black dagger surged dramatically, flickering ominously. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon emitted a faint yet desperate lament, as the brilliance in its dragon eyes rapidly dimmed. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao summoned every ounce of strength within him and plunged the dagger down with great force. Thud! The dagger penetrated effortlessly into the scales of the nether dragon, burying itself to the hilt. The colossal body of the nether dragon stiffened momentarily before succumbing to violent convulsions. A torrent of dense, dark energy, intermingled with its life essence, erupted wildly from the wound inflicted by the dagger. Jun Xiaoyao gripped the dagger tightly, feeling the overwhelming energy wash over his body with a powerful impact. After a few moments, the final struggles of the nether dragon ceased, its massive form completely limp, and its dark red dragon eyes lost all luster, becoming dull and lifeless. At the very instant the life essence of the nether dragon dissipated entirely, a strange phenomenon unfolded. Its enormous carcass began to blur and ultimately transformed into countless tiny specks of purple-black light, swirling and rising like fireflies. These luminous points swiftly coalesced in the air, ultimately forming an extraordinarily profound purple soul ring. The soul ring hovered quietly in midair, spinning gently while emanating a heart-stirring wave of potent energy. Within that rich purple halo, a minuscule phantom of the nether dragon could be faintly seen, silently roaring and struggling, as pure dark dragon power and soul energy rippled out like tides. A millennium soul ring. Moreover, judging by the depth of its hue and the intensity of its energy fluctuations, its age undoubtedly exceeded 2,000 years, far surpassing the limits of an ordinary first soul ring. What a magnificent soul ring! Douluo could not help but exclaim. The purity of this energy, the strength of this soul, would certainly make the spirit hall envious. Gu Rong and Chun Xian also revealed expressions of satisfaction. The quality of this nether dragon soul ring indeed exceeded expectations. However, an anomaly occurred. Just below that profound purple soul ring, where the nether dragon's body had completely vanished, another dense cluster of purple-black light ignited. The glow was not blinding, but extraordinarily concentrated, as if something was being birthed from the void. This is... Gu Rong's pupils constricted. The purple-black luminescence gradually stretched, eventually solidifying into a tangible object. It was unmistakably a piece of bone, roughly a foot long, resembling a fusion of a shrunken dragon wing and claw. The entire surface exhibited a dark purple hue, crafted as if from the finest amethyst, with the surface adorned with intricate dark golden dragon patterns. Within the bone, an endless flow of dark energy pulsated, emitting an even more subtle wave of energy than the soul ring, coupled with an aura that could stir one's very soul. A soul bone. This time, even the typically composed Sword Douluo Chun Xian could not suppress a gasp, his cold visage betraying a flicker of astonishment. Douluo inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. A soul bone has emerged, an exceedingly rare external soul bone. Soul bones, the coveted treasure of every soul master. Their occurrence is less than 100 times that of soul rings, not to mention one originating from a soul beast of 2,000 years. The probability is astoundingly low, Furthermore, judging by its shape, hue, and the unique dragon might and dark aura it radiated, its quality is exceptionally high. The gazes of the three title Douluo instantly became fervent, but soon they all turned towards the child at the center of it all, who was now breathing slightly heavily. Jun Xiaoyao was also taken aback, staring at the dark purple external soul bone suspended beneath the soul ring, his mouth slightly agape. He had not anticipated such extraordinary fortune. On his first hunt for a soul beast, not only had he acquired an unparalleled soul ring, but he also received an exquisite soul bone. Gu Rong was the first to regain his composure, a wave of immense joy flooding his heart. He suppressed his excitement and urged Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, quickly. First, stow away the dagger, concentrate your spirit, and prepare to absorb the soul ring. We will deal with the soul bone later. If the soul ring is not absorbed in a timely manner, its energy will gradually dissipate over time. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao immediately focused his mind. He forcefully withdrew the pitch-black dagger and returned it to Gu Rong, then fixed his determined gaze upon the 1,000-year soul ring. He settled into a cross-legged position, placing his hands on his knees as the aura of his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul gradually emanated, resonating with the soul ring. Grandfather, Sword Elder, Grandpa, Douluo. I am ready. Good. Gu Rong, Chun Exen, and Douluo Bo promptly repositioned themselves, forming a triangular formation around Jun Xiaoyao, their expression solemn. Rest assured and absorb it. With us here, no one can disturb you in the slightest. Gu Rong's voice resonated with absolute confidence. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, no longer hesitating. As he summoned forth his soul power, the 1,000-year purple soul ring, which encapsulated the entirety of the Nether Dragon's essence, seemed to respond to his call, slowly descending toward his body. The moment the soul ring encircled him, boom, a terrifying surge of energy akin to a raging torrent, intertwined with the residual violent will and soul tremors of the Nether Dragon, surged violently into Jun Xiaoyao's body. The true trial was only just beginning. Absorbing this unparalleled 1,000-year first ring would unleash an impact far beyond ordinary imagination. Chapter 14. Perfect Absorption, the External Soul Bone of the Nether Dragon. Boom! The moment the deep, nearly black 1,000-year soul ring enveloped his body, Jun Xiaoyao felt as though his consciousness had been struck fiercely by an invisible giant hammer. This was not merely a pure energy impact. It was laced with a ferocity and a lingering desire for destruction, filled with the Nether Dragon's unyielding spirit. The Nether Dragon's grievances and anguish at the moment of its demise transformed into the sharpest soul shrieks, violently assailing his sea of consciousness, attempting to tear his awareness to shreds. Roar! In a daze, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see a shrunken phantom of the Nether Dragon, its gaping maw lunging towards the essence of his soul. This was the retaliation from the beast's soul essence contained within the soul ring. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of dark dragon power and soul ring energy forcefully surged into his relatively tender meridians. This power was pure and domineering, far exceeding the limits that a 10th-ranked soul master could withstand, frantically crashing and expanding his meridians, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive. The simultaneous, extreme agony of both body and soul instantly engulfed Jun Xiaoyao. His small frame trembled violently, his skin turning pale as paper, blood vessels bulging on the surface, and cold sweat pouring forth like a stream, soaking his garments in an instant. He clenched his teeth tightly, even hearing the faint sound of his bones rubbing together from the immense tension. Xiaoyao! Gu Rong's heart leaped to his throat as he instinctively stepped forward, the fluctuations of his soul power rising, nearly unable to refrain from intervening. Steady yourself. Chun Xian's deep voice rang out, a hand resting firmly on Gu Rong's shoulder. His gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Jun Xiaoyao. Trust him. This is a trial he must face alone. External interference will ruin the soul ring. Douluo Bo's expression was equally grave, his palms slightly damp with sweat. He understood the peril of absorbing a soul ring beyond its limits. The torment of soul vibrations was something he had nearly succumbed to when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, and this child was confronting a 1,000-year first ring that, theoretically, should be impossible to succeed. Ha. Jun Xiaoyao emitted pink gasps, his consciousness being buffeted by the remnants of the Nether Dragon's soul like a small boat in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The malevolent will of the beast soul incessantly endeavored to erode his sanity, tempting him to relinquish his resistance and succumb to the infinite abyss of darkness and destruction. He could not yield. Absolutely not. An unyielding thought stood resolutely like a bastion within the encroaching chaos of his consciousness. He was Jun Xiaoyao. He was a traverser of realms. He bore the dual-born, divine, martial souls. He possessed an innate soul power that was fully ranked at 20. He had endured the torturous trials of body tempering through medicinal elixirs. His aspirations soared toward the starry seas, to the pinnacle of this Douluo Continent. How could he falter at this initial threshold? Begone, I command you. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a silent roar from the depths of his soul. In the next instant, a brilliant, pure white radiance erupted from his right hand. A more domineering dragon's roar thundered from the depths of his bloodline. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul sensed its host in peril and instinctively manifested to protect him, though it did not fully possess him. The overwhelming pressure of a divine martial soul descended upon Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness like an emperor asserting dominion. The once arrogant and disdainful remnant shadow of the Hell Dragon seemed to encounter its nemesis in the face of this true dragon, Sovereign's majesty, emitting a cry of sheer terror. Instantly, it became listless, its brutal will that had assailed his soul rapidly dissipating. The crisis at the soul level was swiftly alleviated. However, the tumultuous energies within his body remained frenzied. The searing pain coursing through his meridians threatened to render Jun Xiaoyao unconscious. Yet, he steadfastly clung to the last vestiges of clarity in his spirit, frantically channeling the innate soul power that surged at full rank 20, guiding the torrent of tremendous energy flooding into his body. The effects of the 3-day tempering with the glazed golden body elixir were now unmistakable. His meridians were far more resilient and expansive than those of his peers. Though still battered and slightly damaged, they had not been utterly ruptured. And under the nurturing of his soul power, they persevered in healing and expanding. His body appeared as an insatiable void, greedily consuming every fragment of energy bestowed by the Hell Dragon's soul ring and transforming it into his own strength. Time slipped away gradually. Day turned to night. Stars shifted in the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged upon the ground, akin to a monk in deep meditation, his body occasionally trembling slightly, veins bulging at his temples, clearly still enduring immense pain. Yet his aura burgeoned during this process, visibly growing stronger and more solid. The previously restless, deep purple soul ring began to stabilize, its brilliance becoming subdued, establishing a firm connection with him. The 3 tidal Douluo guardians, who had initially been tense with worry, gradually transitioned to astonishment, culminating in shock and relief. They could distinctly sense that the soul power that had once been tenuous due to the awakening of his martial soul was now rapidly solidifying and amplifying. His meridians grew increasingly resilient and expansive through destruction and rebirth. His vitality surged with the vigor of dragon power, and his mental fortitude was significantly tempered and enhanced through resisting the soul's turbulence. A day and night passed quietly amid this intense guardianship. When the dawn of the 2nd day tore through the night, casting the first rays of golden light upon the desolate valley, the turbulent energy surrounding Jun Xiaoyao finally settled completely. The profound purple soul ring now circled him like a docile pet, rhythmically pulsating and exuding a harmonious, perfect aura. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within those orbs, a fleeting glance of enigmatic purple shimmered and vanished, replaced by a clarity even deeper than before. Subtly imbued with a sense of draconic authority, he had successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring of the Hell Dragon, not only succeeded, but achieved a perfect absorption, converting all its energy and soul techniques into his own. He had triumphed. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the pure soul power surging within him, along with the invigorating sensation coursing through every limb and sinew, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Xiaoyao! Gu Rong dashed forward, anxiously grasping his wrist, probing with his soul power to conduct a thorough examination. Chun Xian and Dugu Bo swiftly approached as well, their expressions filled with concern. Moments later, Gu Rong's face broke into a rapturous smile, his voice trembling with excitement. Excellent, excellent. The meridians have expanded nearly twice. The soul power is dense and substantial, and the vitality flows like that of a dragon. There are no hidden dangers. Perfect. This is an immaculate absorption. A rare smile appeared on Chun Xian's usually stoic face. Nodding slowly, to have fully subdued the 3,000-year Hell Dragon Soul Ring in a day and night, Such willpower is truly rare in this world. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, regarding Jun Xiaoyao as though he were a priceless treasure. A miracle, truly a miracle. You are indeed a divine being. Today I have witnessed the extraordinary. The three formidable figures who stood at the pinnacle of the continent shared a profound sense of joy and astonishment at Jun Xiaoyao's success. I have caused you both concern. Jun Xiaoyao rose, stretching his limbs, a series of cracking sounds emanating from his body, brimming with vitality. His gaze then turned towards the purple-black external soul bone that continued to hover quietly nearby. Now it was time to address it. Gu Rong also gazed at the soul bone, his eyes alight with fervor. Xiaoyao. This external soul bone from the Hell Dragon contains its primordial dark dragon power and formidable physical attack properties, aligning perfectly with your Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul. Absorbing it will result in a qualitative leap in your right arm's strength, defense, and offensive capabilities, and you may even acquire a powerful soul bone skill. The absorption of soul bones is significantly safer than that of soul rings, especially for those that perfectly match one's martial soul attributes, which virtually eliminates any rejection reactions. Anticipation glimmered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes as he nodded solemnly. Chapter 15, Abyssal Dragon Claw, Abyssal Burial. Under the watchful gaze of the three title Thaw, Jun Xiaoyao once more sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed intently upon the external soul bone of the Hell Dragon. He extended his right arm, his mind stirring, and the soul power that had just settled began to flow forth gently, wrapping around the dark purple soul bone like tendrils. In contrast to the violent resistance encountered during the absorption of soul rings, the soul bone resonated profoundly with his martial soul. The dark purple claw bone seemed to sense the shared essence, emitting a joyful and compliant hum, transforming into a streak of light that willingly melded into Jun Xiaoyao's right hand. A warm yet immensely powerful energy enveloped his entire right arm in an instant. The energy of the soul bone did not assault his meridians, but instead seamlessly integrated into his bones and skin, thoroughly reinforcing and transforming them. This process was far gentler than absorbing a soul ring, yet equally profound. Within mere moments, the dark purple glow completely receded. Jun Xiaoyao raised his right hand to examine it closely. He observed that his arm, extending to his shoulder, now bore a subtle metallic luster beneath his skin, as though cloaked in an invisible dragon-scaled armor. His fingers had elongated and strengthened, their nails shimmering with a chilling light, slightly curved, as if they could effortlessly rend stone and metal with a mere grasp. The weight of his entire right arm seemed to have increased slightly. It was imbued with explosive strength, generating faint sonic booms with each movement. He focused his thoughts once more, invoking the power of the soul bone. Buzz! A deep violet radiance suddenly emerged from beneath the skin, enveloping his entire right arm up to the shoulder, where a muted metallic sheen glimmered faintly as if cloaked in an invisible draconic scale armor. His fingers elongated with newfound strength, their nails shimmering with a chilling luminescence. On the back of his hand, intricate dark golden patterns materialized, exuding a palpable sense of oppression that sent shivers down the spine. With a mere thought, he infused a greater surge of soul power. In an instant, his right arm was entirely encased in a resilient dark violet bone armor, culminating in a fearsome dragon claw, ablaze with a faint, eerie black flame. The claw, affixed to his right hand, emanated an unmatched intensity of ferocity. However, when he retracted his soul power, the bone armor and claw receded like a receding tide, vanishing into thin air, restoring his arm to its original state, leaving no trace of the extraordinary transformation, the ability to conceal and reveal at will. Douluo Dalu exclaimed in astonishment. Such exquisite control. The sentience of this external soul bone is indeed extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the sensation of mastery, feeling as if it were a part of his very being, capable of complete concealment and instantaneous manifestation when required. Splendid. The fusion of energies was flawless, effortlessly manageable. Gu Rong clapped with glee, his excitement palpable. This way, he could seamlessly hide such a remarkable trump card in everyday life, revealing it unexpectedly at critical moments to catch foes off guard. Chun Xin's eyes flickered with awe. The compatibility between the soul bone and martial spirit attributes magnified its power. Xiaoyao, demonstrate your soul skill, Douluo Dalu urged, drawing closer with palpable curiosity. Benefactor, let us witness the formidable abilities bestowed by this infernal dragon, soul ring, and external soul bone. Jun Xiaoyao nodded resolutely and stood. He first retracted the soul bone form of his right arm, Then, with a focused expression, the profound near-black Millennium Soul ring beneath him surged upwards, swirling around him in a rhythmic dance. First soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. With a low command, the space behind him subtly warped, and the ghastly visage of the Abyssal Bone Dragon's head and part of its body materialized, issuing a silent roar. Almost immediately, a terrifying dragon claw, composed entirely of pristine white dragon bone, emerged from the void. This claw radiated an aura of ultimate death and destruction, as if it had sprung from the depths of the netherworld, locking onto a massive rock not far away, and with a soul-rending shriek, it lunged forward. Sizzle. The moment the claw made contact with the rock, its surface rapidly darkened. Even more ominous, a dark, ethereal flame clung to it like a living entity, burning incessantly, not only melting the rock into a molten state, but also emanating a peculiar wave that seared the very essence of the mind. The light around the rock seemed to be consumed by the infernal flame, becoming dim and distorted. What is this? Douluo is pupille constricted. Such a powerful soul attack attribute. This infernal flame can scorch both matter and spirit simultaneously. Gu Rong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A long-range, single-target attack, accompanied by soul damage and persistent burning. Such a domineering soul skill. Its power could heavily wound or even annihilate any grand soul master. Even a weaker soul sovereign would find it unbearable. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slowly, offering his assessment. Ignoring a certain distance, it erupts instantaneously, continuously weakening the target. It embodies a fusion of attack, control, and debilitation. As a first soul skill, it is nothing short of perfection. Jun Xiaoyao dissipated the soul skill and explained, it can also mark the struck target with a transient death mark, enhancing the damage of my subsequent attacks. The three-titled Douluo were once again moved by this revelation. The ferocity of this soul skill surpassed their expectations. Quickly, Xiaoyao, let's see the skill of that external soul bone. Gu Rong urged impatiently, his anticipation heightened for the evidently physical attack-enhancing soul bone skill. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with determination. He activated the external soul bone on his right hand once more. This time, he did not strike rapidly. Instead, he began fervently channeling his death-attributed soul power into the soul bone of his right arm. Buzz! Buzz! The dark violet bone armor on his right arm radiated an intensified glow, the dark golden patterns illuminating like circuitry, exuding a pulse of energy that was almost suffocating. The originally faintly burning, ethereal black flame atop the Abyssal Dragon Claw surged dramatically, transforming into a tangible black inferno that flickered wildly, scorching the surrounding space into a slight distortion. A terrifying aura, seemingly capable of extinguishing all life and ushering in the end of all things, enveloped the area, prompting the three-titled Douluo to raise their eyebrows in slight surprise. Soul Bone Skill, Abyssal Funeral. Jun Xiaoyao let out a deep roar, his figure lunging forward, targeting another colossal, hard, bluish-black rock, striking with the dragon claw ablaze with infernal fire. A flash of ultimate darkness streaked past. Whoosh! With a light sound, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared behind the rock, maintaining the clawing posture. The infernal flame on his right-hand dragon claw swiftly receded, and the bone armor gradually faded, returning to its original state. Meanwhile, the massive bluish-black rock bore 5 unfathomable gashes upon its surface. Almost immediately, as if weathered by millennia, the entire rock silently disintegrated, transforming into lifeless black dust. Furthermore, from the remnants of the vanished rock, wisps of faint white vapor were subtly absorbed by the dragon claw on Jun Xiaoyao's right hand, slightly replenishing his expended soul power and mental energy. Ignoring defense's direct annihilation, Douluo gasped, his voice dry. This attack carries a hint of a rule-like quality. It directly impacts existence itself. Gu Rong trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. What a splendid abyssal funeral. What a harbinger of death. This is no mere attack. It is a proclamation of demise. The efficacy of physical and energy defenses is significantly diminished before it. Moreover, it could devour souls to rejuvenate itself. This soul bone skill is undoubtedly a trump card of the highest caliber. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the pile of black dust, pausing for a moment before slowly remarking, an exceptionally potent single-target finishing move. When paired with the weakening and marking of the first soul skill, it is unlikely that any opponent of comparable rank could withstand this claw. Xiaoyao, the synergy of these two soul skills is nothing short of lethal. Chapter 16. preparing for celestial her-body refinement. Receiving unanimous acclaim from the three foremost powerhouses of the continent, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of pride. Yet, his gaze remained imbued with an uncharacteristic calmness and clarity for his age, akin to an ancient well reflecting an extraordinary wisdom and restraint. He gradually withdrew the aura of the external soul bone, the terrifying dragon claw disappearing from view, restoring his arm to that of a fair-skinned youth. It was as if the cataclysmic power he had just wielded was merely a fleeting illusion. Only the faint, lingering essence of the infernal flame in the air bore witness to the reality of the recent events. Douluo Dalu, observing Jun Xiaoyao, whose essence had stabilized at the 20th level, could not help but rub his hands together, excitement gleaming in his verdant eyes as he eagerly spoke. Benefactor, your foundation is indeed unprecedentedly solid. Now that your first soul ring has been perfectly absorbed with a significant boost in strength, and your soul power has ascended to the realm of soul masters, why not seize the moment and venture deeper into the sunset forest to seek a suitable second soul ring? His excitement grew with each word, as if he could already envision the awe-inspiring scene that awaited them, having undergone the baptism of a millennium's worth of soul rings. Your formidable physique and the mental fortitude honed through the tribulations of the soul far exceed that of your peers. With the vigilant guardianship of the three of us, and after careful deliberation, absorbing a soul ring aged between 3,000 to 4,000 years surely presents a significant possibility of success. According to the widely accepted limits in the Douluo Continent, the upper limit for a soul master's second soul ring typically hovers around 700 years. However, Jun Xiaoyao has recently achieved a miraculous feat, flawlessly absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring at the tender age of 6. Douluo Dalu believes that doubling this limit might not be beyond the realm of possibility. With 3 title Douluo providing protection, the risks are manageable while the potential rewards are immensely grand. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Shen Xian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao. In the past, they would have meticulously planned every step for their grandson. Yet, after the profound experiences of the past few days, they subconsciously placed this child on equal footing, even in a position that warranted their listening. They refrained from expressing their opinions immediately, preferring to first hear Jun Xiaoyao's own thoughts. Sensing the weight of the elders' gazes upon him, Jun Xiaoyao did not respond right away. He lowered his head slightly, appearing to ponder deeply while in truth, he was swiftly organizing the information swirling in his mind. After a brief moment, he raised his head, the brilliance of wisdom and determination illuminating his clear eyes, and slowly shook his head, saying, Grandpa Douluo, Grandpa Jian, I feel that now is not the optimal moment to pursue the second soul ring. Oh, why is that? Douluo Dalu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Gu Rong and Shen Xian also exhibited expressions of curiosity. Jun Xiaoyao carefully structured his words, articulating in a manner befitting his 6-year-old genius persona. I can sense that although I successfully absorbed the soul ring of the Abyssal Dragon, its power is overwhelmingly vast. While my body has withstood the strain, I have yet to fully tap into its potential. It is akin to being overstuffed. I require time to digest it properly. He paused, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the eye of ice and fire, an innate yearning gleaming in his eyes. Moreover, my martial soul informs me that within that wondrous place lies something that can fundamentally transform me. They can enhance both my body and soul, rendering them stronger and more resilient. I wish to first harness the power there to solidify my foundation, to completely integrate the strength of my first soul ring, and even to enhance the compatibility of this external soul bone with my being. He raised his right hand, gently clenching his fist, feeling the power contained within. Only with a solid foundation can my body, tempered to a formidable degree, withstand an even greater and more extreme second soul ring. My ambitions extend far beyond merely 3,000 to 4,000 years. His words trailed off, yet the unspoken ambition resonated profoundly in the hearts of the 3 titled Douluo. It was not merely about absorbing a stronger second soul ring, but rather the pursuit of an unprecedented theoretical limit, perhaps even transcending it. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Well said. Gu Rong was the first to erupt into hearty laughter, clapping Jun Xiaoyao on the shoulder with gusto. No wonder he is my grandson. Such ambition. Not one to seek shortcuts, he understands the importance of a solid foundation. Shen Xian nodded slowly, his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao filled with admiration. One must not rush. Mastering one's power is far more critical than blindly pursuing age. Your perspective is indeed correct. He, a man devoted to the sword, understood the weight of laying a solid foundation. Douluo, too, suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Look at my impatience. How foolish of me. Guarding the greatest treasure in the world, how can we return empty-handed and squander its resources? Indeed, we must first temper the body, to undergo a complete metamorphosis, with those celestial herbs aiding us. Let alone 3,000 to 4,000 years, I would even be hopeful for the direct absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring as the second. He was sparked a thought by Jun Xiaoyao, immediately envisioning the top-tier celestial products within the eye of ice and fire that even he coveted but dared not touch lightly. If those could refine the body, to what extent would Jun Xiaoyao's physique become formidable? He scarcely dared to imagine. In that case, we must act without delay. Gu Rong declared decisively, a look of eager anticipation gracing his features. Douluo, you shall lead the way. Xiaoyao, go and inspect your medicinal garden, selecting the celestial herbs most suitable for you. Chen Xian, and I shall safeguard you. Precisely. Douluo was more enthusiastic than anyone, as if the medicinal garden already belonged to Jun. He turned first, guiding everyone back towards the entrance of the mountain hollow, shrouded in poisonous miasma. Passing through the familiar toxic barrier, they re-entered the blessed realm of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the surging elemental energies and the peculiar energies interwoven with ice and fire once again enveloped them. Gazing upon the garden filled with vibrant, exotic flowers and herbs exuding various hues and fragrances, even Gu Rong and Shan Exant, despite having seen it for the second time, were utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao could distinctly feel the intense longing emanating from his two martial souls, especially the Abyssal Bone Dragon, which seemed to harbor an overwhelming desire to devour certain celestial herbs that thrived at the confluence of the extreme cold and heat springs. Master, please feel free to take what you need. Do not hesitate. Douluo gestured grandly, overflowing with generosity. No matter how precious these items might be, they could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao's gratitude for his rebirth and the promise of future investment. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness of his martial souls. His gaze swept across the entire medicinal garden, and with the knowledge from his memories and the resonance with his martial souls, he quickly pinpointed a few celestial herbs most suited to his current condition. Chapter 17. The Yin-Yang Dragon Scale Fruit. Jun Xiaoyao stood at the edge of the Eye of Ice and Fire, the surging elemental energies nearly engulfing his small frame. The wondrous sight before him was dreamlike, with swirling red and blue mists rising, and countless unheard-of celestial herbs radiating alluring glows and fragrances, enough to drive any soul master into a frenzy. Yet, his gaze remained remarkably clear, akin to a precise hunter, scanning each precious specimen. Chiluatulup, octagonal ice grass, blazing fire apricot blossom, autumn water dew, celestial mushroom chrysanthemum, these celestial herbs, vividly etched in Tang San's memories, now materialized before him, each containing the power to alter destinies. His gaze lingered momentarily on a few particularly potent herbs. The octagonal ice grass and blazing fire apricot blossom were undoubtedly excellent choices for tempering the physique, yet their extreme attributes also posed the greatest pain and risk. The celestial mushroom chrysanthemum could forge an indestructible foundation, but its benefits to the soul were somewhat lacking. The autumn water dew could significantly enhance mental strength, yet it offered limited direct reinforcement to the body. Just as he weighed his options, the dormant Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul within him suddenly stirred with a subtle, yet unmistakably clear tremor. It was a resonance imbued with a hint of longing and guidance, not directed at the renowned top-tier celestial herbs, but rather towards a smooth boulder perpetually washed by the confluence of the red and blue spring waters. Jun Xiaoyao felt a spark of intrigue in his heart, following the guidance of his martial soul and circling around the boulder. Behind it, in a narrow crevice where the extreme cold and heat energies achieved a delicate balance, grew a peculiar plant. It stood only half a foot tall, its entire form exhibiting an unusual grayish-white hue, as if sculpted from the most ancient of fossils. Its leaves are exceedingly scarce, with merely a few in number. Yet they possess an extraordinary thickness. Each leaf is adorned with patterns reminiscent of dragon scales, one side shimmering with a faint icy blue luminescence, while the other exudes a subtle warmth of soft crimson. At the pinnacle of the plant, a fruit, roughly the size of a fist and exhibiting a somewhat irregular shape, dangles. The surface of this fruit is similarly cloaked in delicate, scale-like protrusions, half of which are a chilling azure hue, and the other half, a searing scarlet. Together, they form a perfect Taiji boundary, emanating an enigmatic harmony of yin and yang, life and death. Within it lies an exceedingly reclusive, yet profoundly pure essence of dragon energy and vital life force. What is this? Jun Xiaoyao's pupils constricted as he swiftly rummaged through his memories, yet found no definitive record of such a celestial herb. It seemed not to be one of the few prominently mentioned in the original text, yet the aura it radiated was undoubtedly on par with them. Perhaps even more profound due to its unique property of yin-yang balance. Benefactor, what have you discovered? Douluo Bo inquired curiously as he noticed Jun Xiaoyao standing still for an extended period. Upon glimpsing the peculiar dragon scale fruit, he too was taken aback, stroking his beard and pondering. I have been here for many years and have never paid much attention to this. Its aura is indeed magnificent. Yet compared to other celestial herbs, it appears more gentle and subdued. Moreover, this attribute of yin-yang balance does not resonate with my by Ling Snake Emperor martial soul, which is why I have never harvested it. Have you taken a liking to it, Benefactor? Gu Rong and Chen Xin cast inquiring glances as well. Jun Xiaoyao extended a finger, gently touching the grayish-white leaf, feeling the contrasting energies of cold and warmth that harmoniously coexisted within it. The resonance from his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul intensified. He understood in his heart that this celestial herb, while perhaps not as vehemently extreme as the octagonal profound ice grass or the blazing fire apricot, nor as focused on physical defense as the wonder mushroom celestial chrysanthemum, possessed a significant advantage in its balance and compatibility. Its energy, embodying both yin and yang, harmonizing ice and fire, and containing dragon energy, leaned towards strengthening the origin, nourishing the foundation, and balancing yin and yang. For Jun Xiaoyao, who harbored the most extreme cold of the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul, while simultaneously requiring a robust physique as support, this was the most perfect, safest, and potential excavating choice at this stage. It could gently and maximally stimulate the dormant power from the Millennium Soul Rings and external soul bones he had absorbed, laying the most solid dual foundation for his subsequent absorption of the second soul ring without leaving any hidden risks of attribute conflict. Grandpa Douluo, I shall take it, Jun Xiaoyao declared emphatically, pointing at the extraordinary dragon scale fruit tree. This fruit, with its yin-yang balance and inner dragon energy, is precisely what I require at this moment to solidify my foundation and harmonize the energies within me. Celestial herbs that are too fierce might instead leave me in a state of imbalance or inadequacy. The three-title Douluos nodded slowly upon hearing this, carefully sensing the aura of the fruit, recognizing its extraordinary nature and unique characteristics. Douluo Bo praised, Benefactor indeed possesses discerning eyes. This item is one of the most spiritually endowed and gentle yet profoundly substantial treasures in my garden, making it an exceptional choice for solidifying one's foundation. With that, he cautiously approached, enveloping his hands in soul power, and delicately plucked the half-ice blue, half-scarlet dragon scale fruit, fearful of causing any harm. The moment the fruit was detached, the entire plant quickly withered and dissipated, all its essence converging into this singular fruit. Upon grasping the fruit, its texture was remarkable, one side icy to the bone, the other warm to the touch. Both sensations arrived simultaneously yet without conflict. The fruit's energy was exceptionally pure and gentle, suitable for direct consumption or for use in concocting a medicinal liquid when combined with other mild herbs for enhanced efficacy. Douluo Bo suggested, handing the fruit to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the peculiar yin-yang dragon scale fruit, feeling the surging yet gentle power within, and contemplatively said, Then I shall trouble Grandpa Douluo to assist me in pairing it with some nourishing herbs for my meridians and soul to create a medicinal liquid. I wish to absorb its potency as completely as possible. Very well, leave it to me, Douluo Bo eagerly replied, appearing even more excited than Jun Xiaoyao. He immediately retrieved various bottles and jade vessels from his storage soul guide and began to operate with practiced skill. His understanding of various medicinal properties was profound. Although he was not adept at treating his own toxins, he excelled at concocting enhancement potions. He carefully placed the yin-yang dragon scale fruit in a black jade vessel and gently crushed it. The fruit flesh instantly transforming into a peculiar liquid, half a vibrant blue like a cold spring, half a fiery red like lava. Yet it swirled in the mortar, maintaining balance and emitting an increasingly rich fragrance accompanied by subtle dragon-like hum. Then, he took several gentle, 3,000-year-old spirit mushrooms, ginseng, and other auxiliary herbs, extracting their essences and sequentially adding them to the black jade vessel, allowing them to blend slowly with the yin-yang fruit liquid. His movements were fluid, his control of soul power meticulous, ensuring perfect integration of the medicinal properties without conflict. Ultimately, all the liquids coalesced into a deep amber substance, faintly infused with strands of red and blue light, contained within a wide-mouthed jade basin. The surface of the liquid was shrouded in a dense mist, swirling in a manner reminiscent of miniature dragon-shaped currents. Chapter 18. Success in refining the body with the yin-yang dragon scale fruit. All done, benefactor. Douluo wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, gazing with satisfaction at the deep amber liquid, imbued with red and blue light, his tone tinged with pride. This medicinal liquid encapsulates the essence of the yin-yang dragon scale fruit, complemented by 3,000-year-old earth vein purple mushrooms to nourish the meridians, and 3,000-year-old soul-nourishing ginseng to nurture the soul, further enhanced by several harmonizing herbs. Its properties are gentle yet potent, nurturing silently. It focuses on nourishment, expansion, and balance, perfectly aligned with your current needs to solidify your foundation and harmonize dragon energy. Simply immerse yourself in it to absorb. I assure you, there is no risk whatsoever. Gu Rong and Chun Xen carefully sensed the calming yet profound energy waves emanating from the medicinal liquid, both nodding in agreement. The aura of the liquid was indeed harmonious, blending yin and yang, making it the most reliable and efficient choice. Jun Xiaoyao no longer hesitated, solemnly nodding at the three elders. He shed his outer garments, donning only a pair of shorts that revealed his youthful yet robust physique with smooth lines. He cautiously stepped into the jade basin, slowly lowering himself into the viscous liquid, which instantly engulfed most of his body. The anticipated chill or heat did not manifest. Instead, he was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to a weary traveler finally soaking in a perfectly tempered hot spring, every pore releasing a sigh of contentment. The energy, supremely pure and already harmoniously balanced, flowed through him spontaneously, as if it possessed life, continuously surging into his body through every pore and acupoint. This energy was so gentle that he could hardly perceive any forceful impact. It was also immensely vast, as if it were boundless. Jun Xiaoyao immediately gathered all his focus, embracing the essence and entering a state of deep meditation, observing his breath and heart, surrendering to the profound tranquility within. He summoned his formidable soul power, not to resist or forcibly absorb, but rather to gently guide the immense medicinal energy flowing into his body, akin to directing a stream, allowing it to evenly cascade through every limb and sinew, reaching the farthest corners of his meridian network. Where the medicinal energy flowed, it bestowed unprecedented nourishment and transformation. His meridians were the primary beneficiaries, having already been refined by the Liuli golden body liquid and the absorption of a millennium-old soul ring. His meridians, which had become exceptionally broad and resilient, were further gently expanded and fortified by this gentle yet pervasive medicinal force. The walls of his meridians grew more supple and elastic, their interiors as smooth as polished jade, capable of accommodating and circulating even greater soul power without any hint of stagnation. Subtle, previously imperceptible injuries and minor fissures resulting from rapid power enhancement were meticulously healed and mended, rendering them flawless. Next, his bones underwent a profound metamorphosis. The medicinal energy penetrated deep into his marrow, and the exotic draconic essence contained within the yin-yang dragon scale fruit seemed to find its kin, joyfully melding into his skeletal structure. His entire skeletal framework emitted a faint, almost imperceptible hum, audible only to himself. As its density increased, the hue shifting towards a lustrous, jade-like quality. The shimmering, pristine essence of his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial spirit appeared even more profound and subdued, with its strength and resilience magnified manifold. His flesh and organs also experienced a divine baptism. Each cell, akin to seedlings yearning for rain after a prolonged drought, eagerly absorbed the life essence and energy within the medicinal liquid, becoming more robust and vibrant. The circulation of his vital energy surged like a mighty river, tumultuous yet orderly, as the pure power within him grew at an astonishing pace. His internal organs were enveloped in a faint amber glow, their functions enhanced beyond those of his peers and even surpassing many adult soul masters. Remarkably, his mental acuity also reaped considerable benefits from this all-encompassing nourishment. The effects of the soul-nurturing ginseng penetrated his sea of consciousness, rendering his soul as if it had been purified, becoming more refined and transparent. With an acute perception that heightened his control over his soul power and body to an entirely new realm of finesse. The mental essence, slightly depleted from absorbing the soul ring, was not only completely restored but had also significantly strengthened. The entire absorption process was tranquil and efficient, devoid of any pain, marked only by a smooth and comfortable flow. Jun Xiaoyao's body resembled an insatiable abyss or an incredibly parched sponge, voraciously and greedily absorbing every ounce of energy from the medicinal liquid within the jade basin. The resplendent amber hue of the liquid diminished visibly, and the red and blue strands of light within gradually dwindled, every essence seamlessly merging into his being without waste. As time slipped away quietly before long, more than half a day had passed, when the last vestige of medicinal energy was completely absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao. The liquid in the jade basin had become as clear as ordinary spring water. He slowly opened his eyes. Buzz! The instant his eyes fluttered open, the air around him seemed to tremble ever so slightly. His gaze shimmered with an inner light, clear and profound, as if reflecting the entire scene of the ice and fire duality eye, and with every blink, a faint dragon majesty naturally emanated, evoking a sense of awe in those who dared to gaze upon him. He gently clenched his fist without channeling any soul power, merely exerting pure physical strength. Crackle! The air surrounding his fist emitted a faint, explosive sound. An overwhelming force, far surpassing his previous capabilities, surged through his arm. At that moment, he felt as though he could shatter a small hill with a single punch. Upon introspection, he found his meridians broad and resilient like navigable rivers, with soul power surging through them effortlessly. His bones gleamed like jade, hinting at a precious radiance. His vitality surged like that of a dragon, teeming with explosive power. His mental acuity was concentrated and saturated. With a mere thought, he could discern even the slightest movements within a radius of several dozen meters. His physique, meridians, and mental strength had all been elevated multiple folds. Moreover, his foundation was exceptionally solid, devoid of any sense of superficiality, with all his power perfectly settled and under his command. How do you feel? Gu Rong stepped forward at once, his concern evident, though he could already gauge from Xiaoyao's aura that the gains were monumental. Chun Xian and Dugu Bo also gathered around, their gazes filled with anticipation. Jun Xiaoyao rose from the jade basin, droplets cascading from his well-defined physique, seemingly brimming with boundless power. A radiant and confident smile adorned his face as he spoke with a steady and resonant voice, unprecedentedly splendid. Grandfather, sword grandfather, Grandfather Dugu, my body has reached its current zenith. I sense that I am now ready to prepare for the second soul ring. His gaze turned towards the expansive sunset forest beyond the ice and fire duality eye, his eyes ablaze with the fire of challenge, eager to push towards higher limits. After this perfect tempering with the celestial herbal liquid, his body was poised to welcome the next miracle. Chapter 19. The Dark Magic Dragon Crocodile. Jun Xiaoyao felt the immense power coursing within him, every cell pulsating with an unprecedented vitality and resilience. His gaze swept over the celestial herbs that adorned the garden, warmth and gratitude swelling within him. He understood that without the unwavering support and protection of the three elders before him, he would have never acquired such a fortuitous opportunity. He turned to face Gu Rong and Chun Xian, his expression sincere and earnest as he declared, Grandfather, sword grandfather, these celestial herbs are treasures of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Now that my body has been refined and my foundation solidified, I implore you both to join me in refining these herbs. Perhaps it will assist you in making further advancements. The youthful voice echoed in the valley, and the sincerity and filial piety within his words warmed the hearts of Gu Rong and Chun Xian, both seasoned titled Douluos. Gu Rong let out a hearty laugh, affectionately ruffling Jun Xiaoyao's hair with his weathered hand, his eyes brimming with pride and contentment. Good grandson, having this heart warms me more than any celestial herb. He paused, his tone taking on a serious yet hopeful note. However, your sword grandfather and I have been in the titled Douluo realm for many years. Our cultivation is already stable. For us, a moment's difference is of little consequence. He continued, his voice imbued with gravity. But you are different, Xiaoyao. You are currently in a golden period of rapid growth. Every moment is crucial. The selection and absorption of your second soul ring will determine your future growth ceiling. There can be no delays or errors. Your grandfathers can afford to wait, but your cultivation journey must not be hindered. Chen Xian nodded in agreement, usually succinct. He made an exception to elaborate further. What Grandfather Gurong says is indeed true. After reaching level 95, every advancement requires a deeper understanding of one's martial soul and soul power. Mere energy accumulation will not suffice. While these celestial herbs are indeed excellent, for me, they serve more as a reference to the laws of heaven and earth they embody, rather than their energy alone. His keen gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao, exuding an undeniable determination. The immediate priority is to find the most suitable second soul ring for you, to thoroughly consolidate and unleash the full potential of your recent tempering. Once you obtain your soul ring and everything is settled, we can return to carefully select these celestial herbs at a later time. Your growth is the most pressing matter at hand. The words of the two elders were calm, yet resolute, placing Jun Xiaoyao's growth above all else, unhesitatingly deferring their own potential advancements. This profound and selfless affection stirred a warm current within Jun Xiaoyao, causing his nose to tingle with unshed tears. He was acutely aware that for a titled Douluo, the treasures of heaven and earth that could enhance one's cultivation were exceedingly rare. Yet they did not hesitate to pave the way for him. Douluo, standing nearby, was equally moved and interjected, "Benefactor, what Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo have stated is indeed sensible. The breakthrough of a titled Douluo hinges upon chance and insight. It cannot be rushed. Conversely, your current state is at its zenith, with your body brimming with medicinal potency. Your perception and capacity to endure soul rings are at their peak, making it the most opportune moment to hunt for a soul ring. It must not be missed. The grass in this garden 1T sprout legs and run away." Haha. Upon witnessing the unanimous and rational agreement of the three elders, each considering his well-being, Jun Xiaoyao ceased to insist further. He silently engraved this profound gratitude in his heart, nodding earnestly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and confidence. Xiaoyao understood. He would not disappoint his grandfather Sword and grandfather Douluo's expectations. "Excellent. That's the spirit," Gurong remarked, feeling greatly relieved. Given that his state had reached its pinnacle, there was no time to lose. "Douluo, you're most familiar with the Sunset Forest. Have you sensed any formidable soul beasts suitable for Xiaoyao as a second soul ring? Ideally, they should possess attributes of darkness, death, power, or belong to the dragon category. With a lifespan." Gurong looked toward Jun Xiaoyao, his expression imbued with inquiry. Although his grandson's physique was already extraordinary, there existed a universally acknowledged theoretical limit for the lifespan of the second soul ring, and he did not wish for Jun Xiaoyao to take unnecessary risks. Jun Xiaoyao pondered slightly, feeling the seemingly boundless energy coursing through him and the formidable capacity of his meridians. He slowly began, "Grandfather, after the medicinal herbs have tempered my body, I feel a qualitative leap in both my physical strength and mental endurance. I can now perfectly harness the 2,000-year soul ring of the Abyssal Dragon. For this second soul ring, perhaps we could seek out a soul beast over 5,000 years. Or even close to 10,000 years. 5,000 years? Close to 10,000. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, when these words escaped from Jun Xiaoyao's lips, the three titled Douluos could not help but gasp in astonishment. A second soul ring of 10,000 years. This utterly subverted the established understanding within the soul master community. It is known that ordinary soul masters only dare to attempt absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at their fifth. Yet, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's clear eyes, which reflected not arrogance but thoughtful deliberation, feeling the immense power and the faint dragon might emanating from him, along with recalling the miracles he had previously accomplished, this seemingly mad notion appeared not entirely impossible. Douluo's emerald-like eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly licked his lips. Over 5,000 years, with attributes of darkness and death, a dragon subspecies. Let me ponder. He closed his eyes, slowly searching his mind for suitable targets. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, radiating a brilliant light. I have it. Deep within the Sunset Forest lies the Black Magic Pool, where a dark magic dragon crocodile resides. That creature possesses a faint abyssal dragon bloodline. Although it takes the form of a crocodile, it possesses immense strength and extraordinarily formidable defenses, able to wield the corrosive power of darkness. Its age is at least 7,000 years, possibly even nearing 8,000. It is undoubtedly a top-tier soul beast, with strength comparable to some that have just crossed the threshold of 10,000 years. A dark magic dragon crocodile of 7,800 years. Its power could rival that of a 10,000-year soul beast. This target was infinitely more terrifying than the previous Abyssal Dragon's soul ring. Gu Rong and Shin Xin's expressions grew exceedingly grave. The age surpassed their psychological expectations. 7,000 years, Xiaoyao this. Gu Rong turned to his grandson, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Jun Xiaoyao's breath quickened, not from fear, but from excitement. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul within him emitted a deep, yearning dragon's roar upon hearing the terms Dark Magic Dragon Crocodile and Abyssal Dragon Bloodline, stirring an insatiable hunger and battle intent. Grandfather sword, Grandfather Douluo. Jun Xiaoyao raised his head, his gaze fierce and filled with undeniable resolve and confidence. This is it. I can feel my martial soul yearning for it. Its power is precisely what I need. Please take me there. Observing the burning flame of determination and absolute confidence in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the three titled Douluos exchanged glances, each reflecting the same shock and resolve. In that case, Gu Rong inhaled deeply, a sharp light igniting in his eyes. Let's go meet this dark magic dragon crocodile. I shall see if it is worthy of my grandson's second soul ring. Let us go. Chun Xin succinctly stated, invisible sword energy beginning to circulate around him. Follow me. Douluo Bo, brimming with anticipation, swiftly dashed toward the direction of the black magic pool. Chapter 20. Encountering the Golden Iron Triangle. Deep within the sunset forest, ancient trees towered, and miasma pervaded the air. The further one ventured, the darker the surroundings became, with a faint scent of decay lingering ominously in the atmosphere. Douluo Bo led the way, his dark green hair flowing like viscous poison in the dim light. His figure danced gracefully, skillfully avoiding the gnarled ancient vines and treacherous swamps, clearly exhibiting his familiarity with the area. Gu Rong and Chun Xin flanked Jun Xiaoyao, the two titled Douluos appearing to walk leisurely, yet their mind were highly alert. An invisible force field enveloping Jun Xiaoyao, shielding him from any potential threats. Jun Xiaoyao, in turn, felt the tremendous vigor flowing within him, along with the surging peak soul power of level 20 in his Dantian. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul emitted a low, yearning dragon's roar within his spiritual sea, filled with an indescribable desire to devour upon hearing the term Dark Magic Dragon Crocodile. We are nearly there. Douluo Bo suddenly slowed his pace, his voice low and tinged with gravity. That stagnant pool surrounded by black stones ahead is the Black Magic Pool. That beast is exceedingly cunning, often lurking in the depths of the pool, cultivating amidst the chill and darkness, making it extremely difficult to locate. To lure it out, we shall require some special methods. As they parted the final curtain of verdant vines, the scene before them opened up remarkably. A vast black water pool lay in sight. The water was as dark as ink, thick and viscous as if it were not a liquid at all, with faint wisps of black mist swirling above its surface, exuding a bone-chilling coldness and a nauseating stench. The rocks lining the pool were jagged and charred, indicating severe corrosion, utterly devoid of life, creating a chilling silence. However, within this desolate realm, uninvited guests had already arrived. On the opposite side of the black magic pool stood three individuals. In the center was a man with a stiff expression, clad in a simple gray robe, his eyes betraying the wisdom and focus of a theoretical scholar. To his left stood a voluptuous woman in a striking red dress, her fiery red hair cascading like flames, exuding an uncontrollable aura of ferocity. On his right was a middle-aged man wearing crystal glasses, his face somewhat cunning, yet his gaze keenly alert. The three formed a triangular formation, their soul powers subtly intertwining to create a unique aura, all intently focused on the ink-black surface of the pool, seemingly awaiting something. From the looks of it, they too had come in pursuit of the soul beast residing within the black magic pool. The sudden appearance of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions instantly shattered the heavy atmosphere of the place, startling the three individuals across from them. Positioned in a triangular formation, the trio simultaneously turned their heads, their faces etched with astonishment and wariness. Upon recognizing the newcomers, especially feeling the unmasked cold aura emanating from Douluo Bo, a titled Douluo, along with the inscrutable pressure exuded by Gu Rong and Chun Xin, the expressions of the three transformed drastically. Poison Douluo, on the right, A middle-aged man with crystal glasses had his pupils suddenly constrict behind the lenses, instinctively stepping forward half a pace to shield his two companions slightly behind him. As a sensitive attack type, Soul Emperor, he acutely sensed the terrifying pressure akin to an abyss radiating from the three elders opposite him, particularly from the gaunt old man and the one in white, whose might seemed even more formidable than that of the poisoned Douluo. The fiery-eyed beauty, Lady Lu, bristled with anger, her explosive temper prompting her to instinctively channel her soul power, only to be restrained by the man in the center. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was grave. He adjusted his glasses while his gaze quickly swept over the three elders before finally settling on the extraordinary black-eyed child nestled between the two elders. A tempest of emotions swirling within him. Three titled Douluos, they brought a child into the most perilous region of the Sunset Forest. This combination was exceedingly bizarre and oppressive. Forgive our audacity in disturbing your presence, esteemed titled Douluo and your venerable companions. Yu Xiaojiang managed to suppress his inner turmoil, stepping forward to bow respectfully, maintaining a tone of calm and reverence. Though his soul power was modest, his theoretical prowess was unparalleled. He recognized the profound implications of encountering individuals whose depths he could not fathom. Douluo Bone narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He had painstakingly located the most suitable soul beast for his benefactor. How could he allow others to covet it, especially at this critical juncture? With a cold snort, he inquired, "What brings you here, Golden Iron Triangle? Are you also interested in the treasures within this pool?" The overwhelming pressure of the tidal Douluo surged forth like a tidal wave, laden with a disquieting venomous aura that caused Flanders and Lu Erlong to momentarily struggle for breath, their soul power becoming sluggish. Flanders hastily forced a smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Your Excellency has misunderstood. We would never dare to compete with you. We merely..." Before he could finish, Lu Erlong could no longer hold her tongue. Stubborn and indignant, she retorted, "And so what? The soul beasts of the Sunset Forest do not belong to your family. The dark dragon crocodile in this black magic pool is notoriously vicious, having recently attacked neighboring villages. We were entrusted to eliminate it. Do we need to report this to your Excellency?" Erlong. Both Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders admonished in unison, internally lamenting their predicament. Their opponents were the capricious poisoned Douluo, accompanied by two unfathomable powerhouses. If a conflict erupted, even with their soul fusion technique, the Golden Iron Triangle stood no chance. The dark dragon crocodile? Douluo scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "Blind fools! That is no subspecies of dragon. It is a dark magic dragon crocodile, possessing a trace of abyssal dragon blood. Its strength rivals that of a 10,000-year soul beast. You three think you can eliminate it? Don't throw away your lives." Abyssal dragon blood? Yu Xiaojiang trembled at the revelation, his eyes igniting with profound shock and inquiry, as if he had stumbled upon an exceedingly significant academic term. He fixed his gaze on the black pool, murmuring, "No wonder the records describe its characteristics as inconsistent with those of the dragon species. It possesses a higher-tier dragon lineage." Jun Xiaoyao quietly observed from the side. His gaze swept over the Golden Iron Triangle, lingering momentarily on Master Yu Xiaojiang. This man, theoretically unparalleled, seemed entirely absorbed in the astonishment and quest for knowledge regarding new soul beast information, momentarily forgetting the perilous situation at hand. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously silent center of the black magic pool erupted without warning, a series of massive bubbles surging forth. The viscous water began to churn violently, as if a colossal creature was rapidly ascending from beneath. A terrifying aura, filled with darkness and corrosion, surged upward from the pool's depths. "Be cautious. It is about to emerge." Gu Rong's ancient and composed voice rang out, an invisible weight of power enveloping Jun Xiaoyao protectively. Though Chan Xan remained silent, his sword aura spontaneously coalesced, emitting a faint humming sound as a sharp intent locked onto the heart of the pool. The Golden Iron Triangle's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively drawing closer together, their soul power connecting in an instinctual response. Radiant three-colored light began to rise from them as they prepared to unleash their soul fusion technique. Golden's sacred dragon. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pool. The waters of the black magic pool surged upward, forming a massive bulge. In the next moment, a horrific head, covered in dark, bony spikes, burst through the black water, revealing itself. A pair of ghastly green vertical pupils, brimming with savagery and hunger, instantly locked onto everyone on the shore. The dark magic dragon crocodile had made its appearance. Chapter 21. Disdain and Testing. The waters of the black magic pool roiled violently. The terrifying head of the dark magic dragon crocodile fully emerging above the surface. Its ghastly green vertical pupils scanned the shore, radiating a chilling, brutal aura. Its immense form was partially obscured, yet the visible portion exceeded 5 meters, with dark scales entwined in a faint mist. Douluo Bo's eyes gleamed with a piercing light, his 9 soul rings flickering into visibility, already prepared to strike. Grandfather Douluo, wait! At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's clear voice rang out. He stepped forward, his gaze resting on the poised golden iron triangle, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Since these esteemed seniors are here at the behest of others to eliminate this menacing soul beast, why not allow them to take the first attempt? It would be beneficial for us to observe what peculiarities this soul beast, endowed with dragon blood, possesses. His eyes swept over Yu Xiaojiang, a barely perceptible disdain flickering within. Memories from before his transmigration surged to the forefront of his mind. This man, revered as a master, appeared theoretically proficient, yet was largely a practitioner of mere theory. With modest strength, he relied heavily on Bibi Dong's clandestine protection and Lu Erlong's unwavering loyalty, all while presenting himself as the sole enlightened one amidst a world of intoxication. What merit had he to be held in such high esteem, a man unable to even manage his own emotions and leaving 2 women to suffer a lifetime of pain? Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's overwhelming soul power momentarily paused, his gaze shifting in surprise toward Jun Xiaoyao. However, when their eyes met, and he perceived the implication hidden within those profound black eyes, understanding dawned upon him, and a playful smile emerged on his lips. He reined in some of his pressure, lazily leaning back against a charred boulder, adopting an amused demeanor. Very well, since my benefactor has spoken, I shall watch the spectacle. Please proceed. Gu Rong and Chun Exen exchanged glances. Though words were unspoken, they tacitly took a half-step back, granting space in front. They too wished to ascertain the capabilities of this golden triangle, which seemed to be disfavored by the carefree individual, and whether it could compel the true prowess of the dark dragon crocodile to surface. With the 3 of them present, they would ensure that the beast would not inflict harm upon anyone. The pressure was instantaneously directed towards the golden triangle. Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned extremely grim. How could such a clever mind fail to perceive the condescension hidden within the child's tone and the mockery in the words of the poisoned Douluo? They were clearly being treated as mere stepping stones, or perhaps even as targets for amusement. You all! Lu Erlong erupted in fury. Her crimson hair standing on end without a breeze, her explosive temper igniting as a powerful wave of soul energy threatened to erupt. Erlong, calm down, Yu Xiaojiang admonished, firmly grasping her arm. They were up against 3 titled Douluos. His voice carried a tinge of bitterness and helplessness. In the face of absolute power, any theoretical discourse appeared feeble. They had no room for choice. Flander adjusted his crystal spectacles, managing a smile that was more pitiable than tears, and lowered his voice. Xiaojiang. Erlong, the situation is beyond our control. The aura of this dark dragon crocodile far exceeds our expectations. It is by no means the ordinary Millennium Soul beast we previously believed it to be. With 3 titled individuals present, perhaps it is, in fact, safer. His words served both as analysis and self-reassurance. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to regain his composure. He gazed once more into the murky depths, where the grotesque beast lurked, his scholarly instincts overpowering the sense of humiliation. Flander was right. Their objective had shifted. It was now paramount to probe and safeguard. Collecting data on this aberrant soul beast was crucial. Prepare for martial soul fusion. The final 4 words were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. Sun and moonshine. Golden transformation. The trio shouted in unison, instantly completing the martial soul manifestation. Flander's back unfurled a pair of enormous cat-eagle wings. Lu Erlong was enveloped in a fiery crimson dragon flame. Meanwhile, before Yu Xiaojiang, a diminutive, pig-like creature, entirely purplish, known as the Rosan Pao, emerged, emitting a series of grunts. A resplendent golden halo ascended from the trio, swiftly coalescing into a grand golden triangle. A tremendous surge of soul power rushed towards the center of the triangle, where the Rosan Pao stood. The Rosan Pao emitted a pained shriek, its body swelling and distorting within the golden light. A dazzling burst of golden radiance erupted, and a formidable dragon might pervaded the atmosphere. Although it lacked the pure bloodline suppression of a true dragon, it emanated a unique authority born of fusion. As the golden light dissipated, a slender dragon, entirely covered in golden scales and boasting 4 claws, majestically coiled in the air. The golden sacred dragon, however, in comparison to the dark dragon crocodile lurking in the depths, exuding an aura of primal darkness, the golden sacred dragon, despite its impressive appearance, radiated an energy fluctuation that was evidently inferior. Oh, a martial soul fusion technique that embodies the Trinity? Quite intriguing. It manages to emulate a hint of the holy dragon's essence. Gu Rong raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise evident, but then shook his head. Alas, the foundation of the fusers is woefully inadequate. It possesses the form, but lacks the spirit. It may suffice against ordinary soul beasts, but when faced with a beast endowed with a supreme, dark bloodline. Jun Xiaoyao interjected, his words sharp and incisive. Futile. Jun Xiaoyao observed the resplendent golden sacred dragon with an impassive gaze, his eyes revealing a deeper disdain. In his view, a fusion requiring the combined effort of 3, with one participant contributing nearly no soul power, relying solely on special techniques to barely coalesce, was ostentatious yet hollow, riddled with flaws. Should a weakness be discovered, or if any link faltered, it would shatter instantaneously. Yu Xiaojiang, possessing modest strength, yet perpetually seeking to rely on such cunning means to attain power, was truly laughable. Roar! Under Yu Xiaojiang's command, the golden sacred dragon emitted an imposing roar, launching the first assault against the dark dragon crocodile. It opened its maw, unleashing a searing stream of golden dragon breath, the radiant essence attempting to dispel the darkness of the depths. However, within the ghastly green, vertically slit pupils of the dark dragon crocodile, a distinctly human-like mockery and ferocity flickered. It did not evade or retreat. Its massive head, adorned with bone spikes, swung violently, and a dense black mist rapidly coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black water arrow that violently collided with the golden dragon breath. Sizzle. The energies of light and darkness clashed violently, and within mere seconds, the golden dragon breath began to dissolve at a visible rate. Although the black water arrow had shrunk considerably, its momentum remained unyielding as it struck the chest of the golden sacred dragon with force. Boom! The golden sacred dragon emitted a mournful cry of agony. Its massive golden form sent hurtling backward, scales shattered, and the encroaching black mist hissed with corrosive intent. In a single exchange, the golden triangle's fusion creation, the golden sacred dragon, had suffered a significant setback. What formidable dark corrosive power! Yu Xiaojiang's astonished voice echoed from within the golden sacred dragon. Its dark attribute purity is exceedingly high, exhibiting powerful resistance, even counteraction, against light energy. Erlong, Flander, intensify the soul power output. Lu Erlong and Flander, not daring to delay, fervently channeled their soul energy. The golden light enveloping the golden sacred dragon surged once more, striving to dispel the black mist from its chest. Yet, the dark dragon crocodile was evidently unwilling to grant them a moment's respite. Its colossal form abruptly reared from the depths, unveiling a back laden with dark scales and menacing bone spikes. A tail akin to forged steel swung with a fearsome roar, striking towards the still stabilizing golden sacred dragon. The power behind this blow far exceeded that of the previous water arrow. As the tail swept through the air, it produced a thunderous crack, the sheer force causing even the observing Dugu Bo to squint slightly. Chapter 22. The Humiliated Master. Not good. Quick dodge. Yu Xiaojiang's horrified shout rang out from within the golden sacred dragon. Yet, the massive tail of the dark dragon crocodile, imbued with terrifying power, had already rent the air, bearing down with a destructive aura. The speed was far beyond the limits of the golden sacred dragon's capacity to evade. 6th soul skill, Phantom Thousand Wing Strike. 5th soul skill, Blazing Dragon Soul Slash. Flander and Lu Erlong, driven purely by instinct, roared in unison, recklessly igniting their soul power in a desperate attempt to enable the golden sacred dragon to withstand this lethal assault. Boom! The resounding impact resonated as though it were striking the heart of every onlooker. The golden sacred dragon let out a piercing wail, its massive golden form akin to a toy crushed beneath a mountain. The golden scales and radiant energy at its chest instantaneously obliterated. That steel-like tail, devoid of embellishment, embedded itself deeply within the dragon's body. Crack! The golden sacred dragon was sent spiraling backward, transforming into a golden meteor that crashed violently against the black rock wall dozens of meters away. Boom! The cliff trembled violently, debris cascading like raindrops. The brilliance of the golden sacred dragon faded to its nadir, its form becoming transparent and ethereal, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. The three figures within were grievously injured. Flander and Lu Erlong simultaneously spewed forth blood, their faces turning as pale as parchment, their breaths faltering dramatically, as they staggered back from the fusion state, nearly unable to remain upright. The woeful Yu Xiaojiang, possessing the weakest soul power, was a pitiful sight. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his body collapsing limply to the ground, while Luo Sanpao let out a mournful cry before vanishing. His eyes brimmed with agony, reluctance, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The scholar's earlier composure had been utterly shattered by the harshness of reality. The dark demon dragon crocodile unleashed a deafening roar of triumph, its cruel vertical pupils fixating intently on the three humans who had lost their ability to resist. Its massive jaws opened once more, dangerously gathering dark energy, compressing it into a swirling black energy sphere, the destructive power contained within capable of reducing the golden iron triangle and the rocky wall behind them to mere dust. The shadow of death loomed ominously over Yu Xiaojiang, Flander, and Lu Erlong. Flander struggled to rise, attempting to shield his companions, while Lu Erlong, with flames of defiance burning in his eyes, found it difficult even to raise a hand. Yu Xiaojiang was left gasping in despair. At this critical moment, a clear, childlike voice, tinged with innocent curiosity, abruptly shattered the oppressive atmosphere of doom. You three seem to be in quite the predicament, remarked Jun Xiaoyao, who had been quietly observing, as if he had just grasped the situation. Tilting his head, his bright eyes blinked inquisitively at the golden iron triangle, his voice laced with childish wonder and concern. Didn't you just assert with unwavering conviction that you were entrusted to eliminate this soul beast that threatens the village? He pointed his delicate finger at the gathering source of terrifying energy, the dark demon dragon crocodile, then gestured towards the beleaguered trio, his little face a picture of bewilderment. But now it seems like the soul beast is the one getting rid of you? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gasped, nearly fainting as the color drained from his face. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Lu Erlong trembled with rage, wishing to leap forward, but was firmly anchored in place by excruciating pain and fatigue. Flander managed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a single word. The child's remarks struck like daggers, piercing through the remnants of their dignity. Jun Xiaoyao, seemingly oblivious to their dismal expressions, continued in his innocent tone. It looks like you might not be able to defeat it. Do you need help? However, he hesitated, his brow slightly furrowing as if caught in a dilemma. But my grandfather says that taking someone else's prey is rather impolite, unless the prey is too formidable and the hunter is unable to continue, right? At this utterance, even the onlooking Dugu Bo could hardly suppress a laugh, hastily covering it with a cough. Gu Rong's lips twitched, and a hint of helpless amusement flickered in Shan Xian's eyes. Their child certainly had a knack for delivering biting sarcasm. Little rascal. Lu Erlong managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth, his vision blurring. Yu Xiaojiang bit down hard on his lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth as the endless humiliation and shame made him wish he could sink into the ground. At that moment, the dark demon dragon crocodile had finished gathering its power. The compressed, dark energy sphere erupted violently, transforming into a thick, pitch-black beam of destruction. Locking onto the three with an aura of annihilation, it shot forth with a thunderous roar. Death had descended. Despair surged in the eyes of the golden iron triangle trio. A soft sigh echoed, tinged with the child's unexpected wisdom. Looks like I really have to help, don't I? Before his words had fully settled, Jun Xiaoyao sprang into action, faced with the terrifying beam of dark destruction. This 6-year-old child not only did not retreat, but took a bold step forward. A surge of formidable vitality erupted within him. The pinnacle of level 20 soul power operating with unreserved might, a dragon's might far surpassing his own soul power, radiating from his diminutive form. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial spirit instantly manifested. No grand dragon shadow appeared, but a thin, lustrous layer of bone-like armor enveloped his skin, resembling the most exquisite white jade battle armor. In his eyes, ethereal blue flames flickered cold and majestic. His right hand extended, revealing bone claws that glimmered ominously. First soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. Accompanied by a crisp command, Jun Xiaoyao swung his clawed hand forward with vigor. The air seemed to tear apart. 5 colossal, dark energy claws, meticulously refined, manifested from thin air, their size magnified beyond measure. Their forms were clearer and more solid, intricate dark patterns visibly entwined upon them, exuding an aura that chilled the soul and exerted a terrifying pressure. The colossal claws tore through space, swiftly striking towards the destructive beam of darkness. In the incredulous gaze of the golden iron triangle, that beam capable of annihilating them was abruptly severed upon contact with the bone claws. As if confronted with an overpowering force from a higher realm, the Abyssal Dragon Claw, undeterred, swept away the residual dark energy with overwhelming dominance, finally crashing down upon the dark demon dragon crocodile's spiked head. A resounding thud echoed. The dark demon dragon crocodile emitted a roar of pain and fury. Its massive head thrust back in shock. Within its ghastly green pupils, disbelief and a trace of primal fear flickered for the first time. From those bone claws, it sensed an absolute pressure emanating from a higher plane, far surpassing its own meager dragon lineage. It was a crushing tear of existence. Silence. A deathly stillness. By the black magic pool, only the furious breaths of the dark demon dragon crocodile and the bubbling of the pool's water remained. The golden iron triangle stood utterly stupefied, mouths agape like lifeless statues, their eyes fixed upon the child whose white bone armor was gradually receding, revealing a delicate visage beneath. Flander's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, forgotten. The fury in Lu Erlong's eyes had long since been replaced by unparalleled astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang lay prostrate on the ground, oblivious to his pain and humiliation, his mind a blank slate, echoing only with the image of those bone claws that had torn through the dark beam and the child's serene countenance. Chapter 23. The Purple Soul Ring That Overturns Cognition. Silence. By the black magic pool, only the gurgling of the water and the dark demon dragon crocodile's furious breaths remained. The golden iron triangle, as if struck by an unseen petrification spell, stood frozen, their pupils quaking, their minds nearly ceasing to function. Their gazes were riveted upon the child who was slowly retracting his bone claw, fixated on the soul ring that swirled beneath his feet. It was a purple soul ring, profound, noble, containing a vast energy fluctuation far exceeding that of 100-year soul ring. 1,000-year soul ring. The first soul ring, 1,000 years? How could this be possible? Yu Xiaojiang's breath hitched abruptly, his eyes bulging from the sheer shock, veins bursting with blood. His limp body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if witnessing the most improbable, the most illogical occurrence in the world. No, impossible, this is absolutely impossible, he stammered, his lips quivering, uttering words that resembled delirious murmurs. The limit of the first soul ring is 423 years. This is an unbreakable rule. It is an absolute truth validated by the blood and lives of countless predecessors in the realm of soul masters over thousands of years. How could it be? How could it possibly be 1,000 years? His worldview, the theoretical framework he had devoted his life to researching and upon which his fame was built, was shaken to its core in this moment, teetering on the brink of collapse. That blinding purple hue instilled a sense of dread and suffocation in him that surpassed even the annihilating attack of the dark magic dragon crocodile. Fran was oblivious to the fact that his crystal glasses had slid down his nose as he was fixated on that purple soul ring, then abruptly turned his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao's youthful yet unervingly calm visage, feeling as though his decades-long career as a soul master had been reduced to insignificance. Purple, the color of 1,000-year first ring, a monster. This child was a veritable monster, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with absurdity and disbelief. Lu Erlong, whose face was originally flushed with anger and humiliation, now appeared as pale as death. She gazed at the purple halo, sensing the overwhelming dragon might emanating from Jun Xiaoyao, whose soul power, though not exceptionally high, was remarkably solid and immense, sending a chill coursing straight up her spine. She finally comprehended the terrifying confidence and capital concealed behind that child's innocent and carefree words. This was not ignorance. It was sheer contempt, level 20, yet at its pinnacle. Yu Xiaojiang struggled to divert his gaze from that purple soul ring, feeling yet another wave of dizziness as he sensed Jun Xiaoyao's unabashed fluctuations of soul power, nearly causing him to spit blood once more. 6 years old, pinnacle of level 20. What did this mean? It implied that this child had ascended from level 10 to level 20 in less than a year since his awakening. This was yet another existence that subverted his theoretical understanding. The innate level of soul power determined the starting point and speed of a soul master's cultivation. In his theory, possessing full innate soul power was the hallmark of an extraordinary talent, exceedingly rare. Yet, throughout history, there had never been a precedent for someone with innate level 20 full soul power. Thus, he remained unaware that Jun Xiaoyao had actually awakened his martial soul less than a month ago. 1,000-year first ring, innate level 10 soul power. Each of these phenomena was sufficient to send shockwaves through the realm of soul masters, and both appeared in a mere 6-year-old child. Yu Xiaojang felt his mind spiraling into chaos, as countless theoretical formulas and data he had once revered clashed violently within his thoughts. He endeavored to apply his invincible theories to everything before him, only to find every single one rendered utterly impotent, even laughable. Theories, my theories, he muttered in a daze, his gaze beginning to lose focus as the pride and confidence that had sustained him began to fissure under the weight of this relentless barrage. The pearlescent bone layer enveloping Jun Xiaoyao gradually receded, the ethereal blue flame in his eyes extinguishing, restoring his delicate childlike appearance. He gently patted his impeccably clean little hands, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He turned his head, once again regarding the utterly disillusioned members of the Golden Iron Triangle. In his clear black eyes lingered a childlike concern, yet at this moment it appeared more piercing to the trio than any mockery. Esteemed seniors, Jun Xiaoyao's voice remained bright, even tinged with a childlike lisp, yet every word struck Yu Xiaojang's heart like a hammer. Are you all well? You seem quite injured. His gaze lingered intentionally on the dazed Yu Xiaojang, tilting his head slightly, his tone growing even more inquisitive. Esteemed senior, you look rather unwell. Is your injury too severe? Or, he blinked his pure and innocent eyes, uttering the words that utterly shattered Yu Xiaojang's mental defenses. Or is it that your theoretical knowledge cannot explain the soul techniques and soul ring I just employed? Puffed. Yu Xiaojang could no longer contain himself. In a fit of rage, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a corpse, his very essence seemingly drained, and his gaze dimmed completely. Xiaojang! Xiaojang! Fran and Lu Erlong exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to assist him, but their own injuries rendered their movements unsteady. Jun Xiaoyao, however, appeared oblivious to Yu Xiaojang's plight. Self-absorbed as he comforted, esteemed senior, do not be too disheartened. Theories, after all, must be grounded in facts. If the facts deviate from a theory, then it is undoubtedly the theory that is flawed, right? After all, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. These words fell like the final straw, causing Yu Xiaojang's eyes to roll back as he nearly lost consciousness. Enough, you little brat. You are being excessively arrogant. Lu Erlong managed to stand, glaring furiously at Jun Xiaoyao, her body swaying precariously, yet her fiery temper remained undiminished. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at her, a hint of grievance etching his small face. Andy, why are you still scolding me? I merely acted out of kindness to save you. Did I say something wrong? He spread his small, pale hands, feigning innocence and confusion. You, Lu Erlong trembled with rage, yet found herself speechless. The truth was, had it not been for this so-called little brat's intervention, the three of them would now be nothing more than a pile of flesh. All right, Xiaoyao, Gulong finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible chuckle. To save a person is to see it through to the end. To escort a Buddha is to see it to the west. Since you've intervened, you should first deal with this beast to prevent it from harming others. His words seemed directed at Jun Xiaoyao, yet his gaze swept over the Golden Iron Triangle, carrying a subtle warning for them to recognize reality and accept the truth. Chun Xen nodded slightly, his focus returning to the dark magic dragon crocodile, which was now shaking its head, its eyes regaining their ferocity and savagery. Dugu Bo chuckled, his green eyes shimmering with excitement. Esteemed benefactor, this hulking creature is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. It's perfect for you to hone your skills. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, disregarding the explosive emotions of the Golden Iron Triangle behind him, fully locking his gaze upon the dark magic dragon crocodile. Within his diminutive frame, that terrifying abyssal dragon might surge forth once more, even more solid and imposing than before. Beneath him, the purple 1,000-year soul ring radiated with grandeur and mystery. He slowly raised his right hand, the chilling glint of his claws flashing ominously. The dark magic dragon crocodile sensed the suppression and provocation emanating from deep within his bloodline. issuing a roar that blended fear and rage. Its massive body rose upright from the black magic pool, sending a deluge of putrid black water soaring, resembling a moving black mountain, poised to unleash a desperate strike. Chapter 24. Battling the Magic Crocodile, Sharpening the Blade. Xiaoyao, Gulong's steady voice rang out, infused with absolute confidence and affection. Unleash your full potential. With your grandfather and sword grandfather, and Douluo grandfather here, this beast cannot harm you in the slightest. It's the perfect opportunity to refine your soul techniques and battle awareness. Though Chan Xin remained silent, the invisible sword energy circulating around him solidified momentarily, locking onto any movement from the dark magic dragon crocodile, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would affect Jun Xiaoyao. Douluo grinned even wider, his green eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Esteemed benefactor, go for it. Show this creature what true dragon might is. With the protection of 3 titled Douluos, Jun Xiaoyao's final trace of apprehension dissipated into thin air. He took a deep breath, his clear black eyes instantly sharpening, as his petite frame sank slightly, assuming an offensive stance. Roar! The dark demon dragon crocodile sensed a tremendous threat and provocation, particularly from the pure and noble aura of the abyssal dragon emanating from Jun Xiaoyao, which filled it with both fear and fury. It no longer hesitated. Its massive body surged forward with overwhelming force, accompanied by a stench-laden torrent of black water, as a gigantic paw, clad in heavy, pitch-black scales, descended upon Jun Xiaoyao like a mountain. Before the paw could reach him, the terrifying pressure of wind had already sent debris flying from the ground. Faced with a strike capable of turning an ordinary soul master into a pulp, Jun Xiaoyao showed no signs of retreat. The purple glow of his 1,000-year soul ring flickered. First soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. Rather than confronting the attack head-on, he slipped sideways like a wraith, narrowly evading the direct impact of the colossal paw. Simultaneously, his right hand, adorned with bone claws of a ghastly white, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, launching 5 concentrated shadows of claws that accurately targeted the joint where the paw met its scales. Swish! A sharp sound of friction erupted. The dark demon dragon crocodile let out a pained roar, as its mighty paw struck nothing but air, crashing down on the ground where Jun Xiaoyao had just stood, creating a massive crater and scattering stones everywhere. Moreover, on its wrist, 5 deep claw marks appeared, revealing bone beneath, with strands of cold, dark energy entwined around the wounds, continually corroding its flesh and preventing healing. Beautiful! Douluo could not help but exclaim. Such precise judgment and speed, striking at the opportune moment. Gurong and Chan Xin also displayed expressions of admiration. Xiaoyao not only possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, but his combat instincts were astonishing. Completely unlike a child facing a powerful soul beast in a life-or-death struggle for the first time. On the side of the Golden Iron Triangle, the 3 watched in stunned silence, especially Yu Xiaojiang, who struggled to suppress his dizziness, fixated on the battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao's straightforward yet effective and utterly fierce response once again challenged his understanding. This method of combat starkly contradicted his theoretical principles that low-ranked soul masters should primarily evade and maneuver when confronted with a powerful assault. Is he not afraid? Flender murmured, unable to comprehend how a 6-year-old could remain so composed in the face of such a terrifying soul beast. Lu Erlong remained silent, yet her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. Having landed a successful blow, Jun Xiaoyao did not linger. He changed his footing, drawing near the dark demon dragon crocodile, which now moved sluggishly due to pain. In a fit of rage, the creature swung its other massive paw, while its robust tail, like a steel whip, silently struck toward Jun Xiaoyao's back, attempting to force him into a corner. Watch out! Lu Erlong could not help but exclaim, her instinct compelling her to shout, even though they had just been humiliated. However, it was as if Jun Xiaoyao had eyes on the back of his head. At the moment when the giant paw and steel tail were about to reach him, he suddenly dove, narrowly slipping beneath the enormous body of the dark demon dragon crocodile. In that fleeting moment, he brought his left hand together, the bone palm gleaming white like the sharpest short blade, delivering a fierce upward thrust that accurately pierced the relatively softer scales of the creature's abdomen. Thud! Another muffled sound resonated as the blade entered flesh. The dark demon dragon crocodile let out an even more anguished roar, its massive body shuddering from the searing pain in its abdomen. The sweeping paw and striking tail lost their precision, crashing into one another with a dull thud, causing the creature to stagger. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao had already slipped out from the other side, gracefully landing several meters away, his breath steady and his gaze still terrifyingly calm. He glanced down at his left hand, stained with dark blood, and with a thought, the blood was dispersed by a thin layer of dark soul power. While strong in both power and defense, the creature's ability to turn and respond in close combat seemed somewhat clumsy. Its attack patterns were rather singular, relying more on instinct than technique. Jun Xiaoyao quickly assessed his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, adjusting his strategy accordingly. This rapid exchange, seemingly simple, showcased his combat talent in full bloom. His timing, insight into the enemy's weaknesses, and that composure and courage far beyond his years prompted nods of approval from the three titled Douluos watching. This kid's battle awareness is truly innate, Douluo remarked. He is far superior to those who, despite possessing theoretical knowledge, flounder in practical combat. Gu Rong cast a pointed glance at Yu Xiaojiang, whose face had turned ashen. Chun Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. A promising talent, having sustained injuries, particularly the corrosive pain from the wound in its abdomen. The dark demon dragon crocodile descended into complete madness. Its blood-red vertical pupils glowed fiercely, and the black mist surrounding it thickened ominously, as vast amounts of dark energy surged towards its gaping maw. This surge of energy was far more terrifying than its previous assault on the golden iron triangle. It was evidently prepared to fight to the death. This is bad. It's going all out. Flinder gasped, feeling a chill even as a soul sage. Yu Xiaojiang barely managed to lift his head, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He did not believe that Jun Xiaoyao could withstand what was clearly the dark demon dragon crocodile's ultimate ability. Xiaoyao, do you need Grandpa to intervene? Gu Rong's calm voice reached him, imbued with absolute control. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the frantically gathering ball of dark energy, not a hint of fear in his eyes, but rather a blazing fervor for battle ignited within. No, Grandpa. His clear voice rang with unwavering determination. It is the perfect opportunity to test its limits, as well as my own. Before his words had fully left his lips, the pinnacle of his 20th level soul power surged forth without reservation. The power of the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul was unleashed to its utmost, the white bone layer instantly enveloping his entire body, transforming him into a diminutive war god of white jade. He did not choose to adopt a passive defense. Instead, he advanced boldly. The purple soul ring beneath him shone brilliantly as he crossed his arms before him, the white bone claws gathering dark energy at an unprecedented speed. A terrifying pull and tearing essence, as if drawn from the abyss, spread outward. Abyssal Dragon Claw. With a clear shout, Jun Xiaoyao thrust his crossed arms forward. No longer were there 5 scattered claw shadows, but rather 2 intersecting waves of dark, tearing energy in an X shape. Wherever they passed, the air was forcibly displaced, emitting a chilling wail, as even light seemed to be consumed by the profound darkness. Simultaneously, the dark demon dragon crocodile's ultimate strike finally erupted. A dark beam over a meter in diameter shot forth with a tremendous roar, annihilating the surrounding black rocks into dust without a sound. In the next instant, the 2 intersecting tearing waves, infused with all of Jun Xiaoyao's strength, collided fiercely with the devastating dark beam. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the seemingly indomitable black beam of darkness, upon its encounter with the X-shaped rift wave, was unexpectedly torn asunder as if it had met its nemesis. Violently ripped apart by the claw-like manifestations imbued with the power of the abyss. The torrent of ebony energy was forcibly diverted to either side, colliding against the spatial barrier that the ancient banyan had long since established, sending ripples cascading through the air. Chapter 25. The Soul Bone unleashes its might. The abyss bestows a funeral. The pitch-black beam of destruction was ruthlessly cleaved by the X-shaped rift wave, and the turbulent energy that diverged crashed against the imperceptible barrier laid by the ancient banyan, creating layers of ripples that, however, could not breach even an inch of the tempestuous threshold. This astonishing spectacle left the golden iron triangle utterly stunned, their thoughts frozen in disbelief. Yet, what followed was an unforeseen transformation that even the 3 titled Douluo could not have anticipated. Just as the 2 rift waves were on the verge of dissipating, and all believed the assault had concluded, Jun Xiaoyao crossed his right hand before him, and a sudden change occurred. Buzz! An aura far darker than before erupted unexpectedly from the bony claws of Jun Xiaoyao's right hand. The once pristine white bone claw underwent a dramatic transformation, the skeleton seemingly elongated, becoming even more menacing. The icy gleam at the fingertips was so sharp it seemed capable of piercing the very void, while multiple sharp black bone spikes erupted from the back of his hand, resembling the horns of a malevolent demon. Most disquieting of all, intricate and complex black demonic runes began to manifest upon the once immaculate bone. Excellent. The true form of the Abyssal Dragon Claw has finally been awakened. In Douluo Bo's eyes, a brilliant light shone forth as he let out an excited growl, filled not with surprise, but with immense satisfaction and exhilaration. The ancient Banyan chuckled heartily, his golden eyes brimming with pride and approval. Ha ha ha! Good grandson, you have not disappointed your grandfather. Faced with the pressure of life and death, you have finally unleashed the potential of this external soul bone. This is its rightful form. Although Chen Xian did not laugh heartily, a rare smile of appreciation graced his usually stern visage, and he nodded slowly, his eyes radiating brilliance. The moment was ripe, and the brilliance had begun to manifest. The three of them had long been aware of the existence of this external soul bone, and witnessing its true power being successfully awakened by Jun Xiaoyao at this critical juncture filled their hearts with joy and pride. In stark contrast, the Golden Iron Triangle found themselves utterly petrified, their minds completely derailed. External soul bone? They had only encountered that term in the most ancient of scriptures, always believing it to be a myth, yet today they witnessed it with their own eyes, and judging by the reactions of the three titled Douluo, they had known all along. This child, who had repeatedly overturned their understanding, possessed such a legendary treasure. Flanders stood agape. Lu Erlong forgot to breathe, while the already crumbling resolve of Yu Xiaojiang left him with an even more hollow and desperate gaze, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was wholly focused. The true power of the external soul bone, Abyssal Dragon Claw, was not awakened by chance. It was the inevitable result of his utmost effort and the profound resonance between his will and martial soul. A surge of unprecedented colossal power erupted from his right arm, flooding into his being, merging flawlessly with his own soul power, indistinguishable from one another. The sensation of mastering such formidable power was ineffably exquisite. The dark demon dragon crocodile had just unleashed its ultimate strike, and the horrific wound on its head throbbed with agonizing pain, leaving it no time to mount any effective defense or evade. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao seized this fleeting moment of lethal opportunity. The azure flames in his eyes burned with unprecedented intensity as he poured every last vestige of soul power into the fray. First soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. Sur bonne technique, Abyssal Funrad. Accompanied by a chilling command, Jun Xiaoyao's Abyssal Dragon Claw crossed and surged forward. Swish! The very fabric of space seemed to be forcibly torn asunder by an invisible force. Two intersecting black rifts manifested from thin air, devoid of any light, filled only with pure nothingness. They silently traversed the expanse, swallowing even the light itself. The dark demon dragon crocodile's ghastly green vertical pupils shrank to a pinprick, reflecting the two ever-enlarging intersecting black lines, as boundless terror instantaneously engulfed its ferocious consciousness. It yearned to struggle, to roar, yet its body felt shackled by invisible chains, unable to emit even the slightest sound. With a precise strike, the two intersecting black rifts plunged directly into the head of the dark demon dragon crocodile. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The colossal body of the dark demon dragon crocodile stiffened abruptly, all motion coming to a standstill. In the next moment, a scene that sent chills down the spines of all present unfolded. From the center of that cross-shaped wound, countless black fissures spread like living black lightning, rapidly extending across its entire head, hastening towards its neck and body. Where the fissures traversed, scales, flesh, and bone, all material, dissolved soundlessly in a fine dust, devoured entirely by the black mist emanating from the rifts, leaving no trace behind. In scarcely a few breaths, the formidable dark demon dragon crocodile, whose power rivaled that of a 10,000-year soul beast, had its massive upper body, along with its grotesque head, utterly erased from existence, as if it had been wiped from the fabric of this world. Only a small fragment of its shattered body lay at the edge of the pool, a testament to its former existence. A deep purple soul ring, nearly black in hue, slowly coalesced above the remnants of its body. A deathly silence enveloped the black magic pool. The only sound was the unsettling gurgle of the water, which seemed painfully loud. Plop! Jun Xiaoyao dispelled his state, his diminutive form shaking violently as his complexion turned as pale as paper, his breath faint to the extreme, as if he were on the verge of collapse. That earth-shattering strike had nearly drained all his soul power, even leaving his mental fortitude nearly depleted. Yet, through sheer willpower, he stood firmly, his stark black and white eyes gazing longingly at the powerful soul ring, filled with yearning and anticipation. Excellent! Such utter annihilation. Douluo clapped in admiration, his eyes brimming with excitement. The soul bone technique of the Abyssal Dragon Claw possesses even more might than I had envisioned. The ancient banyan appeared beside Jun Xiaoyao in an instant, steadying him with a firm hand, as pure and profound soul power gently flowed into his body, aiding him in stabilizing his nearly collapsing form. The elder's face bore a mix of tenderness and immense pride. Well done, Xiaoyao. You have finally mastered the power of this soul bone. However, next time, do not exert yourself so recklessly. You nearly exhausted yourself? Chun X's figure also materialized, as if by teleportation at the other side, regarding Jun Xiaoyao with eyes full of admiration. Your timing was impeccable, delivering a fatal blow. This technique has now become your ultimate killing move. His assessment remained as succinct and precise as ever, receiving the care and affirmation of his 3 grandfathers. A pale smile broke through Jun Xiaoyao's fatigue-laden face. He adjusted his breathing, his gaze still ardently affixed upon the alluring soul ring. Grandfather, I feel this soul ring is exceptionally suited for me. His voice, although weak, resonated with unwavering determination and excitement. The ancient banyan waved his hand grandly, filled with vigor. Excellent. Then claim it. We shall protect you. Over 8,000 years for the second ring. Ha! Jun Xiaoyao nodded decisively, no longer hesitating. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his energy. Chapter 26, Second Soul Ring, Abyssal Dragon Domain. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, his diminutive figure appearing exceptionally insignificant beneath the vast, nearly black, purple soul ring. He inhaled deeply, casting aside any hesitation, his spiritual energy, akin to a slender yet resilient thread, cautiously extended forth, meticulously entwining around the soul ring that emanated a heart-stirring energy. The moment his spiritual energy brushed against the soul ring, a deafening roar erupted within the sea of his consciousness, a howl filled with ferocity, resentment, and endless malice from the dragon crocodile. The ominous specter of the dark magic dragon crocodile suddenly materialized, charging towards the very essence of Jun Xiaoyao's soul with a destructive fervor. The overwhelming energy of the soul surged like a breaching dam, violently flooding into his meridians, threatening to rupture his very being. The vengeful thoughts from the ancient dragon-type soul beast, over 8,000 years old, were far more ferocious than the previous hell dragon. Jun Xiaoyao, his body quaking violently, his complexion paling instantaneously, a trace of blood even escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet he was well prepared, maintaining clarity within his spiritual realm, his will tempered like steel, unyielding in the face of that terrifying soul onslaught. A mere remnant of a soul dares to cause trouble. Jun Xiaoyao, as the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul instinctively shielded its master. A more noble and majestic dragon's roar resonated from deep within him, instantly suppressing the dragon crocodile's furious howl. The ethereal specter of the magic crocodile, sensing this noble dragon's might, instinctively displayed fear, momentarily halting its assault. The expressions of the 3 titled Douluos grew grave as they clearly felt the violent energy and intense resentment contained within the soul ring. Such fierce resentment. This beast died unwillingly, its retaliation exceedingly brutal. Douluo's green eyes flickered as he clutched a pill in hand, ready to assist at any moment. Gu Rong gestured for calm, his gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, filled with both concern and unwavering trust. Trusting Xiaoyao, he knew he could manage this. This was his chosen path, one he must forge through himself. We merely need to ensure external forces do not interfere. Chun Xin said nothing. Yet the sword energy enveloping him became even more refined, sealing off the space within several dozen meters, preventing even the gentlest breeze from intruding, thus creating the most absolute tranquil environment for Jun Xiaoyao. The golden iron triangle observed from a distance, not daring to breathe. They could sense the terrifying nature of that soul ring's energy. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been obliterated or driven mad by that energy's overwhelming resentment. And that child was truly attempting to absorb it? Time passed slowly. Jun Xiaoyao's body resembled a battleground. Tiny beads of blood seeped from his pores and beneath his skin. It felt as though countless mice were scurrying about, signs of the violent energy crashing through his meridians. His expression twisted in pain at times, yet at others, it was resolute as iron. His spiritual energy engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the remnants of the crocodile's resentment, while simultaneously guiding the vast, ocean-like flow of soul power to refine it within his dantian. This was an extraordinarily arduous and painful process. However, Jun Xiaoyao's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His experiences from 2 lifetimes, combined with the meticulous nurturing of the title Douluo and the foundation forged by divine herbs, endowed him with the confidence and resources to tackle this seemingly impossible challenge. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul showcased its dominion as a divine martial soul, not only steadfastly guarding his spirit, but also beginning to actively devour and refine the influx of energy and the dissipating dark attributes, significantly alleviating Jun Xiaoyao's burden. It was unclear how long had passed. Gradually, the tremors in Jun Xiaoyao's body subsided, and the blood scabs began to slough off, revealing underneath a new, more radiant layer of skin. The once violent surge of energy began to mellow, like rivers returning to the sea, flowing orderly into his dantian, being rapidly refined and absorbed. The agony etched on his face gradually receded, replaced by a serene and dignified calm. A powerful aura began to rise slowly from within him. "It's happening!" Douluo Bo exclaimed in delight. Gu Rong and Chun Xiaoyao also exhaled softly, their eyes filled with deep satisfaction. The most perilous moment had passed. What remained was the meticulous process of absorption and consolidation. After some time, as the setting sun cast a warm hue over the black magic pool, the last remnants of tumultuous energy within Jun Xiaoyao completely settled. The profound purple soul ring, like a docile pet, gently descended, ultimately resting securely atop the first purple soul ring, spinning quietly. The 2 purple soul rings shimmered in harmony, radiating an intoxicatingly powerful resonance. Jun Xiaoyao's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. With a hiss, 2 substantial azure beams of light erupted from his eyes, extending over a foot before gradually retracting. A powerful wave of soul energy erupted explosively from him, dispersing the dust upon the ground. Level 21, Level 22, Level 23, his soul power level. After absorbing this over 8,000-year second soul ring, had soared directly to the pinnacle of Level 23. Only a hair's breadth separated him from Level 24. This was not solely due to the energy of the soul ring itself, but also attributed to the divine herb he had consumed beforehand, which solidified an incredibly robust foundation, allowing the immense medicinal power accumulated within him to be fully drawn upon and absorbed at this moment by the high-level soul ring energy. He succeeded. Jun Xiaoyao felt the surging power within him and the newly resilient, expansive meridians, a wave of immense joy swelling within his heart. He stood up, stretching his limbs, producing a series of crisp, popping sounds, feeling better than ever. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Gu Rong strode forward, firmly patting his grandson's shoulder, overwhelmed with excitement as he exclaimed 3 times, "Excellent." The second soul ring, over 8,000 years old, had directly elevated his soul power by 3 levels. Unprecedented. Unprecedented indeed. Douluo Bo circled around Jun Xiaoyao, marveling at the solidity of his aura, the stability of his foundation, devoid of any trace of emptiness. "Perfect absorption. My benefactor. You truly struck gold this time." Chun Xiaoyao nodded with a smile. The second ring, 8,700 years. "Very good." Jun Xiaoyao himself was filled with astonishment, not expecting such a bountiful reward. "Xiaoyao, quickly see what kind of soul skill you've acquired." Gu Rong urged eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The soul skill provided by an over 8,000-year top-tier dragon-type soul ring was undoubtedly extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao focused his mind, and after a moment, an unusual glimmer flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and the second soul ring beneath him glowed with a deep purple light. As the soul ring shimmered, the light within a 20-meter radius of his body abruptly dimmed, as if shrouded by an invisible curtain of darkness. A heavy, oppressive force field filled with death and confinement descended silently. Within this range, the air thickened, hindering movement, and even the flow of soul power became sluggish. An invisible mental pressure continuously bombarded the beings within the area, instilling feelings of fear and despair. This is a domain-type skill. Douluo gazed in astonishment. His tone altered. Gu Rong and Chun Xian also turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. A domain-type skill, a divine technique coveted by countless powerful beings. Such extraordinary abilities are typically only found in exceedingly rare soul bones or soul rings of 100,000 years, or within the domains of the most exceptional martial souls. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao has astonishingly acquired a similar capability with his second soul ring. Although its range remains limited, it undeniably embodies the essence of a domain's power. Jun Xiaoyao, sensing the might of this soul skill, felt an overwhelming shock within his heart, and he spoke slowly. Second soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Domain. Its effect is to create a realm filled with the power of the abyss within a certain radius. Within this domain, the enemy's speed, soul power circulation, and mental perception will be significantly suppressed, continuously eroded by dark forces and besieged by mental pressure. Moreover, all my attacks will be greatly enhanced within this domain. Chapter 27. The Collapse of Theory and the Return Home. The fading rays of the setting sun fell upon the edge of the black magic pool. Yet they could not dispel the residual waves of energy lingering in the air. The trio of the golden iron triangle supported one another, gazing from afar at the black-eyed child encircled by three tidal Douluos. Their faces had long lost all color, their eyes hollow, resembling three sculptures devoid of soul. At merely 6 years of age, a great soul master, possessing a soul power of 23 levels, along with 2,000-year soul rings, one of which astonishingly reached 8,700 years, and a legendary external soul bone, as well as the recently unveiled domain-type soul skill that existed only in theory. This cascade of information struck them like countless heavy hammers, relentlessly shattering their established worldview built over decades into fragments, leading to a complete collapse. Flander opened his mouth, but his throat was too parched to produce any sound. His eyes, which usually sparkled with keen intelligence, now reflected only confusion and disbelief. He had toiled for most of his life to reach the level of Soul Emperor, while this child stood at a height unattainable by countless soul masters throughout their lifetimes from the very beginning. This was no mere prodigious talent. It was akin to the reincarnation of a deity. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her slender body trembling slightly. The fiery temper she was known for had been replaced by an overwhelming shock and an indescribable fear. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao, at the two slowly rotating purple soul rings, recalling the terrifying soul bone skill that annihilated everything, and the suffocating darkness of the domain she had just witnessed. For the first time, she felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness toward a child. To what terrifying heights would this child grow in the future? Among the three, the one most profoundly impacted was undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang. He slumped in Flander's embrace, his face ashen, breath faint. The remnants of struggle and unwillingness in his eyes now transformed into a void, staring blankly at the dimming sky. He was wrong, entirely wrong. His lips moved, uttering murmurs heard only by himself, as two streams of murky tears silently slipped down his cheeks, mingling with the grime on his face, rendering him particularly forlorn. The first soul ring's limit is 423 years. The second's limit is 760 years. Soul masters must progress steadily, lest they hasten their growth too much. The quality of martial souls determines innate soul power and future developmental limits. External soul bones are legendary existences. Domain-type skills can only be obtained through a 100,000-year soul ring or top-tier, gifted martial souls. The foundational theories he had devoted his life to, which he held as sacred and even risked family estrangement to uphold, the 10 core competencies of soul masters, on this day, in the presence of a 6-year-old child, had become nothing more than a collection of laughable jokes. Each theory was crushed under the ironclad facts presented by this child. A 1,000-year first ring? He possesses 2. Steady soul power growth? He ascended 3 levels in a single day. External soul bones are mere legend? Not only does he possess one, but he can also wield it flawlessly. Domain-type skills are unattainable. His second soul skill embodies precisely that. He had once won the title of master through these theories. Although his soul power was modest, he still garnered a degree of reputation and standing within the soul master community, even earning the unwavering companionship of Flander and Lu Erlong. He had once believed that although he was a failure, the knowledge in his mind was valuable, capable of guiding geniuses to become stronger. But now, all his theories, all his pride, All his convictions appeared utterly ridiculous and vulnerable before a true, extraordinary anomaly that transcended common sense. He was like a frog confined to the depths of a well, stubbornly clinging to the minuscule piece of sky visible from its mouth, convinced that it represented the entirety of truth. Yet today, Jun Xiaoyao, this majestic eagle, had plucked him from the abyss, revealing the vast and boundless true world, utterly shattering the walls of the well upon which he relied for existence. This impact was far more fatal than any physical injury. His heart of Tao was shattered. Xiaojang, pull yourself together. Flanders sensed Yu Xiaojang's increasingly faint aura and lifeless gaze, urgently whispering, continuously channeling a meager amount of soul power into him. Lu Erlong, too, was flustered, tightly grasping Yu Xiaojang's cold hand. Xiaojang, don't scare us. Theory is dead. Humans are alive. She wished to offer comfort, yet found any words at that moment to be unbearably hollow. What more could be said? To claim that Jun Xiaoyao was merely an exception? But this exception was far too extreme. It was as if he had come to dismantle everything. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao gradually retracted the aura of the Abyssal Dragon domain, and the two purple soul rings faded from sight. He felt the surge of his 23 levels of soul power coursing within him, and his mood lifted. His gaze casually swept over the despondent trio of the Golden Iron Triangle, lingering momentarily on the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojang, feeling little compassion, but rather a hint of amusement. Stagnant and clinging to the remnants of their beliefs, attributing their failures to the mutation of their martial souls, yet never contemplating how to transcend their limits. Merely trapping genius within a flawed, theoretical framework. Such so-called masters were nothing but a disservice to their disciples. True strength must encompass the courage and ability to shatter all conventions. He turned away from the trio and faced his three grandfathers, a smile illuminating his face. Grandfather, Sword Grandfather, Douluo Grandfather, I have completed my absorption. Excellent. Truly splendid. Gu Rong laughed heartily, even more delighted than if he had achieved a breakthrough himself. Today's harvest was immense. Not only had he acquired a powerful second soul skill, but he had also surged 3 levels in soul power and fully mastered the strength of the external soul bone. A celebration was in order. Chen Xian nodded slightly. His eyes filled with approval. Your foundation remains intact, and you have made significant progress. Very good. Douluo Bo rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his green eyes. Young master, your domain skill is exceedingly overbearing. Once you grow stronger, it will undoubtedly be a formidable weapon in group battles. Below the title Douluo level, they likely won't even be able to stand within your domain. Jun Xiaoyao, slightly embarrassed by the praise from his 3 grandfathers, scratched his head, reverting to his childlike innocence. It's all thanks to you, grandfathers, for your wise guidance and the aid of the celestial herbs and soul bones. Also, Grandfather Douluo, please don't call me benefactor anymore. It feels a bit awkward. Just call me Xiaoyao from now on. Ha ha, look at you learning humility. Gu Rong affectionately ruffled his hair. At that moment, Douluo Bo cast a glance towards the direction of the Golden Iron Triangle, lowering his voice. Xiaoyao, how should we deal with those 3? It seems the theoretical master has been significantly affected. I hope he doesn't succumb to the shock here. Gu Rong and Chen Xian also turned their attention in that direction, their brows furrowing slightly. Though they held disdain for Yu Xiaojang's theories, they bore no grudge against him. Witnessing the shattered spirit of their opponent, barely clinging to life, elicited a sense of discomfort. Jun Xiaoyao cast a fleeting glance and remarked indifferently, there is no need to pay him any mind. If he cannot withstand such a trivial setback, then his so-called theories are better left abandoned. Let's depart. He was no saint, lacking any desire to console one who had once reveled in the superiority of his own theories, yet now lay vanquished by the harshness of reality. The path must be traversed alone, and the inner demons must be confronted personally. Gu Rong nodded in agreement. Xiaoyao speaks true. We have pressing matters and cannot afford to linger here. Chapter 28. In the Apothecary Garden, the choice of celestial herbs. Deep within the sunsetting forest, as night descended, the 4 formidable beings faced no hindrance in their journey. Gu Rong radiated a faint silver-gray halo, the power of space subtly fluctuating, propelling their group forward with extraordinary swiftness, as if they were weaving through the shadows of the forest. Chen Xian, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, silently cleaved through the obstacles ahead, with vines and branches parting quietly before his intangible sword aura. Douluo Bo was as familiar with this place as his own backyard, guiding them along the most expedient route. Enveloped by Gu Rong's soul power, Jun Xiaoyao seized the moment to quietly adjust his breathing. solidifying his recently attained 23rd level of soul power and familiarizing himself with the newly acquired strength and the subtle sensations of his second soul skill. In a short while, the familiar valley once more came into view. Traversing through the ethereal miasma, they were met with a sudden clarity. The resplendent sight of the ice and fire yin-yang I remained unchanged, the red and white springs distinctly separated. An ethereal aura was several times denser than that of the outside world. Various extraordinary flowers and herbs, nourished by the spring waters, emitted an enchanting brilliance and intoxicating fragrance. Returning to this place, feeling the surging vitality of heaven and earth, both Gu Rong and Chun Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with fervor. Previously, they had been preoccupied with concerns for their grandson's safety and the absorption of soul rings, leaving no room for other considerations. Now, with Jun Xiaoyao unharmed and having reaped tremendous benefits, it was time to contemplate their own opportunities. Every time I visit your old lair, I feel as though my life has been spent in vain, Gu Rong exclaimed, inhaling the rich spiritual energy, jesting with Douluo, though the astonishment in his eyes was genuine. Chun Xiaoyao, though silent, surveyed the entire garden with keen eyes, lingering momentarily on several particularly potent celestial herbs, nodding slightly, clearly satisfied with the locale. Upon hearing this, Douluo's face broke into a subtle smile of pride, mingled with gratitude towards Jun Xiaoyao. The Bone Douluo is overly complimentary. Were it not for Xiaoyao, I would have likely guarded this treasure trove to my dying breath, unaware of its potential, and perhaps even suffered from the backlash of its toxins. The celestial herbs here are yours to take as needed. Do not hesitate. His demeanor was exceedingly earnest. Were it not for Jun Xiaoyao revealing the secrets of this place and imparting the antidote methods, Douluo would not possess such ease today. This favor could not be repaid merely with celestial herbs. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had completed his adjustments and, upon hearing Douluo, smiled and replied, "Grandfather Douluo is quite right. Grandfather, sword grandfather, the majority of the celestial herbs here possess overwhelmingly potent medicinal properties, but with your respective cultivation and realms, if you choose wisely, they will undoubtedly yield great benefits, perhaps even allowing you to progress further." After level 95, each advancement became increasingly arduous, necessitating not only an accumulation of soul power, but also a profound comprehension of one's realm. Some of the top-tier celestial herbs here might provide that crucial opportunity. Exchanging glances, Gu Rong and Chun Xiaoyao recognized the desire reflected in each other's eyes. Having been trapped at level 95 for far too long, they indeed required external stimulation to break through their barriers. In that case, I shall not hold back. Gu Rong laughed heartily, his gaze beginning to search the garden. His martial soul was that of a bone dragon, embodying power, defense, and spatial attributes inclined towards darkness, necessitating the discovery of celestial herbs that aligned with or could enhance his physical form and spatial comprehension. Chun Xiaoyao also gradually radiated his mental energy, meticulously sensing each celestial herb's unique sword intent, energy fluctuations, or spiritual rhythms. His path lay in the pursuit of ultimate attack and pure mental will. So the herbs he sought must be capable of refining his sword heart, sharpening his soul, or significantly enhancing both the quality and quantity of his soul power. Douluo interjected, "Bone Douluo, if we speak of strengthening the physical body and consolidating foundations, that earth dragon gold melon over there is of the highest quality. Its nature heavy and profound, imbued with the power of the earth's dragon vein, which may resonate with your bone dragon martial soul. Additionally, the ink jade divine bamboo is unmatched in resilience, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities while containing a hint of dark origin." He then gestured towards another area. Sword Douluo. Though the sword herb appears unremarkable, it naturally harbors a trace of innate sword energy, which may prove extraordinarily effective for your comprehension of the sword path. Meanwhile, the seven-colored moon orchid can purify soul power and condense mental energy, potentially aiding in the refinement of your sword aura to become even more pure and substantial. Of course, the fiery and the eight-cornered beside the central spring are top-tier celestial products of extreme heat and cold, but their attributes are excessively extreme, so caution is advised. Jun Xiaoyao added, "Grandfather, sword grandfather, selecting celestial herbs is not merely about choosing the highest grade. The key lies in their compatibility with one's martial soul power attributes, and cultivation path. Otherwise, the medicinal properties may clash, leading to adverse effects." Both men nodded slightly upon hearing this, settling their minds to perceive and select with greater care. Gu Rong stood before the Earth Dragon Gold Melon, which was entirely golden, its shape akin to a gourd vine, yet emanating a formidable dragon aura. Lingering for a long moment, after glancing at the ink jade divine bamboo, which was as black as ink and exuded a resilient aura, he pondered briefly before determination flickered in his eyes. I have pursued ultimate defense and strength throughout my life. The Earth Dragon power contained within this Earth Dragon Gold Melon aligns perfectly with my desires. Perhaps it will enable my Bone Dragon body to advance further. He ultimately chose the Earth Dragon Gold Melon. While the ink jade divine bamboo was indeed commendable, it leaned more towards pure resilience, whereas the Earth Dragon Gold Melon seemed more capable of prompting a profound evolution of his martial soul. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao directly bypassed the sword herb, his gaze fixated on the seven-colored moon orchid, which radiated a dreamlike seven-colored aura. The sharpness of the sword lies in sincerity and purity of soul. The sword intent of external objects is ultimately not my path. He spoke softly, yet his voice resonated with unwavering conviction. This flower can purify soul power and condense the spirit, precisely aiding me in refining a pure sword heart, allowing my 7 kills sword aura to flow unimpeded. His choice surprised Douluo, yet it was also within reason. Jun Xiaoyao's path lay in ultimate purity. He did not require external sword energy, but rather sought to enhance the purity and refinement of his sword heart and soul power. Having determined their targets, the two titled Douluos no longer hesitated. Gu Rong carefully enveloped the Earth Dragon Gold Melon in his soul power, extracting it along with the surrounding soil. The melon felt exceedingly heavy in his hands, radiating a warm aura, as if a true Earth Dragon slumbered within. Jun Xiaoyao, being more direct, pointed like a sword, and an exceptionally refined sword aura precisely sliced through, severing the 7-colored moon orchid at its base, then supporting it with soul power as its luminous beauty swirled, emanating a captivating fragrance. This place is rich in spiritual energy. Let's consume them here, Douluo suggested. I, along with Xiaoyao, shall act as guardians for the two of you. Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao nodded, each seeking a flat area to sit cross-legged. Gu Rong took a deep breath and, without hesitation, opened his mouth, swallowing the Earth Dragon Gold Melon, skin and all, in a few gulps. In an instant, a brilliant, earthy yellow radiance erupted from his entire being, a formidable and overwhelming energy, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, detonating within him. A layer of golden, dragon-like scales enveloped his skin, while his bones crackled ominously, his aura escalating at a terrifying pace. With a muffled groan, he channeled his soul power to guide this colossal energy against the formidable barrier of the 96th level. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao consumed the colorful moon orchid, which melted upon entry, transforming into a refreshing and sweet elixir that flowed into his abdomen. Immediately, vibrant rays of multicolored light emanated from within him, illuminating him with a majestic aura. The sword energy surrounding him, already fierce and unparalleled, seemed to be cast into an invisible furnace, undergoing further refinement and purification. 2 powerful waves of energy surged through the ice and fire yin-yang eye, causing numerous celestial herbs to sway gently. Douluo and Jun Xiaoyao swiftly retreated to a safe distance, fully concentrating on safeguarding the two. Chapter 29. Evolution of the Martial Soul. Twin Douluo Shatter the Mirror. Within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, 2 massive energy waves roiled like raging seas, stirring the spiritual essence of this sacred ground into a boiling frenzy. Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, cloaked in a rich halo, their auras soaring like rockets, battering against the solid barrier that had confined them for years. Time slipped away quietly in the tense atmosphere. The eastern horizon gradually brightened, the dawn light attempting to pierce through the valley's mist. Suddenly, the overwhelming earthy light surrounding Gu Rong contracted sharply, only to explode forth with even greater ferocity. Roar! A sound reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar reverberated throughout the valley, even causing the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to churn. The space behind Gu Rong twisted violently, and his colossal skeletal dragon martial soul materialized. Yet at this moment, the skeletal dragon had undergone a monumental transformation. The once stark white bones were now imbued with a dark golden luster, as if infused with the essence of the earth's dragon veins. The bones becoming more robust and fearsome, each bone spur gleaming with a chilling radiance that seemed to tear through space. Deep within the dragon's chest, a profound darkness illuminated, akin to a miniature void, emanating an arcane spatial fluctuation. The entire dragon form grew denser, imbued with an overwhelming sense of power, its pressure far surpassing anything before. Was this the evolution of the martial soul? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was no surprise that celestial herbs could enhance soul power and fortify the body, but directly facilitating the evolution of a top-tier martial soul was nothing short of miraculous. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with excitement, joy flooding through him. It was successful. Grandpa's skeletal dragon martial soul had absorbed the earth dragon gold melon's power and essence, evolving into something extraordinary. At the very moment the martial soul evolution completed, it felt as though a shackle within Gu Rong had shattered explosively. A terrifying soul power, exceeding the 96th level, erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, causing the surrounding space to ripple. 97. Thanks to the celestial herb's potency and the feedback from the martial soul evolution, Gu Rong broke through the bottleneck that had confined him for years, officially entering the ranks of the 97-level Super Douluo. Furthermore, his soul power, enhanced by the martial soul evolution, became exceptionally profound and formidable. Incomparable to an ordinary 97-level Douluo, Gu Rong's eyes flew open, golden light radiating from them, as if two miniature dragon silhouettes danced within. He rose to his feet, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, as if he could shatter mountains with a single punch. Coupled with a deeper mastery over spatial powers brought by the martial soul evolution, he couldn't help but erupt into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! Splendid! What a magnificent earth dragon gold melon! I feel as if I've regained 50 years of youth. His thoughts stirred, and the evolved void skeletal dragon king martial soul unleashed a soul-shaking roar, twisting the surrounding space and emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down spines. Almost simultaneously with Gu Rong's breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao also experienced a remarkable transformation. The colorful halo enveloping him swiftly retracted, as if consumed by some invisible black hole within him. Following that, an extreme sharpness, capable of severing all worldly obstructions, surged upwards. Clang! A clear, resonant sword sound rang out, like celestial music echoing through the skies, even momentarily overshadowing Gu Rong's dragon roar. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, the immense sword shadow representing the seven-killing sword path manifested. Yet, at this moment, the seven-killing sword had undergone a radical transformation. The sword body was no longer an illusory energy form, but had become almost corporeal, exuding a clarity akin to autumn water, yet containing boundless slaughter and profound essence. The sword's edge shimmered with cold light, and merely gazing upon it felt as though one's soul might be cleaved asunder. At the sword's hilt, 7 star-like points of light flickered sequentially, tracing out an arcane trajectory, bestowing upon the entire sword an aura of judgment, decree, and the sacred majesty of vanquishing all evil. The seven-killing sword has evolved too. Jun Xiaoyao gasped in astonishment, instantly recognizing the evolved form of the martial soul. The current seven-killing sword had ascended to an unimaginable level of quality and potential. With the astonishing evolution of the martial soul, the soul power within Jun Xiaoyao transformed as if being refined and purified by countless invisible hammers, becoming exceedingly condensed and pure, before erupting forth, shattering the celestial barrier. 97. The formidable sword pressure radiated from him, causing the ground to silently bear countless fine sword scars, the surrounding air seemingly sliced into the minutest particles. Although his aura was not as grand as Gu Rong's, it was piercingly sharp, as if he himself were a divine sword capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any ordinary whites or pupils, leaving only 2 unfathomably deep pools, infused with endless sword intent. Wherever his gaze fell, the air emitted a faint hum. He sensed the god-slaying sword intent and soul power within him. And even his usually tranquil visage could not suppress a genuine smile of satisfaction and excitement. With fingers poised like a sword, he casually pointed forward. Swish! A minuscule, nearly invisible, transparent sword energy shot forth, instantly traversing dozens of meters to strike a solid black rock in the distance. There was no explosion, no sound. The rock trembled slightly, and then, without a trace, it split open, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut, so polished it could reflect one's silhouette. The residual sword energy left behind a deep, narrow fissure in the ground, which took a long time to heal. Such power with a mere flick of a finger. Congratulations. Grandpa, Bone Douluo. Congratulations, Sword Grandpa, Sword Douluo. Both have broken through martial soul evolution. Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Bo stepped forward simultaneously, sincerely congratulating them. Their faces aglow with excitement. A 97-level Void Skeletal Dragon King. A 97-level 7-killing God-slaying sword. The protective power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had instantly ascended to an unprecedented, terrifying height. With the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master at their side, what force across the continent would dare to provoke them lightly? Gu Rong reveled in his newfound power, exuberantly declaring, what a delight, truly exhilarating. If that old gorilla knew, he might be green with envy. Chun Exen nodded slightly, his fingertips swirling with a strand of refined sword energy, relishing an unprecedented sense of control. In a soft voice, he remarked, the gains from this journey far exceed expectations. Though his tone was calm, anyone could discern the satisfaction and joy underlying it. Douluo Bo, observing the two individuals who had significantly enhanced their strength, felt a mix of envy and happiness. With a respectful gesture, he proclaimed, it is truly delightful to witness your remarkable progress. It seems I must also exert myself to keep pace. Now free from toxins and aided by divine herbs, he brimmed with confidence for the future. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the harmonious relationship between his three grandfathers, feeling a profound warmth and sense of security. With two powerful grandfathers guarding him, his safety in this world had considerably increased. Grandfather, Sword Grandfather, you have just broken through and still need time to stabilize your realms and familiarize yourselves with your newfound powers, Jun Xiaoyao reminded. Gu Rong and Chen Xian nodded in agreement. While a breakthrough was indeed commendable, fully converting the newly acquired strength into combat prowess would require further refinement and adaptation. In light of this, let us remain here for another day or two, Gu Rong decided. Once Chun Xian and I have solidified our realms and acclimated to our newfound abilities, we shall return to the sect. Chen Xian naturally had no objections. Douluo Bo was even more welcoming, exclaiming, it couldn't be better. This place is safe and secluded, rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for meditation and stabilization. Chapter 30, Douluo, First Encounter with Xiaoyao. 2 days swiftly passed in the spiritually abundant realm of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Gu Rong and Chun Exen awakened from their profound meditations one after the other, their eyes gleaming with light, their auras harmonious and restrained. Having thoroughly solidified their formidable soul power of 97 levels and gained preliminary control over their evolved martial souls. The sensation of having such power at their fingertips filled the two elders with immense contentment. During this time of consolidation, Douluo Bo was not idle. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of his precious granddaughter, Douluo. Taking advantage of Gu Rong and Chun Xian's seclusion, he made a special trip to Heavendo City to fetch her. At this moment, by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, alongside Jun Xiaoyao and the two newly emerged Douluo stood a young girl. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old, clad in a simple azure dress that highlighted her burgeoning silhouette. She possessed a head of deep purple short hair, exuding a crisp and refreshing aura. Her fair skin and lovely features were complemented by a hint of melancholy and an air of aloofness in her green eyes, which seemed incongruous with her age. This was indeed Douluo Bo's granddaughter, Douluo. A mix of curiosity and shyness enveloped her as she stood behind Douluo Bo, cautiously surveying the unfamiliar environment and the extraordinary ice and fire yin-yang eye. Her gaze frequently fell upon the calm black-eyed boy who appeared several years younger than herself, as well as the two imposing elders standing behind him, whose mere presence made it difficult for her to breathe. Yin, come and meet Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, Douluo Bo said with a smile, proudly pulling his granddaughter forward. These two are the towering pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and my dear friends. He then introduced Gu Rong and Chun Exen, saying, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, this is my granddaughter, Douluo. Her martial soul is the Phosphor Snake, and she is currently a 23rd level control system battle soul master. His tone brimmed with affection. Although Douluo possessed a somewhat haughty temperament, she recognized the immense respect her grandfather held for these two figures and quickly bowed in deference. I pay my respects to Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, she said with a crisp voice, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Gu Rong, in a favorable mood, looked at the bright-eyed young girl, who was the granddaughter of an old friend, and smiled warmly, saying, no need for excessive formality. Old Poison, your granddaughter possesses quite remarkable talent. At such a young age, she is already a great soul master, and her phosphor snake martial soul is a top-tier poison-controlling martial soul with limitless potential. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. Though typically reticent, he bore no ill will towards the younger generation. Douluo, beaming with joy, was even happier than when he himself was praised. He quickly pulled Jun Xiaoyao closer, saying to Douluo, Yin, this is Jun Xiaoyao, the grandson of Bone Douluo. Do not be deceived by his youth, he is. Douluo suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to introduce Jun Xiaoyao's astonishing achievements, and could only vaguely say, in short, he is quite an impressive young lad. You may call him Xiaoyao. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Douluo's green eyes. The grandson of Bone Douluo? He looks to be only about 6 years old. Why is grandfather introducing him so solemnly, with a hint of admiration? She wondered, though she still nodded politely on the surface. Hello, I am Douluo. Jun Xiaoyao regarded the future Poison Duo before him with calm composure, offering a slight smile in polite response. Greetings, Sister Yin. I am Jun Xiaoyao. His demeanor was refined, devoid of the timidity or exuberance typical of children. Douluo was further astonished. The clarity and serenity in his gaze were striking, as he stood unfazed before the titled Douluo and herself, as if everything were perfectly natural. At that moment, Gu Rong interjected with a smile. Old Poison, you brought your granddaughter here to seek an opportunity, did you not? Douluo nodded, chuckling indeed. I cannot hide anything from Bone Douluo. This place is rich in divine herbs, which will undoubtedly benefit my granddaughter's phosphor snake martial soul. However, due to my previous health issues, I did not dare to recklessly select herbs for her. I intended to seek Xiaoyao's, guidance. He had initially meant to ask the two Douluo for assistance, but felt that it was more prudent to consult Jun Xiaoyao, who seemed to have a better understanding of divine herbs. Gu Rong and Jun Xiaoyao had no objections, their gazes turning towards Jun Xiaoyao. Taking a moment to assess Douluo and sense her aura, Jun Xiaoyao spoke. Sister Yan's phosphor snake martial soul primarily focuses on poison control, while also possessing certain offensive capabilities. When selecting divine herbs, it is best to choose those that can enhance the purity and potency of her poison or strengthen her mental faculties for better control over toxins, or those that can fortify her physical constitution to withstand stronger toxic backlash. His words were clear and insightful, far beyond what one would expect from a 6-year-old, leaving Douluo momentarily stunned, her astonishment deepening. As Jun Xiaoyao scanned the medicinal garden, he quickly pinpointed several divine herbs. For example, the fragrant chua, a nemesis of all poisons, could, if one could withstand its medicinal properties, significantly purify and enhance the abilities of poison-wielding soul masters, even condensing poison pills that render one immune to all toxins. Additionally, the earth dragon snow ginseng possessed harmonizing properties that could bolster the body and enhance vitality, allowing one to endure more intense toxins. Furthermore, the 7-colored illusion lotus could significantly elevate mental strength, crucial for control-type soul masters. With each herb he mentioned, Douluo's eyes sparkled brighter, nodding in agreement. Douluo, however, was increasingly astonished. This boy seemed to know far too much. Ultimately, with Jun Xiaoyao's counsel and Douluo's encouragement, Douluo chose the fragrant chilua, which could purify toxins and condense poison pills. While the absorption process might be somewhat painful, the benefits for her future were undoubtedly immense. Having selected the divine herb, Douluo eagerly began to absorb it. As predicted by Jun Xiaoyao, a violent reaction occurred due to toxic conflict, but with Douluo's protective guidance and Jun Xiaoyao's assistance, she managed to navigate through the ordeal unscathed. Several hours later, Douluo successfully completed her absorption, elevating her soul power to the 25th level. More significantly, she sensed that her phosphorescent snake venom had become more refined and penetrating. Within her dantian, a minuscule form of a venomous pill seemed to have truly coalesced, greatly enhancing her mastery over toxins. She opened her eyes, feeling the changes within her body, and for the first time, a genuine, radiant smile of joy blossomed on her face as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes filled with gratitude and an incredulous curiosity. This enigmatic boy not only possessed profound knowledge, but also fulfilled every promise he made. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, Douluo sincerely expressed as she approached him, the trace of her former aloofness having vanished completely. Jun Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Sister Yin, it was merely a trifling effort. Observing his granddaughter's remarkable gains, Douluo felt a wave of relief and gratitude towards Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the purpose of their journey had been entirely fulfilled. Gu Rong spoke up. All right, our business here is concluded. We should return to the sect now. Old Poison, Will you accompany us, sir? Chapter 31. The Douluo Tulip, The Journey Home. Hearing Gu Rong's inquiry, Douluo pondered briefly before responding with a smile, since there is nothing pressing. And Yen has just finished absorbing the celestial herb. It would be beneficial to take her to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a few days. It will broaden her horizons and help solidify her cultivation. He had his own plans in mind. Deepening ties with a top-tier sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly benefit Yan's future development. Moreover, he was curious to see what kind of commotion Jun Xiaoyao would stir upon returning to the sect. Yan naturally had no objections. Her curiosity about the mysterious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the even more enigmatic Jun Xiaoyao was piqued, and she obediently nodded. Gu Rong laughed heartily. Welcome. It is perfect timing for Feng Ji to meet your precious granddaughter, Old Poison. Chen Xian also nodded slightly in agreement. With their decision made, the group prepared to depart from this enchanting ice and fire yin-yang eye. Just as they were about to turn away, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to recall something and paused momentarily. His gaze swept across the flourishing celestial herb garden, ultimately landing on two peculiar plants. The two celestial herbs were translucent like jade, their stalks resembling the finest white warm jade, yet at their apex bloomed 9 petals of varying colors, radiating a resplendent, pagoda-like beauty. Each petal emanated distinct energy fluctuations, yet they harmoniously merged, creating a sense of nobility and elegance. A faint glow of treasure light enveloped the vicinity, rendering it extraordinarily sacred. It was indeed the celestial herb endowed with the potential to evolve into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the Douluo Tulip. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, carefully enveloping the plants along with their roots in soul power, then retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted jade boxes from his soul guide device, placing them inside with great care, sealing the lids to prevent the loss of medicinal potency. Witnessing his actions, Gu Rong's eyes sparkled with understanding and satisfaction. Finally thought of Rong, huh? This herb looks extraordinary. Is intended for her? Chen Xian and Douluo cast curious glances in his direction. Yan blinked her green eyes, pondering. Rong? Sounds like a girl's name. Is she his? Jun Xiaoyao felt a touch of embarrassment at Gu Rong's teasing. His ears slightly reddened, yet he nodded with composure. Indeed, although Rong's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Martial Soul, is formidable, it is ultimately limited to level 79. These 2 9-treasure glazed tile, Jade Pagoda, herbs may assist her, or even Uncle Ning's Martial Soul, in breaking through their constraints and evolving into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. His tone was calm, yet a hint of concern lingered beneath. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Both Gu Rong and Chen Xian's eyes ignited with astonishment upon hearing this. As guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they were acutely aware of the implications. If the martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda could truly evolve, it would be an immense boon for the entire sect. Its significance would rival their own breakthroughs to the 97th level. Good lad. You truly are something else. To have found such a treasure. Gu Rong exclaimed excitedly, clapping Yun Xiaoyau's shoulder vigorously. If Feng Ji finds out, she will surely be overjoyed. That girl Rong will be on cloud 9. Although Chen Xian remained silent, the admiration in his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao deepened. This child not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also displayed such meticulous thoughtfulness, constantly considering the sect and that little girl. Douluo was equally astonished. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda could evolve into the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, then Master Ning's support capabilities would likely become unparalleled in the world. Xiaoyao, this gift of yours is truly astonishing. His perception of Jun Xiaoyao deepened further. Yan listened on the side, her heart racing. Evolving a martial soul, the number 1 support-type martial soul in the world, was everything this brother, Xiaoyao, casually offered so remarkable? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity and a slight, unrecognized envy towards it yet-to-be-met Rong. Jun Xiaoyao carefully secured the jade boxes and replied calmly, I merely happened upon them, thinking they would suit her. Whether or not they successfully evolve depends on Rong's own fortune. With all preparations complete, the group no longer delayed, and led by Douluo, swiftly departed from the enchanting ice and fire yin-yang eye, traversing the poison array and exiting the sunset forest. Upon reaching the forest's outskirts, Gu Rong glanced at the sky and said to Douluo, Old Poison, you should take Yin. We can fly back directly, which will be quicker. Douluo readily agreed. A silvery gray radiance enveloped Gu Rong, and the massive silhouette of the Void Bone Dragon King Martial Soul flickered behind him as a gentle yet formidable spatial force enveloped both Jun Xiaoyao and himself. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled a breath of sword energy, his form becoming incredibly light, as if he transformed into a human-shaped flying sword. Douluo, summoning the phosphorescent snake emperor martial soul as a gentle azure light, lifted Douluo. Let us go. With Gu Rong's command, 4 figures instantly soared into the air, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The speed of the tidal Douluo was breathtaking, akin to the swift winds. Below them, mountains and rivers rushed past in a blur. It was Douluo's first experience flying with her grandfather, and as she felt the howling wind by her ears and the rapidly moving earth beneath her feet, she tightly grasped Douluo's clothing, her heart racing with both nervousness and exhilaration. Stealing a glance at the calm Jun Xiaoyao beside her, she found him unfazed, even leisurely admiring the scenery below, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such high-speed flight, which only deepened her admiration for his uniqueness. Jun Xiaoyao remained composed, his thoughts already soaring back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Having been away for some time, he found himself missing the lively and charming, albeit occasionally willful, yet essentially kind-hearted little witch Ning Rongrong. He wondered how delighted she would be upon seeing the gift he had prepared for her. The mere thought of the surprised expression that might grace her face caused a subtle smile to lift the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Gu Rong noticed his grandson's expression and chuckled inwardly, choosing not to reveal his thoughts. As they sped through the air, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up, his voice clear and resonant in everyone's ears. Xiaoyao, upon returning to the sect, your substantial increase in cultivation, dual purple rings, along with the external soul bone and the matter of your second soul skill, will likely stir considerable excitement. You need to be prepared. Jun Xiaoyao gathered his thoughts and nodded. I understand, Grandfather Jian. I will proceed with caution. He comprehended the meaning behind Qinshin's words. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Excessive display of talent is not always a virtue. However, Gu Rong let out a snort and declared with an air of authority, what is there to fear? With both me and your grandfather sore by your side, I dare anyone to harbor ill intentions. It is high time those shadowy figures realize that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has capable successors, and one who is not to be trifled with. Douluo chuckled in agreement, saying, what the Bone Douluo states is true. Xiao's talent is destined to shine forth, and there is no need to conceal it. When the time comes to display one's prowess, it must be revealed. Such a display can serve to intimidate those of ill intent. Jun Xiaoyao felt a warm glow within, understanding that this was the affection and confidence of his elders. He smiled faintly, a flicker of self-assuredness glimmering in his eyes. Rest assured, grandfathers, Xiao knows what to do. As they conversed, a magnificent cluster of buildings, resplendent with treasure light and built against the mountains, came into view on the distant horizon. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had arrived. Chapter 32. The Shock Within the Hall of the Sect Master. For streams of light passed silently over the skies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, unnoticed by the ordinary disciples, and landed discreetly before the grand and solemn hall of the Sect Master. The guarding disciples, upon seeing the return of Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, and the young Master Xiao, accompanied by Poison Douluo and an unfamiliar child, dared not show any signs of negligence. They quickly bowed in respect and hastened to relay the news within. Moments later, the heavy doors of the hall slowly creaked open. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, you have finally returned. A voice, warm as jade yet tinged with urgency and concern, resounded. It was Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was briskly emerging from within the hall, his demeanor refined and his gaze astute, as though he had been handling sect affairs. However, upon seeing Gu Rong and Qinshin, and sensing their almost unmasked, unfathomable, new auras akin to an abyssal ocean, his steps faltered abruptly, and his face was instantaneously overtaken by profound shock. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, what is this? As a rank 79 soul sage and the most elite support-type soul master, his perception was extraordinarily acute. He immediately discerned the earth-shattering transformations of the two guardians. This was no ordinary enhancement of soul power, but rather a fundamental leap in essence. Gu Rong and Qinshin exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to respond immediately. Qinshin glanced around at the curious disciples and attendants, then spoke with calm authority. Fengji, let us discuss this inside. Dismiss everyone else. Ning Fengji, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, recognized the gravity of the matter and waved his hand urgently. All surrounding attendants and disciples bowed deeply, swiftly, and quietly retreating, and closed the heavy doors of the hall behind them. At this moment, within the spacious and opulent hall, only Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, Chen Xin, Dugubo, Jun Xiao, and the inquisitive Dugu Yin remained. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, who is this? Ning Fengji finally noticed Dugu Bo beside him and felt the chilling aura emanating from him, causing another wave of astonishment. When did the illustrious Poison Douluo become a companion of the two uncles? And why did he bring along a girl who appeared to be his granddaughter? Gu Rong smiled as he introduced, Fengji, come, let me introduce you. This esteemed individual is the renowned Poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, who is now a dear friend of our family, and also a lifelong companion to Xiao. This is his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. Old Poison, this is the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Dugu Bo stepped forward, momentarily setting aside his usual aloof demeanor, and politely clasped his hands in greeting. I have long admired the name of Sect Master Ning. It is a great fortune to meet you today. Though proud, he understood that this seemingly refined man before him was the leader of one of the top 3 sects and the recipient of protection from 2 rank 97 Super Douluos, thus holding an esteemed position. Ning Fengji hastily returned the gesture. Your Excellency, the Poison Douluo, is too kind. It is our honor that you have graced the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with your presence. His mind was racing with questions. The Poison Douluo was notoriously eccentric and reclusive. How could he be so close to Uncle Bone and Uncle Sword? Moreover, how had he become a lifelong companion to Xiao? His gaze instinctively shifted to Jun Xiaoyao, and upon doing so, he was struck with an even greater shock. Xiao, your soul power. Ning Fengji's voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by shock. He could distinctly sense the surging waves of soul power within Jun Xiaoyao, which had already reached the level of a rank 20 Great Soul Master. Furthermore, it was exceptionally dense, far surpassing the ordinary threshold of just over rank 20. How long had it been since they departed? What caused his pupils to constrict further was that, as he focused, 2 profound and noble purple soul rings erupted uncontrollably beneath Jun Xiaoyao's feet, quietly spinning. The powerful energy waves unique to a 1,000-year soul ring struck his comprehension like a heavy hammer. Purple, 2,000-year soul rings. How could this be? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, his composed and elegant demeanor shattered, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most incredible phenomenon in the world. Observing Ning Fengji's shocked and flustered expression, Gu Rong laughed heartily, filled with pride and satisfaction. Fengji, this is only the beginning. Don't rush. Sit down and let me tell you all that will astonish you today. Chen Xin also uncharacteristically revealed a hint of a smile, nodding in agreement. The group settled into their respective seats, and loyal disciples served fragrant tea before discreetly withdrawing. Gu Rong took a sip of tea and began, unhurriedly recounting the events of their journey to the Sunset Forest. From entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, to Jun Xiaoyao selecting immortal herbs to refine his foundational physique, to encountering the Golden Iron Triangle, and ultimately Jun Xiaoyao independently absorbing the spirit ring of the 8,700-year Dark Demon Dragon Crocodile, showcasing his external spirit bone and field-type second soul skill, culminating in both he and Chen Xin experiencing a soul evolution after consuming the immortal herbs, both breaking through to rank 97. Each tale, each incident, was more astonishing than the last, sufficient to send shockwaves throughout the realm of soul masters. Gu Rong narrated with vivid detail, especially animated when recounting how Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly overwhelmed the Golden Iron Triangle and obliterated the Dark Demon Dragon Crocodile with a single strike, his pride overflowing. Chen Xin occasionally interjected with key details, while Dugu Bo confirmed and marveled at Jun Xiaoyao's profound knowledge of immortal herbs, far exceeding his own. Ning Fengji, seated at the head, was swept away by a torrent of emotions, his mind reeling as he raised and lowered his teacup repeatedly, without managing to take a single sip. His expressions fluctuated from initial shock to disbelief, then to horror, ultimately culminating in sheer numbness and exhilaration. A 6-year-old Great Soul Master, rank 20 soul power, 2,000-year soul rings, the second ring nearing 10,000 years, an external spirit bone, and a field-type soul skill. Any one of these accomplishments alone would be lauded as the mark of an unparalleled genius. Yet, when all these miracles coalesced within a single 6-year-old child, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his current emotional state. The gaze he directed at Jun Xiaoyao was filled with profound awe and fervent light. This child was destined to be the towering pillar of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's future. No, he was even poised to become a pinnacle existence for the entire continent. And upon hearing that Gu Rong and Qinxin had undergone soul evolution due to the immortal herbs, both breaking through to rank 97, Ning Fengji was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stood up, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. 2 rank 97 Super Douluos. Their martial souls had experienced a beneficial evolution. The elite combat power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had instantaneously surged to a terrifying height, one that could look down upon all sects across the land. The significance of this moment for the auxiliary sect, which requires the protection of supreme powerhouses, is monumental. He could almost envision a future of unparalleled glory for the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. At last, Jun Xiaoyao produced the 2 jade boxes and gently opened them. Instantly, a radiant light burst forth, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of elixirs, revealing 2 exquisite Chihuahua tulips before Ning Fengji. "Uncle Ning, these are Chihuahua tulips," Jun Xiaoyao stated calmly. "In my assessment, they hold great potential to assist the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's martial soul in breaking its limits." Boom! Those words struck Ning Fengji's mind like a final thunderclap. He fixated intently on the 2 immortal herbs, his breath quickening and his eyes reddening in an instant. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, no one understood the shackles of the 79th level better than he did. It represented the greatest regret of their ancestors, a pain unspeakable by the entire sect. Yet now, the opportunity to shatter this fate lay right before him, brought forth by this miraculous child. "Chihuahua tulip." Breaking the limits, Ning Fengji's voice trembled with hoarseness as he reached out to touch the immortal herbs, fearful that this might merely be a fleeting dream. Shattering at the slightest touch. Chapter 33. The 9 treasures emerges, the Ning clan soars. Ning Fengji's trembling hands carefully accepted the jade box handed to him by Jun Xiaoyao. The 2 Chihuahua tulips lay quietly within, shimmering with a myriad of colors, as if they encapsulated the desires and dreams of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect for centuries. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his heart, which felt as if it might leap from his chest. His gaze swept over the assembly in the hall, ultimately resting on Gu Rong, Chun Exen, and Douluo Bo, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity and sincerity. "Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, title, I wish to absorb the immortal herbs here and strive against the shackles. I implore the 3 of you to act as my guardians." This matter bore immense weight and allowed for no errors. With 3 titled Douluos, especially 2 Super Douluos of a 97th level to safeguard him, success was all but assured. Gu Rong waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Rest assured, Fengji, with me here, not even a fly shall dare intrude upon your focus." Chen Xin succinctly urged, "Break through with peace of mind." Douluo Bo solemnly added, "Do not worry, Sect Master Ning, I shall do my utmost." The 3 titled Douluos instantly dispersed, taking their positions at the corners of the hall. Gu Rong's body radiated with the power of spatial energy, creating an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire hall, isolating it from any external scrutiny or interference. Chun Xion's sword aura was restrained, yet poised like a divine blade, locking onto every inch of the hall, ready to annihilate any disturbance in an instant. Douluo Bo, meanwhile, shimmered with a faint toxic miasma on the ground, serving as both protection and an early warning system. Jun Xiaoyao grasped the curious Douluo Yin and retreated to the edge of the hall, whispering, "Sister Yin, we shall merely observe from here." Douluo Yin obediently nodded, her green eyes fixed intently on the scene, eager to witness this historic moment firsthand. Seeing that preparations were complete, Ning Fengji no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged in the center of the hall and cast one last determined glance at the 2 immortal herbs. Without greed, he extracted 1 Chihuahua tulip. Cradling the herb in his palm, he activated the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's inherited cultivation method, slowly infusing his soul power into the immortal herb. Buzz! The Chihuahua tulip erupted in dazzling 9-colored radiance, illuminating the entire Sect Master's hall in a dreamlike glow. An indescribable, immense energy surged through Ning Fengji's palm and into his meridians like a waking dragon. "Oomph!" Ning Fengji grunted, his body shaking violently, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. The energy of the immortal herb was far more domineering than he had anticipated. His 79th level soul power felt almost fragile against this force. Waves of pain surged through his meridians, as if they might burst. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. maintaining clarity in his spirit and guiding this vast energy along the pathways of his cultivation method, assaulting the indomitable barrier of the 80th level. The three Douluos in the hall remained focused, poised to assist should the need arise. Yet they also understood that the process of breaking the barrier relied heavily on Ning Fengji's own will and foundation. Time passed slowly. Ning Fengji was completely enveloped by the rich nine-colored glow, rendering his figure indistinct. He could only sense the energy within that glow growing ever more immense and pure, subtly resonating with his Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul. Crack! A faint sound, akin to something shattering, emanated from the luminous sphere. Immediately thereafter, a powerful suction erupted from within Ning Fengji, drawing the dense essence of heaven and earth in the hall toward him, as if rivers were returning to the sea. The nine-colored radiance began to retract, gradually revealing his figure. At that moment, Ning Fengji appeared majestic, an air of indescribable nobility and authority augmenting his previously refined demeanor. His aura surged at an astonishing rate, undergoing a profound transformation. 80th level. The chasm that had plagued the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect for countless ancestors was shattered at this moment by the medicinal power of the immortal herb and his years of accumulation. However, the transformation did not cease. The instant he broke through to the 80th level, the space behind him twisted, and the resplendent Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul automatically manifested. Yet, at that moment, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. The tower trembled violently, its original 7 colors flashing wildly, blending and evolving. On top of the original 7 hues, 2 new, even more brilliant and sacred colors began to emerge. The 8th, the 9th, boom. When the last 2 colors solidified, the entire tower seemed to undergo a rebirth, becoming taller, more solid, and crystal clear. 9 resplendent lights harmoniously circulated, exuding an aura of completeness and supreme assistance. The level of pressure and energy far surpassed that of the previous 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. The legendary 9 Treasures Glazed Tower had finally re-emerged into the world at this moment. It has succeeded, Gu Rong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Chun Xian's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance as he slowly uttered 4 words, 9 treasures glazed. Douluo was equally astonished, murmuring, a miracle. Truly a miracle. Ning Fengji abruptly opened his eyes, the 9-colored brilliance flashing briefly. He felt the surging 85th level soul power within him, alongside the immensely familiar and powerful new martial soul behind him, overwhelming him with emotion. He slowly raised his hand, the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower radiating 9-colored light, gracefully spinning as it landed in his palm, both gentle and formidable. 80 level. 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Ning Fengji's voice trembled with emotion as he gazed at his martial soul, as if beholding an unattainable dream. Ancestors, I have not failed you. Years of repression and regret transformed into unrestrained joy and exhilaration at that moment. He rose and bowed deeply to Gu Rong, Chen Exa, and Douluo. Thank you for your guardianship. Finally, he approached Jun Xiaoyao, looking at this child who had brought forth miracle after miracle, 1,000 words lodged in his throat, ultimately crystallizing into a weighty statement. Xiaoyao, uncle thanks you. This favor, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect shall never forget. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head. Uncle Ning, you overstated. This is the fortune of the sect. Ning Fengji nodded gravely, his gaze fervently fixated on another jade box in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Within it lay the hope prepared for his daughter. Jun Xiaoyao, understanding the implication, spoke. Rong is still quite young and has yet to awaken her martial soul. At this moment, consuming the celestial herb may prove too potent and could inadvertently harm her foundation. This exquisite Douluo tulip shall be safeguarded by me for the time being, to be administered only after Rong's martial soul has awakened and her foundation has stabilized. Ning Fengji nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, Xiaoyao, your consideration is remarkable. It is I, the uncle, who has been too hasty. Let be as you suggest. His faith in Jun Xiaoyao's judgment was unwavering. Observing Ning Fengji's successful breakthrough and the evolution of his martial soul, the crowd erupted with joy. Gu Rong chuckled. A double joy. No, wait, it's a multitude of joys. Today shall be a grand celebration. Fengji, you must hasten to solidify your realm and familiarize yourself with your new martial soul. I can hardly wait to witness the auxiliary effects of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower were already the best on the continent. What marvels would the evolved Nine Treasure Glazed Tower present? Ning Fengji, too, brimmed with expectation, sensing the immense power contained within the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, his confidence soaring. The Grand Hall of the sect was infused with an unprecedented atmosphere of joy and hope. Chapter 34. Concealment and Undercurrents Within the Grand Hall. The jubilant ambience surged like a warm current. Holding the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, Ning Fengji felt its overwhelming power, his face alight with barely contained excitement and pride. With the evolution of the two guardian Douluo's martial souls and their level breakthroughs, he himself had shattered the shackles of generations, elevating his martial soul to a legendary realm, thereby propelling the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect to an unprecedented pinnacle. Yet, amidst this revelry, a calm, almost grave voice interrupted, causing the fervent atmosphere to momentarily falter. Unkle ning, Grandvater svort, Grandvater tuku. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, his dark eyes shimmering with an unusual depth for one so young. Uncle Ning's breakthrough to level 80 and the evolution of the martial souls of Grandfather Sword and Grandfather Douluo are nothing short of earth-shattering events. Should such news be disseminated? It might. He paused, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly before continuing it might. As these words fell, silence enveloped the hall. The excitement on Ning Fengji's face gradually receded, replaced by the solemnity and wisdom befitting a sect leader. He was a man of great intellect, and although the earlier joy had momentarily clouded his thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao's reminder swiftly brought the gravity of the situation to light. Gu Rong furrowed his brow, instinctively replying, "What is there to fear? Now that our Seven Treasure Glazed Sect has gained tremendous strength, it is the perfect time to assert our dominance over the continent and show those who dare to underestimate us." His straightforward nature leaned towards showcasing their might. However, Jun Xiaoyao slightly nodded, a look of approval in his eyes as he regarded Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's concerns are valid. Overreaching can lead to downfall. The taller the tree, the harder it falls. Douluo stroked his beard, his green eyes glinting with insight, adding, indeed, the simultaneous evolution of three martial souls and their dramatic ascension is too extraordinary. Once word spreads, it will undoubtedly invite countless speculations and covetous gazes. Especially, he glanced at the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower in Ning Fengji's hands. The emergence of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower carries immense significance. The Spirit Hall will not idly observe a sect with boundless potential that can transcend limits. The mere mention of the Spirit Hall doused Gu Rong's recently ignited exuberance, casting a shadow of seriousness upon his countenance. The continent's foremost power, with its profound roots and ambitions, commanded respect and caution. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he solemnly stated, "Xiaoyao and the Poison Devil are absolutely right. I was momentarily blinded by joy. While it is indeed a cause for celebration that our sect's strength has surged, becoming a target for scrutiny, especially from the Spirit Hall, is far from a blessing." He gazed at the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, its radiance shifting with an air of nobility. The capabilities of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower far surpassed those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, yet it also entailed greater responsibility and risk. Until they possessed the absolute strength to confront all challenges, it was prudent to exercise restraint and concealment. However, Gu Rong hesitated. "Fengji, your breakthrough has been quite conspicuous. The phenomena accompanying your martial soul's evolution are not easy to completely obscure. With so many eyes and ears within the sect, the news may prove difficult to contain." Jun Xiaoyao appeared to have anticipated this issue, responding, "What grandfather says holds truth. Complete secrecy may be unrealistic, but we can control the scope and content of the information disseminated." His thoughts were methodical as he began to analyze the situation. Firstly, we can acknowledge Uncle Ning's breakthrough, attributing it to the aid of Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Sword, highlighting that after years of dedication, he has finally shattered the family's limits. Secondly, and most importantly, the existence of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower must be kept strictly confidential. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was resolute. To the outside world, Uncle Ning's martial soul would still be regarded as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, merely enhanced in brilliance due to his breakthrough, the potency of which had increased somewhat. It was imperative that no one outside the sect learned of the martial soul's evolution. As for Grandfather and Grandfather Sword, he turned to the two elders. Their significant advancements in cultivation could be disclosed as a matter of great fortune for the sect, greatly uplifting morale and intimidating allies. However, The evolution of their martial souls must also be classified as a top secret. It could be presented as an encounter in the Sunset Forest where they acquired rare herbs that bolstered their cultivation, thus enhancing their presence and might. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, admiration growing in his eyes. Xiaoyao's foresight is commendable. This arrangement is indeed the most prudent. Acknowledging some truths while concealing the core secrets will demonstrate our sect's enhanced strength while evading the greatest risks. Jun Xiaoyao remarked, agreed. Gu Rong, having grasped the implications, chuckled heartily. Excellent. We shall proceed as Xiaoyao suggests. Hee, I do enjoy the art of deception. Dugabo smiled. This is splendid. Internally, we must also issue a directive for silence. What transpires within this hall today must not escape our lips. Ning Fengji nodded solemnly. This is a given. I will immediately issue a gag order. Today's events shall remain known only to us few. Externally, we shall follow Xiaoyao's guidance. He turned to Jun Xiaoyao, exclaiming, Xiaoyao, you have once again rendered great service to the sect. Jun Xiaoyao offered a slight smile. Uncle Ning, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. With the strategy established, Ning Fengji acted without delay. He summoned a trusted elder, simply stating that he had made a breakthrough during seclusion, reaching the rank of SoulLand, and that the sect's guardian Douluos had also advanced in their cultivation, warranting a collective celebration. However, he strictly forbade any inquiries into the specifics of the martial soul evolution and its details, declaring that any breaches would be treated as treason against the sect. As the news spread, the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect erupted in jubilation. The sect leader had broken through to SoulLand, and the two guardian Douluos had strengthened their powers, rendering the sect ever more formidable, instilling pride and boosting morale among the disciples. Though there were speculations about the deeper reasons and details, under the strict orders, no one dared to discuss them openly. Meanwhile, the various factions outside, having planted their spies, quickly relayed the news of Ning Fengji's breakthrough to level 80 and the advancements of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. While this stirred some commotion and attention, it remained within acceptable bounds. After all, it was reasonable that Ning Fengji, who had been stuck at level 79 for many years, would eventually break through. And the advancements of the two titled Douluos, while admirable, were not beyond comprehension. However, certain paramount forces, particularly within the Pope's palace far away in Spirit City, received the news, causing Bibi Dong to furrow her brow slightly. Ning Fengji has made a breakthrough? At this critical juncture, two titled Douluos of level 95 are simultaneously advancing in their cultivation? A flicker of doubt passed through her violet eyes. Is the luck of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan excessively fortuitous? She felt an unsettling sensation, though she could not pinpoint its source. After all, the news was reasonable. She could only instruct her subordinates to enhance their scrutiny of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, particularly regarding the precise strength assessment of Ning Fengji and those two titled Douluos. Underlying currents were already beginning to surge quietly. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, Ning Fengji commenced seclusion to consolidate his 85-level soul power, dedicating himself to familiarizing with the newfound capabilities of the 9-treasure Glazed Tower. Gu Rong and Chun Xn were also acclimatizing to their evolved martial souls and the surging power. In Chapter 35, the three little ones gather. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, in a courtyard adorned with exotic flowers and exquisitely decorated, a young girl donned in a delicate pink princess dress with twin ponytails sat on a swing, resting her chin on her hands. Her lips pouted high as she swung her fair legs in boredom. That mischievous brother. How could he leave me for so long? He must have forgotten about me. Ning Rongrong murmured softly, her glass-like eyes filled with a sense of grievance and longing. With her father suddenly in seclusion and both grandfathers absent, no one was left to play with her. Just then, a familiar voice she had been yearning for drifted from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a cool, unfamiliar feminine voice. Rongrong, are you there? I'm back. It was her beloved brother. Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly sparkled like two twinkling stars, and all her grievances evaporated in an instant. Like a jubilant little butterfly, she leaped off the swing, lifting her skirt as she dashed toward the courtyard door. Brother. However, upon eagerly opening the door, she found not only her longed-for brother, but also a beautiful sister she had never seen before, with short purple hair and green eyes, appearing a few years her senior, exuding a somewhat frosty demeanor. The radiant smile on her small face faltered momentarily, and her steps instinctively halted. The little girl's keen intuition sparked a flicker of wariness and displeasure within her. Who is this sister? Why is she with my brother? And why does she look so stunning? Jun Xiaoyao observed the little girl's expression shift from sunny to cloudy, finding it somewhat amusing. He could easily surmise the little witch's thoughts. Stepping closer, he instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, only to have Ning Rongrong tilt her head away to evade him. Humph. Ning Rongrong scrunched her little nose, deliberately avoiding Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, yet her eyes discreetly scrutinized Douluo Yin. Brother, who is she? Her tone carried a barely perceptible hint of hostility and scrutiny. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly and introduced, Rongrong, this is Sister Douluo Yin, the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo. She is temporarily visiting our clan. He then turned to Douluo Yin. Sister Yin, this is the Ning Rongrong I mentioned to you. Douluo Yin regarded the exquisitely crafted yet evidently wary little girl before her with mild amusement. Naturally possessing a somewhat aloof disposition, she was not one to approach others readily. But out of respect for Jun Xiaoyao, she softened her expression and nodded. Hello, Rongrong. Seeing Douluo Yin's demeanor was not particularly warm. Ning Rongrong felt a deeper sense of discomfort, but out of courtesy, she replied softly, Hello, Sister Yin. Immediately, she turned her attention back to Jun Xiaoyao, tugging at his sleeve and playfully pouting, Brother, did you bring me a gift from your long outing? She deliberately ignored Douluo Yin, attempting to redirect Jun Xiaoyao's attention entirely back to herself. Jun Xiaoyao, fully aware of the little girl's subtle attempts for affection, secretly chuckled while maintaining an impassive facade. Of course I did. The moment Ning Rongrong heard of a gift, her earlier discontent was tossed aside, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Really? What is it? Show me quickly. Even Douluo Yin, standing nearby, could not help but cast a curious glance, eager to see what kind of gift Jun Xiaoyao would present to this evidently cherished little princess. Jun Xiaoyao retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted brocade box from his soul guide and presented it to Ning Rongrong. Eagerly, she accepted it and cautiously opened the lid. Instantly, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, revealing a soft silk lining cradling a jade pendant that was crystal clear and shaped like a budding flower. Within the jade, it seemed as though colorful lights gently pulsed, emanating a soft and pure energy wave, unmistakably extraordinary. Wow, how beautiful! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight, carefully lifting the jade pendant, unable to resist its appeal as she caressed it. The pendant felt warm to the touch, and the fragrance invigorated her senses. This pendant is crafted from tranquil jade and several calming spiritual herbs, Jun Xiaoyao explained. Wearing it will help you focus and nourish your body, benefiting your future cultivation. Though the pendant was not as astounding as celestial herbs, it was meticulously chosen for Ning Rongrong, perfectly suited to nurture the foundation of one who had yet to awaken their martial soul. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed, promptly putting the pendant around her neck, tucking it into her collar as if it were a treasured possession, and sweetly smiled. Thank you, brother. This is my favorite gift. She cast a triumphant glance at Douluo Yin, her little face brimming with pride. Douluo Yin observed the evidently thoughtful pendant, then glanced at Ning Rongrong's unabashed joy and possessiveness. A subtle twinge of envy quietly blossomed within her. Jun Xiaoyao, noticing the quiet rivalry between the two girls, felt both amused and exasperated. He then shifted the conversation, addressing Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, Sister Yin's martial soul, is the phosphorescent snake, a formidable control-type soul master, and she possesses extensive knowledge of various herbs and plants. You two should engage in more discussions. He then turned to Douluo Yin. Sister Yin, Rongrong is quite clever. She just has a slight fear of solitude. You two can play together in the future. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes, her previous hostility toward Douluo Yin easing slightly, replaced by curiosity. Phosphorescent snake? Control type? Is it really powerful? As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, she was well aware of the significance of control-type soul masters. Douluo Yin, sensing Jun Xiaoyao's intention to mediate, set aside her earlier discomfort and nodded. Yes, my phosphorescent snake's poison can paralyze and weaken opponents. She paused, glancing at the rare flora in the courtyard. These plants are well cared for. Some are quite rare. As Douluo Yin spoke of her familiar domain, her words flowed more freely. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing praise for her garden, immediately perked up, puffing out her small chest. Of course, these were all gathered for me by my father and both grandfathers. I adore taking care of them. Sister Yin, do you understand flowers and plants? Look at that purple one, blooming like stars, it's called. The little girl's attention was easily diverted, especially when discussing her passions. She began to chatter enthusiastically. introducing the exotic flora of the courtyard to Douluo, proudly showcasing her knowledge. Douluo, indeed, possessed some understanding of poisonous and medicinal herbs, occasionally able to engage in conversation and even identify a few species that Ning Rongrong could neither name nor had misidentified. Jun Xiaoyao observed the gradual transition from their initial awkwardness and wariness to a blossoming dialogue fueled by shared interests, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The simplicity of friendship among children often unfolds in such an uncomplicated manner. He stood quietly to the side, listening to the two girls converse, interjecting occasionally or addressing their inquiries. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the three children, creating an exceptionally heartwarming scene. Although Ning Rongrong would still subconsciously cling to Jun Xiaoyao at times, revealing a hint of possessiveness, her sense of exclusion towards Douluo had significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Douluo gradually shed her initial reserve and aloofness, allowing glimpses of the curiosity and vivacity characteristic of her age. Three children, each with distinct backgrounds and personalities, gathered in this flower-laden courtyard for their inaugural meeting. A faint, fragrant essence named friendship began to quietly sprout, intertwining with the blossom's aroma and gently wafting in the breeze. Chapter 36. Ning Rongrong's Martial Soul Awakening, the Radiance of Nine Colors. The radiance of 9 colors heralds Rongrong's awakening. Time slipped by, a month passing unnoticed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School remained enveloped in the joy and exhilaration of their leader's breakthrough and the enhancement of their protective Douluo's strength. Yet another significant event, pivotal to the core leadership of the sect, approached quietly with the arrival of a special day. On this day, the leader's daughter, Ning Rongrong, turned 6 and was set to undergo her martial soul awakening. In the early morning, within the sect's side hall, the area had been cleared and was heavily guarded, allowing only the most central figures to enter. Sect leader Ning Fengji, adorned in resplendent robes, maintained his elegant demeanor, though his brow betrayed a hint of excitement and anticipation. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting glances toward the hall's entrance. Beside him, the Bone Douluo Gurong and the Sword Douluo Chen Xian stood silently. Their auras were deeper and more inscrutable than ever, and although they had deliberately restrained their presence, the subtle pressure they emitted rendered the hall particularly solemn. In their eyes, a blend of anticipation and barely perceptible tension flickered. The poison Bo had also arrived early with his granddaughter, Douluo. Douluo Bo's green eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest. He was eager to witness what kind of martial soul the little princess, so cherished by Jun Xiaoyao that he had reserved a celestial herb for her, would awaken. Douluo stood quietly beside her grandfather, occasionally glancing outside the hall, filled with blessings and curiosity for her friend. In the center of the hall, the martial soul awakening array had been meticulously arranged. 6 black awakening stones placed according to ancient rites. All eyes were ultimately drawn to the carefully adorned Ning Rongrong, dressed in a brand new pink dress, radiating a doll-like charm. Today, she seemed to understand the significance of the occasion, momentarily suppressing her usual exuberance, her small face displaying a mix of nervousness and innocence as she clung tightly to her father, her small hand grasping the hem of Ning Fengji's robe. "Daddy, will it hurt when my martial soul awakens?" Ning Rongrong asked softly, her glass-like eyes revealing a hint of unease. Ning Fengji smiled gently, kneeling to stroke his daughter's hair. "Rongrong, do not be afraid, it won't hurt at all. It's just like taking a nap, and then you'll be able to see your extraordinary martial soul. Look at Brother Xiaoyao. His martial soul is remarkable." At the mention of Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, as if she had found her courage, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, Rongrong wants to have a powerful martial soul too, so I can assist Brother Xiaoyao in the future." Her innocent words elicited knowing smiles from the elders present. Jun Xiaoyao stood beside Gurong, observing the somewhat anxious Ning Rongrong, offering her an encouraging smile. His presence today was twofold: to cheer on Ning Rongrong and to witness the awakening process of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's martial soul firsthand, ensuring he could detect any unexpected occurrences. The auspicious moment had arrived. Ning Fengji took Ning Rongrong's hand and led her to the center of the awakening array. "Rongrong, close your eyes, relax, and carefully feel the power within you." Ning Fengji gently guided, simultaneously channeling his immense soul power into the 6 awakening stones. Buzz! The awakening stones instantly illuminated, radiating a soft golden glow, enveloping Ning Rongrong's small form like a warm cocoon of light. Following his instructions, Ning Rongrong shut her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, conveying her tension. The golden light flowed into her body like a gentle stream, awakening the dormant power deep within her veins. Initially, everything seemed normal. The golden glow remained stable, and Ning Rongrong's expression began to relax. However, after a moment, an unexpected change occurred. The once gentle golden light surged violently, flickering and pulsating. Within the golden radiance, a hint of a resplendent rainbow hue began to emerge. Gu Rong and Chun Xin raised their eyebrows simultaneously, sensing that the awakening energy appeared to be excessively potent. Ning Fengji's heart raced, yet he continued to stabilize his soul power. In the next instant, the rainbow aura erupted, overpowering the golden light and illuminating the entire side hall in a dazzling display. An overwhelming torrent of precious light surged forth from Ning Rongrong, rapidly coalescing behind her into a towering, translucent treasure pagoda, seemingly sculpted from the purest crystal. The treasure pagoda was 7 stories high, with each level radiating a distinctly different yet equally breathtaking color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors swirled incessantly, exuding an immensely powerful supportive aura and an air of nobility. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Surprise ignited in Ning Fengji's eyes, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The worst fears had not materialized. His daughter had successfully inherited the sect's prestigious martial soul. Gu Rong and Chen Xin also displayed satisfied smiles. Douluo Dalu nodded, stroking his beard in approval, silently acknowledging that it was indeed the world's foremost supportive martial soul, and its awakening phenomenon was truly extraordinary. However, just as everyone believed the awakening was nearing its conclusion, the magnificent 7-colored treasure pagoda suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Its structure trembling violently, it seemed as if a far more terrifying power was about to burst forth from within those 7 tiers. What is happening? Ning Fengji's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to control his soul power, only to realize that the energy of the awakening array had been completely dominated by Ning Rongrong's own strength. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils contracted as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the core of that radiant light. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, at the pinnacle of the 7-tier pagoda, the space twisted, and the dazzling 7-colored light gathered furiously, undergoing a transformation. The 8th color, a brilliant silver hue, embodying unparalleled nobility and seemingly containing the mysteries of the stars, erupted forth. Following closely, the 9th color, a warm and sacred golden hue, brimming with the essence of life, coalesced right after. The 9 colors shone in harmony. The entire treasure pagoda, atop its original 7 tiers, appeared to have conjured 2 additional ethereal, yet palpably existent tiers. Although the 8th and 9th tiers were still somewhat illusory, lacking the solidity of the first 7, the energy fluctuations and the manifestation of their inherent laws far surpassed those below, exuding an aura of completeness and supreme excellence. The ethereal shadow of the 9-treasure glazed tower emerged. Though not in its complete form, it distinctly manifested the 8th and 9th hues, transcending the limits of the 7 layers. Boom! Within the entire side hall, it was as if a silent thunder had erupted. Ning Fengji was utterly stunned, his mouth agape as he beheld the resplendent, 9-colored glazed tower behind his daughter. His mind went blank, overwhelmed by immense joy and shock that rendered him almost incapable of thought. Gu Rong and Chen Xin also changed countenance, standing upright with eyes filled with disbelief and ecstatic delight. 9 colors, surpassing the limits of the 7 treasures. Douluo covered her small mouth, her green eyes wide with astonishment, profoundly moved by the sanctity and beauty of the 9-colored treasure tower. The light of the awakening formation gradually faded. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, instinctively glancing back at the small tower of light behind her, which was gradually retracting, yet still emanated a 9-color glow. She blinked her large eyes and then looked down at her raised small hand, her thoughts stirring. The 9-colored glazed tower swiftly diminished, transforming into a streak of light that fell into her palm, spinning gently, docile and mysterious. Daddy! Ning Rongrong raised the treasure tower in her small hand, uncertainly and timidly inquired. My martial soul seems a bit different from yours. It appears to have 9 colors. Is it broken? The little girl gazed at her tower, which bore 2 more colors than her father's. Her first reaction not one of delight, but rather concern that her martial soul might be flawed. Ning Fengji finally snapped back from his overwhelming shock, rushing forward to embrace his daughter tightly, his voice trembling with excitement, even choked with emotion. It's not broken. Not broken. Rong, your martial soul is not broken. It is a martial soul that is even more powerful and perfect than Daddy's. It is the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tower of our 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, a testament to joy, excitement, and the tears of witnessing the realization of the sect's millennial dream. Chapter 37. Innate Full Soul Power, the Bond of the 3 Little Ones. Ning Fengji held Ning Rong tightly, unable to contain his tears. The millennial aspiration and the shackles of the sect had found hope of breaking through in his daughter. How could he possibly keep his emotions in check? Gu Rong and Chun Xin, both seasoned peak Douluo, were equally stirred, gazing at the small glazed tower spinning slowly in Ning Rong's palm, radiating a 9-colored halo, their eyes filled with pride and excitement. The future of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect would undoubtedly shine even brighter because of this little girl. Douluo clapped his hands in admiration, repeatedly exclaiming in wonder. 9-colored flowing light, transcending innate limits. Little Rong's martial soul has limitless potential. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, congratulations. He genuinely felt joy for the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, while increasingly admiring Jun Xiaoyao's vision and means. Douluo stood beside her grandfather, her small face filled with shock and envy. Although she had long heard from her grandfather and brother Xiaoyao about the power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, witnessing this 9-colored treasure tower that surpassed legends was an intensely powerful visual and emotional impact. Her gaze toward Ning Rong held a newfound respect. Ning Rong, tightly embraced by her father, poked her head out from Ning Fengji's arms, her large eyes still somewhat bewildered as she observed the adult's ecstatic expressions, gradually beginning to understand. It seemed her martial soul was not broken, but rather extraordinarily powerful. The little girl's attention was soon captured by the beautiful small tower in her palm. Curiously reaching out to gently touch the tower's tip, causing the 9-colored glow to ripple, a sight to behold. At that moment, Gu Rong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and approached with rare gentleness. Rong, come, let Grandpa Gu check how much innate soul power our little princess possesses. Saying this, he produced a transparent crystal ball specifically designed to test innate soul power and handed it to Ning Rong. All eyes instantly focused on her. The might of a martial soul was undoubtedly crucial, yet the level of innate soul power equally determined the starting point and pace of future cultivation. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul was already astonishing, and if accompanied by exceedingly high innate soul power, Ning Fengji also released his daughter. His gaze filled with anticipation tinged with a hint of anxiety. He was confident that his daughter's innate soul power would be anything but low. But how high could it possibly be? Ning Rong looked at the crystal ball before her, then raised her gaze to meet the encouraging eyes of her father and the several elders, ultimately directing her attention toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and nodded reassuringly. Rong, just as you felt your martial soul earlier, place your hand on it and relax. With the encouragement of brother Xiaoyao, Ning Rong seemed much more at ease. She extended her delicate little hand, filled with curiosity and caution, gently pressing it against the crystal ball. The moment her small hand made contact with the crystal ball, a humming sound erupted. The crystal ball seemed to ignite instantaneously, bursting forth with an incredibly brilliant white light. The radiance was so intense and pure that it illuminated the entire side hall as bright as day, even momentarily overshadowing the 9-colored halo of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. The light filled the entire crystal ball without a single flaw or gap. Full innate soul power. Ning Fengji's voice trembled as he nearly exclaimed. Although he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it firsthand still left him exhilarated. Good. Wonderful. Gu Rong laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the hall. Full innate soul power. Paired with this 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Ha. Heaven bless our 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Chun Xin, typically stoic, revealed an exceedingly rare, radiant smile, nodding slowly, his eyes filled with approval. Douluo exclaimed, both the martial soul and innate soul power are top tier. Little Rong's future achievements will likely surpass all ancestors. Douluo gazed at the dazzling crystal ball, feeling even greater envy. When she awakened, her innate soul power was also considerable, but it fell just short of being full. Sister Rongrong is truly fortunate. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by the sudden burst of light, instinctively retracting her small hand. The radiance of the crystal ball gradually faded. She looked up at the adults, who were once again in a state of excitement, and innocently asked, "Daddy, Grandpa Gu, is this shiny ball also good?" Her childlike question elicited a round of chuckles from everyone. Ning Fengji squatted down, affectionately ruffling her little nose, smiling as he said, "Of course it's good. And it's the best of the best. Rongrong, you're amazing." With her father's affirmation, Ning Rongrong finally felt at ease. A proud and joyous smile blossoming on her small face, akin to a kitten that had just stolen a sweet treat. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Yin stepped forward together. "Congratulations, Rongrong," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile, genuine delight in his eyes. Though all of this had been within his expectations, witnessing it firsthand still brought him joy. Douluo Yin sincerely added, "Sister Rongrong, your martial soul is truly beautiful and remarkable." Having spent time together previously, any small jealousy had long since transformed into genuine friendship and admiration. Seeing her friends come to congratulate her made Ning Rongrong even happier. Cradling her 9 treasures glazed tower in one hand, she affectionately tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's sleeve with the other, while casting a sweet smile at Douluo Yin. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Thank you, Sister Yin. From now on, my tower can assist you too." The young girl, with her innocent heart, immediately thought to share her newfound treasure with those she cherished. A warmth enveloped Jun Xiaoyao's heart as he ruffled her hair. "Very well. Then we shall rely on Rongrong's assistance more often." Douluo Yin nodded in agreement, smiling. "Yes, together we shall grow stronger." The 3 children stood together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. 2 extraordinarily gifted girls and an unfathomable young man. At that moment, their futures seemed intricately intertwined. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin observed this scene with expressions of satisfaction in their eyes. The unity and exceptional talent of the next generation within the sect was indeed a great fortune. Douluo Bo stroked his beard with a smile, realizing that keeping Yin Yin at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was undoubtedly a wise decision. After the excitement waned, Ning Fengji's expression turned serious as he addressed everyone in the hall with a solemn tone. "Rongrong's martial soul is unique, and her innate full soul power is a matter of utmost secrecy, parallel to the details of my own breakthrough and the martial souls of Uncle Bone and Uncle Jian. No one is permitted to disclose even a hint of this to outsiders. Externally, we shall declare that Rongrong has awakened as a 7 Treasures Glazed Tower with innate soul power at level 8. Understood," everyone replied in unison, fully aware of the stakes involved. Gu Rong added, "This must be the official declaration to all disciples within the sect as well. Protecting Rongrong is tantamount to safeguarding the future of our sect." Chen Xi nodded in agreement. "It is indeed so." The news of Ning Rongrong's awakening brought immense joy and hope among the higher-ups. It was shrouded in strict confidentiality to the outside world. Subsequently, Ning Fengji personally guided Ning Rongrong on how to conceal the manifestations of her martial soul, ensuring that when displayed, it would only take the form of an ordinary 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Although still dazzling, it would not reveal the astonishing 8th and 9th hues. The clever young girl quickly grasped the technique under her father's guidance, disguising her martial soul flawlessly. With everything in place, Ning Fengji finally felt a sense of relief. In a cozy alcove adjacent to the main hall, a modest yet exquisitely crafted rosewood round table was laden with an array of fragrant delicacies and fine wines. There were no elaborate ceremonies, nor the intrusion of outsiders. This was merely a joyous family feast for the most cherished few. Ning Fengji occupied the main seat, his face reflecting the lightness and joy of having shed a heavy burden, as he personally poured wine for Gu Rong, Chen Xin, and Douluo Bo. With his daughter experiencing double happiness today, he felt a delight that surpassed even his own breakthrough. Gu Rong and Chen Xin no longer resembled the formidable title Douluo who commanded respect across the continent. Instead, they appeared as 2 ordinary grandfathers, beaming with pride at their granddaughter's achievements. They sipped wine in a harmonious atmosphere, occasionally engaging in soft conversations. Yet their gazes would instinctively drift towards a trio of children huddled together. Douluo Bo held his wine cup, savoring the lively warmth that starkly contrasted with the solitude of his past. The coldness in his green eyes softened, replaced with warmth as he observed his granddaughter seemingly immersed in the joyous ambience. Undoubtedly, the focal point of the banquet was those 3 children. Ning Rongrong radiated as the happiest little princess of the day. Sitting between Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Yin, her face glowed with excitement. her legs swinging as she could hardly contain her joy, occasionally summoning her already disguised martial soul in the form of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, cradling it in her palm as if she could never gaze at it enough. "Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yen, look, it really is obedient," she exclaimed, presenting the glazed tower before them, the seven colors swirling gracefully around its structure, still breathtaking despite the absence of the most striking hues. Jun Xiaoyao nodded with a smile, complimenting her. "Indeed, it is beautiful, just like Rongrong." He understood the girl's need for affirmation and shared joy. Douluo Yen genuinely marveled. "It truly is magnificent. The most beautiful martial soul I have ever seen." Though her own phosphorescent snake was powerful, it could not compete with the exquisite allure of the glazed tower. With the recognition of her two friends, Ning Rongrong's happiness intensified, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She picked up the serving chopsticks and clumsily offered Jun Xiaoyao a piece of her favorite crystal cake. "Brother Xiaoyao, you must try this. It's so sweet." Then she did the same for Douluo Yen, saying, "Sister Yen, you should have some too." The young girl's way of expressing affection was always so direct and pure. Jun Xiaoyao smiled in gratitude, naturally enjoying the treat. Douluo Yen, momentarily taken aback by the sudden addition of delicacies in her bowl, felt warmth blossoming in her heart upon seeing Ning Rongrong's untainted, eager smile, and softly replied, "Thank you, Rongrong." She too lowered her head to savor the cake. The interactions between the three little ones did not escape the watchful eyes of the elders. Ning Fengji, holding his wine cup, observed his daughter circling around Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes brimming with dependence and affection. Glancing at Jun Xiaoyao, who, despite his youth, already exhibited a poised demeanor and a subtle care for Rongrong, stirred a vague yet hopeful thought within him. He took a sip of wine, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he quietly remarked to Douluo Bo beside him, "Lord Poison Dalu, look at the three of them. They seem to get along quite well." Douluo Bo, ever astute, immediately caught the underlying implication in Ning Fengji's words, particularly as his gaze subtly flickered between Jun Xiaoyao and his granddaughter. He chuckled softly. "Indeed, it's a good thing for children of similar age to bond. Xiaoyao is truly extraordinary. It is a blessing for Yen Yen to become friends with him and Rongrong." His word were laced with unreserved admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. Ning Fengji, understanding the unspoken sentiment, smiled knowingly without further comment. However, the indistinct thought in his mind became clearer. The more he looked at Jun Xiaoyao, the more he was satisfied. Talent, character, wisdom, and fortune. He possessed all the finest qualities, and he treated Rongrong exceptionally well. If, in the future nearby, Gurong with keen ears caught the low conversation and leaned in, chuckling softly, "Fengji, are you perhaps considering a closer bond? I think Xiaoyao and Rongrong would make a splendid match. They are well acquainted." Though Chan Xen did not draw near, he evidently heard as well, casting a subtle glance in their direction, neither opposing nor agreeing. Yet a trace of contemplation lingered in his eyes. He had devoted his life to the sword, yet he equally valued the sect's legacy and Rongrong's happiness. Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly an ideal candidate. Ning Fengji, unperturbed by the observation, merely smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Bone, the children are still young. Let things unfold naturally. As long as they are happy, that is what matters most." Despite his words, the affectionate gaze he cast upon Jun Xiaoyao resembled that of a caring elder towards his own kin. While the adults engaged in low conversations, the children shifted their focus to serious matters. After finishing her cake, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled something and, with wide, earnest eyes, addressed Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Yen with sincerity. "Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yen, I also have soul power now. Does that mean I can also obtain a soul ring and become as powerful as you?" Jun Xiaoyao set down his chopsticks, patiently explaining, "To acquire a soul ring, one must reach the 10th level threshold. Rongrong, you currently possess innate full soul power at level 10, which meets the requirements. However, acquiring a soul ring carries inherent dangers, necessitating the presence of suitable soul beasts, ideally accompanied by a protective elder." Douluo Yen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my first soul ring was obtained with the help of my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong eagerly turned her gaze towards Ning Fengji, seated at the head of the table. "Father, will you take me to acquire my soul ring? I wish to become stronger quickly." Ning Fengji smiled affectionately. "Very well. Once I finish my current tasks in a few days, I shall take you to the Sunset Forest to find the most suitable soul ring for you." He had already meticulously planned everything for his daughter, ensuring that her first soul ring would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. "Wonderful." Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, then looked towards Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Yen, extending an invitation. Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yan, will you join us? Let us embark on this adventure together. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. Certainly, if I'm free at that time, I will accompany Rong. He was also curious to witness the process of adding soul rings to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Dugu Yin, feeling a stir of excitement, glanced at her grandfather. Dugu Bo chuckled heartily. Since little Rong has so kindly invited us, I shall accompany you all to the Sunset Forest. It will be a good opportunity to stretch my legs. The banquet unfolded in a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. The children discussed their future adventures while the adults reveled in the rare warmth of the moment, watching the next generation flourish. Their hearts filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Ning Fengji observed the scene before him. His extraordinarily gifted daughter, the enigmatic Jun Xiaoyao. The ever-closer bond with Dugu Bo and his granddaughter, and the two guardians whose strengths had significantly increased. He envisioned an unprecedented, glorious tapestry of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect gradually unfolding. At the core of it all, it seemed, was that quiet youth with the gentle smile and dark eyes, who was enjoying his meal. Chapter 39. Return to the Sunset Forest days later, before the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a group of figures quietly assembled, ready to embark on their journey. The lineup was nothing short of luxurious. Sect Master Ning Fengji personally led the team, dressed in casual attire, exuding elegance, yet with a demeanor that felt deeper and more profound than before. To his side stood the two pillars of the sect, Bone Douluo Gurong and Sword Douluo Chenexin. Though they did not deliberately exude their pressure, the natural aura emanating from their evolved martial spirits was still breathtaking. Dugu Bo, the poison Douluo, was also present, clad in green with a mischievous smile, clearly looking forward to this excursion. In the midst of these four titans, three small figures stood. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his calm demeanor, his dark eyes deep and contemplative. Dugu Yin appeared somewhat excited, her green eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown adventure. The most exhilarated was Ning Rong, dressed in a sharp, light green hunting outfit. Her cheeks flushed, her large eyes brimming with eagerness and nervousness as she tightly grasped her father's hand, occasionally rising on her toes to gaze longingly towards the distant mountains. Are we all ready? Ning Fengji surveyed the group, his voice gentle. We are ready, Ning Rong eagerly answered, prompting a round of light laughter from the others. Gu Rong waved his hand. All right, let's set off. As usual, I shall take Xiaoyao and Rong. Chun Xen nodded slightly, his sword energy subtly released, prepared for flight. Dugu Bo chuckled, enveloping his granddaughter Dugu Yin in a swirl of green light. Ning Fengji smiled faintly as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower quietly manifested. Three beams of amplification light precisely landing on the three titled Douluos. Agility enhancement, soul power enhancement, defense enhancement. Although it was merely a casual bestowal, the intensity and effectiveness of the light were evidently much more pronounced than before, indicating a qualitative leap in his auxiliary capabilities post-evolution of his martial spirit. Gu Rong and the others felt their bodies lighten, their soul power flowing more smoothly, secretly acknowledging the impressive might of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tower. Let us go. With those words, four figures shot into the sky, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. With Ning Fengji's powerful support, their speed increased even further. Ning Rong, enveloped by Gu Rong's spatial power, felt the fierce wind rushing past her ears and the scenery rapidly retreating beneath her feet. Rather than feeling fear, she was filled with excitement, her wide eyes sparkling. This was her first journey far from the sect, and a hunt for a soul ring no less. Everything felt novel and thrilling. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remained composed, even taking the time to observe the terrain below to determine their position. Dugu Yin, having had one prior experience, was still excited but displayed a relatively steady demeanor. With the tidal Douluos racing at full speed, the distance to their destination quickly diminished. Before long, the familiar expanse of forest, shrouded in a faint miasma and primal essence, reappeared before them. The group descended at the forest's edge. As they stepped into the realm of the Sunset Forest, the atmosphere instantly shifted. The air was infused with the fresh scent of vegetation and a subtle hint of danger, while distant roars of unknown soul beasts echoed faintly, imparting a sense of both peril and opportunity. Ning Rong instinctively clutched the hem of her father's clothing. Her excitement mingled with a thread of anxiety and fear. Fear not, Rong, Ning Fengji gently reassured his daughter. With your father and grandfathers here, all will be well. Pay close attention. This is also part of your training. Jun Xiaoyao approached her side, calmly stating, the forest is not to be feared, as long as one remains sufficiently informed and cautious. Stay close to everyone, and observe and listen attentively. Douluo Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, I was a bit scared on my first visit too, but it can actually be quite fun. The comforting words of her friends eased Ning Rongrong's anxiety considerably. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and curiously surveyed the towering ancient trees and peculiar plants around them. Gu Rong, being the most experienced elder, spoke up. Fengji, what type of soul beast do you plan to seek for Rongrong's first soul ring? The first soul skill of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower typically enhances speed or strength. Ning Fengji appeared to have a well-thought-out plan, pondering for a moment before responding. Given Rongrong's unique martial spirit, her first soul ring must be the best choice. I believe a purely supportive route, with an emphasis on speed enhancement, is more versatile and vital, ensuring the safety of both herself and her teammates in any situation. Therefore, we shall target soul beasts known for their speed, preferably those nearing their lifespan limits. Jun Xiaoyao expressed his agreement, adding, speed takes precedence. It allows for both offense and retreat. Douluo Dalu contributed, there are quite a few thousand-year soul beasts adept at speed within the Sunset Forest, such as the Gale Magic Wolf, Lightning Leopard, and Phantom Cat. However, finding one with pure attributes and an appropriate age will require some effort. No matter, we have ample time. Ning Fengji smiled, then turned to his daughter. Rongrong, today you are the protagonist. You must learn to use your spiritual power to sense the energy fluctuations around you, especially those that resonate with your martial spirit. Ning Rongrong, though somewhat perplexed, obediently nodded, concentrating her mind and attempting to emulate the adults in sensing the energies. The group began to venture deeper into the forest. The four titled Douluos appeared to stroll casually, yet an invisible aura had already spread, the powerful pressure preventing most soul beasts from daring to approach, allowing their passage to remain unobstructed. Initially, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat anxious, yet as she traversed a considerable distance without encountering any soul beasts, her courage gradually blossomed. She began to eagerly identify the various plants and low-level soul beasts that Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo Yin had introduced. As time passed, they encountered a few agile soul beasts of approximately 1,000 years in age. However, either their attributes did not align well, or their age was slightly lacking, preventing Ning Fengji from making a move. At last, as they ventured deeper into a forested region characterized by relatively flat terrain and an abundance of silver-leaved trees, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong came to an abrupt halt. Oh, such swiftness! Gu Rong raised an eyebrow, gazing towards the left front. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, sensing a pure aura, leaning towards wind and light. Douluo Dalu nodded in affirmation. It is the flowing light spirit cat. This soul beast is remarkably swift and possesses a temperament that is not overly fierce. The soul rings it harbors, infused with light and wind attributes, greatly enhance speed-related soul skills, making it an excellent match for Rongrong. No sooner had he spoken than a silver-white shadow darted through the trees like a flash of lightning, leaving behind a mere trail of afterimages. Its first shimmered in the sunlight, glistening with an almost liquid brilliance, exuding an extraordinary grace. That essence, a gleam of determination, flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. Judging by its speed and aura, its age was likely around 450 years, perfectly approaching the theoretical limit for a first soul ring. He turned to his daughter. Rongrong, are you ready? This is the target I have selected for your first soul ring. Ning Rongrong gazed at the lightning-fast shadow, feeling both tense and excited, and nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm ready. Excellent. Ning Fengji addressed the three Douluos. I would appreciate it if you three could stand guard and prevent any interference from other soul beasts. I shall take responsibility for capturing this flowing light spirit cat. The three nodded and quickly dispersed, enveloping the area with an invisible force field to temporarily isolate it. Ning Fengji stepped forward, and within his palm, the 9-treasure glazed tile quietly materialized in its disguised state, radiating a brilliant spectrum of colors. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. A dazzling beam of colorful light shot forth from the second tier of the tower, not aimed at the fleeing, flowing light spirit cat, but rather enhancing Ning Fengji himself. Though it was merely the augmentation from his second soul skill, the effect, wielded by an 80th level soul Daw, was nothing short of terrifying. Ning Fengji's figure momentarily blurred, and in the next instant, he vanished as if he were a ghost, moving at a speed that even Ning Rongrong could scarcely perceive. The flowing light spirit cat, sensing impending danger, glimmered with silver light and attempted to flee. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to that of the terrifyingly augmented Ning Fengji. Almost instantaneously, as the spirit cat took off, Ning Fengji's figure appeared before it, as if teleporting, his garments billowing, and his expression calm. He pointed his finger, which resembled a sword, with soul power highly compressed and perfectly contained, precisely aimed at the spirit cat's forehead. This gesture was swift, accurate, and steady. The power encapsulated within was sufficient to instantly obliterate a century-old soul beast's resistance. Yet was skillfully controlled to avoid delivering a fatal blow, demonstrating Ning Fengji's exquisite mastery over his own strength. With a soft thud, the flowing light spirit cat's forward momentum abruptly ceased, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Its eyes reflecting sheer terror and confusion before it collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized, with only faint breaths attesting to its continued existence. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, clean and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary delay. Ning Fengji lifted the incapacitated flowing light spirit cat and swiftly returned to the group, his breath steady as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Ron, come here," he said gently to his daughter, placing the terrified spirit cat before her on the ground. "Deliver the final blow, then concentrate and guide its soul ring. Do not be afraid. Your father and grandfathers are here." Ning Rongrong looked at the beautiful yet pitiful spirit cat, its silver fur still shimmering in the sunlight. Yet its bright eyes now filled with pleading and dread. Her small hand trembled slightly, and she instinctively took a step back, her gaze filled with compassion. "Father, must it be this way?" The little girl's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. She was inherently kind-hearted, and facing the demise of a life so closely for the first time, and having to end it herself, was an overwhelming shock. Jun Xiaoyao approached her side, offering no grand philosophies, simply speaking calmly. "Rong, remember its appearance now. The power of a soul master derives from soul rings. This is the rule of this world. Your hesitation and kindness are to be cherished, but at this moment, what you need is courage. Think of your martial soul. Think of those you wish to protect and the future you desire." His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a unique soothing quality. Duguyan added softly, Rong, I was also very frightened during my first time, but this is an essential path to becoming stronger." Ning Fengji did not rush her, merely watching his daughter with encouraging eyes. Ning Rongrong observed the trembling spirit cat on the ground, then glanced at her friends and family, particularly at Jun Xiaoyao's calm yet resolute gaze. She recalled her unique martial soul and her desire to assist brother Xiaoyao and help her father. Ultimately, the little girl bit her lip firmly, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, extending her slightly trembling hand, gathering the 10th level soul power within her fingertips as instructed by her father. Closing her eyes, she thrust her hand forward. A thread of weak soul power precisely penetrated the flowing light spirit cat's brow, causing its body to shudder lightly as the spark in its eyes rapidly faded, ultimately dissipating entirely. A brilliant yellow soul ring gradually coalesced from its lifeless form, ascending with a lustrous sheen and pure hue, emanating vibrant and untainted energy waves that subtly shimmered with silver light, indicative of its commendable quality. Sit cross-legged, focus on your martial soul, and use your spiritual power to draw it in. Ning Fengji commanded firmly, placing a gentle hand on his daughter's back, ever ready to assist. Ning Rongrong, not daring to delay, promptly complied, closing her eyes and immersing her entire being within, reaching out to communicate with her 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul, attempting to attract the floating yellow soul ring. As the yellow soul ring was drawn downwards, it gracefully encircled Ning Rongrong's petite form. The moment the energy of the soul ring made contact with her body, her delicate face paled slightly, her brows furrowing as she emitted a soft, muffled groan. The energy of a century-old soul ring was immensely powerful for one who had only just awakened their martial soul, creating a tumultuous impact on her meridians and spirit. Yet, with her teeth clenched and bolstered by her innate full soul power foundation and indomitable spirit, she bravely withstood the initial shock, diligently guiding the energy towards her martial soul. Ning Fengji's soul power flowed into his daughter's body like the gentlest of streams, not to absorb the energy for her, but to protect her primary meridians, ensuring the process would not result in any unintended harm. As time progressed, the yellow radiance enveloping Ning Rongrong stabilized. Her expression gradually shifted from one of pain to tranquility, her breath becoming increasingly steady. The rhythmic pulsation of the yellow soul ring surrounding her began to synchronize with the ebb and flow of her own breath and soul power. Jun Xiaoyao, Yin and the three Douluo stood quietly by, observing intently. After approximately half an hour, a resounding hum erupted. The yellow soul ring burst forth with brilliant light, then abruptly contracted inward, seamlessly merging with Ning Rongrong's body, vanishing from sight. Ning Rongrong fluttered her long eyelashes a few times before slowly opening her eyes. In those glassy, crystalline orbs, a fleeting moment of confusion was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy and excitement. "Father, I did it!" she exclaimed, leaping to her feet, feeling the significant amplification of her soul power and the newfound strength within her martial soul. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Eagerly, she summoned her martial soul. The Seven Treasure Glazed tile materialized in her palm, and at the very base of the tower, a bright yellow soul ring began to rotate slowly, emanating pure energy waves that harmonized perfectly with her martial soul's aura. "Congratulations, Rongrong!" Jun Xiaoyao, Yin, and the three Douluo all chimed in unison, their faces adorned with smiles. The ease with which she absorbed the soul ring was a testament to her remarkable talent and character. Ning Fengji, equally relieved, inquired with a smile, "Rongrong, quickly sense what your first soul skill is. How does it feel?" Chapter 41, A Swift Initial Experience. Ning Rongrong reveled in the surging soul power within her and the gentle, yet potent yellow soul ring at the base of her 9-treasure glazed tile, her face radiating unprecedented excitement and pride. Upon hearing her father's question, she nodded vigorously, her bright eyes sparkling. "Yes, I can feel it." Taking a deep breath, she raised the resplendent 9-treasure glazed tile and declared in a sweet voice, "9 treasures, manifest with brilliance." 9 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. As her clear voice resonated, the bright yellow soul ring flared to life. In an instant, a dazzling yet refined spectrum of colors erupted like a precisely directed rainbow, shooting forth from the first tier of the 9-treasure glazed tile, swiftly covering several meters to envelop Jun Xiaoyao. The moment the light enveloped him, Jun Xiaoyao's body quivered slightly. An unprecedented sense of lightness instantly cascaded over him. He felt as though the world around him had suddenly slowed down, or rather, that he himself had become faster. A peculiar yet gentle force did not infuse his muscles, but rather melded into his nerves, enhancing his reactions and every instinctual movement of his body. His weight seemed to lighten dramatically, making his limbs feel remarkably agile, as if he might float at any moment. Every fleeting thought prompted his body to respond at an unfathomable speed. Dynamic vision, neural reflexes, and muscle contraction speed, all elements related to velocity, underwent a terrifying elevation in that moment. Is this the speed enhancement of the 9-treasure glazed tile? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with disbelief. This experience was entirely different from sheer power. It was a mastery of the wind, an exquisite fluidity that transcended the ordinary. He estimated that the effect of this speed enhancement reached an astonishing 30%. To witness such potency emanating from Ning Rongrong, a level 11 soul master wielding the 9-treasure glazed tile, was simply astonishing. "How does it feel, Brother Xiaoyao?" Ning Rongrong asked, a blend of anxiety and anticipation in her voice, her small hands still cradling her treasure tile. Jun Xiaoyao inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to dash away, his voice slightly trembling with surprise. "Incredible. Rongrong, I feel so light, as if a gust of wind could carry me away. No, it's as though I had become the wind." "Really? That's wonderful," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Beside them, the Douluo, Chun Xian, remarked approvingly, "The speed enhancement. The effect is exceptional as well. The soul skill granted by the flowing light spirit fox truly complements your abilities. This level of enhancement is remarkably outstanding." He, being adept in speed, could naturally discern the intricacies of this enhancement. The Bone Douluo, Gurong grinned widely. "Hey, little Xiaoyao, don't just stand there feeling it. Run and get a try. Let this old man see just how fast you are now." Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. "Rongrong, you controlled it very well. Your soul power output is stable. The light is concentrated and precise. To achieve this on your first attempt makes your father proud." Receiving affirmation from both grandfathers and her father, Ning Rongrong's face beamed with pride, her large eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, filled with anticipation. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Jun Xiaoyao focused on a large tree several dozen meters away. "All right," before he could finish his sentence, and before most present even had a chance to react, his figure had already blurred and vanished from his original spot. There were no heavy footfalls, only the faintest sound of wind parting. Everyone merely caught a glimpse of a shadow lingering in place, while Jun Xiaoyao's true form had almost instantaneously appeared beneath the tree. His speed was far beyond his usual limits, even causing Douluo Yin to draw in a sharp breath. This was not merely an exaggeration of absolute speed in a straight dash. Rather, it was the explosive initiation, the smoothness of movement mid-journey, and the effortless final halt that all exuded a sense of lightness and grace, entirely distinct from the raw force of a power explosion. As he neared the tree, Jun Xiaoyao did not throw a punch. Instead, he willed his body to test the limits of his control. Utilizing the impact of his extraordinary speed, he leapt with a weightless grace, his toes lightly tapping on the rough bark of the tree, propelling himself upward by a considerable height. He then executed a somersault, landing steadily with even breaths, as though the astonishing speed he had just displayed was merely an illusion to the onlookers. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, occurring in the blink of an eye. Standing in place, Jun Xiaoyao savored the exhilarating rush of that fleeting sensation. The world appeared to slow down before his eyes, yet his body responded faster. This feeling of mastering speed was utterly intoxicating. Wow, Brother Xiaoyao is so fast. Like lightning, Ning Rongrong cheered, her excitement surpassing even her own newfound velocity. The sword Doa nodded slightly, commenting, impressive adaptability. To initially gain speed enhancement and yet manage to control such a sudden surge of velocity without losing control speaks volumes of your bodily awareness. The Bone Douluo also nodded in agreement. The foundation of Xiaoyao's physical prowess is remarkably solid. Otherwise, the sudden surge in speed alone could have placed undue strain on his muscles and meridians. Rongrong's soul skill truly exhibits exceptional efficacy. As Jun Xiaoyao returned to the group, the resplendent hues adorning his form gradually dissipated, and the exquisite sensation of lightness, akin to a swallow in flight, ebbed away like a receding tide. He once again felt the familiar weight of his body, accompanied by a gentle sense of disparity. He turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, his eyes ablaze with fervor and sincerity. Rongrong, thank you. This sensation is utterly marvelous. Your support has significantly elevated my speed. In battle, this will be a decisive advantage. Receiving such high praise from Jun Xiaoyao caused Ning Rongrong's cheeks to flush with excitement, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. As long as Brother Xiaoyao is pleased, in future battles, I will ensure to accelerate you at the earliest opportunity. Ning Fengji observed their interaction with a softening smile, noting that the results surpassed his expectations. The experience of speed enhancement also profoundly astonished Jun Xiaoyao, further highlighting Rongrong's value. All right, Rongrong, the trial of your soul skill has been exceedingly successful, Ning Fengji declared. You have just acquired your soul ring and need to meditate to stabilize your realm. We shall take a brief respite before heading to Uncle Douluo's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The group's attention once again centered on Ning Rongrong. Clenching her small pink fist, she had longed to see the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye that Brother Xiaoyao had spoken of. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was equally eager. Previously, he had only utilized the celestial herb for body refinement within it, without employing the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for the same purpose. During his time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect School, he had not been idle. After a month's effort, his soul power, previously at the pinnacle of 23, had already broken through to 24. Chapter 42, Ice and Fire Body Refinement. The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect School was bustling with affairs, and, as the sect master, Ning Fengji could not be absent for long. After confirming that his daughter had successfully acquired her soul ring and stabilized her realm, and that Jun Xiaoyao displayed great interest in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, he made arrangements. Uncle Jian, I would trouble you to escort me to hunt for my 8th soul ring, and then we shall return to the sect together, Ning Fengji said to Chun Exine. Before turning to Gu Rong and Douluo Bo, Uncle Douluo, I leave this place in your capable hands. The safety of Rongrong, Yin Yin, and Xiaoyao during their training is of utmost importance. Douluo Gu pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured, with me and that old poisoner here, not even the overlords of the Stardow Forest could harm a hair on the children. Douluo Bo nodded slightly, a glint of intelligence flickering in his emerald eyes. This is my medicinal garden. It is guaranteed to be entirely secure. You may rest easy, sect master. Although Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of reluctance at her father's departure, she understood the gravity of sect affairs and obediently waved him goodbye. Soon, Ning Fengji and Jian Doa transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. After bidding farewell to the two, Douluo turned his attention to the three young ones, his gaze lingering particularly on Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you previously only borrowed the power of celestial herbs. You have not truly utilized the ice and fire yin-yang for cultivation, have you? The wonders here extend far beyond merely nurturing celestial herbs. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I am eager to seek guidance from Grandpa Douluo on how to harness the ice and fire yin-yang for refining my body. It is simple yet arduous. Douluo stroked his beard thoughtfully. The ice and fire yin-yang is a marvel of nature, where the energies of ultimate ice and ultimate fire intertwine, creating a unique balance field. Cultivating here can greatly stimulate the vitality of both body and soul power, refining impurities and solidifying foundations. However, the prerequisite is the ability to endure the torment of alternating ice and fire. He pointed towards the distinctly red and white spring water. Entering the spring itself is akin to courting death for those below the tidal Douluo level. However, one may approach the periphery according to their own capacity, gradually inching towards the center, guiding the ice and fire energies within for refinement. The process is excruciating, but the benefits are immense. After explaining, he turned his gaze to Ning Rong and Douluo. As for you two young ladies, your constitutions are still weak. Direct contact with the ice and fire energies is too perilous. I have some gentler celestial herb leaves here. Combined with other spiritual herbs, we can concoct a medicinal bath. Utilizing the ice and fire spiritual energy permeating this area to catalyze the medicinal properties will similarly facilitate a cleansing of the marrow and strengthen your physiques, laying a solid foundation for the future. With arrangements made, the three began their respective cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao chose a location a few meters from the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang and sat cross-legged. He took a deep breath, gradually circulating his cultivation method, carefully splitting a thread of spiritual power to attempt to guide the extreme cold and scorching heat energies wafting through the air. As the two opposing energies entered his body, Jun Xiaoyao trembled violently. His complexion instantaneously split between a pallid frost and a flushed crimson, drenched in hot sweat. The cold felt like plunging into an ice cavern, freezing his blood and marrow. The heat felt like being engulfed in a furnace, threatening to incinerate his internal organs. This extreme agony far surpassed the impact experienced when absorbing a soul ring. It nearly shattered his willpower. He maintained his focus, fiercely operating his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul. A ghostly white light emanated from within him, laboriously harmonizing the two domineering forces, guiding them to cleanse his meridians and refine his bones and flesh. With each cycle came unimaginable pain, yet he could also sense subtle, yet solid transformations occurring within his body. Meanwhile, Douluo retrieved several large wooden barrels and summoned clear spring water into them using his soul power. He then carefully plucked a few fragrant petals of the exquisite celestial herb, a root of the wondrous heavenly mushroom, as well as some leaves of the star anise ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, all of which had been neutralized using special methods, adding them to different barrels along with a dozen rare medicinal herbs. Soon, the clear water within the three barrels transformed into three distinct colors. One emanated a soft purple glow, exuding a tranquil and serene aura. Another shimmered with a faint golden hue, its medicinal power potent. The last presented an extraordinary half-red, half-white color, with the ice and fire energies swirling slowly within. Rong, you shall enter this purple barrel. This medicinal bath focuses on solidifying your foundation and nurturing your meridians, making it most suitable for you as an auxiliary soul master, Douluo advised. Yin, your martial soul is of the poison type, and your constitution requires a balance of hardness and softness. Enter this golden barrel to temper your bones with the power of the heavenly mushroom. As for this ice and fire barrel, Douluo glanced towards Jun Xiaoyao, who was valiantly battling the ice and fire energies. This will be an additional treat for Xiaoyao. Once he has initially adapted to the peripheral energies, he can soak in it, achieving a harmonious refinement of both internal and external aspects for optimal results. Ning Rong and Douluo regarded the bubbling medicinal baths of various colors and energies, especially the half-red, half-white barrel, both secretly astonished. Yet they understood this was a tremendous opportunity, and they gritted their teeth, shedding their outer garments to don only their close-fitting attire, bravely stepping into the barrels. Hiss! As the medicinal power surged into their bodies, both girls simultaneously inhaled sharply. Ning Rongrong felt as if her entire meridian system were enveloped in warm spring water, tingling and soothing, an indescribable comfort. In contrast, Douluo experienced the sensation of countless tiny needles stimulating her muscles and bones, both painful and itchy. Yet afterward, waves of warm strength flowed through her. The effects of the medicinal bath were magnified in the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, with the vast medicinal power gently and continuously enhancing their physiques. Douluo Rong cheerfully stood guard beside the two medicinal baths, occasionally using his soul power to help them regulate the overwhelming medicinal energy. Douluo Bo primarily focused on Jun Xiaoyao's condition, occasionally offering insights into the nuances of energy guidance. Time trickled by, marked by agonizing trials and gradual advancements. Jun Xiaoyao exhibited an astonishing adaptability. Within half a day's effort, the frost and crimson hue enveloping his body began to recede, and although his brow remained furrowed, his breath grew increasingly steady. He commenced to actively guide more ice and fire energy into his body, while the two purple soul rings of his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul flickered subtly during this process, as if being tempered and becoming denser. Xiaoyao, it's nearly time. Step into the tub, Douluo Bo declared as he perceived the moment had come. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, a glimmer of fatigue crossing them, yet overshadowed by excitement. He rose and resolutely stepped into the half-red, half-white medicinal bath. The moment he entered, a torrent of alternating ice and fire, tenfold stronger than before, erupted instantly. With the external medicinal force infiltrating and internal energies colliding, Jun Xiaoyao felt as though his body were on the brink of being utterly torn apart. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead and neck bulging as he exerted all his might to operate his cultivation method, guiding the dual forces within and without, fervently refining himself. The Abyssal Bone Dragon within him swayed violently, its azure light shining brighter than ever, greedily absorbing the infernal energies of ice and fire. While the ethereal lotus body appeared to grow more substantial, as if the illusory lotus leaves had solidified, Ning Rongrong and Douluo observed Jun Xiaoyao's pained yet resolute countenance, filled with both admiration and a tinge of heartache, compelling them to strive even harder to absorb their own medicinal energies, not daring to exhibit the slightest laxity. Deep within the sunset forest, beside the eye of ice and fire, the three endured their afflictions in their own ways, simultaneously reaping growth. Bone Douluo and Poison Douluo stood guard, like two silent sentinels, quietly protecting them. Chapter 43, The Ascendance of Martial Souls. The cultivation by the eye of ice and fire continued day after day. Within the valley, time seemed to lose its significance, with only the eternally flowing red and white spring water exuding the energies of extreme cold and heat, catalyzing the evolution of all living beings. Ning Rongrong soaked in a medicinal bath, enveloped in a faint purple halo. Her soul power, initially somewhat ethereal due to her first absorption of the soul ring, had now become incredibly solidified. The gentle medicinal force of the fragrant Chua immortal product further purified her meridians and nurtured the essence of her martial soul, building on her innate full soul power. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand manifested autonomously, hovering above the medicinal bath, absorbing the faint purple medicinal aura. The already resplendent 7-colored brilliance of the pagoda became even more translucent, as if sculpted from the finest glass, with each tier shimmering with a lustrous glow, appearing more divine and extraordinary. In a fleeting moment, a soft cracking sound seemed to resonate within her, as if some barrier had been quietly shattered. Her soul power, which had previously been growing slowly, surged dramatically, propelling her upward. She successfully broke through the barrier of the 12th rank Soul Master, and with unyielding momentum, under the continuous nourishment of the immortal Herb S power, she ultimately stabilized at the 13th rank Soul Master. Not only that, but she could also distinctly sense that her 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul had undergone some subtle changes, tightening its connection with her, and its brilliance had become more concentrated, allowing her to unleash soul skills with greater finesse, reduced energy consumption, and potentially even a slight enhancement in effects. This was an augmentation of the essence of her martial soul, far more precious than a mere increase in soul power. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Douluo, I've broken through to the 13th rank, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, her face alight with joy. Unable to contain her delight as she shared the news with Bone Douluo and the occasionally glancing Poison Douluo. Good, good. Rong is truly remarkable. Bone Douluo beamed, his smile broadening, even more delighted than if he had achieved a breakthrough himself. Douluo nodded slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This little girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school indeed possessed extraordinary talent and opportunity. Under the dual influence of the medicinal bath and the eye of ice and fire, the potential of the Douluo tulip had been further unleashed. On the other side, Douluo's transformation was even more pronounced and immediate. She was immersed in a medicinal bath, exuding a faint golden hue. The potent power of the marvelous mushroom continuously impacting her limbs and bones. While this might have been overwhelming for a control-type soul master, she had previously consumed the fragrant Douluo immortal product, accumulating a substantial amount of neutralizing medicinal power within her. At this moment, propelled by the energies of the eye of ice and fire and the medicinal bath, the powers of the two immortal herbs began to engage in a marvelous reaction. One strong and one gentle, complementing each other and fervently reshaping her body. Beads of fine sweat emerged on her skin, carrying a faint metallic scent. These were the remnants of toxins and impurities forcibly expelled from within her. In their place surged a vibrant, powerful vitality. Her soul power had already reached the pinnacle of a 25th rank soul master, and under the overwhelming impact of the medicinal force, the bottleneck of the 25th rank was effortlessly pierced through as if it were mere paper. Her soul power instantly ascended to a new tier and continued to rise steadily, ultimately stabilizing at the 27th rank Great Soul Master. However, the most significant change was not in her soul power, but in her martial soul. Accompanied by the breakthrough in soul power, a faint green mist involuntarily enveloped Douluo, emanating a pressure far stronger than before. A sound, reminiscent of a snake yet tinged with an air of authority, emanated from within her. Behind her, a massive phantom of a phosphorescent snake materialized. Unlike any she had seen before, its form was longer and more formidable, the edges of its previously smooth scales appearing slightly sharper, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Most remarkably, two subtle bulges emerged atop its head, with faint tendrils of energy swirling beneath its jaw. Although extremely weak, they imparted an unprecedented, dragon-like aura of majesty. Its eyes no longer bore the coldness of a serpent, but now held a glimmer of intelligence and pride. The phosphorescent snake emperor, moreover, it bore signs of evolving into a dragon-like form. Douluo suddenly sprang to his feet, an unprecedented brilliance igniting in his green eyes, his fingers trembling with excitement. This was the evolution of a bloodline martial soul. Was there truly evidence of a dragon transformation? The combination of the fragrant Douluo immortal product and the marvelous mushroom had produced such miraculous effects. He had initially hoped for his granddaughter's martial soul to evolve into a pure phosphorescent snake emperor, entirely alleviating the concerns of backlash. Yet he had never anticipated that within the unparalleled environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire, the medicinal powers of the two immortal herbs would resonate so astonishingly, propelling Yin Yan's martial soul towards an unprecedented and more powerful evolution. Though merely in its nascent form, its potential was boundless. Douluo slowly opened her eyes, feeling the surging power within her and the novel information transmitted by her martial soul, momentarily stunned. She could sense that her phosphorescent snake martial soul had transformed entirely. It was stronger, more noble, and its toxicity had grown more contained and terrifying. "Grandpa, my martial soul." She looked incredulously at Douluo. Good. Douluo exclaimed 3 times, his excitement palpable. Yin, your martial soul has evolved. It has transcended the realm of the phosphorescent snake emperor. Your future achievements are limitless. The threat of backlash toxins is now a thing of the past. Bone Douluo, observing from the side, expressed his astonishment. Old poison, your Yin possesses remarkable fortune. The aura of her martial soul surpasses that of ordinary top-tier beast martial souls. As the two individuals reveled in the breakthrough of Douluo, a sudden, extraordinary change transpired within the half-red, half-white medicinal bath. The once silent Jun Xiaoyao, enduring immense suffering, suddenly began to tremble violently. His skin was no longer merely alternating between frost and crimson. Instead, intricate dark golden patterns emerged, seemingly forming an ancient and majestic scale motif. An indescribable aura, heavy, frigid, silent, yet profoundly noble, erupted from within him. Boom! The waters of the ice and fire duality momentarily faltered. All surrounding herbs subtly bent towards him. as if paying homage to a sovereign. What is happening? Both Douluo Bo and Gu Rong's expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes fixated on him, filled with shock and gravity. It appeared that Jun Xiaoyao's body refinement had reached a critical juncture. His Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul seemed to be awakening a deeper power within this extreme realm of ice and fire. Chapter 44: Dragon Source Refinement and Soul Ring Sublimation. The anomaly of the ice and fire duality captured everyone's attention. Douluo Bo and Gu Rong stared intently at the half-red, half-white medicinal bath, while Ning Rong Rong and the newly ascended Du Guyan watched with bated breath, scarcely daring to breathe. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook with intensity. The dark golden patterns on his surface glimmered brighter, as if animated, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. The primordial, silent yet immensely noble presence grew stronger, even instilling a subtle sense of oppression in the two-titled Douluo. This aura was far beyond what an ordinary martial soul could possess. Douluo Bo's émeraude pupille constricted. Having dealt with the energies of this place for years, he sensed that the aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao resonated with the very essence of the ice and fire duality, a resonance of a higher order. Bone Douluo Gu Rong's expression turned solemn, the surrounding space subtly warping as he stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice, though astonishment dominated his thoughts. Xiaoyao, could this body refinement truly invoke such a cosmic phenomenon? At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly threw his head back and released a low roar that was anything but human. The sound was deep and desolate, as if traversing infinite time and space, imbued with the unique majesty and power of the Dragon Clan. Buzz, his Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul uncontrollably manifested, not merely a shadow, but in a state nearly half-solid. A colossal, ivory dragon skeleton, entwined with the essence of death and icy cold, enveloped him. Upon its bones, dark golden patterns intertwined with a pale whiteness, exuding an air of profound mystery and strength. Within the cavernous eye sockets of the great dragon head, two flames of soul burned fiercely, radiating the brilliance of ice and fire. More strikingly, surrounding this semi-solid bone dragon martial soul were two deep purple soul rings. At this moment, these soul rings spun with unprecedented speed, emitting a brilliant glow. The waters of the ice and fire duality seemed to respond to some supreme call. The red and white primordial energies no longer requiring Jun Xiaoyao's effort to guide. Rather, they surged forth, cascading towards his body and the Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul. Particularly, the two purple soul rings devoured the pure, extreme cold and heat energy like two ravenous black holes. He is absorbing the primordial energy of the spring. Douluo Bo gasped in disbelief. The energy of the ice and fire duality was notoriously domineering. Even he, a titled Douluo, could only cultivate by harnessing its aura, never daring to directly draw from its essence lest he face backlash. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was actively absorbing it. What exactly is his martial soul? Unbeknownst to Douluo Bo, Jun Xiaoyao's Abyssal Bone Dragon was a divine-level martial soul, its rank far exceeding ordinary imagination. The ice and fire duality was formed from the fall of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, containing the purest essence of dragonkind. For other soul masters and even soul beasts, this was a lethal poison. But for Jun Xiaoyao, who possessed the divine-level dragon martial soul, it was a tremendous boon, the optimal catalyst for awakening the power deep within his martial soul. The Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul emitted a joyous hum, its pale bones deepening in hue under the cleansing of the ice and fire essence, subtly revealing a dark golden luster, while the skeletal structure appeared more robust and fierce. Brimming with strength, the soul flames within its hollow eye sockets blazed even more vigorously, as if imbued with true sentience. The transformation of the two purple soul rings was even more pronounced. Originally a deep purple, they now intertwined with vibrant crimson and icy blue strands. These strands flowed like living entities within the soul rings, elevating the energy fluctuations they emitted to an entirely new level. The age of the soul rings was increasing. The first soul ring, initially around 2,000 years old, and the second, nearing 8,000 years, were now being forcibly enhanced and refined under the nurturing of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's primordial power. Their colors deepened. The purple became as pure and translucent as amethyst, while the crimson and icy blue strands shimmered ever more brilliantly. Finally, when the absorbed energy reached a critical threshold, buzz, buzz, two clear hums resonated almost simultaneously. Jun Xiaoyao's first soul ring stabilized in a deep purple hue, with the crimson strands dominating, radiating energy fluctuations that unmistakably reached the 5,000-year level. His second soul ring, however, deepened further, nearing a blackish purple, with the icy blue and crimson strands reflecting off each other, emitting energy fluctuations that astonishingly approached 9,000 years, infinitely close to the 10,000-year mark. The second soul ring, nearing 10,000 years. This scene utterly shattered Douluo Dalu and Gu Rong's understanding. The age of a soul ring could increase without a soul master acquiring a new one. This was an unprecedented miracle. Yet, the marvel did not cease. The metamorphosis of the martial soul and soul rings reverberated back to Jun Xiaoyao, causing his soul power level to soar like a rocket. 24, 25, 26. Ultimately, he broke through and stabilized at 26. The violent energy fluctuations gradually subsided. The dark golden patterns on Jun Xiaoyao's surface slowly receded, and the semi-solid Abyssal Bone Dragon martial soul contentedly emitted a low dragon's roar, retracting back into him. The two soul rings surrounding him also dimmed, gently descending. Yet the profound purple and the subtly swirling ice and fire luminescence indicated that they had undergone a complete transformation. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled deeply, the breath imbued with a hint of the intertwining ice and fire essence. He slowly opened his eyes, and within their depths, it seemed as if dragon bones floated, ice and fire clashed, and an indescribable aura flickered and vanished. He sensed the robust soul power surging within him, along with the newfound strength emanating from his martial soul and soul rings, and could not help but let a satisfied smile grace his lips. This refinement at the ice and fire duality yielded results far beyond his expectations. Not only had his physical strength and soul power level significantly increased, but the enhancement of his martial soul's essence and the elevation of his soul ringsage established an unprecedentedly solid foundation. Monster, you truly are a monster. The Bone Douluo. Gu Rong murmured to himself as he observed Jun Xiaoyao, as though gazing upon some primordial rare beast. Douluo also let out a long sigh, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, shock, relief, and an undeniable hint of envy. The profound transformation derived from the primal forces of the ice and fire duality eyes had elevated Jun Xiaoyao into a formidable Abyssal Bone Dragon. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin stood transfixed, their mouths agape, while they were aware of their own significant enhancements. In comparison to Jun Xiaoyao's astonishing metamorphosis, theirs seemed trivial. Xiaoyao Gij, are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, her voice laced with concern and admiration. Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet, having absorbed the medicinal energies of ice and fire to their fullest extent. As he moved, his bones emitted a series of crisp, resounding cracks, imbued with a sense of power. I am splendid, better than ever, he replied with a smile, casting his gaze towards the two elders and the two young women. It appears we have all made remarkable breakthroughs this time. Chapter 45, Departing the Valley, Heading to Nodding City. The fervor of cultivation by the ice and fire duality eyes gradually subsided, restoring the valley to its former tranquility, though the energy in the air felt somewhat diminished due to the trio's fervent absorption. Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the surging power within him. His soul power at the 26th level, robust and solid, further bolstered by the two soul rings enhanced by the primal forces of ice and fire, instilling him with an immense sense of confidence. He gently clenched his fist, the joints cracking softly, sending tremors through the air. Ning Rongrong, brimming with excitement, dashed over and circled around Jun Xiaoyao, her wide eyes sparkling with wonder. Xiaoyao Gij, you looked so fearsome just now, yet so powerful. I feel like you could easily send that bulky soul respect flying with just one punch. She referred to a physically imposing soul respect that had previously provoked the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo Yin approached as well, her demeanor significantly more composed, her emerald eyes now radiating a contained brilliance. The evolution of her green phosphor serpent emperor martial soul had endowed her with an added air of nobility and confidence. She nodded slightly, saying, Xiaoyao, your gains this time are indeed astonishing. The age of the absorbed soul rings has risen, a feat unheard of. Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Poison Douluo approached as well, their eyes reflecting satisfaction and pride as they beheld the trio of transformed youngsters. Gu Rong heartily clapped Jun Xiaoyao on the shoulder, laughing, well done, lad. Now I want to see who dares to claim that our disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are merely support type. Douluo stroked his beard and turned to Douluo Yin, saying, Yin, your martial soul's evolution is in its preliminary stages. You must diligently train to solidify your realm and fully master this newfound power. As for concerns about backlash, they're no longer a significant worry. Yes, Grandpa. Douluo Yin replied obediently. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly hugged Bone Douluo's arm and turned to Poison Douluo with a playful pout. Grandpa Do, we have been here for quite some time, and it's been utterly dreary. Daddy and Grandpa Jian have returned to the sect, and our training is finished. How about we go into the city for a stroll before heading back? Her cherubic face was alight with eagerness. After spending so many days in this secluded valley of the Sunset Forest, she longed to witness the vibrancy of the outside world. Gurong, unable to resist his precious Rongrong's charm, felt his heart soften, yet he still glanced at Douluo and Jun Xiaoyao for their opinions. Well, what do you think? Old Poison Master, Xiaoyao Yin? Douluo shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent. This would be a good chance for Yin to visit the academy and familiarize herself with her new martial soul through practical combat. All eyes turned to Jun Xiaoyao. Thoughts raced in his mind. Since arriving in this world, he had spent most of his time at the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect School in the Sunset Forest, having limited knowledge of the outside world. More importantly, based on his vague memories from his previous life, coupled with the sporadic information from the vast intelligence network of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect School, it seemed a crucial moment was approaching. The Golden Iron Triangle had already split after their defeat in the Sunset Forest. The theoretically invincible Master Yu Xiaojiang should, if his trajectory remained unchanged, currently be at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Thus, the wheels of fate had likely begun to turn. Tang San, the dual martial soul wielder of the Haotian Hammer and Blue Silvergrass, along with the uniquely significant Xiao Wu, who had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, were probably already converging at that modest Junior Soul Master Academy, or would do so shortly. Jun Xiaoyao was filled with immense curiosity regarding these protagonists of the original tale and their sister. What mysteries lay within Tang San's Xiantian skill, his hidden weapons, and his distinctive cultivation methods? And as for Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year soul beast in human form, what secrets allowed her to remain hidden in the human world for so long? Witnessing them firsthand, observing closely, might validate many of his speculations and provide greater clarity regarding the future landscape. This was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity, one that would not only satisfy Rongrong's desire for adventure, but also fulfill his true purpose. With this in mind, Jun Xiaoyao met the gazes of the others, his face adorned with a perfectly measured, gentle smile, as if merely proposing a casual suggestion. I too share this sentiment. While rigorous cultivation is undoubtedly important, experiencing the world and gaining insights is an indispensable aspect of our training. Reading thousands of books cannot compare to traversing thousands of miles. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, naturally articulating the rationale he had already devised. We have been cultivating in the finest environment of the sect, enjoying the best resources. However, the continent is vast, and the path of a soul master is manifold. Perhaps we could visit a nearby city and observe how young soul masters of our age, who began from different starting points, learn and grow. This would also serve as a rare opportunity to broaden our horizons and refine our mental fortitude. His words were both logical and appealing, focusing on expanding perspectives and cultivating experience, artfully concealing his true ambitions. To journey to the small city of Nodding and witness the young man and woman poised to stir the tides of the continent. Upon hearing this, Bone Douluo stroked his chin in agreement. Xiaoyao makes a valid point. Rongrong, Yin, you must see how ordinary soul masters climb step by step. Only then will you appreciate how precious your own conditions are, and it will also temper your characters. There seems to be a Nodding City nearby. If I recall, there's a decent junior academy there. Let us go and take a look. He thought little of it, merely viewing it as an excellent opportunity for the children's education. Douluo, however, was rather dismissive. What could a small academy in a backwater town possibly offer? Yet, he was indifferent about the destination, as long as his granddaughter was happy. Upon hearing that they would not be returning to the sect directly and could instead visit another academy, Ning Rongrong immediately found it intriguing and exclaimed, "Hooray! Let us go to Nodding City. I want to see what Nodding Academy is like." Douluo Yin, too, felt a surge of curiosity. Having spent years in the aristocratic environment of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, she was indeed fascinated by ordinary junior academies. "Yes, I want to see as well." "Then it is settled. Let us depart." Jun Xiaoyao declared decisively. His gaze appeared tranquil as he looked towards the direction of Nodding City, though a subtle undercurrent of anticipation stirred within him. Tang San, Xiao Wu, we shall meet soon. Let me witness firsthand what makes these protagonists of our time so remarkably special. A party of 5 departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving behind the oppressive and perilous environment of the Sunset Forest, and made their way towards the direction of Nodding City. 2 titled Douluos concealed their formidable presence, blending seamlessly into the crowd like ordinary elderly gentlemen, accompanied by 3 youngsters, each possessing their unique charm as they traversed the official road leading to the town. Chapter 46. Experiences and Observations. Arrival at Nodding City. Having escaped the somewhat stifling and treacherous atmosphere of the Sunset Forest, they embarked upon the broad and illuminated thoroughfare that led to human settlements. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage on either side of the road, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The air was infused with the refreshing sense of earth and grass, occasionally punctuated by the distant melodies of birds and the cheerful jingling of merchant caravans. The 5 travelers maintained a leisurely pace, resembling a casual stroll rather than a hurried journey. Bone Douluo Gurong and Poison Douluo suppressed their overwhelming aura, appearing as 2 affluent old men enjoying an outing with their grandchildren. Although their bearing remained distinguished, they no longer immediately evoked thoughts of supreme power. Ning Rongrong was the most vivacious, resembling a bird set free. One moment, she dashed to the roadside to pluck an unknown wildflower to adorn her hair, grinning as she asked the others for their opinions on her choice. The next moment, she was captivated by a weak 10-year spirit beast that leapt from the bushes, chasing it far away until Bone Douluo called her back with an amused exasperation. Rongrong, slow down and watch your step, Jun Xiaoyao cautioned, his lips curling into a smile as he watched her exuberant figure ahead. This light-hearted atmosphere certainly lifted their spirits. I know, Brother Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong replied, sticking her tongue out playfully before slowing her pace and joining Douluo. The 2 girls began to chatter animatedly about the fascinating plants and small animals they encountered along the way. Although Douluo was somewhat more composed than Ning Rongrong, she too was a girl at heart, intrigued by the untamed natural beauty and the sights they were experiencing, having left the structured opulence of Tiando City behind. She frequently pointed out mildly poisonous plants to Ning Rongrong, explaining their characteristics, which left Ning Rongrong both startled and curious, oscillating between fascination and fear. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao observed intently, taking note of the passers-by, travelers weary from their journeys, guards escorting cargo, most of whom were soul masters or great soul masters, yet possessing sharp gazes and seasoned experience. He also noted solitary travelers burdened with packs and families resembling them, embarking on excursions. He observed that the official road was well maintained, the surface smooth, indicating that the Tiando Empire managed its primary transportation routes adequately. Occasionally, he spotted patrols of soldiers clad in the Empire's standard light armor, riding with discipline. It seemed the Empire maintained a commendable grip on its territories, at least along these major thoroughfares, Jun Xiaoyao mused internally. The 2 titled Douluos were quite relaxed. Gurong would occasionally engage in friendly banter with Douluo, debating the origins of a peculiar stone or the age of a rare herb, often concluding with Douluo's wittily sharp retorts and Gurong's playful huffs, adding a great deal of amusement to their journey. Old Bones, look over there. That ghost vine must be at least 300 years old. It's a pity, though, it's not potent enough. Douluo squinted, pointing at a dark, purple vine nestled in a crevice of a distant cliff. You think your eyes are better? I've spotted it ages ago, but it's growing in such a remote place. Plucking it would be a hassle. Otherwise, it would make a fine herbal bath for Yin Yin, Gurong scoffed. How pedestrian. This requires a combination with moonlight grass. Discussing it with you is like casting pearls before swine. Hey, old toxic one, are you looking for trouble? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile at the daily banter of the 2 elders. Their childlike interactions amidst such formidable strength made the journey feel all the more genuine. Along the way, they passed through quaint villages and small towns. Ning Rongrong and Douluo were filled with curiosity at the humble settlements, with smoke rising from kitchens and vendors calling out in bustling markets. They would approach roadside stalls, observing the handmade, albeit rough, toys and local delicacies. Although they did not purchase anything, Ning Rongrong, as a young lady of stature, looked down upon such things. While Douluo wished to maintain her image, the vibrant atmosphere of daily life was an experience they had never encountered within the confines of their sect and the Royal Academy. So this is how ordinary people live, Ning Rongrong murmured, watching a little boy in patched clothing joyfully run by with a pinwheel. Her eyes reflecting a newfound sense of innocence and contemplation, a stark contrast to her usual haughty demeanor. Jun Xiaoyao noticed this change and nodded inwardly. One of the purposes of this journey was to expose the little princess to the real world, and it seemed to be bearing fruit. They ambled along, appreciating the scenery and savoring the diverse customs and cultures they encountered. At their pace, they could have reached their destination swiftly, yet deliberately slowing down. It took them 2 or 3 days before they finally caught sight of the outline of Nodding City. It was a city of moderate size, its walls constructed from sturdy gray-white stones. The bustling city gates were alive with the comings and goings of pedestrians and merchants, exuding an air of prosperity that far surpassed the small towns they had passed. "Is that Nodding City?" Ning Rongrong asked, standing on her tiptoes to gaze ahead, her face alight with anticipation. "Indeed, the capital of the Fasnuo province. It is quite bustling," Bone Douluo casually remarked, having a fair knowledge of the continent's major cities. Douluo cast a glance and replied nonchalantly, "It pales in comparison to Tiando City." "Naturally, Tiando City is the capital of the empire," Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, his gaze drifting beyond the city walls, seemingly sensing something. "Nodding City, we have finally arrived." As they approached the city gate, the throngs of people grew denser. The queue to enter was extensive, comprising commoners, merchants, and a smattering of soul masters. Soldiers clad in the armor of Nodding City's defense forces maintained order and collected entry fees. Bone Douluo and Poison Douluo, naturally impatient to stand in line, saw Gu Rong release a hint of his soul Douluo-level aura, which he had intentionally suppressed, causing the captain of the gate guards to change his demeanor immediately, treating them with utmost respect and promptly signaling for his men to clear a path, vowing to invite them to enter without collecting the entrance fee. This was the privilege of the Soul Master realm, especially the high-ranking ones, who commanded respect wherever they went. Passing through the towering city gates, they officially entered Nodding City. The sights within were even more vibrant. The wide stone-paved streets were lined with shops, various signs fluttering in the breeze, selling weapons, herbs, and daily necessities. The cacophony of vendors' shouts, haggling voices, and the sounds of carts and horses blended into a lively tapestry of life. "Let's find a place to stay first," Jun Xiaoyao suggested. "Once we are settled, we can visit the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy." "All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Xiaoyao." Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly, her large eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Douluo turned to Gu Rong, saying, "Old bones, your nose is keen. Find us a clean and comfortable inn." "Of course. Do you think I would choose a filthy den of poison that you would suggest?" Gu Rong replied with a huff, his gaze sweeping across the street before locking onto a direction. "That inn over there, the Tulip Inn, looks quite nice. Let us head there." The 5 of them navigated through the bustling crowd towards the inn. Jun Xiaoyao appeared to casually observe this unfamiliar city, yet beneath the surface, currents of thought surged within him. Chapter 47. The First Encounter with Tang San. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden hue over the buildings of Nodding City, the atmosphere within the Tulip Inn was filled with anticipation. The bustling marketplace showed no signs of quieting down. Rather, it seemed to grow even more vibrant as night fell. Through the exquisitely carved wooden windows of the inn, one could glimpse the myriad lanterns outside, gradually illuminating the streets, transforming the night into a kaleidoscope of colors. The distant sounds of cheerful music and the lively chatter of the crowd drifted in, creating an enticing ambience. "Look how lively it is outside," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaning against the window, her large eyes reflecting the lights of the marketplace, brimming with longing. "Xiaoyao Gij, Yingyan Jia, shall we go out for a stroll this evening? It appears there's a lantern festival." Dugu Yin was equally captivated by the scene outside and nodded in agreement. Although Nodding City was not as affluent as Heaven Do, the night market exuded its own unique charm. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, having already formed the intention to explore. Earlier in the day, upon entering the city, his grandfather had scanned the area with his spiritual energy, discerning that the soul masters here were generally not very powerful. The strongest presence emanated from the city Lord's mansion, which was merely at the Soul King level, while the commander of the city defense army was likely a soul zone. As for Nodding Academy, its mightiest aura seemed to hover around that of a great soul master, with no hidden strong individuals lurking in the shadows. Given their trio's capabilities, as long as they did not provoke the military, they could easily ensure their safety within Nodding City. Moreover, with both grandfathers nearby, they felt even more secure. "Very well," Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Experiencing the night in a new city is indeed a splendid way to immerse oneself in its culture. What do you think, grandfathers? He turned to Gu Rong and Dugabo. The Bone Douluo yawned and waved his hand dismissively. You young ones go and enjoy yourselves. I have no interest in wandering the night market. I shall rest in the inn with a drink. Although his demeanor appeared casual, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a subtle yet remarkably steady aura of spiritual energy enveloping the entire inn, discreetly radiating outwards to the surrounding streets. This was Bone Douluo's silent guardianship. Dugabo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the plush couch. Yin Yin, you may go, but do exercise caution. Should anyone provoke you, deal with them decisively. I shall take care of any repercussions. His tone was calm, yet it carried the inherent authority of a titled Douluo, with the two formidable figures watching over them. Jun Xiaoyao fit entirely at ease. Then we shall take our leave, he said with a smile, bowing respectfully to the two elders before stepping out of the inn, accompanied by the eager Ning Rongrong and the slightly expectant Dugu Yin. As they entered the bustling night market, the lively atmosphere enveloped them instantly. Unlike the orderly appearance of the city during the day, the main street of Nodding City transformed under the cloak of night. Stalls lined both sides of the road, offering a dazzling array of goods. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of various local delicacies, steaming snacks, sugar figurines, grilled meat skewers, glutinous rice cakes, and piping hot wonton soup. There were exquisite handcrafted items, including paper cuttings, dough figurines, and woven insects and birds. Various games, such as ring toss, throwing pots, and riddles, attracted many passers-by eager to participate. Colorful lanterns hung high above, varying in shape from ordinary round palace lanterns to intricate designs resembling rabbits, koi fish, and lotus flowers, casting a radiant glow over the street that was both bright as day and imbued with a dreamlike quality. Ning Rongrong flitted from stall to stall like a fish in water, her excitement palpable as she explored the myriad of snacks and games. Xiaoyao Gidge, look, that sugar painting is beautiful. I want the one of the phoenix, she exclaimed. Yin Yin Jia, do you think this hairpin is pretty? Wow, that uncle's grasshopper made of straw looks so real. She tugged at Jun Xiaoyao to pay for her purchases one moment, and then turned to Dugu Yin for her opinions the next, thoroughly enjoying herself. Initially a bit reserved, Dugu Yin gradually smiled under Ning Rongrong's infectious enthusiasm and the vibrant atmosphere surrounding them, occasionally indulging in a trinket or two. Jun Xiaoyao followed behind the two young women, wearing a gentle smile as he took charge of payment and carrying their items. His gaze swept through the crowd, seemingly casual, yet meticulously observant. He noticed families out enjoying the night together, young girls animatedly discussing the merchandise, and mercenaries savoring delicious street food. He also spotted several students in the uniforms of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, gathered in small groups, brimming with youthful energy and curiosity as they chatted about amusing stories from the academy and their training woes. These are the most authentic representations of life's myriad forms. As they meandered through the market, a stall surrounded by a throng of people caught their attention. This stall sold items related to soul beasts, displaying low-grade soul beast materials, bones, and some seemingly ancient and dubious fragments of soul guides. However, what drew the most attention was a boy engaged in a lively haggling session with the vendor. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Jun Xiaoyao, dressed in simple, clean clothing with a well-proportioned physique. His features were not exceptionally handsome, yet he possessed a certain charm, especially in his eyes, which were strikingly clear, radiating an unusual calmness and focus uncommon for someone his age. He held a dull metallic fragment in his hand, earnestly arguing over the price. Boss, this is merely a piece of ordinary iron essence. Though it's a bit heavy, it's filled with impurities. It's hardly worth 5 silver soul coins, he stated calmly. Little brother, you can't say that. This could very well be a core component of some ancient soul guide. Look at these intricate patterns. They are quite mysterious. 3 silver soul coins is the lowest I can go. The vendor countered. 1 silver soul coin is the maximum I'm willing to pay. Otherwise, I'll take my business elsewhere, the boy replied, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze lingered on the boy, feeling a subtle shift of interest. This boy, while his aura of soul power was relatively weak, seemingly just reaching the level of a soul master, exhibited a composure and an astute judgment of metal materials that far exceeded the ordinary. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a faint yet remarkably concentrated wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. This was certainly not the characteristic of an ordinary rural youth. Just then, a clear and somewhat spoiled voice broke through the air. Xiao San, are you done yet? What is so interesting about a piece of scrap iron? There's a vendor selling radishes over there. They look delicious. As the voice rang out, a girl squeezed through the crowd. Clad in simple attire, she exuded an undeniable vitality. Taller than her peers, her long braid cascaded down past her waist, and her large, stunning pink eyes were framed by long, curled eyelashes, giving her an exceptionally charming appearance. At that moment, she pouted slightly, revealing a hint of impatience, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils narrowed slightly as he focused on the girl, his spiritual power silently sweeping over her. Though incredibly faint and nearly imperceptible, his keenly honed senses, refined through the trials of the ice and fire eyes, detected an extraordinary, majestic life force emanating from her. This aura was cleverly concealed in a manner that, had Jun Xiaoyao not possessed prior suspicions and heightened perception, he would have never noticed. A 10,000-year soul beast transformation. It truly is her, Xiao Wu. Thus, the steady boy bargaining with the vendor must be none other than Tang San. What a remarkable coincidence. A subtle ripple of intrigue stirred within Jun Xiaoyao's heart. He had not anticipated encountering the principal character so swiftly and in such a bustling and ordinary night market. Chapter 48. The Subtle Test at the Stall. The night market was ablaze with lights, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. Tang San and Xiao Wu were still engrossed in the metallic fragment and the sweet, crispy radish, oblivious to the three distinctly poised onlookers nearby. The barely perceptible curve at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth gradually widened. To witness the protagonists of the original tale firsthand, especially upon sensing the concealed essence of a 10,000-year soul beast emanating from Xiao Wu, a playful and investigative thought arose within him. He yearned to observe closely what peculiarities these fated children possessed, particularly Tang San, whose mastery of Tang Sec's arcane techniques and extraordinary disposition piqued Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity. Ning Rongrong, Dugian, that stall over there appears to harbor some intriguing items. Let us take a look, Jun Xiaoyao remarked casually to the two young ladies beside him, gesturing towards the stall where Tang San was situated. Absolutely. Ning Rongrong, who was lamenting the lack of novelty, immediately nodded in agreement. Dugian, too, showed no objection and followed Jun Xiaoyao as they approached. As the trio drew near, the stall owner, who had been bantering with Tang San, suddenly brightened. Having spent years peddling in the night market, he had developed a keen eye. These three youths, though still young, were adorned in exceptionally fine attire, clearly beyond the means of an ordinary household. Particularly the two young ladies. One was lively and sprightly, while the other exuded an air of aloof elegance, both possessing remarkable poise. The young man in their midst was strikingly regal, with a demeanor that radiated an indescribable nobility and authority, and the faint aura of soul power emanating from him sent shivers down the stall owner's spine. Esteemed patrons have arrived. The stall owner promptly set aside his previous engagement with Tang San, donning an excessively enthusiastic, almost obsequious smile as he welcomed the trio. Oh, young masters and mistresses, do take a look. Though my stall is modest, it is filled with bizarre and ancient curiosities, all unearthed from various ruins and the edges of soul beast forests. Perhaps there lies a treasure among them. Your discerning eyes surely see the hidden value. The abrupt shift in the owner's demeanor caught Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were just about to depart after concluding their transaction, off guard. Xiao Wu wrinkled her petite nose and whispered to Tang San, "This vendor's mood changes faster than the wind. He was just haggling with us." Tang San's gaze fell upon the newly arrived trio, particularly Jun Xiaoyao at the forefront. Though his purple extreme magic I had yet to fully mature, his perceptive abilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. He sensed that the youth, who was of similar age, harbored a reservoir of soul power akin to an unfathomable abyss, vast and profound, far beyond his own capabilities. The two young ladies beside him also emanated significant soul power fluctuations, particularly the one in the green dress, whose gaze bore a hint of languor and coldness, imparting a subtle sense of danger. These three are not ordinary. Tang San felt a surge of vigilance within him, instinctively adjusting his stance to shield Xiao Wu more effectively. He was curious as to why these seemingly distinguished peers would show interest in such trifles. Jun Xiaoyao disregarded the stall owner's fervor. His gaze casually swept over the scattered items on the stall, most of which were low-tier soul beast materials, rusted weapon fragments, and what appeared to be remnants of soul guide devices. A slight probe of his spiritual energy revealed that most were dull and devoid of value. Ultimately, his attention returned to Tang San and the recently acquired dull metal fragment in his hand, as if he had only just noticed it. "Oh, this piece of iron possesses a certain intrigue." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was gentle and pleasing, laced with just the right amount of curiosity. "What price do you ask for this, good sir?" The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking as he thought, "This is bad." He had not anticipated that this noble young man would take an interest in a piece of scrap he had almost given away to the impoverished lad just moments ago. Could it truly be a treasure he had misjudged? His mind whirled, and he quickly rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. "Ah, young master, your discerning eye is commendable. This divine iron is the pride of my stall. It is said to originate from an ancient ruin, imbued with mysterious powers. Just moments ago, this young gentleman offered a gold soul coin, and I hesitated to part with it. He instantaneously inflated the price by 100-fold, attempting to fleece this unsuspecting patron while subtly insinuating that Tang San was competing with him. Hey, you are lying." Xiao Wu's temper flared at once, her pink eyes widening in disbelief. It was clearly one silver soul coin. Just moments ago, Xiao San agreed on that price with you. How dare you lie so brazenly? Tang San's brow furrowed as he tightened his grip on the metal fragment, calmly regarding the stall owner while casting a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, his silence conveying a clear message. "This item has been purchased and rightfully belongs to me." Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded with a smile, accepting the metal fragment. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, imperceptible to others. A thread of pure spiritual energy quietly penetrated the fragment's interior. As expected, there is something of interest here. This is no ordinary iron. Its internal structure is exceptionally dense, interspersed with unique trace elements, seemingly forged through some ancient method. Although its energy response is weak to the point of insignificance, the foundational material is quite extraordinary. It seems this could indeed be one of the core fragments left over from a highly advanced soul guide device that was ultimately rendered unusable, its spiritual essence long faded, leaving only these material characteristics behind. Indeed, Tang San's discerning eye is remarkably astute. Acquiring it for a mere silver coin is undoubtedly a stroke of luck. While it holds no utility for Jun Xiaoyao, this transaction underscores Tang San's possession of an extraordinary ability for discernment. As thoughts whirled in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, his expression remained composed. After scrutinizing the fragment closely, he returned it to Tang San with a smile, remarking, "It is merely a piece of iron or with a slightly unique quality. My friend, your keen eyesight is commendable. One silver coin is not a loss." Upon hearing this, the vendor's countenance visibly fell, filled with regret. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's eyes, not expecting the other party to be so forthright, which significantly improved his impression of Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin and let out a huff towards the vendor. Ning Rongrong and Du Guiyin observed Jun Xiaoyao with curiosity, puzzled as to why he showed such interest in a scrap of metal. However, Jun Xiaoyao's attention shifted back to Tang San and Xiao Wu, his demeanor warm and gentle as he casually inquired, "You both appear quite young yet possess an extraordinary bearing. I presume you are soul masters? May I inquire at which academy you are enrolled?" Chapter 49. The initial confrontation among transcenders the night market was bustling, its vibrant lights casting shifting shadows across the faces of the youthful crowd. In response to Jun Xiaoyao's seemingly casual question, Tang San's vigilance remained partially intact. However, given the other's friendly demeanor and his fair assessment of the metal fragment, he felt it inappropriate to distance himself too much. He maintained a polite yet somewhat detached stance, replying succinctly, "We are currently studying at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy." He refrained from elaborating on himself or inquiring further, clearly indicating his intention for merely a basic exchange of information. "Nodding Academy, you say? I have heard that, despite being a junior institution, it holds quite a reputation in this region." Jun Xiaoyao feigned ignorance of Tang San's aloofness, his smile unwavering and his tone imbued with just the right amount of admiration. Neither excessive flattery nor insincerity. "To have gained admission to such an academy, your talents are indeed remarkable." His words were skillfully articulated, both acknowledging Tang San's statement and subtly complimenting him, leaving no room for criticism. Upon hearing the praise, particularly directed at her and Tang San, Xiao Wu felt a surge of pride, and her impression of Jun Xiaoyao brightened considerably as she cheerfully declared, "Of course, Xiao San is incredibly talented. We are not lacking either." She nearly let slip a detail, but caught herself just in time. Ning Rongrong blinked beside her, having little concept of these lesser-known junior academies. However, Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao commend the duo, her competitive spirit was ignited, though she hesitated to boast about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, given their modest attire. Du Yin maintained her distant demeanor, her emerald eyes occasionally glancing at Xiao Wu, bearing an almost imperceptible scrutiny. Instinctively, she sensed that this pink-eyed girl was somewhat extraordinary, though she could not quite articulate why. Jun Xiaoyao skillfully steered the conversation back towards Tang San. His gaze primarily focused on him, as if he had found an engaging topic. I must say, I am quite interested in the ancient techniques and lost knowledge from various regions of the continent. Earlier, I observed your keen judgment regarding the metal-esque composition. It seems you possess some understanding of forging and smelting techniques. May I inquire as to your source of knowledge? Did you study under a master or glean insights from ancient texts? This question, seemingly innocuous, actually pointed towards one of the core sources of Tang San's abilities, the skills and knowledge of the Tang sect from another world. A slight shiver ran through Tang San at the depth of the other's observation. Did he truly perceive such details? He believed his earlier display was rather unremarkable. Simply a conclusion drawn from the knowledge contained within the Mystic Heaven treasure record regarding material identification. Naturally, he would not divulge the secrets of the Tang sect, opting instead for a semi-truthful response, stating calmly, "My father was a blacksmith. Growing up in that environment, I learned a few basics. As for ancient texts in the countryside, there are hardly any. I've merely been experimenting on my own." His tone remained tranquil, attributing everything to familial influence and self-study, which appeared reasonable. The son of a blacksmith? Jun Xiaoyao's face appropriately displayed a hint of surprise, quickly transforming into admiration. To delve so deeply into your family's craft. Your talent and character are truly commendable. Yet, internally he chuckled. A blacksmith? What blacksmith could impart such profound understanding of microscopic material structures and the quenching properties of metals to their offspring? Tang San's efforts at concealment were indeed masterful. Had Jun Xiaoyao not been a knowledgeable transcender himself, he might have been completely deceived. To the observers, this exchange merely seemed like two young men discussing an obscure technical topic, lacking anything extraordinary. Yet only Jun Xiaoyao understood that this brief dialogue concealed a silent, transcendent encounter between two individuals from different worlds. He confirmed Tang San's caution, intelligence, and the extraordinary depth hidden beneath an unassuming exterior. However, Jun Xiaoyao's true focus never strayed far from the seemingly innocent and carefree girl, Xiao Wu. His gaze would occasionally drift to her, reflecting a pure appreciation for someone his age, as one would expect at this stage of life. While his spiritual awareness diligently sensed the perfectly concealed essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Such perfection, truly a marvel, Jun Xiaoyao mused inwardly. Were it not for his divine martial soul and the extreme refinement of his spiritual power through the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the two Dragon King's origins, he would never have detected any anomaly emanating from this charming, beaming girl. This level of transformation nearly transcended the limits of soul beasts. No wonder she could exist peacefully within the human realm. His journey to Nodding City, while partly aimed at witnessing the protagonist Tang San, had a far more significant purpose. Xiao Wu. This 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit was, in itself, a colossal treasure, a being brimming with infinite potential. A top-tier soul ring and bone combination. For any soul master, it was an irresistible temptation of the highest order. For Jun Xiaoyao, possessing a divine martial soul and aspiring for the pinnacle, Xiao Wu's significance was self-evident. A soul ring with such immense growth potential was undoubtedly a crucial component of his future plans. Of course, he would never act hastily. The timing was far from ripe. Xiao Wu's current strength was meager, and even if she were to acquire a soul ring, it would fall short of the expected power of 100,000 years. This initial contact was more about marking and observing, laying the groundwork and patiently awaiting the opportune moment. To possess such insights through mere experimentation speaks volumes of your remarkable capabilities. Jun Xiaoyao gently shifted the topic, refraining from probing further into Tang San's origins and craftsmanship to avoid raising undue suspicion. He then smiled, saying, "It seems fate has brought us together in this night market. I see you both have matters to attend to. We shall not impose further." He comported himself with poise and restraint, leaving an impression of a curious, polite, and exceptionally knowledgeable young nobleman. At his words, Tang San silently exhaled a breath of relief. Despite Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary demeanor, his words and actions bore no malice, and he seemed genuinely interested in matters of forging, which eased Tang Sin's vigilance somewhat. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, replying, "Not at all. We indeed have some items to procure. Farewell." Xiao Wu smiled at Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin as a form of goodbye, then eagerly tugged at Tang San's arm. "Let us hurry. Xiao San, I want to eat that giant radish." As Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to blend into the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao's smile gradually faded, becoming more profound. "Brother Xiaoyao, you seem quite intrigued by that dark-haired fellow?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, having noticed the extensive conversation between Jun Xiaoyao and the boy named Xiao San. "I merely sense something unique about him," Jun Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. "Come, let us continue our exploration. I believe there's a vendor selling delectable cloud cakes over there." "Really? Where?" Ning Rongrong's attention was immediately captivated by the prospect of food. Dugu Yin, lost in thought, cast another glance in the direction where Xiao Wu had vanished before hastily following in Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps. The night market was alive with flickering lights and bustling crowds. A brief encounter had come to an end, yet the threads of fate had silently intertwined, unnoticed by all. Chapter 50. The Scrutiny of the Tidal Douluo. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the elegant window panes of the Tulip Inn, bathing the room in warmth. Jun Xiaoyao, still in meditation, was stirred awake by a series of urgent knocks and the melodic voice of Ning Rongrong. "Brother Xiaoyao, rise and shine. The sun is already high. Are we not visiting the Nodding Academy today?" The spirited girl, brimming with energy, remained curious about their tour of the academy. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. His cultivation from the previous night had further refined his soul power. He rose and opened the door, finding Ning Rongrong already dressed and vibrant outside, accompanied by a similarly prepared Di Yin, whose expression carried a hint of anticipation. "So early?" Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, stepping aside to let them in. "Not too early. Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Dugu are already downstairs having breakfast." Ning Rongrong bounced into the room. "Let us finish our meal quickly and check out the academy. I've never seen what other Soul Master academies are like." Dugu Yin, however, maintained a more composed demeanor, remarking, "Grandfather seems rather interested in today's visit to the academy." A flicker of curiosity passed through her emerald eyes. After returning last night, she sensed an unusual atmosphere between her grandfather and Grandfather Gu, as if they had shared something significant. Jun Xiaoyao, fully aware, nodded. "All right, we shall head down shortly." After a quick wash, he joined the two girls in the inn's dining area. Grandfather Gu Rong and Grandfather Dubo were indeed seated at a table by the window, breakfast laid out before them featuring local delicacies. However, the two elders appeared to have scarcely touched their food, engrossed in hushed conversation. Upon spotting the trio, Gu Rong laughed heartily and waved them over. "Come, have a bite. The meat porridge here is quite good." Yet, when his seemingly casual gaze met Jun Xiaoyao's, it flickered momentarily. Dugu Bo merely glanced up and nodded in acknowledgement, his elongated eyes reflecting a contemplative expression, particularly when directed at Jun Xiaoyao, revealing an unspoken curiosity. Jun Xiaoyao sat down with an air of calm, leisurely savoring a bun, as if oblivious to the scrutiny. Ning Rongrong, sipping her porridge, excitedly began to plan. "After breakfast, should we go directly to find Odin? Perhaps he could guide us through the best simulated training grounds?" Dugu Yin gently tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking? We're merely here to observe privately, not for a formal visit. Let us keep it low-key." "Oh," Ning Rongrong pouted playfully. Just then, Grandfather Gu Rong seemingly spoke casually, lowering his voice to ensure only their table could hear. "Xiaoyao, upon returning last night, you mentioned to me in Old Poison that you encountered two students from Nodding Academy at the night market. Did you find that girl particularly unusual?" At this, both Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin turned their curious gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao, unaware of the details that had transpired after they had retired. Jun Xiaoyao set down his chopsticks, his expression reflecting a youthful uncertainty and instinctive intuition as he replied, "Yes, I simply sense that the girl with pink eyes, named Xiao Wu, has a rather peculiar aura. It's hard to articulate. She seems vivacious, yet carries an inexplicable depth, like a shallow stream that feels unfathomable when a stone is cast into it. Perhaps I am mistaken." His description, a blend of genuine perception and vague intuition, perfectly encapsulated the misconceptions that a perceptive genius soul master might experience, drawing attention without appearing overly prescient. Indeed, upon hearing his words, both Gu Rong and Dugu Bo's expressions grew more serious. Gu Rong furrowed his brow. An unfathomable aura? From a girl at a junior academy? He turned to Dugu Bo. "Old Poison, what do you think?" Xiaoyao's spiritual acuity has sharpened significantly after that refinement. His intuition may not be unfounded. Douluo's green pupils shimmered with intrigue. He was inherently sensitive to various extraordinary martial souls and unique physiques. He pondered aloud, a special physique? Or perhaps concealed strength? Or possibly some exceedingly rare trait of a martial soul? Whatever it may be that provokes such a reaction in Xiaoyao cannot be ordinary. It seems this modest nodding academy warrants a thorough examination. They did not immediately associate this with legendary phenomena like the transformation of a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet the intuition of a potential god-level martial soul was sufficient to warrant the utmost attention from the two titled Douluo, particularly when it involved the possibility of an unknown and extraordinary existence. Caution was paramount, necessitating careful investigation. In that case, let us proceed, Douluo concluded, glancing at Gurong. Old Bone, once we reach near the academy, we two old fellows shall keep our distance to avoid alarming those youngsters. Let Xiaoyao and the others engage directly while we observe from the shadows. That suits me perfectly, Gurong nodded in agreement. The aura of titled Douluo could be overwhelmingly oppressive to lower-ranking soul masters, easily causing undue alarm. After a swift breakfast, the party of 5 departed the inn, heading towards the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Situated to the west of the city, Nodding Academy occupied a sizable area, its gray walls indicative of age. A simple guard booth stood at the entrance, manned by 2 senior students clad in academy uniforms, their demeanor somewhat lackadaisical. So this is the junior academy, Ning Rongrong murmured, observing the unremarkable entrance, her initial disdain tempered by the realization that it differed from her expectations. Indeed, this is where most ordinary soul masters begin their journey. Jun Xiaoyao softly replied. At a secluded alleyway, approximately 100 meters from the academy's entrance, Gurong and Douluo halted. All right, you 3 may enter now. Just state that you wish to tour the academy, Gurong instructed. A casual visit will suffice. Douluo added, primarily directing his gaze at Jun Xiaoyao and Douluo. Keep an eye on that girl named Xiao Wu. See if you can uncover anything noteworthy. Safety first. Yes, Grandfather Douluo, the 3 responded. The 2 titled Douluo exchanged glances, their forms blurring like phantoms before seamlessly melding into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. However, their formidable mental prowess had already woven an invisible net, quietly enveloping the entirety of the Nodding Academy and its surrounding areas. Any unusual fluctuations in energy would be difficult to evade their perception. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and smiled at Ning Rongrong and Douluo. Let us proceed and witness the wonders of Nodding Academy. He took the lead toward the academy's grand entrance, with Ning Rongrong and Douluo following closely behind. At that moment, within the confines of Nodding Academy, the students who had just concluded their theoretical classes were meandering out of the lecture halls, preparing to head to the playground for practical lessons. Among them were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was skipping energetically beside Tang San, chattering away, her pink ponytail swaying with her movements, exuding the vitality of youth. Unbeknownst to her, 2 pairs of eyes, belonging to the continent's elite, had transcended space, locking onto her with the precision of the sharpest hawk. Chapter 51. The Principal's Warm Welcome. The entrance to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, in stark contrast to the opulent grandeur of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, appeared rather unadorned, bordering on the austere. The gray stone pillars bore the marks of rain and wind, and the wrought iron gates showed signs of rust. With only the wooden plaque reading Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, displaying a vigorous elegance. At the gate, 2 students clad in gray uniforms, adorned with senior badges, were lazily leaning against the wall, engaged in idle conversation. Upon noticing the approaching trio of Jun Xiaoyao, their chatter abruptly ceased, eyes widening in astonishment. The attire and demeanor of these 3 seemed utterly out of place in Nodding City and this junior academy. Jun Xiaoyao donned a fitted silver outfit, its fabric gleaming subtly under the sunlight. Though devoid of excessive embellishment, the calm and restrained elegance he exuded immediately signaled that he was not of ordinary upbringing. His handsome visage, coupled with a tranquil and profound gaze, radiated an unspoken aura of authority simply through his casual approach. To his left, Ning Rongrong was dressed in an exquisite multicolored dress, her adorable hairstyle framing her lively, mischievous eyes, and her skin so pale it seemed to glow, reminiscent of a delicately crafted porcelain doll, exuding an air of sheltered nobility and innocence. On his right, Douluo wore a deep green gown that accentuated her developing figure. Her striking beauty, with distant and haughty emerald eyes, resembled a thorny rose, warning others to keep their distance. Such a combination was indeed hard to overlook. The two gate students instinctively stood up straight, their previous laziness replaced by a palpable tension. They were merely ordinary students. Yet they possessed enough discernment to realize that these three were undoubtedly scions of powerful families. One of them hastily sprinted from the guard kiosk, donning a respectful and somewhat anxious smile as he cautiously inquired, "Pardon me, esteemed guests, may I ask what brings you to our nodding academy?" Jun Xiaoyao halted, a gentle yet aloof smile gracing his lips, his tone calm but imbued with an undeniable authority. "We are merely passing through Nodding City and have heard of your esteemed academy's unique educational practices. Our curiosity has compelled us to seek a visit. Would that be acceptable?" His words were courteous, yet the natural air of superiority he exuded left the gate student with no thought of refusal. "Visit? Of course. That is entirely convenient." The student nodded eagerly. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the supervising teacher." "No, I will go directly to summon the principal." Another student, having come to his senses, quickly added, "Esteemed guests, please allow us to escort you to the waiting room at the gate. We will immediately relay the message." They lacked the courage to allow unidentified outsiders through the gates, yet they also did not dare to obstruct them. The best course of action was to report the matter at once. "Thank you for your assistance." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, remaining in place with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly surveying the academy's interior. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin stood quietly beside him, accustomed to such reverential treatment. The messenger student dashed towards the teaching building at breakneck speed, nearly tumbling over himself. Inside the principal's office at Nodding Academy, the slightly graying-haired principal, attired in a well-fitted Soul Master robe, was engrossed in paperwork. Upon hearing the urgent knocking and the student's breathless, incoherent report outside, he sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Extravagantly dressed? Exceptional demeanor? They appear to be offspring of noble families or top-tier aristocrats. As the principal absorbed the student's descriptions, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. While Nodding Academy was respectable within the Fasnuo province, it barely registered in the grand scheme of the entire Tiando Empire. Even a child from a viscount's family was considered noteworthy. The sudden appearance of three seemingly influential youths was enough to ignite his anxiety. If they were indeed scions of families he could not afford to offend, any slight could lead to dire consequences. "Quickly, I shall personally go to welcome them." The principal could no longer remain seated, adjusting his robe as he nearly sprinted from his office. When he arrived at the academy gate, accompanied by several teachers who had hurriedly gathered, his eyes immediately fell upon the three dazzling youths, akin to precious pearls. Just one glance caused his heart to leap into his throat. The air of nobility and confidence they exuded was unmistakable, particularly the silver-clad youth in the center, who, despite his youth, emanated an unfathomable aura, even surpassing the pressure he felt when meeting the provincial governor. Esteemed guests have graced us with their presence. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome." The principal's face instantly morphed into the most enthusiastic and sincere smile as he strode forward, bowing deeply from a distance. "I am Glenn, the principal of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. May I inquire where you three hail from?" he asked cautiously, attempting to glean their origins. Jun Xiaoyao, however, had no intention of divulging his background. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and repeated his earlier statement. "There is no need for such formality, Principal Glenn. We as siblings have traveled here with our elders and, having heard of your academy's esteemed reputation, wish to observe and learn. I hope you will forgive our audacity." Seeing that the other party was reluctant to reveal their origins, Principal Glenn felt a renewed sense of gravity. The more mysterious they were, the more likely they hailed from significant backgrounds. He dared not inquire further, promptly stepping aside to allow them passage, bowing deeply. "It is our academy's honor to have you visit. Please do come in, if you don't mind. I will be delighted to personally guide you around and introduce you to our institution." "That would be most appreciated," Principal Jun Xiaoyao graciously accepted, stepping through the academy's entrance, with Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin following closely behind. Upon entering the academy, the interior appeared more organized than the exterior suggested. Auspicious gravel plaza. Several buildings that bore the marks of time, and in the distance, the outline of the playground and some rudimentary exercise equipment could be discerned. Many students in gray uniforms were curiously glancing in their direction, whispering amongst themselves, evidently stirred by the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. As Principal Glenn led the way, he passionately recounted the academy's history, faculty, and achievements, his words tinged with self-praise. While he remained vigilant of Jun Xiaoyao and his companion's reactions, Jun Xiaoyao appeared to listen intently, nodding occasionally, yet his gaze subtly scanned the students around him. Ning Rongrong curiously glanced around, feeling a sense of novelty about everything here, occasionally whispering her observations to Douluo. In contrast, Douluo appeared rather disinterested, finding the facilities here woefully inferior compared to those of the Tiando Royal Academy. Their primary objective, of course, was to locate Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just as they traversed the square and were nearing the main teaching building, a group of students, freshly emerged from a theoretical class on the opposite side, fortuitously crossed paths with them. Among the crowd, two figures stood out conspicuously, a black-haired youth clad in faded, pristine garments, exuding a calm demeanor, and a lively girl with bouncing scorpion braids and sparkling pink eyes. Who else could they be but Tang San and Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, was animatedly discussing with Tang San their upcoming practice session when she looked up and spotted Jun Xiaoyao and the others approaching, accompanied by the bowing principal. Momentarily taken aback, her pink eyes blinked in surprise as she instinctively grasped Tang San's arm. "Hey, Xiao San, look, it's those wealthy folks from last night's night market. What brings them to our school? And why are they with the principal?" Tang San had already noticed Jun Xiaoyao. His gaze briefly met Jun Xiaoyao's composed eyes. And unlike Xiao Wu's innocent curiosity, a wave of caution and intrigue surged within him. Who were they really? Was their presence at Nodding Academy merely a coincidence? Jun Xiaoyao, observing the two approaching figures, let a hint of an enigmatic smile grace his lips. Chapter 52. The Master's Theory? A laughable matter. Nodding Academy was not particularly large, and under Principal Glen's eager guidance, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions swiftly toured the main areas. The rudimentary mimicry training ground, the antiquated soul beast knowledge classroom, the training field equipped only with basic apparatus. These sites were woefully lacking in comparison to the top-tier facilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Royal Academy, as perceived by Ning Rongrong and Douluo. Gradually, Ning Rongrong's curiosity was supplanted by boredom. Her lips slightly pouted, and were it not for Jun Xiaoyao as presence beside her, she would have likely succumbed to the urge to voice her dissatisfaction. Douluo maintained her aloof demeanor, her azure eyes occasionally flickering with a barely perceptible disinterest. The conditions here were a far cry from her usual training environment. Principal Glen was still fervently extolling the academy, attempting to secure a favorable impression before these esteemed guests. Although our facilities may not rival those of larger institutions, our foundational education is quite robust, particularly emphasizing the cultivation of theoretical courses to lay a solid groundwork for our students. At that moment, a somewhat monotonous yet rhythmically unique voice emanated from a nearby classroom window. Thus, in the early stages of a soul masteress training, soul rings are not the sole measure of one's capabilities. The strength of one's body, the refinement of soul power, and even the slight enhancement of mental fortitude are all critically important. Blindly pursuing higher-level soul rings while neglecting one's foundational skills is tantamount to forsaking the essence for the trivial. The voice, though not loud, carried an extraordinary clarity, imbued with an almost obsessive seriousness and conviction. Upon hearing this voice, Principal Glen's expression momentarily flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he explained, "Oh, that's our newly recruited guest lecturer, Master Yu Xiaojang, who is currently imparting the fundamentals of martial soul theory to our senior students. He possesses an exceptionally profound theoretical foundation, though, well, he tends to be rather focused on his research." Yu Xiaojang? Jun Xiaoyao momentarily paused, directing his gaze toward the window from which the voice emanated, a subtle smile seemingly deepening at the corners of his mouth. A master with profound theories? Jun Xiaoyao appeared intrigued, turning to Principal Glen. "Principal Glen, might it be possible for us to audit for a moment? We hold a keen interest in solid theoretical foundations as well." "Huh? Audit?" Principal Glen was taken aback, not expecting this noble young man to express interest in Yu Xiaojang's class. Yu Xiaojang's theories were highly contentious within the Soul Master community, often ridiculed. He certainly did not wish for these esteemed guests to think that Nodding Academy taught peculiar doctrines. Yet, since the request had been made, he could not refuse, and thus steeled himself to respond. Of course, that would be quite convenient. Master's classroom is open. Please follow me." The group quietly entered the theoretical classroom through the back door. The classroom was modest in size, accommodating around 30 senior students. At the lectern stood a middle-aged man with a rigid countenance, dressed in an old but clean robe, diligently writing. It was indeed Yu Xiaojiang. He was inscribing formulas and inferences regarding the correlation between soul power and physical attributes. Tang San and Xiao Wu were also present in the classroom, seated near the front. Tang San listened intently, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge and respect for the teacher at the podium. Xiao Wu, however, appeared somewhat bored, idly playing with her braids, clearly uninterested in the theoretical discourse. The entrance of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions immediately captured the attention of the students within the classroom. Particularly, the striking appearance and poise of Ning Rongrong and Duga Yin drew numerous glances from the young male students, who began to whisper among themselves. Yu Xiaojing also noticed the commotion at the door, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased at the interruption. His gaze swept over Principal Glenn before settling on the trio of extraordinary youths. When his eyes fell upon the silver-clad youth in the center, whose remarkable elegance was striking, a fleeting expression of astonishment and complexity flashed across his eyes. His writing faltered imperceptibly for half a second, and though his rigid expression seemed on the verge of revealing some emotion, it was quickly suppressed. He recognized that youth. How could he be here? And the two Douluo had come as well. A myriad of questions surged through Yu Xiaojiang's mind, accompanied by a rare sense of unease that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. The presence of individuals from the Seven Treasure Glazed School, especially this uniquely positioned child, at Nodding Academy, coincidentally appearing outside his classroom, was certainly no mere happenstance. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang, being Yu Xiaojiang, quickly exercised his formidable self-restraint. He swiftly concealed all outward emotions, reverting to his usual stern and rigid demeanor, merely nodding slightly in a more formal manner than he would typically afford an ordinary interruption. His voice steady, yet seemingly lower than before. Principal Glenn, do we have guests? Please, make yourselves at home. There is no need for formalities. He did not display excessive warmth, nor did he acknowledge Jun Xiaoyao's identity directly. Yet, the subtle pause and the uncharacteristic formal undertone in his response piqued Principal Glenn's curiosity and alerted the perceptive Tang San to the teacher's momentary oddity. Therefore, based on my research, a soul master's efficiency in absorbing and transforming the energy of soul rings peaks before reaching level 30. While surpassing one's limits to absorb soul rings can yield a temporary surge in strength, it may also jeopardize one's foundation and impact long-term development. My theory posits that the absorption limit for a soul master's first soul ring is approximately 423 years. And the second soul ring Yu Xiaojiang expounded on his research findings with unwavering confidence, even a dogged sort of conviction. Ningrong, listening intently. Couldn't he help but lean toward Jun Xiaoyao and whispered in a hushed tone, Brother Xiaoyao, what is he talking about? The first soul ring limit of over 400 years? But my first soul ring is the 400-year light flow spirit cat. Father said there's absolutely no problem, and that my physique can even withstand a bit more. His theory can't be right, can it? Dugian furrowed her brow slightly. Her first soul ring's age far exceeded this so-called limit, and at the Tindo Royal Academy, the first soul rings of those prodigious students approached 500 years without any noticeable detriment to their foundations. It seemed that this master's theory was somewhat antiquated and conservative. Jun Xiaoyao listened to Yu Xiaojiang's rigorous, yet starkly disconnected theory from the realities faced by the world's top talents, maintaining a gentle smile on his face while inwardly shaking his head. As expected, he was indeed a master of invincible theory. Jun Xiaoyao mused. The data appeared thorough, and the inferences seemed meticulous, yet it overlooked the most critical aspect, individual differences and the disparities of the world. His theory might apply to 90% of ordinary soul masters, but for those with extraordinary gifts, those possessing supreme martial souls, or those who had encountered unique opportunities, this set of standards became a ludicrous constraint. While Douluo Continent is a realm of fantasy, it remains a fantastical world where the greatest variable has always been humanity itself, rather than cold, unyielding data. To confine geniuses using data derived from ordinary individuals and to define infinite possibilities with limited understanding is the most significant limitation of his theory. Hence, it is no surprise that he is a figure of controversy within the Soul Master community. Possessing theoretical knowledge without the ability to enhance one's own strength likely correlates with such a rigid mindset. Jun Xiaoyao refrained from voicing any rebuttal or skepticism. For a theorist engrossed in his own world, especially someone as obstinate as Yu Xiaojiang, countering him would serve no purpose, only inciting unnecessary debate. His purpose for this visit was not to disrupt the class. He merely listened quietly, as though earnestly absorbing an intriguing perspective. Yet within his profound gaze lay an air of transcendent calmness and an understanding of all things. Occasionally, his eyes would glide over Tang San, who was listening intently below, and he discerned that Tang San was currently quite convinced by this instructor. This was understandable, for youth just entering the realm of soul masters and yearning for knowledge. Yu Xiaojiang's seemingly self-contained and logically coherent theory held considerable allure. Alas, truth often possesses multiple facets, Jun Xiaoyao reflected. Tang San, I hope you will not find yourself entirely shackled by his doctrine in the future. Chapter 53. The conclusion of the title Douluo. After approximately 15 minutes of listening, Yu Xiaojiang continued to elaborate on his various optimal theories regarding soul ring combinations. Most of the students in the classroom listened intently, especially Tang San, whose focused gaze suggested he was absorbing invaluable insights. Jun Xiaoyao felt he had gathered sufficient information, so he subtly nodded to the somewhat tense Principal Glenn beside him and spoke softly. Principal Glenn, the master's theories are indeed unique and enlightening. We should not further disrupt the class, so we shall take our leave. His tone remained courteous. Yet the underlying sense of detachment made Principal Glenn aware that the other party was not particularly impressed with his theory, perhaps even somewhat dismissive. Feeling embarrassed, Principal Glenn dared not say much more, hastily nodded, and discreetly led the three of them out of the classroom. After they had distanced themselves from the classroom, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her thoughts and whispered. That master seemed to speak authoritatively, but it felt strange, as if it differed from what we know. Dugian also coldly remarked, empty rhetoric, divorced from reality. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly, refraining from commenting on Yu Xiaojiang's theory itself, merely stating, in this world, countless theories abound. One must extract their essence. Ultimately, each person's path is unique, and what suits oneself is the best. His words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, caused Principal Glenn to feel a jolt within, as if he had grasped a glimpse of a higher realm of understanding. Upon glancing again at this silver-clad youth, the awe in his eyes deepened. Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of lingering within the academy any longer. His main purpose had already been fulfilled. He addressed Principal Glenn. Thank you for accompanying us on this tour. Your academy's foundational education is indeed quite solid. We will not impose further. Although Principal Glenn wished to retain them, he recognized their resolute intent to depart and respectfully escorted the three to the academy's gate. Only after their figures vanished around the street corner did he wipe the fine sweat from his forehead, exhaling a long sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. Jun Xiaoyao, accompanied by Ning Rongrong and Duge Yin, did not return directly to the inn, but seemingly casually made their way toward the secluded alley from which they had come. Upon turning into the alley, the space appeared to warp slightly, and the figures of Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Poison Bo emerged, as if from the shadows, silently appearing before them. Both elders bore expressions of unprecedented shock and gravity, particularly Duge Bo, whose emerald serpent-like eyes glimmered with horror and disbelief. Grandfather, Bone Grandfather, have you discovered something? Duge Yin was the first to inquire, having never seen her grandfathers display such expressions. Ning Rongrong, too frightened to speak, anxiously watched them. Gu Rong did not respond directly. Instead, he waved his hand, and an invisible soul power barrier, far more substantial than before, enveloped the surrounding space. Its spatial force subtly warping, revealing the caster's profound inner turmoil. He then abruptly turned to Jun Xiaoyao, his voice trembling with a hint of unperceived trepidation. Xiaoyao, what you sensed is beyond mere peculiarity. That is not human at all. Duge Bo took a deep breath, as if striving to suppress the turbulent waves within, and interjected, his voice dry and hoarse, 100,000-year soul beast, and moreover, one that has achieved perfect transformation. I have lived for so many years, perused ancient texts, and considered that merely a legendary account. I never expected it to actually exist, and to appear right before our eyes in a mere junior academy. His eyes ignited with extreme brilliance, a blend of astonishment, greed, inquiry, and a hint of fear. The girl named Xiao Wu, if my senses do not deceive me. Her true form is that of a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. There could be no mistake. Bone Douluo Gu Rong nodded gravely, his expression exceedingly solemn, even tinged with fear. Indeed, the judgment of the old poison master aligns with mine. Beneath that seemingly ordinary exterior lies a terrifying essence capable of driving any soul master to madness. The transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. What does this imply? It signifies an inevitable 100,000-year soul ring and a soul bone that must inevitably drop. This is a treasure that could incite bloodshed and turmoil across the entire continent. The conclusions drawn by the two titled Douluos were earth-shattering, directly unveiling the greatest secret of Xiaowu. The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan's eyes widened in shock, their faces pale, scarcely able to believe their ears. 100,000-year soul beast? Transformation? That seemingly lively and charming girl with pink eyes is actually... They felt a chill radiate from their spines, their worldview utterly shaken. Jun Xiaoyao appropriately feigned an expression of profound shock and horror, as if he too were intimidated by this revelation, his voice faltering slightly. What? 100,000-year soul beast transformation? Softbone rabbit? How is this possible? I merely sensed something unusual about her. I did not anticipate that it would be. His performance was flawless, perfectly embodying the reaction one would expect of a youth suddenly confronted with such astonishing revelations. Gu Rong took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming urge to rush back to the academy and seize the treasure for himself. His gaze sharpened, becoming exceedingly serious. Xiaoyao, this matter is monumental, so vast that it exceeds any of our prior anticipations. 100,000-year soul beast in its transformation phase possesses immeasurable value, yet the potential risks are equally immense. Should news leak? Before he could finish, Dugubo abruptly interrupted him, his emerald eyes flickering with a complex interplay of greed, rationality, and curiosity. Old bones. Remain calm. Precisely because its value is incalculable and the risks unpredictable, we must refrain from acting rashly. Dugubo's voice was low, yet imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Consider this. Why would a 100,000-year soul beast choose to transform and infiltrate the human world, and so perfectly conceal itself within a primary academy? Is there a more formidable presence behind it? If we act recklessly, could it provoke a reprisal beyond our endurance? He glanced at the pale-faced Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan before turning his attention back to Jun Xiaoyao, his tone deepening. Moreover, have you not noticed? She currently possesses a childlike disposition, devoid of any malice, and maintains an excellent rapport with Tang San, with Yu Xiaojiang also present. More critically, although she is in the most vulnerable phase of her transformation, her inherent spiritual awareness remains that of a 100,000-year soul beast. If we corner her, forcing a desperate struggle, the consequences could be unimaginable. Dugubo, seasoned and astute, found clarity amidst the extreme temptation, contemplating deeper implications. Observation. We must continue to observe. He asserted resolutely. We must ascertain her intentions, the connections behind her, and how we can safely and effectively harness this opportunity for ourselves, or rather, ensure that her future fortune is entrusted to a candidate of our choosing. As he concluded, his gaze fixed intensely on Jun Xiaoyao. The implication was unmistakable. This extraordinary fortune should perhaps be reserved for Xiaoyao. The Bone Douluo, awakened by Dugubo's words, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Indeed, a 100,000-year soul beast, even in its transformation phase, is not something to be easily managed. He had nearly succumbed to his own greed. Old poison, you speak the truth. Gu Rong exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes regaining the profound calm befitting a titled Douluo. This matter requires careful deliberation. We must not disclose a single detail. Chapter 54. Returning to the sect, under currents rising, Dugubo's composed analysis felt like a cold splash of water, fully awakening Gu Rong, who had almost been intoxicated by the allure of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. The atmosphere at the alley remained tense, yet the restless greed had been quelled, replaced by the depth and scheming characteristic of a titled Douluo. Gu Rong took a deep breath, his fervor gradually transforming into a sharp, piercing clarity. He turned to his longtime partner, speaking in a low voice. Old poison, you are correct. It was I who momentarily lost my composure. This matter indeed requires thorough planning and meticulous arrangement. After a moment of contemplation, a clear division of tasks took shape in his mind as he looked at Dugubo. Thus, old poison, you excel in concealment and poison, and your temperament is sufficiently steady. You shall remain in Nodding City for the time being, secretly monitoring that girl. Xiaowu, there is no need to approach closely. Simply observe from a distance to ensure she does not leave Nodding City, while remaining vigilant for any other forces detecting her anomaly. Should any unusual developments arise, immediately notify the sect with the highest priority. Dugubo's green, serpent-like pupils flashed with understanding and agreement as he nodded. His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, old bones, As long as I do not wish to be discovered, no one in Notting City will sense my presence. This little rabbit cannot escape, nor will it fall into anyone else's hands. Entrusting him with the role of observer was undoubtedly the wisest choice. His poison formations and concealment techniques were exceedingly difficult to detect, even by other titled Douluos of equal rank. Good. Gu Rong held no doubts about Douluo Bo's capabilities. He then turned his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo Yin, his tone becoming exceedingly grave. This matter is of utmost importance. I must immediately return you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to personally inform Feng Ji and Jianren of the situation. The sect needs to be apprised at once to make decisions at the highest level. He particularly regarded the still pale faces of Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, instructing them, Rongrong, Yin Yin, everything you have just heard must remain sealed within your hearts. Do not utter a single word to anyone, including your closest attendants and friends. Should this news leak, not only would that 100,000-year soul beast go into a frenzy or retaliate, but could also bring catastrophic disaster upon our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin had never witnessed Gu Rong's stern demeanor before, and they both shuddered, nodding vigorously, their little faces taut with seriousness. We understand. We absolutely want to say a word. Xiaoyao. Gu Rong turned to Jun Xiaoyao, his expression complex. You have achieved great merit this time, yet you have also become embroiled in a tremendous vortex. Upon returning, you must truthfully relay your findings to Feng Ji. How to proceed thereafter will be determined by the sect. Yes, Grandfather Xiaoyao understands. Jun Xiaoyao replied earnestly, maintaining an appropriate mix of shock and seriousness on his face. We must not delay. Let us depart at once. Gu Rong acted decisively. Having established a strategy, he no longer lingered. He looked toward Douluo Bo, Old Poison. This place is entrusted to you. Exercise utmost caution. Douluo Bo waved his hand, his form gradually melding into the shadows like wisps of blue smoke, leaving behind a faint voice echoing in the alley. Just take care of yourselves, and let us move. In the next moment, Gu Rong grasped Jun Xiaoyao with one hand while extending the other to envelop Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin in a gentle flow of soul power. The transition may induce some discomfort. Close your eyes and concentrate. As his words faded, his soul power surged, distorting the surrounding scenery with immense spatial force. The three felt a fleeting blur, accompanied by a slight tugging sensation as the streets and buildings around them seemed to rush backward like a stream of light. In merely a few breaths, the sensation of weightlessness and the shifting space abruptly vanished. When the three opened their eyes again, they were astonished to find themselves no longer in the secluded alley of Notting City, but rather atop a desolate hill, with the faint outline of Notting City visible in the distance. In the span of mere moments, the Bone Douluo had transported them across dozens of miles. This was the terrifying prowess of a 97th level Super Douluo. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin's faces had turned pale, their chests rising and falling slightly, clearly still adjusting to the aftereffects of such an extreme spatial traversal. Jun Xiaoyao also displayed some signs of discomfort, but within his heart, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the power wielded by a titled Douluo. To return to the sect from this location, they could reach it in a day at full speed. Gu Rong oriented himself without pausing, once more enveloping the three and transforming into a blur of light, racing toward the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at a speed surpassing any flying soul beast. The atmosphere along the journey was silent and oppressive. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin remained immersed in the shock brought about by the astonishing revelation of the 100,000-year soul beast transformation, their expressions tense and wordless. Gu Rong, on the other hand, wore a grave countenance as he sped onward, evidently preoccupied with thoughts of how to report to Ning Fengji and Shenexine. Jun Xiaoyao, too, was silent, yet his mind raced with calculations. The plan was proceeding remarkably smoothly. The two esteemed titled Douluos not only confirmed Xiao Wu's identity, but also made a choice most advantageous to their interests. Under the covert surveillance of Douluo Bo, they ensured that the prized opportunity represented by Xiao Wu would not slip away, while simultaneously avoiding a direct confrontation that could lead to a catastrophic unraveling of the narrative. The higher echelons of the sect, upon learning this, would undoubtedly lean towards nurturing and observing, biding their time for the optimal moment. This moment, without a doubt, is being meticulously prepared for Jun Xiaoyao. A flawless combination of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would never be allowed to fall into the hands of another. This would significantly elevate his potential for strength in the future. Xiao Wu, Dear Xiao Wu, for now, you may rest assured and flourish within the Nodding Academy. Jun Xiaoyao mused internally. When your value reaches its zenith, I shall naturally come to claim this fortune that rightfully belongs to me. As for Tang San, a subtle glimmer flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. By that time, one wonders how this protagonist will react. It is sure to be exceedingly intriguing. As the Bone Douluo hastened back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect with the three youngsters, in the shadows of Nodding City, a pair of emerald eyes, akin to the most patient of hunters, silently fixated upon an unremarkable primary academy. A prolonged surveillance targeting the 100,000-year softbone rabbit had already commenced, stealthily and without a sound. Meanwhile, within the Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, her excitement mounting for the afternoon's practical class where she would spar with Tang San, her pink scorpion braids swirling joyfully in the air. Underneath the calm facade, undercurrents had begun to surge. The highest decision-making body of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was about to experience a tremendous upheaval due to the intuition of a mere youth. The wheels of fate were gradually accelerating towards a direction starkly divergent from the original trajectory. Chapter 55, The Highest Council of the Sect. In the study of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's master, the atmosphere was far more vigilant than what the outside world perceived. Shrouded by an invisible soul power barrier that severed all potential avenues of eavesdropping. At this moment, the air in the study was so tense it felt as though it could be squeezed for moisture. Ning Fengji, clad in white, sat at the head of the table. His usually gentle and refined visage now bore an unprecedented expression of shock and solemnity. Jianda Chan Xen stood beside him, his stature as upright as a pine tree. Yet the narrowed gaze in his eyes sparkled with a sharp intent capable of rending the heavens, his aura causing the surrounding air to hum faintly. Bone Douluo occupied a seat across from them, his countenance grave as he recounted their experiences in Nodding City, particularly the astonishing revelation concerning Xiao Wu, without reservation. Upon hearing the words 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit achieving transformation, even the composed Ning Fengji and steadfast Chen Xian found their pupils constricting and disbelief etched upon their faces. And so it was. Gu Rong concluded with a heavy sigh, casting his gaze toward Ning Fengji and Chen Xian. Fengji, Chen, what are your thoughts on this matter? The study fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Ning Fengji's fingers unconsciously tapped against the table, producing a rhythmic sound that betrayed his tumultuous thoughts. He required time to digest this earth-shattering secret capable of overturning the continent's balance. After a prolonged pause, Ning Fengji finally spoke, his voice still gentle, yet imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast is indeed sparsely documented in ancient texts, but I had always believed it to be a mere ephemeral legend. I never imagined such a phenomenon truly exists, and in a humble primary soul master academy at that. He turned his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes reflecting a complex amalgamation of concern, admiration, and a hint of trepidation. Xiaoyao, this achievement you have realized is not merely monumental. You have unearthed a treasure of unparalleled worth that could ensure the prosperity of our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect for generations. Yet, you have also placed yourself at tremendous risk. You must tread with utmost caution moving forward. Onkening, Xiaoyao understands. Jun Xiaoyao replied humbly. Zian Dalu Jianxin sought Gunli, and it felt as though the temperature in the study had dropped several degrees. 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul bone. Those old bones and poisonous creatures are right. We must not rush this matter. 100,000-year soul beast, even in its transformative phase, is by no means a mere slab of meat on a chopping block. If pressed, it is entirely possible for it to drag an entire city down with it. His line of reasoning was more direct, prioritizing absolute power dynamics and potential risks. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, endorsing Chen Xian's perspective, while his own thinking was more comprehensive and strategic. What you say is indeed correct, Jian. Risk and opportunity coexist, and the risks are considerable. Firstly, we must consider the potential for retaliation and unknown methods from the beast itself. Secondly, does this involve terrifying entities lurking deep within the Star Doe forest? Ancient texts suggest that there seems to be a connection among 100,000-year soul beasts. Thirdly, and most critically, should this information leak, the Spirit Hall, the two great empires, and all hidden sects and formidable beings would swarm like sharks sensing blood. At that point, our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would become the target of scorn, bearing the guilt of possessing a coveted treasure. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled individuals before finally resting on Jun Xiaoyao, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. Thus, Elder Douluo's choice to observe from the shadows is indeed the most prudent and stable strategy at present. We must confine the circle of knowledge to the smallest possible number, limited to those present in this room. This must not be divulged. Understood? Everyone responded in unison, including Jun Xiaoyao. He realized that he had truly entered the highest circles of decision-making within the sect. Next, we must clarify several points. Ning Fengji regained his composure and wisdom as the sect master and began to strategize. First, Elder Douluo's surveillance must be infallible. Gurong, I must trouble you to establish a highly confidential one-way communication channel with Elder Douluo to receive information regularly, but under no circumstances should we initiate contact unless absolutely necessary, to avoid increasing exposure risks. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Gurong nodded. Secondly, Ning Fengji turned to Chun Xian. Jian, the sect's alert level must be covertly elevated to the highest, particularly regarding information control and external defenses. We must not allow anyone to perceive any abnormal movements on our part. Chun Xian gave a slight nod. I will personally arrange this. Thirdly, Ning Fengji's gaze deepened once more, concerning the ultimate fate and management of this 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, all eyes in the study converged upon Jun Xiaoyao. Ning Fengji spoke slowly, his tone resolute and undeniable. Xiaoyao possesses a divine-level martial soul, with unparalleled talent that shines through the ages. He is the hope and cornerstone of our sect as future. This extraordinary opportunity, both in public and private interest, is rightfully his. What we need to do is safeguard this resource for him, ensuring that when the time comes and he possesses the capability to bear it, this fortune is perfectly bestowed upon him. His words effectively formalize Xiao Wu as Jun Xiaoyao's exclusive soul ring and soul bone for the future, establishing the highest strategic objective. Both the Bone Douluo and Jian Douluo had no objections, even wholeheartedly agreeing. In their eyes, only Jun Xiaoyao's Abyssal Bone Dragon deserved such a top-tier soul ring and soul bone, maximizing its potential. Xiaoyao, Ning Fengji regarded him with earnestness. The burden you bear is immense. The sect will pave the way for you, but ultimately, whether you can shoulder this power depends on your own growth. You must become stronger and faster. I shall not disappoint Uncle Ning and the two esteemed grandfather's expectations. Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. He understood that from this moment forth, the pursuit of the soft bone rabbit, in order to acquire the coveted 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone, had transcended his personal ambitions and had ascended to become one of the paramount strategic tasks of the Seven Treasures Glazed School. Rise, Ning Fengji urged, assisting him to his feet, a weary yet hopeful smile gracing his lips. Let this matter be provisionally settled. Remember, patience is the cornerstone of all endeavors. We must await the opportune moment. Perhaps it will be a year, perhaps 5, or even longer. Until then, everything remains unchanged. With this, the meeting reached a consensus. Suddenly, Chun Xian turned his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao, posing a pivotal inquiry. Xiaoyao, it seems your cultivation has advanced during this outing? Jun Xiaoyao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Master Jian. Within the medicinal garden of Grandmaster Douluo, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and my soul power has now reached the 26th level. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in the eyes of the three elders. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Ning Fengji clapped his hands in delight. Given this progress, we must not relent. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I implore you to devote your energies to Xiaoyao's further training. It is our duty. Both Douluo responded in unison. A tempest, born from the 10,000-year soul beast, poised to alter the continental landscape, was thus set in motion within the serene confines of the Seven Treasures Glazed School's highest echelon. Chapter 56. 6 years of seclusion, awaiting the present day. Time flew by, as fleeting as a galloping steed. 6 years had swiftly passed since that momentous discovery in Nodding City. 6 years was ample time for many things to transform, and for numerous plans to quietly take root in silence. In the sunset forest, beside the eye of ice and fire, a solitary figure was immersed in the mingling waters of crimson and white. No longer the visage of a youth. He had matured into a tall and lithe young man, his physique reminiscent of a powerful ape with a slender waist. His features were strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes and a strong nose beneath closed lids, while his lips were slightly pursed. His black hair fell freely, yet the tips shimmered with an interplay of dark gold and icy blue. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, a torrent of soul power surged within him, restrained only by his extraordinary self-control, continuously condensing. Beneath his skin, faint patterns resembling dragon bones emerged, enduring the relentless refinement of the primal forces of ice and fire. Each inch of flesh and blood harbored explosive strength. A powerful wave of soul power finally burst forth uncontrollably, parting the spring waters into rippling waves. Jun Xiaoyao abruptly opened his eyes, which seemed to swirl with the depths of an abyss, intermingling ice and fire, ultimately settling into a solemn majesty. He rose slowly from the waters, droplets cascading from his sculpted muscles, evaporating into a misty haze, savoring the ceaseless torrent of soul power within him. As dense as mercury, a satisfied smile graced his lips. The peak of the 60th level had finally been solidified, leaving no room for doubt. Over the course of 6 years, he had traversed from the 26th level Great Soul Master to the 60th level Soul King, a staggering leap of 34 levels. Such rapidity would surely astound the world. However, this accomplishment was born from an immense accumulation of resources, the terrifying potential of his divine martial soul, the relentless refinement at the eye of ice and fire, and his own nearly self-abusive dedication to training. Even more astonishing were the 5 soul rings gradually manifesting around him. Purple, purple, black, black, black. This terrifying configuration of soul rings, surpassing optimal ratios, would leave any so-called theoretical master speechless and render any genius overshadowed. The first soul ring, enhanced by the essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, had reached 5,000 years, derived from the Shadow Prison Dragon, which possessed the bloodline of the Dark Magic Dragon. The second soul ring, similarly reinforced, was nearing 10,000 years, originating from the Dark Magic Dragon, which had the bloodline of the Abyssal Magic Dragon. The third soul ring, adorned with specks of dark yellow amidst black, came from a 30,000-year mountain dragon, possessing a faint bloodline of the Earth Dragon King. This bestowed him with the third soul skill, Earth Incarnation, significantly enhancing his defense and strength for a brief duration, enabling him to draw upon the Earth's power and manipulate soil and stone to a certain extent. The fourth soul ring bore flecks of azure against its black backdrop, sourced from a 60,000-year rift wind dragon. This granted him the fourth soul skill, Wind Dragon's Blade, condensing the ultimate sharpness of wind dragon power to unleash a devastating strike that could tear through space, combining speed and destructive force. The fifth soul ring was the most enigmatic, deep as the abyss of the universe, seemingly swallowing all light. It came from the rare soul beast, the 80,000-year silent abyss dragon. This endowed him with the fifth soul skill, Eternal Abyss, creating a transient domain skill wherein light, sound, and perception would be significantly diminished, and even the flow of soul power would become sluggish. Only the caster remained unaffected, a divine technique of control and assassination. Each of these 5 soul rings far exceeded the imagination of ordinary individuals, acquired through the immense influence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Meticulously hunted and selected by the Douluo, Jian, and Gu, tailored to Jun Xiaoyao's martial soul characteristics. However, since obtaining the 5th soul ring, Jun Xiaoyao had ceased his pursuit of rapid soul power elevation, instead embarking on a fervent journey of suppression and refinement. Concurrently, his visits to the Eye of Ice and Fire for body tempering became more frequent and prolonged. Everything was geared towards a singular goal, the coveted 10,000-year soul ring. The soft bone rabbit. Everyone knew that the 6th soul ring would be a crucial link. Once he successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, Jun Xiaoyao's strength would undergo a qualitative leap, granting him the capability to converse on equal footing with the older generation of powerhouses. And the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would become even more limitless. To this end, the sect invested vast resources to solidify his foundation, with the 2 Douluo personally guarding him, aiding in his refinement of medicinal power and the tempering of his physique. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled, his breath tinged with the remnants of ice and fire. He clenched his fists, feeling the power within him that could shake mountains. At the peak of the 60th level, his physical strength rivaled that of a soul Douluo, and with the nurturing of the ice and fire refinement and the head soul bone, his mental strength had reached unfathomable depths. It should now be sufficient to withstand the impact of the 10,000-year soul ring. He murmured to himself, confidence and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. 6 years of waiting, 6 years of arduous cultivation, all for that singular moment. He donned the garments that had long been prepared, and with a flash of movement, departed from the eye of ice and fire, ready to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Within the grand hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Chun Xiaoyao, and Gu Rong awaited his arrival. Their gazes fell upon Jun Xiaoyao, filled with admiration and commendation. Splendid. Your aura is dense and harmonious. Xiaoyao, these 6 years have not been in vain, the Bone Douluo exclaimed first, sensing the magnificent power perfectly contained within Jun Xiaoyao. The sword Douluo nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with sword intent. Your foundation is extraordinarily solid. Both body and spirit are in place. It is time. A warm smile adorned Ning Fengji's face, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. We have just received the highest confidential information from Elder Douluo, transmitted from Naughty City. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. Jun Xiaoyao, Uncle Ning, what is the situation over there? Ning Fengji spoke gravely. For the past 6 years, the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit in its transformed form, Xiao Wu, has been training alongside Tang San at Notting Academy, without leaving or exhibiting any unusual behavior. Currently, her strength is approximately at the 29th level of Great Soul Master. Based on Elder Douluo's assessment and our comprehensive intelligence, they are likely to depart Notting City soon. Depart? Jun Xiaoyao's brow furrowed. Indeed, the ancient Banyan interface remarked. The objective seems to lie in the direction of Soto City. Upon investigation, it appears that a peculiar institution known as Shrek Academy is currently enrolling students there. It is purportedly founded by Flandra, the flying angle of the Golden Iron Triangle. A flicker of understanding passed through Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Indeed, the narrative was steering towards this very course. Their movement presents us with an opportunity, Chun Xiaoyao stated coldly. In Notting City, we had to tread carefully, but once we depart, the journey itself will provide the optimal moment to strike. Ning Fengji cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, reaching a momentous decision. Xiaoyao, prepare yourself. This operation will be accompanied by Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, and myself. We must ensure absolute success. The sect has awaited this chance for 6 long years. It is time to cast a net. Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging battle fervor and excitement within, Jun Xiaoyao solemnly clasped his fists. Xiaoyao will not fail in this trust. After lying in wait for 6 years, like a dormant dragon in the abyss, today the sharp blade is drawn, aimed directly at the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. The hunting moment is nigh. Chapter 57, The Sect's Zenith. 6 years of time have transformed not only Jun Xiaoyao, but the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thanks to Jun Xiaoyao's unexpected introduction of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, coupled with a series of subsequent chain reactions, the overall strength of the sect experienced an explosive growth period, reaching unprecedented heights. In the Grand Hall, after deciding to take action against the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, Ning Fengji gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, whose aura was as profound as the mountains, and felt a surge of pride. Xiaoyao, your progress over these 6 years is nothing short of miraculous. The support our sect offers you is a reflection of our unwavering dedication, even among us old fellows. His gaze swept over the sword and Bone Douluo beside him, his tone imbued with satisfaction and pride. First and foremost, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Uncle Jian has experienced a breakthrough after years of being hindered by the evolution of his martial soul, successfully reaching rank 98 Super Douluo a year ago. His offensive sharpness is unmatched across the land. Hearing this, Sword Douluo Chun Xiaoyao merely nodded slightly, remaining reticent. Yet, the subtle yet formidable sword intent surrounding him had deepened and grown more terrifying than it was 6 years prior, rendering it difficult for others to gaze upon him directly. Rank 98 stands at the pinnacle of the continent. Ning Fengji then turned his attention to Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, and smiled. Although Uncle Gu has yet to break through, he has benefited from the potential enhancement brought about by martial soul evolution, now reaching the peak of rank 97, just 1 step away from rank 98. According to his own senses, he should achieve success within a month, at most 2. Bone Douluo petting Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. This old bone of mine must exert more effort, lest I be overtaken by you, young lad. However, I feel I am on the cusp of a breakthrough. My understanding of spatial power has become increasingly lucid. His words, though jesting, were infused with confidence. As for the distant Elder Dugong in Notting City, Ning Fengji continued. He has alleviated the backlash from his martial soul with Yin Yin, dispelling the greatest burden of his heart and liberating the potential suppressed by toxins for many years. According to the secret message he sent last, his soul power has also surged, breaking through 2 levels to reach rank 94. His martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, has become even more contained yet domineering, with his skills in concealment and poison now exquisite. With him watching over Nodding City, our plans are foolproof. 3 titled Daw, 1 at rank 98, 1 on the verge of rank 98, and 1 at rank 94. This extravagant configuration of top-tier combat strength has elevated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's peak power to an unprecedented level, enough to instill fear in any faction. As for myself, Ning Fengji's voice carried an undeniable excitement, thanks to the celestial herb that Xiaoyao brought back. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tower has evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, breaking the lifelong confinement of soul power. Over these 6 years, although I have been preoccupied with sect affairs, my soul power cultivation has not faltered, and I have now reached the realm of rank 89 Soul Douluo. Just one final step remains before I can attempt to break into title Douluo, rank 89, for a former Seven Treasure Glazed Tower Soul Master. This is a level once deemed unimaginable. Once Ning Fengji attains title Douluo, his auxiliary capabilities will undergo a transformative change, providing a strategic enhancement to the sect as a whole. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao immediately bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Uncle Ning. A breakthrough to title Douluo is imminent. His genuine happiness for Ning Fengji was palpable. Ning Fengji waved his hand with a smile, his gaze shifting outside the hall as if he could see the 2 girls diligently training. Speaking of the younger generation, Yin Yin, due to her association with Elder Dugong, has withdrawn from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy and officially joined our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to train alongside Rong Rong. After her martial soul's evolution, her talent has surpassed previous levels, and she is now a rank 39 Soul Master, her control over the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor's poison becoming increasingly refined, making her strength formidable. As for Rong Rong, when Ning Fengji mentioned his daughter, his face radiated with affection mingled with a hint of helplessness. After her martial soul's evolution, her training speed has accelerated significantly. Witnessing your relentless efforts, she has been greatly motivated and has diligently improved over the years. Now her soul power has also reached rank 30 Soul Master. Although she still lags behind you in Yin Yin, her progress from her previously languid demeanor is nothing short of remarkable. The amplification effect of her 9 Treasure Glazed Tower far surpasses that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower at the same level. With both a rank 39 and a rank 30 Soul Master, they are exceptionally talented for their age, ranking among the elite of the younger generation in the Heaven Do Empire. Yet, when compared to the prodigy Jun Xiaoyao, they appear somewhat overshadowed. The image of Ning Rongrong, puffing her cheeks in determination during training, surfaced in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. That little girl is finally growing up. Now, with the sect's high-end combat strength flourishing, the backbone steadily ascending, and the younger generation of talents emerging, Ning Fengji concluded with a voice full of unwavering confidence. All of this empowers us with the conviction to strategize for that monumental opportunity. Furthermore, throughout these years, you have been fervently refining your soul power. Given your innate talent, had you not continuously suppressed your growth, you might have already surpassed the ranks of Soul Emperor or even Soul Saint by now. Thus, while the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit is abroad, we shall seize the chance to ambush it en route. With Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu's current prowess, combined with my martial soul support, I am confident we can secure this 10,000-year soul beast before outsiders can react. His gaze sharpened once more as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao and the 2 Douluo. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu Xiaoyao. The sect is fully prepared for this operation. High-end combat strength is set to emerge in full force, and we must strike with the might of thunder, achieving success in a single blow. There must be no room for failure. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao and the 2 Douluo responded in unison, their spirits high. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian slowly opened his slightly narrowed eyes, appearing as if a million sword lights flickered within. A 10,000-year soul beast is indeed worthy of testing my newly comprehended sword path. Bone Douluo Gu Rong cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds as the surrounding space rippled slightly. This old bone of mine is also ready to stretch my limbs, perhaps after this battle. The opportunity for a breakthrough will arise. Jun Xiaoyao inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within and the formidable backing provided by the sect, his conviction stronger than ever. 6 years of anticipation, 6 years of accumulation, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a sword honed to an unparalleled sharpness, was finally poised to cleave toward the predetermined target. Let's depart. Ning Fengji waved his hand decisively, issuing the final command. For figures. Embodying the pinnacle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's current combat prowess, and its most vital future, transformed into 4 streaks of light, silently gliding out of the Grand Hall and hastening towards the direction of Nodding City. The hunting net had already been cast. Chapter 58, Convergence at Nodding City. The 4 streaks of light sliced through the sky at a speed so swift that they were barely discernible to the naked eye, nearly tearing through the clouds as they surged towards Nodding City with an almost barbaric ferocity. Leading the charge was the sword Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao, who did not ride his sword, but rather became one with it, embodying an indomitable divine weapon. Wherever he passed, the clouds in the high sky were cleaved apart by an invisible sword intent, leaving behind lingering vacuums in their wake. Following closely was the Bone Douluo, Gurong, whose spatial power rippled around him. Each flicker seemed to perform a short-range spatial leap, maintaining an equally impressive speed. Ning Fengji was skillfully enveloped by Gu Rong's soul power, standing steadfast behind. He cradled the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hands, its body shimmering with radiant colors, occasionally emitting beams of enhancement light that fell upon the 3 ahead, particularly benefiting the speed of the sword Douluo, thereby further accelerating their overall pace. Protected by the 2 Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao felt the exhilarating rush of speed, gaining a profound understanding of the might wielded by title Douluo, especially those of the super Douluo level beyond 97. Were it not for Ning Fengji's continuous support and the protective soul power of the 2 Douluo, with his cultivation as a 60th level soul king, he would not have been able to keep up with such velocity. With the assistance of Ning Fengji, the foremost auxiliary soul master of the continent at the 98th level, the 4 journeyed at full speed, covering what would typically require several days in merely a day and night. As the familiar gray-white silhouette of Nodding City appeared on the horizon, their speed gradually diminished. The 4 did not enter the city directly, but descended in a secluded forest several miles away from Nodding City. Sword Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao's mental energy spread silently like mercury, instantly enveloping the area within dozens of miles, meticulously probing for any suspicious fluctuations of soul power or prying eyes. The surroundings were secure. After a moment, he spoke in a tone that remained as frigid as ever. Bone Douluo Gurong, meanwhile, retrieved a small, dark green serpentine talisman, seemingly carved from jade, from his bosom, gently infusing it with soul power. As the soul power surged into it, the talisman glimmered momentarily before dimming again. The signal had been sent. The old poison should sense it shortly. Gurong remarked. The group did not have to wait long. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the space ahead rippled like water waves. A dark green figure materialized silently, almost as if it had always been there, seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment. It was none other than the poisoned Douluo Dalu. Compared to 6 years ago, the oppressive aura surrounding him seemed to have dissipated considerably, yet his emerald snake-like eyes were now even deeper, and his presence more enigmatic. The pressure emanating from the 94th level title Douluo, though carefully restrained, still imparted a subtle sense of oppression upon Jun Xiaoyao. TSK, you all arrived rather swiftly. Douluo glanced at the group, his gaze lingering on Jun Xiaoyao for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyao, after 6 years, your cultivation truly resembles that of a monster. Although he was far from Nodding City, he had maintained secret contact with the sect and had a general idea of Jun Xiaoyao's progress. However, witnessing it firsthand, he could feel the immense power and perfectly controlled soul power contained within the young body, far surpassing that of an ordinary soul king, and even eclipsing some common soul emperors. Grandpa Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao greeted respectfully. Old poison, spare us the pleasantries. Matters of urgency take precedence. The Bone Douluo interjected. What is the situation? Have the targets departed? At the mention of business, Douluo's expression hardened, and he nodded, lowering his voice slightly. You arrived just in time. Those 2 little ones completed their graduation procedures at Nodding Academy yesterday and departed for Nodding City early this morning, heading southeast toward Soto City. Upon hearing this, the spirits of those present were instantly uplifted. After 6 years of waiting, the prey had finally left its nest. Who were they traveling with? What is their strength? Ning Fengji inquired calmly, as this was crucial for their planning. Just the 2 of them, Douluo replied affirmatively. Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master. Xiao Wu, a 29th level assault system battle soul master. No one else is accompanying them. That so-called theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, and others from Nodding Academy remained in the city. Excellent. The Bone Douluo's eyes sparkled with intensity. Having no extraneous individuals along is the best news. Sword Douluo Chun Xin succinctly inquired, route, distance, and optimal ambush point? Douluo Bo, evidently prepared, crouched down, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map on the ground with his fingernail. They had chosen a main road, but not the busiest thoroughfare, where foot traffic was relatively sparse. According to their pace, they should have just passed Blackstone Village. He pointed out a location on the map, and then traced a line towards the southeast. 100 miles ahead lies a place known as the Soul-Devouring Gorge, which is along their required route. The terrain there is treacherous, with steep mountains and dense forests on either side, and the main road runs through the valley. Rarely visited by people, is an ideal spot to strike. With our speed, we can easily maneuver ahead of them and prepare everything in the gorge, waiting for them to arrive. The Soul-Devouring Gorge Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before looking toward the two Doa. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what do you think? It is feasible, the Sword Douluo replied with a single word. No problem. The spatial structure there is stable and suitable for me to showcase my abilities. The Bone Douluo concurred. Since that is the case, we must not delay, Ning Fengji decisively ordered. We shall set off immediately at full speed towards the Soul-Devouring Gorge to make our arrangements. Elder Douluo, please continue to shadow the targets from distance, ensuring they remain within our sight, but do not expose yourself. After we reach the gorge, regroup with us to encircle them. Leave it to me, Douluo nodded, his figure once again slowly merging into the shadows as if he had never appeared. We shall depart. Ning Fengji turned to the other three. Sword Douluo Chun Xin once more enveloped Ning Fengji and Jun Xiaoyao with his soul power, while Bone Douluo manipulated spatial power to make directional leaps. The four transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, circumventing Nodding City, and racing towards the Soul-Devouring Gorge at a velocity far beyond the imaginations of Tang San and Xiao Wu. The plan for the hunt was now crystal clear, and a location had been chosen. All the preparations, all the waiting would culminate in the depths of that shadowy gorge. Jun Xiaoyao gazed towards the direction of the gorge, his expression calm and undisturbed, yet his tightly clenched fists revealed the tempest of emotions within. After 6 years of anticipation, the end was finally at hand. Chapter 59, Resolution. With the full support of Ning Fengji's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the speed of the four was astonishing beyond belief. 100 miles for the two Super Douluos, even while carrying others, was merely a fleeting moment. The Soul-Devouring Gorge was now within sight. The towering cliffs on either side rose steeply, adorned with jagged rocks and lush vegetation, while a narrow official road meandered through the center. The light was largely obscured by the towering precipices, casting a shadowy, profound gloom within the valley, which indeed served as an exceptional ambush site. The Sword Douluo Qinshin did not hesitate, descending directly to a concealed platform at the midsection of the gorge, the highest and most expansive vantage point. This location was evidently the optimal position meticulously scouted by Douluo Bo. Upon landing, the spiritual energies of Qinshin and the Super Douluo Gurong unfurled like two invisible nets, scanning every nook and cranny of the gorge, every rock and leaf, to ensure there were no ambushes, traps, or lurking observers. The gorge was secure, with no anomalies detected. The Sword Douluo spoke first, his voice as sharp as ever. Within a 10-mile radius, aside from a few decade-old soul beasts, there are no worthy opponents, let alone humans. The Bone Douluo confirmed, his perception of space even more acute. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, the glow of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda retracting as he surveyed the excellent ambush site, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. The elements of time, terrain, and personnel seemed to align perfectly in their favor. However, just as the Bone Douluo prepared to establish a spatial blockade and the Sword Douluo adjusted his sword intent to lock onto the gorge's entrance, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been silently observing, slowly spoke. His voice bore a gravity that belied his youth, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as if grappling with some unshakable doubt. Grandfather, Sword Grandpa, Uncle Ning. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifted from the depths of the gorge to the 3 elders. This place is indeed an excellent ambush site, and our plan appears flawless. Yet, for some reason, I cannot shake a lingering sense of unease. I feel that things may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Oh, the Bone Douluo Gurong paused, turning his attention to Jun Xiaoyao, who had made an impression on him with his intuitive insights. Xiaoyao, what have you sensed? He immediately heightened his vigilance, yet found nothing amiss. The Sword Douluo Qin Xin cast a questioning look. Ning Fengji gently inquired, Xiaoyao, if you have any concerns, speak freely. This mission bears great significance. Any minor oversight could lead to our downfall, and your intuition is vital. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, carefully formulating his words. He could not directly disclose his knowledge of Tang Hao's covert protection, but chose to express his thoughts from a rational perspective. Uncle Ning, grandfathers, he began. We all know that Tang San possesses extraordinary talent, having studied under the theoretical master Yu Xiaojiang. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang seems to harbor some unresolved grievances with the current pope of the Spirit Hall. While, according to Grandfather Dugu's observations, only Tang San and Xiao Wu have left the city, considering the significance of this child and the complex relationships that may be entangled behind him. Can we truly ascertain that there are no powerful figures lurking in the shadows, silently guarding him? Especially, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the treacherous gorge. If such a protector exists, their strength must be formidable, and they would undoubtedly excel at concealment. This environment, with its intricate complexities, would serve as an ideal hiding place. If we were to fully focus on the soft bone rabbit, would we not risk provoking a thunderous strike from this potential guardian? At that moment, will we still be able to maintain our composure? Jun Xiaoyao's words acted as a cold splash of water, instantly dousing the momentary relaxation that the others had felt upon successfully reaching the ambush point. The expressions of the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo turned grave. Their prior scans had been aimed at opponents of similar or lesser strength. But what if their adversary was deliberately concealing their presence and possessed strength comparable to or even exceeding their own? Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. Xiaoyao's concerns are not unfounded. We have indeed been somewhat presumptuous. The Sword Douluo, Qin Xin, slowly closed his eyes, this time not conducting a broad scan, but instead condensing his spiritual energy into an incredibly fine thread, akin to the most delicate probe, patiently examining every shadowy corner of the gorge where a powerful opponent might hide, as well as the fissures in the mountains and areas of unusual spatial fluctuation. His demeanor now bore a greater gravity and focus than before. The Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, also spoke solemnly. Xiaoyao's reminder is astute. It is I who have been careless. The old poison master is skilled in concealment and toxins, but against truly top-tier stealth and spatial techniques, his detection may not be entirely reliable. I shall further attune my senses to the space. With that, he too concentrated, sensing any dissonant ripples in the surrounding space. In an instant, both Super Douluos entered a heightened state of vigilance due to Jun Xiaoyao's remark. Observing the two grandfathers who now appeared on high alert and the solemn expression of Uncle Ning, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of reassurance. His reminder had at least allowed the team to avert potential mishaps arising from informational discrepancies. Moments later, the Sword Douluo was the first to open his eyes, shaking his head slowly. No clear traces had been detected, yet his tone was not entirely certain, tinged with a hint of doubt. Unless the opponent's cultivation far surpasses mine or possesses exceptionally unique concealment soul skills or soul bones, it should be impossible to completely evade my sword heart perception. The Bone Douluo furrowed his brow. The space is generally stable, but there seem to be a few areas so subtle they're nearly imperceptible, bearing traces of having been deftly smoothed over, like someone is deliberately maintaining the normalcy of the space, making it seem somewhat abnormal. The findings of the two Super Douluos led to a vague yet unsettling conclusion. There was no direct evidence indicating the presence of an adversary. Yet the possibility of an exceedingly formidable concealed opponent could not be entirely dismissed. Ning Fengji made a decisive call. In that case, we must not harbor any semblance of recklessness. Adjustments to our plan are imperative. His gaze swept over the three individuals as he swiftly laid out the revised strategy. First, Sword Uncle, your primary objective is no longer to swiftly eliminate the soft bone rabbit, but to remain ever vigilant for any potential third-party strongman. Should an enemy appear, your role is to fully restrain or even drive them back. Understood, the Sword Thor replied without hesitation, his fighting spirit ignited. Second, Uncle Gu, proceed with the spatial blockade as planned, but focus on isolating internal and external disturbances and preventing the target's instant escape. Additionally, you will be responsible for support. Should Sword Uncle engage in battle, you must ensure that the aftermath does not disrupt Xiaoyao's absorption of the soul ring. Understood. The Bone Douluo nodded firmly. Third, Xiaoyao. Ning Fengji turned his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao. Once the engagement commences, I will provide you with the strongest amplification at the first opportunity. You will personally deliver the fatal blow to the soft bone rabbit, We will create the absolute opportunity and environment for you. Yes. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with determination as he nodded vigorously. To personally hunt was precisely to his liking. As for the potential guardian, a glint of cold light flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. As long as he dares not reveal himself immediately, once we accomplish our primary objective with overwhelming force. Even if he appears later, facing the four of us, he may not dare to fight to the death. At that time, the initiative will still lie in our hands. The four of them exchanged confirming glances, each retracting their presence, merging into the shadows of the gorge like the most patient hunters, quietly awaiting their quarry to step into this meticulously prepared, yet ominously clouded death trap. Chapter 60. The Prey Ensnared. Time flowed slowly in the stifling silence. Within the depths of the soul-devouring canyon, sunlight struggled to pierce through the narrow crevices of the cliffs, casting mottled patches of light that added an air of profundity and enigma. Concealed in the shadows were four figures, their breaths seamlessly merging with the rocks and flora, rendering them nearly imperceptible to any observer. Sword Douluo Continent was as unyielding as a cold boulder, his mind intensely focused, attuned to the slightest hint of disturbance. Bone Douluo emanated a subtle ripple of spatial energy around him, ever ready to unleash the most formidable spatial confinement. Ning Fengji cradled the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, its brilliance contained within, poised to unleash its potential. Jun Xiaoyao held his breath, his soul power akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressed with utmost force, awaiting the cataclysmic moment. Time passed inexorably, until Chun Xian's eyes abruptly opened, a faint glimmer of sword light flickering within his gaze as he silently cast his glance in a particular direction. Almost simultaneously, a shadow in front of them distorted, and the figure of Poison reemerged quietly, his expression grave as he swiftly conveyed several silent gestures to the four. The target had reached the canyon's mouth, about to fall into their trap. Instantly, the tension among them reached its zenith. Douluo melded back into the shadows, akin to the most cunning of serpents, stealthily gliding towards the canyon's entrance. This was part of the plan, where he, the most adept at concealment and ambush, would initiate a probing attack. Jun Xiaoyao's heart raced uncontrollably. 6 years of anticipation culminated in the fleeting moments ahead. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the canyon's entrance. After what felt like the span of half a tea session, faint yet distinct footsteps accompanied by the chatter of youthful voices gradually approached from the canyon's entrance. Little 3, this canyon seems eerie, it's a bit frightening. A lively and charming voice chimed, belonging to Xiao Wu. Indeed, the terrain is perilous. We must exercise caution, replied a calm and steady male voice, that of Tang San. A hint of barely perceptible vigilance tinged his tone, clearly recognizing the unusual atmosphere. Stay close to me, do not stray too far. As the footsteps grew nearer, 2 figures finally emerged into the light at the canyon's entrance. 6 years had elapsed. Tang San had grown considerably taller, his appearance still unremarkable. Yet his eyes had deepened in steadiness. Clad in simple yet robust attire, he walked with assured steps. Beside him, Xiao Wu had blossomed into a graceful beauty, her long braids swaying lightly with her movements, her pink eyes curiously surveying the shadowy canyon. Her exquisite visage bore a trace of instinctual wariness towards the unknown, yet predominantly radiated the vivacity and agility of youth. To any observer, they appeared merely as ordinary young soul masters embarking on an adventure, utterly disconnected from the astonishing legend of a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformation. Unbeknownst to them, they ventured deeper into the canyon, their forms gradually engulfed by the looming shadows of the towering cliffs. Now is the moment. This thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of Jun Xiaoyao and his concealed companions. Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the narrowest stretch of the canyon, an unexpected transformation occurred. Without any forewarning, a seemingly ordinary shadow to their front suddenly sprang to life. A dark green figure, akin to a long-hidden venomous python, erupted into action with blinding speed, conjuring a nauseating gust of foul wind. Be careful. Tang San's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Before Xiao Wu could fully comprehend the situation, he shouted a warning, pivoting to shield her behind him. However, the target of that dark green figure was not Tang San. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the figure executed an uncanny maneuver, skimming close to the ground, transforming into a twisted streak of green lightning. lunging directly towards Xiao Wu. A dense, inescapable dark green, venomous mist enveloped her, as if it possessed a life of its own. This venom did not dissipate. Rather, it concentrated with terrifying potency. Its corrosive and neurotoxic properties are sufficient to incapacitate even a soul emperor in an instant. It was Douluo's ninth spirit ability, the Azure Phosphor Divine Light. Douluo's scheming was insidiously cunning. He feigned an assault on Tang San to provoke an instinctive response and potential countermeasures, while the true lethal strike was aimed at the unsuspecting Xiao Wu. His aim was a decisive kill, or at least to subdue her instantly. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes widened in horror. He could hardly fathom that the true target was the seemingly harmless Xiao Wu. The imminent threat posed by the dark green mist raised every hair on his body. He attempted to turn back and rescue her, but the venom's speed was blindingly fast, and the aura of his opponent was suffocatingly powerful. Faced with this sudden and fatal onslaught, Xiao Wu's pink eyes filled with terror. Her soul power instinctively surged forth. Two yellow spirit rings materializing as she attempted to activate her bow and charm abilities to struggle. Yet, before a meticulously prepared and fully committed title Douluo, her prowess as a great soul master seemed as insignificant as a firefly in the presence of the bright moon, as the horrific venomous mist threatened to engulf her entirely. A dramatic turn of events unfolded. An overwhelmingly domineering and fiercely unrestrained roar reverberated through the canyon, akin to a thunderous clap from the heavens. "Dare to touch her! You seek death!" With this furious declaration, an indescribable, terrifying pressure cascaded down from above like an insurmountable mountain, enveloping the entirety of the soul-devouring canyon. Following this, a colossal shadow of an immense hammer, entwined with dark red patterns and seemingly capable of shattering the very sky, descended with a tempestuous force, tearing through the clouds like divine retribution, aimed squarely at the recently revealed poisoned Douluo bow. The sheer might of the strike appeared as if it intended to reduce the entire soul-devouring canyon and all within it to mere dust. Haotian hammer, chaotic storm. Moreover, this force far exceeded that of an ordinary titled Douluo. Hidden in the shadows, Sword Douluo Chun Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, the pent-up seven-killing sword intent soaring skyward. Indeed, it has arrived. It is from Haotian's sect. He let out a long howl, transforming into a beam of sword light, fearlessly charging towards a descending Haotian giant hammer. The most significant variable in their plan, the top-tier powerhouse guarding Tang San and Xiao Wu, had finally made his move. The hunt had, at this moment, deviated from its original design, plunging into the most intense and perilous phase. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon the godlike hammer shadow descending. Feeling the overwhelming power it embodied, his pupils constricted slightly, yet his lips curled into a cold smile, a curve that suggested everything was proceeding as anticipated. "Tang Hao, you have finally emerged. Now it is our turn." Douluo Bo felt a chill run through him. Yet as a titled Douluo of level 94, he was by no means a mere trifler. In the face of that earth-shattering strike, the emerald phosphorescent light that had surged towards Xiao Wu instantly recoiled, coiling into a dark green vortex of poison, attempting to deftly deflect and dissipate the terrifying force of the impact. Simultaneously, his figure darted backward like a wraith. Boom! The colossal hammer's phantom ruthlessly crashed into the dark green vortex. The coalescing vortex quivered violently, emitting a hissing sound of erosion, significantly weakening and delaying the hammer's descent and might. The clash of the vortex and the hammer's shadow intertwined, erupting with a thunderous roar. Douluo Bo let out a muffled groan, utilizing the vortex to cushion the blow and his own rapid retreat to land steadily back on the distant ground, leaving a faint trace upon the earth before halting his retreat. His complexion paled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, his emerald serpent-like eyes filled with gravity, yet devoid of fear. He had successfully withstood that blow. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, he was unscathed. Evidently, Tang Hao's strike, though formidable, seemed not to have been delivered with all his strength. Perhaps he instinctively moderated his power to avoid excessive impact on Tang San and Xiao Wu below. "Oomph, you've certainly made progress, old poisoner." A low, resonant snort, imbued with an aura of boundless authority and ire, reverberated through the void. Immediately thereafter, the space above the crowd twisted, revealing a tall, robust figure cloaked in tattered robes. His disheveled hair fell loosely, his visage weathered, stubble unkempt, yet his eyes, akin to a slumbering lion suddenly roused, brimmed with wildness, dominance, and a hint of deep-seated fatigue. He wielded a colossal black Haotian hammer, entwined with dark red patterns. And merely standing there, he resembled an insurmountable mountain, exuding a disquieting, oppressive presence. Who else could it be but Tang Hao? He cast a cold glance at Douluo Bo, who had been repelled yet remained unharmed, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment flashing in his eyes, seemingly taken aback by the old poisoner's significant increase in strength. However, his gaze swiftly bypassed Douluo Bo, scanning the entire canyon with the sharpness of a hawk. As if in search of something. Those sneaky rodents hiding in the shadows. Do you dare let this old poisoner take the lead alone? Come out, all of you. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the canyon, laden with unmasked fury and disdain. Although he had not exerted his full power, his instincts warned him that there were more than just Douluo Bo present. After all, a long-established title Daw like Douluo Bo had no need to venture alone to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, even if its power diminished upon taking form. Moreover, upon stepping into this place, the sensation of being watched had grown increasingly acute. Yet, he could not fathom which force could compel Douluo Bo to act. However, at that moment, the most astonished, even petrified, was not the two titled Douluos confronting each other, but rather Tang San in the canyon below, who had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death. When Xiao Wu was attacked, Tang San's mind was a blank, overwhelmed solely by boundless rage and despair. As that Haotian hammer appeared and clashed with the poisoned Daluo, he felt an immense relief and shock akin to surviving a calamity. And when that familiar yet foreign figure, hauntingly reminiscent, grasped that hammer and materialized right in front of him, Tang San felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of divine thunder. He stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape in a silent gasp, as if he had lost all ability to vocalize or think. That figure, that father, the blacksmith who had languished in drunkenness, hopeless and disheveled, the one who required his care, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, the one he had yearned for countless nights, yet dared not disturb, too much his father. How could this be? How is this possible? That world-shattering hammer, that unparalleled might, that overwhelming pressure capable of rendering even a titled Douluo on high alert? How could any of this be associated with his typically taciturn, even somewhat cowardly father? The immense cognitive dissonance nearly caused Tang San's mind to short-circuit. He stared intently at that godlike figure in the air, desperately seeking familiar traces in that weathered face, yet was utterly overawed by the completely foreign, domineering aura. "Father, Dad?" A trembling, nearly inaudible voice finally escaped Tang San's parched throat, filled with disbelief, confusion, and an unfathomable, profound impact, along with a flicker of emotion buried deep within his veins. Beside him, Xiao Wu was equally stunned. She covered her mouth, glancing between the formidable Tang Hao above and the dazed Tang San beside her, her pink eyes brimming with the same astonishment and incredulity. Un Sotang, is he really such a powerful soul master? Or perhaps a member of the Haotian sect? In the air, Tang Hao perceived that faint call, and his massive frame quivered ever so slightly. Yet, he did not look back, nor did he cast a glance at Tang San. All his attention remained sharply focused on searching for potential foes. The old wounds within him seemed to throb subtly due to the recent exertion and emotional upheaval. But he forcibly suppressed it. Now was not the time to be distracted. His gaze was as keen as a hawk, locking onto Douluo Bo, while most of his concentration was attuned to every inch of the canyon space. The situation was even graver than he had anticipated. Clearly, the adversary had come prepared, with a clear aim directed at Xiao Wu. Besides the overt Douluo Bo, there were undoubtedly more formidable strikes hidden in shadows. What did these lurking figures intend to accomplish? Tang Hao's heart sank, and his grip on the Haotian hammer tightened. Today, it would likely be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Douluo Bo, having successfully withstood Tang Hao's strike, felt an internal surge of trepidation. This Haotian hammer truly lived up to its reputation. Had it not been for his considerable strength increase over the past few years, he would never have been able to endure that blow so easily. His emerald pupils constricted slightly, his soul power surging vigorously, attentively observing Tang Hao, bracing for his next assault, while also waiting for a signal from his hidden allies. The two titled Douluos faced off in the air, their overwhelming presence causing the very air in the canyon to nearly solidify. Below, Tang San remained engulfed in profound shock and confusion, unable to extricate himself from the turmoil. Chapter 62. the fury of Hao Yin. Above the canyon, the air was as stagnant as solid matter. Tang Hao's wrath and pressure, tangible as substance, were almost entirely unleashed upon Douluo Bo. He could not, nor dared he, meet the gaze of his son below, filled with shock, bewilderment, and pain. The anguish of father and son meeting, yet unable to recognize one another, transformed into a more violent force surging within him. He channeled all his emotions, all his rage, toward the enemy before him. Poison Douluo Bo. Old poisoner. Tang Hao's voice rumbled like thunder, carrying a heart-stopping ferocity. Since you willingly serve as a lackey for those scurrying rodents hiding in the shadows, I shall first dismantle your frail old bones. I shall see how long they can endure. No sooner had his words fallen than Tang Hao made his move. He afforded Douluo Bo no opportunity to breathe or explain, his towering frame erupting with a terrifying speed that belied his size. The colossal Haotian hammer in his grasp seemed to possess no weight whatsoever, accompanied by a deafening howl that tore through the air as it descended upon Douluo Bo with renewed ferocity. This time, it was not merely the shadow of the hammer projected from a distance, but the true embodiment of the Haotian hammer itself. The sheer force, velocity, and overwhelming pressure were exponentially greater than before, although he was still not employing his full strength, as he needed to remain vigilant of hidden threats and control the area of effect. The unparalleled, destructive power of his assault was unmistakably revealed. Douluo Bo's expression shifted once more, cursing under his breath at the madness of it all. He dared not indulge in the slightest hesitation. A brilliant azure light erupted around him, and his seventh spirit rings suddenly flared to life. The true form of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor. With a low growl, Douluo Bo's body expanded instantaneously, transforming into an immense Phosphor Serpent Emperor. The serpentine body coiled. Its fearsome head reared back, unleashing a torrent of ink-green toxic mist that not only contained lethal venom, but also bore a potent corrosive soul power, aimed at obstructing and diminishing Tang Hao's onslaught. Yet, Tang Hao appeared utterly unfazed. His combat style was consistently domineering, unyieldingly direct. Break! A brief yet thunderous roar erupted, as the dark red patterns on the Haotian hammer seemed to come alive, radiating an astonishing brilliance. The massive hammerhead struck without embellishment into the swirling, toxic fog. With a hiss, the toxic mist violently clashed against the hammer's overwhelming soul power. The venom of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor, which could trouble even the most formidable Douluo Dalu, was forcibly ripped apart by the hammer's sheer, unyielding strength. The Haotian hammer continued unabated, crashing directly into the true form of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Douluo Bo's gigantic serpent eyes narrowed, and its massive tail lashed out like a steel whip, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, attempting to intercept. Boom! The hammer collided with the tail. A terrifying energy storm erupted instantaneously, causing the canyon walls to tremble violently, with countless stones cascading down. Ack! The Phosphor Serpent Emperor let out a painful shriek, as its colossal tail was smashed, scales shattered, and its immense body was hurled backward by the irresistible force. Crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, the Douluo Bo, in its true form, was actually pushed back by a single strike. He even sustained minor injuries. The disparity. This exemplifies the absolute difference between a peak assault-type Douluo Dalu and a support control-type Douluo Dalu in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, the most powerful weapon in existence. Amidst the swirling dust, the true form of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor rapidly dissipated, and Douluo Bo, now reverted to human form, coughed up a trickle of blood, his visage a portrait of despair. He fixed his gaze on the figure suspended in the air, akin to a demonic deity, his heart gripped with dread. This Tang Hao is far more terrifying than the rumor suggested. Are you not coming out? Tang Hao hovered in the air, his disheveled hair billowing, the Haotian hammer pointedly directed at the ground, emanating an air of supremacy. His icy gaze swept over the shadows surrounding the canyon. It seemed that the lives of these lackeys held little significance to them. He was engaging in psychological warfare, both compelling the hidden enemy to reveal themselves and undermining Douluo Bo's mental state. However, he harbored his own calculations. By so forcefully suppressing Douluo Bo, he was simultaneously fueled by rage and testing the waters. He was confident that, even if powerful foes lurked in the shadows, his strength as the Haotian and his hidden trump cards would suffice to swiftly overwhelm Douluo Bo, subsequently tearing through space to escape with Xiao San and Xiao Wu. He possessed that confidence. The tyranny of the Haotian hammer, the cumulative power of the chaotic wind hammer technique, and that little-known soul bone ability were all his reliance. As long as the Pope of the Spirit Hall did not personally intervene, or the elders of the Haotian clan did not join forces, he was confident that he could traverse the vast world unimpeded. As for Douluo Bo and any potential hidden enemies, he did not regard them with utmost seriousness. What he feared were the possible special tactics aimed at Xiao Wu, and whether they could have repercussions for Xiao San. Old poison, it seems you've been abandoned. Tang Hao's voice dripped with mockery as he stepped closer to Douluo Bo, raising the Haotian hammer once more, a dark red light beginning to coalesce. The terrifying aura escalating palpably, clearly preparing for an even mightier strike. Then let it be final. Sensing the suffocating killing intent that locked onto him, Douluo Bo felt a mix of shock and fury, yet he understood that he could wait no longer, just as Tang Hao was about to unleash his next strike. A soft yet unmistakably clear sigh resonated from a direction within the canyon. This sigh seemed imbued with an extraordinary magic, instantly shattering the peak of Tang Hao's gathered momentum. His movements abruptly halted, and he turned sharply, his gaze shooting toward the source of the sigh. There, where the once empty shadows lay, the very fabric of space rippled like water. 3 figures silently emerged. At the forefront stood a figure clad in white, possessing a gentle countenance, yet sharp eyes. Ning Fengji, in his hand, the resplendent 9 treasure glazed tile tower was already radiating a brilliant light. Beside him, flanking him on either side, were the sword Daw Chun Exen, whose aura resembled that of a drawn sword, and the Bone Douluo, whose presence warped the surrounding space, wearing a cold smile. The strongest forces of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect had finally revealed their fangs at this moment. Brother Tang Hao, it has been many years since we last met, and your temper remains as fiery as ever. Ning Fengji spoke calmly, his voice serene, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Why must you relentlessly pressure Elder Douluo? Upon seeing these 3, especially the formidable presence of the sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. His heart plummeted. The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. They had indeed emerged in full force. Sword Douluo Chun Xin, Bone Douluo, and the number 1 support soul master in the world, Ning Fengji. This lineup was more than sufficient to encircle and eliminate any peak title Douluo. Their objective was indeed Xiao Wu, and his prior confidence now seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of their true strength. To easily take away Xiao San and Xiao Wu today would prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 63. Haotian in a desperate situation. Within the canyon, Ning Fengji, Chun Xin, and Gu Rong, the 3 towering pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, stood in a triangular formation. Together with Douluo Bo, who had just regained his footing and wiped the blood from his lips, they formed a perfect encirclement, trapping Tang Hao, Tang San, and the closely guarded Xiao Wu firmly in the center. 3 title, dual-level powerhouses, alongside the continent's foremost support soul master. The 3 were well established, with an unparalleled synergy. Combined with the cunning poison Douluo, this array, in the entirety of the continent, could certainly stir up a tempest and lay waste to a significant city of any empire. Yet, at this moment, their sole aim was to hunt one man and the 2 young children behind him. Tang Hao stood tall like a mountain, shielding his son and the little rabbit behind him. His face, marked by the weariness and hardships of time, now bore an expression of chilling seriousness. The earlier air of disdain and arrogance had somewhat receded, replaced by the vigilance and ferocity of a beast caught in a trap. The Haotian hammer in his hand still emanated a haunting dark red glow, yet that radiance seemed to be suppressed by the 4 overwhelming auras surrounding him. No longer as reckless as before, the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Tang Hao's voice was deep and hoarse, akin to a wounded lion's growl. Such audacity! For the sake of a 10,000-year-old beast, Ning Fengji, you are willing to expend the full might of your sect. Is this not akin to an alliance with the Spirit Hall? Or might it be that you have long been in collusion with them? His gaze was sharp as a knife, slicing through Ning Fengji's gentle yet unfathomable visage, seeking answers within. The mention of a Spirit Hall served both as a probe and a means of sowing discord. After all, the 3 upper sects, at least on the surface, shared a common front against the Spirit Hall. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed School openly collaborate with them, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. Ning Fengji, holding the resplendent and dazzling Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, disguised, maintained an expression of serene composure. as if he were merely attending a gathering of old friends rather than engaging in a perilous hunt. Brother Tang Hao, your words carry weight. Ning Fengji gently shook his head, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Our current endeavor concerns the manifestation of this 10,000-year soul beast, a matter of great importance that could have far-reaching implications. We cannot allow it to wander freely, igniting unpredictable turmoil. Moreover, she has profound ties with your esteemed son. His words delicately skirted the issue of any overt connections with the Spirit Hall while elevating the rationale to the level of continental stability and concern for Tang San. A masterstroke of eloquence and cunning. Preposterous. Tang Hao interrupted him brusquely, his fury reigniting. Your words are more pleasing than a song. You are nothing but greedy scoundrels coveting the soul ring and bones of a 10,000-year soul beast. If you wish to lay hands on her, you must first ask if my Haotian hammer consents. Though he found himself in a position of absolute disadvantage, Tang Hao's ferocity remained undiminished. He understood that even the slightest hint of weakness would embolden his adversaries. He had to present himself as sufficiently resolute, even at the cost of mutual destruction, to grasp any glimmer of hope. Stubborn fool, Bone Douluo Gurong sneered, his surroundings warping slightly, as if his very bones were realigning. Do you think today is still the time for your bravado? Surrender that rabbit, and perhaps, considering our shared status as upper sex, we may allow you to leave with your son. Sword Douluo Chonexen remained silent, yet his eyes, sharp as blades, were firmly locked onto Tang Hao, his entire being resembling a divine sword poised to strike, its fierce intent radiating out, reducing the gravel of the canyon to dust and silence. With Ning Fengji's full support, Jun Xiaoyao's offensive capabilities would soar to an unfathomable level. Douluo Bo seized the opportunity to catch his breath, his cold green serpent eyes fixated on Tang Hao, the earlier humiliation still smoldering within him. With powerful allies at his side, he was eager to reclaim his lost pride. Tang San stood behind his father, his heart racing, palms slick with cold sweat. The oppressive aura of the three tidal Douluo felt like four towering mountains, nearly suffocating him. He gripped Xiao Wu's hand tightly, sensing the violent tremors of her body and the depths of her fear. Never had he felt so powerless, so utterly hopeless. Though his father was formidable, facing four powerful foes, among them the world's foremost support soul master, seemed an insurmountable deadlock. He gazed at his father's broad, yet somewhat lonely back, his heart filled with worry, self-reproach, and indescribable sorrow. His father was ensnared in such dire straits to protect him and Xiao Wu. At this moment of heightened tension, on the brink of battle, no one noticed, or rather, given their cultivation levels, it was exceedingly difficult to perceive that a figure was quietly suspended beyond high cloud. Jun Xiaoyao, clad in black, concealed his aura to the utmost, blending seamlessly with the surrounding clouds. His dual pupils calmly surveyed the standoff below, particularly the four tidal Do, radiating formidable energy. Endowed with a divine-level martial soul and possessing an extraordinary soul ring configuration, his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers, enabling him to easily challenge opponents of higher ranks. Yet, he was acutely aware of the reality. The chasm between a soul emperor of level 60 and a tidal Douluo could not merely be bridged by the quality of martial souls or the age of soul rings. It encompassed a vast disparity in soul power essence, domain comprehension, combat experience, and the strength of soul skills. The individuals below were all peak experts who had carved their names into the annals of the continent over decades, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their battles transcended the realm of ordinary soul skill clashes, delving into deeper layers of power manipulation and the invocation of natural laws. The battlefield among tidal Douluo was not a place where he could recklessly intervene without courting death. Jun Xiaoyao silently contemplated, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, facing 4 against 1, with the unparalleled support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, even Tang Hao's strength might not suffice to turn the tide today. He was neither cold-hearted nor devoid of thoughts regarding the 10,000-year soul beast, but he possessed a profound understanding of situational awareness. Down below, it was evident that negotiations had utterly collapsed. Ning Fengji let out a gentle sigh, appearing quite regretful. Yet the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower in his grasp suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The 7 treasures turned to glazed. First, power. Second, speed. Third, soul. 3 streams of colorful light instantly shot forth, infusing the sword, bone, and Poison Douluo with newfound vigor. Receiving an enhancement of over 80% from the world's premier support soul master, their auras surged dramatically. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian's fingers formed into a sword shape, and a silver sword light, honed to perfection, appeared as if it could slice through space itself, piercing straight toward Tang Hao. Bone Douluo Gurong let out a strange laugh, and the space before him abruptly split apart, a massive skeletal claw extending forth, imbued with an eerie chill that threatened to rend souls. Reaching for Tang Hao, Dugabo also howled fiercely, and the phantom of the green phosphor Serpent King re-emerged. This time exhaling not a toxic mist, but a concentrated, dark-hued poison, silently aimed at Tang Hao's lower body, with a treacherous angle. The three tidal Douluo, empowered by formidable boosts, unleashed their lethal assaults simultaneously. Even before their attacks arrived, the cumulative terrifying pressure caused the canyon's earth to crack beneath them. Tang Hao's pupils constricted to their utmost, a true deadlock. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, they blazed with even more ferocious intensity. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon's might, he unleashed a primal scream. Every muscle in his body tensed, and his surging soul power was poured unreservedly into the Haotian hammer. Haotian Protect. The massive Haotian hammer was abruptly drawn back, not to attack, but to mercilessly smash down onto the ground before him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, sending earth and stone flying as a thick wall of soil, infused with dark red soul power, surged upwards like the most loyal barrier, standing firmly between him and Tang San, Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, the ninth soul ring upon him, representing the 10,000-year level, flared to life. In this moment, the Haotian Douluo was finally prepared to fight with all his might. Chapter 64. Tang Hao's Defeat. With Ning Fengji's nearly miraculous enhancement of 3 attributes, the attacks from the sword, bone, and poison Douluo now surpassed the limits of ordinary tidal Douluo, reaching an astonishing level of power. Jun Xiaoyao's sword moved with unparalleled speed and sharpness. The silver sword light seemed to transcend the confines of space, arriving first to collide with the hastily erected Haotian barrier. Sizzle. The formidable wall of earth, infused with Tang Hao's immense soul power, was cut through as if it were butter, cleaved open by the refined silver sword light. Though the sword radiance had been largely consumed, the remaining sharp sword aura still pierced through defenses like a bone-chilling curse, directly striking at Tang Hao's face. Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and he abruptly turned his head, the sword aura grazing his cheek and drawing forth droplets of blood, leaving a gash that was visible to the bone upon his bronzed skin. Almost simultaneously, Gu Rong's eerie, white skeletal claw from another dimension had already descended upon him. Boom! This time it was a solid, violent collision. The claw harbored not merely raw power, but also a chilling, strange vibrational force, intent on eroding soul power and tearing apart the very essence of the soul. The Haotian hammer clashed fiercely against the bone claw, producing a deafening clang of metal striking metal. A ferocious shockwave erupted in a circular blast, gouging the ground down by 3 feet. Tang Hao's body shook violently, his muscular arms bulging like dragons as the ground beneath him fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. He managed to withstand the direct assault of the claw, but that bizarre vibrational force permeated through the hammer, causing his internal organs to feel as if they had been displaced. He tasted blood in his throat, nearly spitting it out, but forcibly swallowed it back. At that moment, while he contended with the simultaneous assaults of the sword and the claw, Duke Guba's silent yet venomous, condensed poison arrow had already struck at his feet. The angle was sinister, and the timing ruthless. This was the hallmark of Duke Guba's combat style, never engaging head-on, but always delivering a fatal blow when one was at their most vulnerable. Tang Hao sensed it a fraction too late. He abruptly lifted his foot to stomp the ground, attempting to deflect the poison arrow with the force of the impact, but ultimately, he was just a heartbeat too slow. Buffed. The dark, toxic arrow grazed the outer side of his calf, taking a strip of flesh with it. More terrifyingly, the venom, as if it were a living entity, instantly burrowed into his body through the wound. An agonizing itch and excruciating pain surged simultaneously, causing Tang Hao's calf to turn a deep shade of black almost instantaneously. Poison? Tang Hao groaned, the overwhelming soul power of the Haotian surging towards his leg, desperately suppressing the rapid advance of the toxin. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to expel the poison with his robust soul power, but at this moment, he had no time to spare. The 3 tidal Douluos, bolstered to their utmost potential, continued to unleash a relentless torrent of attacks. Jun Xiaoyao's sword, once more shifting, caused the dispersed sword radiance in the air to instantly reconstitute into countless fine, rain-like silver swords, enveloping Tang Hao entirely like a tempest. Gu Rong cackled madly. His enormous skeletal fingers splayed wide, tearing through space once more to seize him, blocking every avenue of escape. Du Gubo, seizing the advantage, unleashed a barrage of even more refined poison arrows, resembling phantoms, shot at Tang Hao from every conceivable angle, as well as at Tang San and Xiao Wu behind him. Attack to save. Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury. He roared, his ninth soul ring finally igniting with a cataclysmic crimson glow. Ninth soul skill. He prepared to unleash his most potent trump card, even at the cost of grievous injury, to carve out a path. However, Ning Fengji seemed to have anticipated this. His expression calm, the fourth layer of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hand suddenly lit up. Fourth control. A gentle, multicolored light surged forth, instantly enhancing Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Rong, and Du Gubo. It did not amplify their attacks, but rather erected an incredibly resilient barrier before them. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji's fifth soul ring flickered to life. Fifth attack. Another stream of light shot forth, but this time it did not disperse. Instead, it was wholly injected into the body of the sword Douluo, Jun Xiaoyao. The sword intent emanating from Jun Xiaoyao surged dramatically, almost solidifying. His eyes gleamed with brilliance as he pointed his finger like a sword and lightly drew it forward. The 7-kill field, a single sword breaking myriad laws. Not merely a soul skill, but a fusion of domain power that transcended soul skills and the ultimate essence of swordsmanship. A seemingly plain, yet imbued with the essence of utter destruction, a gray sword thread silently shot forth, causing the very fabric of space to slightly collapse in its wake, devouring all surrounding light and sound. This gray sword thread, striking first, bypassed all attacks and aimed directly at the core node of Tang Hao's power as the Haotian hammer began to unleash its overwhelming force. Just as Tang Hao's ninth soul skill was activated, the immense power on the verge of eruption was instantaneously pierced by this exquisitely precise gray sword thread, which contained the true essence of breaking the laws. Like a balloon pricked by a needle, Tang Hao's terrifyingly concentrated soul power suddenly stagnated, followed by a moment of chaos and backlash. This time, Tang Hao could no longer suppress it. A mouthful of blood gushed forth violently, his martial soul's true form swaying, the imminent eruption of his ninth soul skill brutally interrupted. In a clash of masters, mere fractions made all the difference. This momentary interruption and backlash proved fatal for Tang Hao. In the next instant, SSSHHH, Jun Xiaoyao's sword rain descended, although most was dispelled by the chaotic protective soul power. Several arrows still penetrated through, leaving bloody holes on his body. Boom! Gu Rong's skeletal claw seized the opportunity, fiercely striking the side of the Haotian hammer. The immense force sending Tang Hao, in his martial soul true form, staggering, leaving him wide open. Meanwhile, Du Gubo's several poison arrows circled past Tang Hao's defenses, aiming directly at Tang San and Xiao Wu behind him. Xiao San, be careful! Tang Hao roared, disregarding his own injuries, forcibly twisting his body to shield the poison arrows with his broad back. The poison arrows embedded into his body, causing Tang Hao to shudder violently. His complexion instantly cloaked in darkness. Continuous assaults, backlash from his soul skill, and the venom coursing through him. Despite being the Haotian Douluo, he had finally reached his limit. His towering form swayed slightly, the Haotian hammer in his hand feeling unbearably heavy, its dark red glow rapidly dimming. Unable to maintain his martial soul true form, he swiftly reverted to his human shape. He knelt on one knee, barely supporting himself with the Haotian hammer, preventing himself from collapsing completely. Blood gushed continuously from the corners of his mouth, wounds on his body oozing profusely, particularly on his back and legs, where the blackness rapidly spread, indicating deep-seated poisoning. He gasped violently, each breath bringing forth blood froth, his once keen, hawk-like gaze now becoming unfocused, filled with unwillingness, rage, and a trace of deeply buried despair. Defeated. Despite possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, despite his formidable combat prowess, he had still fallen to the relentless siege of 3 equally ranked foes. Bolstered by top-tier support Soulmaster, and he had been vanquished so swiftly, so utterly. "Father!" Tang San let out a heart-wrenching cry. Rushing to Tang Hao's side, witnessing his father, drenched in blood, his breath feeble, and his heart felt as though it were being sliced apart by a knife. He attempted to cover the bleeding wounds with his hands, only to find them utterly insufficient. Blood stained his hands as well as his eyes. Xiao Wu, pale with fear, had tears welling in her eyes, tightly gripping Tang San's sleeve, gazing at the suddenly collapsed figure that loomed before them like a mountain. Her heart brimming with endless dread and guilt. All of this was to protect her, all to safeguard them. Chapter 65. Xiao Wu's resolution. "Father! Father!" Tang San's voice quivered with tears as he trembled, supporting Tang Hao's swaying shoulder. He had never seen his father so weak, so disheveled. That once mighty figure that had sheltered him from the storm now lay marred with wounds and poison, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind. He frantically summoned the inexhaustible vitality of the Xintian art within him, attempting to infuse it into his father's body to alleviate his injuries and expel the toxins. However, the meager soul power he possessed was but a drop in the ocean against the rampant, tidal-level poison and severe internal injuries plaguing Tang Hao. The verdant glow of the Xintian art barely grazed Tang Hao's wounds before it was instantly engulfed and repelled by the dense, dark aura, causing Tang San's wrist to tingle and his blood to surge violently. "It's futile, little San." Tang Hao struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, gazing at his son's anxious and despairing face with a hoarse and feeble voice. "Go, find a way, take her away." With the last vestiges of his strength, he attempted to push Tang San and Xiao Wu aside, but he could scarcely raise his arm. "No, I will not leave." Tang San's tears burst forth as he clutched his father's sleeve tightly. "If we are to die, let us die together." Just then, a chilling scoff echoed through the air. "Ah, what a touching father-son bond, but alas, none of you shall leave today." Douluo Bo strode forward, his body radiating a shimmering green light, as the dark green, poisonous mist unfurled around him once more, seeming to come alive. This time, the poisonous fog did not attack directly, but rather coiled around them like a shrinking prison, slowly encroaching upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the gravely injured Tang Hao. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, the ground emitted a hissing sound of corrosion, and the flora withered into black ash in an instant. The nauseatingly sweet scent carried a deadly threat, gradually constricting their final vestiges of survival. "I'll poison you." Tang San's head snapped up, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. He attempted to unleash his blue-silver grass to block the poisonous fog, but the resilient vines withered and snapped upon contact, failing to form any effective barrier. He even attempted to wield hidden weapons, yet against the Douluo Dalu, who was already on guard, his every action felt utterly futile and laughable. The absolute disparity of strength carved despair deeply into his very marrow. Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, and Gu Rong made no move to hinder Douluo Bo's advance. They merely observed in silence. Ning Fengji's gaze remained serene, as if he were contemplating a masterpiece about to be completed, rather than witnessing a tragic farewell. Chun Xian's eyes were sharp, fixated on any potential retaliation from Tang Hao. Gu Rong wore a cold smile, seemingly relishing the sensation of control akin to a cat playing with a mouse. The poisonous mist drew ever closer, the suffocating dread palpable in the air. Tang San shielded his father behind him, placing his own body in the forefront, fully aware of the futility of his actions. Xiao Wu pressed closely against him, her body trembling violently from fear, yet her gaze shifted from initial terror to a complex resolve, ultimately transforming into a heart-wrenching determination. She observed the back of Tang San, who stood valiantly to protect her and her father, noting the slight tremor of his shoulders from despair and defiance, and the frail figure of Tang Hao, who, despite being on the brink of death, still urged them to flee with his eyes. She realized that all of this stemmed from her. Had it not been for her, little San would not be ensnared in such dire straits, and Uncle Tang would not have sustained severe injuries while trying to protect them. Memories of her mother flooded back to her, recalling those who resorted to unscrupulous means to obtain her mother's soul rings and soul bones. Would history repeat itself? Would more lives be sacrificed for her sake? No, absolutely not. At the very moment the dark green mist was about to brush against Tang San's garment, a clear yet resolute voice rang out, shattering the suffocating despair. "Stop!" All eyes instantly turned to the source of the voice. It was Xiao Wu. She took a deep breath, as if expending every ounce of her strength, gently yet firmly pushing Tang San aside. stepping forward to confront the four formidable beings capable of determining their fate. Her complexion remained pale, her eyes swollen. Yet within her once clear pink irises burned an unusual light, a blend of fear, sorrow, and ultimately, a resolute calm. Xiaowu, what are you doing? Come back. Tang Xin gasped in shock, reaching out to pull her back. But Xiaowu evaded his grasp, her gaze locked onto Ning Fengji, Chun Exen, Gu Rong, and Douluo Dalu. Unwavering. You want me, don't you? She declared, raising her hand to point at herself, each word forced through clenched teeth, laden with the weight of blood and tears. You seek my soul rings, my soul bones, is that not correct? Ning Fengji's brow flickered slightly, neither confirming nor denying, merely observing her in silence. Chun Exen and Gu Rong's expressions were indifferent, while Douluo Dalu licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Seeing their reactions, the last shred of hope within Xiaowu shattered. She abruptly turned to face Tang Xin, witnessing his anxious, bewildered, and panicked expression. Her heart fell as if it was being torn apart. Yet she compelled herself to muster a smile more painful than tears. Little San, I'm sorry for always hiding this from you. Her voice softened, imbued with endless affection and reluctance. Then, she turned once more to face Ning Fengji and the others, straightening her slender yet remarkably resilient spine, summoning every ounce of strength to declare loudly, I will go with you. I willingly offer myself to you. My soul rings. My soul bones, they're all yours. Her words resonated like thunder in Tang San's ears. No, Xiaowu, absolutely not. Tang San, as if driven mad, attempted to rush forward but was forced back by the encroaching poisonous mist, his eyes wild with fury. Xiaowu appeared oblivious to his cries, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ning Fengji as she presented her conditions, her voice imbued with a hint of humble pleading, yet also the last vestiges of resolve. But please, spare little San, spare Uncle Tang. I promise I will not resist. Just let them go, and I will follow you right now. The young girl's clear voice echoed through the canyon, resonating with the tragic grandeur of sacrifice and despair. For the sake of her loved ones, she chose self-sacrifice, attempting to barter her life for a glimmer of hope for Tang San and Tang Hao. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify once more. All eyes were riveted on Ning Fengji, awaiting his decision. In the sky, beyond the clouds, Jun Xiaoyao's dual pupils flickered slightly as he murmured softly, Oh, has she chosen self-sacrifice? He nearly bellowed, attempting to negate the sheer absurdity of it all with his voice. In his previous understanding, spirit rings and spirit bones could only be the products of the death of spirit beasts, which was an entirely different realm from the vibrant presence of Xiaowu. He would rather believe that Xiaowu had lost her senses in a fit of desperation to save them, uttering nonsensical words. Upon hearing Tang San's questioning, laced with confusion and a hint of reproach, Xiaowu's delicate form trembled violently, her facade of strength appearing to fracture ever so slightly in that moment. She still did not dare to turn back, fearing that if she did, she would behold the shock and rejection that must now fill Tang San's eyes, causing the courage she had painstakingly gathered to shatter in an instant. Ahead, Ning Fengji's gaze was profound, Chen Exin's expression remained impassive, and Gu Rong wore a faint, mocking smile. They were all waiting for this drama to play out naturally, waiting for the prey to complete its final psychological struggle. To them, this was merely a trivial interlude before achieving their objectives. Xiaowu inhaled the air thick with the acrid sweetness of poison and the metallic tang of blood, her voice quivering more noticeably, yet still striving to maintain clarity. Tang San, I am not speaking nonsense. Every word carries a visceral pain. I am sorry. I have been lying to you all this time. At last, she slowly turned, inch by inch, where her face once more came into Tang San's view. His heart jolted violently. The familiar, charming visage was now marred by trails of tears. The once lively pink eyes were now swollen and bloodshot, filled with boundless sorrow, guilt, and a near-fractured despair. That forced smile was more heartbreaking than tears. I am not human, at least not entirely. Xiaowu's voice trembled with a heavy sob, her tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. I am a spirit beast, a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, transformed into a human. Boom! This revelation struck Tang San's psyche more forcefully than any previous attack, more devastating than Tang Hao's grievous injuries. A 100,000-year spirit beast, transformed into a human. Those words struck him like the most violent thunder, utterly shattering his ingrained perceptions. He staggered back a step, his face paling even more than Xiaowu's. his pupils constricting to pinpricks from sheer shock. His mind blanked, buzzing, nearly incapable of thought. No, it's impossible, he murmured instinctively, his gaze unfocused. How can this be? You are Xiao Wu, the lively girl from Nodding Academy, the one who practiced and fought alongside me. How can you be a spirit beast? He could not believe it, nor did he wish to accept it. The memories of their time together surged forth like a tidal wave. Her initial stubbornness upon their first meeting, the tacit understanding forged in battle, the warmth of their daily interactions, her every smile and frown, every vivid expression. How could all of this possibly be a fade crafted by a spirit beast? Watching Tang San's worldview violently shatter, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Wu's heart felt as though it were being torn apart by countless hands, the pain rendering her breathless. She understood that confessing would bring shock, yet witnessing it unfold before her was a torment beyond her imagination. It is true, Tang San. Her tears flowed more fiercely, her voice choked, struggling to form coherent words. When a 100,000-year spirit beast reaches its pinnacle, it can choose to transform into a human and begin its cultivation anew, as long as it does not reveal itself. Even title Douluo cannot see through it. I am that. She spoke haltingly, as if enduring the most excruciating of tortures. Do you remember when we first met at Nodding Academy? I had just transformed, and then we grew up together, trained together. Those were all real. My feelings for you are all genuine. She emphasized urgently, terrified that Tang San might think their past was merely a charade. The only lie I told you was my identity. I was afraid to speak, afraid you would despise me, afraid everyone would look at me as a monster. And most of all, afraid of being discovered by those like them. She trembled as she pointed toward Ning Fengji and the others, her eyes brimming with profound terror. This fear stemmed from her mother's past, indelibly etched into the depths of her soul. Tang San stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the tear-streaked, nearly broken Xiao Wu, as two starkly contrasting images battled furiously in his mind. One was the girl he had spent every day with, deeply embedded in his life. The other, a spirit beast of 100,000 years, representing the apex of spirit rings and spirit bones, as documented in textbooks. His rational mind told him there was no reason for Xiao Wu to fabricate such an outrageous lie at this moment, and the reactions of Ning Fengji's group further corroborated this. Yet his emotions vehemently resisted, unwilling to accept this cruel reality. Just as Tang San's mind was in turmoil, nearly incapacitated by disbelief, the gravely injured Tang Hao managed to emit a faint sigh. Cough, Tang San, what she said is true. Tang Hao's voice was frail, but acted as a key, unlocking fragments of memory in Tang San that had been overlooked. Why had his father reacted so peculiarly and complexly upon first meeting Xiao Wu? Why had he subtly warned him to be cautious? It turned out his father had known all along. Even the closest of kin had confirmed this. The last shred of hope was completely obliterated. Tang San swayed, an indescribable sense of immense loss and confusion enveloping him. The world he had believed he understood, and the people he thought he knew so well, were cloaked in such shocking secrets. At that moment, the revelation of this secret could very well cost him a lifetime of separation. In the sky above, Jun Xiaoyao observed everything below with keen eyes. He gazed down at the young couple engulfed in profound shock and sorrow, murmuring softly to himself, "The truth is revealed." Tang San, what will you do now? Will you retreat in fear? Or, Chapter 67, The Painful Inquiry. Tang Hao's faint yet resolute affirmation was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering the last vestige of Tang San's hope and resistance. He staggered, as if the entire world beneath him were spinning and collapsing. The order he had always believed in, the understanding he had held dear, suddenly appeared so laughable and fragile. Humans and spirit beasts, predator and prey, spirit rings and spirit bones. These were the ironclad laws he had been taught since awakening his martial soul. The fundamental principles governing the world of spirit masters in Douluo Continent. He had hunted numerous spirit beasts himself, both for spirit rings and for practical combat. To him, this was the natural order of things, an essential path for a spirit master's growth. Yet now, someone was telling him that the girl with whom he had shared countless moments, who had made his heart race for the first time, whom he was willing to protect with his life, was, in his subconscious, categorized as a resource and prey, a spirit beast, no less, and one of the most formidable 100,000-year spirit beasts? Absurd, torn apart, incongruous. A chilling sensation raced up his spine, making him shudder. It was not fear of Xiao Wu harming him. but rather a post-traumatic confusion and dread stemming from the upheaval of his entire perception of reality. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze toward Xiao Wu becoming exceedingly intricate. Shock, bewilderment, anguish, and a trace of alienation and doubt that he himself had yet to recognize. Thus, Tang San's voice emerged, dry and hoarse, imbued with a chilling unfamiliarity. Was it all a deception from the very beginning? A fleeting unfamiliarity in his eyes pierced Xiao Wu, causing tears to cascade more fervently as she frantically shook her head. No, it's not true, San. I may have deceived you, but my feelings are genuine. Everything we shared was authentic. Genuine? Tang San responded as if he had heard the most ludicrous of statements, a grimace twisting his lips into a shape more sorrowful than a cry, his voice involuntarily rising, laden with suppressed agitation and inquiry. Tell me, what is real? He took a step forward, despite the toxic mist encroaching beneath his feet, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Wu. You are a soul beast from 100,000 years. You possess a lengthy lifespan and formidable power. You have transformed into a human and mingled among us. As we, the human soul masters, struggle and even slaughter one another for mere century or millennium-old soul rings. Do you not find us laughable? Like a troop of blind monkeys, flailing about? His words struck like sharp blades, piercing not only Xiao Wu but also himself. He could not help but contemplate the irony of their past battles side by side. The hunt for soul beasts to obtain soul rings. What a farcical tableau must it appear to Xiao Wu? A soul beast? Xiao Wu's complexion drained of color, akin to paper. She desperately shook her head, her lips trembling as she sought to explain, only to be interrupted by Tang San's next words. And what a father! Tang San pointed vehemently at the gravely injured Tang Hao on the ground, his eyes reddening. You knew all along, didn't you? That's why you acted as you did. You were fully aware that Xiao Wu is a soul beast, cognizant of the dangerous implications of her identity. Why did you not speak? Why did you allow her to remain by my side? In that moment, the resentment towards his father's concealment and the inability to accept Xiao Wu's identity intertwined, nearly overwhelming his emotions. Do you understand that because of her identity, we might all perish here today? Father, he is already. He gazed at Tang Hao, who was on the brink of death, the remaining words choking in his throat, yet the palpable resentment and fear were unmistakably conveyed. He seemed to forget that it was Xiao Wu who had bravely stepped forward, attempting to sacrifice herself for their survival. In the throes of immense shock and cognitive dissonance, he instinctively armed himself with doubt and fury to shield the heart being ruthlessly torn asunder by reality. I do not find you laughable. Xiao Wu's voice was barely audible, her heart shattering into a multitude of fragments. After my transformation, I became as fragile as an infant, requiring gradual cultivation. I'm no different from you. No different. Tang San interrupted her, his tone laced with derision, yet suffused with deeper anguish. How can we be the same? You are a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. You inherently stand at the pinnacle of our human soul master's dreams. The 100,000-year soul rings and bones we devote our lives to pursuing are, for you, burdens you were born with and must conceal. How can that possibly be the same? He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He was aware that such words were injurious, yet the overwhelming impact rendered him indiscriminate in his speech. He desperately sought an outlet, a rationale to elucidate the absurdity and cruelty of it all. Questioning Xiao Wu seemed to be the only lifeline he could grasp at that moment. Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, and Gu Rong continued to observe with detached eyes, as though watching a tragedy long foretold. De Gabo even let out a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle, seemingly relishing the sight of fractures appearing in this profound bond between human and beast. From the shadows, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained placid, merely offering a muted remark. The instinctive rejection based on position and understanding is, indeed, quite natural. However, what change can this painful inquiry possibly bring? The outcome is already determined. Xiao Wu was left reeling by Tang San's cold interrogations, her heart laid bare, her attempts at articulation rendered futile. What could she possibly say? To express the anguish of her mother being hunted by humans? To articulate the fear of concealing her identity post-transformation? To assert that the joy she experienced with him was genuine and unadulterated? Yet, in the face of the absolute opposition between humans and soul beasts, against the backdrop of Tang Hao's grievous condition resulting from her presence, these sentiments seemed inconsequential, selfish even. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, the resolute expression replaced by overwhelming sorrow and acceptance of fate. She slowly lowered her head, tears silently falling to the dust-laden ground, stirring up tiny clouds of earth. "I'm sorry, San." Ultimately, she could only repeat those 3 words, her voice as soft as a sigh. "Everything is my fault. If it weren't for me." Her sentence remained unfinished, yet the unspoken implications weighed heavily upon Tang San's heart, as he beheld Xiao Wu's expression of shattered guilt. Resembling a figure stripped of all vitality, his tempestuous questions and fury were doused like flames doused by a bucket of ice water, replaced by a more complex, unarticulated ache. "What have I just said?" In his moment of disarray, Ning Fengji finally spoke again, shattering the suffocating stalemate. His voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable resolution. "It seems you have completed your reminiscences." Chapter 68. Jun Xiaoyao makes his entrance. Ning Fengji's gentle, yet resolute voice resonated like the tolling of a final judgment bell, echoing through the silent canyon. He cast a calm glance over the despondent Xiao Wu, the dazed and pained Tang San, and the increasingly faint Tang Hao on the ground. A flicker of satisfaction barely perceptible in his eyes. The situation had unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. The formidable variable and obstacle, the Hodiandoa Tang Hao, was gravely injured, stripped of his threat. Meanwhile, the target, this 100,000-year transformed soul beast, had not only refrained from vehement resistance, but had actively chosen to yield due to emotional entanglements. This undoubtedly spared them considerable effort and maximized the success rate of soul ring absorption. Although this location was not the most ideal hunting ground, and the commotion from a recent battle could attract other onlookers, lingering too long could invite unforeseen changes. Now was the opportune moment. He no longer regarded the despondent youth and maiden, slightly tilting his head toward the seemingly empty, shadowy corner behind him. He spoke softly. "All right, Xiaoyao, come forth. It's time to claim your 6th soul ring." Upon these words, aside from the already informed Jian, Gu, and Du, Tang San and Xiao Wu jolted their heads up, their eyes filled with incredulity. There is someone else. Another person had been lurking in the shadows all along, and they, even the pre-injury Tang Hao, had remained utterly unaware. As the gazes of the group converged on that shadowy space, it rippled like water, and a tall figure quietly emerged, as if he had always been present, only now coming into view. Clad in simple black attire, his stature was upright, his features handsome, appearing to be of an age comparable to Tang San, yet within his deep-set eyes flickered a tranquility and composure that belied his years. His aura was reined in, almost imperceptible unless witnessed firsthand. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. He first offered a courteous nod to Ning Fengji and the 3 titled Douluos, Uncle Ning, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather, and Grandfather Dugong. His demeanor was composed, devoid of any signs of trepidation, as though the 4 formidable figures before him were merely ordinary elders. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the center of the arena, briefly skimming over the gravely injured Tang Hao before lingering for a moment on the shocked visage of Tang San. Finally, it settled on the tear-streaked, incredulous face of Xiao Wu. His gaze was tranquil, devoid of greed, excitement, or pity, as if he were appraising an object that rightfully belonged to him. "Your efforts in laying the groundwork are appreciated, esteemed elders." Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out clear and calm, betraying little emotional fluctuation. "The 6th soul ring?" Tang San suddenly grasped the implication. A chilling fury surged within him, dispelling some of the confusion and anguish that had gripped his heart. He stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao, his voice hoarse with disbelief. You mean to say you were here to procure a soul ring for him?" Although they had encountered each other 6 years prior, Jun Xiaoyao had undergone some changes during that time, rendering Tang San and Xiao Wu unable to recognize him immediately. Tang San had initially assumed that Ning Fengji and the others were acting for the benefit of their sect or had some collusion with the Spirit Hall, thus unleashing such a grand scheme. However, he never anticipated that the ultimate objective was to acquire a 6th soul ring for a boy who appeared to be of his own age. Furthermore, a soul ring of 100,000 years. This indicated that the youth clad in black before him was already a soul emperor awaiting a soul ring. A soul emperor of such tender years. How could this be possible? The profound disillusionment and sense of being deceived nearly drove Tang San to the brink of collapse. He and his father had fought valiantly, and Xiao Wu had even risked revealing her identity, sacrificing herself. All their struggles and suffering were perceived by the others as merely a prelude to bestow an extraordinary opportunity upon a peer. Xiao Wu was equally stunned. She gazed at Jun Xiaoyao's youthful yet unfathomable countenance, and into his cold, unsettlingly calm, dual pupils. A chill deeper than that of facing the four titled Douluos surged from her core. She had once believed her destiny was to become the ninth soul ring of a certain titled Douluo, only to find that the aim of the others was merely to secure a sixth soul ring for a youth. This was an utter mockery and disdain for her 100,000-year cultivation. You were simply. Xiao Wu trembled with rage, momentarily forgetting her fear. Ning Fengji paid no heed to the reactions of Tang San and Xiao Wu, offering a gentle smile to Jun Xiaoyao. This is your opportunity, and the future of the sect. Go forth, we shall protect you. Xiaoyao understood the implication of Uncle Ning's reminder. He nodded once more, his expression remaining as inscrutable as ever. He stepped forward, slowly approaching Xiao Wu. His gait was steady, each step seemingly measured, exuding an innate poise and confidence. Dugong Bo chuckled wickedly, the surrounding toxic mist parting slightly to create a pathway, yet the lethal threat still loomed over Tang San and Tang Hao, preventing any last-minute retaliation. Chun Xian's gaze was sharp as a blade, vigilantly ensuring that no one would disturb the proceedings. Gu Rong's laughter echoed, the space around him subtly rippling, clearly prepared to intervene at any moment. The four titled Douluos stood as impervious mountains, safeguarding the endeavor of a young man to obtain a soul ring. What a lavish display! What a determined pursuit! Tang San's eyes widened in fury, desperate to intervene and halt the proceedings. Yet the omnipresent threat of the toxin and the dreadful aura of the titled Douluos rendered even the slightest movement an insurmountable challenge. He could only watch helplessly as the black-clad youth advanced step by step toward Xiao Wu. Do not touch her! Tang San growled like a cornered beast, struggling to unleash his martial spirit. But the noxious mist eroded his soul power, causing blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth once more. Xiao Wu instinctively retreated a step from the encroaching Jun Xiaoyao, but behind her lay the toxic haze of Dugong Bo, leaving her with nowhere to escape. She stared into those calm eyes, devoid of frenzy or avarice. Only a chilling indifference remained. This indifference struck her with a fear deeper than any malice. Jun Xiaoyao halted 3 paces from Xiao Wu, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu. His voice remained flat. You shall willingly sacrifice yourself for my 6th soul ring, and we shall release Tang San accordingly. His tone did not resemble that of one inquiring about a life as fate. Xiao Wu looked at the youth before her, then to the 4 godlike figures behind him, as well as the barely conscious Tang Hao and the agonizingly struggling Tang San. Ultimately, she closed her eyes in despair, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, when she opened her eyes again, they were filled with a numbing void. Very well. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet it bore the weight of resolute resignation. I willingly sacrifice myself, but you must spare them. Jun Xiaoyao did not respond, merely turning his head slightly to glance at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled faintly. Naturally, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect honors its word. Chapter 69. Xiao Wu's Sacrifice, Heartbroken Red. With Ning Fengji's promise secured, the last flicker of light in Xiao Wu's eyes extinguished entirely, replaced by a heart-rending numbness and resolve. She cast one last, deep gaze at Tang San, as though to imprint his image upon her very soul, before slowly shutting her eyes. A radiant pink light, imbued with the essence of life and immense energy, began to emerge from her heart. This light was warm and powerful, yet tinged with the tragic significance of self-sacrifice, burning everything away. The surrounding space subtly warped under this force, and a peculiar, mournful resonance filled the air. The sacrifice had irrevocably commenced. No, Xiao Wu, stop, please. Do not save me this way. Tang San's eyes widened in horror, his soul trembling with an anguished roar. He fought desperately, unleashing the full force of his Xian Tian Gong to break through Dugong Bo's toxic barrier, even if just to draw closer. He would rather perish than witness Xiao Wu self-destruct in her attempt to save him. However, the barrier of the titled Douluos was not something a mere great soul master could shake. The poisonous mist was akin to a wall of steel. His struggles only exacerbated his own deterioration, his skin taking on an unnatural shade of blue-black, foam mixed with toxic blood spilling from his lips, rendering his appearance both pitiful and futile. Enough of this racket. Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, frowned in annoyance. He cared not for Tang San's anguish or despair. The priority was ensuring that his grandson's process of absorbing the soul ring remained flawless, with no disruptive elements interfering. He casually raised a finger. In an instant, Tang San felt the space around him solidify, as though he had been encased in steel. An invisible, yet immensely powerful force pressed in from all directions. It not only completely immobilized his body, but also forcibly suppressed the turbulent soul power within him, the Xiantiangong's energy that sought to break free. And even his hoarse cries, sealing them away. He was like a solidified statue, his eyes the only part of him that could move, revealing boundless pain, fury, and despair. He could do nothing but helplessly watch as the pink light enveloped Xiao Wu, as her form gradually became ethereal within the radiance. Gu Rong let out a satisfied hum. Now that's better, much quieter. Jun Xiaoyao stood outside the core of the sacrificial radiance, calmly observing the unfolding events. The resolute and sorrowful expression on Xiao Wu's face, as well as Tang San's eyes filled with utter despair, seemed incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple in his dual pupils. At the moment when the pink light intensified, as Xiao Wu's form was on the verge of transforming entirely into the purest energy and beginning to merge with the spirit ring, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly moved. He raised his right hand, and a flicker of light danced upon an ancient ring adorning his finger, causing a peculiar plant to materialize in his palm. Beneath the surface, it appeared to be merely ordinary blades of grass, yet at the very tip blossomed an extraordinarily large and uniquely shaped white flower. This flower resembled a peony, but instead of being connected to the grass, it stood solitary atop the blades. More intriguingly, upon the white flower rested a striking blood-red pattern, reminiscent of a shattered heart, emanating an intense sorrow, yet also an unwavering longing. Upon its emergence, an indescribable essence of vitality and an unusual emotional resonance rapidly spread outwards, subtly counteracting the cloying sweetness of the surrounding toxic mists, bestowing a glimmer of melancholic life upon this desolate wasteland. Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with surprise. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not immediately identify this object. The sword Douluo Qinshin's indifferent gaze shifted slightly, as if sensing the profound emotions encapsulated within the flower. Douluo Bo's pupils constricted slightly, being the master of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. He recognized this as the heartbroken red from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. But what was Jun Xiaoyao planning to do with it at this moment? Even Tang San, who was firmly bound by spatial forces, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart upon seeing the flower. An overwhelming sense of sorrow and familiarity washing over him, yet despair filled his mind, leaving no room for contemplation. Jun Xiaoyao gazed down at the celestial treasure he had procured from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, the heartbroken red. According to the original narrative, it was this very heartbroken red that preserved Xiao Wu's physical form during her sacrifice. He had deliberately brought this miraculous herb with him when departing from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, hoping it could similarly safeguard Xiao Wu's corporeal body this time. Just as Xiao Wu's form was about to be completely transformed into energy and merge with the resplendent pink spirit ring, Jun Xiaoyao struck with the swiftness of lightning, forcing a drop of crimson blood from his fingertip to land precisely upon the blood-red pattern of the heartbroken red, resembling a shattered heart. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power, cautiously pushing the herb towards the core of the sacrificial radiance, aiming for the position over Xiao Wu's heart. As soon as the heartbroken red made contact with the sacrificial light emanating from Xiao Wu's heart, it erupted with an overwhelmingly intense, dual-colored glow of red and white. This brilliance momentarily overshadowed the pink sacrificial light. An unyielding, profound sorrow, yet resilient longing surged forth, manifesting as an invisible shield that forcibly intervened in the sacrificial process. The physical form of Xiao Wu, which was supposed to completely dissipate and transform into energy, suddenly halted under the enveloping and tugging power of this extraordinary force. The ethereal transition was abruptly arrested, maintaining a vague outline, transparent yet not immediately vanishing. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, Gu Rong, and Douluo Bo all simultaneously changed expressions. Astonishment evident in their eyes. They could distinctly sense that the sacrificial process was being disrupted by an external, obsessive force. The heartbroken red herb was actually resisting the self-sacrificial rules of a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiaoyao, do not act recklessly, Gu Rong could not help but exclaim, fearing for his grandson's safety. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao seemed oblivious, a sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. Clearly struggling to maintain control over both the sacrificial process and the herb's power, a tremendous burden indeed. A flicker of solemnity finally surfaced within his previously tranquil dual pupils. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Meanwhile, the Bontang San, unable even to shed tears, watched as the peculiar flower enveloped Xiao Wu's vanishing form in red and white radiance, witnessing the sacrificial process seemingly slow down or even be interrupted. His heart, which had long since sunk into an abyss of despair, began to beat uncontrollably. Chapter 70. The Emergence of Spirit Rings and Bones. In the canyon, time seemed to stretch. Jun Xiaoyao's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as the light within his dual pupils flickered, striving to maintain the delicate and perilous balance between the heartbroken red and the sacrificial power. He had to ensure the successful culmination of the sacrifice while simultaneously guiding the herb's power to combat the complete disintegration of the physical body dictated by the sacrificial rules. This was akin to walking a tightrope over a bottomless chasm, demanding the utmost control over soul power and precise timing. Had it not been for his exceptional mental acuity and the divine-level martial soul backing him, he might have already failed. Ning Fengji, Qinxin, Gurong, and Douluo Bo held their breaths, acutely aware that although they did not fully grasp Jun Xiaoyao's intentions, they could feel the extreme instability and danger at the intersection of the two powers. Gurong discreetly maximized his soul power, prepared to shield Jun Xiaoyao at the first sign of any loss of control. Meanwhile, the Bountang Sin felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He fixated on the swirling amalgamation of pink, red, and white light, filled with boundless hope and an almost impossibly magnified desire. Would a miracle occur? Amidst this suffocating stalemate, the resplendent pink sacrificial radiance seemed to have finally reached its zenith, attaining a critical threshold. A thunderous hum, grander and more prolonged than before, resonated throughout the canyon. In the next moment, the pink light containing the entirety of Xiao Wu's soul essence and 100,000 years of cultivation suddenly contracted inward with alarming swiftness, coalescing. All life and souls converged frantically towards a singular point. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure surged forth, rendering the expressions of the four-tidal Douluo grave. This was the pressure of 100,000-year spirit ring. Pure and formidable, the light ultimately crystallized, forming a gigantic halo that slowly fused with Jun Xiaoyao. The halo radiated an extraordinarily exquisite, profoundly deep pink hue, smooth as jade, yet seemingly composed of the most pristine energy and spirit. Upon the halo, intricate golden patterns subtly flowed, emanating a terrifying energy pulse tinged with a faint aura of sorrow. 100,000-year spirit ring. A true 100,000-year spirit ring. Almost concurrently with the formation of this spirit ring, a unique bone, shimmering with a soft pink light, also separated from the gathered brilliance, gradually merging into Jun Xiaoyao's body. It resembled a crystal carved from pink crystal, transparent and radiant, with an inner glow that ebbed and flowed, exuding an energy wave and spiritual aura that rivaled that of the spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit bone. The simultaneous emergence of the spirit ring and spirit bone signified that the sacrifice had succeeded. However, all eyes did not immediately fixate on these treasures, capable of driving any soul master to madness. For beneath where Xiao Wu had stood, the anticipated scene of the sacrificial body completely dissipating had not materialized. In that moment, a mesmerizing intertwining of red and white light emanated from the heartbroken acacia, gently revolving and exuding a poignant yet resilient aura of protection. Beneath it, in the very spot where the form of the originally fading Xiao Wu was about to vanish, a soft pink luminescence gradually dimmed, revealing the scene within. It was not a human figure, but a rabbit, a creature of purest snow, with only the insides of its ears tinted with a delicate blush. It lay curled up, its eyes tightly shut, as if ensconced in the deepest slumber, its breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Its form appeared almost ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment, yet it undeniably existed. It had not been reduced to ashes, nor had it been entirely transformed into energy. Under the terrifying energy fluctuations and pressure of the 100,000-year soul ring, this slumbering soft-boned rabbit seemed so insignificant, so fragile, yet simultaneously, it was a miracle. The red and white brilliance of the heartbroken acacia enveloped the sleeping rabbit like a warm shroud, seemingly bestowing upon it a continuous flow of some extraordinary life energy, sustaining its precarious existence. What is this? Douluo Bo was the first to exclaim in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at the sleeping soft-boned rabbit. Disbelief etched across his face. Its corporeal form, remarkably, had not completely perished. It had been forcibly preserved by that divine herb. How could this be possible? As an expert in pharmacology, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming power of the rules governing the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast. It was an almost irreversible process of self-decomposition. That a divine herb could counteract such rules? Ning Fengji's gentle countenance also displayed evident shock for the first time. His keen gaze swept over the rabbit and the heartbroken acacia above, murmuring, to invoke the power of the rules through profound longing, to resist the dissolution of the sacrifice. Could there truly be a glimmer of hope? This child, Xiaoyao, has achieved this step? His gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao was imbued with newfound admiration. The sword Douluo, Chun Exen, whose expression was typically placid, flickered with a hint of astonishment. He could distinctly sense a uniquely powerful essence intertwined with the flower and the rabbit. The Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, after the initial shock, erupted into uncontainable joy. He disregarded how incredible it all seemed. He only knew that his grandson had not only obtained the coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, but had also miraculously preserved the corporeal form of a 100,000-year soul beast. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Though the rabbit appeared in dire condition, nearly reduced to a mere shell, the corporeal form of a 100,000-year soul beast was an invaluable treasure. Ha ha ha, good, well done, my boy. Gu Rong could not help but clap and laugh, his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao filled with pride and delight. And Tang San, upon witnessing the resplendent 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone manifest, felt his heart plunge into an abyss of despair, overwhelming sorrow and hopelessness nearly consuming him. Xiao Wu ultimately had still made the sacrifice. Yet when his gaze pierced through the dazzling brilliance to behold the soft-boned rabbit nestled beneath the protection of the heartbroken acacia, quietly slumbering, he froze entirely, his mind blanked. All thoughts and emotions halted in that moment. Was that Xiao Wu's true form? She had not completely vanished. Her corporeal body remained, though transformed into a rabbit, and her breath so faint it seemed it could cease at any second. She was still there, not utterly departed. A wave of joy and hope, immense enough to nearly overwhelm him, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, instantly dispelling all his despair and desolation. He could not fully comprehend what had transpired, but he knew Xiao Wu had not entirely disappeared. There was still hope. Surely, there must be hope. Under the weight of such overwhelming emotion, even as his body remained immobilized, two streams of scorching tears broke free from his widened eyes. Cascading down his face mingled with blood, flowing freely. He could not yet speak, nor could he move, but his gaze towards the slumbering soft-boned rabbit was filled with profound gratitude for the return of what he had lost and endless supplication. Chapter 71. Thanking Tang San for his assistance, the earth-shattering energy fluctuations in the canyon gradually subsided, leaving only the 100,000-year soul ring hovering above Jun Xiaoyao, radiating a gentle yet undeniable aura of authority, along with the faint life force emanating from the soft-boned rabbit, still ensconced in the protective embrace of the heartbroken acacia. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully guided the sacrifice to completion and miraculously preserved Xiao Wu's corporeal form, yet the toll on himself was immense, particularly in the final moments. As he diverted his focus to manipulate the heartbroken acacia to resist the sacrificial rules, the burden on his mental strength exceeded all expectations. His complexion had turned slightly pale, and the divine light in his pupils dulled. He did not hasten to inspect the power and soul skills of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, but instead took slow, measured steps to the side of the sleeping soft-boned rabbit, lowering his gaze upon the rabbit, which lay weak yet stable under the glow of the divine herb. He activated his storage ring, and a flash of light revealed a jade box intricately carved with spirit runes. He carefully utilized his soul power to lift the slumbering soft-boned rabbit and gently placed it within the jade box, allowing the heartbroken acacia to shrink and settle beside the rabbit, continuing to radiate its red and white light to nourish its faint essence. After sealing the jade box and applying several simple seals to prevent any leakage of energy or accidental collisions, Jun Xiaoyao solemnly tucked it away. Having accomplished all this, he could no longer suppress the fatigue overwhelming his mind and directly settled down into a meditative posture, forming hand seals, closing his eyes, and beginning to circulate his cultivation method to recover his nearly depleted mental strength and to regulate the somewhat chaotic soul power within him. As Jun Xiaoyao began his recovery, the four peak powerhouses, renowned throughout the continent, sprang into action without the need for words, instinctively understanding their roles. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian appeared as if teleporting to the highest point of a massive rock in the canyon, standing with closed eyes. though his body remained still. An invisible yet razor-sharp sword intent enveloped the entire expanse above the canyon. Any entity attempting to peer or approach from above would first bear the brunt of his unmatched sword intent. Bone Douluo Gu Rong let out a cold snort, lightly pressing his withered hand against the ground. In an instant, a ripple barely perceptible to the naked eye emanated from Jun Xiaoyao, solidifying and warping the space within 100 meters around him. This was a spatial confinement power, not intended for suppression, but rather to form a robust spatial barrier, perfectly safeguarding Jun Xiaoyao and isolating him from all external disturbances and potential dangers. Poison Douluo Dalu's emerald serpentine eyes scanned the surroundings. An verdant mist of poison once again enveloped the area. However, this time it was not for attack. It flowed like a living entity, adhering to the outer layer of Gu Rong's spatial barrier, forming a deadly toxic shield. This served both as a second line of defense and effectively concealed their internal presence from prying eyes. Ning Fengxi's tooth closes to Jun Xiaoyao, his 9-treasure glazed tower still in hand. Instead, it radiated a gentle glow, ready to provide the most timely and superior healing assistance should any discomfort arise during Jun Xiaoyao's recovery. The trio of Tidal Douluo and one support soul master each performed their respective duties, constructing an unparalleled protective net to guard the young man in the center as he recuperated. Such a scene, if disseminated, would surely astonish the entire spirit master world. Time flowed slowly in the silence. In the canyon, only the gentle whisper of the breeze caressing the scattered stones and the deep, rhythmic breaths of Jun Xiaoyao could be heard. Tang San remained firmly ensnared by the spatial power of Gu Rong. Yet his emotions had somewhat settled from the tumultuous blend of ecstasy and despair that had initially engulfed him. He gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, who was being safeguarded like a precious gem by the 4 Tidal Douluos, noting the similarity in their ages, yet recognizing that Jun Xiaoyao had absorbed a century-old soul ring and was under the protection of such formidable guardians. In stark contrast, he thought of his father, grievously injured and on the brink of death, and of Xiao Wu, who had been coerced into a sacrificial slumber as a rabbit, while he himself was imprisoned and powerless to resist. A surge of indescribable emotions welled within him, jealousy, resentment, but more profoundly, a bone-deep sense of helplessness and an insatiable thirst for power. He silently endeavored to cultivate his Xiantian Gong, attempting to break the shackles within his body. Even a modicum of regained strength might provide him with a glimmer of opportunity amidst the impending uncertainties. About half an hour later, the subtle fluctuations of soul power surrounding Jun Xiaoyao gradually stabilized, his pallid complexion returning to a healthy hue, though his dimmed crimson eyes remained closed. The restrained yet pure mental energy had regained its fullness. He exhaled a long breath, the exhaled air resembling a white ribbon, drifting a short distance before dissipating. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, 4 figures sprang into motion almost simultaneously. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Dugu Bo instantly appeared by his side, their gazes laden with concern, anticipation, and relief, all focusing intently on him. The tightly woven protective formation naturally dissolved, reflecting the 4 elders' precise understanding of his condition. Xiaoyao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, was the first to speak, his tone urgent and filled with care, instinctively reaching out to check his grandson's pulse, yet hesitating, fearing he might disturb him, and halting midair. Though Chen Xian, the sword Douluo, remained silent, his sharp gaze meticulously scanned Jun Xiaoyao, sensing every nuance of his aura, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Dugu Bo stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. Xiaoyao, that was quite impressive. You startled even this old man. That acacia heartbroken red truly possesses such marvelous utility. We must discuss this further. His curiosity was evident, but concern permeated his words as well. Ning Fengji wore a warm smile, his expression the most composed, as he examined Jun Xiaoyao and gently inquired, Xiaoyao, are you feeling well? 100,000-year soul ring is no trivial matter. Even with a sacrificial foundation, one must not be careless. The profound concern of the 4 elders was palpable, showcasing their deep regard and affection for their junior, surrounded by such towering figures of the continent. Only Jun Xiaoyao could possibly experience such care. Rising to his feet, Jun Xiaoyao respectfully bowed to the 4 elders. I apologize for worrying grandfathers and Uncle Ning. Xiaoyao is now in good health. His voice was clear and steady, his gaze bright and confident, clearly indicating his sincerity. He paused, turning his eyes toward the trap-talking Tang Hao and the anxiously awaiting Tang San behind him. Finally, he looked at Tang San and smiled, saying, Tang San, my ability to smoothly absorb this 100,000-year soul ring owes much to you. Had it not been for your efforts, acquiring the soul ring would have required considerable effort. Chapter 72, Restoring the Body, a Malicious Gratitude. Jun Xiaoyao's clear and tranquil voice echoed throughout the canyon. Its content pierced through Tang San's taut nerves like the sharpest needle. Tang San, my ability to smoothly absorb this 100,000-year soul ring owes much to you. Tang San abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Jun Xiaoyao's handsome visage adorned with a faint smile. A wave of indescribable humiliation and fury crashed over him, obliterating the slight calm he had just regained. Thanks to him? For what? For his feeble strength that could not protect Xiao Wu? For his father, gravely injured, yet still unable to turn the tide? For being powerless to watch his beloved Xiao Wu being coerced in a sacrifice to complete another 6 soul ring? This is not gratitude. It is a blatant mockery, a heart-wrenching insult. You! Tang San's teeth ground together, a primal growl escaping his throat. His body, restrained by overwhelming soul power, trembled violently, yet he could not utter a complete curse. Instead, he could only express his boundless hatred through eyes that almost seemed to blaze with fire. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Dugu Bo exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes before understanding dawned, their gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao now imbued with deeper significance. This young man, who usually appeared calm and indifferent, surprisingly possessed such a mischievous side. Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, vigorously patting his grandson on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, well said, Xiaoyao. If it weren't for this kid and Tang Hao failing to protect that 100,000-year soul Bi Xiao Wu, would we have succeeded so smoothly? Indeed, we ought to thank him. Ha ha ha. He found his grandson's words immensely gratifying, perceiving no fault in them whatsoever. Jun Xiaoyao remained unperturbed by Tang San's seething glare or his grandfather's laughter. His smile remained serene, even tinged with a semblance of genuine gratitude. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the jade box inscribed with spirit-concealing runes, which sealed the body of the soft-bone rabbit and the acacia, heartbroken red, once more into his hand. Thus, as a token of appreciation for your efforts, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the jade box, his tone nonchalant. I shall return the body of the soft-bone rabbit to you, along with a priceless celestial herb. Before his words had fully settled, he casually tossed the invaluable jade box as if discarding an ordinary trinket, letting it float towards the imprisoned Tang San. This scene left the 4 titled Douluos once again dumbfounded. The body of a 100,000-year soul beast, even without its soul ring and bones. It was an unparalleled treasure for alchemy, artifact crafting, and research, and it was simply returned. Even as an empty shell, its worth was incalculable. Xiaoyao. Ning Fengji's brows knitted slightly, looking at Jun Xiaoyao with confusion. Though he had promised to spare Tang San and Tang Hao, he had never stated that he would return the body of the 100,000-year soul beast. Gu Rong's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes widening. Dear grandson, what is this? He nearly reached out to snatch the jade box back. However, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand slightly, signaling for him to refrain. He watched as the jade box traced an arc, landing precisely before the restrained Tang San. Grandfather, Uncle Ning, it is of no concern, Jun Xiaoyao calmly explained, his gaze lingering with a hint of amusement as he observed Tang San's reaction. It is merely an empty shell, devoid of nearly all spirit. To me, it holds little value. Since I have proclaimed it as gratitude, there ought to be some tangible expression, should there not? His words were half-truths. Returning the body to Tang San indeed carried a tinge of malicious delight. One of his motivations for acquiring the acacia, heartbroken red from the ice and fire yin-yang, was to verify whether it could indeed preserve Xiao Wu's corporeal form as depicted in the original text. He also wished to witness firsthand whether this celestial herb, a symbol of unwavering love until death, could truly influence the tyrannical, sacrificial rules. Now that the experiment had succeeded, his objective had been achieved. The rabbit's corporeal form, reduced to a mere flicker of life with its soul essence utterly extinguished, resembled nothing more than a chicken rib to him. Unlike the esteemed Master Yu Shaojiang, he had no need to delve into the intricacies of soul beast mutations. Possessing the finest resources, he had no intention of utilizing this corporeal vessel to concoct any elixirs. Retaining it in his possession held little significance. More importantly, he He yearned to witness the spectacle of the so-called protagonist of the original narrative, now bereft of 100,000 years' worth of soul rings and bones. Reduced to an almost lifeless shell, grappling with despair while desperately clinging to this final straw of hope. He wondered how this individual would struggle in the face of adversity. Would he, as recalled from memory, embark on a quest for resurrection? And in the absence of the most vital soul rings and bones, what extraordinary means could he possibly employ to achieve the seemingly impossible miracle? This act of bestowing a glimmer of hope while simultaneously stripping away the most crucial leverage, all while observing from a lofty vantage point, imbued him with a sense of cold, detached amusement akin to that of a deity. This, indeed, constituted the essence of his current, albeit slightly malevolent, amusement. Just at the moment the jade box struck the ground, Gu Rong's soul power confinement over Tang San seemed to ease ever so slightly, allowing Tang San's arm to move with great difficulty. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat as he collapsed onto the ground, crawling desperately to clasp the cold jade box in his trembling hands. It was as if he had clutched the most precious treasure in the world, the last flicker of light in his entire existence. With utmost caution, he pried open a small gap, revealing the curled, feebly breathing snow-white rabbit and the nearby, flowering plant radiating a mesmerizing red and white glow. A wave of profound anguish and overwhelming relief crashed over him, obliterating his rationality, as tears gushed forth like a torrential flood, splattering onto the jade box. Lifting his gaze, his eyes, blurred by tears, filled with intense hatred yet desperately repressed, fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao with a piercing intensity, as if he sought to etch that face, that figure, deep into his soul. Then, he abruptly lowered his head, ceasing to regard anyone else, pouring all his strength into clutching the jade box as though it encompassed his very essence. Jun Xiaoyao observed Tang San's exceedingly complex reaction, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, deepening for a moment before vanishing, replaced by his customary tranquility. No longer focusing on Tang San, he turned to Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, stating, "Uncle Ning, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Dugu, our business here is concluded. It is time for us to depart." His gaze drifted into the distance, as if all that had transpired was merely an inconsequential interlude. Meanwhile, the youth left behind, along with his hope and despair, and the gravely injured Yushin Douluo Tang Hao, were but an intriguing phenomenon worthy of a momentary pause for observation along his long journey. Chapter 73. Hidden Dangers? No, Mirlivat. As he watched Tang San struggle to support the barely alive Tang Hao, clutching the jade box tightly, he staggered around the corner of the canyon. Gu Rong's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned to his composed grandson, his tone tinged with confusion and concern. "Xiaoyao, I still feel that letting them go like this seems rather lenient, especially that Tang Hao." Gu Rong's voice took on a more somber note. "He is a bona fide title de law, although gravely injured now. Who can guarantee he won't recover? That 100,000-year soul ring is not mere decoration. If he manages to regain his strength, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance 100-fold. Moreover, he has the Yushin sect backing him." Mentioning the Yushin sect, Gu Rong's expression grew increasingly grave. Although Tang Hao's past actions had led the Yushin sect to seal their gates, seemingly severing ties, such bloodline connections are not easily broken. Should Tang Hao, in the future, disregard all else and attack, or if the old-timers of the Yushin sect were to intervene from the shadows, it would ultimately pose a significant risk. The potential for retribution from a title Douluo, especially one as formidable as Yushin Douluo, was enough to send shivers down the spine. To cut the grass without removing the roots is a universally acknowledged principle in the continent. Although Jian Douluo, Chan Xan, remained silent, his gaze shifted to Jun Xiaoyao, clearly contemplating similar concerns. Dugu Bo shrugged, indifferent, yet he too felt that releasing a tiger back to the mountains was not particularly wise. Ning Fengji pondered further, believing that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were far from aimless. The young man, though seemingly youthful, possessed a depth of thought and foresight that often left even him in awe. He spoke gently, "Xiaoyao, do you have other plans?" Listening to his grandfather's worries and Ning Fengji's inquiry, the playful smile had long since faded from Jun Xiaoyao's face, replaced by his usual calm demeanor, even as a hint of absolute composure flickered deep within his eyes. He shook his head lightly, his tone serene, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. "Grandfather, Uncle Ning, I understand your concerns." His gaze swept towards the direction in which Tang San and his father had disappeared, and he said softly, "Tang Hao is indeed a formidable hero. and the Yushin sect is deeply entrenched. By all conventional reasoning, keeping them would eliminate future troubles, making it the optimal choice. However, he shifted his tone, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in his pupils. Sometimes, the dangers we leave behind may not truly be dangers at all. Under the puzzled gazes of Gu Rong and Chun Xin, Jun Xiaoyao began to elucidate. First and foremost, Tang Hao's injuries are grave. His body is on the brink of collapse, afflicted by Grandpa Dugu's poison of the green phosphor snake, and severely damaged at its core by Grandpa Jian's sword energy. Even if he manages to cling to life, his cultivation will undoubtedly plummet. A fallen Yushin Douluo poses significantly less threat. Secondly, regarding the Yushin sect, a faint smirk played at the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's lips. They have been reclusive for years, with numerous factions vying for power and rife with concerns. For a Tang Hao they have long discarded, who may become a pretext for the Wuhuan Palace to strike again. Will they truly expend all their efforts to seek vengeance? The likelihood is negligible. More plausibly, they will continue to shrink away, even hastily distancing themselves from Tang Hao once more. Ning Fengji nodded slightly at this, as these analyses resonated with his own thoughts. The complexities surrounding Tang Hao and the Yushin sect were indeed far from a straightforward threat. Yet even so, there remained that boy, Tang San. Gu Rong still harbored reservations. That lad's gaze towards you was filled with unbridled hatred. He possesses considerable talent and has Tang Hao as his mentor. What if he grows strong enough to seek revenge against me in the future? Jun Xiaoyao interjected, taking over his grandfather's words, his tone not one of concern, but rather tinged with a hint of anticipation. He smiled gently, a smile imbued with a flavor that left the seasoned powers present somewhat perplexed. Let him come. His voice was soft yet carried an air of absolute confidence and an ineffable transcendence. He requires time to grow, and I too need time to become stronger. Leaving them is akin to leaving behind a constant reminder to remain vigilant, a yardstick against which I measure my own progress. He paused, his gaze deepening as if peering through the void into a distant future. Moreover, can the path of true strength be devoid of worthy adversaries? An unimpeded ascent to the pinnacle would indeed be rather dull. He contemplated leaving behind the despair and resentment of both him and his father today, pondering whether, perhaps in the future, it could catalyze more intriguing variables. These words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. Naturally, he would not utter them, as he was well-versed in the so-called original plot and had an intimate understanding of Tang San's growth trajectory and opportunities. In his eyes, Tang San's so-called protagonist halo and future prospects, to some extent, had transformed into known variables that he could observe and even exploit. Allowing Tang San to depart was akin to releasing a fish into a pond, a fish whose eventual form and destination he was certain of. This fish might grow strong or attract turbulence, yet the angler would always be him, Jun Xiaoyao. Tang Hao and Tang San were less of a hidden danger and more like two pieces deliberately left on the chessboard, two subjects of observation. They could even represent two future baits. Who could say when the time might come to invoke the hatred of the Hao Ian Duo or the desperate Tang Sin yearning to resurrect his beloved? Gazing into his grandson's calm, yet unfathomable eyes, and listening to his surprisingly mature analysis, coupled with an almost arrogant confidence, Gu Rong opened his mouth, only for all words to dissolve into a resigned sigh, filled with pride. Well, you rascal, you have always had your wits about you. After all, this old man still has some years left in him. When the time comes, it matters not whether it be the Hao Ian Duo or the Hao Ian sect. Your grandpa and your sword grandpa, and even Grandpa Dugu will shield you. Though Chan Xian remained silent, the hand resting on the seven-killing sword tightened slightly, indicating his stance. Ning Fengji's eyes shimmered with excitement as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao, as if he glimpsed the infinite brilliance of the future for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He smiled and nodded. Since you have such considerations, let be as you wish. However, all must prioritize personal safety. Douluo Dalu. Xiaoyao, you have guts. I like that. Rest assured, I will always stand behind you. Jun Xiaoyao bowed slightly to the four elders. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Thank you, Sword Grandpa. And Grandpa Dugu. Xiaoyao was well aware of his path. He raised his gaze to the distance, his eyes seemingly transcending the valley before him, casting their sight upon a far more magnificent future. Dang San, Dang Hao. Do not disappoint me. This game has only just begun. Chapter 74. Target, Blue-Silver Emperor. Jun Xiaoyao's discourse regarding hidden dangers and bait, though persuasive to the four elders, left him acutely aware of the inherent inertia of the future plot and the troubling fortune that the protagonist possessed. Being well acquainted with the general direction of future events was his greatest advantage, yet it could not lead to complacency. Tang Hao and Tang San. Particularly Tang San, who bore the weight of the protagonist's destiny, displayed a growth rate and encounter with opportunities that defied common sense. To release a tiger back into the mountains, despite a myriad of justifications, one must always retain a contingency plan to truly rest easy. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He recalled the existence that Tang Hao had carefully concealed, a being he cherished as his very life. Tang San's biological mother, Ayin, the original form of the blue-silver emperor. That plant, thriving in a waterfall cave near Holy Soul Village, was Tang Hao's true Achilles heel and singular vulnerability. Gaining control over it would be tantamount to seizing the throat of the Bone Douluo. Regardless of whether Tang Hao sought to reclaim his strength for vengeance or chose to bide his time, as long as the blue-silver emperor remained in hand, he would forever be bound by caution, perhaps even compelled to yield. In contrast, the hatred-driven Tang San was far more manageable and predictable. After all, a person who could be restrained by emotions and promises was far easier to deal with than a madman consumed solely by the flames of revenge. With his thoughts settled, Jun Xiaoyao had already devised a plan. He turned to face the four elders, still processing his earlier remarks, and donned a perfectly measured, earnest smile befitting a junior. "Grandpa, swore Grandpa tuku, unklening." He addressed them in a respectful tone. "The matter here is settled, and the 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone have been successfully acquired. I am grateful to the elders for their efforts in safeguarding me. There is no need for such politeness, Xiaoyao. You are the future of the sect, and safeguarding you is only proper." Gu Rong grinned widely. "Exactly, why be courteous with family? Come. Let us return to the sect and celebrate. You have received a tremendous fortune." Although Chan Xin remained silent, his eyes reflected agreement. Dugabo also chimed in. "Xiaoyao, I have guarded that soft-bone rabbit in Nodding City for 6 long years. Now that I have finally achieved my wish, we must celebrate this return. Furthermore, I wish to see the soul abilities you gain from your 10,000-year soul ring." However, Jun Xiaoyao slightly shook his head and shifted the conversation. "Grandpa, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Dugu, and Sour Grandpa, could we perhaps delay the celebrations for a few days?" In the midst of their mildly puzzled gazes, he continued. Although the process of absorbing the soul ring and soul bone was smooth due to voluntary sacrifice, the rapid increase in soul power and the considerable depletion of spiritual energy from controlling the celestial herb necessitate careful refinement and stabilization. Moreover, having observed the battle between the elders and the Bone Douluo, I have been inspired and require a secluded place for solitary cultivation over the next few days to fully digest and assimilate the gains of this experience into my strength. His reasoning was sound and fully demonstrated a top-tier genius's rigorous attitude towards his own cultivation. It is indeed common for soul masters to require time to adapt and solidify after absorbing powerful soul rings, and gaining insights from watching strong confrontations is a well-known occurrence. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. "What you say is indeed correct. A solid foundation outweighs all. Haste makes waste. I'm truly pleased that you harbor such thoughts." Although Gu Rong was eager to showcase his precious grandson at the sect, he recognized that cultivation was paramount, scratching his head and conceding. "Yes, you are right. It is essential to solidify your progress. Shall I accompany you to the Eye of Ice and Fire?" "There is no need to trouble Grandpa." Jun Xiaoyao promptly declined, his tone light and natural. "I merely seek a tranquil valley nearby. I will not stray far from the vicinity of Heavendo City. Solitary meditation allows for deeper contemplation. At most, I will return to the sect in 3 to 5 days." He gazed at the 4 elders, his eyes clear and resolute. "Please rest assured, Grandpa and esteemed elders, with my current strength, as long as I do not provoke titled dull-level beings, I am more than capable of self-preservation. Moreover, having just endured a fierce battle, I trust that no foolish soul would dare disturb me in this vicinity. Indeed, with the remnants of our presence lingering, ordinary soul beasts and soul masters would already be terrified to the core. This area is quite safe now." Chen Xion's piercing gaze scrutinized Jun Xiaoyao, seemingly searching for something on his face, yet ultimately he simply uttered a faint admonition. "Exercise caution." Jun Xiaoyao bowed respectfully. "I shall heed Grandpa Sword's teachings." Ning Fengji pondered for a moment, then produced a small, exquisitely crafted, multi-hued glazed token, handing it to Jun Xiaoyao. "This is a specially crafted communication token from the sect. Should you encounter an emergency, shatter it, and we will sense your approximate location and rush to your aid. Always prioritize your safety. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the token, securing it carefully. He understood that this was Ning Fengji's goodwill, as well as a necessary precaution. Upon witnessing this, Gu Rong recognized that his grandson had made up his mind, and thus did not insist further, but repeatedly cautioned him. Be careful. Once you've solidified your power, return swiftly. Your grandfather awaits you at the sect. Rest assured, Grandpa, I understand, replied Jun Xiaoyao. After exchanging a few more words and indicating a potential direction he might take, which was opposite to the location of the Holy Soul Village, Jun Xiaoyao then bid farewell to his 4 elders. As he watched Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, Chen Exun, and Dugu Bo transform into streaks of light and vanish into the horizon, the gentle smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound tranquility in his dual-colored eyes. He stood still for a moment, briefly assessing his own condition. The immense power bestowed by the 100,000-year soul ring flowed steadily within him, perfectly merging with his soul power. And he had a clear understanding of the formidable strength of his 6th soul skill. Although his mental energy had been significantly depleted earlier, it had largely recovered thanks to a period of rest and the residual nourishment from the divine herbs. His condition was optimal. He spoke softly to himself. Subsequently, he oriented himself and moved, not utilizing any astonishing speed, but rather blending into the shadows of the forest like a wraith, silently heading towards another direction, the location of the Holy Soul Village. His objective was clear, and his thoughts were focused, taking advantage of Tang Hao's grievous injury and unconsciousness, and Tang San's despair as he frantically sought a place to shelter his father and the rabbit. He aimed to swiftly locate and retrieve the Blue-Silver Emperor. This strategic asset, vital for restraining the future Hao Qiandao, must be firmly in his grasp. In the forest, only the sound of the wind could be heard, as if no one had ever traversed this path. Chapter 75. The Secrets of Holy Soul Village. An ordinary village chief? Jun Xiaoyao's movements were swift and discreet, as he deftly avoided the main roads and towns, opting instead for the secluded paths of the mountains and forests. With his current cultivation at the Soul Emperor level, combined with the refining and enhancement provided by the 100,000-year soul ring, his speed was unparalleled by ordinary soul masters. Within half a day, a tranquil and seemingly mundane village nestled by the mountains and waters came into view. At the entrance of the village, an aged wooden sign, weathered by time, bore 3 slightly faded yet still legible characters: Holy Soul Village. This was the destination of his journey, the birthplace and upbringing of the protagonist, Tang San. Jun Xiaoyao did not rush into the village. Instead, he quietly halted atop a nearby hill. His powerful mental energy spread like invisible ripples, cautiously extending towards the village to discern the atmosphere within. After a brief moment, he retracted his mental energy, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. As expected, the village's atmosphere was serene, populated mostly by ordinary villagers with weak or even non-existent soul power. The strongest presence was merely that of a second-ring Great Soul Master, likely a guard of the village. There were no remnants of Tang Hao's overwhelming and wild soul power, nor the restrained aura characteristic of Tang San's Xian Tiangong. The father and son had not returned here. A wise choice, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Although Tang Hao appeared rough and boisterous, his mind was exceedingly meticulous. He was acutely aware of his numerous enemies, especially in his current weakened state. Burdened with a son in equally dire condition and the corporeal form of a 100,000-year soul beast, the target was too prominent. Though the Holy Soul Village was his sanctuary, it was still connected to the outside world and was certainly not the safest refuge. More importantly, this place harbored something more precious than his own life, the true form of Ain, the Blue-Silver Emperor. He would never lead any potential troubles or prying eyes here. It was highly probable that he would take Tang San to a more concealed location, unknown to anyone, to recuperate and lie low. With this realization, Jun Xiaoyao felt considerably reassured. His actions would not intersect with those of Tang Hao and his son, at least for the moment. He moved again, silently infiltrating the village like a phantom, attracting no one's attention. It was now afternoon. Most villagers were either working in the fields or resting at home, leaving the village paths notably quiet. According to his vague recollections, the Blue-Silver Emperor should be hidden in a cave behind a waterfall on the mountainside outside the village, concealed by Tang Hao. However, he did not head directly to the rear mountain. His gaze was drawn to the center of the village, toward a slightly larger and tidier courtyard than the surrounding houses. There resided Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. In his previous life while reading, Jun Xiaoyao had often encountered an enduringly intriguing topic online. Was the old village chief Jack of Holy Soul Village a hidden, unparalleled powerhouse? The arguments seemed somewhat plausible. Why would the chief of an ordinary village have the qualifications to lead the village children to Nodding City? Why, during Tang Hao's desolation and alcoholism, did Jack consistently show concern for Tang San, even daring to admonish Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, for the sake of Tang San's education? His insight and courage appear to far exceed that of a common elder. Although most of these speculations were mere jest, now that he was present in this place, Jun Xiaoyao did not mind spending a little time to satisfy his curiosity. After all, being well-versed in the plot was his advantage. Yet discovering intriguing details beyond the narrative would be even better. He suppressed all his presence, approaching the courtyard as an ordinary passerby, taking slow steps. The courtyard door was ajar, and he could faintly hear the sound of wood being chopped from within. Gently pushing open the gate, he saw an elderly man with graying hair, slightly stooped, dressed in simple homespun garments, standing with his back to the entrance, laboriously wielding an old axe to chop the firewood at his feet. His movements were rather slow, imbued with the characteristic tremor of age, and his breathing appeared somewhat labored, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. To all appearances, he was an utterly ordinary villager. However, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze did not linger on this superficiality. It shimmered slightly, and a thread of exceedingly subtle mental perception quietly extended towards the old man. There were no fluctuations of soul power, not a trace. The old man's physical condition aligned perfectly with that of an ordinary person of his age, even bearing the signs of wear from years of labor. And his vitality was not particularly vigorous. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, his mental perception heightened to the utmost, meticulously probing the space around the elder, even delving into the deeper essence of life. Yet still he found nothing. Either this village chief Jack was indeed just an ordinary, somewhat kind-hearted and courageous old man, and the notion of a hidden master was purely a figment of the reader's imagination. Or perhaps the elder's cultivation level had reached such a point of returning to simplicity that it surpassed the current limits of Jun Xiaoyao's mental perception. The likelihood of this possibility was minuscule, nearly non-existent. Cough, cough, who is it? Seemingly having heard the sound of the door opening, old Jack paused in his chopping, laboriously turning to face the entrance. Upon seeing the youth standing at the door, a flicker of suspicion and wariness appeared in his eyes. The young man before him was resplendently dressed, exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly not a villager, nor even someone from the nearby towns. Jun Xiaoyao immediately donned a harmless expression, a hint of apology gracing his smile as he slightly bowed and said, "Good day, elder. I happen to pass through this place and am rather thirsty. I would like to request a bowl of water. I apologize for the intrusion." His manners were impeccable, and his tone gentle, easily evoking goodwill. Old Jack, upon witnessing the scene, felt his initial wariness dissipate, revealing a benevolent smile. "Ah, it turns out to be a passing young man. I shan't intrude. Please, come in and take a seat. There's some cool tea inside. I'll pour you a cup." With that, he set down his axe and warmly guided Jun Xiaoyao into the house, his movements entirely natural, devoid of any hint of abnormality. As Jun Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude, he followed the elder inside, casually surveying the interior decor. The furnishings were simple yet tidy, adorned with strings of dried corn and peppers hanging from the walls, exuding a lively atmosphere, devoid of any artifacts associated with soul masters. Sipping the coarse tea poured by the elder, Jun Xiaoyao engaged in light conversation, inquiring about the local roads and customs. Jack's responses were entirely in line with those of an ordinary village elder. Moments later, Jun Xiaoyao set down the tea bowl, sincerely expressing his thanks once more. "Thank you for the refreshing tea, and I apologize for the intrusion." "Oh, a bowl of coarse tea? No need for such formality," old Jack replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Jun Xiaoyao then rose to take his leave, exiting the elder's courtyard. Once outside, the gentle smile on his face gradually faded. It seemed that his earlier musings were merely jest. He had already reached a conclusion in his heart. This village chief, old Jack, was indeed just an ordinary man. Those seemingly unusual actions could perhaps only be attributed to kindness, a sense of responsibility, and a touch of the authority of a rural elder. Though a hint of disappointment lingered, it was overshadowed by a sense of relief. If powerful figures were hidden in every corner, the world would lose its intrigue. He did not linger further, his figure vanishing quietly, like a specter gliding through the village, heading swiftly towards the back mountain beyond the village. His true objective was now at hand, to retrieve the Blue-Silver Emperor, a plant that would determine whether he could firmly grasp the lifeblood of the H10 Douluo in the future. Chapter 76. Acquisition of the Blue-Silver Emperor at the back mountain of the Holy Spirit Village. The lush woods were seldom trodden. Guided by the vague memories in his mind, Jun Xiaoyao moved like a wisp of smoke, silently weaving through the thicket. Soon, a rumbling sound of water reached his ears, and the air grew humid. Parting the final dense vines, the scene before him became brilliantly clear. A waterfall, resembling a silver ribbon, cascaded from a cliff dozens of meters high, crashing into the deep pool below, sending up a mist that sparkled in the sunlight, creating a vibrant rainbow. Behind the waterfall, a dark cave entrance was faintly visible, cleverly concealed by the curtain of water. It would be difficult to discover unless one was actively searching for it. This was the place. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of intensity flashing through his dual-colored pupils. Without hesitation, he exhaled a wisp of soul power, forming an invisible barrier to part the mist. In a blink, he slipped through the roaring water veil, landing steadily at the entrance of the cave behind it. Inside the cave, the air was notably dry, contrasting sharply with the dampness outside. Light filtered through the water curtain, creating a somewhat hazy illumination. It did not impede visibility. The cave was not deep. One could see its end at a glance, and the furnishings were exceedingly simple, consisting of merely a stone bed and a stone table. However, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze immediately locked onto a small patch of ground near the stone bed as he entered the cave. There, instead of the usual cold dampness of a cave, a refreshing aura of life permeated the air. A peculiar plant was quietly thriving there. It resembled an enlarged version of blue silvergrass, with broad leaves that exhibited a profoundly deep blue hue, adorned with faint golden veins that outlined mysterious patterns, subtly shimmering with a weak luminescence. It stood there majestically, naturally becoming the focal point of the entire cave, as if it had gathered the essence of the world around it. The Blue-Silver Emperor, 100,000-year-old treasure. The true form of Ayin, even in its base state, devoid of cultivation, it still emanated an air of nobility, grace, and a tinge of melancholy. As if sensing the intrusion of a stranger, the serene Blue-Silver Emperor stirred without wind, its broad leaves trembling slightly. The tender tips of its leaves even curled gently, revealing an instinctual wariness, unease, and a hint of deep-seated sorrow. It seemed to perceive the unfriendly intentions of the visitor. Jun Xiaoyao observed this plant, which represented Tang Hao's lifelong love and obsession, with a calm demeanor. His dual-colored pupils revealed no trace of pity or greed, only a pure, predatory coolness. He advanced slowly, halting 3 feet away from the Blue-Silver Emperor. With a flick of his wrist, a pre-prepared jade container appeared in his hand. This vessel was no ordinary item. Its inner walls were engraved with intricate spirit-imbuing runes, and the bottom was lined with a layer of special soil rich in life energy. This soil had been carefully extracted from the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang well, sufficient to ensure that the Blue-Silver Emperor's essence would not dissipate too quickly during transplantation. He did not act immediately. Instead, he first released a gentle wisp of soul power, akin to a spring breeze, that softly brushed against the leaves of the Blue-Silver Emperor, attempting to soothe its instinctual anxiety. Simultaneously, his mental energy was highly concentrated, meticulously sensing every inch of soil surrounding the Blue-Silver Emperor and the distribution of its roots. Tang Hao must have set some protective measures here. While they might not be formidable, they could very well serve as a warning system, and he needed to navigate or neutralize them with caution. Indeed, under the delicate probing of his mental threads, he discovered several exceedingly faint soul power threads, almost blending with the essence of the earth, concealed within the soil surrounding the Blue-Silver Emperor's roots. They formed a simple warning formation. If anyone attempted to forcibly excavate or touch the Blue-Silver Emperor's body, these soul power threads would snap instantly, alerting Tang Hao, regardless of his location. How cautious! Jun Xiaoyao scoffed inwardly. Alas, such a level of arrangement was utterly ineffectual against someone as prepared and mentally adept as he. He extended his fingers like a sword, gathering a strand of remarkably pure and sharp soul power at his fingertips, cautiously probing into the soil. He deftly maneuvered around the Blue-Silver Emperor's crystalline and lustrous roots. A few barely audible sounds echoed as the soul power threads, akin to bubbles pierced by needles, quietly dissipated, merging into the world without causing any disturbance. The warning formation had been silently dismantled. After accomplishing this, Jun Xiaoyao retrieved some specially crafted jade shovels. His movements were gentle yet swift, carefully excavating the soil surrounding the blue-silver emperor along with its roots, striving to preserve the integrity of the original soil and root system as much as possible. Throughout this process, the blue-silver emperor's leaves continued to tremble slightly, the unease and sorrow becoming increasingly apparent. Yet, it remained a plant devoid of its soul's guiding force, unable to mount any effective resistance. Soon, the entire blue-silver emperor was successfully extracted. Its root system was even more developed than he had anticipated, resembling a delicate blue web, radiating a soft glow. Jun Xiaoyao gingerly placed it into the prepared jade container, meticulously filling the gaps with the spirit soil he had brought and gently pressing it down to secure it. Subsequently, he took out a jade vial and dripped a few drops of life energy-infused green liquid onto the blue-silver emperor's roots and soil. This nutrient solution, concocted from rare herbs, was sufficient to sustain the blue-silver emperor's vitality for a considerable period. Having completed all these tasks, he gazed upon the trembling blue-silver emperor in the jade basin, its blue-golden leaves seemingly dulled. His expression was indifferent. "Do not fear. Your life is not in danger for now. You hold great value to me." He uttered this with a sense of detachment, uncertain whether the instinctual blue-silver emperor could comprehend his words. Subsequently, he solemnly secured the jade basin within his storage soul guide. Surveying the now desolate cave, stripped of its core essence, Jun Xiaoyao decided not to linger. With a flicker of movement, he traversed the water curtain, vanishing into the dense forest of the back mountain. His departure was silent, as if he had never been there. Only the relentless waterfall bore witness to the disappearance of the most significant entity in this place. Meanwhile, far away, Tang Hao, gravely injured and unconscious, might have felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his heart, akin to the vital part of his existence being forcibly excised. With remarkable speed, Jun Xiaoyao exited the bounds of Shenghun village and sought a secluded cave, where he employed his previous tactics to establish a concealment barrier. Sitting cross-legged, he did not immediately assess his gains, but first focused on adjusting his condition to its optimal state, meticulously erasing any traces and lingering aura from his presence. Once this was accomplished, he slowly opened his eyes, a smirk of assured control gracing his lips. With the blue-silver emperor in his possession, he had seized Tang Hao's most critical vulnerability, further tipping the scales of the future chessboard in his favor. Chapter 77. The Blue-Silver Forest. The Blue-Silver King, after securely storing the jade basin containing the essence of the Blue-Silver Emperor and thoroughly eliminating any residual traces of himself, Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately embark on his journey back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He stood at the entrance of a concealed cave, casting his gaze in another direction, his pupils shimmering with calculated intent. While he had grasped Tang Hao's critical vulnerability, he also needed to restrain Tang San's trajectory of growth. He murmured to himself, recollecting another vital piece of information from the original text. The Blue-Silver King, the entity with 85,000 years of cultivation, dwelling within the enigmatic blue-silver forest, revered as the guardian of all blue-silver grasses. Though it was not the king among soul beasts, it held an unparalleled status and power within the blue-silver grass community. More importantly, in the original narrative, it willingly sacrificed its own 85,000 years of cultivation to aid Tang San in awakening his true blue-silver emperor bloodline, becoming Tang San's fifth soul ring and propelling him to greatness. This opportunity was undeniably one of the most pivotal turning points in Tang San's early journey, granting him a formidable fifth soul ring and fully activating the supreme martial soul bloodline inherited from his mother, leading to a significant surge in strength. Since they had now become foes, such a resourceful opportunity must be preemptively extinguished. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy. He would not allow Tang San any chance to rise quickly and pose a threat to himself. Years prior, when he began to strategically pave the way for his future, he had, with vague recollections, solicited his grandfather, Bone Douluo, to utilize the information network of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to covertly search for a region known as the Blue-Silver Forest. According to descriptions, it was an ancient forest teeming with blue-silver grass, even housing soul beasts of blue-silver grass over 1,000 years old. The power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was immense, although the location of the blue-silver forest was shrouded in secrecy after years of relentless investigation. They finally pinpointed a general area deep within a remote mountain range on the border of the Tiando Empire. Previously, due to the timing not being right, and his focus being on Xiao Wu and the celestial herbs of the ice and fire Yangyin Ai. Jun Xiaoyao had refrained from rushing there. Now, with Xiao Wu's soul rings and bones secured and the essence of the blue-silver emperor within his grasp, it was the perfect moment to sever Tang San's path of ascension. The blue-silver king, with 85,000 years of cultivation, though not perfectly compatible with his martial soul, contained vast life energy and the primal essence of the blue-silver grass, both of which were exceedingly valuable. Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. Even if he could not directly absorb its soul ring, there were other methods to harness its power. Moreover, a cold smile crept upon his lips as his thoughts brushed against the quivering blue-silver emperor within his storage soul guide. Commanding the blue-silver emperor equated to wielding supreme authority over all blue-silver grass. The blue-silver king's loyalty to the blue-silver emperor was unquestionable, even willing to sacrifice itself for it. Now that the emperor was in his possession, persuading the blue-silver king would undoubtedly be far more straightforward. Whether to subdue or to consume and refine, it would be entirely within his volition. In any case, there would be no opportunities left for Tang San. With his resolve solidified, Jun Xiaoyao no longer delayed. His figure transformed into a blurred streak of light, racing toward the direction indicated by the intel. 2 days later, deep within a remarkably primal and ancient mountain range, the vegetation here was distinctly different from other locations, almost entirely covered by a singular type of plant, blue-silver grass. Various forms of blue-silver grass flourished, ranging from ordinary light blue blades to those adorned with silver veins, even displaying faintly purple hues in some exotic varieties, creating an endless expanse akin to a blue ocean. The air was rich with life energy, imbued with the subtle fragrance of foliage, invigorating to the senses. This was the realm of blue-silver grass, the blue-silver forest. Jun Xiaoyao retracted all his presence, gliding like a ghost across the vast blue carpet. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding blue-silver grass grew taller and more peculiar, with some clearly intelligent blue-silver grass soul beasts beginning to emerge. Radiating waves of soul power, they exhibited a noticeable wariness and hostility towards this intruder. As the tendrils of powerful 1,000 or even 10,000-year-old blue-silver grass soul beasts began to writhe silently, poised to attack at any moment. However, Jun Xiaoyao paid them no heed. His objective was the heart of this forest, the 85,000-year-old blue-silver king. He projected a gentle thread of spiritual energy, not as a provocation, but rather like ripples expanding outward, infused with a faint, almost imperceptible aura of the blue-silver emperor. The moment this aura manifested, it incited an unimaginable commotion throughout the blue-silver forest. All blue-silver grass that sensed this aura, regardless of age or whether they had awakened intelligence, instantly ceased all hostile actions, erupting into violent tremors. This was not fear, but a profound excitement stemming from the depths of their bloodlines, reverence, and submission. It was as if the subjects felt the call of their sovereign. The previously concealed hostility and barriers disintegrated in an instant. As countless blue-silver grass willingly parted to form a pathway, their leaves bowing low, as if welcoming their ruler. Jun Xiaoyao maintained an expressionless demeanor as he swiftly traversed this spontaneously formed corridor of blue-silver grass. Ultimately, he arrived at the very center of the forest. Here lay a vast clearing, and at its heart was not the towering giant tree one might expect, but an immense, ancient blue-silver grass, seemingly carved from blue jade. Its trunk was so robust that it required several individuals to encircle it, yet its height was modest, with countless leaves shimmering in blue-golden radiance, extending outward like a splendid canopy. Each leaf bore intricate, ancient golden patterns. It exuded a vast and gentle aura, yet undeniably carried the majesty of sovereign, with energy fluctuations far surpassing ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, unmistakably reaching the level of 85,000 years. It was the guardian of this forest, the blue-silver king. At this moment, the colossal blue-silver emperor trembled violently, emanating waves of profound excitement and bewilderment. It distinctly sensed the pure, supreme aura of royalty, yet astonishingly, this essence emanated from a mere human youth. Jun Xiaoyao stood resolutely before the blue-silver emperor, acutely aware of the immense consciousness cautiously probing him. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, delicately extracting the blue-silver emperor's corporeal form from the spirit-containing jade basin and cradling it in his grasp. Though this embodiment of the blue-silver emperor had lost all cultivation and appeared exceedingly frail, the noble bloodline aura, stemming from the very essence of life, was something no blue-silver grass could imitate or resist. Royal, an ancient, sorrowful mental resonance erupted from the immense blue-silver emperor, crashing over the entire forest like a tsunami. All the blue-silver grasses prostrated themselves, expressing the utmost reverence towards the jade basin held by Jun Xiaoyao. The massive trunk of the blue-silver emperor bent low, its enormous leaves cautiously attempting to touch the basin, overwhelmed with emotion. It was the aura of royalty. It was the very essence of royalty. Human, why do you possess the embodiment of the emperor? The blue-silver emperor's vast and agitated mental presence surged forth like a tide, filled with concern, reverence, profound confusion, and a barely perceptible hint of anger regarding the blue-silver emperor's corporeal form. Faced with this overwhelming mental assault that could shatter an ordinary soul master's psyche, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. He slowly raised a hand, cradling the jade basin, allowing the gently quivering blue plant to come into clearer view before the enormous leaves of the blue-silver emperor. As you can see, following the sacrifice of the blue-silver emperor, her corporeal form is on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Jun Xiaoyao's voice traversed the mental ether, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Were it not for me, you would not even behold this empty shell at this moment. The massive leaves of the blue-silver emperor brushed gently against the edge of the jade basin, feeling the faint yet exquisitely pure aura of royalty. Its excitement causing its branches and leaves to tremble with fervor, the ancient mental resonance filled with sorrow. Why are you so infatuated with that human? To have fallen into such a plight? Jun Xiaoyao, not allowing it to wallow in grief, abruptly shifted the conversation, unveiling a revelation that would send shockwaves through the blue-silver emperor's consciousness. Moreover, I not only can preserve her, but I also possess the means to facilitate her rapid recovery, potentially restoring her to the level of 10,000 years, allowing her to regain her intelligence once more. What? The blue-silver emperor's mental presence abruptly faltered, swiftly exploding into disbelief and urgency. You speak the truth? You truly have a way to revive the emperor? For the blue-silver emperor, who regarded the blue-silver emperor as its highest faith, nothing could surpass the significance of its sovereign's rebirth. Even a glimmer of hope was sufficient for it to sacrifice everything. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was resolute. Having brought her here, I naturally possess subsequent methods. The eyes of ice and fire, the power of the immortal herb, can all be utilized for her benefit. The speed of recovery is incomparable to natural growth. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment. Utilizing the spiritual energy of the eyes of ice and fire and the nourishment of the immortal herb could indeed significantly accelerate the recovery of the blue-silver emperor's corporeal form. But whether it could truly allow her to regain her intelligence and return to her former self was a claim he could not fully guarantee. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from wielding it as his greatest bait at this moment. As anticipated, the blue-silver emperor was thoroughly stirred, its enormous trunk vibrating, all its leaves radiating a resplendent blue-gold light. Human, if you can truly revive the emperor, the blue-silver forest, along with my billions of subjects, shall forever be grateful for your great benevolence. Command us, and we shall obey without hesitation. Hold your gratitude for now. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, interrupting its words, his voice suddenly turning cold, laced with a sharp edge. My conditions have yet to be stated. His gaze pierced into the massive blue plant. My condition is this: you and the entire blue-silver forest shall henceforth submit to me, acknowledging me as your master. You shall obey my every command. What? Submit to you? The blue-silver emperor's mental presence reflected clear astonishment and resistance. After all, it was an 85,000-year-old soul beast king, possessing its own pride, and submitting to a human youth was far from its desire. Jun Xiaoyao had long anticipated its reaction and was unperturbed, continuing to apply pressure with incisive words. What? Unwilling? Are you still waiting for that Tang Hao's son, that half-soul beast, to arrive, so you can sacrifice your hard-earned 85,000 years of cultivation and life for him, just as the blue-silver emperor did for Tang Hao, to aid him in awakening the so-called blue-silver emperor bloodline? These words struck like the sharpest of ice picks, piercing into the core of the blue-silver emperor's spirit. Its colossal form stiffened abruptly, its mental fluctuations surging violently, clearly struck by the truth of its deepest thoughts. It had indeed been sensing and awaiting the arrival of that child with the royal bloodline, having long prepared to sacrifice itself for the future of its kin. The blue-silver emperor had sacrificed itself for Tang Hao, leaving only this empty shell. What had her sacrifice achieved? Was it merely to have her son rely on your sacrifice to awaken his bloodline? Jun Xiaoyao's voice was frigid and taunting, mercilessly tearing apart the bloody reality. Were the royal and king of your blue-silver grass clan born simply to serve as stepping stones and sacrifices for that father and son duo? No, it is not like that. The blue-silver emperor's mental presence became chaotic and tormented, Jun Xiaoyao's words acting as daggers, shattering the beliefs and convictions it had held for so long. And now, Jun Xiaoyao intensified his tone, raising the jade basin in his hand. Your emperor is right here. The hope of her revival lies in my hands. Will you choose to submit to me, to follow me, allowing your emperor to gain true rebirth in my grasp, thus securing a future for the blue-silver grass clan? Or will you foolishly continue to wait for that half-soul beast child with the blue-silver emperor bloodline, ready to sacrifice for him, ensuring your emperor remains forever an unthinking shell, ultimately withering away with time, utilizing both coercion and allure, intertwining hope with despair? Jun Xiaoyao expertly grasped the blue-silver emperor's greatest vulnerability, its absolute loyalty and protective heart towards the blue-silver emperor. For the blue-silver emperor, it could unhesitatingly sacrifice itself. Thus, for the emperor's revival, what was surrendering to a human compared to that? The immense blue-silver emperor fell into a profound silence, its vast mental fluctuations struggling intensely, weighing its options. The entire blue-silver forest seemed to resonate with its pain and decision, all the blue-silver grasses falling silent, enveloped in a sorrowful and heavy atmosphere. After a long, drawn-out moment, the gigantic blue trunk slowly, yet with immense gravity, bent towards Jun Xiaoyao, forming an extreme arc. It resembled a subject performing the most solemn act of obeisance before his sovereign. A weary yet somewhat liberated and resolute mental resonance gradually emanated, echoing within Jun Xiaoyao's mind. I humbly obey your will. The blue-silver forest, 85,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, is willing to lead its billions of subjects in submission to you. I implore you, keep your promise and grant my emperor a new life. As Jun Xiaoyao beheld the now utterly submissive gigantic blue-silver emperor, a satisfied smile finally graced his lips. It is done. The fifth soul ring of Tang San, the greatest external aid for awakening the blue-silver emperor bloodline, had been severed at its roots and secured within his grasp. Excellent. He spoke softly. You shall feel fortunate for the prudent choice you made today. He raised his hand. A soul force imbued with life energy surged into the blue-silver king, serving both as a means of reassurance and as an initial mark of control. Now, shrink your form and temporarily attach yourself to the blue-silver emperor's side, departing with me. When you are in need, I shall summon you. Yes, master. The blue-silver king replied with deference. In the next moment, the enormous blue plant, requiring the embrace of several individuals, erupted with a brilliant blue-golden radiance. The light swiftly contracted, ultimately transforming into a stream of luminescence that melded into the jade basin held by Jun Xiaoyao. It transformed into a slightly sturdier bluegrass leaf. Encircling the blue-silver emperor's core, its aura entirely reined in, sensing the two tightly intertwined blue-silver grasses within the jade basin. Jun Xiaoyao realized that his objective for this journey had been thoroughly accomplished. He did not linger. Turning on his heel, he stepped forth, his figure vanishing into the vast blue forest. Behind him remained countless blue-silver grasses, quietly prostrating, as though silently bidding farewell to their new sovereign, and to the hope of their emperor's revival. Chapter 79, The Eye of Ice and Fire, planting the blue-silver emperor, having departed from the completely subjugated blue ocean. Jun Xiaoyao did not return directly to the Seven Treasure Glazed School. Instead, he shifted direction towards another treasure-laden location within the borders of the Tiando Empire. He sped towards the Eye of Ice and Fire nestled deep within the Sunset Forest. There lay the ideal sanctuary for the blue-silver emperor and the blue-silver king, as well as another secret base he had cultivated for himself. Days later, traversing through the area shrouded by poisonous formations, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. The red and white springs, as distinct yet harmonious as the yin-yang, coexisted, with the rich essence of heaven and earth almost forming a mist. Various rare flowers and exotic plants flourished, emitting an energy that sent one's heart racing. The Eye of Ice and Fire, a veritable treasure trove of the cosmos. Upon returning to this personal garden, Jun Xiaoyao felt a measure of relaxation wash over him. He proceeded directly to the periphery of the Eye of Ice and Fire, an area abundant in energy yet shielded from the extreme ice and fire energies. With a flick of his wrist, the spirit-imbued jade basin reappeared. With a slight mental nudge, he summoned the connection he had previously established. In the jade basin, the robust blue-silver grass leaves, which encircled the blue-silver emperor, trembled slightly. Then, a stream of blue-golden light shot forth, landing upon the ground. The radiance rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into the massive blue-silver king, requiring several people to embrace, its leaves fanning out like an opulent canopy. However, at this moment, its form seemed more solid than when it had been in the blue-silver forest, the golden patterns on its leaves clearer, evidently benefiting immensely from the proximity to the Eye of Ice and Fire's energy. Master, came the venerable and respectful mental voice. Jun Xiaoyao gestured towards the land beneath them and commanded, "This place is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, a nexus of gathered cosmic energy. You shall take root here, drawing upon this energy to nourish yourself and accelerate your cultivation. Furthermore, you are tasked with guarding this area. Without my permission, no being may intrude upon the core region." Although the colossal energy source beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire could not be directly absorbed by the Blue-Silver King due to the extreme ice and fire energies, the pure life, essence, and spiritual power diffusing from it were invaluable sustenance for any plant-type soul beast. Cultivating here would yield results far superior to those in the Blue-Silver Forest. The Blue-Silver King's immense leaves swayed with excitement as it distinctly sensed the extraordinary environment, the rich energy causing each leaf to rejoice. "At your command, Master. Thank you for bestowing such a treasure upon me. I shall guard it fervently, not daring to show any negligence." Its words brimmed with exuberance and gratitude. What it initially perceived as a reluctant submission had unexpectedly turned into a momentous opportunity. Perhaps, following this enigmatic master truly heralded a turning point for the Blue-Silver Grass clan. Observing, the Blue-Silver King's massive trunk gradually descended, its numerous robust blue roots burrowing into the earth like living entities, swiftly spreading downward, greedily absorbing the pure energy contained within the soil, intertwining closely with the land. Its aura visibly thickened with each passing moment, the blue-golden light radiating from it becoming ever more resplendent. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Positioning the Blue-Silver King here was a masterstroke, granting it a chance for rapid growth, while also adding a formidable guardian to the Eye of Ice and Fire. With an 85,000-year-old plant-type soul, beast monarch guarding the portal, unless a titled Douluo personally came, no one would dare intrude easily. After securing the Blue-Silver King, Jun Xiaoyao stepped towards the edge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This area, less affected by the core spring, offered a gentle yet abundant energy, ideal for nurturing delicate spiritual entities. He meticulously retrieved the jade basin that housed the Blue-Silver Emperor. At this moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor seemed to respond to the surrounding rich life essence, its leaves slightly unfurling, the faint spark of life within glowing just a bit brighter. Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately extract it from the jade basin. First, he carefully examined the ground, selecting a spot where the energy was most gentle and balanced. With the finest soil, he then personally dug a suitable hole and filled it with the most spiritually enriched soil from beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Next, he meticulously relocated the Blue-Silver Emperor, along with the spiritual soil within the jade basin, into the newly excavated pit, ensuring that not a single delicate root was harmed. Once the transplant was complete, he produced several jade vials containing a carefully concocted nutrient elixir made from a blend of rare, immortal herbs and the spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and gently watered the roots surrounding the Blue-Silver Emperor. Throughout this process, his movements were tender and focused, as if he were handling an unparalleled work of art. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved several plants radiating a soft glow from his treasure pouch, such as the Earth Dragon Golden Melon for fortifying vitality and the Autumn Water, dew for nourishing the soul. He carefully planted them around the Blue-Silver Emperor, forming a rudimentary spiritual array to subtly nurture the Emperor's essence with their medicinal properties. As these steps concluded, it became apparent that the once dull blue-golden leaves of the Blue-Silver Emperor were visibly revitalizing. The brilliance coursing through its veins flowed steadily, although still fragile. The vibrant life force within had been thoroughly awakened, no longer resembling the lifelessness of before. Even at its apex, the initially curled tender leaves began to unfurl slightly, as if greedily inhaling the energy-laden air surrounding it. In the distance, the already rooted and growing Blue-Silver King sensed the Blue-Silver Emperor's transformation, sending waves of excitement and reassurance through their mental connection. The Emperor's aura was strengthening. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the rejuvenated Blue-Silver Emperor, now encircled by the immortal herbs, alongside the Eye of Ice and Fire, his dual pupils shimmering with brilliance. The investment had been made. He possessed ample patience and resources to await the day when this once 10,000-year-old beast would once again radiate its former glory. On that day, whether for Tang Hao or Tang San, this Blue-Silver Emperor would undoubtedly become one of his most formidable aces. "Grow well," he murmured softly, uncertain whether it was directed at the Blue-Silver Emperor or the Blue-Silver King, which was fervently absorbing energy, striving to reach a higher level. Having completed all these tasks, Jun Xiaoyao finally felt at ease. He sat quietly beside the Eye of Ice and Fire for half a day, restoring himself to the pinnacle of his condition while further familiarizing and solidifying the power of the Sixth Soul Ring he had recently acquired, which was 100,000 years old. Feeling that he had left nothing to chance, he rose and took a final glance at this treasure trove he had cultivated into an impregnable fortress. With a flash of his form, he transformed into a streak of light and soared skyward, racing towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed School. This outing had yielded rewards far exceeding his expectations. It was time to return. Chapter 80. The Return to the Sect, Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yan's Anticipation. The Seven Treasure Glazed School is nestled within a mountain range abundant with spiritual energy, situated in the territory of the Tiando Empire. The architecture of the sect does not strive for extravagant luxury. Rather, it exudes a profound elegance and grandeur. The glazed tiles shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the sun, and the pavilions and towers were arranged in harmonious disarray, complementing the surrounding mountains and mist. Resembling a celestial paradise, a streak of light pierced the sky and gracefully descended outside the imposing gates of the sect. As the radiance faded, the figure of Jun Xiaoyao emerged. Clad in pristine black attire, his countenance was striking, and his deep-set eyes held an air of profound mystery. After undergoing this trial and absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, his aura became increasingly restrained and composed, subtly radiating an imposing dignity that commanded respect. As soon as he touched the ground and had not yet had the chance to thoroughly appreciate the long-missed gates of the sect, two graceful figures fluttered out from within like butterflies, exclaiming in delight. "Brother Xiaoyao." The front-running girl's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, brimming with joy and unabashed longing. She appeared to be around 12 years of age, dressed in a pale pink dress that perfectly accentuated her budding figure. As her skirt billowed, it revealed a slender, fair calf. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely delicate like a porcelain doll, and her large, sparkling eyes were filled with an animated mischief and excitement. She was none other than the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed School, Ning Rongrong. 6 years had passed, and the little girl of yore had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Though still youthful, her extraordinary beauty and vivacious spirit were unmistakably evident. She seemed utterly unreserved as she rushed forward. Trailing slightly behind Ning Rongrong was a slightly older girl, perhaps around 14 years of age, taller and clad in a fitted dark green outfit that accentuated her developing curves. She sported a head of deep purple hair, exuding a neat and refreshing aura. Her complexion was a healthy wheat color, her features striking and radiant, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like the finest jade. Though she also bore evident delight, her demeanor was more reserved compared to Ning Rongrong's exuberance. Only her quickened steps and slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her inner excitement. She was Douluo Yan, the granddaughter of Douluo Xiaoyao. "You finally returned." Douluo Yan's voice, though not as melodious as Ning Rongrong's, carried a unique timbre of youthful huskiness, and her tone was laced with concern and relief. Upon seeing these two familiar yet slightly unfamiliar faces, Jun Xiaoyao, whose countenance was usually calm and unruffled, couldn't he help but let a soft smile flicker across his features. He opened his arms slightly, allowing Ning Rongrong to embrace him like a fledgling returning to its nest, her little head affectionately nuzzling against his arm. "Brother Xiaoyao, you were gone for so long." Father and Grandpa Gu returned a few days ago with such serious expressions, saying you needed to go into seclusion to consolidate your powers. "I was so worried." Ning Rongrong looked up at him, her big eyes brimming with anxiety and dependence. Though Jun Xiaoyao had been gone for less than 10 days, to those who cared for him, it felt like an eternity. Douluo stepped closer, not engaging in the same physical contact as Ning Rongrong, but standing a step away, her jade-like eyes meticulously scrutinizing Jun Xiaoyao to ensure he was unharmed, even checking that not a single thread of his clothing was torn before she truly relaxed and softly remarked, "It's good that you're back." Grandpa and the others were reticent upon their return, only saying you were fine, but we couldn't help but worry. Jun Xiaoyao felt the genuine concern of the two young ladies, warming his heart slightly. He gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and smiled at Douluo. "I apologize for causing you worry. It was merely a routine hunt for soul rings. The process went smoothly, and I took a few extra days to consolidate my cultivation." He spoke nonchalantly, entirely omitting the earth-shattering battle with the Douluo, the sacrifice of the 100,000-year soul beast, and the subsequent acquisition of the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Blue-Silver King. Events that were nothing short of breathtaking and would have sent shockwaves across the continent. "That's good to hear." Ning Rongrong immediately beamed, clinging to Jun Xiaoyao's arm. "Brother Xiaoyao, are you even stronger now? Show me your new soul ring." In her innocent mind, her brilliant brother was such a genius that the fifth soul ring must surely be an exceptional one, a formidable ring of 10,000 years. If not more. She dared not think too far, for although there existed 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent, soul masters who could possess a 100,000-year soul ring were exceedingly rare, and none were anything less than title Douluo-level powerhouses. While Jun Xiaoyao had previously possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings, with the fifth being a powerful 80,000-year ring, even her wildest imagination could not conceive that her brother Xiaoyao's sixth soul ring would be 100,000 years old. Though she firmly believed her brother could obtain such a ring, she was convinced it could not have begun with the sixth one. Douluo, though silent, also displayed curiosity in her gaze. She knew a bit more than Ning Rongrong, and had vaguely heard her grandfather mention that this mission was of considerable significance. Yet she remained oblivious to the specifics. As Jun Xiaoyao regarded the two pairs of expectant and curious eyes, a gentle smile graced his lips, ready to speak. When suddenly he sensed something and looked up towards the gates of the sect. He noticed several powerful auras swiftly approaching from deep within the sect, the foremost being gentle yet vast as the ocean, unmistakably belonging to Ning Fengji. Accompanying him were an aura sharp as a sword, one eerie as poison, and the most urgent, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation. Clearly, the exclamations of Ning Rongrong and Douluo had alerted the elders within the sect. "It seems we should first report our safety to Uncle Ning and Grandpa," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the rapidly approaching figures. "As for the soul rings, let's take a look together later." Ning Rongrong and Douluo also sensed the elders' auras and immediately tempered their youthful exuberance. Yet they stood, one on each side of Jun Xiaoyao, their faces aglow with joy. To them, their brother Xiaoyao had finally returned safely, and that was the most wonderful news of all. Everything else paled in comparison. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the approaching elders and then cast a glance at the two enchanting young ladies beside him, feeling a profound tranquility within. While external battles and strategic planning were indeed crucial, the warmth and bonds within this sect were his true roots in this world. He had returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now, it was time to reveal the true treasures he had obtained during this journey. The resplendent pink 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 81. The strongest soul emperor of the continent. In the secluded valley behind the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a powerful barrier enveloped the area, shielding it from external prying eyes. This was the heart of the sect, commonly utilized for testing soul skills and secret techniques. Within the valley, several figures stood poised. The four esteemed elders, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, Gurong, and Douluo Bo, stood to one side, their gazes fixated upon the young boy clad in black at the center of the arena, their eyes brimming with anticipation and barely concealed awe. Even though they were already aware of the outcome, witnessing it unfold before their eyes once more stirred their emotions profoundly. Ning Rongrong and Douluo stood a little closer, their beautiful eyes intently fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, their small hands unconsciously clenched in a mix of nervousness and excitement. They knew that brother Xiaoyao, had already attained the rank of a six-linked soul emperor, and they were well acquainted with the astonishing configuration of his first 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 which filled them with pride. At this moment, they were immensely curious about the spectacle that the 6th soul ring would unveil. "Xiaoyao, let Rongrong and Yin have a glimpse too. They've been talking about you incessantly these days," Ning Fengji spoke gently, a smile dancing in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, turning to the two anxious maidens, his lips curving into a light smile. Are you ready? As the words left his lips, his gaze became resolute, and a profound and restrained aura of authority surged forth. Martial spirit manifestation. There was no earth-shattering commotion, only a deep resonance that seemed to echo with the very essence of the universe. A noble and indistinct phantom flickered behind him, merging into his being. His presence grew increasingly profound, and a chaotic brilliance shimmered within his pupils. Following this, the familiar and heart-stirring configuration of soul rings emerged one by one beneath his feet, moving in harmonious order. The first soul ring, purple, deep and rich, far surpassing the typical millennium. The second soul ring, purple, equally dazzling, brimming with immense energy. Upon witnessing these two purple soul rings, Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a pride that was intertwined with admiration. This was the remarkable beginning they had long since come to know and marvel at. The third soul ring, black, as dark as ink, heavy like a mountain, a 10,000-year soul ring. Even though they were already aware, seeing this miraculous third ring once more left the two maidens breathless for a moment, their eyes filled with adoration. The fourth soul ring, black, its ethereal glow intensified, the fluctuations more powerful. The fifth soul ring, black, its extreme darkness seemed capable of swallowing light, the pressure it emanated causing the very air to thicken. The oppressive aura of the high-age 10,000-year soul ring was unmistakable. Every time I see Brother Xiaoyao's first 5 soul rings, it feels utterly unbelievable. Ning Rongrong whispered to Douluo Yin, her small face radiant with pride. Douluo Yin nodded emphatically, her emerald eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was already the most extraordinary soul ring configuration they could conceive of, one that could look down upon the entire continent. However, just as they thought this was the entirety of it, preparing to applaud the perfect 5-ring configuration of the Soul King, the 6th soul ring began to rise slowly from beneath Jun Xiaoyao's feet, bearing an aura of weight and nobility that seemed capable of solidifying time and space. The colors seared their eyes, shattering all their previous notions in an instant. It was no longer a profound black. Instead, it was a hue that was resplendent, fiery, and imbued with a majesty that sent shivers down the spine of the soul, like a molten gem, akin to the flames of life burning. The moment that shade of red appeared, the entire valley fell into a profound silence. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure enveloped the space, belonging to the supreme majesty of 100,000-year soul beast emperor. The red halo spiraled gently, the energy it contained vast like a sea of stars, rendering the 5 already astonishing soul rings somewhat dim in comparison. It was not merely a soul ring, it was the weight of a world, a monument of power condensed from 100,000 years of life. Red. Ning Rongrong stood frozen, her mind seemingly emptied in an instant, her lively eyes widening to their utmost, her delicate lips unconsciously parting, enough to fit an egg. Her brain raced wildly, yet it could not comprehend the sight before her, which exceeded all limits of imagination. The 6th soul ring, 100,000 years. How is this possible? Douluo Yin's reaction was even more intense. She gasped sharply, staggering back a step, her jade-like pupils contracting in utter shock. One hand pressed firmly against her chest, where her heart was racing fiercely, nearly threatening to burst from her ribcage. She understood the significance of a 100,000-year soul ring. It was the legendary existence, the supreme honor that titled Douluo's yearned for, but could never attain. How could it possibly manifest on a 6th soul ring? On a familiar Jun Xiaoyao? Even the 4 who were already aware, Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, Gurong, and Douluo, could not help but feel their hearts surge once more as they bore witness to the pulsating red soul ring on Jun Xiaoyao's form. Their eyes filled with wonder and excitement. Every time I see it, it feels like a dream, Douluo mused, stroking his beard, shaking his head in amazement. Pride evident in his tone. Sordal, Chan Xian's gaze was sharp, seemingly piercing through the secrets contained within that red halo, and he finally exhaled 2 words, a miracle. Bone Douluo Gurong was flushed with excitement, vigorously rubbing his hands together, his booming laughter echoing through the valley. Ha ha ha! Excellent! 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 I knew my grandson was truly one of a kind. The 6th soul ring is indeed 100,000 years, unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. Ning Fengji remained the most composed, yet even his tightly clasped hands betrayed his elation, his eyes shimmering with immense pride and satisfaction. Each breakthrough made by Jun Xiaoyao heralded an unprecedented future for the Seven Treasure Glazed School. This 100,000-year soul ring was not only a testament to strength, but also a symbol. Xia, Brother Xiaoyao. Ning Rongrong finally broke free from her stupor, her voice trembling with disbelief as she pointed at the red halo. This can't truly be a 100,000-year soul ring? Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the adorable figure of the girl, who was so shocked she seemed almost dazed, and smiled gently. With a thought, the radiance of the red 100,000-year soul ring shimmered softly, and an even more overwhelming and heart-stirring pressure surged forth like a tide, receding in an instant. Yet the terrifying level that surpassed all 10,000-year soul rings was undeniable. The reality spoke louder than any words. Wow! Ning Rongrong erupted into an exuberant exclamation, her astonishment instantly transforming into wild joy and boundless admiration, nearly causing her to leap into the air. It's truly 100,000 years. Brother Xiaoyao, you are incredible. You are the mightiest soul emperor across the continent. Douluo Yin also gradually lowered her hand, taking a deep breath as she endeavored to calm the tumult within her heart. Her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao was immensely complex, a blend of shock, adoration, and delight, alongside a hint of bewilderment. The youth before her had quietly ascended to a pinnacle she could only look up to with awe. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his soul rings and martial spirit, his formidable aura returning to tranquility, restoring his handsome and composed demeanor. He looked towards the two still in a state of excitement, and the elders beaming with satisfaction. Softly speaking, this fortunate success is entirely attributed to the unwavering support of the four esteemed elders. His gaze swept over the concealed red soul ring, a glimmer of profound light flashing deep within his pupils. This is merely the beginning. With 100,000-year sixth soul ring, my path as a soul master has stepped into uncharted territory. The future of the Seven Treasure Glazed School shall likewise embark upon a new epic. Chapter 82. Explosive 8-section throw. Ning Rongrong's voice, filled with admiration and curiosity, echoed through the valley as she eagerly released her hold on Jun Xiaoyao's arm, instead grasping his sleeve and gently shaking it. Her large, glistening eyes blinked with fervent desire as she looked up at him. Brother Xiaoyao. The sweetness of her voice could almost be likened to honey. Allow me to witness your soul skill from the 100,000-year soul ring. I have never before encountered a skill from such a formidable soul ring. It must be extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, is it not said that a 100,000-year soul beast is guaranteed to yield a soul bone? Were the abilities of a soul bone? Please let me see. I beseech you. Her petite lips pouted, and her delicate cheeks flushed with excitement, presenting an adorable visage that seemed to threaten tears if her request was denied. Despite the years of guidance and influence from Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong's once brash and willful demeanor had mellowed considerably. However, the vivaciousness and petulance that came from being cherished had remained unchanged, especially in the presence of her most trusted and beloved brother Xiaoyao. Standing nearby, Douluo Yin remained silent. Yet her emerald-like eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and anticipation, clearly sharing an interest in a legendary 100,000-year soul skill and soul bone. Observing Ning Rongrong's playful and coaxing demeanor, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile helplessly, gently flicking her smooth forehead. You little rascal. He indeed wished to test the power of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Though he had already grasped their capabilities during absorption, he had yet to engage in practical combat, with 4 titled Douluo present to safeguard the area and the ground sturdy enough. It was the perfect opportunity to trial his newfound abilities. Very well, he conceded with a nod. I also need to familiarize myself with this newfound power. Allow me to demonstrate. Yay, you're the best, Brother Xiaoyao. Ning Rongrong cheered, immediately pulling Douluo Yin to retreat beside Ning Fengji and the others, her eyes wide in anticipation of the spectacle. Ning Fengji and the others also watched with smiles, equally eager to witness the specifics of Jun Xiaoyao's 6 soul ring abilities. 100,000-year soul skill, each one a marvel, far surpassing ordinary soul skills. Jun Xiaoyao stepped once more into the center of the valley, his expression momentarily serious. Martial soul. Possess. A noble phantom flickered briefly, and a heart-stirring configuration of soul rings reappeared. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. As the bizarre red soul ring materialized, all gazes were irresistibly drawn to it. He did not immediately activate the soul skill, but instead slowly raised his right hand. A soft pink radiance flowed around his arm, and a crystalline, translucent phantom resembling a pink crystal bone momentarily shimmered before dissipating, exuding a gentle yet incredibly resilient aura. This is the 100,000-year soul bone, Jun Xiaoyao explained. It originates from the soft bone rabbit's right arm. This right arm bone grants me 2 skills. The first soul bone skill, teleportation. With a sharp call, Jun Xiaoyao's figure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he materialized silently beside a trial soul stone several dozen meters away. The process so swift it appeared as though he had traversed space itself, leaving no wind or fluctuation of soul power in his wake. Spatial jump. Even Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. This ability is exceedingly rare, proving decisive in pursuits, evasions, or ambushes. Incredible! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, mesmerized. Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed from a distance. This skill allows for instantaneous movement over short distances, with a very brief cooldown time. As my soul power increases, both distance and frequency can be enhanced. Having demonstrated teleportation, he did not pause, as the right arm soul bone shimmered with an even more intense pink glow, this time radiating an indomitable essence. The second soul bone skill, indomitable golden body, buzz. A brilliant golden light enveloped his entire being, rendering him akin to a war god forged from gold. An aura of absolute defense surged forth. He stood there quietly, yet emanated a sense of being firmly rooted to the earth, unyielding and indestructible. An absolute defense soul skill, Douluo Dalu. This aura could likely withstand attacks of tidal Douluo caliber for a moment. As Jun Xiaoyao dismissed the golden body and the golden light faded, he elucidated, indomitable golden body, when activated, places the user in a state of absolute defense for a short duration, making them immune to all attacks below the divine level. However, it consumes a considerable amount of soul power, and its duration is limited. The 2 soul bone skills, one embodying extreme agility, the other absolute defense, had already left everyone in awe. Then, he sharpened his focus, directing his gaze toward the pulsating red soul ring. The main event was only just beginning. Next, he would unveil the soul skills granted by the 6th soul ring. Drawing a deep breath, the red soul ring suddenly blazed with brilliance. The 6th soul ring bestows upon me 2 soul skills. The first 6th soul skill, void. As his words fell, Jun Xiaoyao's entire form became utterly ethereal, as if transformed into a pinkish light without substance. Sunlight passed through his body, illuminating what lay behind. He even began to gently float above the ground, resembling a weightless specter. Is this elementalization, or a higher form of phasing? Ning Feng Ti moderated. In this state, Jun Xiaoyao appeared immune to all physical interference. In the void state, he was immune to all physical attacks, significantly diminishing energy-based assaults, and could move with unparalleled swiftness and silence, akin to a ghost. Jun Xiaoyao's voice became elusive, his figure flickering in the air a few times, moving so fast that only afterimages remained, before he returned to a solid state. However, he too could not engage in physical attacks while in this form, and it consumed soul power continuously, a top-tier skill for survival and advancement. Before anyone could fully appreciate the enigma of the void, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a vibrant pink light. The aura of the red soul ring suddenly becoming fierce and aggressive. A strong killing intent instantaneously locked onto the massive trial soul stone before him. The second 6th soul skill, explosive 8-section throw. He bellowed, and in an instant, his figure vanished. This was not teleportation, but rather a pure velocity that created a visual deception. In the next moment, everyone beheld a streak of pink light, akin to a furious meteor, crashing violently into the enormous trial soul stone. First throw. Jun Xiaoyao's cold voice rang out as a pink figure appeared above the trial soul stone. One leg descending like a battle axe, infused with terrifying might. Boom! The trial soul stone trembled violently, a deep dent forming on its surface. The assault did not cease. The pink light transformed into a furious wrestler, unleashing a series of astonishing blows upon the colossal trial soul stone. Second throw. Third throw. Fourth throw. With each utterance came a deafening impact that shook the very ground. Whether fist, foot, elbow, or knee, every part of his body became a weapon of dread. The onslaught was relentless, each wave of force exceeding the last. The sturdy trial soul stone was ravaged, as if it were a mere toy, shards scattering amidst the chaos. Cracks spreading like a web. Fifth throw. Sixth throw. The attacks quickened, the power amplifying. The pink light nearly coalesced into a singularity, enveloping the trial soul stone entirely. All that could be heard were the thunderous impacts and the stone's anguished cracks under the relentless barrage. Seventh throw. A more ferocious roar reverberated, seemingly shaking the entire valley. A massive fissure split from the top of the trial soul stone downwards. Eighth throw. Sure kill. Chapter 83. The soul skills astonish all. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, the desolate ruins in the heart of the valley were revealed. The colossal soul-testing stone, once standing majestically, had now completely vanished, replaced by an array of debris in various sizes and a haze of fine dust. Jun Xiaoyao's figure stood silently amidst the wreckage, his once tempestuous aura receding like a tide, the pink glow retreating into his being, along with the heart-stirring red 100,000-year soul ring. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and his breath came in quickened gasps. The continuous deployment of advanced soul bone techniques and the formidable 100,000-year soul skill had taken a considerable toll on his soul power, particularly the last ferocious and devastating 8th section throw. The valley lay enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faintest sounds. Ning Rongrong and Duguyan had long since lost their earlier excitement and curiosity. Instinctively, they huddled closely together, their delicate faces ashen and their lips slightly parted, their beautiful eyes still reflecting the lingering shock. Although they hailed from distinguished lineages and had witnessed many powerful soul masters and soul techniques, they had never encountered such a tempestuous and destructive display of power. It resembled not a demonstration of soul skills, but rather a primal beast unleashing its most elemental desire for destruction. Each thunderous impact reverberated in their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The final, earth-shattering explosion nearly elicited a scream from them, leaving their calves weak with trepidation. Gulp. Ning Rongrong instinctively swallowed, her voice ringing out starkly in the stillness of the valley. She cautiously tugged at Dugu Yan's sleeve, her tone quivering slightly. Yan, Sister Yan, Brother Xiaoyao was so terrifying just now. Dugu Yan, equally unsettled, though 2 years older and possessing a cooler, steadier demeanor, was nonetheless shaken. She squeezed Ning Rongrong's hand tightly, inhaling deeply to steady her racing heart before whispering, "Yes, it was indeed frightening, but that power is undeniably real." In stark contrast to the two girls' fear, the four-title dawn nearby erupted into expressions of uncontainable admiration and astonishment after a brief silence. Ha ha ha! Splendid! What a magnificent 8th-section throw! What an extraordinary 100,000-year soul skill! Bone Douluo was the first to bellow with laughter, his booming voice echoing through the valley. His excitement and pride were palpable as he clapped his hands. Dominant, fierce, unrelenting, a force to be reckoned with. Xiaoyao, your 6th soul skill, in terms of instantaneous explosiveness and overwhelming presence, is simply unparalleled. He gazed at the heap of ruins, his eyes glinting with admiration. That soul-testing stone, composed of a unique and extraordinarily hard material, was typically impervious to even the most skilled soul Douluo. Yet, under your series of throws, it was reduced to mere clay. Such might, it would likely leave any newly advanced soul Douluo severely injured if struck head-on. Sword Douluo Chan Xin, though less outwardly expressive than Gurong, exhibited a keen glint in his calm, deep-set eyes. He spoke slowly, teleporting to seize the initiative, evading counterattacks with intangibility, withstanding powerful assaults through invulnerability, and ultimately delivering a definitive blow with this 8th-section throw, attack, defense, evasion, explosion, all intricately interconnected, forming a cohesive system. His gaze fell upon Jun Xiaoyao, carrying a hint of scrutiny and approval. Moreover, the precision and timing and meticulous control over soul power required for this combination is exceedingly high. Xiaoyao, you have not only acquired formidable soul skills, but have also managed to grasp them so swiftly. Impressive. His evaluations were notoriously stringent, and to earn his praise of impressive was a considerable accolade. Poison Douluo, meanwhile, was taken aback, his emerald snake-like eyes filled with wonder and dread. Goodness, I have played with poison my entire life, considering my methods to be quite elusive and difficult to counter. Yet compared to your techniques, they seem child's play. This is no mere wrestling. This is bone-breaking. He shuddered at the thought of the 8th-section throw landing upon a person. If anyone foolish enough were to fall victim to your series of attacks, the imagery was too horrific to contemplate. an invincible body to absorb damage, teleporting in close, intangible to evade control, followed by a relentless barrage. Below the rank of Soul Dalu, few could withstand such a complete onslaught. Even among Soul Dalu, they would likely suffer grievously. Ning Fengji did not directly comment on the power of the soul skills. Yet the expression of contentment and excitement on his face was unmistakably profound. He perceived deeper implications. Teleportation, invincible body, intangibility, 8-section throw. He murmured, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Xiaoyao, the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone you've acquired bring forth not merely one or two powerful skills, but an entire embryonic system of nearly perfect combat strategy, exceptional mobility, absolute defense, enigmatic survival capabilities, and terrifying explosive power. Ning Fengji grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Such a combination equips you with the means to confront any adversary and seize victory. Xiaoyao, your future knows no bounds. Your presence in the sect is a tremendous fortune. The four formidable individuals standing at the pinnacle of the continent bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao the highest commendation for his newly acquired abilities. Their insights and perspectives surpassed that of Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, allowing them to profoundly appreciate the sheer terror and strategic significance of Jun Xiaoyao's current power. Listening to the generous praises of his elders and gazing at the ruins he had wrought, a subtle smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's pale visage. He gradually regulated his breath, replenishing the depleted soul power within him. You honor me, esteemed elders. While these skills are potent, they require diligent practice to be effectively applied in battle. He replied with a calm demeanor, undistracted by the acquisition of such formidable strength. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin began to emerge from their initial shock. Upon hearing the high regard expressed by their elders, their trepidation towards Jun Xiaoyao gradually transformed into deeper admiration and pride, especially for Ning Rongrong. Although her face retained a hint of pallor, her large eyes sparkled anew as she grasped Douluo Yin's hand and excitedly whispered, Sister Yin, did you hear? Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, and Grandpa Douluo all say Brother Xiaoyao is incredibly impressive. Brother Xiaoyao is the best. Douluo Yin nodded, her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao growing increasingly complex. A mixture of reverence, admiration, and an indescribable fluttering sensation. The young man before her seemed like a towering peak that had suddenly risen from the earth, making her acutely aware of the vast gulf that existed between them. Yet she could not help but be profoundly drawn to him. Jun Xiaoyao reined in his aura and approached the group, his gaze sweeping over Ning Rongrong's still pale face. His tone softened slightly. Were you frightened? Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook her head, puffing out her small chest. And no, it was just a bit loud. However, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. You'll get used to it in time. Chapter 84, A Long-Awaited Relaxation. The awe and astonishment within the valley gradually subsided as Jun Xiaoyao took a moment to recover. The pallor on his face, resulting from the significant consumption of soul power, quickly faded, restoring his usual rosy complexion. He felt the soul power within him, though somewhat depleted, flowing more smoothly and effortlessly, deepening his appreciation for the enhancements brought about by the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Gazing at the four elders before him, their faces still alight with excitement and satisfaction, as well as the two young maidens whose expressions, though recovering from the initial shock, still bore traces of trepidation mixed with admiration, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a rare sense of relaxation wash over him. Over the past 6 years, he had devoted nearly all his time to rigorous training, tempering his body with the ice and fire duality eyes, absorbing soul rings far beyond his level, delving into the essence of martial souls, and simulating and deducing various combat techniques. Every effort was directed toward becoming stronger at an accelerated pace, to confront the myriad uncertainties that the future might hold, and to firmly grasp his destiny in his own hands. Now, having successfully acquired the sixth soul ring of 100,000 years, he experienced a qualitative leap in strength, with the primary objectives of his early endeavors nearly fulfilled. The taut string that had been drawn for 6 years seemed finally ready to relax a little. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, observing the complex emotions of eagerness tinged with apprehension in their eyes, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. In recent years, his seclusion for training had indeed diminished the time spent with them, particularly with Ning Rongrong. This little girl, though she seldom voiced it, revealed her longing every time he emerged from his retreat, her sparkling eyes and clingy demeanor betraying her feelings. It was time to make amends and to refresh his own spirits. Turning to Ning Fengji, he spoke in a light-hearted tone. Uncle Ning, with the stability of my soul rings and familiarity with my skills, I wish to temporarily pause my training and take Rongrong and Sister Yin to explore Heavendo City. To unwind a bit. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Ning Fengji could respond, Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin perked up simultaneously. Ning Rongrong's large eyes erupted with a brilliance even more dazzling than when she had seen the 100,000-year soul ring, all fear and shock instantly supplanted by overwhelming joy. She could hardly believe her ears, releasing Dugu Yin's hand and bounding joyfully to Jun Xiaoyao, seizing his arm and shaking it vigorously. Is it true? Brother Xiaoyao? Are you really serious? We're going to Heavendo City to play. Her voice, elevated with excitement, brimmed with incredulity. That's wonderful. It's been ages since you took me out. Daddy, you must agree. As she shook Jun Xiaoyao, her eager gaze darted towards Ning Fengji, her small face alight with yearning and supplication, fearful that her father might deny her. Beside her, Dugu Yin, though less exuberant than Ning Rongrong, exhibited a remarkable sparkle in her emerald-like eyes, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. She instinctively straightened her back, looking expectantly at Jun Xiaoyao, while cautiously glancing towards her grandfather, Dugu Bo, and Uncle Ning Fengji. Heavendo City, the most prosperous metropolis of the Heavendo Empire. She had previously spent time there attending the Royal Academy. Yet her solitary and introverted nature had kept her from truly enjoying it. Even when her grandfather occasionally visited, it was always in a hurry, never allowing for leisurely exploration. Moreover, this time it was Xiaoyao who had taken the initiative to invite them, observing his daughter's eager demeanor, as if she could hardly wait to set off immediately. Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He felt a sense of guilt and gratitude towards Jun Xiaoyao, believing that the sect owed him much. Such a modest request, how could he refuse? Furthermore, given that Jun Xiaoyao had just accomplished a significant feat, it was only fitting that he be allowed to relax. All right, Ning Fengji replied with a warm smile, nodding his head. You have indeed worked hard over these years. It's time for respite. Taking Rongrong and Yin Yin to unwind is a good idea, but his tone softened. Laced with concern, you must exercise caution. Your status is no longer what it once was, and Heavendo City is a place where danger and opportunity intertwine. Rest assured, Uncle Ning. Jun Xiaoyao replied with a calm smile, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. I know my limits. Besides, we are merely going for a casual outing. I doubt there will be any indiscreet individuals to disturb us. With my current strength, unless a titled Douluo intervenes personally, there is little that can threaten me. And such an esteemed figure would hardly make an appearance in a bustling marketplace. Hearing this, Bone Douluo waved his hand generously, saying, Go ahead, enjoy yourselves. If you encounter any trouble, simply invoke the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Alternatively, I could discreetly send 2 Soul Douluos to protect you. Thank you, grandfather. But that won't be necessary, Jun Xiaoyao politely declined. Being overly ostentatious would detract from the fun. I can ensure their safety myself. Sword Douluo Chun Xin also nodded slightly. Xiaoyao acts with prudence. There is no need for excessive concern. Dugu Bo chuckled, addressing Dugu Yin, child. Go and have fun with Xiaoyao. Relax a bit. I shall refrain from dampening your spirits this time. He held complete faith in Jun Xiaoyao's abilities. With the approval of the elders, Ning Rongrong was nearly ecstatic, nearly leaping in joy as she exclaimed, Yay, this is wonderful. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa Jian. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. Thank you, Grandpa Dugu. She expressed her gratitude to each of them, then eagerly grabbed Jun Xiaoyao and Dugu Yin, promptly beginning to plan their adventure. Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yin, shall we set off early tomorrow? I want to visit the largest shopping street in Heavendo City, and I want to dine at the most exquisite restaurant. And see, watching her animated chatter, her face flushed with excitement, Jun Xiaoyao and Dugu Yin exchanged knowing smiles, both infected by her exuberance. Although Dugu Yin remained reserved, her eyes brimmed with anticipation as she softly said, I'll follow your lead, Xiaoyao. Yet her gaze drifted unconsciously into the distance, as if she could already envision the splendor of Heavendo City. Jun Xiaoyao, observing the 2 captivating young women before him, felt as though the tranquil waters of his heart, long subdued by relentless training, had been stirred by a pebble, creating ripples of ease and lightness. The path of cultivation requires a balance of strain and release. Perhaps this temporary relaxation would serve to propel him further along his journey. Heavendo City, then? would be an excellent opportunity to witness the grandeur of this imperial capital, and perhaps even hear tidings of old acquaintances. A flicker of subtle light danced in his eyes, swiftly replaced by a gentle smile. Very well, it is decided then. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow for Heavendoe City. Chapter 85. A sojourn in Heavendoe the following morning, as the first light of dawn broke. 3 youthful figures stood at the gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, basking in the gentle glow of the morning sun, radiating vitality. Jun Xiaoyao donned a simple yet sleek black attire, his stature tall and demeanor composed, though today his brow bore less of the usual gravity and more of a rare tranquility. Beside him, Ning Rongrong was dressed in a delightful knee-length dress of soft yellow, intricately embroidered with subtle patterns. She wore dainty deerskin ankle boots, her long hair fashioned into an adorable princess braid, exuding the charm and vivacity of a blooming spring flower. She excitedly tugged at Douluo's hand, chattering incessantly, brimming with anticipation for their impending adventure in Heavendoe City. Douluo, on the other hand, opted for a simple yet elegant knee-length dress in deep green, which accentuated her tall frame and fair complexion. Her short, dark purple hair was impeccably styled, and a touch of powder softened her usually cool demeanor, adding a hint of youthful grace, though she was not as overtly expressive as Ning Rongrong. The slight upturn of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes revealed the joy within her heart. After bidding farewell to the repeatedly cautioning Ning Fengji and the 3 titled Douluo, the trio chose to walk rather than take any form of transport. Given their stamina, reaching Heavendoe City would take merely half a day's journey, allowing them to relish the scenic beauty along the way. Throughout, Ning Rongrong flitted ahead like a bird released from its cage, merrily leading the way, sometimes chasing butterflies and at other times plucking wildflowers by the roadside, her laughter ringing through the forest pathways like silver bells. She would occasionally dash back to Jun Xiaoyao's side, presenting him with flowers she deemed beautiful, or tugging at Douluo's arm to excitedly point out some curious sight. Douluo evidently relished this liberating sensation, her previously taut nerves completely unwinding. At times, she too would be swept up in Ning Rongrong's exuberance, flashing a bright smile and even crouching by the stream to observe the fish or to debate which flower bloomed most vibrantly. For the most part, Jun Xiaoyao simply followed behind them with a smile, watching their playful antics. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the youthful, vibrant faces of the 2 girls, while the air was infused with the fresh scent of flora mingled with their faint, sweet fragrance. In this moment, there was no arduous training, no heavy scheming, no cautious calculations, and certainly no oppressive presence of tidal Douluo or the mournful laments of 10,000-year soul beasts. There existed only the simplest of companionship and delightful laughter. Observing Ning Rongrong's unclouded smile and Douluo's rare, relaxed expression, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if his heart's lake was being soothed by the warm sunlight and the melodious laughter. For a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in thought, wishing that time could eternally linger in such a carefree and pleasant moment. Indeed, it seemed quite appealing. To be distanced from disputes, to forget worries, and to be accompanied only by those who mattered, experiencing the world's myriad wonders. This thought was like a stone cast into a lake, creating subtle ripples that quickly sank back into the depths of his heart. He shook his head slightly, a trace of almost imperceptible self-mockery flitting across his lips. To freeze time? Merely a fanciful dream. He knew better than anyone that the serenity and joy of this moment were but a fleeting interlude before the storm. The tapestry of this continent had only just begun to unfurl. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall were akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, already beginning to silently strike, weaving a vast net that enveloped the entire continent. The undercurrents of conflict between the 3 major sects and the empire stirred, while the Star Luo Empire watched with bated breath, with various factions intricately intertwined. As for him, despite possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and stepping into the realm of the powerful, he had also entered the very eye of a broader vortex. The enmity between Tang Hao and his son would inevitably draw the attention of the Spirit Hall, along with countless unforeseen challenges and formidable adversaries in the future. Moreover, he bore the secret of his transmigration, possessing insights that transcended this era, which was both his greatest advantage and a burden. For it meant he could not live as carefree as a true youth. With great power came great responsibility. The future he envisioned predetermined that he could not remain aloof. To grow stronger, to ceaselessly strengthen himself until he possessed the power to shatter all shackles and control the fates of himself and those he cared for. This was the singular path he must tread. The frolics and merriment before him were a reprieve, a relaxation, a cherished memory, yet they must never become a seductive refuge in which to languish. With this thought, the fleeting haze in his eyes dissipated entirely, and the depths of his pupils regained their usual clarity and profundity, though his gaze upon the two girls ahead remained gentle. Let this lightheartedness linger a while longer. Half a day's time sped by in laughter, and the magnificent outline of Tiando City came into view. The towering city walls sprawled like a great dragon, while the bustling city gate brimmed with a cacophony of voices, showcasing the splendor and grandeur of the imperial capital. "Wow, we've arrived," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pointing ahead, her cheeks flushed from running. "Xiaoyao Gij, Yan Jia, let us hurry into the city. I want to buy that crystal necklace I saw last time, and I must try the signature spirit goose at Bai Wei's High." Dugi Yan, too, was captivated by the majestic city and the lively atmosphere, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she softly remarked, "Tiando City is indeed more prosperous than I remembered." Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly and quickened his pace to catch up with the two. "Very well. Today I shall indulge your wishes, whatever you wish to eat, play, or visit. We shall do it all." For now, he chose to cast aside the turbulent world of martial arts and relish this rare moment of leisure. The trio merged with the flow of people into the heart of this grand empire, their figures gradually blending into the vibrant tapestry of life. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's keen senses had already, unbeknownst to him, spread like an invisible web, capturing the subtle undercurrents and information lurking beneath the surface of the bustling metropolis. To partake in leisure also allowed for insight into the world. Relaxation did not equate to lowering one's guard. This was his way. Once inside the city, they sought a refined yet not overly ostentatious street, halting before an inn named Yun Shinju. The establishment's facade was not the most luxurious, yet the ambience was tranquil, the decor elegant, and the security appeared quite stringent, aligning with his desire for discretion and safety. "How about we stay here for the next few days?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, seeking the opinions of the two young ladies. Ning Rongrong peered in and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, it looks quite clean. Let us choose this one. Anyway, we'll be out playing during the day, and we just need a comfortable place to sleep at night." Dugian naturally had no objections. Jun Xiaoyao then led the two into the inn, requesting 2 adjacent upper rooms. He would occupy one alone, while Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin would share the other, ensuring both convenience and the propriety befitting young ladies. While checking in, Jun Xiaoyao casually scanned the few scattered patrons in the lobby and the astute innkeeper behind the counter. His formidable mental energy brushed past like a gentle breeze, confirming there were no unusual fluctuations of soul power or potential threats. Before placing a gold soul coin on the counter, "We prefer a quieter room, free from disturbances," he stated in a calm yet authoritative tone. The innkeeper, recognizing the unusual nature of their guest, grew more respectful and personally guided them to a private room on the 3rd floor. After settling their simple belongings, Ning Rongrong was already eager to drag Dugi Yin and Jun Xiaoyao outside. Let us go, let us go. Tiando City, here we come." Her laughter dispelled the last remnants of tranquility in the inn's corridor. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, locked the door, and followed in their footsteps, with their temporary abode arranged. The upcoming moments would truly immerse them in the city's vibrant life. Chapter 86. Attention on Tiando. Tiando City, as the political and economic nucleus of the Tiando Empire, surpassed ordinary cities in its opulence. The main thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carts abreast, was paved with glistening bluestone. Shops lined both sides of the street, banners fluttering, offering a dazzling array of rare treasures, silks, soul tools, and even soul beast materials, overwhelming the senses. The air was thick with the aromas of various delicacies, the sweetness of cosmetics, and the vibrant hustle and bustle unique to a thriving metropolis. Ning Rongrong took the lead, flitting like a butterfly through the stalls and shops. She was utterly defenseless against the shimmering trinkets, beautiful dresses, and the latest toys, occasionally letting out delightful gasps of surprise. "Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yin, what do you think of this crystal hairpin? Wow, the luster of this flowing cloud satin is truly magnificent. I must return and have the tailor craft a new dress. Come quickly and see this soul-guided little bird that sings on its own." Her innocent and carefree demeanor, coupled with her radiant smile and the conspicuous elegance of her pale yellow gown, transformed her into an enchanting young lady, seemingly untouched by the world's harsh realities. This charm naturally drew numerous glances from passers-by, particularly from women and young ladies who offered her warm and appreciative smiles, captivated by her unadulterated joy. In stark contrast, slightly trailing behind her was Douluo Yan, presenting an altogether different spectacle. Tall and graceful, her figure accentuated by a dark green gown that highlighted her porcelain-like skin. She emanated an air of aloof elegance. Her short, deep purple hair framed her delicate features, yet her expression bore an innate, almost forbidding chill. Unlike Ning Rongrong, she exhibited little curiosity about her surroundings, often walking quietly, her jade-like eyes scanning the bustling scene with a detached indifference, as though the surrounding commotion could never penetrate her inner sanctum. This unique aura, straddling the line between girlhood and womanhood, mingled with an air of mystery and detachment, rendered her irresistibly alluring to the young soul masters and noble scions of Heaven Do City, who were accustomed to the more vivacious or flirtatious aristocratic ladies. Her icy demeanor did not deter them. Rather, it ignited a fervent desire to conquer and explore. Throughout their journey, countless astonished, curious, and fervent gazes fell upon Douluo Yan. Some self-styled dandy noble youths deliberately slowed their pace or loitered at nearby tea houses and taverns, attempting to attract her attention. Some even adjusted their attire, preparing to approach her. However, whenever someone tried to draw near, or when a gaze became too brazen, Douluo Yan would cast a cold glance in their direction. Her eyes, devoid of any emotion, yet imbued with an invisible chill reminiscent of serpent's gaze, sent those with ulterior motives scurrying like they had been doused with icy water, instinctively averting their eyes and refraining from further advances. After all, she was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, though she did not flaunt her heritage. The pride and coldness etched into her very being were far beyond the capacity of ordinary scions to endure. As for Jun Xiaoyao, who walked a few paces behind the two young ladies, he was even more striking, tall and exceptionally handsome, though clad simply in a black outfit. His understated yet profound demeanor and deep, star-like eyes made him appear as though he radiated an aura that set him apart from the crowd. He walked with an air of serenity, exuding a grace and detachment that felt almost leisurely amidst the bustling street. Although he did not project any soul power, the occasional flicker of sharpness and indifference in his gaze caused some perceptive soul masters to feel a chill run down their spines, instinctively wary of this seemingly youthful boy. Together, the trio formed a remarkable tableau, one lively and sprightly like a sprite, another cool and enigmatic like an orchid, and the third poised and steady like a deep pool. It was nearly impossible not to attract attention. Who are those young ladies and gentlemen? I've never seen them before. What beautiful girls, especially the one in the green dress. Her aura is so distinctive. And who is that young man in black? He possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He must have an impressive background. Whispers and speculations circulated among the crowd, unaware or indifferent to the attention. Ning Rongrong remained immersed in her shopping and exploratory delight. Douluo Yan frowned slightly, evidently displeased by the sensation of being watched. However, upon witnessing the enthusiastic Ning Rongrong and the ever-composed Jun Xiaoyao beside her, she suppressed her discomfort, though her aura grew even cooler. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, appeared oblivious to his surroundings, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the buildings, pedestrians, and shop signs along the street. In reality, he was swiftly assessing potential threats in the vicinity, distinguishing between ordinary shops and those supported by soul master forces, noting the changing patrol patterns of the city guards, and detecting any hidden waves of soul power among the crowd. Every detail was vividly etched in his mind. He allowed himself to relax and enjoy the pleasure of companionship. Yet he would never genuinely place himself in unknown peril. This seemingly prosperous and tranquil imperial capital concealed undercurrents that he understood better than anyone. Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yan, let's check out that store, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pointing toward a particularly opulent jewelry shop, the renowned Linglong Pavilion, bustling with patrons. Jun Xiaoyao returned to the present, offering a slight smile, just as the three were about to step through the gleaming entrance of Linglong Pavilion. A sudden commotion of hurried hoofbeats echoed from the opposite end of the street, accompanied by loud, arrogant shouts. Make way! Make way! Are you blind? A group of young men, clad in splendid attire and mounted on magnificent steeds, galloped toward them, led by a haughty, flamboyantly dressed youth whose demeanor radiated arrogance. He carelessly flicked his riding whip, disregarding the throngs of pedestrians crowding the street. Their trajectory was directly toward the entrance of Linglong Pavilion. The crowd erupted into chaos, with pedestrians scrambling to avoid the oncoming riders. Ning Rongrong, startled by the sudden upheaval, instinctively inched closer to Jun Xiaoyao. Douluo Yan's brow furrowed sharply, a clear sign of her distaste for this unwarranted disruption. Jun Xiaoyao paused momentarily, positioning himself protectively behind the two young ladies as he raised his gaze to the approaching ruffians. A flicker of cold light passed through his deep-set eyes. It seemed that this brief moment of peaceful amusement was destined to stir up some turbulence after all. Chapter 87. The Rascals Block the Way. The galloping youths clearly held high status, their steeds a striking blend of soul beast and thoroughbred, their coats gleaming and their hooves thunderous. They rode unabashedly through the bustling main street, inciting a cacophony of chaos and discontent, yet no one dared to intervene. The leading youth, seemingly around 17 or 18, sported a pallid complexion marred by excessive indulgence, his eyes flippant, a smirk of arrogance gracing his lips as though the entire street were merely an extension of his family estate. He reveled in the panic he incited among the onlookers, relishing the feeling of supremacy as he cracked his whip with a resounding snap. Just as the cavalcade was about to thunder past Linglong Pavilion, a young man with a sharp, simian face, clearly a sycophant, caught sight of Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin poised to enter. In an instant, his eyes widened with excitement, and his breath quickened. He abruptly reined in his horse and leaned toward the leading youth, speaking in a hushed, eager tone. "Boss, look." At the entrance of Linglong Pavilion, two exquisite beauties, absolutely stunning. The flamboyant youth, caught up in the thrill of his display, glanced in the direction indicated by his sycophant, his expression shifting from annoyance to one of astonished greed as he laid eyes on the two young ladies, especially the two young maidens, one radiantly charming and vivacious, akin to the most resplendent flower basking in sunlight, while the other, ethereal and unearthly, resembled a snow lotus blooming solitary in a moonlit valley. Two utterly distinct forms of beauty, yet equally captivating, instantly rendered all the so-called beauties he had encountered mundane by comparison. The young man in splendid attire felt a slight dryness in his throat, a fleeting glimmer of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes. He abruptly raised his hand, causing the entire cavalcade to halt abruptly before the Linglong Pavilion, several attendants skillfully restraining the agitated steeds, effectively blocking the entrance. The leading young man reined in his horse, his gaze unabashedly sweeping back and forth between Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, growing increasingly restless with each passing moment. Having mingled in the extravagant circles of Tiando City for years, he prided himself on his experience with women, yet had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, let alone two strikingly different beauties appearing simultaneously. The sycophant, adept at reading the room, immediately grasped that his master had taken a liking to these maidens. He eagerly dismounted, adjusting his attire, donning a grin he believed to be suitably charming but was, in fact, rather lewd, and hastened towards the trio of Jun Xiaoyao. He completely disregarded the distinguished Jun Xiaoyao standing ahead, his gaze fixated directly on Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin, speaking in a tone that feigned elegance but was ultimately frivolous. "Fair maidens, might I request a moment of your time?" Ning Rongrong, brimming with excitement to enter the Linglong Pavilion, was abruptly halted, her delicate brows knitting together in displeasure as she cast a disapproving glance at the intruder. Douluo Yin, on the other hand, felt a chill descend in her gaze, her emerald-like eyes now icy, as if assessing something vile. The sycophant, unnerved by Douluo Yin's penetrating stare, felt a shiver run down his spine, but emboldened by his master's backing, pressed on with a grin. "Your celestial beauty brings great honor to Tiando City. My master, upon seeing you, has been quite taken with you both, and has sent me to invite you to explore the delights of the Linglong Pavilion together." He gestured towards the young man in splendid attire, who sat atop his horse, casting a commanding gaze as if he were destined to have his way. "My master has decreed that all the jewelry and ornaments you desire within this pavilion will be purchased by him, regardless of their value. All he seeks is the pleasure of your acquaintance to admire exquisite treasures together. Would that not be a delightful proposition?" His words dripped with a sense of grandiosity and condescension, as if he were bestowing an immense favor. In his perspective, no young woman could possibly decline the allure of receiving the finest jewels in Tiando City for free, especially when the invitation came from his master. Gekuin, the grandson of the illustrious Marshal Galong, was quite renowned in the decadent circles of Tiando City. Those pedestrians who had stepped aside to witness the scene bore expressions of pity and understanding. "Ah, it's the young master of Marshal Ji's family," they murmured. "These two young ladies are in for a stroke of misfortune." Gekuin is notorious for his lasciviousness and arrogance. Any girl he sets his sights on is doomed. What a pity for these two enchanting maidens. The young man in black may not be able to protect them. As whispers filled the air, laden with wariness towards Gakuen and sympathy for Jun Xiaoyao and the maidens. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing the sycophantess words, was momentarily taken aback, only for fury to surge upon her delicate features. As the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, what treasures had she not encountered? Did she require others to pay for her? This frivolous approach to courtship repulsed her. Who needs you to pay for anything? Who wishes to make your acquaintance? Step aside. Good dogs don't block the path. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, scolding him without reservation, her temperament as a young lady flaring up. Dugian, too, was too disdainful to respond, merely regarding the sycophant with her cold, piercing gaze, as if he were a mere jester, a palpable chill emanating from her presence. The sycophant, taken aback by the blatant disregard from the two maidens, felt his countenance darken, yet he maintained a forced smile. Ladies, why must you shut me out? My master extends a sincere invitation. In Tiando City, to gain my master's favor is a blessing sought by many. Before he could finish, a calm yet authoritative voice, imbued with undeniable force, cut through the air. They have stated, they do not require your invitation. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of the two maidens, his gaze level and unyielding as he regarded the sycophant. Step aside. His voice was not raised, yet it sliced through the surrounding clamor like a shard of ice cast into water, instantly silencing the tumult. The sycophant, caught in Jun Xiaoyao's piercing gaze, felt an inexplicable dread wash over him, as if he were being scrutinized by a perilous entity, instinctively retreating a half-step. But as he remembered the might backing him, he swelled with indignation, puffing out his chest, his voice trembling with false bravado. Who do you think you are? This is not your place to speak. My master's invitation is for these two maidens. Seeing this, Gakuen atop his horse scowled as well. How dare someone impede his pursuit of beauty? Especially a youth who appeared even younger than him. He snorted in disdain, urging his horse forward a few paces, the whip pointing menacingly at Jun Xiaoyao, arrogantly proclaiming, Brat, if you know what's good for you, clear out of the way. Don't disturb my enjoyment with these lovely ladies. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences. Tension hung palpably in the air, the conflict on the brink of eruption. Chapter 88. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yuqianheng. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly, having finally found a moment of respite with the two maidens, only to have it disrupted by such a foolish buffoon. A flicker of annoyance and disdain ignited within him. A mere grandson of an imperial marshal dared to be so brazen in his presence? In his eyes, not even the prince of the Tiando Empire held any significance. They were all merely transient figures of power, indistinguishable from the masses. Should he so desire, he could effortlessly reduce this so-called scoundrel and his lackeys to mere dust. Even if Marshal Galong were to learn of it afterward, would he dare to mobilize the entire empire against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and two-peak Douluo for the sake of a worthless grandson? As the cold light flickered in his eyes, preparing to impart an unforgettable lesson to this insufferably arrogant Gakuen, a clear and slightly stern voice, imbued with irrefutable pride, rang out from the crowd behind. Gakuen, in broad daylight, beneath the imperial city, you dare to gallop through the streets, disturbing the common folk? Furthermore, you audaciously invite virtuous maidens to join you? As the grandson of an imperial marshal, do you not fear tarnishing the esteemed reputation of Marshal Galong? The voice, imbued with the clarity characteristic of youth, carried an air of gravitas and authority far beyond his years, instantly quelling the surrounding uproar. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, collectively turning toward the source of the voice. They beheld a young man, approximately 14 years of age, striding forth with a commanding presence. Clad in a sleek blue outfit featuring subtle dragon motifs at the cuffs, he stood tall and poised. His handsome visage bore sharp features, a high nose, and a tightly pressed mouth. Though still youthful, he exuded a nascent charisma, radiating the formidable essence of a top-tier beast martial soul wielder and the proud demeanor of a noble heir. Two family guards, exuding a calm, yet formidable aura, trailed closely behind him, clearly formidable soul masters. The appearance of this young man was akin to a piercing bolt of lightning cutting through a murky scene, his proud bearing, a testament to his noble lineage, starkly contrasting with the frivolous young rakes, rendering them mere jesters in comparison. Gokun, brimming with arrogance, was brazenly threatening Jun Xiaoyao when he was unexpectedly called out by name in public, receiving a reprimand, particularly in the presence of the beauty he had set his sights on. Instantly feeling a profound loss of face, his anger flared up. Accustomed to reigning supreme in Heaven Do City, Gokun was not accustomed to such insolence. Save for the royal family and a select few noble families he dared not cross. Without even catching a glimpse of the intruder's appearance, he violently turned his head, unleashing a torrent of curses. How bold! Who dares meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Get out! However, when his haughty gaze finally landed on the face of the young man before him, one filled with an air of pride and a familiarity he couldn't quite place, the latter half of his tirade was abruptly stifled, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. The fury etched on his face froze instantly, morphing into sheer astonishment, disbelief, and then rapidly replaced by a wave of panic. His arrogance was instantly diminished. "Why, young Master Tianheng?" he stammered, the tremor in his voice betraying his uncertainty. The intruder was none other than Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant and future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, one of the prestigious 3 great sects. Gokun's entourage and sycophants recognized the little tyrant instantly. The reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect resounded throughout Heaven Do City, known for its overwhelming might. Their faces turned ashen, and they hastily dismounted, standing frozen in place, unsure whether to bow or kneel, caught in a state of utter embarrassment and fear. The surrounding crowd erupted in hushed gasps, casting sideways glances. The young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was indeed a person of great significance. Yu Tianheng paid no heed to the suddenly silent sycophants and followers, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ning Rongrong and Duge Yin, who were sheltered behind Jun Xiaoyao. Upon beholding the exquisite beauty of the 2 women, a flicker of youthful surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression more one of disdain towards Gokun's conduct. Finally, his gaze settled on Jun Xiaoyao, the youth in black garb, who appeared to be slightly younger than himself. Yet, in the face of Gokun's threats and his own sudden appearance, the young man wore an unusually calm demeanor, his deep-set eyes reflecting no hint of panic, only an otherworldly tranquility. Yu Tianheng felt a stir of curiosity within him. This person was no ordinary individual. He inclined his head slightly towards Jun Xiaoyao in a gesture of acknowledgement before turning his piercing gaze back to the pale-faced Gokun, his tone icy. "Gokun, where has your bravado gone? Galloping through the streets, coercing women, spouting arrogance. Has the illustrious name of General Goku been squandered so frivolously?" Gokun, upon hearing these words, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. While his grandfather wielded considerable power, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect commanded a respect even from the Empire itself, and its heir held an esteemed status. If Yu Tianheng were to divulge today's incident, it would suffice for him to express mere dissatisfaction with the Gokun family, and it could well spell disaster for him. "Why, young Master Tianheng, please calm your anger. It's all a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding." Gokun nearly tumbled off his horse in his haste to dismount, his face contorted into a servile smile, devoid of any prior arrogance. "Yes, I was foolish. My vision was clouded. I disturbed your friends, and I deserve punishment. I shall leave at once. Right away." At that moment, he only wished to extricate himself from this predicament, forgetting all about beauty and charm. Yu Tianheng regarded Gokun's sudden display of subservience with increasing disdain, his voice cold. "Apologize. Then leave." "Yes, yes." Gokun felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily turning towards Jun Xiaoyao and the others, bowing deeply, his voice trembling. "My sincerest apologies. I truly regret my actions. I was blind and offended you 3. Please forgive me. Forgive me." Ning Rongrong scoffed, too lazy to acknowledge him. Duge Yin's gaze remained icy. Jun Xiaoyao merely cast a fleeting glance at him, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing their indifference, Gokun dared not linger. Shooting a smile at Yu Tianheng before clumsily climbing back onto his horse with his disheveled entourage, fleeing the scene in a panic, inciting a murmur among the onlookers. The commotion abruptly subsided due to Yu Tianheng's unforeseen appearance. He then turned his attention back to Jun Xiaoyao and the others, his previously stern demeanor softening slightly, yet still carrying the inherent pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. He clasped his fists in salute. "I am Yu Tianheng. Gokun's behavior was absurd, and I apologize for the disturbance caused to you 3. You all possess remarkable bearing. May I ask for your names?" Chapter 89. The friendship of Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng introduced himself with a courteous air, his tone imbued with a natural pride, yet exhibiting an openness and generosity. His gaze primarily rested on Jun Xiaoyao, as intuition suggested that this exceptional young man was the leader among the trio. Before Jun Xiaoyao could respond, Ning Rongrong, with a charming smile, stepped forward, her vivacious spirit shining through. Recognizing him as a fellow descendant of one of the three great sects and the one who had just come to their aid, she felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. Tilting her head slightly, her voice rang out like a melodious songbird. So, you're Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? I am Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. Yu Tianheng echoed, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as the name struck a familiar chord. He instinctively repeated it, only to suddenly realize something. The coldness on his face swiftly replaced by surprise as his sharp eyes widened slightly. Ning, you bear the surname Ning? Could it be Ning Rongrong? Noticing his realization, beamed even brighter, a hint of pride in her smile as she confirmed his conjecture. Indeed, my father is Ning Fengji, though he had suspected as much. Hearing Ning Rongrong confirm it sent Yu Tianheng into a deep breath, the astonishment on his face lingering. He scrutinized the girl before him, bright eyes, pearly teeth, exuding an enchanting aura, adorned in opulence without appearing vulgar. She indeed matched the descriptions of the precious jewel held dear by the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. The pride he held as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect transformed into a sense of equal respect and astonishment when faced with the little princess of the same standing. He had not expected that in coming to the aid of a fellow disciple, he would encounter the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Though the three great sects were ostensibly united, their recent developments had seen their disciples interact less frequently, particularly the core members. However, their reputations were renowned. With the Haotian sect's withdrawal, the most dynamic top sects on the continent were the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. I had no idea it was Miss Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. I beg your pardon. Yu Tianheng once more clasped his fists, this time with a tone that bore greater solemnity and a subtle hint of courtesy. His gaze shifted to Douluo Yin and Jun Xiaoyao beside her. And who might these two be? Ning Rongrong cheerfully pulled Douluo Yin closer, introducing her. This is my sister, Douluo Yin. Her grandfather is the famed poison Douluo Dalu. She did not directly state that Douluo Yin was her sister, but her affectionate demeanor made it abundantly clear. The granddaughter of the poison Douluo? Yu Tianheng was taken aback once more. A descendant of a titled Douluo carried significant weight. Though Douluo Bo may not have hailed from sect, his solitary nature and mastery of poison rendered him a figure not to be underestimated by any force. He cast his gaze upon Douluo Yin, noting her striking beauty. With a hint of coldness in her azure eyes, she merely inclined her head in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the vivacity of Ning Rongrong. Ultimately, all eyes converged on Jun Xiaoyao. When Ning Rongrong looked at Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness and dependence. With a cheerful tone, she introduced him. As for him, this is Jun Xiaoyao, also from our Seven Treasure Glazed School, and he is the most important person to both me and Sister Yin. Her introduction, infused with youthful innocence and unabashed affection, sent a shiver down Yu Tianheng's spine. Jun Xiaoyao? Yu Tianheng silently repeated the name in his mind, confirming he had never heard of it before. However, the attitudes of Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin towards him, particularly Ning Rongrong's designation of him as the most important person, coupled with his calm demeanor when facing Gekuan, made Yu Tianheng wary of underestimating him due to his youth. He noticed the peculiar nature of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, which were said to be the legendary twin pupils. His heart trembled. A person with twin pupils was an extraordinary being, indeed. Yu Tianheng once again clasped his fists with solemnity. Jun, brother. Although Yu Tianheng was of noble birth, he was far from foolish. The exceptional aura that Jun Xiaoyao exuded, which could earn the respect of both the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed School and the granddaughter of the Poison Doll, hinted at something remarkable about him. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, yet it conveyed ample respect. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a serene smile and a polite nod, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Thank you for the timely intervention, brother Yu. Jun, you are too kind, even without my assistance. I believe Gekuan would have faced dire consequences, Yu Tianheng replied hastily. I merely happened to pass by and couldn't bear to watch. His words were not entirely courteous. He genuinely felt that had he not intervened, Gekuan's fate would have been even graver. This Jun Xiaoyao instilled in him an overwhelming sense of danger, akin to an abyss beneath a tranquil sea. Regardless, this favor would be remembered. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly, his tone casual yet authoritative. Yu Tianheng felt a shift within, sensing that Jun Xiaoyao's words had effortlessly set the tone for their interaction, a composure that inspired his quiet admiration. Proud by nature, he seldom yielded to others, Yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to the prospect of befriending this younger individual. Glancing around at the still-gathering crowd, he proposed, "This place is not suitable for conversation. If the three of you do not mind, I know of a nearby tea house that offers a serene ambience. Allow me to treat you, so we may sit and converse." It was a rare opportunity to meet friends from the Seven Treasure Glazed School. My grandfather has often spoken highly of Sect Master Ning and praised the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower's auxiliary abilities. His offer to extend an olive branch, referencing his family's connections to the Seven Treasure Glazed School, instantly bridged the gap between them. Ning Rongrong, delighted by the praise of her sect, looked up, seeking Jun Xiaoyao's approval. Douluo also turned her gaze towards him. After a brief contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "Very well, then. I shall impose on Brother Yu." He held a favorable impression of Yu Qianheng. The young man exhibited a commendable blend of pride and humility, embodying the qualities befitting a successor of the upper three sections. Moreover, forging connections in Heaven-Do City with the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was not without merit. Upon receiving Jun Xiaoyao's consent, Ning Rongrong immediately brightened. Yes, just what we need after a long day." Yu Qianheng, witnessing her enthusiasm, also wore a sincere smile. The chance to be acquainted with the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed School, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, and the enigmatic Jun Xiaoyao was indeed an unexpected delight. He gestured invitingly. "Please follow me." Thus, under Yu Tianheng's guidance, Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo departed from the bustling street corner, making their way to a nearby elegant tea house. The serendipitous encounter of these young heirs from the upper three sects in the royal city of Heaven-Do might pave the way for unforeseen developments in the future. In the tea house's elegant private room, tranquility reigned. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, isolating them from the clamor of the market outside. The four took their seats, with Yu Qianheng adeptly ordering a pot of fine clear heart tea and an array of exquisite tea snacks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew considerably more congenial. Despite his noble lineage, Yu Qianheng was youthful and not bound by the rigid customs of his sect, which valued martial prowess and directness. Upon confirming the identities of his guests and sensing no ill intent, his initial surprise and solemnity quickly morphed into the curiosity and camaraderie befitting young men. He primarily regaled Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo with tales of the local customs in Heaven-Do City, as well as intriguing anecdotes about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, light-hearted topics designed to foster rapport. Ning Rongrong listened with rapt attention, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Her initial impression of the refined Yu Tianheng quite favorable. Douluo, on the other hand, remained taciturn, quietly seated beside Jun Xiaoyao, occasionally sipping her tea, her azure eyes scrutinizing yet devoid of hostility. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his composed demeanor, occasionally interjecting with succinct remarks that struck at the heart of the matter or offering unique perspectives on certain soul masters mentioned by Yu Tianheng, which elicited surprise in his eyes and compelled him to treat Jun Xiaoyao with utmost respect. However, Ning Rongrong, being naturally lively and spirited, found it increasingly difficult to remain still after the novelty wore off. Within a short span of time, she began to fidget, her lively eyes darting towards the bustling street below, her legs swinging restlessly, clearly distracted. Jun Xiaoyao, perceptive as ever, noticed her impatience, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. Yu Qianheng, equally discerning, recognized her restlessness and understood that the little princess was likely growing weary of the stillness. Although he was keen on befriending these disciples from the upper three sects, he was also mindful of the need to maintain an appropriate balance. It would be unwise to bore them on their first encounter. Thus, he graciously set down his teacup and rose, a sincere smile gracing his face. "It has been a pleasure to meet the three of you today. However, I imagine that as newcomers to Heaven-Do City, you must have many places you wish to explore. I shall not impose further." His thoughtfulness elicited a grateful glance from Ning Rongrong, who eagerly nodded. Yes, we want to see more places." Jun Xiaoyao then stood, responding with composure. "Brother Yu, you are too kind. Thank you for your hospitality today." "Jun, you are too modest," Yu Qianheng replied, clasping his fists. After a moment of contemplation, he extended another invitation. "Should you need anything in Heaven-Do City or seek a guide, feel free to visit me at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. I spend most of my time practicing there." His words were primarily directed at Jun Xiaoyao, conveyed with sincerity. Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at the mention, as if recalling a forgotten memory. She turned to tug at Douluo's sleeve. Sister Yin, I remember you were at the Heavendo Royal Academy before, right? It was at the Junior Academy, wasn't it? As Douluo Yin was suddenly questioned by Ning Rongrong. She momentarily froze, then nodded slightly, her voice cool and composed. Yes, I studied there for a brief period during my childhood. Her tone was unremarkable, as if merely reminiscing about a trivial past. However, this revelation invigorated Yu Tianheng, who had initially extended the invitation out of courtesy and the desire to forge a connection. He had not anticipated that one among them would indeed have ties to the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, she was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Miss Douluo was once a student at our Tiando Royal Academy. The smile on Yu Tianheng's face grew more sincere, as this newfound connection diminished the distance between them significantly. What a fortuitous coincidence. Given this, it would be most fitting for the three of you to visit the academy. The institution has undergone considerable changes over the years, and the scenery is rather pleasant, particularly the simulated training environment, which is among the finest on the continent. Should you find the time, I would be honored to extend my hospitality and guide you on a tour. His invitation became markedly more fervent, his gaze expectantly directed towards Jun Xiaoyao. While the visit from the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed important, it primarily bore the essence of formalities between sections. However, the addition of a titled Douluo's descendant who had once studied at the academy rendered the rationale both ample and natural. Jun Xiaoyao observed the shift in Yu Tianheng's expression, understanding the unspoken implications. He cast a glance at Douluo Yin, noting her apparent lack of resistance to returning to the academy, before catching sight of Ning Rongrong's eager curiosity, and smiled slightly. Since Brother Yu has extended such a warm invitation, if the opportunity arises, we shall certainly pay a visit. He did not commit explicitly, yet neither did he decline. This was sufficient. Yu Tianheng was well aware that for someone of their stature to respond in such a manner was a rare occurrence. A hearty smile illuminated his face. Excellent. Then it's settled. Tianheng will await the esteemed visit of the three of you at the academy. With his objective achieved, Yu Tianheng did not linger, bowing gracefully in farewell. Then we shall part ways for today. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned the gesture as Yu Tianheng turned and departed, his steps steady, the silhouette of his blue attire swiftly vanishing at the staircase. He felt that this unexpected encounter had yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. Having not only diffused a conflict, but also established a connection with a core figure from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the enigmatic Jun Xiaoyao. Furthermore, he had inadvertently discovered Douluo Yan's association with the academy, which left him in high spirits. In the elegant chamber, only Jun Xiaoyao, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo Yin remained. Ning Rongrong let out a long breath, instantly rejuvenated, bouncing to the window to gaze below. Finally gone, though he was quite pleasant, sitting around drinking tea was rather dull. Brother Xiaoyao, Sister Yin, where shall we go for our next adventure? Douluo Yin approached Jun Xiaoyao's side and quietly inquired, Xiaoyao, are you truly planning to visit the Tiando Royal Academy? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze drifted towards the window, as if he could penetrate the layers of buildings to see the renowned institution just outside Tiando City. He smiled faintly. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. There may be some intriguing sights. However, he added, this trip will primarily focus on leisure. After we explore Tiando City, we can then visit the Tiando Royal Academy. His words carried a profound implication, and a subtle glimmer flickered in his dual-colored pupils. The Tiando Royal Academy, a gathering place for numerous elite young soul masters from the Empire and the continent, surely would not disappoint him. Chapter 91. Jun Xiaoyao takes action as Ning Rongrong eagerly mapped out their upcoming itinerary, counting the famous attractions and snack streets of Tiando City on her fingers. Douluo Yin listened beside her, a faint smile of anticipation gracing her lips. However, Jun Xiaoyao gently shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with an undeniable authority. Rongrong, Sister Yin, before we embark on our outing, there is a matter we must address first. Ning Rongrong paused, her large eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao. What is it, Brother Xiaoyao? Do you have someone else to meet? Douluo Yin also cast a questioning glance, yet she understood Jun Xiaoyao better than Ning Rongrong. She detected a hint of coldness in his deep, profound eyes, causing her heart to stir with a sense of foreboding, as if she had guessed something. Jun Xiaoyao did not respond directly. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls of the elegant chamber, looking towards a particular direction. The earlier commotion was interrupted by Yu Tianheng's arrival. Yet that does not signify its conclusion. He paused, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Some individuals appear not to have learned their lesson and are lingering nearby, harboring ill intentions, perhaps even contemplating some impractical schemes. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted from surprise to anger. Brother Xiaoyao, are you saying that the scoundrel named Gokun hasn't left? He's still in the vicinity? Not only has he not left, Jun Xiaoyao replied with an air of indifference, laced with a touch of icy mockery. They have been hovering around this tea house, it seems. Yu Qianheng's warning merely caused him to retreat temporarily, yet he has not truly given up. Perhaps he feels embarrassed and seeks an opportunity to redeem himself, possessing formidable spiritual prowess. Jun Xiaoyao had discreetly locked onto Gokun with a strand of his consciousness the moment the conflict erupted. After Gokun and his entourage fled in a panic. They had not truly distanced themselves, but were instead hiding in an alley several streets away, furtively glancing towards the tea house and whispering to one another, evidently harboring malicious intent. Whether they were speculating about the relationship between Jun Xiaoyao, the three of them, and Yu Tianheng, or if they were unwilling to relent and were seeking chances, or perhaps waiting for an opportune moment when they were alone. Any of these scenarios was enough to provoke Jun Xiaoyao's displeasure. He, Jun Xiaoyao, was no saint who repays kindness with kindness. His philosophy was to eradicate threats at their roots, ensuring no future troubles. However, dealing with such lowly pests did not warrant significant effort on his part. Yet, inflicting a minor punishment to instill a lasting fear was indeed necessary. Du Guyan's gaze turned icy in an instant, a dangerous glimmer flashing in her emerald eyes. Foolish beings. Xiaoyao, what do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong, equally incensed, clenched her small fist. Exactly. He must not be let off easily. If it weren't for Yu Qianheng's sudden appearance, Brother Xiaoyao, you would have surely taught him a lesson. Scoundrels like him deserve to be shown their true colors. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly, the warmth of his expression chilling the very air around them. It's nothing significant, merely a matter of tying up loose ends. We must ensure he doesn't reappear to disturb our peace. He rose, adjusting his attire, which was not disheveled. Let us go, since he enjoys waiting. We shall grant him a resolution. With that, Jun Xiaoyao led the way out of the elegant chamber. Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan promptly followed, both girls displaying no signs of fear, but rather a subtle thrill at the prospect of accompanying Brother Xiaoyao to confront their adversary. The trio descended the tea house and paid no heed to the innkeeper's warm send-off, making their way directly onto the street. Jun Xiaoyao's pace remained unhurried, seemingly strolling casually. Yet both Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan could sense a clear target in his chosen direction. Navigating through two bustling streets, they turned into a relatively secluded alley. Indeed, in the shadows of the alley, Gokun was huddled with a few of his lackeys, whispering amongst themselves. Gokun's face was etched with resentment and indignation, and he occasionally cast furtive glances toward the tea house. Boss, perhaps we should take our leave? That fellow seems to be acquainted with young Master Hong. And what if? A sycophant tentatively suggested. Silence. Gokun impatiently interrupted him, his tone laced with malice. What of it if they are acquainted? Can you, Tianheng, possibly shadow them every day? Once they are alone, I shall. He faltered, unable to articulate his intentions, yet the urge to reclaim his dignity consumed him. At that moment, a voice, devoid of emotion yet ghostly, drifted from just behind them. Oh? What will you do? The sound was not loud, but it struck Gokun and his companions like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through their minds. Gokun's body stiffened, his fury instantaneously morphing into sheer terror as he turned his head slowly, like a marionette. At the alley's entrance, sunlight outlined three figures. It's you? How did you? Gokun stammered, his tongue tying in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His lackeys, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, pale as ghosts. How do they find us? Weren't they supposed to be at the tea house? Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, each stride pressing upon Gokun's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. It seems you failed to heed Yu Qianheng's warnings. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was devoid of discernible emotion, yet it bore an oppressive weight. Do you still believe I am easy to bully? And no, I wouldn't dare. Gokun nearly wailed, tears streaming down his face. Spare me, young master. I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. I will never dare again. I'll leave. I'll depart from Tiando City immediately. I will never appear before you again. In that moment, he was genuinely terrified. The ability of his adversaries to locate him with such precision transcended his comprehension, leaving him engulfed in boundless fear. Leave Tiando City? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused. Just as hope flickered in Gokun's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao continued indifferently. However, I must ensure you retain a memory of this encounter. Before Gokun could react, A glimmer flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's piercing gaze. There were no fluctuations of soul power, no earth-shattering aura, yet Gokun let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he were enduring the most horrific torment imaginable. He clutched his head, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently, his eyes bulging as he emitted strange, gasping sounds, as if witnessing an unspeakably terrifying vision. In mere moments, he rolled his eyes back and fainted, a large stain spreading across his trousers, the stench permeating the air. His lackeys were paralyzed with terror, crawling to the corner as they trembled uncontrollably, afraid to even glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had merely utilized a minuscule mental shock, directly affecting Gokun's spiritual essence. This would not claim his life, nor inflict visible injuries. It was sufficient to sow eternal dread within Gokun's soul towards Jun Xiaoyao. From that day forth, the mere sight or mention of Jun Xiaoyao would trigger a visceral terror in Gokun, extinguishing any thought of resistance. "Take your master and leave," Jun Xiaoyao said, not even sparing a glance at Gokun's lackeys, his voice flat and indifferent. Those sycophants, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, wept and wailed as they hastily dragged the unconscious Gokun away, their speed far exceeding that of their arrival. The alley returned to its tranquil state. Chapter 92. Moon Pavilion. The incident at the alley was akin to a pebble cast into a lake, creating ripples that soon faded into silence. For Jun Xiaoyao, punishing someone like Gokun was merely a trivial act, as inconsequential as brushing dust from his sleeve. The flicker of displeasure within him dissipated, and his expression softened once more, as if the cold-eyed youth who had just spoken with such commanding authority was naught but a figment of imagination. Very well, the bothersome fly has been dealt with. He turned to the two women beside him, a warm smile gracing his features. Now, we can fully immerse ourselves in the splendor of Tiando Imperial City. Yay, that's wonderful. Ning Rongrong immediately cast aside the earlier unpleasantness. Her energy revitalized as she clung to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, exclaiming, "Xiaoyao brother, let us hurry. I want to try that famous sweet tofu. And we must visit the flower garden in the south of the city." Duguyan nodded slightly, her icy demeanor softening considerably. With Jun Xiaoyao by her side, whether faced with peril or tranquility, she felt a sense of security. Thus, the trio truly melded into the bustling crowd of Tiando City. Ning Rongrong flitted about like a bird set free, her curiosity piqued by everything around her, one moment captivated by exquisite soul-guided accessories, the next lingering by a food stall overflowing with enticing aromas. Jun Xiaoyao and Dugu Yin followed her at a leisurely pace, smiles unconsciously tugging at their lips as they observed her joyous antics. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City exhibited a level of prosperity unmatched by other locales. The wide streets could accommodate 10 carriages side by side, flanked by stores brimming with an array of goods, from rare treasures to delectable snacks hailing from across the continent. Nobles clad in opulent attire, fierce soul masters, hurried merchants, and ordinary citizens formed a vibrant tapestry of life, painting a picture of a flourishing era. Before long, they traversed several bustling streets and arrived at a relatively serene and elegant district. Here, the architecture displayed a distinct artistic flair, no longer characterized by mere commercial clamor, but emanating an aura of cultural refinement. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong halted, pointing excitedly at a particularly striking building ahead. "Xiaoyao brother, Yin's sister, look over there. What a beautiful and unique structure." Jun Xiaoyao and Dugu Yin followed her gaze. Before them stood a 5-story tower, resplendent in a sophisticated dark red hue, with elegantly curved eaves and intricately carved beams. The details were exquisitely crafted, exuding an understated nobility rather than crassness. Surrounding the building were graceful bamboo groves and meticulously tended flower gardens, creating a tranquil oasis in stark contrast to the chaotic marketplace. Above the entrance, a purple wooden plaque hung, inscribed with 2 graceful, vigorous characters, Moon Pavilion. At that moment, several impeccably dressed young men and women, accompanied by elders or servants, entered the building with expressions of respect and anticipation. Each of these youths moved with poise and grace, clearly hailing from distinguished backgrounds. "Moon Pavilion?" Ning Rongrong tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "What kind of place is this? It looks rather impressive, with so many noble offspring entering." Dugian glanced at it and remarked coolly, "It seems to be a venue for learning etiquette and music, quite renowned among the upper echelons of Tiando City. I believe I heard my grandfather mention it when I was young." "Learning etiquette and music?" Ning Rongrong pouted slightly. "How boring. I absolutely despise those tedious formalities at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." However, as Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the character's Moon Pavilion, a knowing glimmer flickered in his profound eyes. Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua. He was well aware of this place. Was it not the very establishment managed by Tang Yuehua, the younger sister of the esteemed Haoqian Luo Tang Hao, who possessed the noble ring of the innate domain? Though her soul power could never surpass the 9th rank, she had achieved the pinnacle in the realms of etiquette and music. It was here that Tang San, upon his return from the city of slaughter, spent over a year learning to transform his murderous intent into an aura of nobility. It was unexpected that he would wander here so casually, observing the young aristocrats entering and exiting Yuexian, each striving for perfection in their demeanor, and recalling the remarkable yet somewhat tumultuous fate of the master of the establishment. Jun Xiaoyao could not help but feel a flicker of intrigue. Yuexian indeed appeared to be a captivating locale. Some readers of the original text speculated about its ambiguous connection with the snowy Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, how could one with merely 9th-level soul power be entrusted to educate the noble offspring, including members of the royal family, in court etiquette, music, and the arts? Was it solely due to her noble ring of the innate domain, or was she a direct disciple of the Haoqian sect? This topic had sparked considerable debate among readers at the time of Tang Yuehua's introduction, and he was eager to witness firsthand what allure this direct disciple of the Haoqian sect possessed, despite her limited soul power. Initially, Ning Rongrong found the situation rather dull, but upon noticing Jun Xiaoyao's evident interest in Yuexian, she promptly changed her mind. Wherever her brother Xiaoyao's interest lay, there must be something extraordinary about it. She immediately tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's arm, playfully saying, "Brother Xiaoyao, it looks quite intriguing. Shall we go inside and see what they teach?" Dugian glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, indifferent to the matter, leaving the decision to him. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze, glanced at the eager Ning Rongrong, and smiled slightly. "Very well. The master of Yuexian is no ordinary individual. It would be worthwhile to experience the so-called aura of nobility. I am curious to discover what sort of person Tang Yuehua is, one who can refine murderous energy, and how the teachings within Yuexian differ from the path of freedom that I pursue." Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's consent, Ning Rongrong immediately cheered, pulling both of them toward the entrance of Yuexian. At the entrance stood 2 elegantly dressed and graceful maidens. Upon noticing the extraordinary demeanor of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions, especially Jun Xiaoyao himself, whose simple attire could not conceal his transcendent aura and peculiar dual-colored eyes, they dared not be remiss and promptly bowed in greeting. "Esteemed guests, may I inquire what brings you here?" One of the maidens asked softly, her voice melodious and pleasant. Ning Rongrong interjected eagerly. "We would like to go inside and take a look. Is that all right?" The maidens maintained their courteous smiles and replied apologetically, "I regret to inform you, esteemed guests, that Yuexian is a place of instruction, not open for casual visits. To enter, one must have a recommendation or have made prior arrangements for a course." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression fell. Just then, a voice, gentle as water and elegantly refined, echoed from within. "It is of no consequence. Allow these 3 esteemed guests to enter." With the utterance of that soothing voice, a woman stepped gracefully from the shadows of Yuexian's entrance. At the moment she appeared, it was as if the surrounding moonlight coalesced around her. The newcomer appeared to be in her late 20s, adorned in a silver palace gown, her figure graceful and dignified. Her beauty was not of the extreme kind, yet she was strikingly exquisite, with skin as fair as jade, brows like paintings, and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, exuding a tranquility and wisdom that spoke of profound understanding of worldly affairs. Her presence was distinctly special, noble and elegant, yet devoid of any arrogance, instead radiating a gentle warmth that inspired immediate admiration and respect. Without needing an introduction, Jun Xiaoyao discerned that she must be the master of Yuexian, Tang Yuehua. The 2 maidens at the door, upon seeing her, immediately bowed deeply in utmost respect. "Master," they greeted. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, her gaze now resting upon Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. Her eyes were soft, imbued with just the right amount of curiosity and scrutiny. When her gaze swept over Jun Xiaoyao's profound eyes, a fleeting hint of surprise flickered in her autumn-like gaze, quickly concealed with her remarkable composure. 3 individuals of extraordinary demeanor. "It is an honor for Yuexian to host you," she said, her voice as gentle and melodious as her presence, carrying a unique rhythm that effortlessly calmed any inner turmoil. "If you do not mind, would you care to enter and observe?" Ning Rongrong, captivated by the extraordinary presence of this elder sister, nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Thank you, sister. Dugian also offered a slight nod, sensing that this woman exuded an aura devoid of any soul power fluctuations, remarkably weak. Yet her demeanor surpassed that of many powerful soul masters. Jun Xiaoyao, with a composed smile, clasped his hands in greeting. I apologize for our abrupt intrusion. You must be the master of Yuexian. It is a pleasure to meet you. His demeanor appeared casual, yet it bore an innate elegance that rivaled any noble trained in etiquette. Tang Yuehua's appreciation for him deepened as she gently gestured. You are too kind, young sir. Please follow me. Under Tang Yuehua's personal guidance, the trio entered the interior of Yuexian. Upon stepping inside, it felt as though they had entered an artistic sanctuary isolated from the world. The cacophony of the outside was entirely muted, the air infused with a delicate scent of sandalwood and a refreshing floral fragrance. The interior was adorned with exquisite elegance, purple wood beams, white jade steps. Walls adorned with profoundly meaningful landscape paintings and verdant potted plants in every corner, each detail reflecting understated luxury and a rich cultural heritage. Faintly, the harmonious sounds of strings and the ethereal notes of a guqin wafted from the upper levels, intertwining to create a tranquil and serene atmosphere. Tang Yuehua led them through a corridor to a spacious hall. Through intricately carved wooden doors, they could see dozens of youths, aged between 12 and 18, dressed in unified, modest attire, engaged in posture training under the guidance of a female instructor. Their movements were slow and precise, whether standing, sitting, walking, bowing, or greeting. Every nuance was executed with a quest for perfection, their expressions focused and earnest. The entire scene was quiet yet orderly, imbued with a solemn elegance. This is the foundational etiquette class at Yuexian, Tang Yuehua explained softly, her voice seamlessly blending into the tranquil ambience. Noble etiquette is not merely superficial. It springs from inner cultivation and respect for others. Appropriate behavior not only showcases personal grace, but also diffuses conflicts in silence and fosters harmony. Cultivating soul power strengthens oneself, while cultivating etiquette refines the environment and calms the heart. The two are not opposed. Rather, they complement one another. Her words flowed steadily, imbued with a compelling authority. Ning Rongrong, who had previously found etiquette classes irksome, now listened intently to Tang Yuehua's explanation, observing the focused expressions of the youths within, and surprisingly refrained from voicing her usual objections, tilting her head in contemplation. Dugian's cool gaze also revealed a hint of reflection. She hails from the illustrious Poison Douluo lineage, characterized by her free-spirited nature and disregard for conventions. Yet in this moment, she cannot help but acknowledge the unique power embodied in the elegance that seems to permeate her very being. Jun Xiaoyao gazes silently, his dual-colored eyes flickering with a subtle light. He can sense that within this moon pavilion, particularly in the presence of Tang Yuehua, there exists an almost imperceptible yet undeniably real aura of power. This force does not enhance soul power, nor offers any offensive or defensive capabilities. Yet it possesses the ability to soothe emotions, purify malevolence, and elevate one's spiritual realm and demeanor. This, surely, is the innate domain of Tang Yuehua, a noble circle. In addition to etiquette, the Moon Pavilion also imparts lessons in music and art. Tang Yuehua continues to guide them forward, leading them to another chamber. Within, an array of musical instruments is elegantly displayed. Guqin, Xiao, Zheng, and Se, a veritable treasure trove. Several students are currently practicing ensemble pieces under the guidance of an instructor. Music is the voice of the heart, Tang Yuehua gently articulates. A fine composition can express grand aspirations or cleanse the soul. The pursuit of music is not merely to please others. It is to learn to listen to the whispers of one's own heart and to master the ebb and flow of emotions. For soul masters, a heart that remains tranquil amidst the melodies, untainted by the chaos of battle and slaughter, is perhaps better equipped to uphold its essence and discern right from wrong. She gestures towards several paintings and calligraphic works adorning the walls. The same applies to calligraphy and painting. Cultivating focus and tranquility is paramount before the brush touches the paper. The path of cultivation sometimes requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Immersing oneself in art is another form of practice. Her insights are profound, seamlessly intertwining etiquette, music, art, and soul master cultivation, imbuing these seemingly trivial pursuits with profound significance. Ning Rongrong listens, grasping only fragments, yet she finds the words of this elder, Sister Yuehua, enchanting. Resonating with an air of wisdom, Dugian, on the other hand, appears to grasp something more profound, recalling moments when her grandfather would quietly contemplate the herb garden. Perhaps that, too, was a form of emotional reflection. Jun Xiaoyao's lips are adorned with a faint smile throughout. Tang Yuehua's discourse indeed possesses a distinct depth, especially for soul masters who must endure extensive battles and bloodshed. Such cultivation that purifies the spirit and tempers the desire for violence is of utmost importance. No wonder she is capable of nurturing the future god of slaughter. Truly, the master of the pavilion speaks wisely. Jun Xiaoyao finally interjects, his tone calm. Etiquette subtly influences, music purifies the soul, and art refines one's character. This is the essence of self-cultivation, not merely an indulgence in elegance. It is clear why the Moon Pavilion attracts the elite of the Tiando nobility. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's eyes glimmer with genuine surprise and admiration as she regards Jun Xiaoyao, appreciating his ability to succinctly encapsulate her long-held philosophies. "You flatter me, young master," she replies, her graceful demeanor accentuating her humility. Such insights are merely commonplace and hardly worthy of high esteem. Yet, to receive your acknowledgement brings me great comfort. She increasingly finds the enigmatic youth before her, draped in dark attire with striking eyes, to be unfathomable, his knowledge and poise far surpassing his years. At that moment, an ethereal and soul-stirring melody from a harp cascades down from the upper level, its exquisite technique and emotional depth intoxicating to behold. Smiling as she speaks, it appears our lesson is drawing to a close. Would you three care to ascend another level, savor a cup of fine tea, and listen to the concluding piece? Her invitation is sincere and natural, rendering it difficult to decline. Jun Xiaoyao, intrigued by both the harpist and the view from the top of the Moon Pavilion, nods in agreement. As you wish, I would not dare impose. Chapter 94. Musical Reflections and Jun Xiaoyao's insights under Tang Yuehua's guidance. The trio ascends the elegantly carpeted spiral staircase to the uppermost level of the Moon Pavilion. Unlike the teaching areas below, this upper space resembles a private gathering for the refined. The area is spacious, with an excellent view. Through the intricately carved windows, one can overlook the bustling expanse of Tiando City, even catching a glimpse of the royal city in the distance. The furnishings here are more minimalist, yet are exquisite. An ancient guqin, a fragrant incense burner, and several pieces of calligraphy, all contributing to an air of utmost elegance. In the central area, a girl of about 16 or 17 sits gracefully before a beautifully crafted harp. Clad in a moon-white gauze dress, her beauty is striking, her demeanor serene. At this moment, her eyes are closed, delicate fingers gliding over the strings like flowing water. The ethereal and soul-stirring notes emanating from her hands are captivating. Scattered around her are a few senior students and two individuals who appear to be instructors, all of whom are wrapped in concentration, immersed in the enchanting melody. The arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and his companions does not cause much disturbance. Only a few students acknowledge Tang Yuehua with slight nods, their gazes briefly lingering on Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of curiosity before returning their focus to the music. Tang Yuehua gestures for Jun Xiaoyao and his companions to quietly settle onto a nearby soft couch, where silent attendants serve tea and snacks. Jun Xiaoyao lifts his teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma, his gaze fixed on the girl playing the harp. Though he appears nonchalant, the subtle glimmer in his dual-colored eyes reveals a keen perception, as if he is deciphering the nuances of every note and the emotions they convey. Ning Rongrong and Duguyan also quiet themselves. Although they lack a deep understanding of music, the exquisite harp notes undeniably bring them tranquility, drawing them into a state of serene immersion. At last, as the final note, played by the girl, gently fades away, its lingering resonance echoes in the spacious upper chamber, refusing to dissipate. After a brief silence, heartfelt and restrained applause arises, all present wearing expressions of admiration, clearly satisfied with the girl's performance. The girl slowly opens her eyes, a hint of fatigue mixed with fulfillment gracing her features. She rises and bows gracefully to the audience, her poise exquisite. Tang Yuehua beams with pride, softly applauding as she remarks, "Shuero, your moonlight melody has become increasingly refined. Your emotional interpretation has improved significantly since last month." The girl named Shuero blushes at the praise from the pavilion master, humbly responding, "Thank you for your kind words, pavilion master." Shuero still has much to learn. At this moment, Tang Yuehua's gaze shifts toward Jun Xiaoyao, a hint of inquiry and anticipation glimmering in her eyes as she gently asks, "Young Master Jun, What are your thoughts on my little disciple's piece? Should you have any insights, please feel free to share. It would greatly benefit these young ones to learn from your perspective. At her words, the attention of everyone in the room swiftly converges on Jun Xiaoyao. Particularly, the students and instructors exhibit a flicker of surprise and mild disbelief. Shuai is already an exceptional talent in the realm of music, having received accolades even from royal members. Why would the pavilion master seek the opinion of this seemingly inexperienced youth? What could he possibly discern? Ning Rongrong feels a twinge of anxiety, glancing at Jun Xiaoyao. She is aware of his capabilities, yet he has never spoken of music before. Dugian, however, remains composed, harboring unwavering faith in him. Jun Xiaoyao places his teacup down, maintaining his calm demeanor as the eyes of the assembly rest upon him. He offers a gentle smile, first nodding respectfully to the girl named Shuai. Miss Shuai, your harp skills are truly remarkable. Your fingerwork is exquisite, and your understanding of the composition is commendable. You have successfully conveyed the tranquility and depth of moonlight melody with remarkable finesse. He initially offered a commendatory evaluation, which eased the expressions of Shuai and the others somewhat. However, he soon shifted his tone, speaking with a calm demeanor, yet piercing directly to the core. Nonetheless, if one were to address the shortcomings, there were indeed a few. The audience's expressions stiffened, their ears perked in anticipation. Firstly, while the technique was proficient, it bore a hint of craftsmanship. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was clear and tranquil. Each note was executed with precision, and every finger movement was standard. Yet in an excessive pursuit of correctness, it lost some of the spontaneous charm inherent to improvisation. Music is alive, not a mere mechanical reproduction. For instance, at the modulation in the second movement, the young lady's handling appeared somewhat hesitant, as if fearful of error, thus robbing the moonlight's fluid beauty of its elusive, ethereal quality. Shuai was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, she realized this was indeed the case, as she had been concerned about the smoothness of the modulation. Secondly, while the emotional investment was sufficient, it lacked transcendence. Jun Xiaoyao continued. The young lady comprehended the stillness of the moonlit night, yet she failed to delve deeper into the subtle movements within the stillness, the vitality amidst the silence. Moonlight is not devoid of life. The silver rays cascade, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects and the swaying of flowers. If one could express this delicate flow of life amidst profound stillness, the piece's artistic conception would undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm. He paused momentarily before concluding. Lastly, and perhaps most significantly, it seems that the young lady's heart has not fully immersed itself. Within the music, there lingers a faint inclination towards seeking affirmation. With a restless heart, how can the sound be pure? It must be understood that the most exquisite performance arises from a state of selflessness, where there exists neither self nor others, only the music. Before one can please others, one must first find pleasure within oneself, resonating in harmony with the instrument. Jun Xiaoyao's words flowed calmly, each syllable resonating like clear notes, striking the hearts of every discerning individual present. He did not employ any esoteric terminology, yet every statement struck at the heart of the matter, addressing nuances that even the performer had not fully recognized. Not only did he critique the technique, but he also illuminated the state of mind. The few instructors and students who had initially harbored some discontent were now left utterly astounded, gazing at Jun Xiaoyao as if he were some extraordinary being. Who indeed was this youth? How could his understanding of music be so profound and seasoned? It transcended mere technicality, directly addressing the essence of art and the inner world of the performer. Shuai trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and realization. Every word from Jun Xiaoyao felt like a key unlocking a long-standing lock within her heart. She had always sensed that her performance lacked depth, yet she could never pinpoint the reason. Now, with Jun Xiaoyao's revelation, she experienced an epiphany. Her gaze towards him was instantly filled with admiration, and she promptly bowed deeply. Listening to your insights is worth more than a decade of practice on the piano. Shuai has been enlightened. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. Tang Yuehua, standing nearby, had her autumn-like eyes sparkling with disbelief, a look of shock almost impossible to conceal. She had initially considered Jun Xiaoyao to possess an extraordinary demeanor and wished to hear his unique perspective, but she never expected him to deliver such incisive, master-level critiques. This young man's accomplishments in music were simply unfathomable. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and sincerely praised, Master Jun, You are truly a great talent. Each word is a gem, provoking deep reflection. Having taught music for many years, I find it hard to claim such profound insights as yours. Your words resonate not only with Xiaoyao, but with all students of Yuexian, and even with me, as if they were etched in stone. At this moment, her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao was imbued with not only admiration, but also a touch of respect befitting a peer of mastery. Chapter 95. Hidden Depths. Jun Xiaoyao's past. Tang Yuehua temporarily departed due to the arrival of distinguished guests downstairs. Yet the atmosphere on the top floor remained charged, still enveloped in a subtle shock from Jun Xiaoyao's recent critique. Xiaoyao, along with several other students and instructors, now regarded Jun Xiaoyao with transformed expressions, shifting from initial curiosity and slight disbelief to profound respect and inquisitiveness. They longed to approach this seemingly unassuming young man for a conversation. Yet seeing his noble and serene demeanor, alongside the extraordinary presence of the two young women with him, they hesitated to intrude. At that moment, the most astonished and curious were undoubtedly Ning Rongrong and Duge Yan. The two girls leaned in closer to Jun Xiaoyao, their beautiful eyes shimmering with incredulity. Xiaoyao, Gij. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, her voice lowered, her face alight with astonishment. When did you come to understand music? And to such a remarkable degree. Even a master of Yuexian praised you endlessly. How come I never knew you had this talent? She tilted her head, trying to recall. During their time at the Seven Treasure Glazed School, Jun Xiaoyao was either training or guiding her and Yin Jie in their practices, occasionally engaging in playful antics. But she had never seen him handle any musical instruments, nor had he perused related literature. Where did this master-level understanding of music come from? Duge Yan, though silent, shared the same questions, and a deeper curiosity reflected in her azure eyes. Her thoughts were more intricate than Ning Rongrong's, pondering even more. The secrets surrounding Xiaoyao seemed inexhaustible. His formidable strength, mysterious ocular techniques, vast knowledge, and now this high-level musical talent. He was like an unfathomable treasure trove. Just when one thought they understood him, he unveiled yet another shocking facet. Jun Xiaoyao, observing the girls' expressions filled with questions, couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of their curiosities. After arriving in this world, he had devoted nearly all his energy to training and deciphering the rules of power within it, regarding the skills from his previous life as something he had long neglected. He lifted a teacup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze tinged with reminiscence, and said, "These are merely trivial skills, hardly worthy of mention. I learned a bit long ago." His tone was nonchalant, as if it were a matter of little consequence. "A bit learned?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief, her voice rising unconsciously, drawing the attention of Xiaoyao and the others, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth and whisper, "Xiaoyao Gij. Is that how you describe it?" Master Yuehua stated your insights are truly at a master level. Duge Yan nodded gently, her voice cool yet affirming. "Xiaoyao, your critique cuts to the essence. It is not mere generalities. Such a realm is unattainable through mere casual learning." She keenly sensed that Jun Xiaoyao had understated something significant. Recognizing that he could not evade their relentless curiosity without offering some explanation, Jun Xiaoyao contemplated how to address it. He certainly could not disclose that he had traversed worlds, graduating from a prestigious music academy in the capital, and had spent years as a singer on a music platform, where his daily endeavors revolved around various instrument performances and song interpretations. Music had become an instinctual necessity and a profound passion. After a moment of thought, he settled on a relatively reasonable explanation, half-truths woven into his narrative. Perhaps it could be regarded as a form of talent, or rather, I was once immersed in this path long ago during a forgotten period of my life. Yet, I gradually set it aside to focus on the path of the Soul Master. Today, upon hearing the music, I felt a resonance and merely spoke a few improvised lines. His words not only acknowledged his profound mastery of the art, but also obfuscated the intricate journey of learning and expertise, attributing it to innate talent, past immersion, and the current act of letting go. Ning Rongrong listened, half comprehending, murmuring softly, "Forgotten times? Brother Xiaoyao, you have a past I am unaware of." She involuntarily conjured images of the extraordinary adventures or experiences Jun Xiaoyao might have encountered before their meeting. Meanwhile, Duge Yan seized upon the phrase letting go, her heart stirring slightly. She recalled Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying speed of cultivation and unfathomable strength, contemplating that perhaps it was due to his singular focus, dedicating all his energy to the path of cultivation, that he achieved such remarkable feats. Music, she mused, might merely be one of the many talents he once showcased, temporarily set aside for a more significant goal. Reflecting on this, her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao was tinged with both compassion and admiration. To relinquish what one loves and excels at, to concentrate on a more arduous path, requires immense willpower and resolution. So it is like this. Although Ning Rongrong remained somewhat bewildered, she ceased her inquiries and instead clung to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, playfully requesting, then, when you have time, Brother Xiaoyao, you must play the piano for me and Sister Yen. You are so talented. Your music must be even more enchanting than Sister Shiuro's. Jun Xiaoyao tsiokut, affectionately ruffling her hair. Very well, should I find leisure, I shall play for you both. His smile was gentle, yet within, a ripple of reflection stirred. Since his arrival in this world, he had been immersed in thoughts of how to grow stronger, how to establish himself, and how to protect those around him. Indeed, the frivolities of his past life, romance, poetry, and the arts, had been buried deep within. Were it not for this serendipitous journey to the Moon Pavilion, he might have almost forgotten that in addition to the pursuit of power, he once held a profound love for the arts. This excursion had unexpectedly stirred a long-dormant string within his heart. Just as the three engaged in their low conversation, footsteps echoed once more from the staircase. This time, it was not a maidservant, but two middle-aged men, resplendently dressed and exuding an air of authority, who appeared to be important figures from a prominent family seeking someone. Their eyes swept across the top floor, acknowledging Shiuro and the others with a slight nod, yet they did not linger, seemingly confirming the environment. However, when their gaze inadvertently fell upon Jun Xiaoyao, one man's expression abruptly froze. He fixated on Jun Xiaoyao's face, particularly his extraordinary eyes, an expression of profound shock and disbelief washing over him, as though he had encountered someone who should not exist. He abruptly grasped his companion, his lips moving in hurried whispers. The other man, upon hearing this, also trembled, staring at Jun Xiaoyao in horror. Their unusual behavior instantly captured Jun Xiaoyao's attention. He furrowed his brow slightly, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flashing in his dual-colored eyes. Did these individuals recognize him? Or rather, did they recognize those eyes? Ning Rongrong and Duguyan also sensed the unusual scrutiny from the two men, instinctively stepping closer to Jun Xiaoyao. The two men, realizing they had lost their composure, quickly averted their gazes, feigning calmness, though the astonishment in their eyes was difficult to conceal. They no longer tarried and hastily retreated down the stairs, as if they had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. The atmosphere on the top floor grew subtly tense due to this sudden interruption. Jun Xiaoyao lifted his teacup, his gaze deepened. It seemed that in this heaven-dosed city, those who recognized these dual pupils were not non-existent. The days to come may not be so tranquil. Chapter 96, Ethereal Melodies. Shortly after the two middle-aged men hastily departed, familiar, graceful footsteps echoed once more from the staircase. Tang Yuehua returned, her expression adorned with a hint of apologetic smile from having concluded her affairs. As she stepped onto the top floor, her gaze immediately landed on Jun Xiaoyao, and the wonder and curiosity reflected in her autumn water-like eyes had only intensified. While attending to matters downstairs, her mind had been echoing Jun Xiaoyao's incisive and profound critiques, each word resonating with endless meaning, further deepening the enigmatic image of this young man cloaked in black with striking eyes in her heart. With light footsteps, she approached Jun Xiaoyao and the two women, slightly bowing with a tone imbued with sincerity. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was momentarily entangled in trivial matters. You honor us, Pavilion Master, Jun Xiaoyao replied with a calm demeanor. Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes flickered as they settled upon the exquisite Guqin in the hall, then returned to Jun Xiaoyao, an increasingly fervent thought taking hold in her mind. After a brief pause, she could no longer contain herself, her voice imbued with genuine sincerity and anticipation. Young Master Jun, I was deeply impressed by your insightful remarks. Each word was a gem, provoking profound contemplation. I hold great admiration for your profound understanding of music, and I can only imagine your practical skills are equally extraordinary. She paused, her voice becoming even more melodious and compelling, carrying an irresistible earnestness. I have an unassuming request. Might I be so fortunate as to invite you to play a piece for us, allowing us to personally experience the ethereal music and witness the grace of a true master? This would grant the children of the Moon Pavilion an unforgettable opportunity to learn. This request was indeed one of utmost gravity and respect, placing Jun Xiaoyao on par with her own stature, perhaps even elevating him higher in her invitation. Given Tang Yuehua's position as the master of the Moon Pavilion and her esteemed reputation among the nobility of Heavendo City, her willingness to adopt such a humble stance to request a performance was an unprecedented occurrence. The surrounding students and teachers, including Shuoro, immediately held their breath, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Jun Xiaoyao's earlier critiques had already captivated them. To hear his performance in person would be an extraordinary privilege. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled like stars, and she promptly clung to Jun Xiaoyao's arm, shaking it as she pleaded, "Brother Xiaoyao, please play. I want to listen. I've never heard you play before. Can you?" Her little face was alight with desire and pride, as if the performance was to be hers. Even the usually aloof De Yin could not help but glance at Jun Xiaoyao, her azure eyes revealing clear anticipation as she softly said, "Xiaoyao, we wish to hear too." Her words were succinct yet immensely impactful. In that moment, every gaze on the top floor converged upon Jun Xiaoyao, filled with earnestness and hope. Jun Xiaoyao regarded Tang Yuehua's sincere invitation, then observed the longing in the eyes of the two women beside him, sweeping his gaze over the youthful faces surrounding him, each brimming with hopeful expectation, stirring that string within him once more. He had initially wished to refrain from revealing the skills of his past life, yet given the circumstances, he found it difficult to decline. Very well. Since the heartstrings have been plucked, he shall follow his instincts. He let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness mixed with warmth gracing his smile as he looked at Tang Yuehua. "Pavilion Master, your invitation is too kind. If I were to refuse again, it would be rather ungracious. I shall oblige, though my skills may be lacking. I hope you and all present will not find it laughable." He acquiesced. Tang Yuehua's face instantly blossomed with a smile of delight, akin to a night blooming cereus under the moonlight, as she quickly stepped aside to lead the way. "Please, young master, you are too modest." Ning Rongrong was so excited she nearly leaped up, tightly gripping Dugu Yan's hand. Shuoro and the others were equally flushed with exhilaration, straightening their posture in anticipation, fearful of missing any detail. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao took measured steps towards the guqin at the center of the hall. He did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he extended his long fingers, gently caressing the strings of the guqin, savoring the warmth of the wood and the resilience of the strings, as if greeting an old friend. This simple gesture alone evoked an overwhelming sense of professionalism and harmony. He gracefully settled into his chair, his posture as upright as a pine tree, yet effortlessly relaxed. His deep, enigmatic eyes slightly lowered, resting upon the strings, and in an instant his entire demeanor transformed into one of tranquility and focus, as if the external world had ceased to exist for him. In the lofty hall, silence reigned supreme. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone instinctively softened their breathing. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then gradually opened them once more. When his gaze returned, his deep eyes seemed to shimmer with countless tiny stars, exuding an extraordinary aura. His hands gently lifted, fingers resembling delicate orchids, hovering above the strings. In the next moment, his fingertips descended. A clear, resonant note rang out, as pure as jade striking stone, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Following this, a series of fluid, agile notes flowed from his fingertips, smooth as water and lively as the wind. He played not a single known piece from this world, but rather a guqin melody from his past life's memories, high mountains and flowing water. This piece depicts the towering heights of mountains, the flowing of waters, the rarity of true friendship, and the profound bond of kindred spirits. Initially, the music was slow and weighty, akin to majestic mountains, steady and imposing, immersing the listeners in a realm of swirling clouds and peaks, evoking a sense of the vastness of nature and the insignificance of the self. Soon thereafter, the melody shifted, transforming into a lively and flowing tune, tinkling like a mountain spring bubbling forth, filled with vitality and vigor, cleansing the soul. Jun Xiaoyao's technique had reached a state of perfection. Every skill, pressing, plucking, hooking, striking, wiping, rotating, was employed effortlessly, seamlessly, without any trace of artifice. What was even more astonishing was that his performance resonated perfectly with the realm he had previously commented upon. There was no self, no other, only the sound of the guqin. He seemed to have completely merged with the instrument, with emotions, spirit, and even a barely perceptible essence flowing through his fingertips, perfectly infused into each note. A wondrous phenomenon occurred. As the music flowed, centered around Jun Xiaoyao. An indescribable tranquility, peace, and lofty ambience permeated the air. The audience felt as though they were no longer seated atop the moon pavilion, but rather wandering through the heavens with the music, witnessing towering green mountains and hearing the gentle babbling of streams, their hearts expanding into vastness and serenity, washing away the fatigue, anxiety, and distractions accumulated during days of training and study. It even seemed as if a faint mist swirled through the hall alongside the notes, while the sunlight outside appeared softer and warmer. Tang Yuehua had long since closed her eyes, completely immersed in this transcendent performance that surpassed her understanding. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement and emotion. She could feel her noble aura resonating with the music, becoming more vibrant and pure in its presence. The boy's melodies could actually evoke and elevate her innate abilities. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin gazed in rapt admiration at Jun Xiaoyao, who was lost in his performance. Their beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. They may not comprehend the intricate theories of music, but they could viscerally feel the beauty and magic of the melodies, sensing the extraordinary, almost divine charisma radiating from Jun Xiaoyao at that moment. Shui Rou and the other students were equally enraptured, some even shedding tears of emotion. They discovered for the first time that music could possess such formidable power, striking deep into the soul. As the final note resounded, lingering in the air, Jun Xiaoyao gently pressed his hand upon the strings, silencing the echoes. The hall fell into an extended silence. Everyone remained steeped in the baptism of the music they had just experienced, unable to return to reality. Chapter 97. Let's continue this masterpiece. After 2 months of diligent effort, let there be no regrets. Though the resonant melodies have ceased, the profound ambience and serene tranquility they imparted still lingered within each heart, refusing to dissipate. Everyone maintained their previous postures, eyes closed and unblinking, while those who had opened their eyes were lost in a daze, as if their souls still wandered amidst the flowing waters and towering mountains, reluctant to return to reality. After a long while, Tang Yuehua slowly emerged from that exquisite musical feast. She exhaled deeply, almost like a sigh, as if releasing years of pent-up discontent, feeling incomparably light and transparent. When she looked again at Jun Xiaoyao, who sat calmly before the guqin, her gaze reflected astonishment and admiration that had reached its zenith, even tinged with an unexplainable sense of reverence. She stood, adjusted her dress, and before Jun Xiaoyao, performed the most solemn traditional bow, her demeanor radiating elegance and sincerity. Such music should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it on earth? Her voice trembled with lingering emotion, and tears glimmered in her clear eyes. Master Jun Xiaoyao. After decades of studying music theory, I believed I had grasped its essence. Yet today, upon hearing your celestial sound, I realize how limited my perspective has been. Your guqin skills transcend mere technique. They connect directly to the Tao, cleansing the soul. Please allow me to bow to you once more. This bow was even more heartfelt and profound than the last. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have almost begged to become his disciple. Jun Xiaoyao's performance not only revealed the perfection of music to her, but also significantly advanced her long-stagnant noble aura. Such gratitude was immense. With Tang Yuehua's gesture, Shui Rou, several other teachers, and all the students seemed to awaken from their reverie, rising in unison to deeply bow to Jun Xiaoyao, their faces filled with fervent admiration and gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your gift of music. We have been enlightened. To hear this piece in this lifetime is to have no regrets. Their voices, choked with emotion, echoed with sincerity and admiration, leaving no doubt about their reverence. In this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure loomed large in their hearts, akin to a deity of music descending to the mortal realm. Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yin had also emerged from their trance. Ning Rongrong's large eyes were wide with excitement, her cheeks flushed with pride. Although she did not fully grasp the complex theories of music, she understood that her brother Xiaoyao had accomplished something truly remarkable. Even the master of the Moon Pavilion held him in the highest regard. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Jun Xiaoyao's, her voice sweet and melodic, brimming with unabashed admiration. Brother Xiaoyao, you are incredible, truly amazing. How can you do everything so well? You are simply a celestial being. She spoke in a flurry of excitement, wishing to proclaim to the world that this was her brother Xiaoyao. Douluo Yin stood nearby, and though she did not leap forward like Ning Rongrong, her cool, azure eyes rippled with unprecedented emotion. She gazed at Jun Xiaoyao quietly, her expression complex, filled with shock, admiration, pride, and a hint of unspoken, profound feelings. She softly remarked, Xiaoyao, your Guqin music is beautiful. It has shown me a different vista. Her words remained simple, yet contained an abundance of rich emotion. The melodious strains of the Guqin, evoking the serene imagery of lofty mountains and flowing waters, gently stirred a hidden chord deep within her heart. Amidst the reverence of the gathered crowd and the admiration of the two young women, Jun Xiaoyao remained unperturbed, merely resting his hand lightly on Ning Rongrong's wrist and offering a subtle nod to the assembly. You flatter me, he remarked modestly. I play as my heart desires, and as long as it pleases the ear, that suffices. His demeanor, so effortlessly calm, treating extraordinary skill as commonplace, rendered him an enigma, exuding an aura of profound mastery. Yet, just as the lingering echoes of music enveloped the room in tranquility, a sudden cacophony erupted from below, shattering the serene atmosphere. Crash, clatter. The sounds of overturned furniture and shattered porcelain mingled with harsh reprimands and the panicked screams of maidservants. This raucous disturbance, akin to a thunderclap, violently yanked everyone from the exquisite reverie of sound. Tang Yuehua's delicate brows furrowed at once, a flicker of displeasure and confusion crossing her face. What was Yuexian? It was the most prestigious and elegant establishment in Heaven Do City, frequented solely by the nobility or those of high standing. Few dared to create such a ruckus here. Furthermore, today, the esteemed Jun Xiaoyao was among them. The students, including Shuiro, were taken aback by the sudden tumult, jolted from their admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. Glancing anxiously toward the staircase, Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. Who on earth is making such a racket? How annoying. Du Guyan's eyes narrowed in apprehension as she scrutinized the source of the noise. A flicker of barely perceptible light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's striking eyes. His mental acuity surpassed that of all present, allowing him to discern that the clamor from below comprised not merely chaotic noise, but also a palpable wave of malicious soul power. The intruders were certainly not benign. Moreover, they seemed to be heading directly for the Yuexian. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuehua swiftly regained her composure, befitting her role as the hostess of the Yuexian. She cast an apologetic glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Master Yun, I apologize. It appears there is some disturbance below. Allow me to attend to it. Before she could finish, heavy and disorderly footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a boisterous young voice demanding, Where is the head of the Yuexian? Bring her out to see me. Didn't they say she was upstairs? Why are you blocking our way? Step aside. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. The voice grew increasingly closer, evidently directed toward the top floor. Tang Yuehua's expression darkened significantly. It appeared this was no ordinary disruption. Someone was deliberately seeking trouble. Just as she prepared to confront the situation, Jun Xiaoyao slowly rose, gently placing himself in front of her. His gaze was calm as he directed his attention toward the staircase, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems today Yuexian is quite lively. There is no need for the master to intervene personally. This minor disturbance may very well pertain to me. No sooner had he spoken than several figures stormed onto the top floor with great urgency. Leading them was a young man clad in opulent attire, his countenance haughty, flanked by several formidable soul master guards, each exuding a fierce demeanor. It was evident they were the source of the earlier commotion. As the young man entered, he cast a brazen gaze around, ultimately bypassing Tang Yuehua to fixate on Jun Xiaoyao, particularly his peculiarly striking eyes. A mixture of malice, excitement, and cruelty flashed across the young man's face as he pointed at Jun Xiaoyao and exclaimed, It's you, the one with the dual pupils. Seize him. The brash command from a young man instantly transformed the previously serene atmosphere on the top floor into one charged with tension. Tang Yuehua's expression shifted dramatically as she stepped forward to shield Jun Xiaoyao. Her own soul power modest, yet her long-held poise and authority radiated strength. Stop. Who are you to wreak havoc in the Yuexian? Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan immediately fell into a combat-ready stance, although Ning Rongrong's soul power was limited. Her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile tower shimmered faintly in her palm. Du Guyan's azure eyes turned icy, a hint of dangerous poison beginning to waft subtly around her. Locking onto the restless guards, Shuiro and the other students, having never witnessed such a scene, recoiled in terror, their faces paling. Yet they could not help but worry for Jun Xiaoyao, ensconced in the center. However, at the eye of the storm, Jun Xiaoyao maintained his tranquil demeanor, even taking the time to gently pat Tang Yuehua's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before stepping forward from her protective barrier. His gaze fell steadily upon the young man in exquisite garments, his dual pupils profound and unwavering, as if the target of the earlier outburst was not himself. "Oh," Jun Xiaoyao spoke, his voice clear and imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. "Sir, it appears we have not been acquainted. Why such a grand display on our first meeting?" His composed demeanor starkly contrasted with the young man's brazen arrogance, causing a momentary pause among him and his guards. The young man, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected reaction, quickly grew more incensed, feeling his authority had been challenged. He pointed accusingly at Jun Xiaoyao, his voice sharp. "Stop pretending. It's your dual pupils. There's no mistaking it. I'm looking for you." Jun Xiaoyao's heart stirred. Indeed, it was due to his dual pupils. Yet, his curiosity deepened further. Ever since he had awakened this rare gift, only a select few, such as his closest confidants Ning Fengji, Sword Bone Douluo, and a handful of others, had been aware of it. The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect had taken great pains to shield him from exposure, aiming to prevent any unnecessary troubles or dangers stemming from his extraordinary talent. He had remained largely secluded, devoted to his cultivation, and had never showcased his dual pupils in front of outsiders. Even during his recent encounter with Gokuin, he had utilized a rather subtle mental impact, leaving no room for others to detect any anomaly. So how had this brash young scion, a complete stranger, so accurately identified his dual pupils and approached with evident intent? Gokuin? Impossible. That coward had been terrified into submission. It was inconceivable he could find a new ally in such a short span and accurately describe his traits, particularly such a detail as his dual pupils, which could easily be overlooked or mistaken for an ocular ailment. Was it those two unusually anxious middle-aged men from the tea house? Had they recognized something and fled in haste? Were they the ones who alerted this young man? But how did they know him? Did his dual pupils possess some special significance or perhaps enemies in this world? Countless thoughts flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind like lightning, yet he remained outwardly unperturbed, instead offering a subtle smirk that hinted at amusement. Dual pupils? There are many with eye ailments in this world. Sir, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? Or is there something particularly noteworthy about my eyes that warrants such a display of force? He was probing, attempting to extract information from the young man. The young man, evidently lacking in cunning, revealed a mix of pride and greed upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's inquiry, scoffing. "Noteworthy? It's far more than just noteworthy. Young man, do not presume that feigning ignorance will allow you to escape unscathed. The distinctive features of your eyes have long been noted." Suddenly, one of the guards beside him, appearing to be the leader, interjected with a vigilant glance at Jun Xiaoyao, whispering, "Be cautious. The master has instructed us to return swiftly with our man. There is no need to stir up further trouble." The young man in brocade, seemingly aware that he had nearly let slip something crucial, promptly fell silent, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he turned a fierce glare toward Jun Xiaoyao. "Spare us the pleasantries. Will you come with us willingly, or shall I have my men escort you?" The guards behind him exuded a palpable aura of spirit power. All at the soul sect level, their combined might pressing ominously toward Jun Xiaoyao, clearly intent on forcibly taking him. Tang Yuehua's complexion paled, yet she maintained her stance beside Jun Xiaoyao, her voice icy as she declared, "You dare. This is the imperial city of Tiando, and Yuexian is under the protection of the imperial family. How dare you act with such impunity?" Ning Rongrong, her face flushed with indignation, added, "Do you know who he is? If you dare to lay a finger on him, my father will never let you go." In her desperation, she nearly revealed the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed School. Dugu Yen remained silent, her azure eyes brimming with lethal intent, poised to act at any moment. In the face of the guard's aggressive demeanor and the oppressive spirit power, Jun Xiaoyao unexpectedly smiled. He shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of regret. "It seems I shall not extract any information today." He had initially sought to uncover the reasons behind their actions, but it was evident that they harbored reservations and would not readily disclose anything. Thus, there was no need to squander any more time. He had entered the day in good spirits, not wishing to be disturbed by trivial matters. Slowly, Jun Xiaoyao raised his gaze, the tranquility in his dual pupils gradually replaced by a cold indifference. Regrettably, there are always those oblivious to their own demise. As his words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted. The young man in brocade and his guards felt an inexplicable chill, as if a dread presence had settled upon them. "What do you intend to do?" The young man stammered, his voice trembling. "Seize him." Several guards, stealing their resolve, activated their martial spirits and lunged at Jun Xiaoyao. However, at the very moment they moved, an ethereal yet terrifying mental pressure emanated from Jun Xiaoyao's, resembling the awakening of an ancient behemoth, expanding from him with cataclysmic force. There were no visible spirit rings, no earth-shattering release of power. Yet, the guards, upon charging forward, felt as though an invisible hammer had struck them in the chest. Their momentum abruptly halted, their faces draining of color and eyes filled with sheer terror. Without a sound, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless as marionettes with severed strings. The young man in brocade, caught at the forefront, was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling violently, his trousers instantly soaked, a foul odor permeating the air. He gaped, unable to utter a sound, as an overwhelming dread engulfed him, ultimately causing him to faint. The entire sequence transpired with breathtaking swiftness and an eerie silence. Jun Xiaoyao remaining motionless, his attire undisturbed. Inside the top floor, a profound stillness enveloped the room. Tang Yuehua, Ning Rongrong, Duge Yin, and all the students and teachers of Yuexian stood in stunned silence, their minds a blank slate. They had failed to comprehend the events that had unfolded. All they witnessed was the fearsome guards and the arrogant young man collapsing under a mere glance from Jun Xiaoyao. What manner of prowess was this? Chapter 99. A temporary parting from Yuexian. Within the upper chamber, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. There was no anticipated, overwhelming scent of blood. Yet, the stench of excrement mingled with the sight of bodies sprawled across the floor, their fates uncertain, was far more chilling than a scene drenched in blood. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Tang Yuehua, saying, "I apologize, headmaster, for soiling your premises." Tang Yuehua was no ordinary woman. After a brief moment of shock, she swiftly forced herself to regain her composure. She glanced at the unconscious figures on the ground, and then back to the calm demeanor of Jun Xiaoyao. Understanding dawned on her. This seemingly gentle youth possessed means and strength that far exceeded her imagination, and his origins were likely anything but ordinary. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, she firmly shook her head at Jun Xiaoyao, her tone complex yet resolute. "You flatter yourself, young master. It was the negligence of the Yuexian guards that allowed such scoundrels to disturb you, and it is I who must apologize. This matter will be resolved by Yuehua, so there is no need for you to worry." Her address retained the respectful title of young master, evidently unperturbed by Jun Xiaoyao's sudden display of thunderous power. Rather, it imbued her with a deeper sense of awe. Jun Xiaoyao inclined his head slightly, appreciating Tang Yuehua's composure. His gaze swept over the young man in brocade, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his. "Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Headmaster Tang." His tone remained placid, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "It appears that I must take my leave today. There are pressing personal affairs that require my attention." His gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong and Duge Yin. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's earlier excitement and pride had been supplanted by worry and anxiety. Though she was aware of her brother Xiaoyao's formidable abilities, it was evident that their assailants were targeting him specifically, and there seemed to be a force backing them. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Jun Xiaoyao's sleeve with urgency. "Brother Xiaoyao, where are you going? Is it dangerous? I want to go with you. My Seven Treasure Glazed tile, disguised, can assist you." While her current spirit power might offer negligible aid to Jun Xiaoyao, she merely wished to contribute in any way possible, not wanting him to face the unknown perils alone. Duge Yin, though silent, stepped forward as well, her azure eyes brimming with determination and support, her intent unmistakable to stand together, observing the unmasked concern and resolve in the eyes of the two young women. Jun Xiaoyao felt a warmth in his heart, but gently shook his head. He reached out, tenderly ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair, casting a reassuring glance at Duge Yin. "Be good," he said, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "This is merely a minor inconvenience that I must resolve at its source. Your presence would only distract me." He paused, softening his tone to explain, "Their target is clearly my eyes, yet they seem unaware of my true strength and background. Should you be present, if a conflict arises, I would be compelled to protect you, diverting my focus. Moreover, their origins are unclear. They may recognize your identities, and should your sect become involved, it would complicate matters further." His considerations were thorough. Currently, the enemy lurked in the shadows, seemingly fixated solely on his, without extending their threat to those around him. Keeping Ning Rongrong and Duge Yin at a distance was the safest course of action for now. Ning Rongrong wished to protest, her lips pursed and her eyes glistening. However, Du Guyan gently grasped her hand, shaking her head in silent admonishment. She exhibited a calmness surpassing that of Ning Rongrong, fully comprehending that Jun Xiaoyao's considerations were indeed judicious. Given their current strength, confronting an unknown adversary might very well become a liability. We shall await your return. Du Guyan gazed at Yun Xiaoyao, her voice crisp yet imbued with unwavering trust. Be cautious. Ning Rongrong, witnessing her elder sister's sentiments, could only nod with a hint of reluctance, not forgetting to impart her own admonition. Then, Brother Xiaoyao, please be careful. Come back soon. Rest assured, Jun Xiaoyao responded with a confident smile. In Tiando City, no one could detain me. Upon returning, stay at our residence and refrain from venturing out indiscriminately. Await my news. After reassuring the two women, Jun Xiaoyao did not linger further. His gaze shifted to the unconscious young man in ornate attire on the ground, and with a mere thought, an invisible mental force unfurled like tendrils, gently yet irresistibly lifting the young man, suspending him a foot above the ground, akin to a marionette held aloft by an unseen hand. This scene once again caused Tang Yuehua and the others to narrow their eyes, deepening their understanding of Jun Xiaoyao's enigmatic capabilities. Master Tang, I bid you farewell. Jun Xiaoyao offered a slight bow to Tang Yuehua. Young Master Jun, please take care. Tang Yuehua promptly returned the gesture. Jun Xiaoyao refrained from further words, turning away with the levitating young man in tow, walking leisurely toward the staircase. As he passed, the students and teachers of Yuexian instinctively cleared a path, gazing at him with a mixture of awe and respect. Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan watched as his figure vanished around the staircase's bend, their eyes filled with concern. Yet, they ultimately complied, following a maid arranged by Tang Yuehua as they quietly exited Yuexian through an alternate corridor, returning to their temporary lodgings in Tiando City. Jun Xiaoyao descended the stairs of Yuexian with the unconscious young man in tow, as if carrying an inconsequential piece of luggage, moving with an air of tranquility. The guests and maids on the ground floor of Yuexian were taken aback by the sight, hastily stepping aside, none daring to approach him with inquiries. Upon exiting the grand doors of Yuexian, the afternoon sunlight poured down, the streets bustling with vehicles and noise, as if the earlier heart-stopping tableau had never transpired. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept across his surroundings, his dual pupils shimmering with a subtle glow, instantly perceiving several covert gazes directed his way from various angles, indicating that surveillance was still present nearby. A cold smirk curved at the corners of his lips. He chose neither to immediately blend into the crowd, nor to take flight. Instead, he strolled leisurely toward the more remote western district of Tiando City, carrying a person as if on a casual promenade in his own backyard. His pace appeared unhurried. Yet with each step, he glided like a phantom, vanishing around the corner of the main street in mere blinks, nearly causing those watching from the shadows to lose track of him in their haste to follow. Jun Xiaoyao's intentions were clear. He required a quiet, secluded location to thoroughly interrogate this unwelcome guest who had presented himself so readily. The secrets concealed behind those dual pupils and the potential adversary who seemed to recognize those eyes needed to be unraveled. Beneath the tranquil surface of Tiando City, turbulent currents began to surge. Jun Xiaoyao was poised to stir this still water, eager to discover what might emerge from its depths. In a secluded alley of the western district of Tiando City, a stark contrast emerged between this forsaken corner and the elegant area where Yuexian resided. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness, walls marred with stains, and corners piled with unknown refuse exuding a nauseating odor. This was a forgotten realm amidst prosperity, seldom trodden by any. Jun Xiaoyao appeared silently within the alley, like a specter. He carelessly discarded the still unconscious young man against the wall, akin to tossing aside refuse. The youth lay motionless on the ground, his once arrogant visage now pale as paper, devoid of any color. Jun Xiaoyao, seeking a relatively clean corner, brushed away non-existent dust and seated himself cross-legged on the ground. With his eyes gently closed, he breathed in a long and steady manner, seemingly entering a profound state of meditation, indifferent to his surroundings. He was waiting. Since those spies had followed him, and their target was evidently him, the principal party would inevitably reveal themselves. His mental force had already spread like a spider's web, encompassing all movements within a radius of several hundred meters. Those hidden watchers, convinced of their secrecy, were as visible to him as fireflies in the night under the vastness of his mental perception. Time passed slowly, the distant sounds of the marketplace occasionally filtering through from outside the alley, accentuating the profound silence within. The evening sun cast its dying rays through the gaps of towering buildings, creating elongated shadows on the ground, reminiscent of an ominous omen. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a sudden, synchronized, and heavy sound of footsteps resonated from the alley's entrance. The cadence was disciplined, with a uniform rhythm, accompanied by the faint clinking of metal armor. Such precision could only belong to a regiment of formally trained soldiers, unmistakably a professional military force. Jun Xiaoyao remained seated with his eyes closed, appearing utterly oblivious, even the rhythm of his breathing unchanged. Yet, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly dense, akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. In the next moment, the light at the alley's mouth dimmed, revealing dozens of soldiers clad in black heavy armor, wielding standard steel long guns, surging forth like a torrent of iron, swiftly and silently sealing off the alley's exit. Each soldier bore keen, eyes sharp as eagles, their demeanors formidable and composed, moving in perfect silent coordination, unmistakably battle-hardened veterans. The aura of lethal intent they exuded instantly dispelled the alley's foul stench, engendering a stifling sense of oppression. Sunlight glinted off their black armor, casting a chilling sheen. At their forefront stood an exceptionally tall and robust officer, his countenance as cold as iron, a jagged scar slashing from his brow to his jaw, adding an air of ferocity to his presence. His armor was evidently of superior quality compared to that of the ordinary soldiers. Emblazoned on his chest with a blazing lion and griffin emblem of the Tian-Do Empire's royal guard, glinting faintly in the sunset. He did not deliberately project an aura. Yet the soul power subtly radiating from him was solid and weighty, unmistakably at the level of a soul king. Moreover, he was not merely a novice. He was at least a mid-level soul king. His icy gaze swept across the alley, quickly spotting the unconscious young man in the corner, his pupils narrowing slightly. A flicker of barely perceptible fury crossing his features, before his gaze locked firmly onto Jun Xiaoyao, who remained seated in meditation. The dual pupils, even in the dim light, shimmered with a mysterious and bewitching allure. Nevertheless, this Soul King officer, after confirming his target, did not immediately issue an attack order or even utter a reprimand. Instead, he raised a hand clad in a metallic gauntlet and performed a complex and peculiar gesture in the air. The soldiers behind him instantly understood, their formation shifting seamlessly. Long guns angled forward in unison, their tips glinting menacingly, with glimmers of soul power flowing along the shafts. It appeared their soul power was subtly connected through some tactical formation, creating an impregnable defensive stance that thoroughly sealed off the alley's entrance. They stood motionless like sculptures, no longer advancing a single step, nor uttering a sound, their cold, vigilant gazes fixated upon the figure of a youth clad in black within the alley. They were waiting, a silent, oppressive wait, seemingly anticipating commands from a higher authority, or perhaps the arrival of a true master of influence. This disciplined silence bore a weight far more suffocating than any clamorous shouts. The alley descended once more into an eerie stillness, broken only by the heavy, synchronized breaths of the soldiers and the occasional soft crackle of armor brushing against itself. An invisible pressure amassed within the tainted air, akin to the stifling stillness preceding a tempest, as if even the mosquitoes in the alley sensed the impending danger and fell silent. Surrounded by dozens of elite soldiers, a formidable Soul King, and an unknown number of hidden sentinels, Jun Xiaoyao remained utterly unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. He appeared indifferent to the menacing encirclement outside the alley, oblivious to the palpable murderous intent emanating from the Soul King officer, and entirely immune to the almost tangible sense of oppression. He maintained his seated posture, spine straight as a pine tree, breath long and steady, as unyielding as rock, embodying a tranquility that rendered the surrounding turmoil irrelevant. This serene detachment, so incongruous with his youthful visage, rendered him all the more inscrutable. Time flowed languidly in this suffocating standoff. The sun dipped gradually towards the horizon, casting elongated shadows that seemed to stretch like the maw of a beast poised to devour. The encircling soldiers remained as immobile as metal statues, their occasional blinking eyes the only testament to their vitality, revealing the Empire's elite military discipline and training. The pressure in the air intensified, almost palpable enough to draw moisture from it. Finally, just as the last vestige of sunlight threatened to be wholly engulfed by the heavy clouds on the horizon, and the light within the alley dimmed to near darkness, a sound distinct from the soldiers' heavy footfalls emerged from the distant street at the alley's mouth. Tap, tap, tap. This cadence was neither hurried nor slow, exuding a confidence and indifference that suggested mastery overall. It was as though the owner of the footsteps was not approaching a filthy dead end encircled by the Empire's elite forces, but rather strolling leisurely through a meticulously tended garden. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of this unique sound, the soldiers, resembling ironclad statues, suddenly stirred. They maintained their disquieting silence, yet their formation began to part like a tide, retreating silently and precisely to create a passage wide enough for three to walk abreast. Their heads bowed slightly, the previously icy vigilance in their eyes transformed into absolute respect and submission, reflecting their profound reverence for the approaching figure. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been seated with closed eyes as if in a world apart, abruptly opened them. He exhaled a long, languid breath, which coalesced into a wisp of white mist in the cool air before dissipating. He murmured softly, barely audible, mobilizing the Empire's elite, expending such effort after this prolonged wait. Has the true master finally chosen to reveal themselves? His gaze remained calm, as if able to pierce through the thickening shadows, transcending the ranks of the standing soldiers, and directing toward the passageway at the alley's mouth, which seemed to lead directly into the realms of the netherworld. The unhurried footsteps drew closer, revealing a figure elongated by the last rays of the setting sun, appearing somewhat distorted and blurred as it approached the depths of the alley with an imperceptible weight. Chapter 101, Shueqinghe. The footsteps resonated with a steady clarity, striking a unique rhythm in the stillness of the dead end. The owner of this sound seemed entirely unaffected by the tainted environment, exuding a composed detachment. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze traversed the dimming light and the standing soldiers, locking onto the end of the passageway that had been cleared. The first thing to catch his eye was a pair of immaculate white brocade boots, adorned with subtle cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread, moving with a steady rhythm devoid of haste. As his gaze ascended, it fell upon a finely crafted moon-white robe, its hem swaying gently with each step, outlining a tall and upright figure. The visage of the newcomer gradually came into focus, appearing to be around 20 years of age, with fair skin, a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and lips curved with a trace of an elusive smile. His long golden hair fell haphazardly over his shoulders, contrasting sharply with his meticulously arranged attire. He emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary person. Yet, within his calm golden eyes lay an imperceptible intensity. The soldiers bowed their heads even lower, their awe palpable. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils subtly constricted. This individual, seemingly refined and gentle, possessed an extraordinary spiritual perception, capturing a faint yet profound energy fluctuation, akin to a dormant volcano concealed beneath a veneer of elegance. The youth leisurely halted beside the Soul King officer. The officer immediately struck his chest with a fist, the armor producing a dull clang, and spoke in a deep, respectful tone, "Your Highness." His voice exuded utmost reverence. The youth inclined his head slightly, his demeanor graceful. His gaze swept over the unconscious brocade-clad youth in the corner, lingering momentarily on the pale face, where a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then, his attention shifted to Jun Xiaoyao, the icy glimmer swiftly replaced by a perfectly measured curiosity and scrutiny. "So, it was you who harmed my inept cousin, and even stirred the imperial guard of the Tiando Empire?" Jun Xiaoyao rose slowly from the corner, his movements unhurried, the hem of his black robe brushing the ground without gathering a speck of filth. He and the youth exchanged glances from a distance of several paces, the invisible pressure in the air escalating. "My actions were merely in self-defense, and I invited him here to await the arrival of someone capable of making decisions," he replied flatly, devoid of emotional fluctuations. His deep-set eyes glimmered with an ethereal light, as if capable of perceiving all truths and illusions. Upon hearing this, Shueqinghe's smile deepened, exuding an air of grace and magnanimity. "I see. My cousin has indeed been willful since childhood, and his actions have been rather rash. If your account holds true, I shall apologize on his behalf." He shifted his tone slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. "However, to injure a royal family member in public and refuse to apprehend an injured soldier is rather excessive. According to the laws of the Tiando Empire and the dignity of the royal family, such actions cannot be easily overlooked." As he spoke, a subtle energy fluctuation around him seemed to animate ever so slightly. A flicker of purplish golden light sparkled briefly in Jun Xiaoyao's deep-set eyes. His spiritual sense far exceeded that of an ordinary soul sage, and he bore an unimaginably divine martial soul, possessing an insight into the essential energies of the world that approached the very source itself. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the hidden power within this prince, its essence far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master. This was not a power that could be merely attributed to the Tindo Empire's royal lineage and its swan martial soul. It was a force that was almost divine, transcending the mundane. This revelation aligned with the greatest secret of this period from the original narrative. The young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxu, had long been masquerading as the prince of the Tindo Empire, Shueqinghe. Upon beholding the elite imperial guard of the Tindo Empire, meticulously trained and utterly obedient, the answer seemed almost self-evident. His Highness Prince Shueqinghe? Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao spoke, his voice imbued with an ineffable significance, as his piercing gaze locked onto the tranquil golden eyes of Shueqinghe. Perhaps I should address you by another name, one that resonates more profoundly with the noble martial soul that resides within you. The gentle smile on Shueqinghe's face froze instantly, akin to a flawless mask that had developed a fissure. A flicker of genuine astonishment swept through his depths, only to be swiftly supplanted by an even colder, more scrutinizing demeanor. The amiable aura that surrounded him receded like a tide, replaced by an oppressive force emanating from the essence of his life and martial soul, gradually enveloping the vicinity like a thin mist, inciting an inexplicable sense of trepidation and suffocation among the seasoned black-armored soldiers nearby. Oh, Shueqinghe's voice maintained its steadiness, yet the warmth had quietly dissipated, supplanted by a detached aloofness and probing curiosity. What can you discern? He did not offer a direct admission, yet his reaction spoke volumes. Jun Xiaoyao sensed the increasingly palpable pressure. The divine, luminous, and fervent essence of the martial soul, though vigorously suppressed by its master, was unmistakably clear to someone as perceptive as him. Sacred, radiant, the pinnacle of fire, and a hint of a purifying aura that bordered on the divine. Jun Xiaoyao articulated slowly, each word sharpening the intensity in Qianren Shue's gaze. Such traits are far from the possession of the Tindo royal family's martial souls. In a vast expanse of Douluo Continent, martial souls that align with this description are exceedingly rare. Among them, the most renowned, indeed regarded as a divine martial soul. He paused deliberately, his dual pupils firmly fixed on the subtle shifts in Shueqinghe's expression, before stating, only that which is inherited from the angel lineage of the Spirit Hall, the six-winged angel. The mention of a six-winged angel resounded like thunder in the stillness of the narrow alley. The Soul King officer's countenance changed dramatically, though unaware of the complete circumstances. The association of the Spirit Hall and the six-winged angel with the prince was sufficient to make him realize that the situation exceeded all expectations. He instinctively prepared to issue a command to strike, yet was halted by a single icy glance from Shueqinghe. After a brief silence, the last vestige of his feigned warmth vanished entirely. When he spoke again, his voice had transformed. Although still male, it now carried a chill, imbued with a natural nobility and detachment. Remarkable insight. I never imagined that I would be so thoroughly discerned by a stranger in this place, unearthing my greatest secret. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly attempting to peer through Jun Xiaoyao's very essence. Who are you? Such perception, capable of disregarding even the pressure of my martial soul's essence. What is your martial soul? He sensed an unparalleled power within Jun Xiaoyao that rivaled her six-winged angel martial soul, and that dual pupil was no ordinary sight. Chapter 102. Young Master of the Spirit Hall, Qianren Shui. As the last remnant of warmth in Shueqinghe's gaze dissipated, it was replaced by a cold, piercing scrutiny. He slightly turned his head, his eyes sweeping over the Soul King officer and the soldiers behind him, forming an impenetrable wall of black armor. A simple gesture sufficed. Without uttering a word, or even exchanging glances, the scarred Soul King officer immediately bowed in deference, then turned without hesitation, issuing a low command. All units, withdraw to 100 paces outside the alley, and without orders, no one is to approach this place. The command was executed without hesitation. The heavy sound of armor scraping echoed once more as the black torrent of soldiers orderly retreated from the filthy dead end, leaving the stench and invisible pressure of the space entirely to the two individuals within the alley. As their footsteps receded and ultimately vanished, the alley was engulfed in true darkness beneath the setting sun, illuminated only by the faint glow of distant market lights and the sparse stars that had just begun to emerge in the firmament. Yet for the two within the alley, darkness seemed non-existent. A faint yet utterly pure golden halo faintly swirled around Xue Qinghe, not the result of soul power release, but rather an unconscious manifestation of his martial soul's essence, sacred and noble, casting an ethereal light upon his refined countenance, rendering it both murky yet profoundly enigmatic. Jun Xiaoyao remained seated in meditation, his deep purple-golden eyes piercing through the darkness, like a chasm that could devour all light, or a mirror capable of unveiling the essence of all things. Now, there were no outsiders. Qianren Xue spoke, her voice having shed the warmth and magnetism of Xue Qinghe, reverting to its original tone, clear and melodious, yet bearing an undeniable authority. You may now answer my question. Who are you truly? She narrowed her golden eyes slightly, fixing her gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao, as if attempting to see into the depths of his soul, to penetrate my gaze with a single glance and unveil the secret of the six-winged angel. Such perception and insight are not qualities possessed by ordinary soul masters or even disciples of sections. Your aura, she paused, sensing the pressure that subtly contended with her divine martial soul, even appearing more profound on certain levels. Your martial soul is of an exceptionally high caliber, perhaps even rivaling my six-winged angel. This was her greatest concern. The six-winged angel is a legendary divine martial soul, a legacy of the angel god on earth, transcending the vast majority of martial souls. The very notion of an aura that could compete with it, even rendering her feeling somewhat suppressed, was almost unfathomable. Jun Xiaoyao did not respond directly, but instead took a gentle step forward. With his movement, the vast, formless spiritual force surrounding him rippled slightly, isolating the two from the outside world, as if forming an independent domain where even sound could not penetrate. Who I am is of little consequence. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm and unperturbed, as if narrating a fact unrelated to himself. What truly matters is your true identity standing before me. His gaze, as substantial as reality itself, fell upon Qianren Xue's handsome yet concealed visage, and he slowly spoke. The Tiando Empire's Prince Xue Qinghe? No, beneath this resplendent exterior lies the high-ranking, noble young master of the Spirit Hall, the heir to the angel divinity, Qianren Xue. Despite having mentally prepared herself, when her true name was articulated so clearly and without hesitation, Qianren Xue's heart still tightened involuntarily. She had been lurking within the Tiando Empire for years. This secret was the highest-level confidential information of the Spirit Hall, known to few, and none but the absolute core existed. Now, it had been effortlessly unveiled by an enigmatic youth in such circumstances. After the immense shock, the emotions that surged within her were far from mere murderous intent. Rather, they were a complex amalgamation of astonishment, confusion, and a hint of curiosity regarding a kindred spirit or perhaps an existence of even higher stature. Yu Qianren Xue's crimson lips parted slightly, instinctively attempting to conceal herself. But upon meeting Jun Xiaoyao's dual pupils, which seemed to perceive all, she realized that any denial would be utterly futile. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and her tone turned gravely serious. You actually know my name. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe gently swaying under the subtle flow of energy. The six-winged angel martial soul has been passed down through generations in the martial soul hall. The current pope, Bibi Dan, bears the surname Qian, and her daughter is named Qianren Xue. This is hardly a secret without trace. Yet, the world believes that the young master remains reclusive. Who would have imagined that she possesses such audacity and patience, willingly sacrificing her true form to infiltrate the heart of an enemy nation and usurp power in silence? He paused, a faint trace of sentiment seeping into his tone. I had not anticipated that upon arriving in Heavendo City, I would encounter you so swiftly. One could only say that the affairs of the world are unpredictable, and the intertwining of fate often defies expectations. Qianren Xue keenly sensed the unusual implication in his words. Had he truly not foreseen her existence? According to your tone, it seems you were already aware of me. Is merely the timing of our meeting that caught you off guard? The questions in her heart multiplied. Not only did he seem to know her identity, but he also appeared to be aware of her plans, and perhaps even some trajectory of her future. The enigma shrouding this youth was deeper than she had imagined. Jun Xiaoyao remained non-committal, simply stating, the martial soul hall harbors grand ambitions, seeking to unify the continent. Sending the young master to infiltrate Heavendo and seize imperial authority is indeed a pivotal move. You have disguised yourself as Shui Qinghe, exercising caution and humility, and after years of cultivation, have garnered support from Ning Fengji, earning considerable prestige in the court, merely a step away from that supreme position. Alas, what? Qian Rinxue instinctively pressed for an answer, her gaze sharp. Alas, the variables always exist. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes seem to penetrate through time and space. No matter how exquisite the scheme, it is impossible to account for all the variables in the world. Your identity will eventually be revealed, and your ambitions shall inevitably encounter insurmountable obstacles. Qian Rinxue fell silent for a moment. His words subtly stirred a reluctant premonition deep within her. However, as the young master of the martial soul hall, her resolve was unwavering, and she quickly suppressed the flicker of doubt. Variables? Obstacles? She repeated softly, her golden eyes reigniting with confidence and pride. Even if you are one of those variables, so what? In the face of absolute strength and strategy, isolated variables cannot stir significant waves. She refocused on the initial inquiry. Tell me your identity and your purpose. You expose me not merely for the sake of verbal sparring. A person like you would not engage in meaningless acts. At this moment, Qian Rinxue had already begun to regard Jun Xiaoyao as an equal, even a formidable adversary requiring utmost vigilance. She no longer considered herself solely as the prince, but as Qian Rinxue, the young master of the martial soul hall. Negotiating with him, within the narrow alley, the air felt as though it had solidified. The golden glimmer flickering in Qian Rinxue's eyes blazed ever more fiercely, akin to two clusters of divine fire burning brightly. The faint golden halo surrounding her subtly fluctuated, rendering the shadow beneath her feet seemingly sacred. The pressure of a divine-level martial soul, even when naturally emanated, was sufficient to terrify soul masters below the rank of soul sage. Yet, standing opposite her, Jun Xiaoyao remained as an ancient rock amidst turbulent waves. His profound, abyss-like eyes calmly met hers, and the purplish-golden glow enveloping him not only dissipated the holy pressure, but even subtly turned it into a counterforce, shifting the center of this domain towards his black robe. Silence persisted for several moments. At last, Jun Xiaoyao shattered the suffocating stillness, his voice steady, betraying no sign of turbulence. Who I am is of little importance. He reiterated his earlier statement, but what followed caused the frost in Qian Rinxue's eyes to momentarily falter. What truly matters is that I wish to propose a transaction with you. What does that sound? A transaction? A hint of sardonic curvature graced the exquisite features of Qian Rinxue. The tumult within her heart had not subsided. Yet her prolonged infiltration and experience as the young master swiftly transformed her emotions into absolute rationality and vigilance. Oh, her cool voice elongated, laced with intrigue and inquiry. We meet for the first time, and yet you refuse to divulge even your name or origins. Pray tell, what foundation do we have for a transaction? Where's the trust to be found? She stepped forward slightly, an invisible pressure surging forth like a tide, attempting to shake the depths of his impenetrable defenses. Or do you believe that merely possessing some seemingly astonishing secrets grants you the right to discuss a transaction with me? Facing this inquiry infused with mental pressure, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged. The overwhelming force dissipated as it approached within 3 feet of him, like a cow sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. He shook his head lightly, his tone for the first time reflecting a disdainful superiority, as if he were an observer from the clouds gazing down upon the mortal realm. Is my identity and name truly so important? He countered, the purplish golden light in his eyes swirling, as if mirroring the birth and demise of stars. If your martial soul hall, if you, the exalted young master, are incapable of uncovering my origins, then such an inept existence is unworthy of discussing any transaction with me. His words, though spoken plainly, brimmed with an unrivaled arrogance. Qian Rinxue's pupils constricted suddenly. She had never heard anyone dare to critique the martial soul hall or her status as the designated heir to the Pope in such a manner. Inept? Unworthy? Each word, when isolated, could serve as justification for the martial soul hall to unleash its full might against the sect. Yet, spoken by this enigmatic youth, they carried a chilling certainty, as though they were an undeniable truth. By what right does he claim such authority? Is it merely due to his inscrutable nature, seemingly rivaling the six-winged angel's martial soul? Or perhaps his unfathomable mental strength that even she found stifling? Or was it his terrifying insight that seemed to foresee the future? Anger did not cloud her judgment. Rather, It cooled her mind like a bucket of ice water, sharpening her clarity. She scrutinized the youth before her once more. Black robe, profound eyes, an aura of transcendence. Mysterious and powerful. She rapidly searched her mind for any information about the continent's foremost forces, hidden clans, yet found no one who could perfectly match him. He appeared as a riddle that had suddenly descended from the heavens into this world. And often, the unknown signifies two extremes: immense danger or extraordinary opportunity. The murderous intent within Qian Rinxiu had gradually receded, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity and ambition. If he truly possessed a background that even the martial Soul Hall could not easily investigate, or if he held the confidence to overshadow the martial Soul Hall, then the value of the transaction he proposed could surpass imagination. Why had she infiltrated the Heaven Do Empire, toiling tirelessly? Was it not for the grand vision of the martial Soul Hall unifying the continent? Any possibility that could expedite this process or yield immense benefits must not be easily overlooked, even if it required taking some risks. The golden halo surrounding her gradually receded, her previously aggressive aura retreating like a receding tide. She regained the calm belonging to one in a position of power, yet her gaze deepened with intrigue. An interesting proposition. Indeed, Qian Rinxiu's voice returned to its icy tone, yet it carried less chill and more inquiry. Attempting to elevate your worth through absolute mystery? You certainly know how to pique curiosity. She paused, her slender fingers unconsciously caressing a subtle pattern on the cuff of her sleeve. A habitual gesture she resorted to when deep in thought. Very well, I concede. You have succeeded. Your enigma, the power you exhibit, and your composed demeanor despite revealing my identity have earned you the privilege of conversing with me. She lifted her gaze, her golden pupils locking onto Jun Xiaoyao's profound eyes, attempting to discern something from the unfathomable abyss within, yet she remained empty-handed. So, enlighten me. What are the specifics of the transaction you propose? What can you offer? And what do you seek from me? Her tone shifted to one of formality, as if she were genuinely seated at a negotiating table. It is essential to understand that if the terms of our exchange are insufficient or aimed at undermining the interests of the Spirit Hall, even your enigmatic presence may not guarantee your safe departure from this alley today. Her words were imbued with a blend of softness and firmness, conveying both her intrigue and her non-negotiable boundaries. Jun Xiaoyao was not taken aback by Qian Rinxiu's transformation. This was the decisiveness befitting the heir of the Spirit Hall. In the face of absolute interests, personal emotions and curiosities could be temporarily set aside. A barely perceptible smile seemed to grace his lips. My terms are naturally related to your most pressing obsession at present. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was low, yet resonated clearly in Qian Rinxiu's ears, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. I can assist you, unequivocally and infallibly, in seizing the empire of Heaven Do. Qian Rinxiu's heart skipped a beat. A brilliant light erupted within her golden eyes. To seize the empire of Heaven Do. This had been her ultimate goal since her infiltration, the culmination of all her endeavors. Although the plan appeared to be progressing smoothly, she was acutely aware of the challenges and uncertainties that lay ahead. The Snow Knight Emperor, though seemingly aged and frail, possessed a heart and mind as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. The Avalanche Prince, while appearing to be a debauchee, always left her with an unsettling feeling. Moreover, the support from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not without its conditions. This mysterious individual before her dared to boast of providing her with infallible assistance. Continue. Chapter 104. Qian Rinxiu's Choice. Jun Xiaoyao's voice, though soft, seemed to resonate with an extraordinary power, each word striking precisely at the most concealed and anxious strings of Qian Rinxiu's heart. Your plan, while meticulous, is not without its flaws. He began slowly, his eyes shimmering with a purple-gold hue that mirrored the shadows concealed beneath the light. The poison within the Snow Knight Emperor has not gone unnoticed. The chief imperial physician, Mo Song, feigns loyalty to you, yet harbors doubts in his heart. Though he cannot neutralize the poison, he has secretly documented the detailed pulse patterns and symptoms following each episode of poisoning, sealing them away. Should this information be accidentally discovered at an opportune moment, it would unleash a storm of scrutiny. Qian Rinxiu's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Mo Song, that ever-obliging elder? She had never fully trusted him, merely viewing him as a skilled physician easy to manipulate, never anticipating. Jun Xiaoyao did not afford her much time to process the shock, continuing nonchalantly. The Avalanche Prince's facade is not as seamless as it appears. That old servant who seems only to flatter him is, in fact, a former outer sect steward of the Haotian sect, possessing a soul power of 78. Over the years, he has been secretly instructing Avalanche in restraint and has connected him with certain military veterans who share doubts about the Crown Prince. Though this power is currently weak, it merely requires a spark to ignite a conflagration. Avalanche, that waste of space. Qian Rinchue's heart sank once more. She had harbored suspicions, yet her repeated tests yielded no results, and Avalanche's performances had been so convincingly authentic that she had gradually lowered her guard. If what this mysterious figure claims is true. Jun Xiaoyao's words continued, methodically dismantling the fortress she had meticulously constructed over the years. Even those you trust, most may not be entirely reliable. His gaze seemed to sweep, almost imperceptibly, beyond the alleyway, towards the soldiers steadfastly guarding their post. At that moment, Qian Rinchue felt a chill surging up her spine, swiftly spreading to her limbs. Mo Song's suspicious records, Avalanche's clandestine forces, the loyalty of her personal guards in question. Each of these vulnerabilities, if exposed at a critical juncture, could obliterate her years of painstaking efforts and potentially plunge her into an abyss of despair. The other party not only knew her identity, but was also acutely aware of the deepest concerns and flaws that she herself had yet to fully grasp. Who on earth is he? How does he possess such knowledge? Following the overwhelming shock came an unspeakable dread. The terrifying extent of this youth far exceeded her initial estimations. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's tone remained calm and unruffled, as if merely recounting a trivial matter. As for me, he continued, his voice imbued with a compelling, absolute authority. I can rectify these vulnerabilities for you, providing the critical information you lack, clearing obstacles when you're unable to act. Furthermore, at a pivotal moment in the future, I can offer you an unequivocal support of power. The alley fell into a profound silence. Qian Rinchue stood rooted in place, her golden pupils shimmering intensely, her heart embroiled in a tumultuous struggle and weighing her options. The crisis depicted by the other party was alarmingly real, while the assistance offered was tantalizingly difficult to decline. To trust an individual of unknown origins and unfathomable depth was undoubtedly perilous. However, to refuse him might mean confronting those unknown yet lethal traps alone, potentially rendering her years of toil meaningless. Risks and opportunities teetered like the two scales of a balance, violently oscillating within her heart. Time trickled by. The distant echo of bustling market sounds seemed to emanate from another realm. Qian Rinchue's slender fingers clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. Her exquisite visage was a canvas of shifting emotions, vigilance, yearning, calculation, hesitation, an intricate tapestry of feelings interwoven. She raised her gaze once more, peering deeply into those unfathomable eyes. Inside, there was no deceit, no cunning, only an almost indifferent calm and an unfathomable confidence. At last, Qian Rinchue's tightly clenched hand gradually relaxed, and she inhaled deeply, as if arriving at a resolute decision. The golden aura enveloping her entirely receded, all external emotions withdrawn, restoring the calm and authority befitting the air of the spirit hall. She understood that, regardless of the other party's intentions, it appeared she had no superior options at present. At the very least, she ought to first hear his terms. Her cool voice shattered the silence of the alley, carrying a barely perceptible rasp. What are your demands? The utterance of this question signified her psychological acceptance of the possibility of this transactional negotiation. She fixed her gaze upon Jun Xiaoyao, awaiting his response. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised by Qian Rinchue's ultimate inquiry. Within his pupils, the purple-gold light seemed to coalesce into two unfathomable whirlpools as he slowly articulated his conditions. My demands are rather straightforward. First, when I require it, the Spirit Hall must utilize its extensive intelligence network across the continent to provide me with all necessary information and resources, without question. Qian Rinchue listened quietly, fully anticipating the first condition. Though it was domineering, given the value and secrets the other party had displayed, such a demand was not unreasonable. She awaited the second condition. Jun Xiaoyao paused slightly, his gaze seemingly deepening, and continued, Secondly, I require you to arrange a private meeting with your mother, the Pope Bibi Dong, without raising her excessive suspicion. As his words hung in the air, the silence in the alley was palpable. Qian Rinchue was not merely taken aback. Her golden eyes brimmed with astonishment and profound doubt. To meet Bibi Dong, her mother, the supreme pope of the Spirit Hall, a woman at the pinnacle of power in the continent. Why did he wish to meet her? What was his intention? Assassination? Negotiation? Collaboration? Or perhaps a scheme so unfathomable that she could not even begin to imagine. Regardless of the motive, introducing such an unknown entity to the Pope was inherently fraught with peril. Should anything go awry, she would bear an inescapable burden of responsibility, potentially triggering tremendous upheaval within the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinchue's voice was laced with unprecedented gravity and scrutiny. You wish to meet the Pope? Why? Do you comprehend the implications of this? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Was his target directly aimed at the highest authority of the Spirit Hall? What did he seek from her mother? Or was he intent on causing her harm? Facing her inquiries, Jun Xiaoyao remained composed. The reasons are not for you to know. You need only understand that this meeting will occur in a relatively secure environment, not for assassination or direct confrontation. As for what it specifically entails, he cast a fleeting glance at her. That hinges on the outcome of the meeting, does it not? His explanation did little to assuage Qian Rinchue's concerns. Rather, it deepened her doubts. If it was not an assassination or confrontation, then what could it be? What kind of dialogue warranted such elaborate arrangements? Chapter 105. The deal is struck, Jun Xiaoyao's scheme. The suffocating silence in the alley weighed heavily on Qian Rinchue's heart. The second condition proposed by Jun Xiaoyao stirred turbulent waves within her. Meeting Bibi Dong. This request appeared more temperate than a direct confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Yet the unpredictability lurking behind it sent chills down her spine. The safety of the Pope, the stability of the Spirit Hall, even the already fragile bond between mother and daughter could all be subject to unpredictable variables due to this meeting. Her golden eyes, sharp as blades, sought to unearth even the slightest hint of his true intention from Jun Xiaoyao's tranquil gaze, yet her efforts proved futile. His eyes were too profound, seemingly capable of swallowing all inquisitive glances. The reasons are not for you to know, and it is not for assassination or direct confrontation. Jun Xiaoyao's words echoed in her mind. This vague explanation could hardly dispel her doubts. Rather, it felt more like a veiled concealment. Time trickled away in silence. Qian Rinchue's fingertips unconsciously curled and released, her mind engaged in an unprecedentedly fierce struggle. On one side lay years of lurking ambition for imperial supremacy, along with the temptation of absolute support and the promise to mend all flaws. On the other side loomed the pressure of introducing a colossal unknown variable that could ignite risks surrounding the Pope and the entire Spirit Hall. The scales trembled violently. She glanced once more at Jun Xiaoyao. He stood there, his figure seemingly melding with the shadows beneath the faint starlight, his otherworldly calm serving as a powerful persuasion in itself. He appeared confident she would acquiesce, as if he had already seen through her ambitions and dilemmas. Indeed, the Tiando Empire. This was her goal, for which she had expended countless efforts, sacrificed her true self, and endured protracted years. She should never let slip any opportunity that could ensure its success. The records of Mo's Hong, the forbearance of Avalanche, and the potential threats surrounding her, if left unaddressed. They could strike her a fatal blow at a critical moment. And this person before her could not only unveil those threats, but also resolve them. In comparison, while a meeting posed considerable risks, perhaps it could be managed to the bare minimum. She could arrange the location and time, make comprehensive preparations, potentially minimizing uncontrollable factors. More importantly, his final words, like a serpent, coiled into her heart. Perhaps this would also be a turning point related to you, related to her. What turning point could there be between her and her mother? A deeper freeze or a glimmer of thawing? Though she deemed the latter notion utterly absurd, that minuscule hope, which ought not to exist, stubbornly took root. Ambition overwhelmed caution. The thirst for success and the complex expectation of that elusive turning point ultimately eclipsed her fear of the unknown. The struggle and doubt in Qian Rinchue's eyes receded like the tide, replaced by a resolute coldness. Her aura settled into a calm determination. The decisiveness of the Spirit Hall's air reclaiming dominance. She lifted her gaze, finally resting it upon Jun Xiaoyao, her cool voice breaking the long silence. Very well. I accept your terms. The moment those words left her lips, it felt as if the air in the alley began to stir. Jun Xiaoyao displayed no surprise, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. He inclined his head slightly, his tone remaining unperturbed. A wise choice. With the agreement sealed, Qian Rinchue immediately transitioned into execution mode. She needed to ensure her investment bore fruit. How do you plan to proceed? Avalanche and that old servant by his side are no trifling adversaries. To provoke them could lead to endless repercussions. That is not a concern for you, Jun Xiaoyao replied, his tone imbued with an inherent sense of control. You need only continue to play your role as Prince Shueqinghe, as always, without revealing any flaws. As for Avalanche and the meager forces behind him, I shall handle them discreetly, leaving no trace that could implicate you in the slightest. The nonchalance with which he regarded their adversaries sent another shiver through Qianrenxue. This confidence could only stem from either arrogance or an absolute mastery of power. As for the Emperor of Snowy Night, Jun Xiaoyao continued, his gaze seemingly piercing through all of Qianrenxue's plans. I believe, with my guidance, you should know how to execute it more perfectly and swiftly now, correct? Those unnecessary tests and delays can be avoided. Qianrenxue's eyes flickered momentarily, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Jun Xiaoyao's insights indeed made her realize that her previous plans might have been overly cautious. Certain loopholes required more rapid and thorough remedies. The dosage and timing of the poison, along with subsequent soothing and control measures, necessitated a complete reevaluation and acceleration of details. I shall exercise my discretion, she replied coolly, maintaining the pride of the air, though internally she had accepted his counsel. Subsequently, she extended her right hand, the delicate fingers shimmering with a faint golden soul power. With a subtle glimmer, a jade pendant, roughly the size of half a palm, appeared in her grasp. Take this. Qianrenxue gracefully extended the jade pendant. Whenever you require intelligence or resources, you may present this token at any shop in Heavendo City that bears the cloud-patterned sparrow insignia. Simply show it and state your request. They will fulfill it unconditionally. She paused for a moment before adding, as for the second matter, I shall contact you in due time through the same means. Do not urge me. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the peculiar jade pendant, a glimmer of light flashing in his pupils. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached out and accepted the pendant. His fingertips made fleeting contact with Qianrenxue's palm, and both sensed a subtle ripple of the vast and distinct power coursing within each other, which quickly receded. The pendant felt cool to the touch, its intricate patterns seemingly imbued with some special significance. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao casually tucked the pendant into his attire, as if it were merely an inconsequential object rather than an important token. With the business concluded, Qianrenxue had no intention of lingering. The weight of the information exchanged tonight was too great. She needed to return immediately to reorganize many matters. Her gaze flicked towards the corner where the fainted youth lay. I shall take him with me, she remarked, indicating the direction. His identity may prove useful. She referred to the potential for tracing the mastermind behind today's attack, or perhaps utilizing him as a pawn in future endeavors. Jun Xiaoyao non-comité. He regarded the youth as merely an inconsequential character. Without further ado, Qianrenxue turned and strode towards the alley's entrance. Her steps were steady, her silhouette regaining the regal poise befitting a prince, as if the momentous transaction that could alter the continent's fate had never transpired. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, she did not glance back, but raised her hand, making a subtle gesture. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed as a scarred soul king officer entered the alley with two soldiers, moving swiftly and silently. After respectfully saluting Qianrenxue, they followed her gaze and hoisted the unconscious youth, retreating like phantoms. Qianrenxue's figure ultimately vanished into the shadows at the alley's entrance. In the dimly lit alley, only Jun Xiaoyao remained. He stood amidst the ruins, his pupils shimmering with violet gold light as he gazed towards the direction of Qianrenxue's disappearance, as if peering through the endless night sky into a distant future. A transaction had been made, with the Empire as a pawn, and his plans were only just beginning. Chapter 106, The Path to Divinity. The shadows at the alley's entrance completely enveloped Qianrenxue's departing figure, dissipating the princely elegance of Xue Qinghe into the night. Jun Xiaoyao stood amidst the wreckage in silence, his invisible mental force field gradually retracting, as if it had never existed. The distant bustle of the marketplace grew clearer, yet remained separated by an intangible barrier, incongruous with the dimness surrounding him. He did not leave immediately. Within his profound pupils, the violet gold light flowed slowly, not directed towards any tangible object in reality, but cast towards a more ethereal horizon, reflecting the colossal blueprint rapidly unfolding in his mind. The transaction with Qianrenxue was merely a casual move, a lever to manipulate the continent's situation for his own convenience. The resources of the Spirit Hall and the potential meeting with Bibi Dong were useful tools, but by no means his ultimate destination. His path remained clear and defined, to grow ever stronger until he reached the pinnacle. The realm of the Soul Emperor had been achieved. Jun Xiaoyao turned inward, observing the blood-red soul ring radiating immense vitality and terrifying energy among his 6 soul rings, standing out like a sovereign. endowing him with extraordinary foundation and combat prowess far beyond his peers. However, this was still far from sufficient. As one advances on the path of a soul master, the differences between each level become as vast as chasms. The seventh soul ring and the true manifestation of his martial soul mark a pivotal point of qualitative change. While an ordinary soul master may consider it a stroke of fortune to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring, Jun Xiaoyao's ambitions were not to be gauged by the mundane. The seventh soul ring must also be one of 100,000 years. This notion solidified in his heart like iron, not an aspiration born of hubris, but a testament to his profound foundation and the vastness of his dual pupils. Only the immense energy and unparalleled soul skills contained within a 100,000-year soul ring could perfectly match his seventh soul ring, elevating the power of his martial soul to its zenith. To an ordinary titled Douluo, the 100,000-year soul beast would be a nightmare. Yet, to Jun Xiaoyao, it was not beyond reach. Thanks to his knowledge of the original text, he was well aware of several known habitats of 100,000-year soul beasts. The two in the core area of the Stardow Forest and even the sea god S realm, home to the king of the Abyssal White Shark, all formed part of his future hunting list. For him, acquiring soul rings was more a matter of time and opportunity. What truly occupied his thoughts was the even more ethereal yet crucial domain that awaits a soul master after achieving the pinnacle, divinity. In this world, ascending to the 100th level is not the end, it is merely a new beginning. The power of the deities is the foundation for traversing the realms. The divine positions mentioned in the original work are few and far between. Sea god, Shura god, angel god, Rakshasa god, and later, the god of food, among others. While these divine positions are undeniably powerful, each has its own lineage and master, with arduous tests and numerous restrictions. To rely on finding and inheriting another divine position is ultimately to be bound by others, not a path of his own. With thoughts racing, Jun Xiaoyao's pride would not allow him to tread solely upon the path forged by others, accepting the trials and blessings of another deity. Though these divine positions are formidable, each possesses its own path of inheritance and trials. Should he gain the recognition of an existing divine position and inherit its power, it would indeed be a significant avenue. Yet, he was not a narrow-minded individual, lacking in open-mindedness. If a suitable and powerful divine position were to actively choose him, he would naturally not refuse such an opportunity. Inheriting a divine position could expedite the acquisition of strength, placing him at a higher starting point and saving countless efforts and time. However, the transmission of divine positions is fraught with uncertainties. Opportunities, compatibility, and the will of the deities are beyond his sole control. His thinking remained exceptionally calm and objective. He could not place all his hopes on passively waiting for the favor of a divine position. Thus, he must pursue a second route as a precaution. His gaze suddenly sharpened. To gather faith, condense the thoughts of all beings, and refine them within his own furnace, attempting to challenge the supreme realm of self-forged divinity. The moment this thought emerged, even the aura surrounding him subtly fluctuated, as if it had touched upon some profound truth of heaven and earth. To create one's own divine position. This path is undoubtedly several times more arduous than inheriting a divine position, filled with the unknown and peril. It demands an immense reservoir of faith, a deep understanding of the laws, the ability to endure the backlash of collective thought, and a powerful vessel, the self, to support the condensation of divinity. Yet, the benefits are equally apparent. Perfect alignment with oneself, boundless potential, unshackled by the rules of existing divine positions, and a future path laid entirely by oneself. This is a transcendent path that can be forged even without the inheritance of a divine position. Pursuing both avenues would ensure a more secure outcome. Jun Xiaoyao swiftly established his strategy. On one hand, he did not dismiss, but rather actively sought out existing divine inheritances that might resonate with his own aspirations. On the other hand, he began to quietly lay the groundwork, accumulating the capital necessary for the most arduous and fundamental path of creating his own divine position. The power of faith, he murmured to himself, the words laden with significance. It is ethereal yet palpably real, one of the sources of divine power. He needed to start laying the foundation for gathering faith in the future. The Tiando Empire, or rather, the Tiando Empire that was soon to be under the control of Qian Renshua, could serve as a starting point. Through Qian Renshua, he could indirectly influence this vast empire. Yet, one empire alone would not suffice, especially considering the potential future conflicts with the Spirit Hall. A broader influence and more profound deeds, or rather, Miracles were required. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened, spreading renown, shaping legends, alleviating disasters, bestowing blessings. These were all avenues for collecting faith. He needed to choose an appropriate method and, at the right moment, allow his name to resonate with a sacred presence throughout countless households, perhaps beginning with the resolution of certain disasters that occur in the original narrative, which have far-reaching implications. He pondered, for instance, the impending beast tide, or large-scale chaos wrought by certain soul masters. Simultaneously, he could not afford to neglect his own strength. Without sufficient power, all his plans would be mere castles in the air. To solidify a divine position, one must possess a formidable physique and soul capable of enduring the torrent of faith and the baptism of laws. Achieving a 100,000-year soul ring, enhancing soul power levels, refining the body and mental fortitude, and seeking opportunities to consolidate faith, countless threads intertwined in his mind, forming a vast and intricate network of plans. Each step required meticulous calculation. Every element could yield far-reaching variables. Yet, within his dual pupils, there existed only absolute calm and confidence. Having traversed to this moment, grasping the initiative, and bearing the burden of dual pupils, how could he not harbor such ambition, lest he squander this monumental opportunity? As the night deepened and the starlight dimmed, Jun Xiaoyao's figure shifted slightly. He slowly turned, the hem of his black robe tracing a subtle arc as he silently melded into the deeper shadows, as though he had never existed. Only the dilapidated alley bore witness to a transaction capable of influencing the future of the continent. And the furtive machinations that began from humble beginnings yet aspired to surpass the divine were quietly set into motion. Shortly after his figure vanished, an extremely vague shadow, almost merging with the darkness, flickered across a nearby rooftop, its speed so swift it felt like an illusion. Jun Xiaoyao moved through the shadows without a hint of hesitation. Though the purple-gold hue within his dual pupils subtly flickered for a moment, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The depths of Tiando City were far more profound than they appeared on the surface. His plans must account for all these hidden factors beneath the currents of darkness. Chapter 107. The tidal Douluo lurking in the shadows. The night was as dark as ink, gradually cloaking the splendor and clamor of Tiando City. Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette traversed silently between the continuous rooftops and narrow alleys, deftly evading all patrolling guards, ultimately slipping into a serene courtyard. As he stepped over the threshold of the main hall, two fragrant breezes, imbued with urgency and worry, rushed toward him. "Brother Xiaoyao, you finally returned." Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin almost simultaneously rose from their seats, hastening to greet him. Ning Rongrong's delicate face was etched with anxiety, her glass-like, beautiful eyes scanning Jun Xiaoyao from head to toe, fearful that he might have lost even a single hair. Dugu Yin, though somewhat more composed, had her willow brows knitted and her lips slightly pursed, revealing her inner unrest. Upon seeing that Jun Xiaoyao appeared unscathed and composed, they both exhaled deeply, their previously taut hearts finally settling back into place. What could possibly happen to me? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, the purple-gold gleam in his pupils softening under the warm light as he naturally took a seat at the table. "I merely encountered some petty ruffians and dispatched them with ease. I apologize for causing you concern." "Who was worried about you?" Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly, turning her head, only to pivot back the next moment with curiosity. "Who were they? How dare they attack us in Tiando City? Did the Crown Prince arrive later and give you any trouble?" Dugu Yin cast an inquiring look, her thoughts more meticulous, sensing that tonight's events were rather unusual. Jun Xiaoyao poured himself a cup of slightly cool tea from the pot on the table, taking a gentle sip and speaking in a calm tone. "They were merely desperate rogues blinded by greed, and I have left their matter to the Crown Prince's men. As for His Highness, he is reasonable. After inquiring about the situation, he departed with his troops and did not trouble me." He casually glossed over the perilous transaction from the afternoon, understanding that the fewer who knew about certain matters, the safer it would be for them. Observing the two radiant young women before him, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze subtly deepened. His encounter with Qian Renshua, especially after sensing at least two obscure yet powerful tidal do auras lurking in the shadows, had provided him with a clearer understanding of the current situation in Tiando City. The depths here were too profound. The infiltration of the spirit hall exceeded common imagination, with two tidal do lying in wait like swords suspended overhead. Though he felt no fear, his strength had yet to reach the level of a tidal Douluo, and the true power of his dual pupils and martial soul required time to grow. He was far from being able to roam freely and disregard all. More importantly, Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yin were by his side. One was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, and the other was the granddaughter of Dugabo. Their special statuses rendered them potential focal points, allowing them to remain in Tiando City, close to him, risked them becoming a target for those who might exploit them against him or getting caught up in the brewing storm. With his thoughts settled, Jun Xiaoyao set down his teacup, looking at the two women with a gentle yet unyielding tone. For the next few days, I will accompany you to explore Tiando City thoroughly. After that, I will send you back. Back? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her smile freezing in place. Where are we going back to? The sect? Why so suddenly? We've only just come out. Duguyan also displayed surprise and reluctance. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his expression, explaining, this journey was initially intended for relaxation and broadening horizons. Now that we have nearly explored Tiando City, it is time for you to return and focus on your cultivation. Rongrong, your martial soul has evolved. You need more time to stabilize and adapt. Yen, you have been out for quite a while. Surely, Grandpa Dugu must be missing you. His reasons were reasonable. Yet both women sensed that there was more to it than met the eye. Ning Rongrong pouted, wanting to say something further. However, there is no however. Jun Xiaoyao interrupted her, his tone remaining warm, yet imbued with a reassuring, undeniable strength. Be obedient. In the future, if there is leisure time, or once your powers have grown stronger, you may come out to experience the world again. His dual pupils were profound, as if they could see through the hearts of others. As Ning Rongrong met his gaze, the remnants of her previous petulance dissipated unnoticed. Although her heart ached with reluctance, she obediently murmured an acknowledgement and lowered her head. Du Gaiyan, possessing a more perceptive mind, vaguely surmised that Jun Xiaoyao's decision might be linked to the day's ambush. Perhaps the city of Tiando was on the brink of turmoil, and he wished to shield them from the impending chaos. Contemplating this notion, a twinge of disappointment stirred within her. It was overshadowed by a profound sense of being protected and understood. Yes, we will heed your counsel. She gently tugged at Ning Rongrong's sleeve, exchanged a knowing glance with her, and then addressed Jun Xiaoyao in a soft tone. During these days, do ensure we have a delightful time. A genuine smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's face. Certainly. In the days that followed, Jun Xiaoyao indeed honored his promise, temporarily setting aside all schemes and calculations, dedicating his time to accompany the two young ladies in their explorations of Tiando City. They ascended the tallest star observation tower, gazing down upon the myriad of twinkling lights. They reveled in the bustling markets, savoring an array of local delicacies. They even chartered a pleasure boat, leisurely drifting along the serene river that wound through the city, enjoying the scenery while listening to melodious tunes. Ning Rongrong and Du Gaiyan seemed intent on infusing every moment of joy with their lingering reluctance, their smiles exceptionally radiant. Jun Xiaoyao, rare in his relaxation, savored the fleeting tranquility and warmth that preceded the impending storm. Yet, the depth of contemplation within his eyes never faded. Whenever solitude enveloped him, his mental acuity would silently extend, sensing the undercurrents of the city. Particularly, he felt the subtle fluctuations belonging to the tidal daw lurking within Tiando City. He was evaluating and calculating. At present, he could barely extricate himself from the clutches of ordinary tidal daw, but to confront and overcome those of the spirit hall's caliber remained beyond his reach. Patience was his strategy, a prelude to a more resounding rise in the future. Time spent in leisure always seemed to slip away swiftly. 3 days later, a seemingly ordinary yet remarkably sturdy and comfortable carriage quietly departed from the majestic gates of Tiando City. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong and Du Gaiyan gazed out at the receding silhouette of the city, their eyes filled with a sense of loss. Jun Xiaoyao sat opposite them, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the external world. Yet within his heart, clarity reigned supreme. Sending the two girls away severed potential vulnerabilities and ties. Now, it was time for him to truly begin laying his plans in this dragon's den known as Tiando City. His first move might well commence with that avalanche prince and his elderly attendant. A cold smile graced his lips. The carriage rumbled on, gradually making its way towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 108, The Task of a Tidal Dalu. The carriage came to a slow halt before the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's iconic rainbow-hued entrance. The disciples, already informed, respectfully approached, expertly handling the horses and assisting the passengers in disembarking. Although Ning Rongrong and Du Guiyan had enjoyed their outings, the toll of their travels showed a hint of fatigue, compounded by the lingering melancholy of parting. After exchanging simple farewells with Jun Xiaoyao, they each retreated to their quarters accompanied by their maids for rest. Jun Xiaoyao, however, did not return to his own residence. He stood beneath the resplendent archway, his eyes slightly narrowed, his perception extending silently like mercury, enveloping the entire core area of the sect. In the next instant, he moved with a ghostly grace, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before a highly secretive chamber located behind the sect's council hall. There was no need for announcement. The door, crafted from a special metal inscribed with runes to block soul power fluctuations, slid open silently, as if the occupants within had sensed his arrival. Inside, the lighting was soft, and 4 figures were already seated. At the head of the table, the sect leader, Ning Fengji, donned in white, exuded a gentle aura, yet his brow bore a barely perceptible weight of concern. To his left sat an elder clad in gray, his form appearing emaciated, yet he blended seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. This was the Bone Douluo, Guiyong. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, a nearly imperceptible warmth flickered across his otherwise placid face. To Ning Fengji's right sat another elder, dressed in snow white, his hair and beard both starkly white, his posture erect, resembling a sword poised to be drawn. Though his sharpness was contained, it was intimidating. He was the sword Douluo, Chen Hexen. His gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao held an unmistakable admiration along with a hint of eager combativeness. Lastly, at the lower side of Ning Fengji, an elder in a dark green robe, similarly with green hair, bore a sinister yet oddly excited expression. This was the poison Douluo. Upon sighting Jun Xiaoyao, he instinctively straightened up, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Xiaoyao, you have returned. Ning Fengji spoke first, his tone gentle. Are Rongrong and Guiyan settled? Jun Xiao nodded slightly, moving to occupy the vacant seat reserved for him, directly across from Ning Fengji, subtly establishing a sense of equality. This was unprecedented in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet none present deemed it inappropriate. Yes, they're well, just a bit weary from the journey, but they are resting now, he replied succinctly, then scanned the 4 individuals present, his dual-colored pupils shimmering with a purple-gold hue as he directly delved into the matter at hand. This expedition to Tiando City has yielded considerable insights, yet has also confirmed certain suspicions. The current situation on the continent is rife with undercurrents, and our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must devise plans at the earliest. His tone, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, commanded the attention of the 4 formidable figures, who listened intently as if they were students awaiting instruction. What have you discovered, Xiaoyao? Guiyong inquired, his voice gravelly with concern. The influence of the Spirit Hall runs deeper than we anticipated, Jun Xiaoyao replied coolly. The Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire is steeped in complexity. At least 2 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall are lurking by his side. 2 title Douluo? Du Gubo gasped, his complexion shifting. Although he too was a title Douluo, he understood, well, that those emerging from the Spirit Hall were often more formidable than their peers of the same rank. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chan Xian's eyes. What a grand scheme. Does the Spirit Hall intend to completely devour the Tiando Empire? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, pondering. If this is indeed the case concerning the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, it poses an exceedingly difficult predicament. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has close ties with the Empire. We may find it hard to remain unscathed. It is not merely about remaining unscathed. Rather, it is a matter of opportunity entwined with risk, Jun Xiaoyao corrected, intentionally omitting the details of his dealings with Qianren Xue, as that was his personal leverage. However, prior to that, our sect must first stabilize itself to face the forthcoming changes. His gaze shifted to the 4 powerhouses, his tone resolute as he began to strategize. First and foremost, the headquarters of the sect is our foundation and must not falter. He turned his attention to Chun Xian. Grandfather Sword, I implore you to remain at the sect, ensuring the safety of the sect leader. Your 7-killing divine sword is the sharpest blade to deter the malevolent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Chan Xian's eyes, yet more so, he felt the weight of responsibility. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, with me here, the sect will remain secure. Jun Xiaoyao acknowledged him with a nod, and then looked towards Guiyong. Grandfather. Guiyong raised his head, his eyes beneath the gray robe brightening. Recently, my grandson must venture out to attend to certain pressing matters. Along the way, there may be obstacles, and I kindly request your esteemed presence to accompany and safeguard him. Jun Xiaoyao's tone bears the weight of respect for his elder, if the content conveys a clear directive. Gu Rong expressed no hesitation, a faint smile gracing his withered visage. Very well. This old body could indeed use some movement. At last, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze settled upon Douluo, who immediately straightened his back, appearing somewhat anxious yet expectant. Grandfather Douluo. Within the ice and fire yin-yang well lies the blue-silver emperor I have transplanted, along with countless rare, celestial herbs. Although I have imposed certain restrictions on the blue-silver king I guard, the hearts of soul beasts are inscrutable, and such paradisiacal realms are difficult to shield against prying eyes. You are the most suitable candidate. Please set forth immediately to return to the Sunset Forest and safeguard that precious land. No one, other than myself or the esteemed elders, is permitted to approach the core area. Entrusting the ice and fire yin-yang well and the blue-silver emperor to Douluo was a well-considered decision. Firstly, Douluo is more familiar with the ice and fire yin-yang well than anyone else. Secondly, he owes Jun Xiaoyao a considerable debt of gratitude, and due to his relationship with Gu Dongyan and their years of companionship, he has become a core member. Thirdly, his proficiency in poison is sufficient to deter the vast majority of intruders. Upon hearing this, Douluo's face lit up with excitement. Excellent. You can rest assured. For as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow any outsiders to lay a finger on the ice and fire yin-yang well. That blue-silver emperor shall be treated as my own. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return. The location represented not merely a task, but a paradise for him. Ning Fengji observed how Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly organized the arrangements among the three titled Douluos within the sect, each assuming their respective roles. And he felt a profound sense of reassurance in entrusting the sect's martial strength to him. Such an arrangement is indeed prudent, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. With Sword Uncle in the sect, Uncle Douluo guarding the ice and fire yin-yang well, and you accompanied by Bone Uncle, I can rest easy. Just be cautious during your travels. Jun Xiaoyao rose, his eyes shimmering with wisdom and confidence. Uncle Ning, rest assured, esteemed elders, for I am like a dragon concealed in the depths, destined to soar to the heavens. Today's retreat serves only to prepare for tomorrow's flight. The future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall not be confined to this solitary corner. His words, calm yet imbued with a stirring power, resonated within the chamber. The four powerful figures regarded the youth before them, as if witnessing the slow ascent of a sun destined to illuminate the entire continent. With the plan established and no dissenting voices, three figures swiftly departed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 109. The Hunt begins. Deep within the Sunset Forest, a natural barrier formed by the ever-present miasma and peculiar energies loomed. Yet to the two hastening figures, it was as if it were non-existent. Jun Xiaoyao led the charge, his robes untouched by the dense miasma. Slightly to his side, Gu Rong glided like a specter, emanating a faint, shadowy aura that quietly severed the poisonous mists and the probing presence of soul beasts. Further back, Douluo thrived in the toxic atmosphere, his emerald soul power flickering as he absorbed the energies around him, replenishing his own. The trio moved with remarkable speed, and within half an hour, they had traversed numerous perilous obstacles, arriving at the entrance of a valley. As they approached, an extraordinary energy fluctuation, a blend of scorching heat and frigid cold, washed over them. At the entrance, dense blue-silver grass grew wildly, robust and resilient compared to its counterparts from the outside world, swaying as if animated by an unseen force, forming a natural barrier. Suddenly, all the blue-silver grass ceased its motion. A powerful mental presence surged forth from within the valley, radiating vigilance and scrutiny towards the trio at the entrance. However, upon encountering Jun Xiaoyao, the once formidable aura of warning abruptly froze, transforming into an expression of incredulous reverence and joy. It is you. You have returned. An elderly, excited voice echoed directly in the minds of Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Rong, and Douluo. In the next moment, the robust blue-silver grass parted, as if alive, respectfully creating a pathway. The sights within the valley unfolded before them. Red and white springs spiraled like a Taiji symbol, emanating astonishing energy fluctuations, surrounded by countless rare, celestial herbs that could trigger a war among soul masters in the outside world. At the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang well, a blue-silver emperor, resembling a sculpture of blue and golden crystal, radiated a gentle yet regal life aura. Yet, more striking was a massive blue-silver king nearby, almost indistinguishable from its surroundings, its leaves adorned with dark golden patterns. Its immense form quivered, not in fear but in excitement. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forth, followed closely by Gu Rong and Douluo. On the colossal trunk of the blue-silver king, a faint visage of an ancient man, woven from light and leaves, began to materialize. It gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, its thoughts filled with submission and exhilaration. "Welcome back, master." However, as its perception cautiously brushed past the two silent elders behind Jun Xiaoyao, the energy-formed visage trembled violently, nearly dissipating. A sense of terror, unfathomable and profound, washed over it. The elder to the left, with inky green hair, exuded a cold and overwhelming presence, the toxic energy surrounding him causing even this plant-based soul beast to feel an instinctive dread. He was undoubtedly a titled Douluo among humans. And the elder on the right was even more terrifying. He stood there as if he did not exist, or perhaps as an abyss that devoured all. Any attempt to approach his mental presence resulted in utter obliteration, leaving no trace behind, not even a hint of his soul power level. This sensation was akin to what it had felt in the presence of the Emperor years ago, a stark disparity in the realm of life. This elder in gray was undoubtedly a pinnacle existence among titled Douluos, his strength inscrutable. The blue-silver king's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It had chosen to submit to Jun Xiaoyao for two reasons. Firstly, his promise to revive the emperor, and secondly, the mysterious methods he wielded. It believed that was the limit, yet how long had it been? Its master returned, accompanied by two of humanity's supreme overlords, titled Douluos. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of these two titled Douluos, they clearly regarded the master with utmost respect, subtly positioning themselves as his protectors. In this moment, the last remnants of resentment born from its loss of freedom vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of elation and fervor. It had made the right choice. It and the emperor had indeed followed a master beyond comprehension. "Master, you." The blue-silver king's thoughts trembled with excitement. Jun Xiaoyao, perceptive to its emotional fluctuations, calmly replied, "Indeed. This is Douluo, the poison Douluo. From this day forth, he shall reside here, guarding the ice and fire yin-yang well. You must heed his commands and assist him in protecting this place, especially the blue-silver emperor." He then turned to Douluo, grandfather Douluo. "This is the blue-silver king I mentioned to you, an 80,000-year-old soul beast, now the guardian of this location. It will assist you." Douluo curiously surveyed the imposing blue-silver emperor, sensing its immense vitality and mental prowess rivaling that of an ordinary titled Douluo. He was inwardly astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's ability to tame such a formidable soul beast to guard the medicinal garden. Nodding slightly, he offered the blue-silver emperor a semblance of a friendly expression. "I shall rely on you in the future, venerable vine." The blue-silver emperor promptly projected a respectful thought. "It is an honor, poison Douluo. I shall do my utmost to protect this sacred ground and its sovereign." Bone Douluo, Gu Rong merely cast a fleeting glance at the blue-silver emperor, remaining silent. Yet, that single glance made the blue-silver emperor feel as though its very soul was on the verge of freezing, prompting it to retract all probing thoughts. Daring not to inquire further, Jun Xiaoyao approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, gazing at the blue-silver emperor, which thrived under the nourishing energy of the spring. Feeling the slowly coalescing soul fluctuations within, he extended his hand and gently touched the blue-golden leaves, which swayed lightly, as if responding to his touch. "Grow well. I shall visit you often," he murmured softly. Having completed this, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Douluo and said, "Grandpa Douluo, should there be any disturbances here, you can contact me through the talisman. Douluo Nodid Salamli. Rest assured, unless I am dead, no one shall disturb a blade of grass or a tree here." Jun Xiaoyao nodded, casting one last glance at this haven and the magnificent blue-silver emperor before turning with Bone Douluo Gu Rong, their figures flickering and vanishing into the thick miasma of the forest. It was only after their presence had completely dissipated that the blue-silver emperor seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, its massive vines slightly unfurling. It conveyed another friendly thought to Douluo before cautiously extending a few vines to begin nurturing the growth environment of the valley's celestial herbs. As a gesture of goodwill and cooperation, Douluo observed this remarkably powerful soul beast exhibiting such docility, stroking his chin and exclaiming, "This lad is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Yin Yin following him may indeed be the greatest fortune." Not dwelling further on this, he inhaled deeply the abundant energy within the valley, a look of rapture overtaking his face, and began to enthusiastically survey his former abode. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong, having departed from the sunset forest, did not return to the Seven Treasure Glazed School. Jun Xiaoyao hovered in the sky, his gaze piercing through the clouds toward the distant Heaven Do Imperial City, his twin pupils shimmering with a cold light. Grandfather, we must address those unforeseen variables that should not exist. His voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of chilling intent. Gu Rong's form emerged from the shadows behind him, responding in a gravelly tone. Let us proceed. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, silently traversing toward Heaven Do City. The hunt had begun. Chapter 110. The Power and Instruments of Two Great Empires. Heaven Do City remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with activity and the clamor of voices. Yet beneath this cacophony, invisible undercurrents surged tumultuously. Two figures, one old and one young, quietly reintegrated into the massive city. Jun Xiaoyao and Bone Douluo. Gu Rong chose not to lodge in any conspicuous inn or sect residence. Instead, Gu Rong utilized his abilities to establish a temporary refuge in an inconspicuous residential area within the city. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated solely by a faintly glowing soul guide lamp. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on a simple mat, facing Gu Rong, who stood silently like a withered tree. Grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao broke the silence, his twin pupils glimmering with contemplative light. There's a matter that has long troubled me. The current situation is delicate, and I seek your confirmation. Gu Rong's eyes, slightly open beneath his gray robe, emitted a raspy response. Speak freely. It concerns the two great empires, particularly the true foundation of the Heaven Do Empire. Jun Xiaoyao elaborated slowly. On the surface, the Heaven Do Empire relies on the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed School, which boasts you and Grandfather Jian as two pinnacle Douluos. The situation of the Star Luo Empire is similar, perhaps with a stronger royal family, rumored to have an emperor who may be a title Douluo. But that is where it ends. He paused, his tone sharpening. As for the Spirit Hall, among the known title Douluos, there is the Pope Bibi Dong. Several elders in the Elder Hall, including Qin Daolu, the Ghost Douluo, and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, along with other potential hidden forces. The number of their title Douluos likely far exceeds that of the upper three sects combined. They also command more than half of the continent's soul masters. Given such a stark disparity in power dynamics, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fixed intently on Gu Rong. If the Spirit Hall truly sought to sweep away the two great empires by force, even with the upper three sects fighting to the death in support, how long could the two empires withstand? A year? Or perhaps half a year? Gu Rong listened quietly, the dim light casting deep shadows on his withered face, rendering his expression increasingly inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he emitted a faint sound, akin to a sigh. It is commendable that you can discern this layer. It indicates you have not been deceived by appearances. Gu Rong's voice was deep and measured. Indeed, if relying solely on visible strength, the two great empires would have long since ceased to exist. What the Spirit Hall fears has never been just the upper three sections. Jun Xiaoyao's pupils slightly contracted. So it is true. Are there hidden powers within the empires? Every massive empire that has stood the test of hundreds or even thousands of years possesses foundations far beyond ordinary imagination, Gu Rong articulated. The Heaven Do and Star Luo royal families have ancient lineages and profound legacies. While their high-end combat capabilities may not be as concentrated and conspicuous as those of the Spirit Hall, they're by no means without means of self-preservation. Firstly, there may exist powerful individuals within the imperial families themselves. The Dai family of the Star Luo Empire inherits the evil White Tiger martial soul, and the Zhu family possesses the Nether Spirit Cat, both of exceptional quality. It is not uncommon for title Douluos to emerge throughout generations, though most remain hidden, revealing themselves only in times of existential crisis. The Snow family of the Heaven Do Empire, although slightly inferior in martial soul talent, has over centuries utilized imperial resources to recruit and cultivate, or, through special means, retained one or two title Douluo-level guests or ancestral elders. It is not surprising. The old poisonous monster, before he came to know you, was he not also a guest of the Heaven Do Empire? Though it was largely nominal. Jun Xiaoyao noted. Having surmised this aspect, Gu Rong continued. Secondly, and most importantly, the empires possess both power and instruments. Power? Jun Xiaoyao pondered thoughtfully. The will of the people, righteousness, the strategic depth and war potential derived from vast territories. These all constitute power. Gu Rong elucidated. If the Spirit Hall recklessly attempts to overthrow the empires through force, it would be acting against the tide, instantly becoming the enemy of the continent. Not only would the remnants of the two great empires resist fiercely, but those neutral sects, families, and even free soul masters would feel the chill of impending doom and might unite against them. At that point, the Spirit Hall would face not just two empires, but the entire continent's backlash. They may be able to win, but it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory, a case of losing more than they gain. What they desire is a relatively intact continent, not a scorched earth. And as for instruments, Gu Rong's voice lowered further, tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. It refers to certain strategic forces or artifacts that the empires may possess, passed down from ancient times, transcending the conventional understanding of soul masters. Perhaps it is a formidable union of soul-guiding formations, potent enough to safeguard the imperial capital and counter the might of a tidal Douluo. Or perhaps it consists of certain one-time use, catastrophic weapons capable of razing cities and annihilating nations. Alternatively, it may involve clandestine pacts with ancient guardians who have long since withdrawn from the world. These artifacts are the true reason the Spirit Hall and all knowledgeable peak powers regard them with trepidation. They may lie dormant in the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, or be sealed away in some highly classified location, never to be deployed unless absolutely necessary. Yet, should they be unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one wishes to gamble on whether the Empire, when pushed to the brink, would reveal these hidden cards. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. This elucidates everything. This is the profound logic that maintains the superficial equilibrium of the continent. It is not that the Spirit Hall does not wish to act swiftly, but rather that it cannot afford to do so. The costs are simply too great. They would rather opt for a more protracted approach of infiltration and internal disintegration, which incurs lesser costs. What kind of artifacts or guardians might the Heaven Do Empire possess? Jun Xiaoyao pressed for more details. Gu Rong slowly shook his head. This is beyond my full comprehension. The royal family keeps such matters shrouded in secrecy, as it is classified information of the highest order. Perhaps only the emperors of past generations or a select few royal guardians are privy to this knowledge. That old fellow Chenexian might know a bit more than I do, but he has never elaborated on it. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School collaborates with the Empire, not as a vassal. There are certain core secrets that the Empire will not share. However, it can be affirmed that within the confines of Heaven Do City, there undoubtedly exists at least one force potent enough to deter the two lurking titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall from acting recklessly. This force may not be directly commanded by the royal family, yet it is closely intertwined with the fate of the Empire. It may be located deep within the palace or lie dormant in some obscure corner. According to your assessment, the Spirit Hall's choice to resort to poison and political maneuvering instead of outright force is largely due to their apprehension regarding this hidden power. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled slowly, as many of the enigmas swirling in his mind finally began to coalesce. The situation on the continent is far more intricate and profound than he had initially surmised. I understand now, he murmured, as light danced in his pupils, new plans rapidly adjusting and forming within his mind. Since the Empire also possesses concealed trump cards, his actions must be executed with even greater precision and discretion. In dealing with Shui Bong and his mentor, he must be swift, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no room for any incriminating evidence. Simultaneously, these forces and artifacts of the Empire might, in the future, also become assets he could leverage or even scheme against. A deep arc graced his lips. In a hunt, one must not only eliminate the prey, but also comprehend all the rules and hidden traps of the hunting ground. Now, his understanding of this hunting ground had deepened further. Grandfather, let's take a brief respite. We shall commence our actions at the witching hour. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, entering a state of deep concentration to adjust himself to peak condition. Gu Rong nodded slightly, his form gradually merging into the shadows, silently awaiting the arrival of night. Chapter 111, Xue Beng, Fang. The night enveloped the city of Heaven Do like ink, slowly submerging its splendor and clamor. In the clandestine space temporarily established within the residential district, Jun Xiaoyao gradually opened his eyes. Within his dual pupils, a restrained violet gold radiance simmered, akin to a poised abyss, as all his vitality and spirit had been calibrated to their optimum state. Without uttering a word, Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, who had remained as still as a statue within the shadows, solidified his presence without making a sound. His gaunt visage bore no expression, save for the depth of his eyes, which sparkled with a chilling glimmer amidst the darkness. Grandfather, what is the situation? Jun Xiaoyao's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Gu Rong rasped, his voice seemingly seeping directly from the shadows. That rascal Xue Bong is currently at his private villa in the west of the city, indulging in revelry, enjoying the dancers, and displaying no difference from his usual debauched demeanor. The elderly servant at his side remains ever vigilant, concealing his aura exceedingly well. Were it not for a deliberate examination, he would appear no different from an ordinary old servant. He paused before adding, throughout Heavendoe City, apart from a deeply concealed, dormant wave of energy emanating from the depths of the palace, the only other titled Douluo-level presences are those two rodents lurking in the shadows of the Crown Prince's mansion. Gu Rong's tone carried a hint of the indifference and confidence characteristic of a true powerhouse. Those two rodents, one at rank 93 and the other at rank 94, pose little threat. Although the presence within the palace is somewhat stronger, it has slumbered for a considerable time. Unless the core of the palace is directly attacked, or there's widespread slaughter of the royal direct line, it is unlikely to awaken easily. As for the rest, they're mere trifles. The implication was clear. At this moment, within Heavendoe City, Gu Rong was the supreme sovereign beneath the night. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, not surprised by this outcome. During his transaction with Qian Renshua, he had already sensed the approximate strength of the two titled Douluos from the Spear Hall, which indeed did not pose a challenge to Gu Rong. The palace's trump card, as grandfather had said, served as the ultimate barrier. What of Prince Xue Xing? Jun Xiaoyao inquired further. Xue Bang's uncle, the prince of the Heavendoe Empire, is also Xue Bang's greatest supporter and ally. He seems to be occupied with state affairs at his princely residence, with the strongest guards present being merely soul saints. Gu Rong replied, his spiritual sense casting an invisible net that had already enveloped the entirety of Heavendoe City. The movements of any powerful beings within the city could not escape his perception. Excellent. Jun Xiaoyao rose, his black cloak billowing autonomously. In that case, let us send both uncle and nephew on their way together, thereby preventing future complications. His tone was casual, as if deciding the fate of two insignificant ants. Eliminating Xue Bang was the first step in fulfilling his promise to Qian Renshua, as well as severing any potential future troubles. As for Prince Xue Xing, being Xue Bang's protector, he too was marked for removal. To eradicate the roots, one must first eliminate the stem. Where shall we begin? Gu Rong inquired. For him, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger. The order was insignificant. Xue Bang. A cold light flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. First, sever the roots. Then cut the branches. Grandfather, please isolate the space so as not to alert anyone, especially that individual within the palace. A trivial matter. Gu Rong's emaciated hand rose slightly. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt the surrounding space distort slightly, as though an invisible membrane had completely severed the two from the outside world. Not only sound and light, but even spatial fluctuations were entirely concealed. This was the technique of a super doll, particularly one who wielded the power of space like the Bone Douluo, capable of determining the lives of others without a sound. Let's proceed. As Gu Rong's voice fell, their figures vanished as if erased from reality itself. In the west of the city, at Xue Bang's princely villa, the air was alive with festivity, melodious strings resonating. In the spacious hall, brightly lit, several graceful dancers twirled elegantly to the music. At the head of the table, the fourth prince, Xue Bang, donned in splendid attire, appeared slightly flushed, seemingly entranced by the dance, while toying with a wine goblet in hand. However, to those who might observe closely, they would discern a glimmer of clarity and repression hidden within the depths of his eyes, starkly contrasting with the hedonistic scene around him. Behind him stood an elderly servant, clad simply in gray, hair streaked with white, his back slightly hunched, standing with hands clasped, akin to a statue. He appeared utterly ordinary, yet beneath his occasionally fluttering eyelids, a glimmer of steadfast resilience akin to unyielding rock would sometimes flash. Everything seemed as usual. However, in the next moment, the dancer continued her pirouette without the slightest pause, and the musicians played each note flawlessly. Yet within the hall, the space felt as if it had been silently severed by an invisible force, existing apart from the world. The avalanche seated at the head, along with the old servant behind him, had their expressions abruptly frozen. The intoxication and clarity in the avalanche's eyes were swiftly supplanted by boundless terror. He gaped, but could emit no sound, unable even to twitch a finger. The old servant behind him, with a stooped back, suddenly straightened, and a formidable aura, as weighty as a mountain, erupted from him like a dormant volcano about to burst forth. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 spirit rings were on the verge of manifesting. A spirit Douluo. This old servant was indeed a deeply concealed spirit Douluo. Yet, just as his 8th 10,000-year spirit ring was about to solidify, a frail hand, resembling nothing but bone, silently pressed against his back. The old servant's body stiffened abruptly, the burgeoning spirit power within him dissipating like a punctured balloon, the 8 spirit rings appearing as if encountering their nemesis, shattering with a sorrowful cry. His eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He seemed to want to turn and see who could approach him unnoticed and dismantle his spirit Douluo strength in such an unfathomable manner. But he would never achieve that. A force of death, having penetrated through that bony hand, swiftly spread throughout every vein in his body. His form began to silently disintegrate, transforming into minuscule particles, leaving no trace behind, utterly vanishing into the air. From the appearance of that hand to the complete obliteration of a spirit Douluo, the entire process took less than a single breath. It was so swift that the avalanche beside him hadn't even fully comprehended what had transpired. The avalanche stared in horror as his greatest support, his teacher and protector, vanished as if erased, leaving no trace, and an overwhelming fear engulfed his every ounce of rationality. He wished to scream, to plead for mercy, to call for guards, but he was rendered utterly powerless. The invisible spatial force continued to confine him. Then, he beheld a gaze, a cold, indifferent stare, as if a deity looked down upon mere ants. It emanated from a black-robed youth who had inexplicably materialized in the center of the hall. The youth possessed extraordinarily peculiar eyes, swirling with a purplish-golden vortex. A mere glance from those eyes made the avalanche feel as if his very soul trembled. Jun Xiaoyao merely cast a fleeting glance at the avalanche, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if observing a corpse. He did not even need to take action himself. In the next instant, the avalanche felt the surrounding space abruptly compress inward. There was no pain, nor even much sensation. His consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. The 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, along with the opulent chair beneath him, was crushed into the most primal particles by absolute spatial power, disappearing without a trace. The dancer continued to twirl. The musicians continued to play. No one knew that amidst this celebratory revelry, a formidable contender for the throne of the Tiando Empire, along with his concealed spirit Douluo teacher, had been utterly erased from his world. Jun Xiaoyao's figure gradually faded, vanishing into thin air. The figure of Bone Douluo also melded back into the shadows. The layer of invisible spatial separation quietly withdrew. Inside the hall, everything resumed as normal, as if nothing had ever occurred. Only the air seemed to retain a faint trace of spatial fluctuation, accompanied by a nearly imperceptible aura of death. The first phase of the hunt was complete, clean, swift, and without a trace. In the next moment, the space rippled once more. Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong had already appeared outside the brightly lit study of the Snow Star Prince's residence. Shadows, like the hem of death's cloak, silently enveloped this prosperous land. Chapter 112. The Power of One Clan. The study of the Snow Star Prince was brightly lit. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, yet it could not dispel the subtle oppression lingering within. The Snow Star Prince, a member of the imperial family renowned in the Tiando Empire for his iron-fisted governance and shrewdness, was currently frowning deeply as he reviewed the documents in hand. He was acutely aware of the treacherous state of affairs. Crown Prince Shui Qinghe's influence was on the rise, while his nephew, Shui Bong, was forced to present himself as a frivolous youth, biding his time. This left him with a persistent sense of unease. However, all his vigilance and schemes appeared utterly laughable in the face of such an absolute disparity in power. The space within the study, much like at the Avalanche's villa, was silently severed, isolated. The Snow Star Prince felt an inexplicable tightening around him, as if he had sunk into the thickest amber, unable to move even his eyeballs. He was horrified. His soul power instinctively sought to erupt, yet he found himself incapable of summoning even the slightest amount of soul power. Then he saw it. Right before his desk, a black-robed figure and a gray-clad figure appeared as if conjured from thin air. The black-robed youth, possessing a pair of eyes unlike any he had ever seen, seemed capable of devouring souls, coldly gazing at him. The gray-clad elder resembled a human-shaped shadow, gaunt and lifeless, yet exuding a terrifying aura that caused his very soul to tremble. Title Douluo, who was it? The Snow Star Prince screamed frantically in his heart, yet no sound escaped his lips. He wished to discern the visage of his assailants, but found their forms shrouded in a layer of distorted light, rendering them indistinguishable. There were no inquiries, no dialogue, not even a mere opportunity for him to plead for mercy or threaten in return. The gray-clad elder slowly raised a hand, as skeletal as a corpse, and gently clasped it towards him. No sound, no brilliance. The Snow Star Prince felt as if the surrounding space had transformed into the world's most unyielding millstone, compressing him from all sides with gentle yet irresistible force. His body, his opulent royal garments, the precious sandalwood chair beneath him, the desk before him, the documents upon it, all was obliterated in an instant, reduced to invisible dust. A powerful imperial prince had thus vanished silently and completely within his own study, leaving no trace of his existence. Bone Douluo slowly lowered his hand, as if merely performing a trivial task. He did not even spare a glance at the vanished prince, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Jun Xiaoyao swept across the empty study, nodding slightly, clean and decisive, leaving no traces of power attributes or soul techniques. Even if someone were to discover the prince's disappearance in the future, it would merely become an unsolved mystery, with no connections drawn to the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school or to Jun Xiaoyao himself. "Let's depart, grandfather." Jun Xiaoyao spoke softly. Gu Rong nodded, and the space distorted once more. The silhouettes of the two individuals seamlessly merged into the void, departing from the prince's residence and leaving behind the city of Tiando, just as quietly as they had arrived. From the moment they infiltrated Tiando City to the swift annihilation of Avalanche and his mentor, Prince Xueshing, and finally to their discreet exit, the entire process transpired in a remarkably brief span, without alarming a single soul. The two titled Douluos lurking within the spirit hall remained oblivious, while the slumbering aura deep within the palace continued to exude a steady calm. The patrolling guards followed their predetermined routes, and the night watchman dozed off, striking his wooden clapper. Dawn was approaching, yet, unbeknownst to all, the skies of the Tiando Empire had subtly shifted in hue. The two most capable and motivated royal members, poised to challenge the position of Crown Prince Xueshing, along with their concealed powers, had been utterly erased. The greatest obstacles on Qian Rinxue's path to the throne had been effortlessly cast aside by Jun Xiaoyao. Upon exiting the boundaries of Tiando City, the first light of dawn began to break. The figures of Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong materialized atop a desolate mountain peak. "Where next? Back to the sect?" Gu Rong rasped. Although he was formidable, the continuous use of spatial powers for such intricate assassination and long-distance teleportation had taken its toll, necessitating a brief period of recuperation. Jun Xiaoyao gazed into the distance, his dual pupils shimmering with a cold and profound light. "No, grandfather, we have another matter to attend to," he replied slowly. "To the territory of the Leaf family." "The Leaf family?" Gu Rong's brow, concealed beneath his gray robe, twitched imperceptibly. Wasn't he that the once vassal family of Haoyan's sect, renowned for forging and strength? They seem to have fallen into decline. What purpose could there be in seeking them out? Declined, yet not extinguished, Jun Xiaoyao responded with a calm tone, laced with an icy resolve. He turned to face Gu Rong. Since they are adversaries, it is only prudent to sever their wings while they remain unformed. The Leaf family, though loyal, is profoundly foolish and thus cannot be of any use to me. If that is the case, their existence becomes unnecessary. Gu Rong instantly cast Jun Xiaoyao. Annihilation. This was a plan to eradicate a family that could potentially become an ally to his enemies before they were subdued by that foe, employing a thunderous approach to wipe them from the continent entirely. Such ruthless tactics, such decisive temperament. Gu Rong regarded his grandson, not with disdain, but with a glimmer of admiration. Those who aspire to greatness cannot afford to be indulgent. Eradicate the roots to prevent future troubles. This is the mindset that a true warrior should possess. "I know the location," Gu Rong replied succinctly. "You should recuperate and restore your spirit. We shall depart in half an hour." For Gu Rong, eliminating a family whose highest combat prowess might only reach the level of SoulLand was no more challenging than crushing an ant. What he needed to consider was how to execute the task as cleanly and neatly as he had in Tiando City, leaving no traces and avoiding trouble for the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect school. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus. It was not that he was overly fatigued, but rather that he sought to maintain absolute composure. The matter of annihilating a family was a transgression against the heavens, yet his resolve was unwavering. Having deemed them enemies, he would not waver in the slightest. Mercy towards adversaries is cruelty towards oneself and those around them. This truth was clearer to him than anyone else. Half an hour later, as the sun rose above the horizon, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, which now shone with clarity and coldness. "Grandfather, we move." Gu Rong spoke no further, placing his withered hand upon Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. The surrounding spatial powers surged once more, and the two figures twisted before vanishing completely from the mountaintop. When they reappeared, they had traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving at a relatively remote hill valley situated at the border of the two great empires. At the valley's entrance stood a colossal stone tablet, upon which 4 grand characters were inscribed. Leaf family territory. Within the clan's domain, wisps of smoke began to rise as clan members commenced their daily toils. The sounds of hammering and calls faintly audible. Unbeknownst to them, a lethal shadow had already descended upon their home, akin to a shroud of night. Suspended in midair, Jun Xiaoyao's black robe billowed gently in a morning breeze as his indifferent gaze surveyed the thriving territory below. Should you blame anyone, let it be for aligning with the wrong individuals and choosing the wrong side, he murmured softly, as if delivering a final judgment upon the lives that were soon to be extinguished. In the next moment, he slowly raised his hand. Behind him, the Bone Douluo Gu Rong unleashed his terrifying soul power, which began to silently envelop the entire valley, sealing it off completely. The hunt continued, and this time, the target was the very existence of a clan. Chapter 113, The Great Battle Against the Leaf Family. As the first light of dawn spilled into the valley of the Leaf family, it seemed as though an invisible barrier had segregated the area. Beside the massive stone tablet at the entrance of the clan's territory, Jun Xiaoyao floated in his black robe. Behind him, Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, blended into the shadows, his immense soul power having formed an imperceptible cage that entirely sealed off the Leaf family's domain. Not a sound could penetrate, nor could light or breath easily breach the barrier laid by the Super Douluo. "Grandfather, please hold the line and seal this place. Ensure not a single person escapes." Jun Xiaoyao's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "This clan is to be handled personally by me." Gu Rong's eyes flickered beneath his gray robe as he rasped. The clan leader, Titan, possesses an 8th 4th level soul power and is a powerful assault-type battle soul Douluo with a martial spirit of the great strength gorilla. His might is formidable, and his defenses are commendable. Do not underestimate him. He offered no objections. He was well aware that his grandson had already surpassed the average soul emperor and required practical experience to hone and validate his strength. A family with no escape route and a maximum combat ability of only Soul Douluo level was the perfect testing ground. "My grandson understands." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, the purple gold light in his dual pupils swirling as his battle intent gradually surged. He took a step forward, his figure ghosting past the stone tablet as he officially set foot into the territory of the Leaf family. The early morning bustle within the clan was quite lively. Robust clan members had risen early, some shouting as they exercised, while others ignited the forge, the sounds of clanging metal echoing through the air. Women and children prepared breakfast, smoke curling upwards in a vibrant scene. Jun Xiaoyao's presence, however, was akin to a drop of dark ink upon a harmonious canvas, instantly shattering the atmosphere. "Who goes there?" "Halt! This is the territory of the Leaf family. Outsiders are not permitted to trespass." Almost immediately upon his appearance, several vigilant members of the Leaf family noticed him and rushed forward, raising their voices in alarm. Each of them was robust, with sinewy muscles and a substantial fluctuation of soul power, at least at the Soul Master or Soul Sect level. Jun Xiaoyao did not even spare them a glance, continuing his leisurely stride toward the center of the clan, seeking death. Infuriated by his blatant disregard, the members of the clan unleashed their martial spirits. Great strength gorilla manifest. Their bodies swelled, first sprouting, muscles becoming even more exaggerated as 2 or 3 soul rings rose beneath their feet. They swung their massive fists propelled by fierce winds from various directions toward Jun Xiaoyao. In response to the assault, Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother to release his martial spirit. He casually raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and gently swept it forward as though merely brushing away the dust before him. In that instant, an invisible yet overwhelming force erupted with a thunderous roar. The expressions of the several members of the Li clan who charged forward were instantly replaced by unbounded horror. They felt an irresistible and terrifying power colliding with them, akin to being struck head-on by a rampaging colossal soul beast. With a sickening crunch, the sound of bones shattering filled the air. The young disciples were sent flying backward at a speed several times faster than their initial charge, blood gushing forth as they crashed heavily against distant walls or the ground. Their bones shattered, consciousness lost, their fates uncertain. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area in an instant. All the members of the Li clan who witnessed this scene, whether they were training, forging iron, or busy with household chores, stood frozen. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the black-robed figure that continued to advance. With merely a wave of his hand, and without even the sight of a soul ring illuminating, he had instantly gravely injured several soul masters. What terrifying power is this? Enemy attack. Finally, someone snapped back to reality, letting out a piercing and terrified shriek. The urgent and jarring sound of alarm bells instantly reverberated throughout the valley, shattering the morning's tranquility. All serenity was torn asunder, replaced by an atmosphere thick with tension and panic. A multitude of Li clan members surged from all directions, among them powerful soul kings and soul emperors, who quickly manifested their martial souls, surrounding Jun Xiaoyao in a defensive and furious formation. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Li clan and harmed our kin?" demanded a burly soul emperor, appearing to be the leader, his voice stern yet laced with apprehension. The power displayed by the intruder was far too enigmatic. Jun Xiaoyao finally came to a halt, his gaze nonchalantly sweeping over the increasingly hostile members of the Li clan, ultimately landing on the several formidable auras approaching from behind the crowd. "Let Titan come forth to speak," he stated calmly, his voice not loud, yet it cut through the cacophony, resonating in the ears of everyone present. "Arrogance! You dare to call the clan leader by name?" The members of the Li clan seethed with indignation at his words. Just then, a powerful aura surged from the rear of the crowd. "Everyone step aside." A voice thundered like a low rumble, and the encircling crowd immediately parted respectfully, creating a clear path. An elderly man strode forward, standing over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and short, silver hair standing upright like steel needles. His complexion was rosy, and his large, bell-like eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath him. It was none other than Titan, the patriarch of the Li clan. Following closely behind him were 2 other elders, their auras slightly weaker, yet equally formidable. Titan approached the forefront of the crowd, his eyes like lightning fixated on Jun Xiaoyao, and he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I am Titan. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon our clan's territory and harmed our people? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, even if your strength is unparalleled, you shall not leave easily." He sensed that the opponent's soul power was only at level 60, yet the intangible pressure emanating from the black-robed youth made even him. A soul, feel a chill of trepidation. Especially the boy's enigmatic eyes sent shivers deep into his soul. Jun Xiaoyao finally regarded Titan directly, his dual pupils betraying no emotion. Explanation? A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. "I have come today to provide the Li clan with a final reckoning." He slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a suffocating and terrifying aura erupted from within him. Purple, black, red. 6 soul rings, surpassing all reason, leaped forth from the abyss, encircling him. Especially the last one, 100,000-year soul ring emanating a soul-shattering pressure, caused the entire Li clan territory to plunge into an eerie silence. All members of the Li clan present, including Titan, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief and horror at the sight of the soul ring configuration. T10,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? Purple, black. Black, red. What kind of monster is this? Gasps of astonishment and incredulity reverberated through the crowd, their minds blank with shock. Titan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness and dismay, his heart racing furiously. He finally understood the source of that unsettling feeling. The youth before him was an enigma that defied all logic. "Why you? Who exactly are you?" Titan's voice faltered. Yet Jun Xiaoyao did not respond to his query. The first 1,000-year purple soul ring beneath his feet suddenly flared to life, a torrent of overwhelming energy surging into his right arm. Facing the assembled members of the Li clan, as well as Titan at the forefront, he simply unleashed a claw strike. There were no extravagant techniques, only the purest and most tyrannical force. First soul skill, as his cold voice echoed. A colossal phantom resembling an ancient beast flickered behind him. Abyssal Dragon Claw. Chapter 114, Wounding the Soul Saint. Boom! A massive dragon claw shadow, seemingly forged from the essence of utter darkness, charged forth with a terrifying aura, barreling towards Titan and the members of the Li clan behind him. The might of this attack far exceeded that of an average soul emperor, even causing many soul saints to feel a sense of dread. Titan's face turned grave as he prepared to retaliate, but beside him, a more hot-tempered elder stepped forward first. Arrogant brat, let this old man teach you a lesson. This elder, also of formidable stature, though not as imposing as Titan, radiated a fierce aura. He was another soul saint elder of the Li clan, Taigo. His 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, flared to life in an instant. Great strength gorilla manifest. Taigo completed his manifestation, his muscles bulging as he let out a low growl, the 3rd soul ring shimmering. 3rd soul skill, mighty heavy fist. His fist, the size of a cauldron, surged forward with an ear-piercing whoosh, fiercely colliding with the abyssal dragon claw. Bang! A deafening explosion échoued. The dark dragon claw clashed violently with Taigo's heavy fist, and a ferocious shockwave surged outward. Amidst the swirling dust, Taigo let out a muffled groan, his form shaking violently as he was forced back 4 or 5 steps before he could stabilize himself, his fist now lacerated and bleeding, his eyes filled with shock and fury. He had actually found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. The opponent was merely a soul emperor. Jun Xiaoyao stood firm as a mountain, his dual pupils betraying no emotion. The initial test of his first soul skill had yielded satisfactory results. Taigo Elder, a clan member exclaimed in alarm. Everyone retreat. Surround him. Titan commanded in a deep voice, halting any reckless attacks from his clansmen. His gaze remained locked onto Jun Xiaoyao, his heart surging with trepidation. This youth's power far surpassed his level, and his soul skills were unfathomable. He could not be assessed through common logic. He needed to observe and seek out a flaw. Feeling a profound loss of dignity, Tej let out a furious roar as his 5th soul ring ignited, causing his arm muscles to swell once more, resembling 2 colossal pillars. The 5th soul skill, mountain-crushing, earth-shattering hammer. He charged forward again, his momentum magnified several-fold compared to before. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed. Beneath him, the deep black 2nd soul ring suddenly flared to life. The 2nd soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Domain. An extreme darkness instantly expanded from his center, enveloping a vast area. The moment Tej plunged into the domain, he was engulfed in darkness, his senses severely dulled. As if he had sunk into a quagmire, his speed plummeting, and that frenzied momentum came to a halt. A domain. Titan gasped in disbelief, an alarm ringing loudly in his mind. Just as Tej succumbed to panic, trying to dispel the darkness to locate his foe, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared like a specter at his side. The 3rd soul ring flickered ominously. The 3rd soul skill, Earth Incarnation. His arm was enveloped in a solid, dark yellow sheen, significantly enhancing his defense. And then the 4th soul ring ignited. The 4th soul skill, Wind Dragon Rending Blade. A silent and swift, azure-black wind blade sliced through the air, targeting the vulnerability exposed by Tej's reckless charge. His midsection, having experienced countless battles, Tej barely sensed the deadly threat in time, forcing himself to twist his body and gather his soul power to block. A sharp sound ensued. The wind blade grazed past. A spray of blood erupted. Tej let out a pained howl, his forearm nearly severed at the elbow, held together by mere flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint, and he could no longer maintain his martial spirit state, staggering backward. Tej, 2nd brother, Titan and another elder, Tyran, Tej's elder brother, simultaneously cried out in a blend of alarm and fury. They had been stationed on the periphery, believing that Tej, even if at a disadvantage, could hold out for a moment. They never imagined that in just 2 exchanges, Tej would suffer such grievous injuries under that bizarre domain and relentless assault. They could no longer afford to observe and immediately surged forth. Titan moved with astonishing speed, instantly breaching the Abyssal Dragon Domain's confines. Although his senses were significantly impaired, he forcefully shattered part of the darkness with his formidable soul power, seizing the injured Tej and hurling him out of the battle circle. Quick, stop his bleeding. Simultaneously, Elder Tyran roared as he lunged toward Jun Xiaoyao from another angle, his 6th soul ring glowing, a massive shadow of a gorilla's fist descending like a deluge. Aiming to head Jun's relentless pursuit. Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly. Faced with the combined assault of a Soul Daluo and a Soul Saint, he remained utterly composed. The 5th soul ring, that profound black soul ring, ignited once more. The 5th soul skill, Eternal Silence Abyss. The intangible soul shockwave was not aimed at a single individual, but rather fanned out in a cone shape, primarily enveloping the advancing Titan and Tyran. Titan's figure suddenly faltered, a violent pain seizing his head, his vision darkening, and the flow of his soul power momentarily disrupted, causing his forward momentum to falter. Tyran let out a pained groan, clutching his head as he staggered. The overwhelming shadow of Fist disintegrating in an instant, the impact of the soul shock evidently stronger on him. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao darted forward, opting not to pursue the rescued Tej, but instead directed his focus toward the disoriented Tyran. His right hand, imbued with the power of the Abyssal Dragon Claw, lunged straight for Tyran's heart. "You dare!" Titan, gritting his teeth against the soul-stabbing pain, felt his rage boiling over, and his eighth soul ring finally ignited. A tempestuous force gathering uncontrollably as he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike to thwart Jun Xiaoyao. However, it seemed Jun Xiaoyao had anticipated this. Just as he was about to strike Tyran, his form twisted bizarrely, abandoning the attack as he slid away like a fish, narrowly evading Titan's enraged targeting. Titan's eighth soul skill, halfway coalesced, lost its target, and the abrupt interruption caused his vital energy to surge violently, nearly making him vomit blood. Jun Xiaoyao hovered within the dark domain, his cold, dual-colored gaze sweeping over the beleaguered Titan and the shaken Tyran, as well as the distant clan members frantically attempting to staunch Tej's bleeding. He did not rush to attack again, merely offering a detached evaluation. Decent reaction. The entirety of the Lizi clan's territory fell into an eerie silence. All clan members were left dumbfounded by the brief, yet explosive confrontation. In a fleeting moment, one Soul Saint elder lay grievously wounded and near death, while the clan leader and another elder were forced to intervene, yet appeared utterly constrained, almost falling victim to a counterattack. And all this was executed by merely a level 60 Soul Emperor. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Titan shielded Tyran, his chest heaving violently as he gazed at the figure resembling a demonic god within the dark domain, an uncontainable chill rising within him. He realized that today, the Lizi clan had undoubtedly stumbled upon a force potent enough to lead to their annihilation. Bone Douluo remained quietly shrouded in the shadows at the valley's entrance, as if all of this were of no concern to him, the invisible prison that confined heaven and earth growing ever more secure. Chapter 115, First Kill of Soul Saint. Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent assessment echoed across the skies of the Lizi clan's territory, like a cold whip striking at the hearts of every clan member. Humiliation, brazen humiliation. Titan's chest heaved as fury threatened to consume his reason. An elder of the Soul Saint rank had been grievously wounded before his eyes, and he and another elder had been effortlessly toyed with by the opponent, only to be dismissed with a mere remark about their decent reaction. A profound disgrace. However, more overwhelming than his anger was the bone-chilling dread. The opponent's eerie dark domain, the unpredictable soul attacks, the razor-sharp offensive soul skills, and the terrifying power far exceeding that of a Soul Emperor, all pointed to a singular truth. This youth possessed a terrifying combat strength that defied common sense. He must not be allowed to defeat them one by one. They had to strike with all their might, to suppress him with thunderous force. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Titan's eyes as he took a deep breath, his robust soul power swirling within him like a tempest. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash a thunderous assault without reservation, Jun Xiaoyao made his move. His figure flickered, seamlessly merging back into the Abyssal Dragon domain. His target aimed squarely at the Soul Saint Elder Tyran, who had just regained his bearings from a soul shock. Not good. His target is Tyran. Titan's pupils constricted, roaring in alarm as he surged forward, attempting to intercept. However, Jun Xiaoyao's dual-colored gaze blazed with purple-gold brilliance. The profound black fifth soul ring flared to life once more. But this time, it was not a broad soul shockwave. The fifth soul skill, Eternal Silence Abyss, a terrifying mental force, capable of freezing the very essence of the soul, manifested as an invisible sharp cone, instantaneously traversing space and piercing directly into Tyran's brow. Tyran had just shaken off the previous soul disturbance and was preparing to consolidate his soul power for defense, completely unprepared for such a rapid and vicious attack. He found himself engulfed in a sudden crimson haze, all thoughts, perceptions, and control over his soul power utterly collapsing in that instant. He let out a wretched, inhuman howl, blood gushing from all his orifices, his body convulsing violently as if stripped of all support, and his martial spirit state was instantly dispelled. This concentrated soul attack proved far more potent than the last. Titan's vision darkened, his speed surging to its utmost, desperate to reach Tyran's side. Yet, just as he was about to breach the Abyssal Dragon domain's boundaries, as Jun Xiaoyao's second soul ring shimmered to life, the second soul skill, Abyssal Dragon domain, was unleashed. The nature of the Dark Realm, initially intended to merely diminish perception, underwent a dramatic transformation. The dense darkness morphed into a tangible quagmire, fervently ensnaring the Titan's body and soul power. The Titan felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, immense pressure emanating from all directions, causing his speed to plummet by more than 70%. Each inch forward became a Herculean struggle. He frantically summoned his soul power at the level of Douluo Dalu, attempting to tear through the bonds of this dark confinement. Yet the domain's force proved exceptionally resilient, making a swift breakthrough seem nearly impossible. "Let me go!" The Titan roared in fury, the eighth soul ring flashing wildly as terrifying energy surged within him, striving to forcibly rupture the domain. But it was too late. In that fleeting moment, when the Titan was forcibly shackled by the Abyssal Dragon domain, his speed drastically reduced. Jun Xiaoyao's figure emerged like a specter of death from the shadows, silently appearing before the utterly defenseless Tyran. He did not employ any soul skills. He merely raised his right hand, which gleamed with a radiance akin to the Earth's embodiment, fingers slightly curling as he gently pressed against Tyran's heart. With a soft pop, Jun Xiaoyao's palm, akin to the sharpest divine weapon, effortlessly pierced through Tyran's chest, precisely shattering his heart. Tyran's body stiffened suddenly, convulsions ceasing, the blood-red hue and agony in his eyes crystallizing before swiftly fading into a dull gray. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something, but only a surge of thick blood mixed with internal organs erupted forth. Another elder of the soul, Saint Clan, lay dead. Jun Xiaoyao, expressionless, withdrew his hand. A handful of warm blood dripping from his fingers, casually flicking it away. Tyran's lifeless body crumpled to the ground with a dull thud. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Jun Xiaoyao's sudden soul assault to the manipulation of the domain ensnaring the Titan, culminating in the execution of Tyran, the entire sequence flowed seamlessly, ruthless and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. No, Tyran, witnessing another brother so brutally slain before him, while he remained ensnared by the damned Dark Realm, left the Titan powerless to do anything but watch. His rationality was utterly consumed by boundless anguish and raging fury. His eyes instantaneously turned blood-red, an unparalleled ferocity erupting from within him like a tsunami. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated, transcending mere human rage, resonating with primal ferocity and savagery. The Titan's form expanded wildly, transforming in an instant into a gigantic, over 7-meter-tall, muscle-bound behemoth, with fur like steel needles and fangs bared. A colossal berserk gorilla. The brilliance of the eighth soul ring intertwined with the other rings, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. Martial soul, true form. In a state of full eruption. The martial soul, true form of a Douluo Dalu. You little beast. I will ensure your body is left in ruins. The Titan, engulfed in utter madness, harnessed the absolute power of his martial soul, true form, forcibly tearing apart the bindings of the Abyssal Dragon domain. His enormous foot stomped down with ferocious force, causing the entire valley to tremble violently and fissures to erupt everywhere. That colossal form exhibited a terrifying speed incongruous with its size, hurtling forward like a massive cannonball, radiating the wrath to annihilate all in its path, charging towards Jun Xiaoyao, who had just slain Tyran. The gargantuan fist, the size of a millstone, coalesced with suffocating, terrifying soul power. The air screaming in explosive protest as the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of collapse. This strike, fueled by wrath, was unleashed without reservation, vowing to obliterate Jun Xiaoyao into dust. Yet, in the face of this frenzied attack that would terrify any Douluo Dalu, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. He did not retreat a single step, just as that devastating fist was about to connect. An invisible force shattered the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a pale, yet potent limb beneath. At that moment, a horrifying transformation occurred within that arm. Sharp, sinister barbs erupted from his elbow, glinting ominously at the fingertips. External soul bone, abyssal dragon claw, affixed to his right arm. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao's icy voice resonated. Soul Bone Skill, Abyssal Burial. The terrifying dragon claw lunged toward the void ahead. In an instant, the space along the Titan's path was twisted by an unseen hand. A black hole, seemingly leading into an infinite abyss, formed in an instant, emitting a horrifying pull and an oppressive force capable of crushing all. The Titan's frenzied charge came to an abrupt halt, as if crashing into an invisible mire of despair. His speed plummeted. The destructive force of his punch was ravenously devoured by the distorted spatial black hole. He felt as though he were battling the weight of the entire abyss. Where the dragon claw grasped, it seemed to wield dominion over space and annihilation. What? A flicker of disbelief flashed through the Titan's blood-red eyes. His furious, full-force strike had been thwarted by his Soul Emperor in a manner he could not comprehend. Though the distorted black hole trembled violently as if on the brink of collapse, it undeniably intercepted his lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao gracefully retreated, skillfully evading the Titan's range of attack. Suspended in the air, the menacing abyssal dragon claw descended slowly, its claws crackling with dark arcs of energy, radiating a chilling aura. He regarded the Titan, now engulfed in madness and astonishment, with an expression of utter indifference. Ineffectual fury cannot save anyone, nor can it harm me. Bone Douluo Guron, lurking in the shadows at the valley's entrance, subtly nodded, the corners of his gray robe hinting at an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 116, Slaying the Titan. First kill of a Soul Douluo. Ineffectual fury cannot save anyone, nor can it harm me. Jun Xiaoyao's words pierced like a dagger, once again deeply embedding themselves in the Titan's heart, already filled with rage. Roar! The colossal berserk gorilla that the Titan had transformed into emitted a thunderous roar. Blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jun Xiaoyao. The violent force of his punch, barely restrained by the abyssal burial, began to coalesce once more. His massive form unleashing an even more terrifying power, determined to forcibly crush the distorted spatial black hole. He could not believe that a Soul Emperor's soul bone skill could continuously thwart his full-powered assault. Jun Xiaoyao's dual pupils shimmered with brilliance, devoid of fear. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the right arm, covered in fearsome dragon scales, swung once more. First soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Claw. Fourth soul skill, Wine Dragon Rending Blade. The dark dragon claws and tearing wind blades did not directly strike the Titan, but rather smartly slammed into the ground around him, further creating chaos and impeding his power, while simultaneously utilizing the recoil to allow Jun Xiaoyao to slip through the gaps in the Titan's tempestuous onslaught like a wraith. Second soul skill, Abyssal Dragon Domain. Fifth soul skill, Eternal Silence Abyss. The dark realm alternated between ensnaring as a quagmire and diminishing perception. Soul impacts oscillated between widespread tremors and concentrated spikes, continuously disrupting and delaying the Titan's movements, draining his soul power and mental fortitude. The Titan roared in fury, its colossal fists swinging with tremendous force. Each strike reverberated like an earthquake, while terrifying gusts of wind ripped the ground apart, leaving it in tatters. Many of the members of the Li clan, caught off guard, found themselves victims of this chaos, either dead or grievously injured. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao consistently evaded these lethal assaults by mere inches, whether through the formidable defense of the Earth Avatar absorbing the residual shockwaves, or by utilizing the speed of the Wind Dragon Shredder to create distance, or by employing soul shockwaves to disrupt the Titan's rhythm. His combat style was both agile and efficient. He maximized the effects of every soul skill, akin to a masterful strategist, relentlessly wearing down his opponent's strength. In a moment, an uncanny stalemate emerged. A level 60 Soul Emperor, wielding a divine martial soul, exceptional soul rings, dual domain skills, and supplementary soul bones, found himself locked in combat with an enraged level 84 Assault Soul Doll, unable to gain the upper hand. This spectacle left the remaining members of the Li clan utterly astonished. Their faith, their invincible patriarch, could not subdue a mere young Soul Emperor. This revelation shattered their understanding. However, within Jun Xiaoyao's heart, clarity reigned supreme. This impasse was but temporary. The vast disparity in soul power levels created an insurmountable chasm. The Titan's total soul power far exceeded his own, and in a protracted battle, it was inevitably he who would falter first. Domain-type soul skills and soul attacks demanded tremendous energy. A swift resolution was imperative. after narrowly dodging a colossal punch capable of splitting mountains. A glint of cold light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes as he finally resorted to his ultimate trump card. The blood-red 10,000-year soul ring, which had lain dormant, suddenly blazed to life. Its eerie brilliance illuminated the area cloaked in darkness. The Titan, amidst its furious onslaught, momentarily faltered, surprise flickering in its blood-red eyes. From that blood ring, it sensed a grave threat. 6 soul skill void. Jun Xiaoyao's icy voice resonated. The radiance of the blood ring intensified, rendering his figure momentarily transparent. Ethereal. This was the first soul skill bestowed upon him by the 10,000-year soul ring. It allowed him to briefly enter a state akin to void, greatly immunizing him against physical and energy attacks, and rendering him exceedingly difficult to pin down. Where's he? The Titan felt a blur before its eyes. The once clear target had suddenly become indistinct, and its attack missed, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. In that fleeting moment of confusion, as the Titan lost sight of its target, Jun Xiao's now ethereal form appeared as if teleporting, silently manifesting at the Titan's heart, at the center of its back. Second soul skill, explosive 8-section throw. The blood ring flickered once more, launching the second assault of the 10,000-year soul skill. This was a terrifying close combat technique derived from the primal battle memories of a 10,000-year soul beast. Jun Xiaoyao's right arm, shrouded in the spectral dragon-esque claws, and his normal left arm transformed into the most fearsome instruments of slaughter. First throw. The dragon claw fiercely sank into the Titan's resilient hide and muscle. An undercurrent of energy surging forth, attempting to destabilize its balance. The Titan howled in pain, swiping back in retaliation, but grasped only air. Jun Xiaoyao's form slipped away as if boneless. Second throw. Third throw. Fourth throw. Jun Xiaoyao's figure danced like a specter around the Titan's massive martial soul body. Each appearance precisely striking at angles difficult for the Titan to defend against, claws tearing, dark energy penetrating, legs whipping. Each attack contained terrifying power and peculiar piercing force, targeting joints, ligaments, and nodes of soul power operation. Crack, crack. The sound of bones splintering echoed. The Titan roared in agony, despite its immense strength and soul power. It could not grasp the slippery Jun Xiaoyao. That bizarre series of throws left it disoriented, racked with pain, and its martial soul began to destabilize. Fifth throw. Sixth throw. Jun Xiaoyao's onslaught continued like a torrential storm, unrelenting. The Titan's massive form began to stagger, its balance waning. Seventh throw. Jun Xiaoyao seized an opportunity, his dragon claws embedding deeply into the Titan's shoulder, channeling all his strength to lift the massive, raging creature and slam it down onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook. Dust soared into the sky. The Titan, dazed and disoriented, felt stars dancing before its eyes, its martial soul flickering as it struggled to maintain its form. In that moment of desperation, as it attempted to rise, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Eighth throw, absolute kill. His body soared high, every ounce of strength, soul power, and mental energy coalescing into the menacing dragon claw, stabbing down towards the Titan's vital point like a falling star. This strike would seal its fate. However, just as the dragon claw was about to pierce, a glint of madness and resolve flashed in the Titan's eyes. Let us die together. It forcibly ignited its source soul power, momentarily stabilizing its martial soul, and its colossal hand struck with incredible speed and angle towards Jun Xiaoyao's head, intent on a mutual demise. At such a close range and with such speed, it seemed an unavoidable fate. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao displayed no signs of panic. A faint pink glow flickered at his left leg. Soul bone skill, teleportation. In an instant, his figure vanished, allowing the Titan's death blow to miss entirely. The next moment, he reappeared above and to the side of the Titan's head. The Titan's hand, drained of energy from burning its source, could not be retracted in time. It had exhausted its old strength while failing to gather new power, revealing a significant opening. At the same time, a faint pink light flickered from Jun Xiaoyao's right arm. Invincible golden body. A barely perceptible golden sheen enveloped him, immunizing him against all potential backlash and residual force. The concentrated power of the explosive 8-section throw surged forth, unimpeded, directly piercing through the Titan's vital neck, impaling its massive head. All actions crystallized in that singular moment. The Titan's martial soul, with its blood-red eyes filled with madness and rage, suddenly widened, then swiftly dimmed. Disbelief, reluctance, despair, ultimately transformed into profound silence. The patriarch of the Li clan. An 84-level assault SoulLand had fallen. Chapter 117, The Li clan, annihilated. The Titan's martial soul, with its frenzied and wrathful blood-red eyes, abruptly expanded, then quickly faded. Disbelief, reluctance, despair, ultimately yielding to a haunting stillness. The patriarch of the Li clan, an 84-level assault SoulLand, had perished. Jun Xiaoyao forcefully withdrew the dragon claw, drawing forth a gruesome mixture of brain matter and shattered bone. The Titan's massive martial soul rapidly deflated, dissipating back into its original, lifeless, hulking form, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The entirety of the Li clan's territory fell into a deathly silence. The wind seemed to cease. All remaining members of the Li clan, whether moaning in pain or fortunate enough to be alive, stood frozen in place as if encased in invisible ice. Their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the lifeless body of the patriarch, once revered as an indomitable symbol of strength and a pillar of their clan, now sprawled upon the ground. Gradually, with immense difficulty, they shifted their gaze to the young boy clad in black robes, who was now descending with an air of calm. He, a sole emperor of level 60, had traversed a staggering 24 levels, and right in the heart of their clan's territory, before the eyes of all, had ruthlessly slain their patriarch, who had unleashed his martial spirit and was engulfed in a furious rage. How could this possibly be? This was not merely a battle. It was a subversion, a merciless trampling of all their past beliefs, a complete shattering of their faith. A profound dread washed over them, akin to the cold depths of an abyss, instantly drowning every heart and soul. Their minds went blank, overwhelmed by boundless terror and despair, leaving no room for any other thoughts. They even forgot to flee, standing paralyzed like lambs awaiting slaughter, trembling uncontrollably. Some of the weaker-minded women and children fainted, their eyes rolling back in fright. Yet, the architect of this chaos, Jun Xiaoyao, appeared far from the ease he projected. His complexion was slightly pale, his breath more rapid than usual, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. The act of overpowering a fully functional SoulLand, especially one as renowned for strength and defense as a Titan, exacted a toll beyond what outsiders could fathom. The sustained exertion of the Abyssal Dragon domain and the Eternal Abyss, both formidable domain-type soul abilities, had drained his mental and soul energy immensely. Employing his sixth soul ability, Void, and the explosive 8-stage throw had nearly exhausted the remnants of his soul power. In those final moments, utilizing the soul bone techniques of teleportation and invincible golden body, while effective, became the final straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, his soul power was reduced to a mere fraction, with his meridians pulsing with a faint ache, a sign of overexertion. Waves of weakness surged through him like an unrelenting tide. The purpose of his practical training had been fulfilled. He had gained a deeper understanding of his limits and the application of his soul abilities. Now, there was neither necessity nor strength to deal with these trivial matters personally. To eradicate the roots of a problem, he understood better than anyone. He slowly raised his still, icy, heavy gaze, sweeping over the utterly demoralized survivors of the Li clan, their spirits extinguished like marionettes, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. Only absolute rationality and indifference. He slightly tilted his head towards the entrance of the valley, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. "Grandfather, I leave the rest to you." As his words fell, the skeletal figure of Bone Douluo, who had been standing silently like a shadow at the valley's entrance, finally stirred. He offered no reply, merely swaying slightly as if a ghost, merging seamlessly into the surrounding air. In the next instant, he quietly materialized beside Jun Xiaoyao in the heart of the clan's territory. He first glanced at the somewhat unsteady Jun Xiaoyao, a flicker of barely discernible concern flashing in his gray-robed eyes. Though more prominent was a sense of gratification and admiration. To confront a SoulLand with the body of a soul emperor and achieve such a feat was truly astonishing. Then, his deep eyes, reminiscent of an ancient well, coldly surveyed the surrounding clan members, who stood like statues. No words were exchanged. Douluo simply raised his frail hand slowly. In the next moment, an indescribably terrifying pressure, capable of freezing souls, descended upon the entire valley. Those Li clan members, still in shock and fear, could not even emit a scream. Their bodies, along with the very soil beneath their feet, the surrounding houses and forges, all seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, which then gently squeezed, silently, like a sandcastle obliterated by the waves, like a canvas erased by an eraser. Over 100 survivors of the Li clan, along with their ancestral homes and belongings, were utterly reduced to dust in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single trace of their existence. The entire clan territory was instantly rendered desolate. Save for the charred earth, the craters left by battle, and the lifeless forms of a few key figures such as Titan, Taigo, and Tai Ran. Gu Rong, having completed this act, appeared to regard it as a trifling matter. With another wave of his hand, an invisible spatial fluctuation swept over the corpses, reducing them to ashes, completely vanishing. Finally, he flicked his finger, causing a cluster of dark flames to descend into the valley. The flames spread rapidly, yet they were not ordinary fire. They consumed all lingering auras, energy fluctuations, and even the unwilling resentment. Having accomplished all this, Gu Rong turned to the pale-faced Jun Xiaoyao and rasped, "It is done. The aura of this place has been purified by my bone fire. No one shall trace this event." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, the tension he had been holding easing, causing him to sway slightly. Gu Rong immediately stepped forward, placing his frail hand gently on Jun Xiaoyao's back, a pure and gentle soul power flowing into him, helping stabilize his almost collapsing aura. Excessive consumption, immediate recovery is necessary, Gu Rong stated succinctly. Jun Xiaoyao did not feign strength, closing his eyes, and, relying on the soul power transmitted by his grandfather, barely operated his technique to suppress the pain in his meridians and the dizziness in his mind. Gu Rong spoke no further, maintaining the transfer of soul power with one hand while manipulating space with the other. The surrounding scenery twisted and blurred. In the next moment, their figures had completely vanished from the purged, silent valley, leaving no trace behind. Only an empty valley remained, along with the dark flames gradually dissipating. As though nothing had ever transpired, a genocide operation directed at potential future foes ended with the fall of Titan and the complete eradication of the Li clan. Jun Xiaoyao, having paid a hefty price, urgently sought a safe haven to restore his strength. Chapter 118, Level 61 Soul Emperor. The space twisted slightly, and in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Bone Douluo Gu Rong materialized in a secluded, primordial forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, occasionally punctuated by the distant growls of soul beasts. Gu Rong surveyed the surroundings, his formidable mental energy sweeping across several miles in an instant, confirming the absence of powerful soul beasts or other threats. He glanced down at the weary Jun Xiaoyao leaning against him, his complexion pale and breath shallow, showing no hesitation. He extended his right index finger toward a moss-covered, solid stone wall ahead and gently tapped it. There was no thunderous crash, nor did stone scatter. The stone wall seemed to dissolve under an unseen force, revealing a smooth, mirror-like entrance approximately 3 meters wide and deep. The cut was astonishingly even, as if it were naturally formed. Simultaneously, an extremely thin spatial barrier quietly formed at the entrance, completely isolating the inside from the outside, capable of concealing auras and defending against external disturbances. "We shall recuperate here." Gu Rong's gravelly voice resonated as he supported the nearly unsteady Jun Xiaoyao, stepping into the cave. The cave exuded an aura of dryness and cleanliness, clearly indicating that the ancient banyan had dispelled not only the dust, but also the moisture upon its inception. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, utterly drained of energy, barely able to muster the strength to utter a single word. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, formed intricate hand seals, and closed his eyes, focusing intently as he exerted every ounce of his strength to channel his cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, the ancient banyan stood as a most loyal guardian, silently ensconced in the shadows at the cave's entrance, blending seamlessly with the rocks. Its presence was so still that its breath seemed to coalesce with the stone, its profound gaze ever watchful of the slightest disturbance in the outside world, while also dedicating a fraction of its awareness to Jun Xiaoyao's condition. Time slipped by quietly amidst the silence. Within Jun Xiaoyao, the situation was dire. His meridians, having been excessively drained by the soul force, felt parched and exhibited signs of minute ruptures. The vortex of soul force within his dantian was dim and spun at a painfully sluggish pace. Waves of sharp, needle-like pain radiated from his sea of consciousness. Carefully, he guided the pure and gentle soul force imparted by his grandfather, akin to a nourishing spring rain revitalizing parched meridians and slowly mending the subtle damages. Simultaneously, his own cultivation began to laboriously draw in the essence of heaven and earth from the outside, transforming it into his own soul force. This process was slow and excruciating, reminiscent of irrigating a cracked field anew. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's determination was formidable. He endured the excruciating pangs within his meridians, patiently untangling the chaotic energies within his body, coalescing the scant soul force. As time passed, when he finally completely refined and absorbed the external force bestowed by his grandfather, restoring a fraction of his soul force, the internal condition began to show marked improvement. The flow of his techniques gradually became smoother. The rate of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth significantly quickened, establishing a beneficial cycle. Under the continuous nourishment of the chaotic soul force, his meridians slowly regained their former elasticity and luster, while the stinging pain in his sea of consciousness gradually subsided, becoming clear and tranquil. He immersed himself deeply in the profound state of recovery, entering a realm where the self and the world became indistinct. Outside the cave, the sun and moon revolved 3 times. The ancient banyan remained an immovable guardian, as timeless as a stone statue. Only when it sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura stabilizing and growing stronger did the withered corners of its mouth, hidden beneath the gray robe, seem to imperceptibly lift. On the 3rd morning, as the first ray of dawn pierced through the dense foliage, cascading onto the cave's invisible barrier, a sudden transformation occurred within Jun Xiaoyao. The previously steady waves of soul force surged with unprecedented vigor, the boundless essence of heaven and earth, as if drawn by an irresistible force, surged wildly towards the cave, even forming a small vortex of energy above the cavern. The ancient banyan's eyes, previously closed, flickered open slightly, betraying a hint of understanding. A breakthrough was imminent. After a life-and-death battle that had drained every ounce of his strength, followed by 3 days of relentless cultivation and recuperation, the long-standing bottleneck at the pinnacle of the 60th level finally began to loosen. Inside the cave, Jun Xiaoyao harnessed the surging essence of heaven and earth, alongside his fully restored and even more potent soul force, launching a final assault against the invisible barrier. Though his meridians had suffered damage, they now became wider and more resilient under the onslaught of immense energy and the support of the refined essence from the celestial herbs. Boom! It was as if a river had burst its banks, or a chick had broken free from its shell. A thunderous roar, audible only to himself, reverberated within. The solid bottleneck was instantly shattered by the overwhelming force. Level 61, the realm of the Soul Emperor, a step further into greatness. His soul force level surged past the threshold, and the momentum did not halt. It continued to fervently absorb and refine the essence of heaven and earth, solidifying his new realm while gently pressing towards even higher echelons. Eventually, as everything gradually settled, Jun Xiaoyao's soul force stabilized at the pinnacle of level 61. On the verge of breaking into level 62, he slowly opened his eyes. Within his dual pupils, the golden-purple radiance swirled, deeper and brighter than before. The previous weakness and fatigue had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vigor and an elevated mental state. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous, surging soul force within him, far surpassing his previous capabilities. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Risks and rewards coexisted. Although he had ventured perilously close to the edge, the rewards were immense. Not only had his combat experience dramatically increased, but his mastery over his own power had also ascended to new heights, and the breakthrough in his soul force level had come effortlessly, saving him at least several months of arduous training. Level 61 was complete. He murmured softly to himself, savoring the sensation of being just a step away from level 62. Indeed, from the shadows at the cave entrance came the ancient banyan's hoarse yet succinct appraisal, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction. Jun Xiaoyao rose and respectfully bowed to the ancient banyan. "Thank you, grandfather, for your protection." Without his timely infusion of soul force to stabilize his injuries and the creation of this safe haven, he would never have been able to recover, let alone break through so smoothly. The ancient banyan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no further gestures of gratitude were necessary. "How do you feel?" "Better than ever." Jun Xiaoyao felt the surging power within him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping across the boundless mountains and forests outside the cave. his dual pupils glimmering with a fierce light. The clan of strength has been eradicated. Next, it is time to seek out trouble with the other three clans, or perhaps to check on how matters stand with Prince Xueqinghe. Chapter 119, Shrek Academy. Jun Xiaoyao felt the overwhelming power yearning to burst forth within him, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the vast forest beyond the cave. His dual pupils flickering with myriad calculations and plans. The annihilation of the clan of strength was merely the first step in eliminating future potential threats. The four single attribute clans shared deep roots with the Haotian clan and should theoretically be included on the purge list. Unconsciously, his fingertips tapped against his knee as thoughts of a Yu, Pa, and Min clans surfaced in his mind. The Yu clan specializes in defense and fortification, residing in Longxing City on the northeastern border of the Star Luo Empire, maintaining close ties with the imperial family. The Pa clan excels in concocting potions and aggressive assaults, their temperament being the most fiery, with their stronghold located in a remote town in the southern region of the Star Luo Empire, their movements relatively concealed. The Min clan is renowned for their speed, the poorest among them, seemingly reliant on a prominent family within the Star Luo Empire for survival. As his thoughts whirled, Jun Xiaoyao slowly shook his head, a glimmer of clarity emerging from his deliberations. The Star Luo Empire possesses a complex web of powers that is far from as easily meddled with as the Tindo Empire. These three clans have scattered strongholds across the Star Luo Empire. Pursuing each one individually would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, creating too much commotion and risking alerting the Star Luo Empire and even the Spirit Hall, making it an unwise endeavor at present. Although his strength had significantly increased, and he had the protection of his grandfather, a formidable super Daw, he was still not invincible. Venturing deep into enemy territory to eradicate clans presents exponentially higher risks. Should he be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, he pondered swiftly. The circumstances of these three clans differ slightly from that of the clan of strength. The Strength clan has a recent relationship with Tang San, and Titan had already pledged loyalty, posing the greatest threat. However, the other three clans, at least in the current stage, are not bound to Tang San in such a way that they cannot be left alone. As long as Tang San does not subdue them as per the original fate, allowing them to remain temporarily is not a significant concern. With his thoughts solidified, Jun Xiaoyao had reached a resolution in his heart. The other three clans can be set aside for the moment. In the present circumstances, it is prudent to first visit the Shrek Academy. His dual-colored eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a hint of curiosity. Shrek Academy is a pivotal place where Tang San originally rose to prominence, as well as the gathering point for the so-called Shrek 7 monsters. Now, with Xiao having already become a soul ring during the Academy's enrollment period, and Rong Rong having been taken away from her destined path to remain with the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, can the Shrek 7 monsters still be assembled without these two crucial figures? A playful smirk played at the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's lips, his curiosity piqued. As for Tang San, his gaze suddenly turned deep and frigid. Since that day of escape, having lost the chance at the divine herb and been deprived of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he wondered if, after all this time, Tang San still possessed that fortune, or rather, luck, to return to Shrek Academy. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the current Shrek Academy appeared to be an exemplary specimen for observing the divergence of fate. Through it, one could more intuitively assess Tang San's present situation and gauge the resilience of his so-called destiny. Simultaneously, it might serve as a pivotal point for his next strategic maneuver. Grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the ancient banyan tree, which stood silently like a shadow. Our next destination is the Shrek Academy outside Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong's eyes remained devoid of any emotion beneath his gray robe as he hoarsely inquired, "What about the three major families in the Star Luo Empire? Are we not to act against them?" "Not for now," Jun Xiaoyao replied with certainty. "Dispersing our targets carries too high a risk within the Star Luo Empire, and the rewards may not justify the risks. For now, my focus is to observe Tang San's current condition after his escape, which is of greater urgency." "Understood." Gu Rong nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had always supported his grandson's decisions, since Jun Xiaoyao had analyzed the pros and cons and made a choice. He merely needed to execute it. Time is of the essence. Let's set forth. Jun Xiaoyao rose, his presence exuding a harmonious vitality, no longer displaying any sign of weakness. The peak-level soul power of 61st rank surged within him, showcasing his formidable strength. Gu Rong also stood, casually waving a withered hand. The invisible spatial barrier at the cave's entrance quietly dissipated, and the temporary dwelling they had created gradually merged back into the surrounding environment, returning to its original moss-covered stone wall appearance, with no trace of human intervention remaining. In the next moment, the figures of the grandfather and grandson began to fade amidst the dim light of the forest, like ink dissolving in water, silently vanishing from their original spot. With the shift of space and the turning of celestial bodies, traversing vast distances was no challenge for the Bone Douluo, who commanded spatial powers. In merely half an hour, the scenery transformed from the primitive and desolate mountains to a slightly dilapidated, yet vibrant village near the fields. The two figures quietly emerged behind a small earthen slope, concealing all traces of their presence. Jun Xiaoyao gazed into the distance, where he spotted a ramshackle wooden sign hanging crookedly at the entrance of a nearby village, depicting a peculiar green monster's face, with the word Shrek Academy inscribed below. The village appeared even more run-down than a typical one, with no notable facilities at the entrance. Only a few plain-dressed villagers occasionally passing in and out. Is this the place? Gu Rong's raspy voice carried a barely perceptible hint of disdain. This does not look like a Soul Master Academy. Great secrets often lie hidden in plain sight. Dilapidation is merely a fade, Jun Xiaoyao replied, the purple-golden light in his eyes flickering subtly, revealing his keen perception. Within the academy, there existed a formidable presence, a soul sage, likely the immovable king Zhao Wujin. There were also several auras of soul emperors and soul kings, but the energy of the students seemed fewer than anticipated. His gaze appeared to penetrate the crude shelters, sensing the internal situation. Indeed, the population is sparse, he mused softly. Without Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and that 10,000-year soul Bi Xiao Wu, can Flinder and the others still produce their so-called monsters? Shall we enter directly? Gu Rong inquired. Not yet. Jun Xiaoyao slowly shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Let's observe first. Let us see if that genius, who fled in disarray, has returned. His gaze shifted towards the academy's training ground, where faint sounds of soul power clashing could be discerned. The hunter's eyes turned once more to the trajectory of fate, preparing to silently scrutinize his prey and discern how they had transformed within their new sanctuary, all while the inhabitants of Shrek Academy remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 120, Shrek's New Student Entrance Exam. Jun Xiaoyao and the Bone Douluo Gu Rong concealed themselves behind the small earthen slope, perfectly blending their presence with the surrounding environment. The purple-golden glimmer in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flowed as he clearly penetrated the obstacles surrounding Shrek Academy, capturing all that transpired on the academy's training ground. Before him, a notably unequal battle unfolded on the relatively spacious earthen training ground. On one side stood a rather short yet exceptionally robust middle-aged man. With short hair and a full beard, his muscular frame resembled an unyielding iron tower, exuding a dauntingly fierce aura that marked him as a soul sage, the immovable king Zhao Wujin. On the opposing side were four youths, appearing no older than 12 or 13 years, who formed a fan-like formation, partially surrounding Zhao Wujin. Each wore a solemn expression, their fluctuating breaths indicating they had already endured a fierce struggle. At the edge of the scene, a tall young man with golden hair and heterochromia, arms crossed, observed the battle with a hint of tension and concern. It was none other than Dai Mubai, who had already enrolled. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze immediately fell upon one of the boys clad in a blue uniform. Despite his attire being somewhat worn and his features more mature than he remembered, bearing an enduring gloom, the familiar brow and the faint fluctuations of the Shantian skill's inner energy confirmed it. This was Tang San. Indeed, he has returned. A cold smile crept upon Jun Xiaoyao's lips, his eyes devoid of surprise. The life of a cockroach is always more resilient. His gaze swept over the other three combatants. One was a striking young woman dressed in form-fitting leather, agile as a cat, her attacks sharp. Upon summoning her martial spirit, she revealed claws at her fingertips, with a shadowy feline form flickering behind her. The nether cat, Zhu Zhuqing, Jun Xiaoyao recognized effortlessly. Another boy appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He was tall and slender, exhibiting nimble movements. His martial spirit seemed to be a rare shadow type, capable of partially obstructing the enemy's vision and perception, though with relatively weak attack power. His soul power around the 22nd rank. A shadow martial spirit? Quite rare. It seems he is the one filling Xiao Wu's absence, Jun Xiaoyao surmised. The final combatant was a somewhat chubby boy whose skin turned dark and hard upon summoning his martial spirit, a small white horn sprouting from his nose. exhibiting considerable defensive capabilities, albeit with a clumsy attack style, his soul power around the 21st rank. The armored giant rhino? Such a defensive martial spirit has also made its way to Shrek. It appears they are truly struggling to find worthy candidates, lowering their standards significantly. Jun Xiaoyao gently shook his head. This formation was undeniably inferior to the originally designated Shrek 7 monsters, a decline of more than one tier. The battle in the arena had already escalated into a fierce contest. Zhao Wujia had evidently not yet unleashed his full strength, perhaps even withholding as much as 50% of his capabilities, appearing more as if he were testing and toying with his opponents. Yet, his soul, sage-level defense, and power loomed over Tang San and his companions like an insurmountable mountain. Bang! The armored rhinoceros youth was casually struck by Zhao Wujia, sent tumbling across the ground. Though he sustained no injuries, he was left dazed and disoriented. Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a specter, attempted a sneak attack from behind, her claws gliding across Zhao Wujia's back, only to spark a few embers, failing to breach his defenses. The boy with the shadow spirit continuously unleashed disruptive soul skills, striving to restrict Zhao Wujia's movements, yet to little effect. Only Tang San shone brightly amidst this chaos. His figure danced gracefully, employing an intricate footwork, narrowly evading Zhao Wujia's assault time and again. The blue-silver grass spirit occasionally entwined to bind, albeit easily severed by Zhao Wujia, effectively slowing his movements. At times, he would launch cleverly angled hidden weapons, forcing Zhao Wujia to occasionally deflect. Moreover, he adeptly employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon at critical moments to resolve his companion's crises. The blue-silver grass, indeed, he remained reticent about revealing his true capabilities, as noted by Jun Xiaoyao. Xian Tiangong, ghostly shadow displacement, and the art of hidden weapons had evidently matured considerably since their initial encounter in Nodding City, with his soul power hovering around the 24th level. At that moment, Zhao Wujia seemed to grow somewhat impatient with the playful skirmish. His fifth soul ring suddenly ignited. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. An overwhelming gravitational field instantly enveloped Tang San and his companions. Zhu Zhuqing, the shadow boy, and the armored rhinoceros youth felt their bodies grow heavy. Their movements rendered sluggish as if mired in quicksand, expressions of anguish etched upon their faces. Only Tang San, with a flash of purple light in his eyes, stepped into ghostly shadow displacement, his Xian Tiangong operating feverishly, managing to withstand the immense weight of the gravitational field. Although his speed diminished, he remained capable of movement. Oh, this is intriguing. Zhao Wujia grinned, striding forward, his broad hand reaching directly for the armored rhinoceros youth, seemingly intent on eliminating him first. Fatty, be careful. Dai Mubai shouted anxiously from the sidelines, yet refrained from intervening. The shadow boy desperately unleashed his soul skills, attempting to hinder Zhao Wujia with shadows, but was met with the overwhelming force of Zhao Wujia's soul power, which shattered his efforts. Just as the armored rhinoceros youth appeared on the brink of being captured and eliminated, a voice resonated, low and determined. Teacher Zhao, I apologize. Tang San's voice rang out. His eyes blazed with purple light, and with a swift motion of his hands at his waist, he unleashed a flurry of icy brilliance. Not aimed at Zhao Wujia's vital points, but at all potential escape routes around him, including his eyes and joints. The precision of his technique, the angles he chose, and the speed he employed far surpassed anything prior. It was indeed the Tang sect's hidden weaponry, heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Zhao Wujia, clearly unprepared for such a tactic from Tang San, hastily withdrew his hand aimed at the armored rhinoceros youth, crossing his arms to shield his face, his soul power erupting around him. The sound of countless impacts resonated like rain upon banana leaves. The majority of the hidden weapons were deflected by Zhao Wujia's robust soul power, yet a few slender steel needles managed to penetrate his defenses, pricking the acupoints in his arm. While they failed to inflict substantial damage, they brought a wave of discomfort, more importantly, a sense of humiliation. What a clever boy! Zhao Wujia chuckled with a hint of rage. You possess some skill. It seems I must reveal a fraction of my true prowess, lest I allow you little monsters to underestimate me. His aura surged once more, ready to engage earnestly. However, at that moment, Tang San abruptly withdrew, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Teacher Zhao, the incense stick's time has elapsed. We should have passed the assessment, correct? Zhao Wujia paused, glancing up at the incense stick that had been lit at some point, now nearly burnt out. His movements froze. The fury on his face gradually morphed into an expression of complex feelings, surprise, admiration, and a hint of dissatisfaction. He rubbed his still tingling arm, snorted softly. Consider yourselves fortunate. You little rascals. Very well, you have passed the assessment. From now on, you shall be students of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing, the shadow boy, and the armored rhinoceros youth all exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting a mixture of joy and gratitude as they turned to Tang San, their eyes filled with appreciation. Had it not been for Tang San's extraordinary hidden weaponry that delayed and wounded Zhao Wujia, they would have struggled to endure until the end. Dai Mubai, observing from the sidelines, also broke into a smile and approached. Tang San, slightly out of breath, wore a fatigued yet confident smile. In the shadows, Jun Xiaoyao witnessed all that transpired. Indeed, they had succeeded. His tone remained neutral, betraying no emotion. Relying on the Tang sect's unparalleled skills and hidden weapons compensated for their deficiencies in martial spirits and soul power. Remarkably resilient. That boy's technique is commendable, though his soul power is somewhat lacking. Gu Rong remarked hoarsely, his discerning eye perceiving both Tang San's strengths and weaknesses in battle. No matter how proficient the technique, a weak foundation ultimately amounts to a house of cards. Jun Xiaoyao replied coolly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his dual-colored eyes. Moreover, I'm already thoroughly familiar with his methods. His gaze swept over the quartet and Dai Mubai once more. Zai Mubai, Zhu Jing, Dang San, alongside a shadow spirit and an armored rhinoceros. Can this version of Shrek still be deemed a monster academy? A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a mix of amusement and indifference. Chapter 121. Inflicting further injury on Tang Hao, securing the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Grandfather, let us depart. It seems there is nothing further to anticipate here. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of warmth as he withdrew his gaze from the Shrek playground, seemingly intent on leaving. Gu Rong nodded slightly, his withered hand lifting subtly, the spatial energy around them beginning to ripple discreetly. However, just as the space was on the verge of distorting for transport, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly raised his hand, halting Gu Rong's actions. Wait, grandfather! His dual-colored eyes shimmered with a profound purple-gold light, as if a significant realization had dawned upon him. Perhaps we can still reap some additional rewards. Gu Rong paused, the fluctuating spatial energy around him instantly calming, his gaze fixed silently on Jun Xiaoyao, awaiting further words. A cold, dangerous smile slowly crept across Jun Xiaoyao's lips as he cast his eyes once more upon the dilapidated academy, his expression transformed, now brimming with the precision and greed of a hunter. Tang San had faltered here. His protective father was likely lurking nearby, observing. Jun Xiaoyao's voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to Gu Rong. Dan Hao. Gu Rong's eyes beneath his gray robe flickered slightly. He was certainly familiar with that name, having recently witnessed him grievously injured at the hands of several formidable members of their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao confirmed with a nod. With his fiercely protective nature, he would never allow anyone to mistreat his son. In due course, he will undoubtedly seek a pretext to draw Zhao Wujia out of the academy, delivering a severe lesson in retribution for his son. His analysis, steeped in insight into the original narrative and a keen understanding of Tang Hao's character, exuded unwavering confidence. Though Zhao Wuji's is indeed a soul saint, he is certainly no match for Tang Hao, especially considering that Tang Hao is fighting with fury and excels at breaching defenses. As for Tang Hao himself, the weight of his old wounds bears down on him like a mountain, and he is merely suppressing it for now. In this confrontation, even if his opponent is merely Zhao Wuji's, it will undoubtedly exacerbate his old injuries, causing his condition to deteriorate and his breath to become erratic. At this juncture, Jun Xiaoyao's heavy eyes suddenly emitted a piercing brilliance. This was his true objective. More importantly, grandfather, do you recall what I mentioned to you about that item I failed to locate in the Holy Spirit Village? Gu Rong's eyes glimmered with understanding. You mean the soul bone left by the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor? Precisely. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was resolute. Such an invaluable item left by the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang Hao could not possibly store it elsewhere. It must be on his person. His gaze grew fervently intense. A complete 100,000-year soul bone is of immeasurable worth. Now that Tang Hao is in poor condition and has just engaged in combat, his vigilance may be at its lowest. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Gu Rong remained silent for a moment before rasping. Though Tang Hao is injured, he remains a formidable adversary when fighting for his life. If we confront him head-on, we risk provoking him into a desperate frenzy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with wisdom and ruthlessness. But we can wait. We shall wait until he has punished Zhao Wuji's. His old ailments resurface, and his mind relaxes. At that moment, you shall personally strike with the power of space to bind him in an instant, catching him off guard. Observing the calculated and decisive demeanor of his grandson, Gu Rong's withered lips beneath his gray robe seemed to twitch slightly, a clear sign of recognition. Very well, he replied succinctly. Then let us wait and see. The grandfather and grandson seamlessly concealed all traces of their presence, merging with the shadows and stones, patiently awaiting their moment. Time passed gradually. The crowd in Shrek Academy's playground had dispersed, with Zhao Wuji's cursing as he returned to his dwelling. While Tang San and the other new students familiarized themselves with the academy under Dai Mubai's guidance, everything appeared to revert to tranquility. However, as nightfall descended, a figure, shrouded in subtlety, yet exuding an overwhelming oppressive and domineering aura, silently materialized at the periphery of Shrek Academy like a specter. This individual was tall, clad in tattered robes. His face obscured, yet the terrifying presence sent a shiver down the spines of the concealed Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong. Dang Hao, he truly has arrived. Tang Hao did not enter the academy, but instead gazed intently towards a certain direction within the academy for a moment before his figure surged like a falling star towards the dense forest outside. Shortly thereafter, a voice of astonishment and fury echoed within the academy. Who? Following closely, Zhao Wuji's burst forth in a fit of rage, chasing after the direction Tang Hao had departed, clearly sensing the provocative ripple of soul power. The performance was about to commence. Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong exchanged glances, their figures silently melding into the darkness, like two formless phantoms trailing behind. Deep within the forest, the sound of violent soul power clashes soon resonated, accompanied by Zhao Wuji's furious shouts and muffled groans. The battle concluded swiftly. In the brief span of a single incense stick's burning, all fell into silence. From afar, Jun Xiaoyao's keen eyes discerned Tang Hao's towering figure emerging from the woods, his steps seemingly heavier than before, and the once dominant aura around him now exhibiting signs of chaotic fluctuation, clearly indicating the strain of his old injuries. He did not linger, but proceeded directly towards another direction, presumably back to his hiding place. Meanwhile, within the forest, Zhao Wuji's would likely find himself incapacitated for some time. Now is the moment. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he uttered a low command. Gu Rong wasted no time, his withered hand thrusting forward with great force. In the next instant, the space surrounding the staggering Tang Hao abruptly crystallized. It was as though he had plunged into an invisible amber, his movements, soul power, and even thoughts momentarily frozen. Though it was but a fleeting moment, for a powerhouse of Gu Rong's caliber, it was more than sufficient. Almost simultaneously with the spatial immobilization, Gu Rong's figure appeared behind Tang Hao as if tearing through space. A skeletal hand imbued with the power to annihilate everything silently pressed towards the vital point at Tang Hao's back. An ambush, an unheralded, lethal strike from Super Douluo. Tang Hao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints as an unprecedented sense of impending death engulfed him. He frantically attempted to channel his soul power, manifest his martial soul in its true form, even detonating his spirit rings in desperation. But it was too late. The excruciating pain from his old injuries and the unyielding spatial confinement of Gu Rong's stealthy strike left him with no time for any effective response. With a muffled thud, Gu Rong's hand connected. Tang Hao's body went rigid, and a torrent of blood mixed with internal organs erupted from his mouth, his eyes brimming with disbelief, fury, and despair. He struggled to turn his head to discern who had assaulted him, but Gu Rong afforded him no opportunity. His other hand, swift as lightning, struck several vital points on Tang Hao's body, completely sealing off his capacity to channel soul power and move. The brilliance in Tang Hao's eyes swiftly dimmed, and the combination of severe injury and confinement plunged him into a state of near-death unconsciousness, his body collapsing limply to the ground. From the initiation of the assault to its conclusion, the entire process unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, clean and decisive. A renowned Haotian Douluo was utterly subdued in the blink of an eye. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao's figure gradually emerge from the shadows, approaching the unconscious Tang Hao, his gaze cold as he surveyed the once mighty warrior. Without a hint of hesitation, he crouched down and began to meticulously search the fallen figure. Soon, he discovered a dark pouch woven from a special metallic thread concealed within Tang Hao's garments. Upon unfastening the pouch, an overwhelmingly pure and invigorating aura of life instantly permeated the air. Inside lay a beautifully shaped right leg soul bone, shimmering with a resplendent blue-golden light, quietly resting and emanating a gentle yet powerful energy wave. The 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. A flicker of fervent light finally danced in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He gingerly lifted this priceless treasure, feeling the immense life energy it contained, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. It is now within my grasp. Jun Xiaoyao carefully placed the shimmering blue-golden right leg bone, rich with life energy, into his storage soul guide. Basking in the warm vibrations it emanated, his heart ablaze with excitement. The flight ability, coupled with formidable regenerative powers, would provide him with a comprehensive enhancement. His gaze slowly descended upon the unconscious and severely weakened Tang Hao. This once mighty Hao Yandaw, who had previously commanded respect, now lay crumpled on the ground like a tattered sack, his complexion ashen, his breath so faint that it was barely perceptible. The horrific imprint of a palm and the blood frothing from his lips indicated the severity of his injuries, bringing him perilously close to death's threshold. As he gazed upon Tang Hao's wretched state, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold and playful smile, whispering inwardly, "Ah, Tang Hao, to allow you to perish so easily would be a disservice. The profound affection you hold for your cherished son, your unwavering devotion to Yin, and the illustrious title of Hao Yandaw still possess considerable untapped value." A calculating gleam flickered in his dual-colored eyes as plans to exploit Tang Hao swiftly took shape. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is undoubtedly yearning for you, casting her net across the continent in search of your whereabouts. Should I present you as a grand gift, I am certain she would be more than willing to offer substantial benefits in exchange. Even without a transaction with the Spirit Hall, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze deepened further. As far as I am aware, the god of slaughter in the city of slaughter might serve as bait to lure out the elusive big fish hidden beneath the surface. If successful, it could pave the way for Grandfather Jian to acquire that fabled Azura demon sword. Contemplating this, Jun Xiaoyao himself found the notion audacious, yet irresistibly tempting. The legacy of an unparalleled Douluo is of immeasurable worth. In any case, a living, controlled Tang Hao holds far greater value than a lifeless corpse. With this in mind, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated no longer. He lifted his head and addressed Gu Rong, who stood silently like a shadow beside him. "Grandfather, Tang Hao cannot die just yet. He is essential to my forthcoming plans." Gu Rong's eyes, concealed beneath his gray robe, revealed no emotion as he rasped in response. "You may decide. How shall we proceed?" "Please, Grandfather, ensure he is kept alive. Do not allow him to perish easily." Jun Xiaoyao spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Then, we shall transport him back to the Seven Treasure Glazed School. Within the sect, there should be a sufficiently secretive and secure location to house the renowned Hao Yandaw. No, as one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed School possesses profound foundations, undoubtedly harboring a hidden dungeon for the confinement of significant prisoners, fortified by the restrictions set by Douluo Jian and Gu, ensuring absolute security. Gu Rong, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent. To him, his grandson was everything. Jun Xiaoyao's decision was the highest command. He extended his frail finger and, from a distance, tapped upon the unconscious Tang Hao several times. Waves of peculiar vitality flowed into Tang Hao's body, temporarily stabilizing his faltering life force, rendering him in a state of suspended animation. In this condition, Tang Hao could neither awaken nor summon any soul power, nor could he end his own life. Yet he stubbornly clung to existence, becoming an object awaiting exploitation. Having completed this, Gu Rong lifted Tang Hao as if handling an ordinary piece of luggage. A once mighty title, now amidst such a fate, was indeed lamentable. Yet to Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong, it was merely a component of their scheme. "Let us depart, Grandfather. This place is no longer safe," Jun Xiaoyao remarked, casting one last glance at the silent forest, ensuring no evident traces remained. Gu Rong nodded, and powerful spatial energy surged once more, enveloping Jun Xiaoyao himself and the unconscious Tang Hao. The surrounding scenery blurred and twisted, and in the next moment, the trio vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood lingering in the air and the ravaged remnants of the forest bore silent witness to the events that had transpired. At the core of the Seven Treasure Glazed School, in a hidden chamber deep within the mountain. A top-secret dungeon, crafted from special metals and inscribed with numerous powerful soul guide runes, lay shrouded in darkness, the air frigid and eerily silent. Tang Hao was carelessly placed upon a cold stone slab, his limbs and neck shackled by specially designed soul guide restraints, the chains connecting to the rock wall behind him. The chains and shackles occasionally flickered with obscure runic light, continuously siphoning the minuscule amount of soul power within him and suppressing any potential rebellious thoughts. Gu Rong personally established multiple layers of spatial confinement barriers here, ensuring absolute security. Jun Xiaoyao stood outside the cell, peering through the small window adorned with runes designed to obstruct prying eyes, coldly observing the seemingly lifeless Tang Hao within. "Rest well, Hao Qinluo," Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Your worth shall soon be realized." He turned away, not sparing Tang Hao another glance, and instructed the loyal sect guard stationed nearby. "Keep a close watch on him. No one is to approach without my command. Provide only the bare minimum of nutritional fluid daily to sustain his life." "Yes, young master," the guards replied respectfully, their voices echoing ominously in the dungeon. Jun Xiaoyao and Gu Rong departed the grim confines of the dungeon. Upon returning to the surface and feeling the sunlight and fresh air, Jun Xiaoyao squinted slightly. With the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone now in hand and the current greatest variable and potential threat, Tang Hao, under control and imprisoned, the gains far exceeded his expectations. It was time to consider how to maximize the utilization of this card. Should he directly contact the Spirit Hall for a transaction with Bibi Dong? Or should he take the risk of using Tang Hao as bait to delve into the divine legacy? A profound and wise gleam flickered in his dual-colored eyes as the chessboard of the continent appeared increasingly clear and the pieces in his hand multiplied. "Grandfather, moving forward, it may be prudent for you and Grandfather Jian to keep a close watch on the City of Slaughter and any news regarding a blade known as the Azura Demon Sword," Jun Xiaoyao said softly, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his tone. Gu Rong paused momentarily. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gray-robed eyes, and he slowly nodded in agreement. On the following day, after returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jun Xiaoyao sought an audience with the sect leader, Ning Fengji. Within the elegantly adorned study, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. After listening to Jun Xiaoyao's brief account of having dealt with the Li clan and inviting a special guest, even with his composure, Ning Fengji could not help but display a flicker of surprise in his eyes. However, he refrained from probing for further details, simply nodding steadily to indicate that the sect would fully support and keep the matter confidential. When Jun Xiaoyao requested comprehensive information regarding the City of Slaughter, Ning Fengji wasted no time and immediately activated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's most secretive and efficient intelligence network. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, affluent beyond compare, may not possess the omnipresent intelligence capabilities of the Spirit Hall, but it boasts unique channels and foundations for gathering top-tier information and continental secrets. Within just 2 days, an extremely detailed, confidential scroll regarding the City of Slaughter was personally delivered to Jun Xiaoyao by Sword Douluo Qinexian. The scroll, crafted from special soul beast skin, felt icy to the touch, inscribed with a myriad of characters and simple maps through secret methods. Jun Xiaoyao dismissed those around him and slowly unfurled the scroll in a quiet chamber, the purple gold light in his eyes swirling as he rapidly absorbed the information contained within. The City of Slaughter, located in the far western reaches of the continent, lay deep within a vast underground chasm, its entrance concealed and protected by natural illusions and chaotic soul power flows. It is a trial ground left by ancient deities, with unique rules whereby the soul skills of entrants are significantly suppressed, forcing them to rely solely on their primal strength and slaughtering techniques to survive. Within this realm congregate the most notorious fugitives and power-hungry madmen of the continent. Slaughter is the singular theme. Through the trials of the Hell Road, one may attain the domain of the god of killing, an exceptionally potent innate field that significantly amplifies one's murderous aura while diminishing the will of adversaries. The current ruler of the City of Slaughter is rumored to be a terrifying entity known as the King of Killing, whose strength is unfathomable, allegedly having transcended the realm of ordinary title Douluos, yet seldom strays from the City of Slaughter. Upon reading this, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze momentarily froze. Transcending an ordinary title Douluo, a peerless title Douluo at level 99? It appears that even though Tang Chun is under the parasitic control of the nine-headed Bat King, his underlying power remains shockingly formidable. He continued to peruse the text, discovering that descriptions of the King of Killing were scant and mostly vague, imbued with an air of mystery and dread. However, combining this with his knowledge from the original work, Jun Xiaoyao understood all too well. To take action within the City of Slaughter would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. He closed the scroll and gently tapped his fingertips against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. That place was Tang Chen's domain, where the rules favored him. Even if his grandfather, the Bone Douluo, joined forces with Sword Grandfather. Facing an enigmatic yet inherently peerless title Douluo in an environment where soul skills were severely suppressed would yield minimal chances of victory. They could very well meet with disastrous failure. He had to draw him out. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Only outside, leveraging the full strength of his grandfather and Sword Grandfather, could they hope to subdue him and seize the Shura demon sword. Yet, what bait could lure the King of Killing, who had remained ensconced in the City of Slaughter for nearly a century? His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of walls, resting upon a dungeon deep within the forbidden grounds of the sect. Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, the grandson of Tang Chun. What could be more enticing as bait than this? A living, imprisoned Tang Hao would be an undeniable presence for anyone associated with the Haotian sect, particularly for Tang Chun, who, having failed the Shura goddess trial and now lived in a state of numbness, might still harbor a subconscious connection to the sect. If executed properly, disseminating news about Tang Hao's captivity and subtly guiding the narrative could indeed provoke a reaction from the King of Killing, compelling him to leave his lair. The risks were immense, yet the potential rewards were equally staggering. An ultra-artifact-level Shura demon sword bore a value sufficient to drive any faction into a frenzy. Moreover, a flicker of pure yearning for power gleamed within Jun Xiaoyao's. The domain of the God of Killing was indeed a splendid prize. Though he already possessed the Abyssal Dragon domain and the Eternal Silence Abyss, each with formidable supporting abilities, one focusing on environmental control and weakening, the other specializing in soul intimidation. The domain of the God of Killing differed. It emphasized direct enhancement in combat, a realm birthed solely for the act of slaughter, capable of greatly amplifying the ferocity of attacks and the pressure of one's aura. In the world of domain-type abilities, more is always better. Different domains can yield unexpected effects in various scenarios. Furthermore, this was an innate domain acquired through personal trials, distinct from the skills derived from soul rings and bones, potentially yielding wondrous complements and enhancements. It seems that a visit to the City of Slaughter is unavoidable. Jun Xiaoyao rose, moving to the window and gazing toward the western horizon, where an invisible hue of blood and killing intent seemed to linger. He sought both the Shura demon sword and the domain of the God of Killing. His plan gradually crystallized in his mind. The first step was to venture into the City of Slaughter, to personally experience the Hell Road and attempt to acquire the domain of the God of Killing. This move would not only elevate his strength, but also deepen his understanding of the rules and environment of the City of Slaughter, preparing for subsequent actions. With his grandfather providing covert support, as long as he did not provoke the King of Killing, the chances of navigating the Hell Road were still considerable. The second step, upon acquiring the domain of the God of Killing, would involve carefully orchestrating a scheme to subtly disseminate the news of Tang Hao's imprisonment through certain clandestine channels, waiting for the ripples to spread. The third step would be to patiently await the fish to bite. Once it was confirmed that the King of Killing had vacated the City of Slaughter, his grandfather and Sword Grandfather would join forces, with Uncle Ning assisting from the sidelines, to launch a thunderous ambush. Subduing Tang Chun and seizing the Shura demon sword constituted a meticulously interlinked plan, fraught with peril, yet laden with temptation. He communicated his thoughts with the Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Upon learning that the target of their scheme might indeed be the legendary Tang Chun, and that their goal was a super artifact, even these two super Douluos felt a tremendous weight of pressure. Yet more than that, a fire of battle spirit and ambition ignited within them. Chun Xian caressed the 7 kills sword in his hand, his eyes radiating sword intent. To witness the Shura demon sword, even if it led to his demise, would be without regrets. Gu Rong remained silent, yet within the depths of his gray robe, his profound gaze burned with eager anticipation. After hearing the plan, Ning Fengji pondered for a long while before finally uttering 4 words. The sect will provide unwavering support. With the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect backing him, Jun Xiaoyao felt emboldened. Days later, all preparations were complete. Jun Xiaoyao and Bone Douluo Gu Rong quietly departed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, embarking once more on their journey. This time, Their destination lay within that realm rife with death and opportunity, the City of Slaughter. Chapter 124. Entering the City of Slaughter in the farthest west of the continent. The environment grew increasingly desolate, bare brown rocks replacing lush greenery, and the air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur and an elusive hint of blood. Following the map's guidance from the scroll, Jun Xiaoyao and Bone Douluo arrived at the edge of a vast, bottomless chasm. The fierce winds howled within the gorge, stirring up clouds of dust. Below lay a dark abyss, as if it were an entrance to hell. Even standing at the edge, one could sense a chilling, violent aura emanating from within, unsettling the mind. This was the entrance to the City of Slaughter. Indeed, it was here. Gurong's hoarse voice carried a sense of uncertainty in the wind as his grave eyes surveyed the depths of the abyss. The chaotic aura and distorted rules marked it as a perilous place. Jun Xiaoyao shimmered with a golden light, piercing through the layers of mist, and he faintly discerned a subtle spatial fluctuation emanating from an inconspicuous corner deep within the gorge. That should be the true entrance. Grandfather, you should wait for me here. Jun Xiaoyao turned, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Gurong's brow furrowed imperceptibly. This place was dangerous, the rules bizarre. He felt uneasy about Jun Xiaoyao venturing in alone. Despite his confidence in his grandson's strength, his instinct as a grandfather resisted allowing Jun Xiaoyao to traverse such perilous ground alone. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and clarified, Grandfather, it is precisely because of the peculiar rules here that you must not enter. He articulated his reasoning clearly. Firstly, within the City of Slaughter, soul skills are severely suppressed and nearly unusable. With your extraordinary cultivation, even at 70 or 80% of your capacity, you could inadvertently become a target of certain bizarre rules due to your formidable soul power, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Secondly, he cast a deep gaze into the abyss. Our subsequent plan hinges on luring out that king of killing. Should the aura of this formidable Douluo intrude recklessly, it would likely rouse him, potentially igniting unnecessary conflict, thus undermining our meticulous plan to lure the serpent from its lair. Thirdly, a confident smile graced the lips of Jun Xiaoyao. He possessed unwavering assurance regarding the trials of this hellish path. The prohibition against using soul skills, perfectly timed to assess the foundation of my abilities. He clenched his fist slightly. The vast chaos soul power within him surged like a mighty river. His body, refined by celestial herbs, radiated a luminous brilliance. Although his 6 extraordinary soul rings remained concealed, they endowed him with a quality and quantity of soul power far surpassing that of his peers. In terms of the sheer magnitude of soul power and physical strength, even an ordinary soul sage would pale in comparison to him. As for combat skills, mental fortitude, and hidden trump cards, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable light flickered within his. I dare say, I am not inferior to any. Moreover, he whispered in a voice only he could perceive, if Tang San could traverse this using the Xiantian skill and hidden weapons, why should I not be able to? He still possessed his greatest trump card. These eyes, born of a supreme and forbidden existence, had an inherent ability that transcended the realm of soul skills, likely rendering them less susceptible to the oppressive rules of the City of Slaughter. This was indeed his greatest assurance in daring to venture into this land of death alone. Gurong fell silent for a moment, gazing into Jun Xiaoyao's, which brimmed with wisdom, confidence, and resolve, before finally nodding slowly. He understood well the temperament and capabilities of his grandson. He was certainly no reckless fool. Since he had made this decision, it was undoubtedly the result of careful consideration. Exercise utmost caution. Gurong ultimately uttered those 4 words, his frail hand patting Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder, a pure and gentle soul power quietly flowing into him, forming an extremely subtle protective mark within his body. This mark would shield you from a fatal attack in times of life and death. And allow me to sense your location. If circumstances become dire, withdraw immediately. Safety comes first. Jun Xiaoyao understood, feeling his grandfather's concern. Warmth filled his heart as he solemnly nodded. Once I acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter, I shall emerge to reunite with you. At that time, we shall proceed according to plan. With that, he no longer hesitated, his form soaring like an agile falcon, directly leaping into the unfathomable chasm below. His figure swiftly engulfed by the darkness and mist beneath. Gurong stood at the cliff's edge, his gray robe billowing in the fierce wind, resembling an ancient stone sculpture, silently observing the abyss. His mind remained clear, all perceptions heightened to their utmost, as he distantly locked onto the faint yet resolute aura of Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jun Xiaoyao, during his descent, he skillfully utilized the protrusions of the rock wall to decelerate, simultaneously activating his to survey his surroundings. The deeper he descended, the more pronounced the chilling, chaotic atmosphere filled with the desire for slaughter became, as if invisible, vengeful spirits were howling in his ears. Eventually, he landed steadily on a relatively flat rock platform. Before him lay an entrance concealed within a crack in the rock wall, barely large enough for a single person to pass through, where distorted light shimmered like a layer of liquid, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the entrance. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt an intense distortion of space enveloping him, as if traversing through a viscous liquid. Immediately, an eerie force of rules descended upon him. He attempted to activate his soul skills, only to discover that the soul power, which usually flowed like an extension of his will, had become exceedingly sluggish. The connection between his soul rings and soul skills seemed severed by an invisible barrier, rendering him unable to mobilize them. Only the most fundamental soul power could circulate within him, fortifying his being. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao realized this without alarm. He carefully experienced this change while scrutinizing his surroundings. This was a dim, humid, narrow passage extending downward, its walls adorned with stones radiating a dim red glow, providing scant illumination. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and decay, inducing nausea. From the depths of the passage, the faint sounds of frenzied howls, clashing weapons, and the wails of those facing death echoed. Here lay the inexorable path to the heart of the city of slaughter, marking the commencement of bloodshed. Taking a deep breath, Jun Xiaoyao suppressed the slight discomfort caused by the environment, his gaze turning cold and resolute once more. He regulated his breathing, dispersing the chaos soul power throughout his body. His muscles tensed slightly, akin to a leopard poised to pounce, as he stepped deeper into the passage. His strides were steady, with his shimmering in the dimness, capturing every potential threat within his sight. The Hell Road? Merely another whetstone, the domain of the god of slaughter, he was determined to seize. As for the figure hidden deep within the city of slaughter, Tang Chun, who had been eroded by the nine-headed bat, he would devise a way to draw him out once he acquired the domain of the god of slaughter. Chapter 125, Identity Token. The passage stretched long and winding, seemingly endless. The dim red light on the walls distorted and elongated shadows, twisting them into phantoms. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, almost tangible, continually assaulting the limits of one's sense of smell, accompanied by an invisible mental pressure attempting to awaken the latent fury and desire for slaughter within. For those with weak wills, it was likely they would succumb to madness or self-inflicted violence before reaching the passage's end. However, this mental corrosive force, when it fell upon Jun Xiaoyao's spirit, was akin to a gentle breeze brushing over a hillside, incapable of unsettling him in the slightest. His mental prowess was already formidable, augmented by the protective essence of his, enabling him to maintain absolute calm and clarity within this tumultuous passage. His pace was measured, the purple-golden radiance within his illuminating every minutiae of the passage. The desiccated, dark red bloodstains on the ground, the deep claw marks on the walls, and the scattered remnants of white bones in the corners all testified to the countless tragedies that had unfolded here. As he ventured deeper, the sounds of howls, clashing weapons, and anguished cries grew ever clearer, resonating as if right beside him. He could even discern the chilling sounds of blades slicing through flesh and bone shattering. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed ahead, intermingled with heavy breathing and frenzied curses. "Get out of the way! Don't block my path! The token is mine. Whoever dares to steal it shall die." He beheld 3 or 4 figures fiercely battling, their clothes tattered, eyes bloodshot, their bodies bearing various injuries. Clearly having been engaged in a brutal fight for some time, their reason nearly consumed by the desire for slaughter. Their soul power fluctuations hovered around the Soul King level. Yet in the absence of soul skills, their combat relied heavily on primal physical strength and fighting techniques, appearing savage and bloody. The moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, he immediately drew the attention of these individuals. His vibrant youthful form, that serene aura starkly contrasting with the frenzied environment, appeared to the deranged fallen as the most delectable lamb. A newcomer. It's a newcomer. Kill him. His vitality is so robust. Consuming him will surely restore our wounds. Instantly, the previously battling fallen figures seamlessly redirected their focus onto Jun Xiaoyao, akin to hyenas catching a whiff of blood, lunging at him from various directions. They wielded rusted or blood-stained weapons, their gazes devoid of anything but pure greed and murderous intent. Faced with the encirclement, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained resolute, showing no sign of disturbance. He had no intention of utilizing any weapons at all. In the midst of the fray, a robust figure at the forefront brandished a colossal sword, reminiscent of a door plank, aimed directly at him. In that fleeting moment, Jun Xiaoyao sprang into action. His movements appeared deceptively languid, yet he deftly sidestepped, allowing the blade to slice past his nose, propelled by a ferocious wind. Concurrently, his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, concentrated his soul power at his fingertips, emanating a faint, chaotic luminescence, which precisely struck the wrist of the sword-wielding giant. A sharp crack echoed, a resounding sound of bone fracturing. The brute emitted a piercing scream as the sword slipped from his grasp. Jun Xiaoyao, maintaining the force of his fingertip, swept forward, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that severed the giant's throat as if it were the sharpest of blades. Blood gushed forth, and the giant clutched his throat, his eyes brimming with a wild frenzy that was swiftly replaced by disbelief and terror, before he collapsed with a thunderous thud. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The two other fallen beings, who had approached from the side, were still processing the scene when Jun Xiaoyao's figure, like a wraith, closed in on one of them. With an ostensibly casual motion, he struck the man's chest with his left hand. A torrent of chaotic soul power surged within, shattering his heart's core. The man fell limp to the ground without uttering a sound, his eyes vacant and lifeless. The final individual, witnessing this, was gripped by panic. His momentum abruptly halted as he turned to flee. He had come to understand that this seemingly innocuous youth was, in truth, a far more formidable harbinger of death than they could ever be. Now, seeking to escape, it was too late. Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent voice resonated as he refrained from pursuing, merely allowing the purple-gold light in his to flicker momentarily. The fleeing fallen being felt as if the very space around him had congealed. An invisible force pressed in from all directions, rendering him immobile. Almost instantly, a visceral sense of tearing emanated from the depths of his soul, blood oozing from his orifices as his vision dimmed, collapsing to the ground, breathless. The power of his, binding space and exerting mental pressure. Though this was merely a rudimentary application, its efficacy in the realm of slaughter, where soul techniques were suppressed, was astonishing, akin to a dimensional strike. In the blink of an eye, all four fallen beings at the Soul King level lay dead, and the passage fell silent once more. Save for the pungent scent of blood that lingered in the air, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He approached the body of the initial giant, bending down to retrieve a black token from his waist. The token felt icy to the touch, its material unknown. Embossed on one side with a grotesque skull and inscribed on the reverse with the number 967. An eerie aura, resonating with the essence of this space, enveloped the token. Was this the pass to enter the city of slaughter? After weighing the token in his hand, Jun Xiaoyao stowed it away. He had no need to resort to murder and theft like these individuals, but since it was presented to him, it would be illogical to refuse. It also spared him the hassle of seeking a guide. Without pausing, he continued onward. Following this brief bout of slaughter, he gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities within the city of slaughter. The inability to utilize soul techniques represented a critical handicap for the vast majority of soul masters. Yet for him, the impact was not as formidable as anticipated. The quality of the soul power derived from his divine martial soul was exceedingly high, even with basic enhancements. It endowed him with physical strength, speed, and defense comparable to that of a soul sage, coupled with his unparalleled martial skills and the myriad extraordinary abilities of his. As long as he did not encounter a soul Douluo or titled Douluo level powerhouse, or find himself besieged by a multitude, he would be more than capable of traversing this lawless realm with impunity. As for the core rules of the City of Slaughter, wherein soul techniques were rendered ineffective and one could only engage in the most primitive forms of combat, this ironically became his greatest advantage. For his foundation, his corporeal form, and his were, in essence, the most potent soul techniques. At the end of the passage, a more expansive area came into view, suffused with a dark crimson glow. The cacophony of revelry crashing upon him. Jun Xiaoyao understood that he had arrived at the inner city of the City of Slaughter. He adjusted his unwrinkled robe, his gaze returning to its placid depths, holding aloft the black identity token as he stepped forth from the dim corridor. The sight before him unfolded into a bizarre cityscape that defied description. The sky was eternally stained a dark red, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, enveloped instead in murky light that cast a pall over the ground. The architectural style was both rugged and sinister, constructed predominantly of black stone, with traces of blood and signs of destruction evident everywhere. The streets were wide, yet utterly devoid of order. Shadows of violent confrontations flitted about, as victors cackled madly, plundering everything from the vanquished, including their very lives. The air was thick with a stench of blood, tenfold more pungent than that of the passage, mingled with a frenzied aura of decadence. Here, morality and law were but a jest. Power was the only currency that mattered. Jun Xiaoyao, as presence, immediately attracted numerous malevolent gazes. His youthful visage and pristine aura stood out starkly in this den of iniquity. However, as he calmly raised the black token signifying his qualification for slaughter, the predatory stares shifted to one of caution, momentarily restrained. Those who could traverse this realm alone and possess such a token were not to be trifled with. Chapter 126, Rules and Provocation. Upon entering the inner city, the atmosphere of chaos and depravity assaulted him even more fiercely. Along the streets, fragmented windows flickered with prying eyes, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows. Cold and calculating. Further afield, a brutal skirmish had just concluded, with the victor standing atop the corpse of the vanquished, howling like a beast, reveling in the sporadic whistles and cheers echoing around. There was no semblance of order here, only the raw and unvarnished principle of survival of the fittest. Jun Xiaoyao, clutching the black token, traversed this wicked landscape with an unwavering demeanor. His appeared to scan the surroundings casually, yet it meticulously catalogued the environment, potential threats, and the positions of those lurking in the shadows within a radius of several hundred meters. Those ill-intentioned gazes, upon meeting his own, instinctively averted. The intangible pressure emanating from his dual eyes instilled trepidation in these fallen beings accustomed to preying on the weak. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, seeking out potential residences or more specific sources of information, a subtle commotion rippled through the crowd ahead. The previously reckless fallen beings instinctively parted to create a pathway. A powerful, chilling wave of soul power, imbued with a far more potent and sanguine aura than that of the surrounding fallen, approached. Jun Xiaoyao lifted his gaze. Before him walked a woman clad in a dark red robe, advancing with deliberate grace. Her features were striking, yet she bore an unhealthy pallor. Her gaze was indifferent, as if she regarded her surroundings as mere lifeless objects. Her figure was lithe, exuding an eerie rhythm that harmonized perfectly with this realm of slaughter, as though she were an intrinsic part of this city of vice. Most striking was the wave of soul power radiating from her, although similarly constrained by the rules of the city of slaughter. The intensity of her essence and the latent pressure emanating from her surpassed that of the previous soul kings encountered in the passage, even eclipsing that of ordinary soul sages outside. Clearly, in this place where soul techniques were rendered ineffective, she had somehow elevated her strength to a remarkably formidable level. The woman halted about 5 paces from Jun Xiaoyao, her gaze fixating on the pristine black token in his hand, her voice devoid of any emotional resonance as she spoke. Number 967, Welcome to the City of Carnage. I am the Grand Overseer of this realm. You may refer to me as Black Veil. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with intrigue. The Grand Overseer? Is she not the very spokesperson that Tang Chen encounters in the original text of the City of Carnage? The woman known as Black Veil continued in her frigid tone. This is a paradise of hell, a haven for the fallen. The rules of the City of Carnage are quite simple, with but one core principle: strength reigns supreme. Here, your soul abilities will be suppressed, rendered unusable. The only assets at your disposal are your innate soul power, your body, your skills, and your will. Her words echoed clearly through the streets, and the fallen around seemed to have heard them countless times before, yet the madness in their eyes remained, mingled with an undercurrent of deeply concealed fear as they gazed at the icy maiden. As long as you possess sufficient power, you may do as you please. Black Veil cast her gaze over the bloodstains and corpses littered across the street, as if merely stating a mundane fact. Plunder, slaughter, indulgence. Here there are no constraints. The sole limitation is your own strength. The weak are unworthy of survival, destined only to become fodder for the strong. The use of soul-guiding devices on a large scale is prohibited within the city, as is any external force that might undermine the foundations of the City of Carnage. Beyond that, there are no taboos. She paused momentarily, adding, of course, should you feel unable to adapt or wish to depart. There exists but one method, the trial of the Hell Road. However, it is a path that leads to certain death. Jun Xiaoyao listened quietly, his expression betraying no sign of fear or excitement. As Black Veil's words concluded, he did not react as most newcomers would, showing terror or impatience. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into an elusive smile, his dual-colored eyes surveying the frosty, grand overseer with a hint of amusement. Strength reigns supreme? Freedom to act as one wishes? Jun Xiaoyao's voice was calm, yet imbued with a sense of composure and pressure that belied his youthful appearance. It indeed sounds like an intriguing place. Black Veil regarded him with indifference, awaiting his next utterance. She had encountered far too many newcomers, some terrified to the point of collapse, others arrogantly foolish enough to attack only to meet their demise, and yet others who were cunning and vengeful. But a boy before her, so composed and even scrutinizing, was a rarity. Then, she heard Jun Xiaoyao pose a question in a tone that was almost mocking, yet suffused with unwavering confidence. So, according to this rule, if I were powerful enough, could I even claim you, the Grand Overseer? At this, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The fallen who had retreated wore expressions of disbelief, regarding Jun Xiaoyao as though he were a ghost. Did he dare to openly jest with the Grand Overseer, a figure of the killing king, dominion? Has this boy lost his mind? Though he may possess some skill to have traversed the entrance before the Grand Overseer, he is not but a slightly stronger insect. Who does not know that the Grand Overseer is one of the most terrifying entities in the City of Carnage, second only to the Killing King? She governs the distribution of resources within the city, her own strength unfathomable. Countless challengers have attempted to offend her, only to be transformed into the very essence of Hell's elixir. The air seemed to thicken, mingling the rich scent of blood with a chilling aura of death. Black Veil's perpetually indifferent expression finally revealed the faintest shift. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her frigid gaze striking Jun Xiaoyao like a tangible blade, and the temperature around them appeared to drop a notch. Yet she did not immediately erupt in anger, instead scrutinizing the boy once more. His dual-colored eyes imparted an eerily dangerous sensation, as though he could pierce through all illusions. Moreover, he showed no hint of fear in the face of her oppressive aura. Either he was blissfully ignorant, or he possessed some formidable backing. Silence lingered for a heartbeat, just as everyone anticipated the Grand Overseer would promptly strike down this audacious newcomer. Black Veil suddenly emitted a low, enigmatic chuckle. Interesting, she observed Jun Xiaoyao, the icy corners of her mouth curving into an almost imperceptible smile. Number 967. You're quite bold. The City of Carnage firmly believes in the power of strength, if you truly possess such prowess. Her voice remained cold, yet hinted at a subtle, indescribable meaning. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible. She neither affirmed nor denied, but her response alone was astonishing. This was tantamount to a tacit acceptance of the possibility embedded in Jun Xiaoyao's words. The fallen around them were left dumbfounded, doubting their own ears. The Grand Overseer did not immediately eliminate this provocateur. She even offered such a reply. Jun Xiaoyao seemed unsurprised by her response. The smile on his face deepened, and a flicker of purple-gold light flashed in his dual-colored eyes. Excellent. I've taken note. Black Veil resumed her cold, businesslike demeanor. Your newcomer protection period lasts for 12 hours. During this time, the residents of the inner city will not attack you unprovoked. However, should you choose to provoke them, the protection will cease immediately. She tossed a rough leather water pouch to Jun Xiaoyao, within which sloshed a small amount of dark red liquid, emanating a peculiar energy wave tinged with a bloody scent. This is the basic Hell's elixir, capable of alleviating your thirst in the City of Carnage. If you seek more, acquire it through your own strength. With that, she ceased her discourse and turned to depart. After taking a couple of steps, she paused, her back to Jun Xiaoyao, leaving behind a chilling remark. I hope you live to see the day when you can validate your earlier statement. Once her words faded, her figure blended into the shadows of the street, vanishing from sight. Chapter 127. Spectating the Arena. As Black Veil's figure dissolved into the shadows, the cold pressure she exuded dissipated as well. Yet the gazes of the fallen directed at Jun Xiaoyao were now more complex than before. There was wariness, curiosity, but more than anything, a cruel anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. A newcomer daring enough to provoke the Grand Overseer would inevitably become the focal point of attention in the City of Carnage, regardless of their actual power. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to the scrutiny around him. He casually tucked the pouch of basic Hell's elixir into his attire without consuming it. Its essence was murky, and while the energy it contained was unique, the impurities it bore rendered it inferior to his own refined, chaotic soul power. As for the so-called thirst, he had yet to feel it, shielded by his formidable mental prowess and his dual-colored eyes. What he required now was information. Scanning the chaotic streets, he pinpointed a direction. There, the cacophony was most pronounced, the scent of blood most pungent, and faintly, one could hear thunderous roars and cheers. If his conjecture held true, that place should be the core structure of the City of Carnage, the Hell Arena. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward that destination. Along the way, there were still some unwitting souls attempting to provoke him, but after he effortlessly crushed the throat of one would-be assailant, a soul king, none dared approach him again. The ruthlessness and decisiveness he exhibited stood in stark contrast to his youthful and handsome appearance, swiftly establishing a reputation for ferocity in this area. Soon a massive, dark edifice resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum loomed before him. The architectural style is rugged and sinister, with the entrance resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Constantly inundated by shadows of figures either entering or exiting, each imbued with a palpable aura of malevolence. Here lies the arena of hellish slaughter. Entering this arena incurs no financial cost. Rather, the sole price to pay is one's very life. The spectator stands are open air, descending in a circular formation, while the center boasts a vast expanse of black rock, stained with dark crimson blood. At this moment, a chaotic battle involving 10 participants is underway. The melee has reached a fever pitch, with only 4 of the original 10 still struggling to endure. Soul techniques are rendered ineffective, reverting combat to its primal essence. The clash of blades, the impact of fists and feet against flesh, and the splatter of blood create a brutal and efficient dance of violence, where each strike aims for vital points. In the stands, the fallen ones emit frenzied howls, cheering for their chosen combatants or simply reveling in the thrill of carnage. Jun Xiaoyao has found a relatively secluded corner to observe, his dual pupils calmly scrutinizing the brawl below. He is not captivated by the spectacle, but rather by the methods of these fallen beings, deprived of their soul techniques, analyzing their rhythm and their application of fundamental soul power to enhance their physical forms. Their use of strength is crude, and their techniques largely instinctual, lacking finesse. However, their fierce, death-defying tenacity is noteworthy. Jun Xiaoyao quickly assesses that the individual capabilities of these fighters largely range between Soul King and Soul Emperor. In any other setting, he could dispatch them with a mere flick of his fingers. Yet here, without the use of soul techniques and confronted by multiple such experienced and ruthless desperados, even the slightest misstep could lead to his downfall. He pays particular attention to a diminutive man wielding a short dagger. This individual moves with uncanny agility, adept at seizing opportunities for lethal strikes. Another burly man possesses astonishing strength, seemingly trained in some rudimentary body-forging techniques, having sustained several blows with only minor injuries. It appears that even within the City of Slaughter, though soul techniques are rendered ineffective, fundamental martial skills, agility, and physical conditioning still play a critical role. Jun Xiaoyao notes internally. This is fortuitous news for him. Having been tempered by celestial herbs and nourished by chaotic soul power, his physical prowess already surpasses that of his peers. Coupled with his memories from a past life and the myriad combat techniques he has mastered in this existence, he holds a significant advantage. The battle concludes swiftly, with the slender man wielding the dagger emerging victorious, bloodied, and staggering amidst a pile of corpses, heaving like a beast as he greedily collects the residual yellow spring dew from the vanquished. The audience erupts in cheers and curses, and soon, 10 new contestants are ushered into the arena, marking the commencement of another round of slaughter. Jun Xiaoyao observes 3 consecutive matches, gaining a clearer understanding of the rules and common tactics within the hellish arena. Each match requires a total of 10 participants, with only one allowed to survive. The victor claims all the yellow spring dew from the defeated and accumulates a victory. Only by amassing sufficient wins can one challenge the path to hell. The rules are both simple and brutal. Rising from his seat, Jun Xiaoyao decides to cease his observations. He has gathered ample information. It is time to seek a place to settle. Utilizing the insight granted by his dual pupils, he swiftly locates a relatively tranquil stone dwelling within the slaughter arena. The previous occupant, a fierce soul emperor, vacates the premises upon sensing Jun Xiaoyao as equally formidable soul power and those hauntingly mesmerizing eyes. In the city of slaughter, strength is the ultimate proof of ownership. Inside the stone dwelling, the furnishings are sparse, comprising a stone bed and a few tattered belongings. The air thick with a lingering scent of blood. Unperturbed, Jun Xiaoyao sits cross-legged upon the stone bed, closing his eyes to meditate, processing the insights gleaned from his observations while adjusting his state to its optimal condition. The 12-hour novice protection period grants him the perfect opportunity to adapt and prepare. Time seems to lose its significance within the city of slaughter, with only the eternal dark red sky and the ceaseless sounds of violence echoing around. When Jun Xiaoyao eventually reopens his eyes, the brilliance within his dual pupils is subdued, and his aura is as still as water. He senses the vanishing of the invisible protective aura directed at him. The novice protection period has come to an end, almost instantaneously as the protection dissipates. Malicious gazes and heavy footsteps approach the stone dwelling, clearly indicating that he has drawn unwanted attention. A cold smirk races Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Perfect. They will serve as a warm-up. He does not rush to exit, but leisurely adjusts his robes before pushing open the stone door. Outside, 5 ferocious-looking fallen ones await. Led by a burly man with a scarred face, his soul power radiating at the Soul Emperor level, while the other 4 are skilled Soul Kings. Kid, the protection period has expired. If you know what's good for you, hand over the yellow spring dew on your person and vacate this place for me. Perhaps I'll spare your life. The scar-faced man grins wickedly, wielding a blood-stained, ghostly blade. Jun Xiaoyao does not even glance at them, his gaze drifting beyond, directed towards the hellish arena. He speaks coolly. I have no time to waste on you mere cannon fodder. Either leave or perish. Arrogant. The scar-faced man erupts in fury. For he is a figure of some renown in this area. Why has he ever been so contemptuously dismissed by a mere child? Brothers, slaughter him. The 5 unleash their soul power simultaneously. Although unable to utilize soul techniques, their enhanced speed and strength remain formidable as they converge on Jun Xiaoyao from multiple angles, cutting off all avenues of escape. However, the instant they spring into action, Jun Xiaoyao moves as well. His figure vanishes like a phantom, only to reappear before one of the Soul Kings to his left. The man merely perceives a pair of purple-golden pupils expanding before him, seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos and the cycle of reincarnation, rendering his mind blank in an instant. Crack! Jun Xiaoyao's pedum, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, precisely strikes his temple. The sound of shattering bone reverberates through the air as the Soul King collapses without uttering a word. Concurrently, Jun Xiaoyao pivots, evading a blade aimed from behind, and his right leg sweeps back like a steel whip, landing squarely on another Soul King's waist. The overwhelming force erupts instantly, folding the man at an unnatural angle as he is launched backward into the distant wall, falling silent. In the blink of an eye, 2 Soul Kings have perished. The scar-faced man and the remaining 2 Soul Kings stare in shock at their fallen comrades, their grins frozen in disbelief. This is not a battle. It is a one-sided slaughter. They could hardly comprehend how their opponent had struck. A monster! One of the remaining Soul Kings cries, terror-stricken. And without a second thought, he turns to flee. I said it's too late. Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonates like a chilling wind from the netherworld. He moves again, his speed reaching an apex, leaving behind a faint afterimage. 2 soft thuds echo as the 2 fleeing Soul Kings suddenly freeze in their tracks. Blood holes appearing in their backs as their hearts are crushed by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, only the scar-faced man remains. His hand, clenching the ghostly blade, trembles slightly, cold sweat drenching his back. He beheld Jun Xiaoyao, who slowly turned to face him, his terrifyingly calm, golden-purple eyes locking onto his own. An unprecedented wave of dread seized his heart. Master, spare me. I am blind to your grandeur. I shall offer you all my Huang Quan Du. I implore you, grant me a path to survival. The scarred brute collapsed to his knees, bowing his head fervently as he abandoned his earlier arrogance. Jun Xiaoyao approached him, looking down from his elevated stance, his gaze devoid of any compassion. The moment you chose to strike at me, your fate was sealed. Are you not well acquainted with the rules of the City of Slaughter? Before his words had fully dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao extended his fingers like a blade, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that pierced through the brute's forehead. The terror in the man's eyes froze as his body crumpled to the ground. Jun Xiaoyao remained impassive, expertly extracting Huang Quan Du from the 5 corpses, though their quality varied. Their quantity was considerable. Without a glance at the chaos strewn about him, he strode towards the arena of hell, his steps steady, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Along the way, some furtive gazes that had been monitoring him recoiled in fear upon meeting his cold, heavy eyes and the lingering aura of slaughter that clung to him. News spread rapidly. This newcomer was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also ruthless and decisive. Clearly not one to be trifled with. Upon reaching the gaping maw of the hellish arena, the cacophony and stench of blood grew even more intense. Beside the entrance stood a simple registration desk, where an apathetic old man sat. Registration, Jun Xiaoyao stitzt succinctly. The old man lifted his murky eyes to glance at him, seemingly surprised that someone so young would seek death. Yet he asked no further questions, mechanically handing over a number token. Number 967. Proceed to the waiting area over there. You may enter once 10 individuals have gathered. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the token, marked with the number 7. He moved toward the designated waiting area, a dim stone chamber already occupied by 6 individuals, either seated or standing. As he entered, all eyes instantly turned toward him, filled with scrutiny, wariness, and unabashed murderous intent. Those who survived in the city of slaughter and dared to enter the hellish arena were far from weaklings. The 6 varied in appearance. A hulking man like a towering iron pillar, a gaunt figure with a venomous gaze akin to a serpent, and a scarred woman with a malevolent countenance, each radiating an aura of malice, their soul power no less than that of a soul king, with 1 or 2 exhibiting a breath that approached soul saint level. Jun Xiaoyao's presence heightened the tension within the chamber. His youth and relatively untainted aura felt out of place here, but it also sparked a glimmer of disdain and greed in some, who regarded him as an easy target. Another naive fool come to die, scoffed the iron pillar of a man. The sinister gaunt figure licked his lips, maliciously remarking, delicate and tender. His vitality must be abundant. This will be a delightful kill. Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed to the surrounding discourse or malice, retreating to a corner to close his eyes and adjust his breathing, maintaining himself at peak condition. His tranquility, however, aroused wariness among some of the seasoned fighters. Those who could remain so composed in the waiting area of the hellish arena were either madmen or genuinely formidable. Soon, 2 more individuals entered, bringing their number to 10. Enter. The iron bars on one side of the chamber slowly ascended, revealing the passage leading to the central arena of slaughter. The 10 exchanged glances filled with mutual animosity before they almost simultaneously charged into the corridor. A blinding dark red light flooded their vision, and the deafening clamor instantly engulfed them. Surrounding the vast circular arena were tier upon tier of seats filled with frenzied spectators. The ground was composed of black rock, stained a deep brown by both dried and fresh blood, the air thick with the nauseating stench of gore. The 10 spread out, forming a fan-shaped standoff, each gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning hungrily for the first target and potential allies, though such alliances were fragile at best. Kill! A voice erupted, igniting the chaos. Almost simultaneously, at least 4 or 5 gazes fixated on the seemingly weakest among them, Jun Xiaoyao, including the sinister gaunt figure and the iron pillar of a man, who appeared to come to a tacit agreement to eliminate this uncertain factor first. Keat, prepare tout. The gaunt figure moved like a specter, thrusting a pair of poison daggers toward Jun Xiaoyao's back. Simultaneously, the iron pillar charged forward with a roar, his fist the size of a bull hurtling toward Jun Xiaoyao's face with astonishing force. Faced with this dual assault, Jun Xiaoyao finally moved. Instead of dodging, he met the iron pillar's fist head-on, delivering a punch of his own. This strike appeared unremarkable, yet at the moment of impact, the muscles in his arm quivered slightly, his soul power surging like a river, coalescing at the tip of his fist. Bang! The collision of fists produced a sound as thunderous as a drumbeat. Following that, a sickening crack echoed. The iron pillar let out a wretched scream as his arm, thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, twisted at a grotesque angle. Bone shards protruded through the skin, and he was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and convulsing before falling silent. With a single punch, he had dispatched a formidable opponent nearing soul saint strength. This scene rendered the once boisterous arena momentarily hushed. Those who had initially rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao, or were engaged in their own battles, froze in disbelief, staring at the youth who remained standing, his garments fluttering gracefully. The gaunt figure's daggers were nearly against Jun Xiaoyao's back, yet at that moment his eyes were filled with sheer terror, wishing to withdraw but finding it too late. Jun Xiaoyao, seemingly aware of his approach, did not turn, instead swiftly extending a finger. His fingertip struck precisely at the gaunt figure's brow. A fierce force surged forth, obliterating his brain. The gaunt figure's forward momentum abruptly halted, his eyes dimming as he crumpled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 2 foes. Jun Xiaoyao's heavy eyes scanned the remaining 7, cold and devoid of mercy, as if surveying a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Why not come to me all at once? It would save time. His indifferent voice echoed across the blood-soaked arena, exuding an undeniable dominance. The remaining 7 snapped out of their shock, their fear replaced by a frenzied, murderous intent. They understood that this youth posed the greatest threat. If they did not unite to eliminate him first, they would all perish. Kill him. Innate. Chapter 129. The Emergence of the Grim Reaper's Name. Jun Xiaoyao's remark about saving time ignited a conflagration of madness and fear within the remaining 7. They roared, abandoning any pretense of caution towards one another, now fixating exclusively on Jun Xiaoyao as their singular and imperative target. 7 formidable waves of soul power erupted simultaneously. Though they could not employ soul techniques, their bodies, honed through countless battles, and their combat instincts remained formidable. Blades flashed, swords gleamed, fists roared, and claws struck, weaving an impenetrable net of death from every direction, converging upon the central white figure, faced with an assault that would send even an ordinary soul saint into disarray. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Within his dual-colored pupils, a purple-gold radiance flickered subtly, revealing the trajectories of 7 assailants, their weakest points of strength, and even their intentions for the next moment, all as clear as the patterns on his palm. His figure seemed to transform into a wisp of azure smoke, akin to a distorted stream of light, navigating through the narrow crevices with ease. His steps, steeped in mystery, were the culmination of his past life's memories and his current enlightenment, having reached an unparalleled state despite lacking a name. Swish! A sharp blade grazed the edge of his garment, cleaving through the air. Boom! A powerful fist collided with the afterimage he left behind, creating a shallow crater in the ground. Jun Xiaoyao danced upon the knife's edge, each dodge executed with exquisite finesse, perilously close, yet always evading fatal strikes. He did not rush to counterattack. Instead, amidst the tempest of assaults, he further acquainted himself with the unique rhythm of battle in the City of Slaughter, as well as the desperate tactics employed by these outlaws. His martial prowess was peculiar. Restrict him. A fierce woman wielding a chain hammer screeched, swinging the heavy weapon to block Jun Xiaoyao's movements. The others understood and intensified their assault, attempting to confine his range of motion. However, just as they believed they had successfully cornered him, Jun Xiaoyao made his move. No longer merely evading, he revealed a dagger in his right hand, an unremarkable piece of mundane iron he had taken from a previous foe's corpse. It was hardly worthy of being called a soul-guided device. Yet in his grasp, this ordinary dagger seemed to pulsate with life. Swoosh! The dagger traced an eerie arc, easily slicing through the wrist of a swordsman. The man cried out in pain. Dropping his longsword, Jun Xiaoyao slid his foot, raising the dagger in a swift motion, and with a flash of cold light, the man's throat was severed, blood gushing forth. One down. Meanwhile, to his left, a burly man wielding a massive axe roared as he swung down with formidable force. Jun Xiaoyao stood his ground, his left hand gathering chaotic soul power, fingers slightly splayed, directly reaching for the sharp axe blade. Seeking death, the brute's eyes glinted with malice, as if he could already envision the scene of his opponent's hand being cleaved. Yet, with a clang that echoed like metal clashing, Jun Xiaoyao's palm seemed less flesh and blood, and more like tempered steel, firmly grasping the axe blade. A faint membrane of chaotic soul power enveloped his hand, neutralizing the force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The brute's pupils constricted as he attempted to withdraw the axe, only to find it seemingly welded to Jun Xiaoyao's grasp, immovable. Let go! Jun Xiaoyao commanded coldly, his wrist twisting with sudden force. Crack! The steel axe handle was forcibly broken in half. In the next instant, he seized the jagged blade, flipping it back and hurling it. Thud! The severed blade struck the brute's forehead like lightning, bursting forth a spray of blood from the back of his skull. Another life extinguished. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Jun Xiaoyao's movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation, his killings akin to an art form. The remaining 5 were utterly paralyzed with dread. This was no battle. It was a massacre. The opponent's strength, speed, reactions, and control over the situation surpassed their comprehension. That ordinary dagger in his hand was more terrifying than divine weapons. "Flee!" someone shouted, and the remaining few spirits crumbled entirely, yearning only to escape from this death-incarnate youth. "Now you wish to escape? Too late." Jun Xiaoyao's voice resonated like a death knell. He shot forth, his speed surpassing that of before. The dagger transformed into streaks of lethal light, each flicker inevitably accompanied by a spray of blood. Stab! The dagger pierced a heart. Slash! It severed a throat. Boom! A punch shattered vital organs. He moved through them like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. The ordinary dagger, infused with his soul power, became indomitable, and combined with his unpredictable movements and formidable strength, each attack struck true, devoid of any superfluous waste. In just a few breaths, the remaining 5 fell one after another, each meeting their end with a single blow, when Jun Xiaoyao's figure once again stood distinctly in the center of the arena. 9 corpses of varying forms lay strewn around him. Dark red blood flowed in torrents, staining the black ground an even deeper shade. The ordinary dagger in his hand dripped with the last drop of blood. His robe, once merely dotted with a few splashes, now bore additional bloodstains, resembling red plums in the snow, striking and otherworldly. The entire arena of slaughter fell into a profound silence. The previously frenzied spectators now gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the proud young man standing resolutely in the center. His relaxed demeanor, the swift execution of kills, and the cold, merciless gaze were all indelibly etched into their minds. A single punch obliterated a powerhouse. A fingertip pierced the brow of an ambusher. He caught a white blade with bare hands, turning the tide against the giant axe-wielding brute. An ordinary dagger, akin to the scythe of death, reaped the lives of the remaining 5. All of this transpired within a newcomer who had just surpassed the novice protection period. It was unclear how much time passed before the silence was shattered by a collective intake of breath, followed by a surge of uncontrollable gasps and discussions that swelled like a tide. Hiss, who exactly is this newcomer? Terrifying beyond measure. 9 individuals, all seasoned veterans at the Soul King and Soul Emperor levels. Were they dispatched with such ease as if they were mere vegetables? Did you see? He hardly sustained any injuries. That dagger is merely an ordinary iron blade. His eyes, those peculiar purple eyes, seem to see through everything. A death god? This fellow is nothing short of a reaper. In the audience, those who had previously held contempt or greedy thoughts towards Jun Xiaoyao now felt only profound trepidation and fear. They understood that this newcomer, designated as number 967, was far from ordinary. His displayed prowess was sufficient to stir a bloody storm within the city of slaughter. In a shadowy corner high above, a girl clad in dark red robes had appeared at some point, her indifferent gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao in the arena, the corners of her icy lips seemingly curling into the faintest semblance of a smile. Dual-colored pupils, indeed remarkable. It appears the city of slaughter is poised to welcome a true harbinger of death. She murmured to herself, her figure gradually melding into the shadows. Meanwhile, the official responsible for officiating the match seemed to have finally regained his composure from the shock, his voice trembling as he announced loudly, "Number 967, victory. Cumulative victories, 1. Jun Xiaoyao carelessly discarded the bloody dagger, as if disposing of refuse. He did not glance at the corpses on the ground or the frenzied spectators around him, but walked directly toward the exit to claim the reward for his first victory, 9 vials of varying qualities of the Yellow Springs elixir. The arena of slaughter would be his training ground for a long time to come. Here, he would hone himself with the blood of countless fallen, until he achieved 100 consecutive victories and tread the path to hell. And from this day forth, the name of the death god would quietly spread throughout this city of sin. Chapter 130, The Summons of the King of Slaughter. Time flows like water. Under the eternally dark red sky of the city of slaughter, the concept of time becomes blurred. Yet for certain individuals, the name of the Grim Reaper, Jun Xiaoyao, is etched like a chilling brand upon the hearts of every fallen soul, stark and frigid. 1.5 years has passed, and in this city of sin, it seems but a fleeting moment. The hellish arena of slaughter has long since transformed into Jun Xiaoyao's personal stage. From his initial breathtaking debut to his subsequent reign of dominance, his unbroken streak of victories has never faltered. 1 match, 10 matches, 50 matches, and now an astonishing 99 consecutive victories. A figure that invokes both awe and despair among all the fallen in the city of slaughter. Each triumph signifies the harvest of 9 formidable lives. His adversaries, ranging from the early Soul Kings and Soul Emperors to the later challengers, at the very least Soul Saints, include some of the most notorious Soul Douluos who have long occupied this city. Yet, the outcome has been unfailingly the same. Within the absolute domain where soul techniques are rendered useless, Jun Xiaoyao exploits his advantages to the fullest. His physique, tempered by celestial herbs and nourished by chaotic soul power, has attained an unfathomable strength, rivaling that of the most elite spirit beasts. His mastery over power is exquisite. Mere punches and kicks in his hands become lethal weapons. Moreover, his eyes, capable of discerning the slightest flaws, ensure his invincibility. He no longer requires any armaments, for his very body serves as the most formidable weapon. His combat style has become increasingly streamlined and efficient, often deciding life and death within mere exchanges. Spectators can only glimpse a white, ghostly figure flitting through the arena, followed by the dull thuds of fallen opponents. The name of the Grim Reaper is truly well-deserved. Now, within the inner city of the Slaughter City, wherever Jun Xiaoyao treads, few dare approach within 100 meters. The ferocious fallen, upon seeing his tall silhouette, inevitably lower their proud heads, their gazes filled with reverence and dread. The humble stone dwelling he inhabits has become a forbidden zone that none dare approach. However, following this 99th victory, the anticipated 100th match has yet to materialize. The reason is simple. No one dares to fight. After reaching 90 victories, each of Jun Xiaoyao's matches requires an extended wait to assemble 9 willing participants. The significance of this 100th match is profound, symbolizing completion and the qualification to challenge the path of hell. It is widely understood that in this final contest, Jun Xiaoyao will undoubtedly sweep through with overwhelming force. No one desires to be the 9th sacrificial lamb destined for death. The organizers of the slaughter arena seem to have fallen into a predicament. Forcibly gathering participants is no longer feasible, as no one wishes to embrace death. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao's 100th match remains indefinitely postponed. Yet, he himself is unperturbed. At this moment, he sits quietly within his stone abode, cultivating his energy. A year and a half of a slaughtering career has left him with little malice. Instead, it has deepened and refined his demeanor. His already extraordinary features, combined with an air of calm mastery over life and death, render him even more captivating. Though the occasionally flickering purple-golden light in his heavy eyes still emanates an unsettling authority, he is currently devising subsequent plans in his mind. The 100 consecutive victories are merely the first step. What truly matters is the path of hell and the domain of the god of slaughter that lies at its end. Additionally, drawing out Tang Chun, who is under the control of the 9-headed Bat King, is one of his significant objectives for remaining here. After a year and a half of observation, he has gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the Slaughter City and the hidden malevolent aura, and several preliminary ideas have already formed in his mind. Just as his thoughts were swirling, a familiar and icy presence quietly approached outside the stone house, unmasked. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through his heavy gaze. What is meant to come will always arrive. Number 967. A detached female voice echoed from outside the door. It was the Grand Overseer, the girl in black gauze. Her tone remained devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet compared to a year and a half ago, it seemed to carry a hint of something complex, perhaps. The great king of slaughter wishes to see you. As her words fell, the atmosphere outside the stone house seemed to freeze. Some fallen souls lurking in the distance turned pale with terror, scurrying away from the area. The king of slaughter. He is the true ruler of the Slaughter City, synonymous with mystery, power, and cruelty. Ordinary fallen souls may never behold the king of slaughter in their lifetimes. Yet now, this sovereign has chosen to summon a challenger who has yet to complete 100 victories. The implications are enough to ignite speculation, and more often than not, concern for Jun Xiaoyao, or perhaps a sense of schadenfreude. To be targeted by the king of slaughter is no trivial matter. Inside the stone house, Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. His current record of 99 victories has shattered long-standing records in the Slaughter City, and it is only natural that it would attract the attention of the king of slaughter. He even speculated that this summons may be related to the delay of his final match. Rising to his feet, he straightened his immaculate robe, as if preparing for a casual rendezvous rather than an audience with the ruler of this infernal metropolis. With a creak, the stone door swung open, and Jun Xiaoyao stepped outside. There stood the girl in black gauze, clad in her dark crimson robe, her visage pale and impassive. She regarded the unflappable Jun Xiaoyao, and in her indifferent gaze, A glimmer of light seemed to flicker and vanish. Over the past year and a half, she had witnessed firsthand how this young man ascended at an astonishing pace, bringing death and terror to every opponent. His strength, composure, and those eyes that seemed to see through everything rendered him anything but an ordinary challenger. Let's proceed. The girl in black gauze turned and led the way. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, silently following her. The two walked in tandem through the chaotic streets. As they passed, the crowd parted like a tide, falling silent. Their gazes quickly sweeping over Jun Xiaoyao and the girl, filled with awe and curiosity. Navigating the intricate streets, they arrived at a heavily guarded area. Here, a substantial force of law enforcement clad in black armor stood sentinel, their presence formidable. A towering and ominous black palace loomed at the center of the area, resembling a sprawling beast which housed the very core of power in the Slaughter City, the Hall of the King of Slaughter. The girl in black gauze halted before the palace gates and turned to Jun Xiaoyao. The King of Slaughter awaits you inside. You may enter alone. Jun Xiaoyao lifted his gaze to the palace doors, which emanated a potent aura of blood and malevolence. The purple-golden light within his heavy eyes swirled, as if attempting to penetrate the dense doors and discern the hidden entities within. Behind those gates, he anticipated the presence of Tang Chun, a peerless soul Douluo, now likely corrupted by the nine-headed Bat King's influence. This encounter could spell either crisis or opportunity. Chapter 131. The King of Slaughter's Grace. The heavy palace doors slowly closed behind him with a resounding thud, completely isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. Inside was not the resplendent grandeur he had envisioned, but a profound darkness, illuminated only by flickering clusters of ghostly blue flames on a distant platform, barely illuminating the surroundings. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, accompanied by an ominous malevolence that sent shivers down the very soul, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in the darkness. Jun Xiaoyao's dual pupils glimmered with a barely perceptible purplish-golden light amidst the shadows, his vision wholly unimpeded. He beheld, with striking clarity, the bizarrely shaped armored sentinels standing sentinel on either side of the palace, devoid of any trace of life, yet exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. At the innermost sanctum of the palace, upon a lofty throne, sat a colossal figure. Enveloped in a dense, dark red mist, the figure's features were obscured, yet one could faintly discern a pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with fury and chaos. Merely by sitting there, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a primordial beast descended upon him, capable of shattering the minds of all soul masters below the rank of title Douluo. This was none other than the sovereign of the City of Slaughter, the unparalleled title Tang Chun, whose intellect had been eroded by the nine-headed Bat King, or rather, the current King of Slaughter. Jun Xiaoyao felt a profound reverence, as his soul force autonomously coursed through him, his dual pupils pulsating slightly, dissipating the psychological oppression into nothingness. He strode forward with steady steps, neither obsequious nor arrogant, halting at the center of the grand hall, approximately 20 paces from the throne. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture of respect, refraining from the customary act of kneeling. Number 967. I have witnessed the King of Slaughter. His voice resonated clearly within the stillness of the hall. The figure upon the throne seemed to stir, those blood-red eyes fixating upon Jun Xiaoyao, as if a tangible gaze swept over him, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of curiosity. 99 consecutive victories. Quite impressive, indeed. The voice of the King of Slaughter emerged from the crimson mist, deep and hoarse, imbued with a multitude of negative emotions, each syllable carrying an earth-shattering weight. Since the establishment of the City of Slaughter, few have achieved such a record. You are truly exceptional. Jun Xiaoyao stood in silence, refraining from interjecting, awaiting the king's continuation. Your prowess does not escape my notice. That final match was merely a formality. No one dares to battle you. Thus, this 100th victory is already within your grasp. The King of Slaughter spoke slowly, the light in his sanguine eyes flickering. According to the rules, those who achieve 100 consecutive victories may challenge the Hell Road. Success grants access to the domain of the God of Slaughter. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted his tone, a semblance of generosity lacing his words. However, the Hell Road is fraught with peril. Even for you, survival is not guaranteed. I value talent, and would be loath to see such a genius perish upon that treacherous path. The dark red mist swirled slightly, and the King of Slaughter's voice rose, imbued with an indomitable authority. Thus, I have decided to grant you the title of God of Slaughter, exempting you from the trials of the Hell Road. From this day forth, you shall be the new god of slaughter in the city, a position of great honor, second only to me. Do you accept?" As his words echoed, the malevolent pressure within the hall intensified, seemingly compelling Jun Xiaoyao to accept this boon. Were he an ordinary fallen soul, such news would surely elate him to the point of prostrating in gratitude. After all, the Hell Road bore a fearsome reputation, and to be spared the harrowing test while directly attaining a position of esteem was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Yet in that moment, upon hearing the king's proclamation, Jun Xiaoyao felt nothing but a cold derision within his heart. An extraordinary dispensation? Exemption from the Hell Road? Such a clever calculation. He had spent a year and a half in the city of slaughter, enduring 99 brutal battles. All for what? Was it not for the god of slaughter's domain at the end of the Hell Road? The domain of the god of slaughter was the pinnacle of domain-type abilities, capable of significantly augmenting one's power while debilitating opponents. Its value far surpassed that of a mere titular designation. The king of slaughter clearly wished to prevent another possessor of the god of slaughter's domain from emerging, disrupting the equilibrium of the city of slaughter, or perhaps he feared the potential counterbalance that such a domain could impose upon this malevolent realm. To barter a hollow title for the relinquishment of a genuine opportunity? Absurd. Moreover, one of his primary objectives in entering the city of slaughter was to traverse the Hell Road, acquire the god of slaughter's domain, and seize the chance to engage with and even attempt to awaken Tang Chen's true consciousness. To accept this so-called boon would mean nullifying all his efforts. In an instant, myriad thoughts surged through Jun Xiaoyao's mind, yet his countenance remained serene and unwavering. He lifted his gaze, meeting the king of slaughter's blood-red eyes without trepidation, a faint, sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I appreciate the king of slaughter's goodwill," Jun Xiaoyao declared, his voice clear and resolute, echoing throughout the vast hall. "However, I must decline this gift." "Oh!" The king of slaughter's tone shifted abruptly to one of icy disdain, the surrounding dark red mist roiling violently, a terrifying pressure crashing down upon Jun Xiaoyao like a tidal wave. "You dare refuse my offer?" "Indeed," Jun Xiaoyao responded with unyielding conviction. "I have come to the city of slaughter, enduring the trials of combat, precisely to earn my way through the Hell Road by my own merit, to obtain the true domain of the god of slaughter, not to receive a hollow title through another's grace." He paused, his tone laced with undeniable pride. "Moreover, whether the Hell Road is truly fraught with peril is a matter for others. For me, it is merely a superior sharpening stone. If I am unwilling to tread this path, what right do I have to call myself the god of slaughter?" Impudent. A thunderous rebuke reverberated like thunderclaps, causing the entire Slaughter King's hall to tremble. The figure upon the throne sprang to its feet, the dark red mist parting slightly to reveal a distorted, menacing visage. Though obscured, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent was palpable. "Do you know what fate awaits those who reject my goodwill?" The terrifying pressure threatened to coalesce into a tangible force, pressing down upon Jun Xiaoyao with the weight of a mountain, attempting to compel his submission. Yet Jun Xiaoyao stood tall and resolute as a pine, the purplish golden light in his dual pupils surging forth, and his chaotic soul force surged within him, staunchly resisting this oppressive force. His gaze was fierce and unyielding. Fate? Is the king of slaughter himself prepared to take action against one who has yet to achieve 100 victories? That would surely contravene the rules of the city of slaughter, would it not? Or perhaps you harbor some fear? In that final inquiry, a probing tone underscored Jun Xiaoyao's words, his gaze seemingly piercing through the crimson mist, seeking to unveil the truth concealed beneath. "You." The king of slaughter's breath hitched, a flicker of barely perceptible panic and fury mingling within his blood-red eyes. He could not personally act against a challenger who had not violated the rules, especially one as closely watched as Jun Xiaoyao. To do so would undermine the foundational principles of the city of slaughter. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao's insinuation of fear seemed to brush against a secret buried deep within him. The atmosphere within the hall was taut, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. After a moment of silence, the swirling mist surrounding the king of slaughter gradually calmed, and he slowly resumed his seat upon the throne, though his blood-red eyes glinted with icy fury. "Very well. Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. I will personally arrange your final match. Once you achieve your 100 victories, the Hell Road will be open to you at any time. One can only hope that you maintain such tenacity when the time comes. Farewell." Jun Xiaoyao refrained from further words, offering a slight bow before turning and striding resolutely towards the Grand Hall's entrance, his silhouette exuding an air of unwavering determination. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's retreating figure, the bloodthirsty king upon the throne was flooded with a tumult of wrath and a hint of trepidation in his crimson eyes. The dual pupils, the domain of the god of death. He must not allow him to succeed. In the shadows, a low, malicious soliloquy echoed. Chapter 132. The final battle of the arena of carnage. Upon departing the foreboding and oppressive palace of the bloodthirsty king, the ever-constant dark red sky and the chaotic clamor of the outside world instilled in Jun Xiaoyao an inexplicable sense of vitality. His confrontation with the bloodthirsty king, while seemingly tranquil, was fraught with peril. The terrifying pressure and malevolent aura emanating from the unparalleled Douluo relentlessly assailed his mind. Had it not been for the anomaly of his dual pupils and the fortitude of his spirit, he might have already revealed a chink in his armor. He did not linger outside, but instead made his way back to the stone chamber that had become a forbidden sanctuary. Sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed, he began to meticulously reflect upon his meeting with the bloodthirsty king. Indeed, the king was growing anxious. A cold smirk played upon Jun Xiaoyao's lips. The seemingly generous boon offered by the bloodthirsty king had inadvertently revealed his inner fears. He was unwilling to witness the emergence of another possessor of the god of death's domain, and even less inclined to traverse the path to hell that could potentially connect to his very essence. To personally arrange my final match? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's dual pupils. It appeared that the centenary contest would be anything but straightforward. He was certain that the king would orchestrate extremely formidable opponents, perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics to attempt to snuff him out before he could breach the threshold of 100 matches, thereby obliterating his chances of embarking upon the path to hell. However, Jun Xiaoyao felt no trepidation. Rather, he harbored a subtle sense of anticipation. Pressure, after all, is the finest whetstone. He was eager to witness what kind of lineup the City of Carnage would muster to thwart his advance. In the ensuing 3 days, the City of Carnage descended into an eerie calm. Whispers of the bloodthirsty king's summons of Jun Xiaoyao spread like wildfire, inciting a maelstrom of speculation. Some conjectured that Jun Xiaoyao had accepted the boon and would ascend as the new god of death, while others believed he had provoked the king and was on the brink of calamity. Regardless of the conjectures, all eyes were fixed upon the stone chamber's movements. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao remained as steadfast as a rock, rarely venturing out. Aside from the necessary procurement of sustenance, he scarcely relied on the Huangquandu. He spent the majority of his time in serene meditation, fine-tuning his state to its most perfect pinnacle. The tumult of the outside world appeared to have no bearing on him. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, the blood-red sunset cast an even more sinister hue over the inner city, and that familiar, chilling aura reemerged outside the stone chamber. Number 967. The voice of the black-clad girl, the Grand Overseer, echoed from beyond the door, though this time her tone seemed to carry a hint of complexity, a departure from her usual absolute indifference. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, their brilliance contained, and rose to open the stone door. He beheld the girl, still adorned in her dark red robe, standing gracefully in the twilight, her pale cheeks illuminated by the crimson glow, lending her an otherworldly beauty. "Do you have any instructions, Grand Overseer?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired with a tone of calmness, as if he had anticipated her arrival. The black-clad girl regarded the youth before her, whose aura was as tranquil as still water, and whose dual pupils were as profound as the cosmos, and felt her heart stir slightly. 3 days prior, he had faced the oppressive might of the bloodthirsty king with neither subservience nor arrogance, even daring to refuse him. That courage and confidence were qualities she had never witnessed in this city of sin. "Your 100th match has been arranged." The black-clad girl regained her composure, reverting to her businesslike demeanor. "Tomorrow at noon, in the hellish arena of slaughter, it shall commence punctually." Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. "Oh, have the opponents been assembled?" He was curious as to what surprises the bloodthirsty king would present him. "Indeed," the black-clad girl nodded, her tone laced with a subtle gravity. "Given that you are the only challenger to achieve 99 consecutive victories in recent decades, this centenary battle bears extraordinary significance. All who are qualified to witness from the inner city will be present." She paused, adding, "This battle will undoubtedly be the most anticipated one in the City of Carnage in recent years. The bloodthirsty king will also be watching." The final statement carried a clear undertone of warning. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not betray anxiety. Instead, a playful smile graced his lips. Everyone will be watching? Excellent. That saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one later. As for the bloodthirsty king's attention, I could not wish for more. His arrogance and confidence momentarily caught the black-clad girl off guard. She gazed deeply into Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, as if seeking something within his dual pupils, but ultimately found only an abyss of tranquility. With the message delivered, she ought to have taken her leave. Yet her steps faltered as if ensnared by an unseen force. Hesitating, she suddenly lowered her voice, adopting a tone markedly different from her usual coldness, imbued with an enigmatic allure. God of Death, should you succeed in achieving 100 consecutive victories tomorrow and earn the right to challenge the path to hell. Her gaze flickered away from Jun Xiaoyao's penetrating stare, tilting her head slightly to reveal her elegant, fair neck. Then, in this city of carnage, I could become your woman. The abruptness of her declaration clashed with her icy demeanor, yet it bore an unmistakable, unadorned temptation. She lifted her eyes, which now held not merely indifference, but a blend of admiration and expectation, alongside the absolute subservience to strength that was characteristic of the city of carnage. Here, rules reign supreme, and power commands respect. You are the strongest I have ever encountered. After uttering these words, she seemed to expend a considerable amount of courage. No longer lingering, with a swift motion, she vanished into the deepening night like a dark red specter, leaving behind a faint, chilling fragrance. Jun Xiaoyao stood at the threshold, watching the direction in which the black-clad girl had disappeared, a flicker of surprise igniting in his dual pupils, soon transforming into a profound sense of intrigue. Only submissive to the strong, are we? He murmured softly, a slight curve gracing his lips. This grand overseer is charmingly pragmatic. However, this also implicitly validated that the strength he had exhibited was sufficient to earn him a corresponding status, even privileges, within the city of carnage. Yet, beauty held little allure for him. It was merely a fleeting specter. His pursuit lay in the supreme path, the power to shatter the shackles of fate. While the emissaries of slaughter may be enchanting, possessing remarkable strength and standing, they were not enough to sway his unwavering heart. The 100th match, the feast of tomorrow, must not disappoint. Jun Xiaoyao turned back into the stone chamber, gently closing the stone door behind him. His gaze sharpened and refocused, dismissing all distractions. Regardless of who his opponents might be, or what schemes the bloodthirsty king might harbor, he was resolute in his ambition for that 100th victory. The path to hell was destined to be his. The domain of the god of death would be his to claim. As for everything else, he would address it upon his return from the path to hell. As the night deepened, the dark red glow of the city of carnage continued to envelop the land. Yet an oppressive sense of foreboding began to permeate the entire inner city. Everyone sensed that the hellish arena of slaughter at noon tomorrow would surely witness a battle of historic proportions. Chapter 133. The Nine Great Soul, Douluo. The Bloodthirsty King's Killing Game. As night yielded to dawn, the city of carnage welcomed a day destined to be extraordinary. The dark red light of the heavens appeared more intense than ever, as though heralding the blood that was soon to be shed. From the break of dawn, the atmosphere within the inner city grew increasingly agitated and oppressive, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The gazes of all the fallen converged upon the hellish slaughter arena, which loomed like a colossal beast. The throngs of people, as if summoned by an invisible force, surged forth from the winding streets, coalescing into a tide of darkness, all flowing toward the entrance of the slaughter ground. In this moment, the once wary and self-serving fallen united under a shared purpose, to witness the final battle of the Reaper, number 967. Speculations and rumors regarding this confrontation had fermented overnight, creating a cacophony of fervent discussion. The solitary summons from the King of Slaughter, whispers of extraordinary bestowals, and the resolute refusal of Jun Xiaoyao. Each tidbit of news sent tremors through the long-numbed nerves of the crowd. Everyone comprehended that this was far more than a mere series of 100 consecutive victories. It represented an indirect clash of wills between the Reaper and the King of Slaughter. The peril involved would undoubtedly surpass that of any previous contest. With an hour still remaining before noon, the vast circular viewing platform of the hellish slaughter arena was already a sea of humanity, utterly congested. The din of cheers, roars, and frenzied discussions intertwined, creating a deafening crescendo that seemed poised to overturn the dark crimson heavens above. The air was thick with the pungent sense of sweat, blood, and an essence known as madness. Every face bore an expression of heightened excitement and anticipation, yearning to witness the birth of a legend or, perhaps, its demise. As time slipped away, An eerie hush fell over the tumultuous arena the moment noon arrived. All eyes were riveted upon the immense black entrance of the arena. A slender figure clad in dark crimson material appeared at the edge of the arena, ethereal and ghostly. It was the Grand Overseer, the harbinger of slaughter. Today, she donned her signature chi pao, yet her pallid visage, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, seemed imbued with an air of solemnity and chill. She surveyed the crowd, and the detachment in her gaze compelled the frenzied spectators to instinctively hold their breath. Silence. Her cool voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual, imbued with an undeniable authority. Today marks the battle of the Reaper number 967, the 100 contest in the hellish slaughter arena. The voice of the dark-veiled maiden echoed through the stillness, declaring this battle to be of monumental significance as it pertained to the qualifications of the god of slaughter. The King of Slaughter has specifically appointed me to preside over this event. Her words solidified the king's keen interest in this confrontation, intensifying the gravity of the atmosphere. Now, let the challenger enter. As her voice faded, a collective anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. Who would be the opponent personally arranged by the King of Slaughter? Thud, thud, thud. The heavy and synchronized footsteps echoed from a side passage, resembling the rhythm of war drums, instilling a sense of dread. The first to emerge from the passage was a towering giant, exceeding 2.5 meters in height. His muscles were knotted and rock-like, his skin radiating an eerie, dark golden sheen, wielding a colossal battle axe the size of a door, its blade marred by dark crimson grooves of blood. With each step he took, the ground quaked slightly beneath him. Most astonishing was the palpable aura of soul power emanating from him. A tangible vortex reaching the level of a soul Douluo, and it was evident he was no novice. His aura was refined, and his malevolence far surpassed that of the ordinary. It was the blood butcher giant axe. He was still alive? He had already attained the rank of soul 50 years ago. Gasps erupted from the audience, recognizing this once infamous veteran powerhouse. Yet this was merely the beginning. Following the giant axe, a second figure emerged. This was a gaunt elder, resembling nothing more than a skeleton. His sunken eyes gripping a bizarre long whip that appeared to be crafted from interlinked vertebrae, its tip adorned with a diminutive skull, glowing with green, ghostly flames. His aura of soul power was chilling and viscous, equally reaching the level of a soul Douluo, the ghost bone elder. Was he not rumored to have perished while exploring the outer reaches of Hellas' path? My heavens, even he has come forth. The third figure was a woman clad in revealing leather armor, her voluptuous form exuding a bewitching allure, yet her eyes were as cold as a serpent's venom, her fingers toying with several shimmering azure needles. Her presence was enigmatic and volatile. Also a soul Douluo, the poison widow. Beware her needles. They seal the throat at the first glimpse of blood. One by one, forth came the fourth, fifth, and sixth figures, legendary beings long thought to have fallen or retired, stepping from the passage in succession. Each possessed a unique form and wielded bizarre weapons. Yet all emanated the formidable pressure characteristic of soul Douluo. Moreover, the malevolence they exuded and the aura of decay, long corroded by the rules of the city of slaughter, rendered them far more dangerous and troublesome than their counterparts of equal rank from the outside world. A total of 9, when the final figure, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes, silently appeared at the arena's edge. The entire hellish slaughter ground erupted into an ecstatic frenzy. Yet, almost instantaneously, it fell into an almost suffocating silence. 9 Soul Douluo, a complete assembly of 9 formidable champions of the Soul Douluo rank. What does this signify? In the outside world, a single Soul Douluo is sufficient to uphold a large sect or a principal city. Forces such as the 4 lower sects possess but a scant few visible Soul Douluo. And now, in this arena, to thwart Jun Xiaoyao as 100 consecutive victories, the King of Slaughter has dispatched 9 Soul Douluo at once. This can no longer be termed a competition. It is a meticulously orchestrated, unabashed siege. A lethal trap aimed squarely at the Reaper. In the audience, all were rendered speechless by this terrifying array. Those who had anticipated a thrilling duel now found themselves engulfed in a chilling dread. 9 seasoned and ruthless Soul Douluo joining forces. Within this slaughter arena where soul techniques were rendered ineffective, how terrifying would their combined might be? It is likely that even a true title Douluo would pay a heavy price if ensnared. 9 Soul Douluo. The King of Slaughter evidently harbors no intention of granting him any opportunity. It is over, no matter how powerful the Reaper may be. It is impossible to contend against 9 Soul Douluo simultaneously. This is not a contest. It is an execution. Countless gazes, whether sympathetic, gleeful, or purely astonished, turned toward the unactivated entrance on the opposite side of the arena. There, the protagonist of the day, the Reaper number 967, was poised to make his entrance. Could he conjure a miracle? Or would his legend meet its end at the hands of the 9 Soul Douluo? The dark-veiled maiden stood atop the platform, her gaze fixed upon the 9 figures that resembled demonic deities, a flicker of exceedingly complex emotion passing through her icy eyes. She instinctively clenched her hand within her sleeve, her attention shifting toward the passage. Under the watchful eyes of all, the heavy iron gate began to rise slowly. A tall and upright figure, bathed in the dark crimson light from outside, stepped forth into this realm destined to be stained with blood. Chapter 134. One person provokes 9 Soul Douluo. As the iron gate fully ascended, under the fervent, fearful, and expectant gazes of the crowd, the tall figure finally stepped into this arena, steeped in death and madness. Once again, he donned that pristine white attire, as if it were a stark contrast to the surrounding environment steeped in blood and filth. His visage remained strikingly handsome, youthful to the point of evoking envy. Those twin eyes, tranquil as the depths of an ancient well, shimmered occasionally with a mysterious golden hue. Jun Xiaoyao had arrived. His presence instantaneously shattered the fervent atmosphere cultivated by the 9 formidable Soul Douluos. He strode forward with an air of composure, unhurried. Each step upon the rock-strewn ground, stained with the blood of countless warriors, produced a subtle sound that stood out in the momentary silence of the arena. All gazes, whether from the frenzied spectators in the stands, the enigmatic girl, cloaked in black atop the elevated platform, or the 9 imposing Soul Douluos brimming with malice, were firmly fixed upon him. In the face of the terrifying pressure emanating from the united might of the 9 Soul Douluos, sufficient to freeze the very air, Jun Xiaoyao's pace remained utterly unperturbed. He meandered toward the center of the arena and halted approximately 30 paces from the 9, a distance that represented a perilous zone for any soul master. He first lifted his gaze, those tranquil eyes sweeping over the formidable figures standing before him, absorbing their forms, auras, and even the minutest of movements. The ferocity of Blood Butcher's colossal axe, the chilling demeanor of Ghost Bone Elder, the treachery of the Poison Widow, and the enigma of the Black Robe, all were not to be trifled with. Yet, despite the daunting assembly capable of unnerving even the most seasoned soul saints or titled Douluos, Jun Xiaoyao's expression betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, a subtle smirk graced his lips, a playful curve tinged with mockery. He turned his head, his gaze seemingly wandering over the 9 individuals in the arena, finally resting upon the lithe, dark red figure upon the elevated platform's edge. "The city of slaughter and its king truly hold me in high regard," he remarked, his tone imbued with an indescribable nuance, oscillating between jest and derision. "To celebrate my modest 100th consecutive victory, you have summoned 9 esteemed Soul Douluos to gather in this humble slaughterhouse. Such a lavish display, such a grand mobilization, might indeed be deemed extravagant for the mere extermination of a true titled Douluo, would it not?" The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of suppressed commotion rippled through the stands. The implication was unmistakable. He was openly accusing the king of slaughter of violating the rules, employing a nearly shameless tactic of overwhelming numbers and sheer power to extinguish his final hope for 100 victories. What audacity this slaughter god possessed, to dare question the king of slaughter's arrangements. On the elevated platform, the girl in black seemed to shudder ever so slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. The typically indifferent gaze in her eyes deepened with complexity. She yearned to reprimand him, to uphold the king's dignity, yet for reasons unknown, the words caught in her throat. Her delicate hand, hidden within her voluminous sleeves, instinctively clenched tighter. Meanwhile, the 9 Soul Douluos, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's brazen proclamation, instantly wore expressions of palpable displeasure. Who were they? They were the apex of existence within the city of slaughter, second only to the king of slaughter and the slaughter messenger. Each one bore hands stained with blood, their notorious reputations enough to silence a child's cries. In their presence, who among the fallen dared to act otherwise than cowering in fear? Now, united, they had extended a remarkable favor to this boy, obeying the king's command. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, he had the audacity to utter insolence, laced with scorn. This was an unabashed affront to their dignity. You insolent brat, facing imminent death, you still dare to spout such arrogance. Blood Butcher, unable to restrain himself, bellowed like a thunderclap, the sound reverberating painfully in the ears. His massive axe struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a fissure. I alone am enough to end you, were it not for the king's orders. Would someone of your ilk dare to warrant our collective effort? Goi. Your sharp tongue will not save your life. Soon, I shall extract your soul and fashion it into a new soul lamp, ensuring you endure eternal torment. The poison widow licked her crimson lips, her eyes glinting with malice. Little brother, I shall take great care of you, allowing you to perish in ecstasy. How's that sound? The remaining figures glared fiercely, their murderous intent palpable. Their agreement to cooperate stemmed not only from the king's command, but also from the promise of great rewards. Whoever could personally slay Jun Xiaoyao would attain the privilege of freely entering and exiting the city of slaughter, and perhaps even receive guidance from the king himself. For these ancient beings, who had languished in the city of slaughter for decades, if not centuries, the allure of freedom and greater power was irresistible. Otherwise, with their pride, why would they lower themselves to collaborate against a mere younger generation at the Soul Emperor level? To them, this was but an effortless hunt. Jun Xiaoyao's previous 99 consecutive victories, though impressive, were against opponents who merely grazed the threshold of Douluo Dalu. How could he possibly compare to such seasoned champions? Especially against 9 united forces? The chasm between Soul Emperor and Douluo Dalu was vast, the disparity in strength akin to that of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao observed the reactions of the 9, a flicker of understanding passing through his. He gently shook his head, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with an unwavering confidence and pride. It seems you all believe you have me at your mercy. He slightly raised his right hand, his fingers gradually curling, the knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. A terrifying soul power, condensed to its utmost, began to awaken within him like a slumbering dragon. Very well. His gaze abruptly sharpened, piercing as a blade, sweeping across the 9 with a voice suddenly turned cold, emanating an air of disdainful supremacy. Since the king of slaughter has presented this grand gift, I shall graciously accept it. Today, let your blood and souls serve as the offering for my 100 victories. Such arrogance. This is a death wish. Kill him. Jun Xiaoyao's words, audacious to the utmost, ignited the fury of the 9 soul Douluos. 9 terrifying waves of soul power erupted simultaneously, akin to a volcanic eruption, their killing intent rising like a tempest, transforming the entire arena into a hellish battlefield. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 135. The dual-pupiled vision shatters illusions. Upon the elevated platform, the girl in black felt the palpable killing intent and violent soul power coalescing in the arena. Realizing that further words were futile, she inhaled deeply, raised her arm, and with a voice devoid of emotion, cold as the final verdict, declared, "The hellish slaughter arena, the 100th battle, begins." Roar. Almost instantaneously, as the girl's words fell, the Blood Butcher could no longer contain himself and let out a thunderous roar. Naturally volatile in temperament, he had been provoked by Jun Xiaoyao repeatedly, and now, having received the signal to commence, he could no longer hold back. You brat, prepare to meet your end. The Blood Butcher had no intention of waiting for the others to join in his mind. To deal with a mere Soul Emperor boy was a task he alone could handle. Should he succeed in killing him outright, the rewards of freedom and the king's guidance would be his alone. He abruptly propelled himself off the ground, and his immense dark golden form erupted with astonishing speed. Incongruent with his size, akin to a frenzied behemoth of the wild, charging towards Jun Xiaoyao with a terrifying momentum. In his hand, he wielded a colossal axe the size of a door, effortlessly swung with one hand, its dark red soul power swirling around the blade like viscous blood. Emitting a chilling whistle, a mere 30 paces was but a fleeting moment for a Douluo Dalu. Earth shatter slash. With a roar, the Blood Butcher axe descended, not aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao, but rather violently cleaving the ground before him. This seemingly clumsy maneuver was in fact insidious. His intent was to unleash a violent shockwave by fracturing the earth, obliterating Jun Xiaoyao's footing. While the ensuing debris and the terrifying shockwave radiating from the ground could severely injure or even annihilate an ordinary soul sage. Boom! The giant axe crashed down, akin to a falling meteor. The hard black rocky ground erupted into a massive pit, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. As countless fragments imbued with the power of the soul, Douluo shot towards Jun Xiaoyao like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, a visibly dark red shockwave surged forward, skimming the ground like a tsunami. Gasps arose from the stands. Many had witnessed the blood butcher axis technique, knowing full well how numerous powerful adversaries had fallen prey to this sudden area attack, either dead or gravely wounded. This is it. The blood butcher is unleashing a lethal strike right off the bat. There is no escaping the shockwave and the debris. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Jun Xiaoyao remained rooted in place, not even shifting his stance. Within his dual pupils, a faint purple-gold radiance flickered, as the incoming shards and the ground-skimming shockwave appeared to him as though time had slowed, their trajectories and weaknesses laid bare. In that critical moment, just as the dense barrage of debris and shockwave was about to strike him, Jun Xiaoyao moved. He did not retreat or leap to evade, for that would place him at a disadvantage against a more ferocious follow-up assault. Instead, he casually raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing forward. A terrifying soul power coalesced instantly in his palm, transforming into a slowly rotating minuscule vortex. Humming, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The fragments, brimming with destructive kinetic energy, decelerated upon touching the chaotic vortex, then were drawn off course, tracing arcs around Jun Xiaoyao's form, shooting off into the void. Meanwhile, the approaching shockwave, upon reaching the vortex's periphery, was quietly dissipated by an unseen yet unyielding force, flowing past Jun Xiaoyao's sides without even ruffling the edges of his garments. With finesse overcoming brute strength, he had employed his profound mastery over soul power to neutralize what seemed an insurmountable strike with minimal cost. What? The blood butcher's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. This earth-shatter slash had never been so effortlessly countered before. Merely a trivial skill. Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent voice echoed, as if he had accomplished something inconsequential. Just as the blood butcher was momentarily stunned by shock, Jun Xiaoyao's raised right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Whoosh! He vanished like a specter, reappearing beside the blood butcher in the next instant. His speed surpassed the visual capabilities of most spectators. So swift, onlookers like the Ghost Bone Elder and the Poison Widow narrowed their eyes, shedding their last vestiges of disdain. The blood butcher, a seasoned soldat, remained unperturbed, sensing the ominous wind at his side. Without a moment's hesitation, his massive left fist, aglow with dark golden light, swept out like a sledgehammer, attempting to force Jun Xiaoyao back. Mountain-shaking fist. This punch possessed the power to flatten a small hill. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao appeared to have anticipated his reaction. Instead of meeting the punch head-on, he transformed his fist into fingers at the crucial moment. His index and middle fingers converged. Soul power intensely concentrated at their tips, shimmering with a profound luster as they precisely targeted a concealed acupoint on the inner wrist of the blood butcher. The timing, angle, and force were all impeccably aligned. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Ah! The blood butcher emitted a pained grunt, his unstoppable left fist recoiling as if electrocuted. His entire left arm instantly succumbing to weakness, the gathered soul power dissipating. He was horrified to discover that a mere touch had shattered his protective soul power and injured his meridians. Your flaw is far too pronounced. Jun Xiaoyao's cold voice resonated like a cursed incantation in his ear. Before the blood butcher could react, Jun Xiaoyao's pointed fingers traced an uncanny arc upward, releasing a fierce and unmatched energy aimed directly at his throat. Swift, fierce, accurate. Should this strike connect, even the blood butcher's formidable physique would stand no chance. Bastard! The shadow of death enveloped him, driving the blood butcher into a frenzy. He could no longer afford to entertain thoughts of one-on-one combat. He roared, "Everyone attack! Kill him!" Desperately twisting his neck, he wielded the massive battle axe with reckless abandon, attempting to block Jun Xiaoyao's lethal strike and buy time for his companions. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's keen eyes had already predicted every one of his movements. The fingers aimed at his throat veered unexpectedly, slipping past the returning axe blade with the grace of a fish, accelerating rather than slowing. Ultimately, boom. A resounding thud echoed like a thunderclap. Jun Xiaoyao's fingertips did not strike his throat, but instead landed heavily upon the blood butcher's chest, precisely at the sternum. Puffed. The blood butcher staggered as if struck by lightning, his massive form quaking violently. A torrent of blood mixed with internal organs spewing forth as his eyes brimmed with utter shock and resentment. He felt a tyrannical and bizarre soul power invade his body, mercilessly ravaging his vitality. Boom! The colossal dark golden figure toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant axe slipped from his grip, clattering to the distance. This notorious and seasoned Soul Dalu had, in an instant, been brutally wounded by Jun Xiaoyao as lightning-fast strike, his fate uncertain. The entire hell-killing field fell into a profound silence once more. Chapter 136. The Encirclement of 8 Soul Daluos. Silence. A suffocating stillness enveloped the entire hell-killing field. Countless gazes fixated on the proud white figure standing in the arena, then glanced at the blood butcher, breathless at his feet. Each face was etched with disbelief and shock. One strike? No, it couldn't even be considered a complete strike. From a moment the blood butcher launched his attack to his being severely wounded and collapsing. The entire sequence transpired in a flash. Many hadn't even comprehended what had transpired. The battle seemed to have concluded before it truly began. That was the blood butcher, renowned for decades in the city of slaughter, celebrated for his strength and ferocity as a veteran Soul Dalu. In a mere moment, how could a young man, whose cultivation merely reached the Soul Emperor level, so effortlessly vanquish his opponents? This has utterly shattered their preconceived notions regarding the hierarchy and disparity of strength among Soul Masters. The clamor from the stands had long dissipated, replaced by an unsettling chill that penetrated to the very marrow of their bones. Those who had eagerly anticipated witnessing the god of death's humiliation now found their throats parched and their hearts racing wildly. Upon a high platform, the girl in the black veil instinctively held her breath, as tumultuous waves surged within her usually indifferent eyes, which had been frozen for years. She was aware of Jun Xiaoyao's formidable prowess, yet she never fathomed it could reach such an unfathomable zenith. His precise insight and mastery over power, his ghostly agility, was this truly within the capabilities of a Soul Emperor? Meanwhile, the expressions of the remaining 8 Soul Daluos were a spectacle to behold. Contempt? Mockery? Greed? Such sentiments had long been cast aside. Instead, they were replaced by an unprecedented gravity and shock, along with a tinge of fear that even they were reluctant to acknowledge. Unlike the ordinary spectators, they were seasoned warriors of the same caliber, capable of truly comprehending the sheer terror that Jun Xiaoyao had just exhibited. It was not merely speed and strength. It was an instinctual mastery of combat. He seemed to pierce through the intent behind every movement of the blood butcher's massive axe, anticipating its every flaw and delivering the most lethal strike with minimal cost. This ability was simply unheard of. This youth must not be measured by common standards. The voice of the old specter, dry and laden with trepidation, echoed forth. The spinal bone whip in his hand trembled slightly, and the green flame in the skull's eyes flickered with greater intensity. The enchanting smile of the poison widow had vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy demeanor. The ethereal blue needles at her fingertips glimmered ominously. Let us attack together. We cannot afford to let him take us down one by one. Though the man in black did not utter a word, a dark mist swirled within his ample sleeves, exuding a sinister and malevolent aura that locked onto Jun Xiaoyao. Without the need for further dialogue, the remaining 8 reached an absolute consensus at that moment, setting aside all pride and restraint, uniting their strength to obliterate this terrifyingly chilling young man at all costs. They would ensnare him together. It was unclear who issued the command, but 8 figures surged into motion in an instant. Their approach was not a haphazard rush, but rather a display of astonishing synergy. Clearly, prior to their engagement, they had received some form of guidance or practice from the King of Slaughter. The old specter and another Soul Dalu wielding chains flickered like phantoms, flanking Jun Xiaoyao. Their whips and chains striking like serpents from their lairs, blocking any avenue for escape. The poison widow and a petite figure brandishing a poison dagger stealthily crept behind Jun Xiaoyao like assassins in the night, seeking the perfect opportunity for a fatal strike. At the forefront, led by the man in black, 3 other Soul Daluos with the most potent auras advanced in a triangular formation. The man in black's sleeves billowed, the dark mist swirling as if to swallow the very light. A burly man wielding a shield stood as a moving fortress at the forefront. Another powerful warrior brandishing a 2-handed greatsword held a blade that shimmered with a fierce edge, poised to strike. The net of encirclement was cast. a true testament to the terrifying might of the 9 Douluos united. They were seasoned veterans, fully aware of the importance of collaboration, swiftly forming an almost inescapable trap. The powerful fluctuations of their soul power resonated and intertwined, creating an invisible force field that firmly locked Jun Xiaoyao in place. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable siege, the faint calm on Jun Xiaoyao's face momentarily receded, yet the brilliance of the purple-gold light in his dual pupils grew even more resplendent. Pressure. A colossal pressure descended upon him from all directions like a mountain. The combined might of these 8 was tenfold more terrifying than the earlier assault of the Blood Butcher's axe. Every direction harbored lethal intent. A moment's inattention could lead to utter ruin. Yet beneath this extreme pressure, Jun Xiaoyao felt no fear. Instead, the chaotic soul power within him surged more violently, and his fighting spirit blazed even brighter. Unable to employ soul techniques, he channeled all his energy into his physical prowess, speed, and the profound insight of his dual pupils. "Come at me," he cried, his voice resonating across the expanse. Facing the whips and chains that assailed from both sides, he did not flinch or evade. With a powerful stomp, he slammed his feet into the ground. Boom! A shockwave, born solely of his physical strength and overwhelming soul power, radiated outward from him. While it could not dissipate the incoming attacks, it disrupted the trajectory at their weakest points, creating a minuscule yet critical gap in the overwhelming net. Simultaneously, his body twisted at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the ferocious charge of the shield-wielding giant, as well as the silent black streak that shot forth from the man in black sleeve. The predictive ability of his dual pupils was unleashed to its utmost potential. Swish! His figure flickered like a mirage, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. The movements of the 8 Douluos, the flow of their soul power, and even the slightest gaps in their coordination were vividly reflected in his mind. He danced upon the edge of a blade, each step teetering on the precipice of life and death. The frenzied assault of the 8 Douluos appeared impenetrable, yet he consistently uncovered the singular sliver of opportunity, narrowly evading each strike. His agility was extraordinary. "Restrict his movements," roared the shield-wielding giant, slamming his massive shield against the ground in an attempt to compress Jun Xiaoyao's mobility through sheer physical force. Ethereal binding. The black mist from a man in black's sleeve surged forth, not as a soul technique, but as a peculiar manifestation of his martial soul's innate ability or a unique energy cultivated through training. Ensnaring Jun Xiaoyao's feet as it crawled along the ground, the poison widow seized her chance, her hands rising in swift succession, unleashing a tempest of ethereal blue needles that hurtled toward the vital points on Jun Xiaoyao's back. Confronted with this almost unavoidable onslaught, a fierce glint flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He pushed the insight of his dual pupils to their zenith. The speed of the encroaching black mist, the trajectory of the poison needles, the impending footfall of the shield-wielding giant. All information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. In that critical moment, he made an audacious decision. Rather than attempting to evade every attack entirely, he leaned forward sharply, nearly skimming the ground as he surged ahead, simultaneously channeling soul power into the earth, carving 2 deep furrows that not only accelerated him, but also dispersed some of the encroaching black mist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Most of the poison needles missed their mark, with only 2 or 3 grazing his back, leaving small holes in his robe, but failing to breach his skin. Utilizing this perilous maneuver, Jun Xiaoyao not only defused the assault but also rapidly closed the distance to the Douluo, wielding the 2-handed greatsword. Chapter 137, Effortlessly Navigating Danger. Utilizing that intensely risky ground-skimming approach, Jun Xiaoyao not only evaded the fatal coordinated strike, but also, like a specter, instantly closed in on the Douluo with the greatsword. In such close quarters, the length of the greatsword became a disadvantage. The Douluo, taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's sudden appearance, as if he had teleported, felt his pupils constrict in panic, realizing it was too late to change his attack. Break! Jun Xiaoyao exhaled deeply, unleashing a simple yet forceful straight punch. This strike, devoid of any embellishment, concentrated all his might into a singular point, erupting with overwhelming force. As his fist cut through the air, it produced a piercing sonic boom. The heavy sword-wielding Douluo barely managed to bring his sword to bear across his chest when the fist met the blade. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed through the air, The exceptional quality of the heavy sword was visibly bent by the sheer impact, forming a heart-stopping arc. A terrifying force coursed through the sword, causing the heavy sword SoulLand to feel a searing pain in his arms, as if his chest had been struck by a colossal hammer, his blood surging chaotically. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the ground, a coppery taste rising in his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's assault showed no signs of abating. He understood that under such a siege, he must afford his enemies no respite. In the very instant he pushed the heavy sword Douluo back with his punch, he harnessed a rebound force, spinning like a top, unleashing a powerful whip kick aimed at the diminutive Douluo who had been sneaking in from the side with a dagger. The slender Douluo, known for his speed, saw the whip kick approaching and twisted his body with uncanny agility, the dagger striking forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the meridians of Jun Xiaoyao's calf. Confident in his swiftness and the dagger's sharpness, he believed he could force his opponent back, perhaps even incapacitate a leg. However, he underestimated the resilience of Jun Xiaoyao's physique. He also underestimated the ferocity with which Jun Xiaoyao fought. Thud! The dagger indeed found its mark, yet it produced a sound akin to striking tough, aged leather. Failing to penetrate fully, Jun Xiaoyao's body, tempered by celestial herbs and forged by the ice and fire duality eye, had long since become extraordinarily resilient. Simultaneously, the dreadful power contained within the whip kick descended. Boom! The slender Douluo felt an irresistible force surge towards him. The dagger he had attempted to block was forcefully knocked aside, and the whip kick landed heavily against his ribs. Crack! The distinct sound of bones fracturing resonated. The slender Douluo let out a piercing scream, his body hurled away as if he were a rag doll, crashing against a distant barrier, sliding down limply, evidently devoid of any fighting capacity. In the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao had successfully retaliated, incapacitating 2 opponents. Yet, the true killing move was now at hand. Ghostly Bind. The ghostly old man, lingering on the periphery, finally seized the opportune moment, his vertebral whip seemingly imbued with life, silently coiling around Jun Xiaoyao's right ankle. The skull atop the whip flared with eerie green flames, a chilling, bone-piercing energy instantaneously coursing up his ankle. At the same time, the burly shield-bearer exploited the opportunity, charging forward like a raging bull, his enormous shield crashing towards Jun Xiaoyao's back with tremendous force. From the front, 3 beams of black light shot forth from the black-cloaked figure's sleeve, sealing off all avenues for Jun Xiaoyao's evasion. The venomous widow's poison needle struck from another devious angle. Surrounded on all sides, this was truly a lethal predicament. With his ankle ensnared, movement hindered, and lethal strikes approaching from every direction, the hearts of all spectators in the stands raced, as if they had already witnessed Jun Xiaoyao being torn to shreds. It was over. A sinister grin spread across the ghostly old man's face as he fully exerted the binding force of the whip. However, within Jun Xiaoyao's heavy pupils, a glint of icy mockery flashed. He had been waiting for this moment. In that instant his ankle was ensnared. Rather than struggling, he instead took advantage of the situation, abruptly lowering his center of gravity. Simultaneously, his bound right foot anchored itself to the ground like a steel stake. An immense surge of chaotic soul power flooding into his leg, staunchly resisting the encroaching chill. "Come to me," Jun Xiaoyao roared, channeling power through his waist, yanking his ensnared right leg back with ferocity. The ghostly old man was utterly unprepared for his opponent to counterattack while bound, and the force was overwhelming. Stumbling forward, he inadvertently positioned himself in the path of the charging shield-bearer. What? The shield-bearer's expression altered drastically, realizing it was too late to halt his momentum. Boom! The shield collided heavily against the back of the ghostly old man, though the shield-bearer managed to lessen his force at the last moment. The ghostly old man was still sent reeling, blood surging, stars flashing before his eyes. The binding power of the whip instantly diminished. Seizing the fleeting opportunity created, Jun Xiaoyao's body, as if weightless, pivoted on his ensnared right foot, executing a perilous spin nearly parallel to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of black light zipped past his face and chest, the gusts they created stinging his skin. The poison needles all missed their target. In the midst of his spin, Jun Xiaoyao's left leg lashed out like a scorpion's tail, the tip glowing with a chilling luminescence, aimed at the throat of the ghostly old man, who was now off balance from the impact. Should this strike connect, the ghostly old man would undoubtedly meet his demise. The ghostly old man's spirit plummeted, desperately tilting his head back while simultaneously releasing the whip, crossing his arms to protect his throat. Thud! Jun Xiaoyao's fingertips struck the junction of his crossed arms, a sharp force penetrating through. The ghostly old man's arms ached unbearably, as if they would shatter, and he was sent hurtling backward, landing clumsily on the ground. Though he had preserved his life, his arms were rendered temporarily incapacitated, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. At this juncture, Jun Xiaoyao, under the siege of 8 formidable Soul Douluos, had not only emerged unscathed but had also, through his formidable physique and the foresight granted by his heavy pupils, severely wounded 4 of his adversaries: the Blood Butcher, the heavy sword Soul Duo, the slender Soul Duo, and the ghostly old man. The only remaining combatants still capable of fighting with a black-cloaked figure, the shield-bearer, the venomous widow, and the Soul Duo wielding chains. These 4 encircled Jun Xiaoyao, yet they no longer exuded their previous arrogance or contempt. Each face bore a grave expression, tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. This young man was nothing short of a monster. His combat style transcended their understanding. Under the gaze of those violet gold eyes that seemed to pierce through all, they felt that their every intention and movement was laid bare. Jun Xiaoyao slowly straightened his body, gently shaking his right foot, causing the vertebral whip, now bereft of its master's control, to slip to the ground. He cast a calm gaze over the 4 who had encircled him, despite the fierce battles. His breath remained steady, with the violet gold light in his heavy pupils growing ever more radiant, akin to burning stars. The warm-up is over. He spoke softly, yet his voice carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. The remaining 4 Soul Douluos felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively gripping their weapons tighter. The true struggle for life and death was only just beginning. In the slaughterhouse, the atmosphere had grown unbearably tense. Every spectator held their breath, awaiting the next phase of the battle, which promised to be even more brutal and astonishing. Chapter 138. A God Born from Endless Battles. Jun Xiaoyao's words, signaling the end of the warm-up, struck the 4 Soul Douluos like a thunderclap, sending shivers of dread coursing through them. They clearly sensed that the aura emanating from this young man had transformed. If before he had resembled a blade sheathed in its scabbard, at this moment, the sword was drawn, its edge bared, exuding an unmistakable intent to kill. No more delays. Jun Xiaoyao, beneath the gaze of his, he discerned that despite the considerable depletion of soul power from their prior assaults, the 4 adversaries still possessed a formidable foundation, far surpassing his own as a Soul Emperor. A protracted battle would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. It was imperative to conclude the fight swiftly, shattering the deadlock before they could fully regroup and coordinate their efforts. With a fierce resolve, he surged forward. Almost simultaneously with Jun Xiaoyao's determination, the 4 opponents sprang into action. They understood that they must capitalize on their numerical superiority and unleash their strongest combined strike. The burly man wielding the shield bellowed, his muscles taut as he fervently channeled his soul power into the massive shield, which was instantly enveloped in a thick, earthy glow. He halted his advance, transforming into a veritable mountain, barreling towards Jun Xiaoyao with relentless force. This was a display of sheer might, intending to restrict Jun Xiaoyao's mobility and create an opportunity for the remaining 3. Concurrently, the figure in the black robe stirred, his sleeves billowing as more tendrils of black mist surged forth, coalescing into several grotesque spectral heads that emitted silent, anguished howls, lunging at Jun Xiaoyao from various directions. Their attacks aimed directly at his soul. The venomous widow, her hands ablur, no longer unleashed scattered poison needles. Instead, she shot forth 3 long needles, as fine as a cow's hair and nearly transparent, stealthily targeting Jun Xiaoyao's vital points. Meanwhile, the chain-wielding Soul Duo spun his chains with impenetrable precision, creating a steel serpent that loomed overhead, preventing Jun Xiaoyao from leaping to evade. Their coordination was impeccably seamless. Attacks from all directions, both physical and the esoteric soul techniques, not merely traditional soul skills, but manifestations of martial souls or secret arts, intertwined, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Faced with this unavoidable death trap, a glint of fierce determination flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Conventional methods could not simultaneously counter assaults from all sides. Only audacious tactics would suffice. The brilliance of his surged, analyzing the trajectories, velocities, and strengths of the four attacks to an exquisite degree. In a fleeting moment, he made his decision. He disregarded the soul-biting specters, paid no heed to the overhead chains, and merely tilted his body slightly to evade the 3 lethal poison needles aimed at his brow. His full focus was directed toward the burly shield-bearer charging directly at him, as well as the 2 poison needles targeting his heart and sea of chi. Concentrate, he silently commanded, as the vast expanse of chaotic soul power within him surged forth with unprecedented swiftness, most of it converging into his arms, while a smaller portion enveloped his chest and sea of chi, forming an exceptionally refined defense. In the next instant, he moved, not retreating, not dodging, but charging headlong towards the shield-bearing giant. Had he lost his senses? A chorus of gasps erupted from the stands. How dare he confront a full-force defensive Douluo Dalu head-on? The burly man was momentarily taken aback before a savage expression twisted his features, a fool rushing to his doom. He thrust his shield forward, channeling his power to its zenith, intending to obliterate Jun Xiaoyao into mere pulp. Just as the two were on the brink of collision, Jun Xiaoyao's body suddenly dipped, sliding through the minuscule gap beneath the shield. This angle fortuitously allowed him to evade the deadly trajectories of the poison needles aimed at his heart and sea of chi, the needles grazing his back and ribs, causing only fleeting stings but failing to penetrate. However, the other 2 poison needles struck true, embedding themselves in his left shoulder and right leg, sending waves of paralysis coursing through him. Additionally, the spectral heads of soul power gnawed at his mental barrier, inducing sharp pangs of pain and dizziness in his mind. Yet, all of this lay within the realm of Jun Xiaoyao's calculations and endurance. He bore the light wounds to his left shoulder and right leg, as well as the brunt of the soul attack, successfully breaching the outermost blockade, positioning himself directly before the shield-bearing giant. Beneath the shield was the area of weakest defense and poorest visibility. What? The shield-bearer perceived a blur before his eyes as his target vanished, only to be met with an imminent sense of lethal danger from below. Before Jun Xiaoyao had fully regained his footing, his right fist, coiled with pin-up energy, surged forth. This punch encapsulated all the physical strength and soul power he could muster, the air swirling around his clenched fist. 8 extremes collapse. A deep roar erupted from his throat. This was not a soul skill, but rather an explosive manifestation of his entire being's might unleashed in a singular, devastating blow. The punch arced like a dragon, aiming directly for the unprotected lower abdomen of the shield-bearer. No, the shield-bearer's spirit fled in terror. He attempted to raise his shield in defense, but it was too late. His only recourse was to tense his abdominal muscles, gathering his soul power within. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to the thunderous beat of a war drum. The shield-bearer's massive frame was struck as if by a speeding train, his body uncontrollably lifting off the ground, hurtling backward. His shield flew from his grasp, and as he soared through the air, blood gushed forth. His abdomen visibly caved in, the core of his sea of chi severely wounded, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Jun Xiaoyao, too, was forced to spit out a mouthful of blood due to the recoil from his full-force strike, compounded by the impact against the edge of the shield. The numbness in his left shoulder and right leg intensified. Yet, he had no time to recuperate, for behind him, the black-robed figure and the chain-wielding Douluo Dalu were closing in for the kill. Death. The black-robed figure, witnessing the shield-bearer's grievous injury, felt a surge of both fear and fury, drawing forth a pitch-black dagger from his sleeve, aimed straight at Jun Xiaoyao's back. The iron serpent of the chain-wielding Douluo descended from above, coiling towards his neck. Summoning every ounce of strength, Jun Xiaoyao hurled himself forward, narrowly evading a fatal strike to his back. Yet the black dagger still carved a deep gash into his flesh, chilling energy invading his being. The chains grazed his scalp, severing several strands of hair. Rolling on the ground, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze locked onto the venomous widow, who had remained on the periphery. She was the greatest threat. With a powerful strike of his left hand against the ground, he propelled himself upward, launching towards the widow like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he compressed the remaining soul power within him into the tips of his fingers, transforming it into an invisible sword chi. The widow, caught off guard by Jun Xiaoyao's explosive speed despite his injuries, paled in shock, hastily retreating, her hands raised as countless poison needles erupted forth like a torrential downpour in an attempt to obstruct him. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao did not flinch or evade. His pin pointed her exact location as he allowed the needles to pierce his skin, leaving droplets of blood in their wake. Surging through the storm of poison needles to unleash a single finger of sword chi. Puffed. The sword chi precisely embedded itself into the widow's brow. Her body stiffened, the light in her eyes dimming rapidly, her once beautiful visage marred by terror and disbelief before she crumpled to the ground. Thus, of the 9 souled Douluos, 7 had fallen. Only the black-robed figure and the chain-wielding Soul Douluo remained. The two gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, drenched in blood, yet radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. And then at their fallen comrades who lay in agony or lifeless on the ground. An icy dread pierced through them, surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their fighting spirit shattered completely. A monster! He is a monster! The chain-wielding Soul Douluo let out a shriek and turned to flee. The black-robed figure, too, felt the urge to retreat, his form drifting backward. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Jun Xiaoyao would not allow them to slip away. He bore the weight of his injuries and the considerable depletion of soul power, his form moving like lightning. First, he delivered a swift chop to the back of the chain-wielding Soul Douluo's neck, rendering him unconscious, then pursued the black-robed figure. The brilliance of his flared with purple-golden light, unleashing a formidable mental shockwave. The black-robed figure trembled violently, his movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao struck a palm against the center of his back. The figure clad in black robes spat blood and collapsed onto the ground, his breath feeble. After accomplishing this, Jun Xiaoyao could no longer maintain his stance, kneeling on one knee, his trembling arm barely supporting his body as he gasped for air. The entire hellish arena fell into an ominous silence, a silence so profound it felt tangible, pressing down heavily upon the hearts of all present, as if even the eternally dark crimson sky had grown more oppressive. In the center of the slaughter ground, the solitary white figure knelt, becoming the sole focus of the world around him. His body was drenched in blood, his white garments stained a glaring reddish-brown, with wounds on his left shoulder and right leg emanating an eerie azure glow, the venom left by the widow of poison. The deep gash on his back, visible to the bone, was surrounded by wisps of dark energy, a remnant of the chilling power of the black-robed man that continued to corrode him. Yet, despite appearing on the brink of collapse, this seemingly fragile figure rendered the thousands of fallen souls in the arena breathless with awe. For around him lay 9 once mighty Soul Douluo, now sprawled in various states of despair, some unconscious, others groaning in agony. Dark red blood flowed from beneath them, pooling into small puddles, saturating the air with a nauseating metallic scent. To single-handedly battle and triumph over 9 Soul Douluo challengers. This was no longer a mere miracle, but a divine feat, a terrifying accomplishment that could overturn centuries of perception within the city of slaughter. Jun Xiaoyao pendled heavily, each breath sending waves of sharp pain through his body. His soul power was nearly depleted, and his body had reached its limits. Yet he still held himself upright. His dual pupils, though dimmed, remained steadfastly fixed upon the high platform. He awaited the final verdict. Upon the platform, the girl in black gauze slowly rose. A complex expression crossed her exquisitely frozen features, revealing shock, admiration, and even a hint of unrecognized excitement. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her customary cold and authoritative tone, though a slight tremor was perceptible to the keen-eyed. Number 967. Her clear voice shattered the suffocating silence, resonating throughout every corner of the arena. After countless battles, undefeated until now, today she had witnessed him single-handedly defeat 9 Soul Douluo challengers. Her gaze swept across the gruesome scene before finally resting on Jun Xiaoyao, her tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The outcome of this battle is indisputable. I, the messenger of slaughter, hereby represent the city of slaughter to formally announce. She paused momentarily, seemingly gathering strength, before exerting all her energy to declare loudly. Number 967. The 100th match of the Hellish Arena, victory. Total victories, a perfect 100. Congratulations, Grim Reaper 967. You have successfully obtained the qualification to challenge the road of hell. Despite the anticipation of this outcome, when the announcement resonated through the heavens, an uncontrollable uproar erupted from the stands. Countless gazes fixated upon Jun Xiaoyao, filled with awe, reverence, and profound disbelief. The legend of 100 victories was born today. However, this jubilation and astonishment did not endure long. The voice of the girl in black gauze resounded once more. this time laced with an icy detachment and cruelty. Yet, the rules of the city of slaughter remain immutable. Her gaze shifted to the dying soul, Douluo failures within the arena, her eyes devoid of pity. Cold as one would regard mere objects. The vanquished must accept their fate. Having chosen to step onto this battlefield, one must be prepared to sacrifice everything, including your lives and powers. Before her words had fully settled, she formed a peculiar seal with her hands before her chest. An invisible yet overwhelmingly vast and terrifying force descended upon the entire arena, as if it emerged from the void, or perhaps from the very essence of the city of slaughter itself. This force was imbued with chaos, slaughter, and an insatiable will to devour all. No, please, spare me. King of slaughter, I am willing to offer all my yellow spring dew. Just let me go. The remaining conscious soul, Douluo, screamed in despair, their voices piercing the air with a haunting wail. They struggled and begged for mercy, attempting to flee, but that intangible power shackled them firmly in place. Even the unconscious blood butcher and ghost bone elder twitched uncontrollably. In the next moment, 9 beams of soul power, each a different hue, yet all remarkably condensed, were forcibly extracted from the crowns of the 9 soul Douluo, as though being wrenched from their very beings. These beams of soul power were intermingled with their life essence and the potent aura of slaughter. A chilling, inhuman scream echoed through the skies, filled with excruciating pain and unwillingness. The bodies of the soul Douluo visibly shriveled, their skin losing luster, their eyes fading rapidly, as their life force extinguished like a candle in the wind. Meanwhile, the 9 beams of extracted energy were refined by the invisible force above, ultimately coalescing into a mass of pure energy the size of a basketball. This energy radiated an exceptionally alluring aura, far purer than ordinary yellow spring dew, by hundreds, even thousands of times. It contained a vast ocean of soul power, infused with a unique will to slaughter. This was the supreme yellow spring dew, born from the essence of 9 powerful beings. The entire process was brutal yet efficient, taking no more than a mere dozen breaths. By the time that dark red mass of liquid energy fully materialized, the 9 soul Douluo had already become lifeless husks, their blood, flesh, soul power, and even fragments of their souls serving as nourishment for this yellow spring dew. The rules of the slaughter arena were stark and merciless. The victor claims everything, while the vanquished loses all, including any trace of existence. The girl in black gauze altered her hand sign, and a mass of overwhelming energy slowly descended, finally hovering before Jun Xiaoyao. This is the spoils of your victory. Her voice remained frigid, but her gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao bore a complexity greater than ever before. Absorb it. It will heal your wounds, restore your soul power, and further enhance your adaptation to the rules of the city of slaughter. Jun Xiaoyao regarded the orb of energy formed from the lives of 9 formidable beings, his expression placid and undisturbed. In the city of slaughter, mercy is the most futile of virtues. He extended his hand to touch the orb of yellow spring dew. A hum resonated as the pure energy surged into his body like a torrent, rapidly nourishing his parched meridians, while the toxins and cold energy invading his system were swiftly dispelled by this overwhelming force. The nearly exhausted primordial soul power began to recover at an astonishing pace, growing and revitalizing. Sensing the swift improvement within himself, alongside the subtly heightened soul power and affinity for the surrounding aura of slaughter, Jun Xiaoyao gradually closed his eyes. With 100 battles now achieved, the next step was the fabled road of hell, a path where 10 lives meet their demise.